Chapter 001. The soul transmigration of the jacket man, Li Zhao, was roused from his slumber by the rhythmic crashing of waves against the hull, followed closely by a persistent, disorienting, swaying sensation reminiscent of being aboard a pirate ship at an amusement park, not merely a figment of his imagination. The cacophony of the ocean, the faint calls of seabirds, the warm, damp sea breeze enveloping him, and even the briny scent of salt water that invaded his nostrils all unequivocally indicated to Li Zhao that he was far removed from the confines of his solitary, musty dormitory brother. "Are you awake?" "Good morning." A deep, resonant voice echoed beside him, turning his gaze. Li Zhao nearly succumbed to a state of shock. Before him stood a towering figure, adorned with swirling lightning tattoos on his neck and right shoulder. The giant, measuring at least 3 to 4 meters in height, was an imposing sight. His raven hair, coupled with sunglasses and a wide-brimmed soft hat, framed a physique that epitomized the phrase tiger's back and bee's waist, a build so exaggeratedly muscular it seemed outlandish in reality. Even the most formidable version of Governor Schwarzenegger would appear almost delicate in comparison. This absurdly powerful form radiated an undeniable aura of strength, steeped in elements of violent aesthetics. "Brother, I have prepared breakfast if you are awake. We can dine." Contrary to his rugged appearance, the giant's voice bore a soft, almost effeminate quality, his mannerisms tinged with a hint of shyness. Li Zhao found himself questioning his own perceptions, sensing an odd semblance of trepidation emanating from this fearsome colossus directed towards him. "Where am I? And who are you?" Li Zhao asked, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Everything felt foreign, yet vaguely familiar, eliciting an inexplicable sense of recognition. "Brother, what is wrong with you? Did the last battle injure your head? How can you not recognize me? I am your brother, Bobby Vanku." Initially engulfed in confusion, a sudden realization dawned upon Li Zhao, dispelling the fog of his thoughts. The imposing figure before him linked seamlessly with a name in his mind, albeit one that seemed too fantastical to grasp. As he scanned the cramped quarters, he discerned the wooden flooring, walls, ceiling, and all the furniture surrounding him through the circular porthole nearby. The vast expanse of azure ocean came into view. Indeed, if this was not a mere dream, then he had inexplicably transcended into the fantastical realm of One Piece, and the man before him was none other than a minor character from the original anime, a fleeting figure who had appeared only briefly in the Dressrosa arc. The younger brother of the assassins known as the Brothers. It was solely due to his inconspicuous nature in the original work, coupled with the stark contrast between the realistic portrayal before him and the animated version, that Li Zhao, a seasoned fan with over 2 decades of experience, momentarily failed to recognize him. Wait, had he overlooked something? Was there something he had forgotten? The Brotherhood of Assassins? Brother, could it be that he had transmigrated? What was his current self? Li Zhao abruptly sprang from the bed and rushed toward the coat mirror hanging in the small room. Indeed, the reflection revealed a man, scarcely half the height of Bobby Vanku, with a fierce countenance and a conspicuous pentagram tattoo on his left chest. Cross-referencing with his memories, Li Zhao finally confirmed that his transmigrated self had become an inconsequential pawn in the world of pirates, the elder brother of the Brotherhood of Assassins, the devil fruit user known as Jackman. Kelly Vanku, utilizing his understanding of the pirate world, combined with his younger brother Bobby's deep reverence for their elder brother Kelly, who hung on his every word and answered all inquiries. It only took a simple breakfast for Li Zhao. Now, Kelly to gain insight into his current circumstances. First and foremost was the temporal context. To be frank, the timing of his transmigration was rather unfortunate. From Bobby, he learned that the most significant historical event in the pirate world, the Marineford War initiated by the Whitebeard pirates, had already concluded, and that had occurred several months prior. In other words, at this very moment, the Chosen Ones were engaged in 2 arduous years of training, while the Straw Hat crew was preparing for their eventual resurgence in strength, with a considerable time remaining before the original plot would advance again. In essence, as a transmigrator, Kelly had already missed out on numerous thrilling plot events, an undeniable source of regret. Next was their current location. The professional assassin brothers, hailing from the Maguro Kingdom, were aboard the Vanku brothers' ship, a compact pirate vessel comparable in size to the Straw Hat Pirates' initial ship. The going myriad required merely 2 crew members to navigate and was perfectly tailored to suit the needs of the 2 brothers. Having recently completed an assassination mission, they had eliminated a notorious lone pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, thus reaping substantial rewards. They now intended to use this fortune to indulge themselves at the grandest entertainment vessel on the seas, the D Tesoro, constructed and ruled by the Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro. Lastly, the most crucial matter Kelly needed to ascertain was the extent of his current abilities. It is widely acknowledged that transmigrators typically possess various advantages, effortlessly surpassing the indigenous inhabitants of their new realms. Regrettably, after considerable effort, Li Zhao found that whether he chanted system 1,000 times in his mind or attempted to summon figures such as Grandpa, Little, Sister, or Goddess, all efforts culminated in failure as time passed. The fusion of his soul with this body seemed to deepen. Though he still lacked Kelly's original memories, however, certain instincts deeply ingrained within the body inevitably resurface, akin to how one, having mastered the art of cycling, can effortlessly ride a bicycle after a prolonged hiatus, simply by settling onto the saddle. Similarly, Kelly instinctively activated the powers of his jacket fruit in the next moment. His body transformed into a hollow, jacket-like form, resembling a deflated balloon, with a long zipper extending from his chin to the navel, while the head portion took on a hoodie-like structure. This is the extraordinary ability possessed by the jacket fruit's wielder, allowing them to dominate any creature, be it a living being, an animal, or even a monster once they dawn. The jacket created by the user, the wielder, can seize control over every aspect of the possessed being, including their knowledge, strength, physique, skills, and even personality. Nonetheless, the jacket fruit is regarded by pirate enthusiasts as one of the 5 most ineffectual fruits, primarily due to the excessively stringent conditions required to activate its powers. It necessitates that a creature willingly submits to becoming a jacket, resulting in the near total incapacitation of the user, who must then surrender all autonomy, including their very life, to the possessor. Where might one find such a fool? Fortunately for Kelly, he indeed had such a simpleton by his side, his obedient younger brother, Bobby Vanku. Bobby was born with an extraordinarily resilient and formidable physique, comparable to that of a monster in the original anime. He refrained from utilizing any abilities, such as armament hockey or iron block of the 6 styles, relying solely on his raw physical strength to shatter the axe of Abub, the 13th vice captain of the Bounty Water Army, who was enveloped in hockey, without suffering even a scratch. In the original narrative, those who exhibited such prowess were almost exclusively the likes of the 4 Emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linline, as well as a select few awakened Zoan-type devil fruit users. However, Bobby's lack of fighting spirit and determination hindered his ability to effectively leverage his physical advantages. As a result, he often relied on his brother, Kelly Vanku, to better utilize his formidable body. When the 2 brothers combined their strengths, they transformed into a formidable killer, possessing the might of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Yet, in the vast and enigmatic world of pirates, a mere 100 million is still considered trivial in the original text. Kelly, even after merging with Bobby, was swiftly vanquished by the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, underscoring that in the presence of genuine top-tier power, 100 million is merely a jest. Of course, Li Zhao had no desire to become such a jest, despite his unfortunate fate of being reincarnated into a character devoid of good looks and strength, compounded by the burden of a worthless fruit. As a seasoned pirate enthusiast with over 2 decades of experience, he was not inclined to simply yield to the whims of fate. Fortunately, one of the most frequent pastimes of Li Zhao was to indulge in imaginative musings and fan works, liberally exploring various fruit abilities and conjuring an array of narratives. Particularly, his fascination with developing the so-called trash fruits provided him endless amusement, allowing this reclusive otaku to revel in a state of blissful self-entertainment. Li Zhao vaguely recalled that just days before his traversal, he had engaged in a futile debate on a forum regarding whether the fruits or innate human talents held greater significance. Although his motivations stemmed from a mischievous sense of humor and profound boredom, he did not genuinely dismiss the interlocutor's points. Yet, he derived a peculiar thrill and dark delight from provoking the anonymous individual across the screen to the brink of emotional collapse, causing their logical reasoning to falter. In retrospect, during their fervent exchange, the other party had indeed remarked, "If I understand you correctly, even if you were to transmigrate as a user of a useless fruit, you could still ascend to the pinnacle of the pirate world and live freely. Is that your assertion?" Indeed, even if I were to embody a worthless ability, given a modicum of time and a touch of resources, I could still trample both the Yonko and the celestial dragons beneath my feet, he had confidently declared. "Very well, I shall await your demonstration." Though his statements were primarily born out of dark humor and the intent to unsettle, Li Zhao had genuinely explored the latent potential within various devil fruits. For instance, the Yomi Yomi no Mi and the SS no Mi could be harnessed for soul possession, while the Mimikyu no Mi might allow for the imitation of other skills, transcending Mere physical mimicry, the hormone fruit, perhaps, could be developed to produce pheromones akin to those of queen bee at this very moment. Li Zhao was meticulously experimenting with a multitude of possibilities. He began by examining the fundamental capabilities of the fruit, transforming himself into a jacket once his brother Bobby donned his jacket. Li Zhao would acquire all the abilities of Bobby Vanku, commanding his every aspect: strength, physique, innate potential, and combat. Experience thus unlocking the full potential of both the wielder and the controlled, achieving a synergistic effect that far exceeded mere addition in this state. The physical form mirrored that of the controlled, namely Bobby Vanku, while Li Zhao's features his brother Kelly Vanku's visage, skin, and tattoos remained intact. However, the control of the body rested entirely with the ability wielder, Kelly, while Bobby existed in a dormant or spectator state. The process of merging necessitated the active participation of another to wear the ability wielder's jacket and voluntarily zip it up, making the conditions rather stringent. Yet, with great effort comes great reward. The weaknesses of the merged entity were virtually non-existent. Kelly Vanku could flawlessly govern every aspect of the merged individual, and unless the wielder chose to release the bond, the subjugated could never autonomously revert to their original state. Li Zhao continuously conducted various experiments and studies on his younger brother, soon uncovering information about fruit abilities that were not mentioned in the original work. For instance, upon merging, he could completely perceive his brother Bobby's emotions and thoughts, such as his awe and admiration for Li Zhao, his aversion to combat, and his fear of death. Li Zhao could also control whether Bobby was in a state of slumber or not, and share the sensory experiences of their combined body, including sight and touch, albeit in a passive, observational manner, without the ability to control the body itself. Additionally, if the combined individual were to be drenched in seawater or rendered unconscious by an opponent, a zipper would appear on his body. If someone were to pull this zipper, forcibly extracting Bobby from within, the merger could be forcibly undone. Such precious information was not elaborated upon in the original anime. After all, these unfortunate assassin brothers were merely expendable characters who met their demise shortly after their introduction. Ultimately, with a sense of elation, Li Zhao confirmed a hypothesis he had prior to his crossing over. The jacket fruit indeed possessed the ability not only to transform its user into a coat, but also to turn others into human skin garments, akin to how the toy fruit could convert individuals into toys and the age fruit could alter the age of its contact. However, the conditions for activating the jacket fruit were far more stringent than those of the toy and age fruits. Moreover, with only his brother Bobby available for collaboration, Li Zhao lacked sufficient experimental subjects to continue his trials. What astonished and left Li Zhao speechless was the realization that, prior to his crossing, Kelly Vanku had only utilized the basic abilities of the jacket fruit, never having further developed its potential. He hadn't even considered awakening the fruit or exploring any methods beyond transforming himself into a coat for his brother to wear. The sole reason for this was that the fool believed having his dim-witted brother Bobby willingly don him was sufficient, rendering any thoughts of fruit development unnecessary. Developing a fruit's abilities requires talent, extensive practice, and creative ingenuity, qualities that the true Kelly Vanku evidently lacked. Fortunately, the true master of this body had now become Li Zhao, a traveler from another world, destined to unleash the full brilliance of the jacket fruit. Chapter 002. Entering the Golden City. Brother, look, the Dai Solo is ahead. We are almost there. Perhaps it was due to the brothers' recent antics that had worn Li Zhao out, but upon spotting the golden giant ship on the distant horizon, Bobby Vanku appeared unusually exhilarated. Yet it was Li Zhao, the naive newcomer from another realm, who felt an even greater thrill. The technological advancements in the world of pirates appear to be veering into the realm of the extraordinary, despite existing in an era dominated by wooden sailing vessels and flintlock firearms. The artisans of this world have managed to construct super colossal ships exceeding 10,000 meters in length. In stark contrast, within the confines of Li Zhao's hometown, the actual Earth, the largest aircraft carrier measures a mere 200 to 300 meters. When juxtaposed with this 10th-meter-long golden behemoth, the carrier seems no larger than a mouse beside an elephant, utterly insignificant. The owner of this maritime golden entertainment palace is the Golden Emperor, Tesoro, a formidable individual who has awakened the potential of the gold fruit to its utmost extent. He is a true powerhouse, one so formidable that even the notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo, a member of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, would set aside his vendetta to engage in a mutually beneficial alliance within the territory of the Golden Emperor. Li Zhao, while currently devoid of any grand schemes or intentions, has nonetheless taken precautionary measures. He has filled the water barrels in the ship's cabin with seawater, which serves to wash away any gold dust that may infiltrate his body and provides a certain degree of resistance. Against Tesoro's gold manipulation abilities, the bow of the Great Tesoro is adorned with a golden waterway that directly leads to the ship's deck. The Ivanka brothers navigate their miniature vessel through this golden channel, as golden dust cascade from the heavens like snowflakes, enveloping the entire ship. The Grim Reaper brothers, in a resplendent golden sheen, the two find themselves immersed in a realm that resembles a fantastical dreamland. Yet, Li Zhao was acutely aware that this golden snow was indeed the fabled death snow. It would seep into the bodies of all guests visiting the Golden City. While the gold dust posed no direct threat to one's health, a mere thought from the Golden Emperor Tesoro could instantaneously strip anyone of their freedom, transforming them into a golden statue. Within this golden city, Tesoro was virtually an invincible entity. After traversing the golden waterways, Li Zhao hurriedly led his brother into the ship's cabin, using buckets of seawater to wash away the gold dust from their bodies. The bane of the devil fruit was indeed the sea, and the gold fruit was no exception. Tesoro was well aware of the vulnerability of his powers, which is why there was not a single drop of seawater to be found in the entire Golden City. Ah, what an honor! Might you two be the renowned assassin brothers, the Vanka brothers? Just as they disembarked, still reeling from the dazzling splendor of the surrounding majestic architecture, a striking red-haired beauty approached them, elegantly striding in high heels. Welcome, esteemed guests. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Baccarat, the VIP guest relations officer aboard this vessel. Upon catching sight of the alluring Baccarat, Li Zhao discreetly took 2 steps back, maintaining a respectful distance from her. Baccarat was a wielder of the luck fruit, capable of manipulating fortune to ensure her adversaries faced inexplicable defeats. In Li Zhao's eyes, this ability, if utilized effectively, was akin to a protagonist's halo, posing a danger even greater than the deadly touch fruit. Do you know us? Bobby, unlike Li Zhao, was far less cautious. As long as he was not engaged in combat, he was a dashing figure brimming with charm, a counterpart to the renowned Dwayne Johnson from another world. And flirting with beautiful women was one of his specialties. Of course, Baccarat replied, retrieving a booklet from her bosom, filled with the likenesses and bounties of various pirates. Flipping through the last few pages, she located the wanted notices for the assassin brothers. Lord Kelly Vanku, bounty of 57 million berries. Lord Bobby Vanku, bounty of 36 million berries. It is said that the two of you recently collaborated to slay a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Hence your esteemed names are indeed included in my VIP booklet, whether they be officials of the world government, naval commanders, or infamous pirates. All are listed in my exclusive VIP roster. Li Zhao nodded silently, harboring little concern for the enchanting beauty before him or the possibility of Tesoro plotting against him. After all, they were here for leisure and indulgence, much like the throng of guests disembarking from ships at the bustling port. This was, after all, the world-renowned maritime entertainment city, where excellent security and assurances of guest safety were paramount among its services. Unless driven by some extraordinary motive, Tesoro would not recklessly harm a guest. Moreover, Li Zhao found it difficult to comprehend what could possibly attract the attention of the illustrious Golden Emperor Tesoro to a pair of bounty hunters whose reward had yet to reach 100 million. Now, if you would follow me, the alluring receptionist beckoned, leading the Vanku brothers aboard the city's signature turtle car, powered by muscular turtles. Amidst the synchronized chants of the pint-sized yet remarkably strong turtles, the turtle car glided towards the heart of Golden City. Behold, we first arrive at the commercial district. Though this is merely the ordinary section, with the ship exceeding 10 kilometers in length. This street is lined not only with the world's most opulent hotels and shopping centers, but also amusement parks, swimming pools, aquariums, opera houses, and even racetracks and golf courses. In essence, this locale boasts an unparalleled array of entertainment, rendering it the ultimate paradise of leisure. While Bobby listened with rapt attention to Miss Baccarat's enthusiastic descriptions, Li Zhao was wholly captivated by the sheer opulence of Golden City. There exists but a single rule. The sole law governing this golden realm, regardless of whether one identifies as a naval officer or a pirate upon entering the city. One must engage solely in various recreational activities, with a strict prohibition against drawing weapons. It is crucial to heed this warning, for the consequences of violating this law can be dire. With that, Baccarat concluded her introduction, her face radiant with a charming smile as she removed her gloves, poised to bid farewell with a handshake to the Vanku brothers. Bobby, unsuspecting, extended his hand to grasp the delicate palm of the woman. only to be abruptly interrupted by Li Zhao, who leapt forward and delivered a sharp slap to his head. "You fool! Have you forgotten that as assassins, we must never casually touch a woman's hand? Such an act could bring us misfortune." "What? Is that so?" Bobby responded, his mind swirling with confusion. Yet, ingrained habits rendered him incapable of questioning his elder brother's words. "Miss Baccarat, I apologize. As assassins, we refrain from touching others' hands during our off-duty hours. I hope you can understand." Li Zhao crossed his arms, his expression as cold and imposing as that of a tyrant. Baccarat was momentarily taken aback. When Kelly Vanko had suddenly erupted earlier, she had assumed that it was her plan to utilize the Luck fruit to drain their fortunes, leaving them destitute in the casino. That had been uncovered. Only later did she realize it was due to such an absurd reason, leaving her both amused and exasperated. However, the act of stripping visiting VIP clients of their luck, causing them to lose everything at the tables, and subsequently burdening them with immense debts, with their very lives entirely at the mercy of Lord Tesoro, was merely a secondary task. Whether it was completed or not mattered little. For most of those formidable beings possessed an extraordinary level of vigilance, making the Luck fruit not always a reliable tool. Thus, Baccarat did not press the issue, instead flashing a charming smile before turning to depart. Chapter 003. Encounter with a female spy. As he watched the beautiful figure recede into the distance, Li Zhao finally exhaled. A weight lifted from his shoulders. He truly harbored apprehension toward this woman, even more so than the local overlord, the Golden Emperor Tesoro. After all, luck was an elusive concept, difficult to define and impossible to control. Judging from the prowess Baccarat displayed in the animated series, Li Zhao felt an unsettling uncertainty within. He was no Usopp, the legendary figure endowed with the power of luck, capable of turning dire situations into miraculous victories, specifically designed to counter such enigmatic adversaries. The following days were spent in unparalleled revelry by the two brothers. This city of gold had reached the zenith of entertainment, offering an array of attractions, car racing, amusement parks, gourmet dining, and casinos, allowing the Vanko brothers to indulge their every whim, with over 100 million in funds evaporating in less than half a day. It was not until the evening of the following day that this wild indulgence finally came to a halt. The brothers arrived at the city's most iconic landmark, the Golden Tower Hotel, where they settled into an elegantly styled bar. They ordered 2 cocktails and the finest volcanic fish steaks, savoring their meal and drink. This pirate world was simply magnificent. Li Zhao's heart surged with excitement. In his previous world, he was merely a reclusive individual, living a monotonous existence, with his daily sustenance limited to instant noodles and pickled vegetables. His material life was starkly impoverished, and his experiences with romance and understanding of the opposite sex were solely derived from Japanese anime. Whether he would ever escape his virginity was uncertain. However, upon his recent transmigration, he was introduced to the pinnacle of material indulgence. The culinary delights here drove him to ecstasy, and the array of beautiful women spanned every conceivable type. Legendary mermaids, long-limbed enchantresses, and even the alluring beauties of the beastkin and giant races were available for admiration. The long-legged sirens he could only glimpse in distorted smartphone videos in the real world were now abundant in this realm. In comparison to this golden city, what do the Australian casinos, the so-called entertainment mecca of Las Vegas, or even the 8-star sailing hotels amount to? They are but trivialities, akin to a countryside latrine. Hey, brother, look. That woman over there is simply exquisite. Li Zhao followed the direction indicated by his brother's finger and beheld a table by the window, where a stunning blonde beauty clad in a tight black mini-skirt and fishnet stockings sat alone, a hint of melancholy gracing her features as she poured herself a drink. Indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful, yet there was something vaguely familiar about her. The admiration in Li Zhao's eyes gradually morphed into confusion, ultimately transforming into astonishment. Ah, it was indeed her, Khalifa. Without a doubt, the enchanting woman sitting by the window, lost in her own thoughts, was none other than Khalifa, the sole female member of the CP9, a clandestine organization within the world government of the pirate world, and a user of the Bubble fruit. In the original storyline, after being defeated by the Straw Hat crew, CP9 was further ensnared by their superior, Spandam, leading to a bounty on their heads by the world government. Subsequently, CP9 triumphed over the Navy forces pursuing them and commandeered a Navy warship to venture into the unknown. Later, during the 2-year training period of the protagonists, the 2 most formidable members of the former CP9, Rob Lucci, the Leopard Man, and Kaku, the Giraffe Man, ascended to positions within the direct service of the Celestial Dragons in the CP Aegis Zero organization, while the fates of the other CP9 members, including the present Khalifa, remained shrouded in mystery. The sudden appearance of a character he recognized from the storyline stirred Li Zhao, who, after the initial thrill, began to contemplate the implications of this encounter for himself. Bobby, listen closely, you will do as I say in a moment. A few minutes later, Bobby, having surveyed the bar, approached Khalifa with a bottle of premium rum in hand. Excuse me, miss, but there are no other vacant seats here. May I join you? Leave me be. The woman replied softly, yet resolutely. Bobby, with a nonchalant smile, seemed to disregard her words entirely and seated himself opposite her, preemptively filling her glass before she could react. The rich aroma of fine rum wafted through the air. This is the best sapphire rum here, rest assured. It contains no additives. Khalifa, her expression unreadable, lifted her glass and downed its contents in a single gulp, remarking lightly, even if it were poisoned, it would have no effect on my body. Bobby waved his hand, a cheerful smile adorning his face. It must be noted that, setting aside his timid nature, Bobby Vanku could undoubtedly be considered a strikingly handsome figure within this pirate world, in stark contrast to the effeminate charm of the likes of Cavendish. Firstly, Bobby possessed a robust physique, exuding an abundance of masculine vitality. Although his upper body, particularly his broad shoulders, chest, and arms, appears excessively large by conventional human standards, this physique epitomizes the archetype of a formidable warrior in the pirate realm. Exemplars of such a build include the most powerful beings across land, sea, and air, such as the beast Kaido, the indomitable diamond jaws of the Whitebeard pirates, the warlord tyrant Kuma, and the rubber-bodied Luffy, who has awakened the Gear 4th technique. Even the relatively proportionate admirals of the Navy, like Garp and Sangoku, possess a similarly robust figure characterized by broad backs and slender waists. Moreover, despite Bobby's timid and cowardly demeanor, he transforms into a charming and eloquent conversationalist when not engaged in life-or-death confrontations. His melancholic aura and strikingly cool appearance render him a quintessential gentleman. Intriguingly, he possesses an innate talent for flirting with the opposite sex, which may stem from the peculiar chemistry between his menacing aura as an assassin and the sense of security he exudes as a pacifist. Bobby effortlessly forges connections with women he has just met, quickly becoming close confidants. It seems even the female spies of the former CP9 are not immune to Bobby's masculine allure, as they swiftly succumb to his masterful flirting. Of course, Khalifa, being an elite spy and assassin, would typically abstain from inebriation and would never divulge her true secrets to a stranger. However, amidst her disjointed ramblings, coupled with the omniscient insights available to a traveler from another realm, Li Zhao quickly pieced together the events surrounding this enigmatic woman. The leader of CP9, Rob Lucci, was unwilling to resign himself to a life as a fugitive from the world government. Upon CP0's proactive engagement with them, he promptly pledged his allegiance to the Celestial Dragons. Nevertheless, as CP0 is an organization that exclusively recruits the strongest of the strong, despite CP9 being hailed as the most formidable in 5 centuries, only the mightiest among them, Rob Lucci and Kaku, garnered their attention. The others merely had their bounties lifted and were subsequently dispersed. Khalifa's appearance in Golden City, seeking solace in alcohol, likely stemmed from her feelings of aimlessness and disappointment at not being selected for CP0. Li Zhao was uncertain whether his speculations were entirely accurate, questioning if Rob Lucci's actions harbored any hidden motives or ulterior plans. Did he genuinely pledge his loyalty to the Celestial Dragons, or was there something else at play? Nevertheless, these matters did not concern him. His focus lay solely on the woman before him. It is worth mentioning that Li Zhao was able to overhear the conversation between Khalifa and Bobby because he had transformed into a thin leather jacket concealed within Bobby's pocket. As long as he remained still and silent, even if discovered, he would merely be regarded as an amusingly grotesque doll costume. Thus, Miss Khalifa, do you resent not possessing the robust physique of a man? As Li Zhao's thoughts wandered, the discussion had inexplicably ventured into peculiar territory. Upon hearing Bobby's inquiry, Khalifa's body quivered slightly, instinctively wishing to halt the conversation. However, under the dual influence of alcohol and Bobby's distinctive aura, she ultimately opened up. Though she resorted to numerous substitutes and metaphors, skimming over certain topics, Li Zhao, well-versed in various intelligence regarding CP9, gleaned enough from her words to piece together the broader narrative. Unlike Rob Lucci and Kaku, who were born into orphanhood, Khalifa's parents were members of the world government's intelligence organization. Originally, young Khalifa could have lived a life of comfort and abundance. Yet her yearning for her parents' work led her to embark on the path of an intelligence officer, with an inherently strong-willed nature and an unwillingness to accept defeat. Khalifa voluntarily joined an orphan training camp that eliminated the weak through death. Talented and resourceful, she navigated the perilous training courses with relative ease, poised to be a standout among her peers. Yet, she found herself amidst the most exceptional cohort in CP9 history, particularly with Rob Lucci and Kaku, who were favored by their instructors. Despite her previous status as a top contender, Khalifa's abilities placed her at the bottom of this batch of CP9 trainees. It is easy to imagine the extent of her dissatisfaction as a result of such a setback. She relentlessly trained herself, diligently practicing the 6 powers. Yet the chasm between her strength and that of Rob Lucci and Kaku only widened. Khalifa held great confidence in her innate talent, her comprehension and proficiency in the 6 powers rivaling that of anyone else. Ultimately, however, she was thwarted by her physical limitations. The disparity in physical strength among the human inhabitants of the pirate world was extraordinarily pronounced, with the concept of a potential upper limit to physical prowess being virtually non-existent. Through rigorous training, top-tier warriors could lift icebergs weighing thousands of tons, demolish castles with a single punch, or cleave massive meteorites with a sword. The giants, fishmen, and the fur-clad beastmen possessed physical attributes that far surpassed those of humans. Regrettably, this physical prowess had not favored the women of this world. Aside from the rare anomaly of the Yonko Charlotte Lin, the number of female top-tier warriors was exceedingly scarce, and none had dominated the new world through sheer physical strength. Chapter 004. Terrifying. The first fusion Khalifa once had an opportunity to acquire a Zoan-type devil fruit, which would have significantly enhanced her physical capabilities. However, fate played a cruel trick. In a gamble with Kaku, he drew the giraffe fruit while she was chosen by the bubble fruit. On the surface, this seemed like an optimal distribution. After all, it was unimaginable for a burly man like Kaku to prance about with bubbles, while Khalifa, a stunning beauty, would transform into a human giraffe. That image was simply beyond comprehension. Yet, deep down, Khalifa understood precisely what power she truly desired. By the way, I have a way to help you become a man, Bobby exclaimed unexpectedly. Khalifa momentarily froze, then scoffed, dismissing his statement as a jest. I'm not joking. I recently stumbled upon a miraculous leather jacket. Once you wear it, you can perfectly disguise yourself as a man. If you don't believe me, let us find a secluded place, and I'll show you. Unable to resist Bobby's enthusiastic suggestion, and despite her claims of indifference, curiosity gnawed at Khalifa. Eventually, she acquiesced and left the bar with Bobby, checking into a room at the luxurious hotel connected to the Golden Tower. At this point, Khalifa discerned that although Bobby was muscular and imposing, he clearly lacked systematic combat training. He bore none of the qualities typical of a warrior, likely had not awakened haki. And didn't he resemble a devil fruit user, presenting no threat to her, a top intelligence agent? In fact, if he harbored any ill intentions, the tables could easily turn in her favor. Inside the room, before Khalifa's eyes, Bobby donned the human leather jacket that Li Zhao had transformed. Of course, Li Zhao did not take over his brother's consciousness at this moment. He merely allowed Bobby to demonstrate how perfectly the jacket conformed to his body. Is it really that miraculous? The burly man transformed before her eyes, adopting an entirely different appearance with no sense of incongruity. What effect would it have if she were to wear it? How about it? Would you like to try it on? Bobby unzipped his jacket and, with a smile, handed the removed coat to Khalifa. The woman, her face flushed with intoxication, hesitated for a moment before finally reaching out to accept the peculiar and, in her opinion, tasteless outfit. As for her reasoning, Khalifa could not quite articulate it. Perhaps it was merely the effects of her inebriation that led her to embrace such a foolish jest, to accept this unconventional charm prop from Bobby Van Koo, or perhaps it was a hidden desire she was reluctant to acknowledge. Could it be that he was indeed speaking the truth? Forgive me, I must change in the bathroom. I am not accustomed to wearing a coat over another coat, she said. Bobby remained silent, merely observing the silhouette of the woman as she turned to walk towards the washroom. Moments later, the sound of running water filled the air, leaving Bobby uncertain whether Khalifa was bathing or washing the leather jacket that had once belonged to his brother. After a few minutes, the water ceased, and the bathroom door opened, revealing an extraordinarily bizarre figure emerging. Upon recognizing the person's features, Bobby could no longer suppress his instinctive impulse. Disregarding the profound respect he held for his brother, and erupted into uncontrollable laughter, pointing at the figure before him. Li Zhao wore a helpless smile on his face. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he never anticipated the actual outcome would be so horrifying. Indeed, it was terrifying. Even the word terrifying could scarcely encapsulate his current appearance. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he had no choice but to acknowledge that his vessel, the real Kelly Vanku, was hardly a handsome man, at best. He could only be described as a greasy, rugged fellow. The inherent abilities of the jacket fruit manifested in the skin and appearance of the user, faithfully reflecting the physique of the wearer. Thus, the combined form of the Vanku brothers possessed the body of the younger brother Bobby, alongside the facial features of the elder brother Kelly. However, beneath Kelly Vanku's visage, there was an exaggeratedly voluptuous and alluring feminine form, reminiscent of the group of transvestite uncles on the island who had cornered Sanji. In the world of pirates, one's appearance is a direct reflection of one's inner essence. And through rigorous training and self-cultivation, one could alter their physical form to a certain extent. Take Luffy's companion, Kobe, for example, after joining the Navy. He transformed from a short and unattractive figure into an impressive and handsome man, a metamorphosis more dramatic than a complete rebirth. Moreover, with the omnipotent devil fruits and the myriad wonders of the pirate world, Li Zhao was not overly concerned about his outward appearance. He was certain he would have opportunities for beauty enhancement and transformation in the future. After all, his fruit ability was the jacket fruit, making metamorphosis his forte. Why are you laughing, Bobby? Come here at once. Huh? What do you want, brother? Quit the chatter and stand in front of me. I can't possibly go out looking like this. Brother, do you wish to experiment with that ability? You haven't succeeded even once before. True, I have failed previously. But this time it must succeed. There's no other option. I cannot face the world in this ghastly form. Li Zhao replied sullenly, standing behind his brother Bobby. He placed his palm firmly on his back. Gathering all his energy, he suddenly exerted force and shouted, "Jacket! Transforming jacket!" In the next moment, a thick, elongated closed zipper began to emerge from Bobby Vanku's broad back, extending from the nape of his neck down to his lumbar spine. It gradually shifted from a blur to clarity, as if a zipper had been naturally woven into Bobby's back. I really succeeded. Even Li Zhao could hardly contain his excitement. From the very beginning, even before his transmigration, he had contemplated the possibility of the jacket fruit transforming others into jackets. And upon his arrival in this world, he had immediately sought to test this theory. Naturally, the perfect subject for such an experiment was none other than his obedient younger brother, Bobby Vanku. Regrettably, he had never succeeded in any prior attempts. Li Zhao once researched that the development of devil fruits primarily requires the innate talent of the user, followed by innovative and reasonable ideas, and ultimately necessitates relentless experimentation and extensive practice. Just as the son of the sea, Luffy has developed his gear second, gear third, and gear fourth utilizing the rubber fruit. In terms of talent, there is little that can be done. One's innate abilities are fixed from birth. However, when it comes to creative ideas, Li Zhao believes that as a transcendent being in this world, no one can surpass him. The fundamental ability of the jacket fruit, known as jacket, double-cylinder jacket, allows the user to transform themselves into a jacket. Any creature, be it a human, an animal, or even a monster, that dons this jacket becomes subject to the user's control, including the abilities, physique, and even the personality of the possessed being. It appears that even the most elusive qualities of aptitude and talent can be perfectly commandeered, seamlessly merging with the user's inherent abilities and attributes. The talent of Kelly Vancourt, into whom Li Zhao had reincarnated, may have been merely average. However, with the addition of the innate abilities of CP9 Agent Khalifa, the threshold for developing new skills seems to finally be met. This time, Li Zhao successfully activated a new ability, not one that transforms himself, but one that allows him to turn others into jackets, termed jacket, metamorphic jacket. Chapter 005, Explosive. The Triad Fusion according to the skill design. Li Zhao manifested a long zipper along Bobby's spine, slowly pulling it open. As the zipper parted slightly, a hissing sound echoed, and a rush of air erupted from the gap. Bobby's towering, robust form deflated instantaneously, resembling a punctured balloon, ultimately transforming into an enormous human skin jacket adorned with an unzipped zipper. Brother, I can't muster any strength at all, aside from my eyes and mouth, which can still move and speak. I am utterly incapacitated, murmured Bobby in his human skin jacket form. Ignoring Bobby's complaints, Li Zhao examined the human skin jacket closely. You can't move at all, can you? That's precisely the point. Have you ever seen a piece of clothing that could move on its own? Well then, if my design holds up, once I wear you, Li Zhao picked up the human leather jacket transformed by Bobby, carefully inserting his hands and feet through the zipper, ultimately donning it as the zipper closed automatically. Unlike the transformation he experienced when someone else wore it, the moment he fully adorned the Bobby jacket, the resultant form was not influenced by his female physique. Instead, it retained the robust and masculine silhouette of Bobby Vanku. However, the essence was markedly different. At that moment, the control over this combined body lay entirely in Li Zhao's hands. In other words, he had flawlessly mastered the powers and attributes of Karifa, his brother Bobby Vanku, and all the abilities inherently belonging to Kelly Vanku. 1 + 1 + 1 yielded a result far exceeding 3. At this juncture, Li Zhao possessed a physique as formidable as one endowed with the awakened powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Along with the perfected martial arts techniques of the world government's agents and the abilities of the bubble fruit, this was the true power of the jacket fruit. Masterfully developed by Kelly Vanku, the dual-layered jacket combined human form. Stepping out of the door, Li Zhao forcefully suppressed his impulsive desire to unleash his newfound strength. The Golden Ship. The Daisolo was a floating entertainment hub, likely featuring arenas akin to coliseums, where he could casually register and find an opponent to engage in a few matches, allowing him to familiarize himself with his true powers and ascertain whether they aligned with his speculations. However, the next moment, Li Zhao realized he need not go to such lengths. As he wandered the street, contemplating his future actions, he noticed that the entire thoroughfare had become deserted. This maritime city was indeed a true metropolis, a vibrant nightlife hub where various entertainment venues operated around the clock, with throngs of people and bustling carriages perpetually circulating the streets. Yet, only one individual aboard this colossal vessel possessed the ability to disperse the crowd in an instant. Li Zhao gazed toward the end of the street, where a group of impeccably dressed thugs, brandishing an array of both cold and hot weapons, stood in a line, gradually advancing towards him. Among the 3 individuals leading the group was the stunningly beautiful Bakala, a wielder of the Union fruit ability, who had once served as a tour guide for his 2 brothers. Beside Bakala stood 2 companions. One was an imposing figure, even more robust and exaggerated in stature than Bobby Vanku, while the other was a diminutive being, balancing an oversized head that seemed almost comically large. Li Zhao recalled correctly that these 2 individuals should be the highest-ranking officials beside the Golden Emperor, Guild Tazaro. One is a formidable combat champion endowed with powerful armament haki, while the other is Mr. Tanaka, a user of the puncture fruit, capable of traversing all non-living entities. Miss Bakara, what do you mean by this? Li Zhao proactively inquired, genuinely perplexed. Since boarding the vessel, he had refrained from any extravagant behavior. Although he had contemplated the allure of this golden ship, he lacked the requisite power to act upon such thoughts. The combined wealth of the Fanku brothers barely exceeded 100 million, thus, it seemed implausible that they would capture the attention of the Golden Emperor himself. Dear Mr. Bobby Fanku, she said with a radiant smile, before we address your inquiry, might you first clarify a lingering question for us? Where is your brother, Mr. Kelly Fanku, at this moment? Since the time he accompanied you into the restroom a few hours ago, we have not seen him since. Furthermore, there was another rather distinguished lady who also vanished shortly after being alone with you. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao swiftly understood. He recalled that this golden vessel was adorned with genuine gold, with even the street decorations crafted from the precious metal. Consequently, the internal security measures of this golden entertainment complex were among the most sophisticated in the world. Under the formidable financial backing of Tazaro, this city boasted surveillance devices known as phone bugs every few meters, operational around the clock. This was merely the visible aspect. It was reasonable to assume that countless hidden surveillance devices lurked in the shadows. Initially, he had approached this vacation with a spirit of leisure, thus remaining indifferent to the surveillance, neglecting to take precautions. Fortunately, this entertainment establishment was also frequented by elite individuals and guests of particular significance, which restrained them from excessive misconduct. Even clandestinely, they dared not install surveillance devices in private spaces such as restrooms or hotel rooms. Therefore, it seemed that his true secrets had yet to be revealed. Otherwise, the enchanting Miss Bakara would not have posed such a question to him. Li Zhao, imitating the tone of a notorious seducer he had learned about online, forcibly donned a lecherous expression and replied, "My brother mentioned he wanted to seek his own amusement, and then he simply vanished. I was hoping to inquire about his whereabouts from you all. As for the women I was with previously, Well, after we concluded our affairs, we naturally parted ways. Surely, one cannot expect me to be responsible for every woman with whom I've shared a room. Humph. The alluring Bakala spat disdainfully. Typically, individuals like the Van Koo brothers, who straddle the line between mediocrity and notoriety, would only receive minimal attention, merely requiring a registration and routine warning upon boarding, after which they would be disregarded. However, the woman who had recently shared a room with this imposing figure was once affiliated with the world government's intelligence agency, CP9. Although the entire CP9 had been rendered fugitives due to the ruckus caused by the Straw Hat pirates at Judicial Island. Recent intelligence obtained by Golden City indicated that certain key members of CP9 had been readmitted by the world government and had advanced further to hold positions in the elite intelligence agency CP0, exclusively serving the Celestial Dragons. For reasons unbeknownst to many, CP0 had recently fixated on Lord Tesoro, the Golden Emperor, and the CP0 operative overseeing the affairs of the Deosoro was none other than Rob Lucci, the most formidable of the former CP9. Consequently, it was only natural for Khalifa, as Rob Lucci's former colleague, to attract heightened scrutiny from the intelligence agencies of Golden City. However, following her private encounter with Bobby Van Koo, Khalifa mysteriously vanished. And prior to that, the true mastermind behind the Van Koo brothers, the elder Kelly Van Koo, had also disappeared from the restroom. In Golden City, missing persons were not uncommon. Countless unfortunate gamblers, having succumbed to bankruptcy, were cast into the unforgiving golden hell, left to perish without sustenance. However, instances of individuals vanishing without a trace under such intense surveillance were exceedingly rare, especially when two disappeared simultaneously. Chapter 006. The Crushing Battle. Do you truly not wish to elucidate the whereabouts of those two individuals? Faced with Bakala's ultimatum, Li Zhao could only shrug, indicating that he had nothing to say. Although he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, the situation was beyond his ability to clarify. He could not simply speak the truth. The genuine Kelly Van Koo stood before them, albeit currently draped in his brother's skin, while the sought-after female spy was likely ensconced deep within him, akin to a battery or engine. Since Mr. Bobby seems reluctant to speak, we shall have to escort you to the interrogation room for a full account. Bakala remarked with a cold smile, gesturing with a flick of his hand. At that moment, the world champion beside him, unable to contain his eagerness any longer, let out a wild cry and launched himself at Li Zhao like a cannonball. It's been far too long since I've had such excitement. I hope you do not disappoint me today, he roared, his upper body enveloped in a metallic hue of armed hockey, his head resembling a bronze statue as he charged directly towards Li Zhao. How splendid! I am indeed eager to discover just how formidable I have become. Li Zhao's face radiated excitement. Although he currently bore the guise of Bobby Van Koo, he was far from the cowardice that characterized his former self. Too timid to engage in combat. Armament hockey. Arise. Indeed, Khalifa did not disappoint him. Following their CP9 team's defeat at the hands of the Straw Hat crew, she did not succumb to despair. Instead, she actively sought to enhance her strength in pursuit of vengeance. During this period, like her fellow CP9 members, Khalifa adeptly mastered both armament hockey and observation hockey. Her prowess in observation hockey advanced rapidly, particularly in terms of insight, surpassing all CP9 members. However, constrained by the limitations of her female physique, Khalifa's armament hockey could only envelop her forearms and lower legs, its strength being the weakest among her peers. At that moment, as Li Zhao concentrated his power in his right fist and unleashed armament hockey, his entire right arm, even the entire right side of his body, was enveloped in a subdued yet vibrant red-black metallic aura, pulsating with boundless vitality, coupled with Bobby's exaggeratedly muscular frame exuding an aura of violence. He could only be described as an invincible Iron Titan. Not enough. 6 styles, Iron Block Fist. Still unsatisfied, Li Zhao activated the advanced technique of Iron Block on top of his armament hockey. This was a comprehensive enhancement, fortifying him from within and without, leaving no angle unprotected. A single, unadorned punch, devoid of any named technique or fruit abilities, relied solely on pure physical power and unadulterated violence. The colossal fist collided with the darkened skull, and the world champion didn't even have time to shout before being propelled backward at a velocity greater than his initial approach. A deep indentation marked his forehead, yet an oddly euphoric smile graced his face, a peculiar expression of bliss. With a resounding crash, the world champion's body soared hundreds of meters away, crashing into a building at the end of the street and stirring a cloud of dust into the air. Hey, Masochist, did that punch bring you joy? Li Zhao felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, for this was the inaugural battle he had encountered since his traversal, and the first punch he had ever thrown. The outcome was nothing short of perfect for him. Previously, Li Zhao had lived in a peaceful world, where he had scarcely engaged in any altercations throughout his life. Yet, the spirit of combat and the essence of violence are indelibly imprinted within the DNA of every male creature. Before his journey, Li Zhao could only release this primal urge through various combat games. Though enjoyable, it lacked authenticity. However, after his transition, he could genuinely launch a single punch that sent a diminutive giant flying hundreds of meters away. Such exhilaration is beyond the realm of mere words. How could this be possible? Bobby Van Koo's bounty was supposedly a mere 36 million berries. How could he possess such strength? Was he concealing his true power all along? Enraged, Bakara tore the intelligence report on the Van Koo brothers into shreds. Pointing a finger, the previously stunned thugs in suits finally reacted, raising their firearms and unleashing a torrent of bullets at the colossal figure before them. The rifle rounds striking Li Zhao felt akin to mere grains of soy hitting a city wall, cascading to the ground in a clatter. Li Zhao, indifferent to unleashing the formidable armed hockey or the 6 styles of iron block, relied solely on the innate monstrous physique of his brother Bobby, rendering him utterly immune to conventional weaponry. Even the shoulder-mounted cannon wielded by a hulking brute merely caused his skin to tingle and warm slightly. This spectacle left the onlookers in astonishment. In the world of pirates, where formidable beings abound, it is not uncommon for legendary figures to obliterate an island with a mere wave of their hand. In the new world of the Grand Line, exceptional warriors are as plentiful as the stars in the sky. Nonetheless, firearms and cannons are still regarded as conventional weapons, widely utilized by both pirates and naval sailors, indicating that true monsters capable of disregarding such artillery are exceedingly rare. Even the mightiest man in the world, Whitebeard, were numerous wounds inflicted by gunfire when he met his end. Yet, the man before them seemed as if forged from steel, wholly unfazed by gunfire. As Li Zhao activated Khalifa's 6 styles, employing the finger pistol technique to dispatch the seemingly insignificant gunman from a distance, a sudden shift occurred within him. His eyes glimmered with a crimson light as the observation hockey instinctively awakened. Li Zhao suddenly sprang up, just as his feet left the ground. A hand emerged from the depths below, reaching for his ankle. However, it was a hair's breadth away from success. After this failed grasp, an extraordinarily large-headed creature sprang forth from the earth. It was none other than Mr. Tanaka, a user of the puncture fruit ability. Had he seized Li Zhao's ankle, it was highly probable that he would have been dragged underground, and even if he were to escape the torment of being a mere plaything, a tumult of chaos would have been unavoidable. What a slippery fellow this is. He is quite the adversary. Once I capture him, I shall certainly interrogate him thoroughly to relieve my frustrations. With a swift leap utilizing the 6 style, moonwalk, Li Zhao executed a formidable 6 style, gale kick, sending a crescent-shaped blade of wind hurtling towards Mr. Tanaka, who deftly evaded it by burrowing underground. Foolish giant, do you truly think you can strike me? In the next instant, Mr. Tanaka emerged from the ground like a hyperactive gopher, appearing from all directions to fire off a shot at Li Zhao before once again retreating into the earth. In a heartbeat, it seemed as though dozens of Mr. Tanakas surrounded Li Zhao, each firing harmlessly with their handguns. How to express this? Yes. While the damage was minimal, the insult was profound. How does it feel? You can't possibly catch me. You are merely courting your own demise. A flicker of anger ignited within Li Zhao. With a swift motion, he tore off his coat, twisting it into a makeshift cord. Infused with the might of his armed color, this simple strip of fabric transformed into something as formidable and weighty as a steel cable. Moonwalk, Thorn Path. This was one of Khalifa's signature lethal techniques. Li Zhao leaped into the air, using the very air as his platform, executing aerial maneuvers that filled the space with afterimages, far surpassing even Mr. Tanaka's residual shadows in quantity. Not only was his speed astonishing, but the strip in his hand lashed out with a velocity that exceeded the speed of sound, launching indiscriminate and chaotic assaults, saturating the area with thousands of whip-like strikes. Tanaka let out a strange cry as his body was met with dozens of lashes in the blink of an eye, leaving him tattered and bloodied, collapsing to the ground, as lifeless as the previous champion. Chapter 007, The Goddess of Fortune and the Golden Emperor. Damn it. It falls to me to take action, the beautiful Bakara exclaimed, stamping her foot with fervor. She began to touch her surrounding henchmen repeatedly, utilizing her fruit ability to siphon their luck. Li Zhao had always kept a watchful eye on her, and upon observing her actions, he promptly resolved to flee. The ability of the luck fruit was exceedingly peculiar, bordering on the extraordinary. Once activated, Baccara seemed to don an invincible cloak, as if graced by a protagonist's halo, until her amassed fortune was depleted. Any assault directed at her would, for various reasons, ultimately fail to strike its mark. Furthermore, even a casual toss of a coin by this woman could instigate a butterfly effect, plunging her adversaries into misfortune, bringing unforeseen calamities that would inflict tangible harm upon them. In essence, this woman was simply not to be trifled with. Li Zhao was decidedly uninterested in challenging the ethereal trajectory of fate. He was not a master of reversing dire circumstances, nor was he the formidable Usopp who specialized in overcoming all odds. Lacking the requisite fortitude, he understood that it was best not to engage in endeavors beyond his capabilities. From the very beginning, Li Zhao had never perceived himself as possessing any protagonist's aura, capable of turning misfortune into fortune. If he were to be defeated by this woman, it would merely be an unfortunate outcome. However, the prospect of being vanquished in a bewildering manner was far more humiliating. He had thoroughly assessed his current prowess. With his brother Bobby's monstrous physique combined with Caliph's pure mastery of the Marine 6 styles, along with the application of haki, both armament and observation, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. The synergy among the three far exceeded the simplistic arithmetic of 1 + 1 + 1, yielding results that surpassed his initial expectations. Continuing the confrontation served no purpose. A wise man does not suffer unnecessary losses. Thus, Li Zhao promptly prepared to retreat, determined to keep a distance of no less than 10 meters from Baccara. Moonwalk, rapid flash. Stop. Don't even think about escaping. Baccara was taken aback by Li Zhao's sudden decision to flee. Just moments before, she had been exuding an air of formidable authority, yet now, witnessing his swift retreat, she found herself deprived of the opportunity to unleash her abilities. As if he were acutely aware of his own vulnerabilities, she watched as his imposing figure seemingly treaded on air, vanishing hundreds of meters away in an instant. Frustration gnawed at Bacara's teeth, yet she was powerless to act. After all, the luck fruit was a type of devil fruit ability, necessitating direct contact with the opponent's body or the use of objects like coins for indirect engagement to harness its power. It was not a matter of mere wish fulfillment. Otherwise, the ruler aboard the Grand D, Sorrow would not be Zhao, but rather her, the Queen of Fortune, Baccara. Since you have graced my ship as a guest, it is only fitting that I, as your host, extend you a proper welcome. A deep, magnetic voice resonated from the shadows, as the ground beneath them was suddenly coated in a layer of gold. No, it was not merely coated. The entire surface had transformed into pure gold. In the next moment, the golden ground surged like a tumultuous sea, unleashing towering waves of gold that encircled Li Zhao, effectively sealing off his escape route. Li Zhao hovered in the air and turned to look back. A tall, handsome middle-aged man clad in a pink suit emerged gracefully. He was none other than the master of this maritime city, the Golden Emperor, Gilder Tesoro. Mr. Bobby Vanku, he began, your prowess is indeed impressive, far exceeding my expectations. What do you say? Would you be interested in engaging in a conversation with me? Rest assured, as long as you harbor an interest in Barry, you would not decline the invitation to enjoy a cup of red tea in my guest room. Li Zhao hovered in midair, his feet alternately treading upon the invisible currents of the atmosphere, while his mind raced with thoughts. Tesoro, an awakened user of the gold fruit and a sovereign of his nation, possessed the power to influence some decisions of the celestial dragons, and stood as an equal to the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo, a man who held a place among the 7 warlords of the sea. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that his personal strength was at least on par with that of a warlord, and with the addition of his fortunate subordinate, the goddess of luck, Baccarat, the prospects of engaging him in battle seemed disheartening. Although he harbored a glimmer of hope for escape, the likelihood of defeating such an opponent appeared slim. Nonetheless, Tesoro's proposition was undeniably tempting. After all, wealth had the power to influence even the most stubborn of forces in this world of pirates, where berries could resolve the majority of dilemmas. Otherwise, the devil fruits would not be openly priced, and pirates would not boast of the bounties on their heads, with his trump card still concealed, and the capabilities of the bubble fruit yet to be revealed. Li Zhao felt a surge of confidence, bolstered by the knowledge of Tesoro's abilities. The golden dust that had infiltrated his body had long been washed away by the sea, granting him a newfound assurance. Thus, he descended from the air, approaching Tesoro with purpose. Esteemed Golden Emperor, I express my regret for the events that transpired earlier. However, if you were indeed observing from the outset, you must understand that this situation cannot be solely attributed to me. As for your injured subordinates, I have no words to offer. It seems they may have failed to uphold the worth of the wages you provided. The incompetence of his subordinates was indeed a vexing matter. After all, it was the era of grand pirates, and those with genuine strength often gravitated towards the perilous and unrefined life of piracy, leaving him with only such mediocre followers. Yet, my VIP guests, Mr. Bobby Vankel and Ms. Khalifa, did indeed go missing following their engagement with you. As the manager of this floating entertainment palace, I must take responsibility for the safety of my patrons and provide an account to others. Tesoro remained inscrutable, guiding Li Zhao while maintaining an air of casual conversation, though an undercurrent of tension permeated their exchange. Regarding the whereabouts of Ms. Khalifa, I believe it is not for you to inquire of me. My profession is that of an assassin, not a janitor. Have you ever heard of targets vanishing without a trace after being eliminated by the Vankel brothers, only to neglect the bounties that await them? Upon entering the opulent golden parlor of Tesoro, Li Zhao plopped onto the sofa, arms spread wide, embracing a demeanor of nonchalance. The matter at hand could not be easily explained, so the best course of action was to offer no explanation at all, or perhaps to turn the tables. Speaking of which, my brother has also gone missing. Since you, esteemed Golden Emperor, are so concerned about your guests, might you assist in the search for him as well? Tesoro's lips curled into a smile, yet he remained silent, gazing at Li Zhao as if he sought to unravel all of his secrets. Li Zhao remained entirely unfazed. For the two individuals who had vanished were, akin to Russian nesting dolls, now concealed within his own being. Furthermore, as long as he did not voluntarily manifest a zipper or find himself cast into the sea, no one could uncover even a solitary egg from him. Regardless of how they might dissect his body, Tesoro could discern no more from Li Zhao's expression and could only probe further. However, Mr. Bobby, it seems you are rather indifferent to your brother's disappearance. We are assassins, perpetually entwined with death, and if my brother has been silently eliminated by someone, it merely signifies the end of his tale. I have no words to offer, and I would feel the same were I in his position. Li Zhao feigned a demeanor of nonchalance and coldness, remarking, however, Mr. Tesoro, the safety conditions aboard your vessel are indeed rather deplorable, which starkly contrasts with the earthly paradise known as the de Tesoro that I had previously heard of. Or should I say, there seem to be rather too many individuals with designs upon you. The astute Golden Emperor Tesoro swiftly grasped the crux of Li Zhao's words and immediately inquired. From your tone, it appears you possess considerable insight into my de Tesoro. Might it be that you are one of those harboring intentions towards me? Chapter 008, Negotiations and Betrayal. Li Zhao disregarded the subtle hostility woven into Tesoro's words and replied with a faint smile, Mr. Tesoro, do you know what the most vital aspect is for an assassin? Strength? Manpower? No. Those are all incorrect. For an assassin, the most crucial element is information. Only by possessing a comprehensive understanding of your target, knowing precisely when they dine, when they slumber, and how often they bathe throughout the year, can you be assured of successfully completing your mission. Thus, my brother and I have been operating a rather efficient intelligence system. Tesoro furrowed his brow, his murderous intent intensifying. So, what you're implying is that your brother and you have come aboard the great Tesoro with the intent to claim my head. Li Zhao continued to disregard Tesoro and his 10 subordinates behind him, smiling as he spoke. Lord Tesoro, please do not misunderstand. Collecting intelligence is merely a professional habit of ours. After all, anyone can become our assassination target at any time. However, I assure you that you are not our objective this time, so you need not worry. Indeed, the cost to have my brothers turn against you is no trifling sum. And presently, I doubt anyone could afford it. Li Zhao's assertion, in fact, serves to instill confidence in Tesoro, for he, adhering to a philosophy that prioritizes monetary value, possesses unwavering faith in his own worth. You appear to have considerable confidence in your sources of information. To be candid, I harbor some doubts. Li Zhao's words struck the arrogant time traveler like a perfectly aimed bullet. The Golden Emperor Tesoro, an awakened user of the gold fruit, possesses the extraordinary ability to sense all the gold aboard the ship, the dresser, controlling it as effortlessly as he commands his own body. Furthermore, every individual entering this opulent entertainment venue undergoes a baptism of golden powder, their very essence permeated by gold. In other words, within this city, one is virtually invincible. While many are aware of Tesoro's status as a user of the gold fruit, few know that his abilities have awakened. The fact that all who board the vessel become susceptible to the golden powder, their fates resting in the hands of the Golden Emperor, remains a closely guarded secret. Should those of noble birth, such as the celestial dragons, the cadres of the four emperors, or high-ranking navy officers, discover that they have already fallen victim upon boarding, the humiliation alone would be sufficient to incite them to eliminate Tesoro, despite knowing he would not dare to act against them. Thus, it is entirely reasonable to deem this a paramount secret of Tesoro. However, Li Zhao chose to withhold the knowledge that seawater can dissolve the effects of Tesoro's golden powder. Revealing this could provoke the Golden Emperor into an immediate confrontation. With a snap of his fingers, a grand chandelier suspended from the ceiling transformed into a stream of golden liquid, silently devouring all the henchmen within the lavish parlor. A true tyrant. Tesoro executed the act of silencing with ruthless efficiency. Beside him, the goddess of luck, Bacala, a trusted confidant of Tesoro's, was already privy to his core secrets and thus remained unaffected by the purge. She furrowed her brow as she glanced at Li Zhao and remarked, "When I boarded, I intended to shake your hand, but your brother intervened. It seems you were aware of my abilities even then?" "Indeed, it is the luck fruit," Li Zhao replied. "But alas, you belong to the esteemed Tesoro, not to me. I am not worthy of such fortune and must maintain my distance." "It appears you truly know far more than you ought," Bacala noted, and Tesoro, now devoid of doubt regarding Li Zhao's extensive knowledge, contemplated whether he should silence him immediately, or if it might already be too late. The answer to this dilemma was patently clear. The Vanku brothers were a notorious duo of assassins, and before him stood only the younger sibling, Bobby Vanku, while the more bountifully rewarded Kelly Vanku was nowhere to be found. Any attempt to silence Li Zhao would be utterly futile. As Tesoro pondered, Li Zhao surmised his thoughts with remarkable accuracy, seizing the moment to further stoke Tesoro's apprehensions and dissuade him from considering enmity. "I possess knowledge that far exceeds your expectations. If you, Mr. Tesoro, have any needs, I would not mind playing the role of an information broker." Intrigued, Tesoro responded, "In that case, I shall offer you 100 million berries. Let us see what you can provide." The affluent individual truly exemplifies wealth. Casually mentioning a staggering sum of 100 million berries, an amount that countless pirates could only dream of amassing throughout their entire lives, Li Zhao pondered for a moment, then smiled and remarked, "Lord Tesoro, my brother and I recently attended a splendid aquatic song and dance gala you hosted. To be honest, it was truly magnificent. Aside from yourself, there was a certain songstress with a melodious voice, was there not?" "Indeed, that would be Miss Karina, our signature vocalist aboard the Great Tesoro. Pray tell, do you harbor an interest in her?" Observing Tesoro's subtly sardonic expression, Li Zhao smiled enigmatically and replied, "Miss Karina's voice is undeniably sweet, and her dance is flawless. It is no wonder she serves as your esteemed partner on stage. Her true identity seems to be of little concern to you." Tesoro's brow twitched slightly. Yet he feigned indifference as he stated, "What I require is a songstress capable of partnering with me, and regrettably, individuals of such caliber are rare to find. Miss Karina's performance is commendable, but I have little interest in her background. Moreover, she is merely a vocalist aboard the ship." Tesoro implied that Karina's status on the Great Tesoro was insignificant, unworthy of the value placed upon it, suggesting that his expenditure was somewhat unwarranted. Li Zhao, with a calm demeanor, continued, "Indeed, Miss Karina's worth does not amount to such a figure. After all, she is merely a cunning little fox. However, her current scheme is nothing short of grand, encompassing the entire treasure of gold aboard the Great Tesoro, and quite possibly the ship itself, which likely exceeds 100 million berries. As the saying goes, it is not the thief one fears but the thief's intentions. Even the world's wealthiest would prefer not to harbor a thief in their abode. Baccara, take your men and seek out Karina. Ascertain whether she possesses anything of interest." The fortunate maiden complied, returning shortly with a cadre of bodyguards and a beautiful damsel bound tightly in ropes, none other than the exceptionally skilled songstress, Miss Karina, the little fox with a unique bondanami from the cinematic adaptation. Yet, what concern did Li Zhao have for her fate? Having gleaned her intentions from the animated feature, he was well aware that this woman would ultimately benefit from the grand ship of gold. Consumed by envy and resentment, Li Zhao did not hesitate to sell her out. "Lord Tesoro, this item was discovered within Miss Karina's quarters." Baccara presented a golden key to Tesoro, whose expression grew increasingly grim. The ship's vault was indeed a treasury of solid gold, enhanced by the powers of Tesoro's devil fruit, making it exceedingly difficult even for the 4 emperor's officers, naval commanders, or the 7 warlords, to access by brute force. Even if they managed to breach the vault, it would create an enormous commotion, rendering the ship's security virtually impenetrable. Originally, only Zhao, endowed with the gold fruit-s abilities, could unlock the vault. Yet for reasons unknown, he had covertly installed a secret lock on the vault, with a key that only he could conjure through his powers, which would be destroyed immediately after use. Now, the golden key before Zhao, though not crafted by his own hand, was undeniably genuine. Chapter 009, Financial Freedom? Karina's face was ashen. She understood her doom. Zhao's ruthless methods towards betrayers were well known to her, and a swift death had become a luxury beyond her reach. Yet Karina could not fathom how she had betrayed her own careful precautions, evading every monitoring snail and secretly forging the golden key without divulging her plans to anyone. She was utterly unaware of where she had exposed her vulnerabilities. Take her away and make her divulge everything she knows. Zhao's cold command sealed Karina's grim fate. Had he not been curious about her background and potential ulterior motives, he would have long since transformed her into a golden statue. Is this intelligence worth 100 million berries? In comparison to the tangible wealth, Zhao remained indifferent to Karina's life or death. After all, the two had never exchanged a single word, and he harbored little affection for the cunning little fox depicted in the animated feature. Zhao, with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, clapped his hands, summoning his subordinates to place several heavy bags of money upon the table. Here lies 400 million berries. In addition to the 100 million I previously promised you, the remaining 300 million depends solely on your ability to earn it. Having resided in the entertainment city for several days, Zhao had now transformed into a wretched slave to the insatiable allure of wealth. Although it was said in jest, one could never have too much of such currency. It remains to be seen what you wish to inquire about, depending on your questions. Even this 300 million berries may not suffice. Zhao did not boast. He believed that the intelligence regarding the 3 ultimate weapons, the historical records, and the celestial dragons was indeed worth the price. This time, Zhao remained silent for a considerable duration, as if he had made a firm resolution. He then inquired, "Since you possess your own network of intelligence, are you familiar with the heart of gold, pure gold?" Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pondered that perhaps this discovery would surpass his expectations. "Are you referring to that extraordinary alloy synthesized through alchemy, which can enhance one's physical strength, eradicate ailments, and significantly delay the aging process?" he inquired. "I am indeed familiar with such a remarkable substance. Where can it be found?" Zhao answered straightforwardly, "Within the belly of an enormous deep-sea anglerfish." Zhao was taken aback by Zhao's instantaneous response. Skepticism lingered in his mind as he pressed further. "How can one locate this fish?" Zhao replied, "Regrettably, the information I just imparted is already worth 300 million. That is the heart of gold. A clue of pure gold capable of purchasing the world's most coveted treasures." Zhao's assertion is by no means an exaggeration. The surgical fruit is valued at 50 billion berries, and it requires a remarkably gifted fruit user to willingly sacrifice their life to perform the procedure for eternal life. In contrast, the heart of gold, pure gold, surpasses the surgical fruit in numerous aspects. Therefore, the 300 million berries you demand for information is not merely a fair price. It is, in fact, quite a bargain. However, I cannot ascertain the veracity of the intelligence you provided. After your extensive investigation into the heart of gold, you must be aware of how it vanished from the world. The scientist who extracted pure gold through alchemy resided on an island that mysteriously disappeared. Aside from the deceased Yonko Whitebeard, only colossal sea kings possess the power to achieve such an event. Thus, is your intelligence merely conjecture? Whether it be speculation or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is the acquisition of pure gold and who shall obtain it. If I am not mistaken, Lord Zhao, you have already acquired some leads regarding the pure gold, but given that individuals associated with the celestial dragons CP0 have appeared on this ship, it would be quite coincidental if the celestial dragons also had an interest in the pure gold, wouldn't it? Heh. Ha. Ha ha. Zhao burst into a fit of laughter, declaring, "I am beginning to genuinely believe that your network of information is all-knowing." This is mere platitude, Zhao thought to himself, secretly lamenting that as a traverser who has watched all the anime, manga, and theatrical versions, it would be absurd if he were ignorant of such matters, rendering his journey meaningless. To his slight dismay, it seemed that Zhao was unwilling to continue discussing the heart of gold. In truth, Zhao only knew that the key to locating the heart of gold was to find a girl named Miss China Olga. who appears to be an underage lowly but has actually lived for over 200 years. As for how to find her, Li Zhao was at a loss. For such details were absent from the theatrical animations. Since Zhao was reluctant to pursue this topic, Li Zhao refrained from pressing further, not wanting to appear more interested in the heart of gold than Zhao himself. With a snap, Zhao tossed a beautifully crafted card to Li Zhao. "What is this?" Li Zhao inquired, casually toying with the card. "From the moment you accept this identity card, you become one of the highest-ranking officials under my command, Zhao. With this card, you may freely utilize all facilities aboard the Grand Zhao, mobilize all personnel except for a few other officials, and manage liquid funds up to a maximum of 1 billion berries." Zhao smiled slightly and added, "You may do as you wish." Li Zhao's heart raced with fervor. Indeed, the Golden Emperor truly deserved his title as the world's wealthiest individual, exhibiting unparalleled extravagance. Setting aside the fact that all expenses aboard the Grand Zhao were waived, the sheer sum of 1 billion berries was astonishing. Apart from the 4 emperors, he could hardly conceive of any pirate crew whose combined bounty could surpass such a staggering amount. With this wealth, the possibilities were boundless, whether it be bidding for a devil fruit, acquiring ships crafted from the rare atom tree materials, purchasing elite equipment, hiring formidable henchmen, or even procuring a few exquisite slaves. Li Zhao could never have imagined that just a few days after arriving in this world, he had already achieved financial freedom. All right. Calm down. Remain composed. One must be cautious to earn a living, yet not have the life to enjoy it. Li Zhao felt a surge of introspection, finally retrieving the reason and integrity that had momentarily slipped from his grasp. It appeared that Mr. Bobby was indeed inclined to accept my invitation. Observing the unabashed greed that Li Zhao had previously chosen to conceal, the Golden Emperor felt a sense of relief as the deeply buried murderous intent within him had diminished somewhat. He harbored no aversion to those who were avaricious. On the contrary, the more avaricious they were, the more he appreciated them, as they were often more reliable in practical dealings. It was rather the hypocritical individuals who incessantly proclaimed ideals, beliefs, loyalty, and justice that warranted extra caution, as their patterns of behavior were utterly unpredictable. Who could possibly refuse 3 billion berries? Li Zhao's smile was thoroughly lewd, tinged with a hint of humility. In stark contrast to the enigmatic and seemingly omniscient assassin he once appeared to be, this lecherous individual seemed like an entirely different person. "But what of your elder brother? Is he also inclined to accept my offer?" Zhao inquired, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, as if the question were posed casually. "Did I not mention earlier? My brother, Kelly Van Koo, and I have been estranged, and I am utterly oblivious to his whereabouts or well-being, nor do I hold any concern for it," Li Zhao replied nonchalantly. Now, that mysteriously vanished elder brother of his serves as a talisman for his survival. Li Zhao was not naive enough to place complete trust in the Golden Emperor before him. As long as Zhao could not ascertain Kelly's whereabouts or decipher his hidden cards, he would always harbor a sense of wariness towards him, refraining from taking reckless actions that could lead to mutual destruction. Chapter 010. Drunken Dreams. The Golden Emperor fixed his gaze intently on this assassin ensemble, whose bounty had recently escalated to 36 million berries. He found himself unable to discern whether the words spoken were truth or deceit. The missing elder brother of the assassins remained a thorn in his side. As long as he existed, even if he were to eliminate Bobby Van Koo, his treachery against all those who boarded could swiftly be exposed. At that juncture, the celestial dragons and the infamous pirates would undoubtedly show him no mercy. However, Zhao possessed an unwavering belief in the power of wealth. He had witnessed countless brothers turn against one another for the sake of money. "What must I do?" Li Zhao inquired, aware that money could not be acquired without effort. "For now, there is no need," Zhao replied. "You may relax and enjoy yourself for a few days. My grand ship, the Zhao, cannot be fully appreciated in just a day or two." "How delightful," Li Zhao replied with a sly grin. For an entire week thereafter, Li Zhao lived as though he were an emperor, lingering in various entertainment venues and indulging in a life of shameless debauchery. He had previously underestimated the privileges that came with his high-ranking position. It was not merely a matter of spending freely, rather, wherever he went, he was treated with the deference befitting a king. While bathing, he was attended to by a mermaid beauty slave who provided massages. During gambling, stunning croupiers assisted him in cheating. While racing, he was provided with specially modified muscle cars, and at the mere extension of his hand, exquisite wines worth their weight in gold were offered to him. With a mere pout of his lips, lit cigars were promptly placed in his mouth. Li Zhao also registered as a combatant in the arena, participating daily in several life-and-death battles. His opponents were those pirates who had lost everything at the casino aboard the de Dessua Luo, left with no alternatives, or the battle-hardened slaves sold to this place. Li Zhao, exercising his privileges, reserved the finest and most formidable slave gladiators for himself. Throughout the harrowing process of life-and-death combat with these gladiators, he further honed the martial arts technique of the Trinity. The true Bobby Vanku was obedient and docile, and Li Zhao, as the benevolent older brother, always acted with kindness. Whenever he indulged in various services, he would awaken Bobby's dormant consciousness, sometimes even willingly relinquishing control of the body, allowing his brother to seize temporary command and revel in pleasure during his own slumber. This earned him a new moniker, the Sleepless Reaper. During battles in the arena, he would also rouse the consciousness of the CP9 female spy, Khalifa, within him. Li Zhao would certainly not relinquish control of his body to her. Instead, he allowed her to fully experience the formidable strength of their unified form through shared sensory perceptions, sight, touch, and the other senses, viewing it from a third-party perspective. Although Li Zhao was unable to penetrate Khalifa's thoughts, he could sense the tumultuous emotions coursing through her during the awakening of her consciousness. Initially, she experienced a bewildering realization of being ensnared by another's devil fruit ability, followed by a surge of anger that morphed into an abyss of regret, self-reproach, and despair. Yet, upon discovering the culmination of her arduous training over the past decade in the Six Powers, and her recent mastery of both observation and armament hockey, she found that this newly unified body exhibited a terrifying power that exceeded her previous capabilities tenfold. Particularly striking was the fact that despite her relentless efforts and the countless hours expended, she could never hope to reach the level of armament hockey exhibited by her CP9 peers. Yet now, she effortlessly surpassed the likes of the Giraffe Man Kaku and the Werewolf Gabra, standing shoulder to shoulder with Rob Lucci, hailed as the strongest in CP9 over the past 8 centuries. Was this the advantage of a male physique? Was divinity so biased that such innate talent was a chasm she could never hope to bridge? Why must I bear the burden of being a woman? The despair that Khalifa felt was even more profound than the anguish of having her body usurped by another. Li Zhao bore witness to the transformation of her mental state, attentively noting every nuance. Lord Bobby, Lord Desaro requests your presence. Upon hearing the summons from a shadowy minion at the edge of the arena, Li Zhao ceased his playful teasing of the opponent and delivered a powerful blow that sent the giant slave warrior hurtling out of the ring, embedding him into the wall. Amidst the near-manic cheers of the audience, he closed off Khalifa's consciousness, accepting a towel and coat from his assistant. Li Zhao symbolically wiped the slight sheen of perspiration from his brow, acknowledging that the giants were indeed the most formidable combat race in the pirate world, and he had exerted considerable effort in that recent battle. Where is Lord Tesoro now? He inquired as he donned his suit jacket. Lord Tesoro is in the reception room at the top of the Golden Hotel, receiving an envoy from Nightmare Don Quixote da Flamingo. Nightmare? Don Quixote? Li Zhao's movements froze, for he had not anticipated that he would so swiftly intersect with such a renowned figure. The narrative reveals that Don Quixote da Flamingo, possessing multiple identities as a warlord of the sea, the king of Dressrosa, a former celestial dragon, an intermediary in the underworld known as Joke, and the most significant arms dealer, ranks among the elite powers of the pirate world, surpassed only by the celestial dragons and the 4 emperors. With the awakening of the string fruit and the mastery of all 3 hockey types, the prodigious talent of the celestial demon has reached a level akin to that of a vice admiral. Had he not encountered a plot twist and been defeated by the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy, he might have had considerable room for growth. In the original storyline, the true assassins, the Van Augur brothers, were vanquished by Doflamingo's string fruit. It is no wonder that Li Zhao is so concerned about this warlord, the celestial demon. However, the Straw Hat Pirates are currently in seclusion, honing their skills, while Doflamingo remains the king of Dressrosa, commanding both the underworld and the surface world. Upon entering the reception room, Li Zhao immediately noticed a black-haired beauty clad in a maid's outfit, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette as she sat opposite the Golden Emperor, Tesoro. Beside her stood a rotund figure with a peculiar propeller-like hairstyle, his body entwined with thick chains and clad in a heavy long coat. These two were combatants of Doflamingo's family. Baby, 5, a weapon fruit user, and Bartolomeo, a user of the spin fruit. This is my latest recruit, the top officer, assassin brother Bobby Vanku. Tesoro introduced with a smile. Mr. Vanku is enough. I have little interest in your lackeys, interrupted the cold assassin maid, her demeanor haughty. I am here solely to retrieve that item for the young master. I am indifferent to other people or things. Bartolomeo, standing behind baby 5, did not intervene to halt his companion's rude behavior. Instead, he emitted a strange chuckle, clearly showing a lack of respect for the esteemed Golden Emperor before them. Chapter 011. The Weapon Woman and the legendary devil fruit. A fleeting shadow crossed Tesoro's face, quickly concealed. In that case, I shall not prolong the matter. This Mr. Bobby Vanku is appointed as the escort. He will ensure that the item is delivered to Dressrosa and personally handed over to Lord Doflamingo. Very well. The female combatant, baby 5, rose and, without further words for Tesoro, turned to exit. At that moment, Li Zhao, still positioned at the doorway, had no time to yield and was rudely pushed aside by her arrogant hand. Disregarding the astonishing disparity in height and physique between them, as baby 5 brushed past Li Zhao, a haughty voice pierced through the air, reaching Li Zhao's ears. Listen closely, regardless of whether you are an assassin, a bodyguard, or some other trifling entity. What you are about to escort rightfully belongs to our family's young master, part of the illustrious Don Quixote lineage. Should you happen to misplace it along the way, be wary, for I shall not hesitate to obliterate you. Publicly humiliated and brazenly threatened, Li Zhao trembled all over. However, do not mistake his quivering for anger or fear. Rather, it was exhilaration. Li Zhao is not a deviant, or at least, he shouldn't be considered one. However, he certainly does not derive pleasure from being insulted or humiliated by beautiful women. His joy stems from the presence of the weapon fruit user, baby 5. Despite her foul mouth and tempestuous temperament, Li Zhao, well versed in the narrative, understands that this woman is arguably one of the most conquerable and accessible female characters in the entire pirate world. Having grown up in poverty, baby 5 was abandoned by her biological mother, who viewed her as a waste of resources and a useless burden. This rejection caused her significant psychological trauma. Baby 5 possesses an extreme yearning to be needed by others. Once someone expresses a need for her, she finds it impossible to refuse, whether it involves lending money, accepting a marriage proposal, being coerced into selling something, or even being told to end her life. Whenever a request is made directly to baby 5, this naive woman interprets it as a sign of her worth and readily acquiesces. Setting aside baby 5's eccentric personality, her weapon fruit ability is, for someone like Li Zhao, who enjoys endlessly expanding narratives and envisioning various possibilities, nothing short of a divine artifact. Li Zhao even once believed that the fully developed weapon fruit was the most formidable devil fruit in the pirate world, unrivaled by any other. Moreover, with her peculiar and accommodating personality, this woman was, for Li Zhao, who could only truly unleash the power of the fruit by finding a fool willing to don the grotesque jacket he had transformed into and allow himself to be entirely controlled. A divine gift from above. Naturally, Li Zhao did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. As he brushed past baby 5, he suddenly turned around, grasped the woman's hand, and said, "My dear lady, may I kindly ask for your assistance with a small favor?" Before Li Zhao could finish his words, baby 5 had already turned around eagerly, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained excitement and anticipation. It was as if the imposing figure before her, who she had just belittled, humiliated, and threatened, was not a target of her disdain but rather a suitor poised to present her with an extraordinary surprise. Indeed, even in this real-life rendition of the pirate world, her personality remained strikingly akin to the peculiar character depicted in the original anime. Li Zhao was on the verge of uttering that classic proposal line without any sense of propriety when he suddenly felt a chilling murderous intent directed at him. Li Zhao followed the source of murderous intent and beheld the fruit user, Barafalo, who had withdrawn the silly grin that had perpetually adorned his face. Now, his expression was contorted as he regarded Li Zhao, seemingly poised to strike should Li Zhao utter even a single word. The peculiar disposition of baby 5 was well understood by the Don Quixote family. While they adeptly utilized the weaponized woman, they also implemented numerous precautionary measures. To put it succinctly, anyone attempting to exploit baby 5's obliging nature to abscond with her, such as her multitude of suitors, had been systematically eliminated by the Don Quixote family. They even resorted to bombarding towns, resulting in horrific massacres, to achieve this end. Thus, baby 5 never acted alone. She was invariably accompanied by one or two astute individuals tasked with her surveillance. In this instance, her guardian was clearly Barafalo. Although a mere fruit user might not be regarded as a threat by the formidable triad known as Bobby Vanku, Li Zhao, through Caliph's mastery of observation hockey, discerned the peculiar gaze of the Golden Emperor, Tesoro, fixed upon him. Regardless of the true intentions of either party, Tesoro was, at least nominally, a business partner and secret ally of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Would he be willing to risk enmity with the powerful Doflamingo for an unknown subordinate of questionable loyalty? The answer to this query seemed all too evident. At this moment, in the eyes of Tesoro, the significance of both himself and the Night Demon could not be overstated. Even if Li Zhao displayed an audacious disregard for shame, he could not arrive at the answer that contradicted his own instincts. As long as he remained aboard the grand ship, the Doflamingo, Li Zhao held no assurance of being able to contend with the awakened abilities of the gold fruit user. It appeared that the acquisition of the weaponized woman would require additional patience. Li Zhao inwardly sighed, the previously obsequious and lewd smile on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a tone of fierce provocation as he addressed the lady. "Madam, your earlier demeanor towards me and my employer was rather discourteous. Should you not extend an apology to us both?" As soon as these words escaped his lips, Li Zhao felt a considerable weight lifted from his shoulders. Buffalo's countenance returned to that of a harmless simpleton, while Baby 5 did not react with anger to his provocative remarks. Instead, she bowed deeply and respectfully towards Li Zhao. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness, sir. The large gentleman. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." Li Zhao was momentarily taken aback by Baby 5's erratic behavior, yet he quickly reminded himself that he was not in the world he once knew, but rather in a realm brimming with possibilities, a bizarre real-life version of the Pirates of the Caribbean. Desiring to conceal his intentions for the time being, Li Zhao waved his hand, signaling that he did not wish to pursue the matter further, thus accepting her apology. Ultimately, the conflict or farce dissipated, and Buffalo departed with Baby 5, who wore a face still tinged with dissatisfaction. In the grand and splendid reception room, only Tesoro, Li Zhao, and the goddess of fortune, Bacala, remained. "I am quite pleased with your earlier performance," Tesoro remarked as he picked up a cigar, which Bacala promptly lit for him. "Since you brothers possess your own intelligence network, you should be aware that I have a partnership with the Night Demon. However, as you have observed, his subordinates are nothing more than crude and boorish pirates who lack manners. It would be beneficial if you could curb their arrogance." "Not at all. I did not anticipate that the woman would apologize so readily. I initially intended to find a reason to teach them a lesson." Li Zhao unceremoniously squeezed his imposing figure into the luxurious sofa and picked up an exquisitely valuable cigar from Tesoro, lighting it for himself. "Shall we get down to business? My employer? What precisely do you wish for me to escort?" Tesoro smiled faintly, snapping his fingers, and soon a large mass resembling jelly emerged from the pure gold floor. Once it solidified, it revealed a tightly secured pure gold safe. Li Zhao picked up the safe, contemplating whether he could pry it open with sheer force, when Tesoro hastily tossed him a key. With a look of regret, Li Zhao accepted the key and unlocked the safe. In the next moment, an expression of utter astonishment crossed his face as he beheld the object within, a fiery red fruit, bizarrely resembling a pineapple, adorned with patterns reminiscent of flames. This was a devil fruit. Had it merely been an ordinary devil fruit, Li Zhao would not have been so taken aback. After all, in this world, while devil fruits are indeed rare, they are not entirely unique. They are not even as valuable as the fabled heart of gold, which grants extraordinary longevity, nearly immortality. However, the devil fruit before him was renowned, for it once belonged to the son of the pirate king, Gold, Roger, and was cherished by the infamous Whitebeard as the fruit of his most esteemed heir, Port Asti, Ace, the Marimarinomi, the flame fruit. Chapter 012. The conspiracy beneath the fruit. At the grand auction of the Tesoro, devil fruits are periodically auctioned, typically fetching around 100 million berries. The buyers remain oblivious to the potential abilities they might acquire upon consumption, which could range from the widely acknowledged elemental powers of the Logia type to the exceedingly rare Zoan type, or even the lackluster Paramecia type. The experience resembles that of opening a blind box. Nevertheless, for true connoisseurs, discerning the type and category of a devil fruit is not particularly arduous. After all, the three categories, Logia, Zoan, and Paramecia, each possess their own distinctive appearances. This is especially true for those fruits with unique abilities or those that once belonged to formidable figures. Many are meticulously documented in specialized fruit catalogs. Examples include the transparent fruit, which allows one to voyeuristically invade women's bathing areas. The remarkable dark fruit that enabled the rise of the new Emperor Blackbeard, and the surgery fruit, which promises eternal life, all of which are thoroughly recorded in such catalogs. Li Zhao occasionally pays attention to these auctions, hoping to strike it rich and come across a rare gem, but regrettably, his efforts have yielded nothing. Eventually, he learned through his position as a high-ranking official that truly valuable devil fruits would never be found at such blind box auctions. The items sold at these events are predominantly ordinary Zoan-type fruits and widely recognized inferior Paramecia-type fruits. Not only are mythical Zoan and elemental devil fruits conspicuously absent, but even some renowned Paramecia fruits are seldom present. While it is often said that there are no worthless fruits, only worthless users, the reality remains that each individual can possess only one fruit, granting them but a singular opportunity in a lifetime. Thus, Li Zhao harbors no interest in hoarding commonplace fruits. Judging by your expression, you must be familiar with this particular fruit, right? Ace's myriad nomi. One would be hard-pressed to find someone unacquainted with it. After the initial shock, Li Zhao swiftly regained his composure, and he surmised Tesoros' intentions. So, you acquired this fruit, and then sold it to Don Quixote da Flamingo? You are only partially correct, Tesoros replied. Da Flamingo indeed reserved this fruit, but the transaction is not yet complete. Taking a deep drag from his cigar, he continued. This is because I have yet to receive payment. Therefore, I must not only escort it to Dressrosa and hand it over to the Night King, but also collect the payment from that pirate king, correct? Li Zhao casually tossed the fruits valued at billions of berries in his hands, nearly causing the eyes of the goddess of fortune, Baccara, to pop out in astonishment. Indeed. Do you possess the confidence to accomplish this task? My esteemed superior, Mr. Bobby Van Koo, Tesoro remarked with profound significance. Li Zhao pondered briefly, refraining from making an immediate decision to accept or decline. Instead, he inquired, what, then, would my remuneration be? Whatever you can negotiate, that shall be your reward. What do you think? At this moment, not only did the goddess of fortune behind Tesoro widen her eyes in astonishment, but even Li Zhao was taken aback. The Golden Emperor certainly operated outside the realm of conventionality. However, after a moment of contemplation, Li Zhao discerned the rationale behind it. Considering the earlier arrogance exhibited by Baby, Five and Lafarolo, coupled with the domineering nature of the celestial Yaksha and Tesoro's abundant wealth, it was clear that Don Quixote da Flamingo had no intention of adhering to market prices for the invaluable myriad nomi. While the myriad nomi did not have a fixed price like the Opop nomi, which bore a bounty of 60 billion berries, equivalent to the combined worth of 2 emperors, if auctioned. An elemental fruit of such renown would undoubtedly fetch a sum of at least 8 to 10 billion berries. This was indisputable. In the original anime, Doflamingo hosted a martial arts tournament with the myriad nomi as the prize, attracting nearly all the elite fighters from dozens of nations to Dressrosa, all vying for the fruit. Although Doflamingo was a sovereign ruler, his ambitions were vast, leading to numerous expenditures. Otherwise, he would not engage in clandestine dealings with dangerous figures like Kaido of the Beast Pirates. Thus, when dealing with a wealthy individual like Tesoro, it was entirely reasonable for him to expect the myriad nomi to be offered to him without charge. Tesoro's seemingly generous agreement that Li Zhao could keep whatever he could secure from the deal was, in reality, a mere gesture of goodwill. Even obtaining 1 or 2 billion from the celestial Yaksha would be considered a favor. Despite having fully grasped these complexities, Li Zhao was unwilling to forego this opportunity and willingly accepted the task, departing from Tesoro's opulent, yet perilous parlor with the golden safe in hand. My lord, are you truly intent on proceeding with this? Upon Li Zhao's departure, the goddess of fortune, Baccarat, cautiously addressed her employer, forgive my boldness, but I do not recommend this course of action. Tesoro, leisurely puffing on his cigar, replied languidly, and what is your reasoning? My lord, we have yet to locate the elder brother of that assassin, Kelly Vanku, who likely possesses control over the vast intelligence network mentioned by Bobby Vanku. Our understanding of the two brothers is woefully scant. For instance, how he could master the world government's 6 powers, whether he is indeed a member of the Celestial Dragon's intelligence agency CP0, and even whether this Mr. Bobby is an ability user remain unknown. His loyalty to you is entirely unguaranteed, and entrusting the myriad nomi to him seems rather perilous, does it not? What if he were to betray me? Ha. Tesoro erupted into laughter and said, you are absolutely right. To be honest, I too harbor suspicions that he may be a spy sent by CP0 to infiltrate my ranks. However, His previous nonchalant display of his mastery over the six powers and his lack of intent to conceal his meager loyalty towards me seem rather uncharacteristic of a typical spy. Regardless, whether or not he is indeed a spy is irrelevant. You heard what those two lackeys of Doflamingo mentioned earlier. They have already deemed that Mera no me as Doflamingo's property. Should Bobby dare to betray me, he would simultaneously offend both Doflamingo and myself, thus eliminating any potential threat he may pose in the future. Even if he were to misplace the Mera no me during transit, I would still have a reasonable explanation to offer Doflamingo, considering I dispatched one of my 4 highest-ranking officers as the escort. Moreover, at this moment, the Golden Emperor Tesoro finally revealed his true nature, wearing a sinister smile as he remarked, "Furthermore, if this fruit were to be stolen during its transport, it would yield the most favorable outcome for me, would it not? Bakara, please assist me in reaching out to treasure hunter Mad Treasure, and inform him to halt his search for the whereabouts of the Golden Heart. A fortune awaits him." Chapter 013, The Path of Sinusi. Should the Mera no me be seized during its escort, it would be ideal if the chief officer responsible for its transport were to perish in the process. This way, Tesoro could provide Doflamingo with a satisfactory explanation while simultaneously eliminating a ticking time bomb by his side. If these hijackers happened to be Tesoro's own men, he could discreetly reclaim the Mera no me. This would indeed be a remarkable trifecta of benefits. Why would one not seize such an opportunity? Li Zhao reclined on the uppermost deck of the merchant vessel belonging to the great Tesoro, basking in the sunlight while leisurely sipping a large cup of juice. Strangely, at that moment, he possessed 2 heads, one belonging to his brother, Bobby Vanku, and the other emerging from the zipper on Bobby's left shoulder. Unmistakably the visage of Kelly Vanku, the elder brother. Yet, the exquisite oval face and the aloof, graceful demeanor contrasted starkly with the ordinary features displayed on the face. This was, in fact, Kelly, who had been ensconced within the body of the CP-9 female spy, Khalifa. He was the true essence of Li Zhao. Remarkably, at that moment, the 2 heads were engaged in conversation. "Brother, do you mean to say that Tesoro will dispatch assassins to secretly eliminate us and reclaim the Mera no me?" The genuine Bobby, though timid and averse to conflict, was not foolish. The brother, adorned with Kelly's mundane visage but possessing a perfectly sculpted face, scoffed coldly. "Not only that, he is also likely to disseminate the intelligence regarding our ship's transport of the Mera no me, attracting a horde of robbers. What should we do then?" Bobby queried, suddenly anxious. "What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten the skill we developed using the bubble fruit?" replied the brother. "With that ability, who in these seas could possibly capture us? If we wish to flee, no one can detain us." The mention of the bubble fruit naturally led Bobby's thoughts to the 3rd occupant residing within this body. Cautiously, he addressed Li Zhao, "My esteemed brother. Is that woman awake now?" Although both were under the dominion of Li Zhao, his demeanor towards Bobby, the outer jacket, contrasted sharply with his attitude towards Khalifa, the one who wore the jacket. Li Zhao occasionally allows his younger brother to venture out like this, relishing the pleasures of life. At times, he even relinquishes control of his body to his brother while he sleeps. However, his attitude towards Khalifa, who willingly dons the Kelly jacket, is entirely different. Except during battles or while developing new skills, Li Zhao consistently keeps Khalifa's consciousness in a dormant state. Not only does he deny her the opportunity to speak, as he does with Bobby, but it seems he intends to confine this woman within his body for eternity. After various experiments, Li Zhao has confirmed that in a trinity state, if his body is drenched in seawater, the outer layer of Bobby Van Cook's transformed skin will become wrinkled, resulting in a slight decrease in his mobility. Then, a zipper will forcibly appear on his chest. Should anyone attempt to pull open this involuntarily revealed zipper, they would forcibly extract his body from within the jacket, thus disrupting the trio's combined form. Yet, perhaps due to the fundamental ability of the jacket fruit requiring voluntary participation from the wearer, the conditions for activation are exceedingly stringent, rendering it nearly flawless once initiated. Even when submerged in seawater, Li Zhao, who harbors Khalifa within him, merely experiences the same fatigue as other fruit users, as long as he desires. The zipper will not manifest on his body. In other words, as long as he chooses not to release her, Khalifa shall remain forever imprisoned within him. She is currently asleep. Should I awaken her? Bobby pondered, hesitating. He genuinely felt a twinge of fear towards that woman, for it was he who had deceived her into willingly wearing his brother's transformative jacket. Having been trapped within the bodies of 2 foul men for such an extended period, She must be on the brink of madness. Previously, when his brother engaged in battles or honed new fruit abilities or martial skills, he would awaken her consciousness. Yet she remained resolutely silent. Suddenly, Li Zhao's expression shifted. Someone was approaching. Upon uttering this, the peculiar head emerging from the zipper on the combined monstrosity's shoulder retracted into the zipper, which then sealed itself, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, the somewhat foolish expression on Bobby's face abruptly transformed into Li Zhao's nonchalant, slightly sinister demeanor. To his observation hockey, Li Zhao could sense the movements of others from a great distance, and considering there were no formidable opponents aboard this grand vessel, he felt unrestrained in allowing his brother to enjoy a brief outing. "Bobby, I have something to report. May I come up?" "Come on up," Li Zhao languidly replied. As his voice fell, a man clad in the uniform of the crew of the Datasaro approached the deck, respectfully saluting before him. "My lord, a slave is on the verge of death. Should we attempt to save him, or simply discard him into the sea?" It is worth noting that the vessel Li Zhao is currently aboard belonged to the Datasaro fleet. Its external form and length bore some resemblance to the magnificent mother ship, stretching 1,000 meters, exuding an ostentatious opulence. However, its dimensions were merely 1/100th of the mothership's grandeur. Despite this, it remained a colossal ship, exceeding 100 meters in length and displacing several thousand tons. The reason for boarding such a sizable ship was not due to Li Zhao's newfound wealth or a desire to flaunt his status, having grown disdainful of his former modest ship, the Death Brother. Rather, it was due to the cargo he was escorting, which included not only a precious flame fruit, but also a full hold containing over 300 slaves. Dressrosa maintained a long-standing clandestine trade relationship with the Datasaro, with the most significant aspect being the slave trade. Dressrosa secretly produced weaponry and counterfeit devil fruits, necessitating a vast labor force. Unlike the four emperors, Big Mom and Kaidos, who could ruthlessly exploit their own citizens, Don Quixote da Flamingo, as one of the 7 warlords, had to maintain an appearance of stability for the navy. Thus, there was a considerable demand for slave labor in Dressrosa. The Datasaro served as the world's largest den of vice, where countless individuals would squander their fortunes, ultimately forced into servitude. Moreover, the threshold for spending aboard the Datasaro was inherently high. Even the Vankis brothers only dared to indulge there after amassing a bounty from slaying over 100 pirates. Consequently, the slaves produced here were typically of exceptional quality and highly sought after on the black market. Unlike the immeasurable value of the flame fruit, each slave had a clearly marked price, and the transactions were always honored. Within this vessel of depravity, the life or death of a slave was not regarded as a significant matter. Indeed, to account for losses, each shipment would include several extras, rendering the demise of a few inconsequential. Li Zhao, initially inclined to dismiss the lackey crew member, suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Seizing the opportunity to test his newfound fruit abilities, he declared, "Every slave is a valuable commodity. Their demise equates to a loss. Bring forth that nearly lifeless slave, and I shall see if there remains a chance for salvation." Approximately 15 minutes later, a woman, drenched in blood and scarcely resembling a human being, was brought before him. Good heavens, could it truly be this ruthless? After a meticulous examination, Li Zhao astonishingly recognized her. Indeed, it was the very songstress, Karina, whom he had previously betrayed, inadvertently exposing his identity as a petty thief. Chapter 014. Unveiling new abilities. Li Zhao encountered the little thief, the cunning Karina, once again. However, at this moment, she was evidently subjected to inhumane torment. Her tongue had been severed, one of her eyes had been gouged out, and only a few fingers remained. The multitude of visible and hidden injuries that marred her body was beyond reckoning. Her breath was faint, and the mere fact that she was still alive was nothing short of a miracle. Li Zhao was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the girl he had inadvertently betrayed would endure such abysmal suffering. Although the original work of One Piece is aimed at a readership of all ages, appealing to both young and old alike, it fundamentally remains a youthful and spirited narrative. Certain plot elements and settings display a degree of immaturity that defies logic. For instance, regardless of whether a character is portrayed as villainous or virtuous, it is exceedingly rare for them to meet their demise. Even when a character appears to be ensnared in a fatal predicament or sustains life-threatening injuries, they often re-emerge, vibrantly alive, after just a few chapters. Furthermore, when good characters, or young, beautiful women fall into the clutches of malevolent foes, they typically endure only superficial lashings. resulting in a few red marks and minor injuries, which are deemed sufficient to signify their torment. As long as blood is shed, it is considered a loss on their part. Thus, Li Zhao had previously harbored the illusion that life within this world was immune to genuine harm as a result of his actions. However, upon witnessing Karina before him, he suddenly realized that he was not inhabiting a child-friendly fairy tale, but rather a realistic, perhaps even adult-oriented, portrayal of a pirate world. In this realm, the opportunity for a swift and merciful death could indeed be regarded as an extraordinary act of kindness. Nevertheless, the guilt that surged within him quickly dissipated. Li Zhao is certainly not a saint. Although he bears responsibility for the girl's dire predicament, what can he do? Should he repay her with his life? What a jest. That being said, Li Zhao initially intended to practice his new abilities on a dying slave, planning to eliminate any witnesses regardless of success. However, now, what is the point of overthinking? He should first act to save her. Resolutely, he proceeded, and although this endeavor bore no fruit in developing his new bubble fruit abilities, Li Zhao instinctively awakened the consciousness of the true owner of the bubble fruit, Khalifa, allowing her to witness the entire process of his ability development. Taking 2 deep breaths, Li Zhao swiftly achieved mental synchronization, repeatedly envisioning the effects of his skills and his ultimate goal, and suddenly, a plethora of bubbles erupted from his outstretched palms. As the name suggests, the bubble fruit enables the user to generate bubbles that can cleanse anything. The crucial aspect is the term anything. Unlike ordinary soap bubbles that merely wash away dirt, these magical bubbles can eradicate not only tangible objects but also the edges of any entity, and even intangible concepts such as strength and stamina. In the original anime, Khalifa successfully developed defensive bubbles capable of withstanding lightning strikes, as well as golden bubbles that could erase all sharp edges and protrusions from a human, transforming them into a comical figure akin to Doraemon. Furthermore, she created relaxation bubbles that could sap an opponent's energy, turning them into a puddle of mush. These skills are undeniably peculiar and powerful in practice. However, in the eyes of Li Zhao, a devoted fan of the sea, the development of this fruit seemed rather superficial. If it is possible to cleanse all tangible and intangible substances, then what about wounds? Could they also be washed away? It is worth noting that in pirate-themed games, Khalifa often serves as a healing character. Is it not entirely reasonable for one to possess healing abilities? Although this real-life pirate world is not a game, Li Zhao still perceives a significant potential for his ideas to materialize and the value in attempting them. The development of the powers granted by the devil fruit comprises 30% imagination, 30% innate talent, 30% practice, and an additional 10% of luck. In a fortunate turn of events, Li Zhao once again placed a winning bet, under the cleansing waves of foam in his hands. The scars adorning the body of the songstress Karina, whether whip marks, knife wounds, or bruises, shed away like mere dirt, vanishing as the foam dissipated. In that fleeting moment, Li Zhao sensed a profound surge within Khalifa's psyche, as a torrent of intense thoughts surged into his consciousness. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the jacket fruit. Once dominated by its power, the controlled individual possesses no means of resistance, nor even the privacy of thought or freedom of mind. After being vanquished by the Straw Hat Pirates and subsequently pursued by the world government to which they had once pledged their loyalty, the members of CP9 sought medical assistance for their critically injured captain, Rob Lucci. Devoid of funds, these former spies were willing to sacrifice their dignity in exchange for berries. Zoan-type users performed extravagant circus acts on the streets, showcasing grand wolves leaping through flaming hoops and giraffes sliding down slides. While Khalifa utilized her fruit's abilities to clean the roads and buildings of the entire city, temporarily assuming the role of a sanitation worker. Heaven knows the extent of the psychological trauma this caused to the prideful Khalifa. Yet, more cruelly, it was only when the female spy found herself entirely subjugated, stripped of her freedom and under the control of others, that she became aware of her inherent healing capabilities. Li Zhao was thoroughly pleased with Khalifa's reaction. This was an integral part of his plan to conquer her completely, from the outside in, physically and emotionally. However, his satisfaction was short-lived as he soon realized that while external injuries were relatively manageable, the internal wounds that could not be directly reached by the bubbles posed a significant challenge. After some contemplation, Li Zhao first employed the bubbles to wash away Karina's pain, striving to alleviate her suffering, and then attempted to inject a substantial quantity of healing foam into the eye socket that had lost its eyeball. Although the already decaying wound began to heal rapidly, it failed to yield the magnificent surprise of regenerating the eyeball. Li Zhao meticulously transformed the healing foam into a delicate fluid, subsequently pouring it directly into Karina's mouth. As the foam washed over, the severed edges of her tongue and the wounds in her esophagus began to mend, leading to the restoration of her respiratory organs and internal organs. Under Li Zhao's diligent efforts, the internal healing process within the songstress progressed relatively smoothly. However, he also realized that the continuous creation of healing foam was an immense drain on his stamina. Despite his formidable physique, akin to a trinity amalgamation of beasts, he found himself increasingly fatigued, far more so than after battling a human adversary for 3 days and nights. At this juncture, Karina's injuries had only been healed to a little over half. After sustaining his efforts for a while longer, Li Zhao finally reached his limit. Fortunately, by this time, Karina's wounds had healed significantly, though not entirely. She was at least no longer in immediate peril. Just as Li Zhao collapsed onto a bench, gasping for breath while contemplating the next course of treatment, a frantic knocking resounded from outside the door. Chapter 015. The legendary crouching defense. My Lord Bobby, trouble is brewing. We are in grave danger. Li Zhao, with a hint of irritation, gestured for the sailor to enter and report. He casually draped a tablecloth over Karina's form, not solely to provide her with modesty, but also due to the effects of the bubble fruit, which rendered her entire body a shimmering spectacle, akin to a porcelain figure coated in oil. One could only imagine the idle gossip that would ensue among the minions upon witnessing such a sight, perhaps speculating that their acting captain had a penchant for waxing corpses or some such fanciful notion. Li Zhao was overly concerned. The lackey sailor burst through the door, drenched in sweat and visibly panicked, with no time to glance around. After listening to his incoherent ramblings for a while, Li Zhao finally grasped his meaning. Pirates had been discovered. Li Zhao could not help but let out a bitter smile, lamenting his ill fate. The pirates chose to appear at this very moment, neither too early nor too late, just as he found himself utterly exhausted, unable to maintain even the observation hockey. Otherwise, how could he have waited for the report from the sailor lackeys to learn of the pirates' arrival? What is destined to occur will always come to pass. Li Zhao could only silently pray that the adversaries would not be formidable, for otherwise, he would have no choice but to employ the age-old strategy of retreat. Which pirate crew could this be? The sailors of the great Desaro merchant fleet were certainly well-traveled, yet this particular sailor stammered and faltered, unable to articulate the identity of the approaching foes. Li Zhao, in a fit of irritation, pushed him aside and strode out of the cabin, making his way to the exclusive upper deck. With great effort, he activated his observation hockey to enhance his vision and scan the surroundings, only to spot a distant vessel resembling a deep blue shark, adorned with colossal gemstones, its opulent form rivaling that of the infamous Thousand Sunny, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. It was no wonder the crew members failed to recognize its identity. It was not a pirate ship at all, but rather the treasure-hunting vessel of Mad Treach, renowned as one of the 4 most expensive ships in the world of pirates, the Shark Emerald. The treasure hunter, Treach, a wielder of the chain fruit, had indeed confirmed Li Zhao's earlier suspicions. His esteemed employer, Tesoro, had handed over a fruit of immeasurable value, only to turn around and ensnare him, dispatching his most covert and savage hound to seize multiple advantages in one fell swoop. Although Li Zhao had anticipated the possibility of Treach's assault, his current strength rendered him unperturbed. Yet, he was not an omniscient deity. He had not foreseen the precise timing of the attack coinciding with his moment of exhaustion and inability to fight back. Everyone, grab your weapons and assemble on the deck. Prepare for battle. Their numbers are far fewer than ours. We have nothing to fear. Li Zhao leaned against the ship's railing and shouted loudly. Though the combat capability of ordinary minions was limited, the casualties in battle would undoubtedly be severe. However, since those who came and went were his own men from the Zoro crew, Li Zhao was indifferent to how many would perish in this conflict. He merely sought to buy himself time to recover his strength, even if it were just an extra minute. In this era of great pirates, crew members doubled as warriors, and the vessel Li Zhao was aboard was a large ship with a crew numbering in the hundreds, all armed with muskets or sabers, standing at the ready. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as a lookout sailor collapsed, a spray of blood erupting from his back, falling lifelessly to the deck. An ambush. Pirates had infiltrated the ship. Who could it be? Normally, such inquiries would go unanswered, but perhaps the assailant's desire for recognition was too strong. Or perhaps he simply regarded the crew aboard this ship with contempt. In any case, a figure materialized seemingly out of thin air. Hey, you fools, listen up. I am the one who has consumed the color fruit, able to cloak myself in invisible camouflage. I am the greatest rapper, SECUP. Check it out. This was a young black man clad in a purple cotton trench coat, sporting frog-eyed sunglasses. He spoke in rhythm, holding a knife in one hand while wielding a spray can in the other. With a swift motion, he sprayed his body, and the form that had just appeared vanished once more. In the next moment, several sailors suddenly erupted in blood, falling to the ground as they were ambushed. The presence of an invisible enemy instilled a profound sense of terror. Many sailors descended into a frenzy, wildly slashing and shooting in all directions, heedless of the danger their attacks posed to their comrades. Zhao was just about to take action against the audacious rapper when he suddenly noticed that several sailors among his ranks had tied red silk scarves around their left arms. These individuals displayed no fear of the invisible assassin. Rather, they were cautious not to be accidentally harmed by their panicked comrades, quietly observing their surroundings. Witnessing this scene, Zhao snorted coldly and turned to enter the ship's cabin. A flurry of arrows sliced through the air, landing on the deck, followed by a tremendous roar and explosion that dwarfed even the mightiest cannon. A woman, her face flushed with intoxication and swaying unsteadily, emerged from the smoke. One hand held a longbow while the other clutched a bottle, intermittently taking large swigs and burping. She slurred, "You fools, listen up. Hand over your treasures, or I'll pick you off one by one." Although this woman was formidable and her bizarre arrows possessed astonishing power, a visible enemy was far easier to confront than an unseen one. In the next moment, a throng of sailors charged forward, weapons drawn. At that instant, the sailors adorned with red scarves finally sprang into action, launching a surprise attack on their unadorned comrades, causing many to collapse in bewilderment, confusion etched on their faces. With a clanking sound, several thick black chains shot from the sharp green emerald, striking Zhao's grand vessel and tethering the two ships together. A cacophony of pirates clambered up the chains to board the merchant ship. Leading the charge was a hulking figure, entwined in iron chains. A red-haired man known as Mad Traeger, the most secretive and formidable hound of the Golden Emperor Tesoro. "Listen up. I've heard this ship harbors a highly valuable devil fruit. Hand it over immediately, or I shall sink this vessel to the depths of the sea. Feeding all aboard to the fish," Traeger proclaimed, his unexpectedly gravelly yet melodious voice resonating clearly across the entire ship. At that moment, the cabin on the top deck of the grand ship was suddenly breached from within, revealing a towering figure that charged forth and crashed to the ground. It was none other than Bobby Van Koo, the newly appointed top officer of the Golden Emperor Tesoro's assassin brotherhood. Beware. This individual is extremely powerful. Let us surround and defeat him. Before the group of pirates could complete their encirclement, the legendary assassin on the opposing side executed an astonishing maneuver that left everyone dumbfounded. The towering giant, Bobby Van Koo, suddenly crouched down, clutching his head and curling into a ball. The pirates stood in stunned silence, initially believing this to be some bizarre and enigmatic ultimate attack. However, after a prolonged wait without any further action from Bobby, a particularly audacious pirate finally summoned the courage to charge forward, delivering a heavy blow with his sword onto Bobby's shoulder. In an instant, the blade shattered, merely slicing open a small gap in Bobby's clothing without even grazing his skin. At this, the pirates erupted into chaos, launching a frenzied assault on the crouched Bobby Van Koo. Some fired their guns, others swung their knives wildly, and a few even wheeled cannons over to prepare for close-range shots. The inebriated female archer, drawing a peculiar long arrow tipped with a red crystal from her quiver, was just about to unleash it upon the turtle-like figure before her when she was abruptly intercepted by the treasure hunter, Mad Traeger, standing nearby. "Enough of that. This power rock is too valuable to waste on this fool who can only take a beating. Watch me." With a strange cackle, Traeger extended his hands, and instantly, two thick black chains erupted from his palms, ensnaring Bobby Van Koo and binding him into a large iron ball. "Now, even if he possesses the strength of a Yonko, he shall not escape. I jest not when I say I did not detect any fire fruit on him while binding him. It must be concealed elsewhere. You lot, search diligently. Even if it means dismantling every plank of this ship, find that devil fruit for me." Chapter 016. The memory of the body the sailors scattered to search. While the merchant ship sailors, adorned with red bandanas, appeared to be completely ignored by the pirates, remaining idle, Traeger, accompanied by his two loyal subordinates, the female archer and the stealthy rapper, marched straight toward the cabin where Bobby had emerged. The treasure hunter, having gleaned intel from an insider, knew this was the room of the escort officer Bobby, a place off limits to other sailors, and thus the most likely hiding spot for treasure. Why is there a woman lying here?" Traeger mused. I see, this high-ranking officer enjoys a bit of luxury. She is not bad-looking, but somehow, she seems familiar, as if I've seen her before. He hoisted the unconscious woman as if she were merely a toy, inspecting her briefly before losing interest and unceremoniously tossing her out the window. Never mind, none of this matters now. The priority is to find the fire fruit. That treasure is worth over $1 billion. Regrettably, the treasure hunter's quest for riches has not unfolded favorably. Even after prying open every deck of the ship and interrogating all the sailors, they have failed to uncover the invaluable devil fruit. As time elapses, the sun sets and the moon rises, the treasure hunter's patience has been entirely depleted. He approaches Bobby Vanku, bound in chains like a massive iron ball, and delivers several heavy blows. Yet, his adversary remains utterly unyielding and silent. Were it not for the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, one might mistake him for a mere hunk of iron rather than a living being. For an extended period, his minions have employed every conceivable method, swords, axes, gunfire, and cannon blasts against this formidable foe, yet he remains immovable. It is perplexing. Despite his extraordinary defensive capabilities and likely formidable combat prowess, he willingly surrendered himself to be bound. Traeger harbors considerable confidence in the strength of his chains. While his claim of being able to restrain one of the 4 emperors may be an exaggeration, he is certain that even ordinary powerful adversaries, such as the 7 warlords, could not possibly escape from such bindings with sheer physical strength. Very well. Since you are resolute in your silence, I shall see just how long you can endure, Traeger menacingly threatens. Naomi, come here and unleash the power of dynamite rock upon him. Let us see how long he can withstand it. Dynamite rock, also known as bomb rock, is a rare mineral unique to the new world of pirates. Originally intended to power machinery, its immense and unstable energy makes it exceedingly difficult to store. Once shattered, its destructive capacity surpasses that of large explosives, comparable to cloudburst bombs in the real world. The celestial dragons have maintained a firm grasp on dynamite rock, making it exceedingly rare on the market. Few are even aware of its existence. And only the likes of the super-rich Golden Emperor Tesoro possess the means to acquire a small quantity, offering it as a trump card to the treasure hunters. Naomi, where are you hiding? Hurry and show yourself. Traeger bellowed. Is this the person you seek? A cutting voice echoed, prompting Traeger to look toward the distant elevated deck. There stood the little thief, whom he had previously discarded like refuse, Karina, the headlining star of the former Tesoro ship, clad in a tattered gown. She held in her right hand the neck of a woman, who was none other than the archer Naomi. However, judging by her limp demeanor, she appeared to be lifeless. This is a path toward your demise. Time rewinds to not long ago, when Li Zhao discerned that half of his crew were likely infiltrators privy to the impending pirate assault. He swiftly altered his battle strategy. What he most urgently required was a respite to recuperate his strength, while his own forces, riddled with traitors, could scarcely endure. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhao manifested a zipper at the center of his torso, allowing the form of Karifa, with her alluring physique, to emerge. As Kelly Boku extricated herself from her brother's body, the zipper on the chest of the now-deflated Bobby automatically sealed, and his vacuous form swiftly reinflated, restoring him to his true self, Bobby Vanku. The towering figure appeared bewildered by the current circumstances, gazing at Kelly with a look of confusion and uttering in a deep, resonant voice, "Brother, why must we be separated?" Bobby Vanku had grown accustomed to, and thoroughly relished, the experience of battling in harmony with his brother. He could bask in the fruits of victory without defying his nature by engaging in fierce combat with formidable foes. Yet, as adversaries approached, his brother had severed their bond, leaving him with no choice but to feel anxious and fearful. Li Zhao gazed at his younger brother with a serious expression and said, "I need to confirm something. Bobby, can you currently wield hockey in the 6 styles?" The burly figure hesitated, stammering, "Brother, we are already separated. Khalifa is now within your body. How could I possibly use hockey in the 6 styles?" "Enough with the nonsense," Li Zhao interrupted. "If I ask you to try, then you must try. Recall the sensations we experienced during our fusion, the way we utilized hockey in the 6 styles. Attempt to summon that power now." Li Zhao's insistence on his brother's actions was not born of whimsy or unreasonable coercion. In truth, he had long been pondering the enigmatic powers of the jacket fruit. He had acquired the martial prowess and devil fruit abilities of the CP9 female spy by forcibly confining her within his own body, thereby exerting control over her every move. While the fruit's abilities are one matter, The mastery of techniques, such as the 6 styles and hockey, was once utterly foreign to Kelly Van Kugen. However, after merging with Khalifa, utilizing these skills felt as effortless as walking, speaking, or drinking, so natural as if the body had possessed these capabilities from the very beginning. Breathing and walking were skills the body had already mastered. They could not simply be forgotten. If the body has already committed these skills to memory, what happens after the separation? Would the skills etched into the body's memory be lost once more? It is akin to having the most esteemed instructor guiding you meticulously, ensuring that you successfully execute these abilities repeatedly until they are indelibly inscribed in your muscle memory. In reality, even the most exceptional teachers in the world cannot guarantee that their students will fully grasp and flawlessly perform every skill imparted. Yet, the jacket fruit accomplishes this effortlessly. But what transpires after the separation? Li Zhao's memories do not fade away upon the dissolution of their combined state. One wonders if the corporeal memories can also be preserved. The invaluable memories associated with the 6 styles in hockey are certainly significant. Due to the excessively stringent conditions for activating his abilities, it is improbable for Li Zhao to effortlessly release Khalifa from within him. Thus, he cannot personally validate these contemplations. Consequently, Bobby becomes his sole subject for experimentation. Bobby possesses the advantage of adhering strictly to his elder brother's instructions, especially in moments of uncertainty, particularly since his brother seems to have transformed entirely. His words and actions invariably appear correct. Chapter 017, The Dangerous Soap. Drink. Bobby bellowed, and in the next instant, his entire being, along with his garments, morphed into a deep crimson hue, emanating a metallic sheen. His muscles appeared as though forged from steel, exuding an indomitable aura. This was the advanced application of the armed color hockey, enveloping his entire body, a skill that even Khalifa could not master due to her physical limitations. Yet, Bobby accomplished it effortlessly. Moreover, with the advancement of the iron block, an evolution of the 6 styles, Bobby exhibited yet another skill that Khalifa had diligently practiced but remained unable to grasp due to her physical constraints. In stark contrast, Bobby Van Kugen, endowed with extraordinary talent and physique akin to that of an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit user, executed it with ease. Brother, I'm sorry, Bobby, who had already achieved a remarkable feat, now wore an expression of shame. I really wish I could use skills other than iron block and armed color hockey. I've truly made an effort. Li Zhao, whose suspicions had been reaffirmed, suppressed his elation and comforted his despondent younger brother. Bobby's predicament was unsurprising. Due to his inherent disposition, he was naturally averse to conflict, possessing virtually no desire to fight. It could be said that even with the finest instructors teaching him daily, he would struggle to learn how to engage in combat. Thus, his temporary inability to deploy Khalifa's offensive skills was not unexpected. However, this was more than sufficient. With his robust physique and exceptional defensive prowess, he could endure ordinary hockey attacks. Now, fortified with armed color hockey and iron block, Bobby could be considered nearly on par with the 4 emperors regarding defense, at least rivaling the top-tier Zoan-type devil fruit users. Bobby, you will follow my instructions. And rest assured, I am well aware of the capabilities of those opponents. They cannot harm you. Once my strength is restored, it will mark the end of those scoundrels. After assigning Bobby his task and watching him rush out to draw the pirate's attention, Li Zhao approached the unconscious songstress Karina, placing his hand upon her chest and commanding, "Jacket." Transforming jacket. This was precisely the ability he had previously demonstrated on his brother Bobby, the power to transform others into jackets. Under the influence of Li Zhao's jacket fruit ability, a new zipper suddenly appeared on Karina's body wherever she was touched. Upon unzipping it, the girl's form morphed into a new human skin coat. Listen up, you fools. I have consumed the color fruit, allowing me to cloak myself in invisibility camouflage. I am the greatest rapper, SECUP. Check it out. The sounds of SECUP's rap echoed from outside, and Li Zhao realized that his time was running short. He swiftly seized the human skin jacket and, in a matter of moments, slipped his entire body into it. By the time treasure hunter Treege entered the chamber, Li Zhao was already lying on the table, feigning unconsciousness. It is noteworthy that Karina's body had initially been missing several limbs and organs, including her eyeballs, tongue, and several fingers. However, it seemed that due to the principle that 0 + 1 does not equal 0, those missing parts were restored upon merging. At that moment, Karina appeared exactly as she had before her brutalization. This was yet another crucial piece of information for Li Zhao, as, in this world of pirates, individuals missing limbs were far too common. At this moment, Li Zhao found himself devoid of the luxury to ponder whether this ability's traits lean more towards advantage or detriment. His immediate priority was to navigate through the pressing challenges at hand. In truth, there was no need for deliberate pretense. He was already physically exhausted, and the forced use of the ever-changing jacket had drained the last vestiges of his strength, leaving him in a semi-unconscious state. Later, he was unceremoniously discarded by Treege like refuse through a window, causing him to simply lie on the deck and drift into a deep slumber. After all, in the wake of the chaotic skirmish, numerous sailors had perished, blood flowing freely across the deck, and with corpses strewn about, his presence among them was inconsequential. Upon awakening, Li Zhao discovered that the entire cargo ship had been thoroughly ransacked by pirates. His stamina had nearly returned, and according to his original plan, he should now seek an opportunity to reunite with Bobby, reassemble their strength, and then retaliate against this band of marauders. However, to his astonishment, he found Bobby ensnared tightly in chains, with even his head obscured from view. Surrounding them were a throng of pirates, still eagerly attempting futilely to breach the defenses of this formidable iron turtle. To unlock those chains in the midst of such ruthless adversaries, and to carve a gaping wound in his brother's chest to slip inside, would be far less prudent than simply launching a direct assault. Devoid of Bobby's empowering presence, Li Zhao was left with only the capabilities of the CP9 female spy Khalifa, coupled with the inherent strength of Kelly Vancorp, who boasted a bounty of 57 million berries, and perhaps a modicum of combat prowess from the petty thief Karina. Frankly, Li Zhao felt a sense of uncertainty. Thus, after careful contemplation, he resolved to gradually diminish the combat strength of the pirates, starting with the formidable underlings of the treasure hunter Treege. Under the cloak of night, Li Zhao emerged from the pile of corpses, adeptly employing the stealth and assassination skills of a female spy, and stealthily approached the inebriated female drunkard. It was truly unfortunate for her. In her stupor, she was nestled in the shadows, drinking and idling away, completely oblivious to his presence. Before she could react, Li Zhao executed a swift shave and lunged at her side, swiftly dispatching her with 2 precise strikes to her temples. Returning to the present, Li Zhao, bearing the still warm form of the female archer, suddenly materialized before the treasure hunter. Although Treege was known as the chain maniac, he exhibited a demeanor of utmost caution, coldly observing his opponent. The first to react was the color fruit user, CQP. Even among villains, camaraderie exists. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of his comrade, the singer's eyes bulged with fury and tears streamed down his face, as he fervently uttered the words that were always on his lips. Yao Yao, check now. Without further ado, he brandished his long blade and charged towards Li Zhao. Despite the fury consuming him, he did not forget to wildly spray the paint can in his hand, enveloping himself in an invisible guise. To be candid, the ability of invisibility is the quintessential tool for bullying the weak, a skill rendered utterly futile when faced with a true master. In the latter part of the Grand Line of the New World, few renowned powerhouses are unacquainted with the prowess of observation hockey. Within Li Zhao, Khalifa resides. A true adept of observation hockey, her skills ranking among the elite of CP9, far surpassing her lackluster proficiency in armament hockey. Moreover, even without employing observation hockey, Li Zhao possesses an abundance of methods to counteract an opponent cloaked in visual invisibility. Bubbling fruit, slick foam, dreamy dance floor. A multitude of vibrant bubbles erupted from the songstress's body, cascading down her elongated legs and enveloping the surroundings, instantaneously transforming the deck into a foam-laden arena with a radius of several meters centered around Li Zhao. CKP, however, remained oblivious to these fragile, ephemeral soap bubbles that would burst at a mere touch or scatter with a breath. His anger and sorrow had long since drowned any vestige of caution and rationality. Furthermore, he held unwavering confidence in his color fruit's invisibility paint, boasting a track record of vanquishing even naval officers. How could he possibly regard a mere songstress with any measure of seriousness? Yet, the moment the rapper's feet made contact with the foam, he realized he had made a grave error. The bubbles were unexpectedly slick, and his feet felt as though they were treading upon a lubricated ice surface. After a flurry of flailing limbs, he found himself sprawled on the ground, face first, with 2 of his front teeth flying free. Li Zhao smirked with a sinister expression, remarking, "It appears you, my friend, have not frequented a bathhouse much. Are you not aware of the peril that soap poses in such establishments?" Chapter 018. The omnipotent bubble fruit. The wielder of the superhuman bubble fruit possesses the extraordinary ability to conjure an abundance of bubbles from thin air. imbuing these bubbles with various conceptual attributes and characteristics. At this moment, Li Zhao maximized the lubricating properties of the bubbles, creating a frictionless arena surrounding his body. Anyone who stepped onto this ethereal dance floor would resemble a novice on an ice rink, performing a comically tragic dance of demise. After tumbling amidst the bubbles for quite some time, Saiku P found himself utterly disoriented, his invisibility coating nearly washed away, revealing a bruised and battered visage. Ultimately, he devised a strategy to combat the slippery bubbles, lying flat on the ground and remaining utterly still. "Medic, if I remain motionless, how can you compel me to move?" he exclaimed. Before he could finish his taunting remarks, he beheld a pair of long, slender, alabaster legs approaching him, followed by a foot that landed squarely upon his face. It seemed this individual's ability might serve a purpose after all. Li Zhao kicked aside the unconscious fruit user, shifting his gaze to the treasure enthusiast who stood nearby. Arms crossed. Boldly inquiring, he asked, "While you are here engaging in this nefarious act of robbery, how fares your true pursuit of the Golden Heart?" Li Zhao harbored no surprise or anger towards the clandestine machinations of the Golden Emperor Detsoro against him. After all, he harbored similar nefarious intentions towards that very emperor and his grand vessel, the Detsaro. His aspirations towards the Heart of Gold were equally fervent. The world of pirates is a realm brimming with boundless possibilities, where the notions of immortality and eternal youth can indeed be realized through various means. Such methods may include the possession of a Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit, the transformation into a vampire, or even the ultimate modifications afforded by the surgery fruit. Among these, the Heart of Gold undoubtedly stands as the simplest and most attainable artifact for Li Zhao. Dismiss any talk of the curse of immortality or the tedium of eternal life as mere drivel, concocted by the short-lived as a form of self-pitying lamentation. Those who utter such sentiments have never truly experienced the gift of everlasting life. Since Li Zhao has arrived in this world, he would not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by. The search for the Heart of Gold is the greatest secret of the Golden Emperor Tesoro, as well as that of the treasure hunter Treach. However, Li Zhao revealed it outright, startling Treach. Yet, he quickly recalled that this woman before him had been an undercover spy beside Tesoro for many years. Discovering this information was merely a consequence of his employer's inadequate secrecy measures. Soon, he planned to silence all the sailors present and capture this woman for rigorous interrogation, extracting the identities of her accomplices and eliminating them as well. Speaking of interrogation, as he gazed upon the lively and healthy songstress before him, the treasure hunter began to lament the incompetence of the interrogator aboard the great Tesoro, who had allowed this woman to leave unscathed. It seemed that the interrogator was also questionable. The treasure hunter's prolonged silence in response to Li Zhao's inquiry did not surprise him. It was merely a casual question, and he understood that to obtain truly valuable information, he ultimately needed to communicate through force. "How intriguing your abilities are, yet regrettably, they hold no efficacy against me." The treasure hunter laughed maniacally as chains erupted from various parts of his body, shooting outwards like the nebula chains of the Saint of Andromeda, embedding themselves deeply into the nearby deck, walls, and mast. With these chains securing his position, Treach resembled a marionette, suspended in mid-air, yet agile and mobile, rendering Li Zhao's dream dance floor on the deck harmless. "Die, wretched woman," Treach exclaimed, reveling in his opponent's disarray as he withdrew the foamy remnants of his attack. With a flourish of his hands, two dark chains erupted from his palms, hurtling towards the songstress before him. With a swift dodge, Li Zhao evaded, but the chains pursued her like venomous serpents. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to retreat into the air. He is acutely aware of the formidable nature of these chains. In the animated film, even the future pirate king, Luffy, who has trained in seclusion for 2 years, finds himself utterly powerless when ensnared by them. In the next moment, one individual is being yanked through the air by the chains, while the other seemingly walks on air, engaging in a three-dimensional melee high above the ground. It must be said that Treach's prowess is quite impressive. He surpasses Rob Lucci, the strongest CP9 operative 2 years prior, who had yet to master hockey. In the original film, he is indeed comparable to Luffy's second gear in the New World, narrowly losing to the third gear, armed giant pistol. At this moment, Li Zhao, devoid of the monstrous physique bestowed by his brother Bobby, finds himself unable to withstand the damage inflicted by these chains, even while employing armed hockey and iron blocks. Fortunately, after merging with the songstress Karina, his agility and speed have significantly improved. Particularly, Khalifa's expertise in aerial maneuvering through shave and moonwalk allows her to strategically strike at her opponent's vital points. In terms of speed alone, Li Zhao now surpasses his previous combined form by a considerable margin. Li Zhao flitted through the gaps of the chains like a butterfly, evading capture by the treasure hunter for an extended period. Frustration surged within him, prompting a thunderous shout, "Anchor of the madman." In response, dozens of chains erupted from his skin, exponentially increasing the density of chains above the deck. Eventually, these chains intertwined to form an intricate web, ensnaring Li Zhao like a bird confined in a cage, rendering him immobile in a narrow space. "Let us see how you escape this." With a sinister laugh from the madman of chains, the net-like chains tightened, binding Li Zhao securely. "What was it I just said?" "I intend to hang you, foul woman, and interrogate you thoroughly." As Tree's fist gradually clenched, the chains enveloping Li Zhao's body constricted as well. After forcefully breaching Li Zhao's defenses, the dark, menacing chains sunk deeply into the delicate, snow-white flesh of the songstress. The battle unfolded as anticipated, yet the treasure hunter soon realized something was amiss. Indeed, it was the absence of screams, regardless of the opponent, as long as they were not a user of the natural-type devil fruit. Being ensnared by his chains would invariably elicit cries of anguish and desperate struggles. Yet this girl, who appeared so tender and fragile, as if she could be torn apart with a mere exertion of force, remained eerily silent. Upon closer inspection, a strange smile graced her lips. "Do you know which part of a ship is constructed with the hardest materials?" Li Zhao suddenly inquired, tightly bound by the chains. Without waiting for the brutish man to respond, he continued, "The answer is the propeller." "Did you guess correctly? It is neither the cannon barrel, nor the weapon's magazine wall, and certainly not the protective armor of the command room, but rather the propeller, hidden beneath the water, unseen by all. So, do you know why the propeller must be built so robustly? Or is it because there is something feared that could damage it? In the world of pirates, the technological landscape is exceedingly chaotic, where medieval agrarian castle civilization coexists with cutting-edge future technology. There are primitive and rudimentary means of transportation like canoes and carts, as well as advanced technologies such as airships, submarines, and even space exploration, while the mainstream maritime vessels predominantly utilize wind as their power source. There are also numerous motorized ships propelled by engines driving propellers, although it is said that such vessels possess certain flaws that have hindered their comprehensive development. The flaw appeared to be intrinsically linked to the alarming inadequacy of the propeller's lifespan, as previously mentioned by Li Zhao. With Li Zhao's inexplicable lecture on scientific principles, an increasing sense of unease enveloped the treasure hunter. In the next moment, he witnessed a truly terrifying spectacle. The chains entwined around Li Zhao's body began to corrode as if immersed in a caustic acid. In merely a few seconds, the chains that had once bound Li Zhao disintegrated, resembling rusted iron that had languished in seawater for millennia, cascading to the ground as mere flecks of metal. "This is impossible." Treej let out a shocked and enraged roar, fully aware that his chains were far from indestructible, as many devil fruits possess the ability to counteract their strength. However, to have his chains destroyed in such a bizarre manner was beyond his comprehension, and even witnessing it firsthand left him incredulous. Li Zhao wore a smile at the corners of his mouth as he continued his popular science lecture. "Are you familiar with the concept of cavitation erosion?" "Cavitation erosion? What is that?" Cavitation erosion, also known as cavitation, is a form of damage inflicted upon objects due to the instantaneous collapse of high-pressure bubbles. Initially, cavitation erosion occurs exclusively in high-velocity turbulent flows, particularly when liquids traverse complex metallic surfaces, such as the blades of a steam turbine or marine propellers. Observing the treasure hunter's confusion, Li Zhao suddenly abandoned his intention to enlighten him with advanced physics knowledge. In truth, he had stumbled upon the application of this phenomenon while pondering the mechanical propulsion vessels of his world, which had long struggled to address the frequent corrosion and damage to propellers. It was only after this realization that he recalled the potential of the bubble fruit. In his realm, countless individuals had spent decades employing various technologies, including materials science and fluid dynamics, to merely mitigate the threat of cavitation erosion to ship propellers. Yet a complete resolution remained elusive. Chapter 019. The ultimate counterattack. Li Zhao had not yet conducted a proper experiment, leaving him with uncertainty about whether the foam generated by the bubble fruit could effectively replicate the effects of cavitation erosion. Having been bound by chains, he was compelled to act despite his reservations, resulting in yet another resounding success. While secretly rejoicing, Li Zhao could not help but marvel at the power and wonder of the devil fruits in this world. Indeed, as long as one's imagination knows no bounds, it can manifest infinite possibilities. Of course, this premise relies on one essential factor. The user must possess an unwavering belief in the capabilities of their fruit. Not merely a blind self-delusion, but a deep-seated conviction in their ability to achieve such feats. For instance, the absurdities exhibited by those who wield ancient Zoan-type devil fruits stem from their firm belief that the head and body of a plesiosaurus can move independently, or that the bony frill of a triceratops can rotate like a propeller, or even that dinosaurs can transform into helicopters. Such outlandish notions arose from their conviction that these creatures truly exist as they imagined, leading to the successful development of related fruit abilities. Nevertheless, I digress. It suffices to say that even the most robust propeller on a vessel can be utterly destroyed by these diminutive bubbles of erosion. Coincidentally, I possess the ability to create this foam at will. Impossible. Those repugnant bubbles burst at the slightest touch. How could they possibly compromise my indestructible chains? The treasure hunter had clearly succumbed to madness, bellowing, "Receive this attack." Madman's great chains. Suddenly, countless chains erupted from his body, intertwining to form a colossal web of iron links in the surrounding space, while another portion coiled around him in layers, enveloping him like a suit of armor. This was a technique that integrated both offense and defense, representing the last resort of the treasure hunter, Treege. The range of the chain madman's attacks was alarmingly vast, ensnaring nearly all the observing crew members and pirates, who were instantly pierced or shredded by the chains, rendering the scene utterly gruesome. Was this a fight to the death? I shall not shy away. Despite his bravado, Li Zhao's body betrayed him. Faced with the reckless onslaught of the treasure hunter, he retreated while subtly dispersing nearly invisible corrosive bubbles into the surrounding air. These minuscule bubbles, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, proved particularly devastating against harder objects. The chains ensnared by the corrosive bubbles quickly became pockmarked, eventually shattering into iron dust. While employing moonwalk and shave to evade, Li Zhao continually innovated new practical applications for the corrosive bubbles. Bubble Gale Foot. Bubble Spear. What had originally been limited to his immediate vicinity was now successfully adapted for ranged attacks. This was a battle of attrition. In terms of physical strength, offensive power, and defensive capability, Li Zhao, merged with two women, was no match for the chain madman at his peak. However, Li Zhao's target was crystal clear, the root of each chain. No matter how formidable the chains, severing them at the root rendered them as lifeless as a dead snake. Devoid of any threat, a small cluster of bubbles exchanged for a several-meter-long, wildly thrashing iron chain was the currency with which Li Zhao engaged in this war of stamina. As the bubble gale foot sliced through Treege's chains and the bubble handgun shattered the chain armor protecting him, it became evident that the rate of new chains forming could no longer keep pace with those being destroyed. When the last remnants of chain fell from his body, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, the chain madman finally knelt on the ground, his expression blank as he gazed at the advancing songstress, ultimately succumbing in despair as he bowed his head in resignation, ready to meet his fate. Li Zhao's gaze flickered, and inwardly, he felt a sense of secret relief. Although the corrosive bubbles possessed an astonishing capacity to destroy hard objects, they held no threat to softer entities, such as the human body. Had the treasure hunter not been fearful that his body would succumb to corrosion like his sturdy chains, and had he not expended considerable effort to forge chain armor for his protection, the outcome of this battle might have been entirely different had he chosen to focus on engaging Li Zhao in long-range combat from the very beginning. Li Zhao's peripheral vision swept across the survivors aboard the vessel. Treege's subordinates, having been in close proximity to the battlefield, had nearly all succumbed to their leader's indiscriminate onslaught. The few who remained were predominantly the treacherous sailors, among whom were a handful of individuals possessing notable prowess. Given the circumstances, suddenly, the siren Karina, who was advancing menacingly towards the treasure hunter with intent to deliver a final blow, emitted a startled cry. "Who dares to ambush me? Behold, ocean of bubbles." Instantly, a torrent of bubbles erupted from her form, enveloping the entire deck of the cargo ship in an ethereal mist. The surviving sailors and thugs were taken aback, having just witnessed these bubbles shatter the terrifying chains like mere cookies. If they were to be touched by such bubbles, would they not be reduced to mere fragments? Yet, the imagined gruesome demise did not come to pass. The sailors soon realized that these bubbles bore no distinction from those created during their mundane bathing rituals. They dissipated with a mere breath and burst upon contact, leaving them submerged in an ocean of bubbles, devoid of sight and sound. The ephemeral bubble sea appeared with great rapidity and vanished even faster. Just as the sailors were still disoriented, the bubbles dissipated entirely, revealing a scene they would never forget. The individual they had so scornfully dismissed, the inept figure who could only cower and endure, the nominal escort officer, the so-called captain. Bobby Vanku now stood towering on the deck like a demon. His face was twisted in a grotesque grin, and he held aloft in each of his raised arms a ragged sack that resembled a human. One was a man, the once renowned treasure hunter and infamous user of the chain fruit, Mad Treach. The other, the mysterious siren Karina, who had recently showcased her formidable prowess by effortlessly defeating the treasure hunter. In that moment, however, both individuals appeared devoid of any skeletal structure. Their necks rendered as slender as noodles beneath Bobby Vanku's cruel grip, as if they might snap with the slightest breeze. Undoubtedly, these two were as dead as could be. This scene was witnessed by one of the surviving sailors, who concealed a golden snail transponder deep within his bosom, transmitting the events to the distant control room of the Grand Deisaro ship. Seated luxuriously on a sofa facing the massive display screen, the Golden Emperor Tesoro tilted his head, swirling the wine in his glass, and spoke with an impassive expression. What are your thoughts on this outcome? Beside him, the chief security officer of the Great Deisaro, Mr. Tanaka, who possessed the ability of the pudding fruit, bore a grim expression. He had previously been responsible for liaising with the treasure hunters. Fully aware of the formidable prowess of this chain-obsessed man, capable of directly confronting CP0 agents and defeating typical Navy officers, he had once held unwavering confidence in Trice's ability to vanquish that wretched Bobby Vanku, seeking to avenge his own grievances, yet he never anticipated such an outcome. This individual had, from the very beginning, feigned a demeanor of mere vulnerability, only to seize the advantage during the fierce clash between the female spy Karina and Trice, exploiting the situation for his own gain. It was indeed treacherous and perilous. I propose a covert bounty of 300 million, no, 500 million berries, to eliminate him. The pressing question remains, is that woman truly Karina? At this juncture, the goddess of fortune, Baccara, interjected, stating, the combat skills demonstrated by that woman, 6 styles and the bubble fruit, align perfectly with the intelligence I possess regarding the missing former CP9 spy, Khalifa. Thus, I suspect that this woman is not Karina, but rather an imposter of the elusive spy we have been searching for. Which explains why we have been unable to locate her aboard the ship. She is already departed. Another piece of evidence against her being the genuine Karina is that I had personally extracted the eyes and tongue of that songstress and severed several of her fingers. Yet, this woman evidently appears to be in perfect health. Deisaro listened intently to the words of his trusted confidants, furrowing his brow and remarking, we previously suspected that the former CP9 spy was in cahoots with Bobby Vanku. However, if your assertions are accurate, has she not perished at the hands of her own accomplice? Baccara expressed her confusion. I can only suggest that our prior suspicions were most likely erroneous. The disappearance of Lady Khalifa may indeed have no connection to Mr. Bobby Vanku. However, the more pressing issue at hand is that I have lost Trice, my loyal hound. Who shall now seek the clues to the heart of gold for me? Sensing the latent murderous intent emanating from the Golden Emperor, both the goddess of fortune and Mr. Tanaka trembled, fully aware of their employer's volatile temperament. Should they fail to alleviate his troubles promptly, a misstep could render them as mere gilded statues. In light of this, let us propose that Mr. Vanku takes Trice's place, assisting you in the search for treasure, my lord. Fortunately, he left no survivors from Trice, and only Trice himself knew that you were the mastermind behind it all, meaning he would remain oblivious to the fact that this pirate attack was orchestrated by you. The Golden Emperor, Baccara cautiously remarked, subtly awakening Lord Tesoro, and revealed that it was none other than the Golden Emperor himself who commanded Trice to launch an assault on Bobby Vanku, urging that no ire should be directed towards her. The lack of truly capable subordinates was the Golden Emperor's greatest vexation, despite being the wealthiest individual in the world. Possessing 20% of global wealth, this era of piracy valued strength above all. Genuine talent gravitated towards the mightiest, while top-tier individuals willing to serve for monetary gain were exceedingly rare. Among his followers, only Baccara and Mr. Tanaka were marginally reliable, and previously, Trice had shown subtle signs of becoming uncontrollable. My lord, you can indeed make use of Bobby Vanku. Remember, the heart of gold, no matter how miraculous, is fundamentally gold. As long as it is gold, it will fall under your dominion. Should he acquire the heart of gold, he will inevitably carry it with him, rendering him incapable of defiance against you. Tesororo closed his eyes in contemplation. Bacala's reasoning was undoubtedly sound. If that is the case, let us proceed as you suggest. Chapter 020. The Shark Emerald. Shortly thereafter, basking in the sun on the deck of the Shark Emerald, Li Zhao received a communique via the telephone bug from the great Tesoraro. The essence of the message conveyed that due to the betrayal of a traitor, vital intelligence regarding Li Zhao's mission to trace Rosa, involving the Mera no Mi, had been compromised, leading to the imminent threat of pirate crews attempting to seize the fruit. He was urged to exercise utmost caution during his voyage. Tesoraro had personally dealt with the traitor and instructed Li Zhao to ensure the Mera no Mi was delivered directly to the night demon, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Upon the completion of this task, he was to return swiftly to the great Tesoraro, as the Golden Emperor had a new mission awaiting him. Although this communication was laden with superfluous verbiage, the underlying significance was not lost on Li Zhao. Tesoraro did not wish to sever ties with him just yet. Likely, having lost the treasure hunter, he would still enlist Li Zhao's help in locating the heart of gold. With a cold smile, Li Zhao stretched languorously and rose to his feet, surveying the dazzling expanse around him. He was exceedingly pleased with the Shark Emerald, having rightfully claimed the entirety of the treasure hunter's possessions after vanquishing his crew. Among these, the most valuable asset, aside from the treasure hunter himself, was undoubtedly this very pirate ship, the Shark Emerald. The treasure fanatic, Treasure, possessed an almost pathological desire for gold and jewels. Whenever a treasure appeared before him, regardless of whether the adversary was a Navy officer, a pirate, a top CP0 agent, or even a snot-nosed child or an underage girl, he would resort to any means necessary to forcibly claim all the riches for himself. In terms of greed, Nami, the little thief at Luffy's side, paled in comparison to him. However, it is worth mentioning that Treasure was indifferent to the intrinsic value of the treasure itself, nor did he covet material pleasures. He simply relished the exhilarating moment of discovering treasure. In other words, his utmost interest lies in the exhilarating pursuit of treasure. Thus, Treasure Hunter Treege devoted the entirety of his amassed wealth to the illustrious vessel, the Emerald Shark, which accompanied him on his quest across the seven seas. The ship's hull was crafted from the finest atom wood, and to further reinforce its structure, Treege adorned the outer deck with the most exquisite colossal gems. Meanwhile, ordinary gold and silver treasures were carelessly heaped upon the deck, akin to refuse. The entire ship radiated a vibrant azure hue, resembling a ferocious deep-sea shark poised to devour its prey, exuding an air of grandeur while shimmering with golden brilliance. Even the illustrious Golden Emperor's vessel, the Desaro, could only surpass the Emerald Shark in sheer size and scale. Moreover, the embedded colossal gems not only showcased opulence, but also bestowed various enhancements upon the ship, akin to the myriad protective treasures adorning the robes of Tang Sung, fortifying the hull, increasing speed, and offering resistance to corrosion while warding off sea deities. In summary, the performance of the Emerald Shark likely surpassed that of the future Pirate King's vessel, the Thousand Sunny. After all, aside from the craftsmanship of the shipwrights, the cost of constructing these two ships was worlds apart. At present, the Emerald Shark was tethered to a freighter by several iron chains, being towed along in its wake. Only Li Zhao remained aboard the vessel, while the treacherous crew navigated the freighter towards Dressrosa. As for the band of pirates under the treasure madman's command, those who still breathed were imprisoned by Li Zhao, awaiting the moment when they would be sold alongside the slaves to the night demon. Li Zhao yawned as he entered his brand new cabin, which had previously belonged to Captain Treege. Located at the upper rear of the Shark Emerald, it occupies the finest position on the entire vessel. The cabin is adorned with vast crystal bay windows on three sides, and the furniture is nearly all crafted from an exquisite array of jewels and intricate artworks. The radiant glow of the various gemstones illuminates the space so brilliantly that there is no need for lighting, even at night. Li Zhao approached the towering wardrobe, standing over 4 meters high, and with a deliberate pull, revealed its interior, which was adorned with an array of bizarre, full-body long coats. Indeed, within hung the human skin jackets he had crafted using his unique abilities, the outermost pieces belonging to the treasure hunter Treege, who had been cleverly disguised as deceased and secretly concealed by Li Zhao, alongside the songstress Karina. Additionally, there were the formidable color fruit user Psychope, along with a selection of pirates and slaves, each chosen for their distinctive appearances. The jackets varied in height and form, representing both genders, beauty, and ugliness alike. These served as experimental subjects during Li Zhao's endeavors to develop new abilities. with their presence. His unfortunate brother Bobby would no longer need to act as a mere guinea pig, and given that these individuals possessed weak powers and timid dispositions, the risks associated with Li Zhao's more perilous experiments would be significantly mitigated. At that moment, the human skin jackets appeared to be in a deep slumber. Some were even snoring, rhythmically blowing bubbles from their noses, while others seemed to be trapped in nightmares, tears welling at the corners of their eyes. Murmuring softly in their dreams, Li Zhao gently patted Tree's cheek, instantly rousing the treasure hunter from his slumber. Upon seeing Bobby Vanku, Tree erupted in a fit of rage, unleashing a torrent of curses. Yet, in his current state, he was merely a jacket suspended on a hanger. Aside from the ability to speak, he could muster only the slightest movement, rendering any attempt to throw a punch or utilize his fruit powers utterly futile. What is this? Still reluctant to cooperate? Then perhaps you should return to your slumber, Li Zhao remarked, snapping his fingers, causing Tree, who was in the midst of his tirade, to fall back into a deep sleep. Li Zhao felt a slight headache, although merging would grant him dominion over all aspects of his opponent. This so-called everything regrettably did not encompass memories. Li Zhao was able to perceive the bodily memories and instinctive impulses formed in the depths of another's subconscious, skillfully wielding the martial techniques and devil fruit abilities of the fused entity. He could also sense the emotions of his counterpart and, at times, discern their thoughts. However, when it came to coaxing out the deeply buried secrets of their heart, he found himself utterly powerless. For instance, despite having merged with Khalifa for an extended period, his understanding and exploration of her body surpassed even her own knowledge. Yet, he remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the other members of CP9, the encounters they had faced, and the circumstances under which Rob Lucci and Kaku ascended to CP0. The quest for the clues to the Heart of Gold was tied to a being named Olga, a legally recognized loli who had lived for over 2 centuries. In the film, she was captured by a CP0 operative working for the world government as soon as she made her appearance, destined to be taken to the Holy Land of myriad for interrogation. The escort was comprised of 3 naval warships. Subsequently, Tree launched a fierce assault on the naval fleet aboard the Shark Emerald, providing Olga with the opportunity to escape and ultimately join forces with the Straw Hat crew, embarking on a treasure hunting adventure. The timeline of the One Piece film is inherently chaotic, and at this particular juncture, Olga's whereabouts remained a mystery to all. Li Zhao sought to extract some information from the chain maniac, but the individual proved uncooperative, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the pursuit for the time being. Suddenly, the telephone snail nestled in his arms began to ring. Li Zhao closed the wardrobe and retrieved the snail. The message came from a sailor aboard the cargo ship ahead. What is it? Sir, it seems we might be in trouble again. Is it a pirate attack? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Zhao's eyes. At this moment, pirates represented to him a new collection of clothes, newfound powers, and fresh subjects for experimentation. Unfortunately, the awaited response from his counterpart did not align with his expectations. Lord Bobby, they are not pirates. They are the Navy. A naval warship is racing towards us. Li Zhao dashed onto the deck and then leapt gracefully onto the cargo ship, where he beheld a naval vessel, adorned with the flag of the Navy, swiftly approaching from the distance. Indeed, this posed quite a predicament. Li Zhao murmured to himself. Although this cargo ship belonged to the Dade Soa, which is officially recognized by the world government as a stateless maritime entity, thus on the surface, their vessel appeared to be untainted. At least, one would not have to fear the Navy upon sighting it. However, considering the cargo aboard, it was an entire ship laden with slaves. Although the trade of slaves is not uncommon in this world, after all, even the ruling aristocrats, the celestial dragons, partake in it with unabashed enthusiasm. Officially, the slave trade is still prohibited. Should they encounter a zealous and impetuous Navy officer, it could undoubtedly lead to some complications. As Li Zhao utilized his observation haki to discern the prominent figure standing at the bow of the ship, his unease intensified. The Ghost Spider, one of the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. In Li Zhao's recollection, this Ghost Spider was likely the 5th most formidable individual among the vice admirals, second only to the heroic Garp, the chief of staff Tsuru, and the 2 admiral candidates, Peach Rabbit and T-Puck. The evidence lies in the Marineford War, where he opportunistically shackled the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, the immortal Marco, with sea-stone handcuffs, rendering him incapable of combat for an extended period. This outcome severely tilted the balance of power between the 2 warring factions, as the pirate side lost its only core strength capable of countering the Marine admirals. forcing Whitebeard to fight alone in his severely weakened state. After Ace's liberation, he had to confront the relentless Akainu, ultimately leading both father and son to their demise, and resulting in a dismal defeat for Whitebeard's crew. As a devoted fan of the pirate world, Li Zhao assessed Ghost Spider's overall contribution to the Marineford War as marginally less impactful than the ruthless Akainu, yet slightly more significant than the lethargic actions of the Admirals Akiji and Kazuru. Even worse, Ghost Spider was known for his brutal nature. He showed no hesitation in harming his subordinates while executing missions, making him one of the most extreme hawkish figures within the Navy. Being targeted by such an individual could only lead to dire consequences. Cargo ship ahead, listen closely. Immediately halt your vessel for inspection. We are in pursuit of a group of pirates, and we suspect they are currently hiding aboard your ship. Halt immediately and submit to our inspection. This was indeed the worst-case scenario. As the announcement echoed, Li Zhao couldn't help but smile bitterly. An inspection? What a farce. Given Ghost Spider's modus operandi, even if his men boarded for a search, they would undoubtedly concoct some issues. Moreover, the Shark Emerald was brimming with what could be deemed contraband. Gold and jewels littered throughout. And within the grand wardrobe lay his most significant secret. Li Zhao stood at the bow of the ship, reaching into his bosom to retrieve a parchment scroll. He called out loudly, "Our vessel belongs to the esteemed merchant group, the Great de Soloro. We are a legitimate trading ship. And this document is a maritime pass issued by the Celestial Dragon people. You have no authority to board and conduct a search." The pass in Li Zhao's possession is not a counterfeit. There are plenty of foolish celestial dragons indulging in debauchery aboard the dreadnought. And acquiring such a pass is a trifling matter for the Golden Emperor, Zhao. Before embarking on this journey, Li Zhao casually discarded one, creating an illusion of diligence and demonstrating his seriousness regarding this escort mission. This also serves as a convenient excuse to explain to Don Quixote da Flamingo should the fruit be lost later. Once the celestial dragons are invoked, they indeed pose a significant threat to ordinary sailors and marines. The notorious authority of the celestial dragons is as well known as their arrogance on the seas, and the previously confident sailors suddenly found their bravado diminished. Unable to suppress their trepidation, one sailor turned to seek guidance from his superior. However, upon locking eyes with the fearsome Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, a shiver ran down his spine, and cold sweat broke out across his brow. Summoning his courage, he called out to Li Zhao, "The vessel being towed behind yours is clearly a pirate ship, with undeniable evidence. We must board your ship for a thorough inspection for your own safety. We are currently in pursuit of a gang of ruthless and highly dangerous pirates, who may very well be hiding aboard your vessel. Failure to apprehend them could put each of your lives in jeopardy." Li Zhao felt a stir in his heart. The other party's pretext of pursuing pirates seemed plausible. However, he had been meticulously enveloping the entire cargo ship with his observation hockey, vigilantly monitoring the group of treacherous sailors. Moreover, he was personally stationed aboard the Shark Emerald. If anyone had clandestinely boarded the ship, it would be impossible for him to remain oblivious. If such a presence existed, then the individual must either possess an extraordinary devil fruit ability capable of deceiving his observation hockey, or their strength must far exceed his own, rendering him incapable of detecting their existence. The latter possibility was exceedingly slim. It was not that Li Zhao was arrogant enough to believe himself invincible. But if the adversary were indeed that powerful, they would not be fleeing from a mere rear admiral. No matter how formidable the Ghost Spider might be, he was still not a marine admiral, let alone the legendary hero, Garp. Regardless of the possibility, the mere existence of that large wardrobe filled with human skin jackets forbade Li Zhao from allowing the other party to board and search the ship. The Didi Soro had its own security detail. We possessed the capability to safeguard ourselves. Thus there is no need for your Navy's meddling. I can assure you that those pirates are certainly not on this vessel. You should hasten your pursuit and not squander time here. You useless fools." Just as the sailor who had called out was about to speak again, he was sent flying by a punch from the Ghost Spider behind him. The formidable Rear Admiral, with a grim expression and a robust physique, stood defiantly across the sea, confronting Li Zhao. Bobby Vanku, with a bounty of 36 million berries, a professional assassin, humph. You are a pirate yourself. Perhaps you should contemplate how to endure your days and impel down, assuming you survive until then. Li Zhao was not surprised that his identity was exposed by the other party. After all wanted notices were issued by the naval headquarters. "Admiral, I believe you have misunderstood. My current position is that of the Foreign Affairs Supervisor of the de Sualuo, a completely legitimate role. Should you dare to apprehend me, It would be tantamount to an assault on the Dao de Sao Luo, an entity recognized as a lawful nation by the world government. Li Zhao exuded confidence, asserting that the most formidable weapon against the Navy was not blades, firearms, or fists, but rather the laws and regulations they themselves had established. Indeed, the ghost spider wore a grim expression, remaining silent as he stood at the bow of the ship, seemingly deep in contemplation or perhaps awaiting something. Just as unease began to stir within Li Zhao, a sailor suddenly dashed to his superior's side, loudly reporting, "Admiral, the signal interference has been completed. From this moment forth, all phone bugs within this area will be compelled into a state of dormancy, ensuring that everything occurring here remains unknown to the outside world." The corners of the ghost spider's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he remarked, "Excellent. Listen closely, everyone. This ship is about to sink due to a pirate attack, and the number of survivors will be 0. Li Zhao was taken aback. The ghost spider was indeed no ordinary adversary, capable of employing such venomous tactics. "Hey, you are the Navy, the embodiment of justice. How can you engage in such inhumane acts?" Li Zhao is still making his final struggle. "You attack us. Yet it is the civilians who suffer. My justice is a dark justice, an absolute justice. If my palm is stung by a venomous insect, regardless of the potency of the poison, I must immediately sever the entire arm to eliminate any possibility of toxin spreading." The ghost spider slowly drew the twin blades from his waist. Then with a flick of his Navy uniform coat, 6 slender, ebony arms emerged from his back, each wielding a long knife. The Vice Admiral resembled an 8-armed deity, one man wielding 8 swords. This is precisely how he earned the moniker Ghost Spider. "You, a mere slave trader, a despicable and filthy assassin, dare to speak boldly before me? Is that not akin to courting death?" As he saw the opponent rushing towards him with a graceful stride, Li Zhao could only sigh in resignation, muttering to himself, "Fortunately, all communications in this area have been severed. Otherwise, I truly would not know how to respond." After all, to slay a Navy Vice Admiral in a ship full of Marines might provoke the wrath of a Navy Admiral or even the legendary hero Carp. Chapter 022, The Ghost Spider's Assault Ghost/Spider Sword. 8 blades descended upon Li Zhao from 8 different directions. This seemingly ordinary move, however, exerted unprecedented pressure upon him. The ghost spider was not a user of a devil fruit. The 6 ebony arms sprouting from his back did not stem from any fruit ability or racial trait, but were instead a manifestation of the ghost spider's mastery of the pinnacle of life-returning ki, allowing him to manipulate his hair. The user of life-returning ki can freely control any part of their body, be it limbs, hair, internal organs, muscles, bones, or fat. By infusing their consciousness into the cellular tissue, they can control any aspect of their body with ease. For instance, they can maneuver their hair as nimbly as their limbs or adjust their muscles and bones to alter their physique and appearance. The ghost spider is a top-tier expert in the 6 styles, swordsmanship, and life-returning techniques. His moves are unadorned and appear no different from those of a common foot soldier, save for the additional swords he wields. However, as Li Zhao prepared to evade with his agility and footwork, he realized that no matter which direction he fled, he would ultimately expose a vital part of himself beneath one of the opponent's blades. This was the essence of swordsmanship that the ghost spider had comprehended through decades of countless battles, the simplicity of the grand principle. A fundamental distinction between the common soldier and the top-tier powerhouse in this pirate world. With his entire body enveloped in armament haki, Li Zhao had no choice but to rely on the beast-like defensive capabilities of Bobby's body, bracing himself to endure the attack. The reality once again demonstrated how astutely Li Zhao had assessed the ghost spider's strength. What appeared to be a mere strike with a blade swiftly left him grievously wounded, blood flowing profusely from his lacerated flesh. Fortunately, the amalgamation of 3 individuals into a formidable humanoid tank was not merely a facade. Under the enhancement of their full-body haki, Li Zhao suffered only superficial injuries. At this moment, the astonishment within the heart of the ghost spider surpassed even that of Li Zhao. He was acutely aware of his own prowess, having endured countless battles over several decades. That very strike was intended to dismember his opponent and swiftly conclude the conflict. He had dismissed this insignificant adversary, worth merely tens of millions of berries, as inconsequential. Yet, the outcome left him utterly astonished. His attack had merely sliced through the opponent's skin, with scarcely any bloodshed. Such resilience, exhibited by this creature, was typically reserved for the ancient Zoan-type users of the beast pirates. Could it be that this individual possessed a devil fruit ability? A bounty of 250 million? No, considering he had yet to unleash his fruit's power. A bounty of 300 million would be more fitting. The imbeciles in the bounty analysis department had miscalculated even the bounty of such a criminal. They were truly a bunch of fools. Despite the significant elevation in his assessment of Li Zhao's strength, it did not waver the ghost spider's resolve to eradicate evil. He would not hesitate to confront a pirate with a bounty of 1,374,000,000 berries, such as the undead bird Marco, who was at the vice-admiral level. After merely 3 or 4 exchanges, Li Zhao found himself entirely suppressed by his opponent. He had experimented with the 6 styles, and only the iron body proved somewhat useful, granting him a modicum of endurance. As for the set of rapid punches inherited from the assassin Kelly, he had not even been afforded the opportunity to employ them. Li Zhao was in a rather dismal mood. Despite comprehensively surpassing his opponent in strength, defense, and physique, and lacking any significant advantages in speed, the quality and quantity of his haki were incomparable to his own. Yet, the ghost spider managed to subdue him solely through combat experience and skill, leaving Li Zhao unable to lift his head in defeat. At that moment, this amalgamation of power, with Bobby Vanku's exterior boasting a physique akin to that of an ancient Zoan fruit user, was ironically unable to crush even an ant, possessing 0 martial arts technique. At the core of this composite entity, Kelly Vanku showcased only a fierce but singular set of quick punches, which proved embarrassing when faced with a true powerhouse. Only Khalifa, nestled within the innermost layer of this monstrous style, was a combat expert trained through a comprehensive system. Yet she still had a long way to go before matching the true martial adeptness of the ghost spider. In stark contrast to the visually stunning full-body haki enveloping Li Zhao, the ghost spider's haki was precisely concentrated on the blades of his 8 swords, resulting in an astonishingly high density due to the limited surface area. This was the true reason he could penetrate Li Zhao's defenses and inflict harm. Although Li Zhao had anticipated the ghost spider would be a formidable opponent, the humiliating defeat was nonetheless deeply unsettling. Of course, while he could not win in a fair fight, he still had ways to eliminate the formidable ghost spider before him. Resorting to underhanded tactics to take down a stronger adversary was, after all, a common occurrence in the boundless possibilities of the pirate world. Yet, glancing around at the throngs of spectators, Li Zhao subtly shook his head. This was not the appropriate venue. He needed to change the battlefield. At this point, the ghost spider was also seething with frustration. A nameless, insignificant assassin had managed to entangle him for so long, severely bruising his pride and self-esteem. However, his opponent was simply too resilient. It felt as though he were hacking away at an iron slab, with sparks nearly flying from his blade. Originally, this move was devised specifically for Kaido and his 3 disasters, but since his opponent was equally unyielding, it was perfect for testing it out. Receive my strike. Ghost Blade, Spider Drill. Forced to unleash his true power, the ghost spider finally executed his lethal move. 6 dark arms, wielding long swords, began to whirl rapidly from the wrists, defying human anatomical structure. These 6 arms, a product of the life-returning chi manipulating his hair into false limbs, had no joints. And at that moment, the swords resembled drill bits, concentrating all the haki at their tips. Li Zhao, without needing to look, knew that this maneuver would surely bore several bloody holes into him. No amount of haki or iron could withstand it. He was all in. Death's Needle Stiletto. Li Zhao, undeterred by his opponent's assault, summoned all his strength to unleash the mightiest strike of the Calipha's single-point attack, a hand blade aimed directly at the heart of the ghost spider. This hand blade was imbued with his entire arsenal of haki. If it connected, it would surely penetrate the adversary's body. Indeed, this was a desperate gamble. The ghost spider's defensive capabilities were unremarkable, and a blow of such magnitude would undoubtedly spell doom for him. Conversely, Li Zhao's physique was akin to steel. Although the ghost spider's cursed sword drill could inflict severe damage, it might not necessarily cause a fatal wound. This transaction was decidedly unfavorable for the ghost spider, who, in a moment of clarity, evaded the lethal strike, causing the 6 cursed sword drills to veer off course. They merely carved 6 deep gashes into Li Zhao's arms and outer thighs, grievous injuries, yet they failed to strike at his vital points. In this exchange, Li Zhao suffered a resounding defeat. Thus far, he had not even grazed the hem of the ghost spider's attire. It was evident to even the most naive observer what the ultimate outcome would be if this continued. However, in evading Li Zhao's handblade, the ghost spider's sword barrier inadvertently revealed a chink in its armor. Seizing this opportunity, Li Zhao concentrated his haki at his shoulder and charged fiercely forward. Humph! The ghost spider emitted a scornful grunt, sidestepping the savage onslaught of Li Zhao and deftly inflicting several more lacerations upon him. What can your escape from my sword net achieve? Behind me lies the vast ocean. Do you intend to plunge into the depths to meet your demise? The ghost spider had already concluded that Li Zhao was a user of a devil fruit, and thus, the ocean was naturally his nemesis. However, even if he were not a user, the fear of seawater held no sway over him. After all, the ghost spider himself was not a user, and naval combat was equally his forte. To everyone's astonishment, as Li Zhao burst through the sword net, he leaped over the ship's railing and plunged headfirst into the boundless sea. Humph! Do not presume that jumping into the ocean will allow you to escape. The ghost spider bellowed, leaping in pursuit into the depths. Chapter 023. The overturning sea battle king Li Zhao is indeed a person of exceptional abilities, without a doubt. Furthermore, he possesses the dual fruit powers akin to Blackbeard. But does he fear the sea? Certainly, he does. Previous experiments have shown that if his body comes into contact with seawater, his entire surface becomes wrinkled and movement becomes arduous. Even the zipper on his chest uncontrollably protrudes. Should he fall into the ocean and experience extensive contact with the seawater, he would similarly be rendered powerless and immobile. Thus, the prerequisite is that his body must touch the seawater. When Ghost Spider witnessed Li Zhao leap into the sea, he realized that he had misjudged. Li Zhao was not merely a fruit user. Following suit, he plunged into the ocean, and his hair transformed into 6 arms, which swiftly began to paddle, significantly enhancing his mobility underwater. This is also why Ghost Spider felt such confidence in aquatic combat. Apart from the top-tier fishmen, like the former warlord Jinbei, he harbors no fear of anyone in the water. However, upon recognizing his opponent, he understood that his assessment might have been erroneous once again. Li Zhao did not flee. He simply floated in the sea, quietly observing the ghostly spider. However, his appearance was rather peculiar. His body was enveloped in a multitude of bubbles the size of fingernails, leaving no gaps whatsoever. Around his mouth and nose, a large bubble resembling a mask tightly encased him. Was it a deep-sea soap bubble from Shampoo Island? It did not quite seem so. In the world of pirates, there exists a wondrous and fantastical technology that utilizes a special foam to envelop ships, allowing them to dive into the depths of the ocean. Even those with fruit abilities can be enveloped in this unique foam, enabling them to engage in battle underwater for a brief period. However, this coating technique is known only to a select few elite craftsmen, such as Rayleigh, the former first mate of the pirate king Roger, who was a master of this art. Moreover, the layer of foam encasing Li Zhao is intricate and dense, distinctly different from the coating bubbles. Could this be some form of new technology? Perhaps it was yet another creation of that rogue Vegapunk. The ghostly spider, murmuring to itself, charged toward Li Zhao, undeterred by the presence of the coating bubbles. While these bubbles allowed the user to move and breathe underwater, as well as shield them from seawater, they also significantly increased resistance, drastically reducing the user's agility. Additionally, bubbles, by their very nature, are quite fragile. Should the bubble burst, the person inside would be instantly drowned. Thus, even with such technology, few would willingly engage in combat wrapped in bubbles, save for a handful of individuals with questionable judgment. With 6 arms assisting his swimming, the ghostly spider moved astonishingly swiftly underwater, nearly covering half the distance of the surface. Yet, as he lunged toward Li Zhao, ready to strike with his sword, the towering figure before him suddenly vanished. In that instant, a chilling voice resonated through the water, reaching his ears. Do you know what the principle of supercavitation is? Li Zhao commenced his popular science lecture once more, but this time not for the ghost spider, but rather for the covert observer within him, the female spy, Califa. Similar to the principle of corrosive cavitation, supercavitation is also a physical phenomenon. When an object moves through water at speeds exceeding 100 knots, vapor bubbles form, creating a supercavitating fluid. The object must overcome the viscous drag caused by friction with water, which is approximately 1,000 times greater than air resistance. However, by utilizing supercavitation to envelop the object in a renewable gas envelope, the viscous drag can be significantly reduced. This is the essence of the supercavitation principle. In the world where Li Zhao resides, the legendary nation of the former Soviet Union harnessed the principles of supercavitation to produce the most advanced and fastest super torpedoes in the world, whose speeds are nearly indistinguishable from those of subsonic cruise missiles. Yet, generating supercavitation mechanically is exceedingly challenging. Even the superpower of America has not fully mastered this technology. For Li Zhao, however, it merely requires invoking Califa's bubble fruit ability to generate such supercavities. In other words, for us, The resistance of seawater is virtually indistinguishable from that of air. Additionally, the bubbles can store air and isolate it from seawater, ensuring that in a battle at sea, no ability user would stand as our opponent. Thus, this is the true application of the Bubble Fruit, Bubble Master, supercavitating diving suit. The expression on Ghost Spider's face fluctuated between surprise and unease. Although he could not fully comprehend the murmurs of the individual before him, he could discern that this person was more adept at naval combat than even the fishmen. Whether he possessed the most advanced naval technology unknown to Ghost Spider or was a user of some extraordinarily unique devil fruit ability, he was reluctant to continue fighting in the sea against him. As Ghost Spider utilized the moonwalk to ascend with great effort, a figure loomed ahead like a shadowy cloud, blocking the rays of sunlight piercing the water's surface. How could he be so fast? Gazing at Zhao, who obstructed his ascent, Ghost Spider's momentary astonishment faded quickly. As a seasoned vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, he had witnessed countless storms and tribulations, and even when faced with the four emperors, he would not lose his fighting spirit. Ghost Sword, Spider Drill. The 6 blades behind him began to spin once more, generating 6 terrifying whirlpools in the water, which converged into a single force akin to a colossal dragon surging toward Zhao. This was nearly an indefensible move. Even Zhao's formidable defenses as a combined entity would struggle against it. Engaging directly would only lead to mutual destruction, or worse, annihilation. However, had Zhao chosen to evade, the Ghost Spider would have seized the opportunity to break free from the ocean, regaining the advantageous position, and further garnering the firepower support of the naval sailors aboard the warship. In the face of the Ghost Spider's all-out lethal thrust, a sudden smile graced the corners of Zhao's lips, solid objects, still spinning at high velocity. Combined with the presence of seawater, my corrosive air bubble has found the perfect conditions to unleash its maximum potency. What shall I say? A vast mass of bubbles erupted from Zhao's hands, coalescing before him into a 1-meter-thick wall of bubbles. The whirling blades passed effortlessly through the bubble wall, yet, less than half a meter away from Zhao, all the blades instantly corroded into mere iron dust. The once fully armed naval vice admiral, wielding 8 deadly blades, found himself disarmed in an instant. Could this be the rust fruit? But how could this be possible? Among the officers at the naval headquarters, there exists an individual with the ability of the rust fruit, capable of rusting any metallic object upon contact. Yet, Zhao was certainly not that Colonel Xuan. The Ghost Spider would never have the chance to comprehend what had transpired. Zhao's fists were already poised, one above the other, pressing firmly against his chest. 6 Styles Ultimate Technique, 6 King's Cannon. An overwhelmingly terrifying shockwave surged into the Vice Admiral's internal organs, limbs, and bones, leaving no energy wasted as it instantaneously expelled the Ghost Spider's consciousness along with all the air from his body. He sank into the abyss. Chapter 024. The mysterious fugitive. The 6 King's Cannon is the ultimate technique of the 6 Styles. A manifestation achievable only when one has comprehended all aspects of the 6 Styles to their utmost pinnacle. Although Califo was aware of the full intricacies of this technique, she remained constrained by her physical limitations, rendering her unable to execute it. However, thanks to the monstrous physique of Toby Van Koon after their fusion, Zhao was able to wield this ultimate skill, albeit in a mere embryonic form, its power falling short of even a third of its complete version. Nevertheless, under the present extraordinary circumstances, it sufficed to vanquish the Ghost Spider in a single blow. Grasping the unconscious body of the Vice Admiral as it sank, Zhao pressed his hands against his chest, activating the Jacket Fruit's ability, which conjured a crumpled zipper that appeared in the center of the Ghost Spider's torso. Upon unzipping, the Ghost Spider's body flattened, transforming into a human skin jacket, which Zhao then rolled up and tucked away in his embrace. The formidable Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, had ultimately become one of Zhao's prized possessions. Though he had successfully dealt with the Ghost Spider, Zhao had further tasks at hand. Like a torpedo, he surged toward the warship's hull, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches that promptly bored dozens of enormous holes into the bottom of the colossal vessel, nearly obliterating its entirety. Water gushed in profusely, and the warship began to submerge. Before long, naval sailors were seen plunging into the depths of the ocean. Zhao, with a stoic expression, witnessed these sailors gradually being engulfed by the sea. In such dire circumstances, their chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Even though a few exceptionally skilled swimmers fought valiantly against the waves, what awaited them were only the merciless strikes of guns and the onslaught of the tempest. This was precisely what Zhao desired. These sailors would bear witness to his battle with the Ghost Spider. should they survive. It would not be long before a naval admiral or a celebrated naval hero sought him out. After all, the assassination of a vice admiral from the naval headquarters would undoubtedly be a matter of grave significance for the world government. Li Zhao, possessing remarkable patience, quietly awaited the moment when the last sailor vanished into the depths of the sea. Yet, instead of surfacing, he directed his course towards the hull of the Shark Emerald. His intention was not to inadvertently sink his own vessel. Rather, he addressed an empty space, suddenly articulating, "The navy pursuing you has been dealt with. Do you intend to remain hidden any longer?" As Li Zhao's words faded, the bottom of the boat suddenly began to writhe. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a colossal figure, its skin color strikingly similar to that of the vessel's hull, lying in wait. This being had remained motionless, and due to the dimness beneath the boat and the murky water, it was nearly impossible to discern its presence without a careful examination from up close. Once discovered by Li Zhao, the creature's skin shifted colors like a chameleon, ultimately settling into a deep blue hue. Its elbows and the back of its head bore prominent fish fins, indicating it was a member of the fishman race, gifted with the ability to change its coloration. However, it was peculiar, as typically, fishmen do not attain such a massive stature. Having seemingly witnessed the recent battle and recognizing its inferiority to Li Zhao, the creature swiftly waved its hands, unleashing two torrents of water that surged toward Li Zhao. In an instant, it propelled itself away, darting past Li Zhao in a desperate bid to escape into the depths of the sea. Could this be a fishman adept at camouflage? Yet, its size appeared rather excessive. Li Zhao, undeterred, gracefully evaded the rushing water with his moonlit step and pursued the retreating figure, while the fishman thrived in the ocean's depths, exhibiting remarkable speed and agility compared to terrestrial beings. For Li Zhao, who perceived the seawater as if it were air, the creature's movements were still languid. As he closed in, Li Zhao took a moment to scrutinize the panicked fugitive. To his astonishment, this being was significantly larger than the robust Bobby Van Koo, approaching the size of a smaller giant. Adorning its face were a pair of square sunglasses. A fishman wearing sunglasses? Could it truly be him? Li Zhao was momentarily taken aback, instantly recalling the identity of the merman, a surge of excitement welling up within him. Although this blue merman was of considerable size, it was evident that he had sustained severe injuries, his wounds still unhealed, and his strength was nearly depleted. It appeared that this creature was most likely one of the extremely ferocious pirates that had been relentlessly pursued by the ghost spider. Li Zhao exerted minimal effort to transform the blue merman into a stylish jacket, deftly rolling it up and tucking it alongside the ghostly spider. Previously, the blue merman had carried a tightly sealed metal coffin, which did not merge with the jacket but remained firmly grasped in Li Zhao's hand. Upon resurfacing, Li Zhao was greeted by a multitude of gaping mouths belonging to the treacherous sailors sent by Zhao. Initially, they believed their demise was imminent. However, after the so-called deceased captain was ruthlessly cast into the sea by the infamous Admiral Ghost Spider, the naval vessel swiftly sank, and those who had fallen into the water vanished silently beneath the waves. It became glaringly obvious to even the dim-witted what had transpired below the surface. The once obscure assassin, with a mere bounty of several tens of millions, had astonishingly defeated the renowned Admiral Ghost Spider and annihilated an entire ship's crew of naval sailors. The subordinate responsible for direct communication with the Golden Emperor Zhao promptly reported the situation to his superior following the lifting of the signal blockade. Perhaps the gravity of the situation was too staggering, for the Zhao had yet to respond. After a considerable time, Li Zhao emerged from the depths, clutching a metallic coffin in one hand, while his arms bulged with what appeared to be a plethora of items. After issuing commands to the sailors to continue their journey toward Dressrosa, he plunged into the spoils-laden ship, the Shark Emerald. Despite the curiosity of the traders regarding the bounty he had seized from the Navy, they were acutely aware that approaching him at that moment could result in being silenced by that deranged assassin. Once inside the lounge and having secured the door, Li Zhao hung up the blue fishman jacket and proceeded to awaken the consciousness of the fishman. The blue fishman, evidently bewildered by the circumstances, had lost consciousness momentarily and awoke to find himself no longer submerged in the ocean, but rather confined within the ship's cabin. While his mouth seemed capable of speech, his body was rendered immobile, evidently captured and stripped of freedom. Upon realizing that Li Zhao stood before him, he became instantly anxious. This lunatic had just slaughtered the navy that had pursued him. He was uncertain as to what fate awaited him. Sebastian, the last remnant of the Ward pirates, was a hybrid of a pufferfish fishman and a giant, belonging to the fish giant race, and was blind. He had served as the gatekeeper of the Golosadia. Am I correct? The blue fishman exclaimed in surprise. How do you know? With his speculation confirmed, Li Zhao chuckled heartily. The illustrious Ward pirates, renowned for their infamy. Led by the world destroyer Bondi Ward. How could I possibly be unaware of such a name? Now, enlighten me as to the current situation. Bondi Ward and his Ward pirates hail from the special chapter of One Piece, 3D2Y, which traverses the arc of Ace's death, closely intertwined with the main storyline. The antagonist in this film is none other than the captain of the Gulosadia, Bondi Ward, known as the World Destroyer. He was a formidable pirate who roamed the seas 30 years ago, having clashed with legendary figures such as Pirate King Roger, the Great Pirate Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and others, instilling fear in both the world government and the Navy. At 78 years of age, Bondi appears as he did at 45 due to having been frozen for 3 decades. A master of hockey and the 6 powers, he wields the powers of the Momo Momo fruit and harbors grand ambitions to overturn the world government, possessing formidable strength. Previously, during the chaos instigated by Blackbeard and Monkey D, Luffy and impelled down, Bondi sees the opportunity to escape from the 6th level of the prison. Of course, in the film, regardless of how formidable a legendary figure may be, none can surpass the protagonist, the son of destiny, Monkey D, Luffy. Bondi Ward was no exception to this fate. According to the original plot of the film, the once overpowering pirate Bondi Ward ultimately became mere experience points on the path to the future Pirate King. However, the fate of his crew remains unaddressed in the film's conclusion. Li Zhao has the opportunity to glean the latest developments in the narrative through the insights of a character who has directly participated in the unfolding events. Initially, the fish giant was somewhat reticent. However, after Li Zhao intentionally divulged fragments of the plot, leading the fish giant to believe he was devoid of secrets, he ultimately began to divulge information earnestly. Their captain, Bondi Ward, had intended to utilize the super cannon mounted on the colossal vessel, the Gloricidia, in conjunction with the abilities granted by the Bondi Momo fruit, to amplify the cannonballs by 100-fold, thereby possessing the capability to obliterate an island with a single shot. The original plan was to wield this formidable weapon to annihilate the Holy Land of myriad as an act of vengeance against the world government. However, this audacious maneuver incited the wrath of the Navy. Not only did an admiral personally intervene, but a bounty was also placed for the extermination of their foes, summoning the 7 warlords to assist in the onslaught. Yet, before the grand battle could commence, an impetuous youth named Monkey D, Luffy, accompanied by 2 of the warlords, the Empress Boa Hancock and the Clown Buggy, infiltrated the Gloricidia and wreaked havoc, leading to the inexplicable defeat of their captain. The mighty vessel, the Gloricidia, ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of the admiral and the 7 warlords. The fish giant, Sebastian, miraculously survived, leveraging the inherent advantages of his fishman heritage to escape via the sea route, only to be captured by Li Zhao. Li Zhao nodded. The experiences with the fish giant were largely in line with his previous conjectures, which seemed quite reasonable. However, Li Zhao's gaze shifted to the metallic coffin, causing the fish giant to become visibly apprehensive. Before he could pose a question, the creature began to stammer an explanation. That is the body of our crew member. I intend to find a place to bury them. Huh, are the fishmen truly considering a burial for their fallen comrades? Are you jesting with me? Ignoring the incoherent explanations of the creature, Li Zhao began to examine the metallic coffin with keen interest. Chapter 025. The crew of the legendary pirate ship. The craftsmanship of this iron coffin was evidently exquisite. Its exterior revealed no seams, rendering it nearly impossible to open. Li Zhao's observations reveal that his formidable aura has yet to attain the ability to penetrate high-density objects, leaving him unaware of what lies within. It is merely a corpse. I implore you, no, I beseech you, do not disturb the deceased. Allow my companions to rest in peace. Li Zhao remained unperturbed by the fish giant suspended upon the hanger. This metallic coffin, although seemingly robust, posed the risk of obliterating the secrets concealed within if forcefully breached. Fortunately, Li Zhao possessed a peculiar method to counter such resilient metal, the corrosive void. As the ethereal bubbles encroached upon the surface, the metallic coffin was instantly marred with pockmarks, revealing the intricate tubing and apparatus beneath. At that moment, even the most obtuse observer would scarcely believe it to be merely a coffin. To Li Zhao, it resembled more of a miniature submarine. The void continued its relentless assault on the metal, ultimately exposing the hollow interior. Li Zhao lifted the battered coffin and shook it downward, causing several humanoid figures to clatter out. Among them was a plump elderly man, battered and unconscious, with a hairdo reminiscent of dice, a statue of a tall, alluring woman clad in a cheongsam, and lastly, a middle-aged man with a pallid complexion, leaving one to ponder whether he was a corpse or a living being. Truly remarkable. The Fishman tribe demonstrated their resilience, managing to rescue their crew amidst such an explosion, under the relentless onslaught of the naval demon-slaying edict and the seven warlords. Li Zhao gazed in genuine admiration at the fish giant before him. In the world of pirates, the distinctive human characteristics were unmistakable. Having surmised that the mini-submarine concealed other members of the ward pirates, deducing their identities became a trivial task. The eccentric and comical old man was undoubtedly the ship's engineer and combatant, Zhao, from the Glossaradia. He possessed the cubing fruit ability, allowing him to transform any object into a cube and manipulate it at will. The enchanting woman in the Chi-Pow was none other than Nakian, the female ship's doctor and left-side engineer of the ward pirates. During previous skirmishes, she had been petrified by the pirate empress using her sweet fruit powers, and it seemed that the effect had yet to be lifted. Although Nakian appeared mature and striking, she was, in fact, already 68 years of age. Through her self-formulated herbal remedies, she had managed to regain a youthful appearance temporarily. In combat, she employed her own brand of traditional Chinese martial arts, with many techniques named after medicinal herbs. She was one of the rare physicians in the pirate world who utilized Eastern medicine to treat ailments. As for the final brawny figure, it was evident that he was none other than the world destroyer, Bondi Wald himself. Yet, in his current state, he bore little resemblance to a living being. The fish giant, Sebastian, was fleeing in haste, evidently lacking the time to tend to his injured companions, particularly the battered Zhao, who was on the brink of collapse. Healing bubbles emerged from Li Zhao's hands, enveloping Zhao in a milky white foam, cleansing away the grime, wounds, and blood that marred the old man's body. Remarkably, Zhao's robust constitution allowed him to begin stirring beneath the foam's embrace. However, before he could fully awaken, Li Zhao pressed his hands against Zhao's chest and activated his jacket fruit ability, transforming him into a human skin coat. Yet, Li Zhao refrained from enforcing a state of slumber upon him. Shortly thereafter, the fish giant began to elucidate the current situation to the awakening old man. The next individual requiring attention was the ship's doctor, Nakian. The petrification afflicting her was a result of a devil fruit ability, an abnormal state that, in theory, could be washed away by the omnipotent bubbles. Resolute in his intent, Li Zhao concentrated, envisioning the creation of foam capable of cleansing such anomalies. Moments later, a vibrant, iridescent mass of bubbles materialized in his hands. As the foam enveloped her, Nakian's petrification indeed began to gradually dissolve. However, the effort required to conjure this fantastical foam was surprisingly taxing, far more so than that needed for the healing bubbles. Li Zhao felt more exhausted than after a fierce battle with a ghostly spider, nearly on the brink of collapse. Yet, fearing that a premature withdrawal might lead to unforeseen adverse consequences, he summoned all his strength to persist until he completely dispelled Naiqin's petrification. It is noteworthy that the iridescent foam, which had cleansed the effects of Naiqin's petrification, took on a stone-like hue upon the removal of the curse. This transformation resembled the way pristine white foam becomes dark and grimy when washing soiled, greasy hands with soap. Furthermore, these stone-colored foams did not vanish immediately like others. Instead, they rolled about the ground like small stones. Before Li Zhao could investigate these peculiar foams, he was startled by a sharp exclamation. "Take this." Traditional Chinese medicine fist technique. Winterworm summergrass heavy strike. It turned out to be Naiqin, newly liberated, launching an attack against him. The woman was petrified during battle by the Empress, Boa Hancock, which left her mind suspended in the moment before her transformation. As the legendary pirate's ship's doctor, she possessed considerable strength, once forcing the Empress into a fierce struggle. Fortunately, even though Li Zhao was utterly exhausted, his physical defenses remained largely intact. The woman's dazzling array of martial arts techniques proved to be a mere spectacle, yielding minimal damage. At this moment, she began to sense something amiss. Her opponent had transformed from the world's foremost beauty into a robust, cold-hearted man. A sideways glance revealed her captain lying unconscious on the ground, while her two companions were suspended against the wall like discarded garments. Seizing the brief moment of her distraction, Li Zhao lunged forward. Lacking the strength to execute any formal techniques, he resorted to using his weight to pin the woman beneath him, one hand securing her wrists while the other pressed against her chest. Expending his last vestiges of energy in an unseemly manner to activate the jacket fruit's abilities, gasping for breath as he surveyed the three new garments hanging nearby, he realized that rescuing others was indeed far more taxing than taking a life. This was made possible by his current state of unity with two others, one of whom was the physically formidable Bobby Vankus, whose stamina and recuperative abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary human. Had Califa been alone, she likely wouldn't have been able to activate the illusion fruit, and even if she managed to, she would have quickly succumbed to exhaustion. While Li Zhao rested, the three garments exchanged their thoughts. The fish giant recounted their recent exploits to his companions, explaining how he had discovered them before the Gulosayati ship sank and managed to cram them into a super mini escape submarine crafted by Gale. Upon learning that their captain, Bondi Wald, and vice-captain, Bin Jack, had perished, and that their captain, who had narrowly escaped from impel down, now lay in such a state, the trio burst into tears, their tears wrinkling their garment forms, overshadowing their own predicament. After a considerable interval, Li Zhao regained a modicum of strength and approached the world destroyer, Bondi Wald. The three figures, who had been conversing and weeping, fell into silence, their gazes fixated on his actions. They had intended to voice their objections to this enigmatic figure. Yet they recognized that despite being transformed into garments and stripped of their freedom by his inexplicable powers, he had indeed rescued them. If their captain could be restored by him, then surely, with his prowess, he would be capable of subduing this mysterious individual, allowing them to reclaim their agency. Li Zhao was well aware of their subtle intentions, but remained unperturbed. He yearned to revive this legendary figure, who had once contended with the Pirate King and other great pirates, and then add him to his collection, believing such an addition would undoubtedly enhance his own strength. However, after careful examination and several cautious attempts on Bondi, Li Zhao ultimately sighed in resignation. There was no way around it. He was already deceased. Even if the bubble fruit possesses extraordinary powers, it cannot erase death or resurrect the deceased. The healing effects of the bubbles proved utterly ineffective against Bondi's injuries, and the iridescent bubbles exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Ultimately, even when Li Zhao attempted to forcibly activate the abilities of the jacket fruit upon the world destroyer, it yielded no results. This can lead to but one conclusion. Before them lay nothing more than a lifeless corpse. A corpse serves no purpose and might even attract trouble. Just as Li Zhao raised Bondi Wald, preparing to cast him into the sea to feed the fish, the skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Naiqin, suddenly interjected. Please, wait. Earlier, Sebastian noticed the captain's grave injuries and secretly concocted a yet-to-be-completed ultimate healing potion, the neither alive nor dead elixir. He administered it to him, and now, it is plausible that the captain is in a state of suspended animation. If there exists a method to heal his wounds, and if I can devise an antidote for the neither alive nor dead elixir, the captain may yet awaken. With his back to the trio, a cunning smile crept across Li Zhao's lips as he slowly turned to face them, placing Bondi's robust form upon the floor. Your proposition seems intriguing, he remarked. But the question remains, why should I assist you in reviving your captain? The three were momentarily taken aback. They had long been perplexed by Li Zhao's intentions. Transforming them into garments was but a mystery. Faced with his query, they exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Chapter 026. The true treasure. Li Zhao recognized that it was time to proceed with the next phase of his plan. In the presence of the three individuals, he conjured a lengthy zipper that extended from his chin to his navel, then slowly drew it open. In the next instant, his true form, possessing the alluring figure of Califa and the rugged features of Kelly Funk, emerged from the bobby jacket. Wow, so you are a being from the island of transgenders. The three exclaimed in unison, causing Li Zhao to nearly topple to the ground. The carefully cultivated aura he had amassed dissipated entirely, and his sanity plummeted to zero. Li Zhao exerted every ounce of strength to stifle his sobs, barely managing to maintain an expression of indifference. Let me clarify one thing. I am not a transgender individual. The appearance you see before you is a result of my fruit-based abilities. Li Zhao, with a resolute demeanor, vowed to swiftly rectify the issues plaguing his current condition. No matter how vehemently he denied it, his appearance would lead no one to believe he was not a product of that island, where relentless training, or rather, a desperate struggle for survival, was the order of the day. This was evident from the nonchalant expressions on the faces of the three individuals before him. As you have witnessed and personally experienced, I am the possessor of the jacket fruit's powers, enabling me to transform any individual or creature into a human skin jacket that I can don, thereby acquiring all their abilities and exerting control over them entirely. Li Zhao ceased to dwell on the distinctions between humans and non-humans and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. His introduction was undoubtedly circumspect. His true trump card could not be casually revealed. Thus, as long as I am willing to assist you, you shall easily evade the pursuit of the Navy. This was a conclusion Li Zhao had previously corroborated through experiments conducted with his brother, Bobby. Apart from himself, those transformed into jackets by him could likewise be donned by others, possessing the same complete control over the abilities of the person who had been turned into a jacket. However, unlike Li Zhao, others who wore these human skin jackets were constrained by a time limit, generally not exceeding 12 hours. They needed to remove the jackets during the night to allow both the individual and the jacket to rest. Otherwise, the wearer would experience severe allergic-like symptoms, which would worsen over time. This phenomenon bore a resemblance to the abilities of the warlord Gecko Moria, who could plunder others' shadows. Not only could he utilize them, but others could also absorb the shadows to enhance their own strength. Yet, even the future pirate king, Luffy, could only contain 100 shadows, whereas Gecko Moria could harbor 1,000 within his own body. At this juncture, Li Zhao zipped up the front of Bobby's jacket, and it stood upright like an inflated balloon, returning to its original form. Allow me to introduce Bobby Van Ku, my brother. As you can see, by zipping up the front, the person transformed into a jacket can revert to their original state. Upon hearing this, the three attempted to close the zippers that were ajar on their own bodies, but aside from their heads, which could barely move, their limbs were devoid of strength. Despite exerting all their effort, they could only induce a slight flutter in the human skin jackets. Closing the zipper that extended from their chins to their navels proved to be an insurmountable challenge. After several attempts, they were compelled to concede defeat. Now, what are your terms? Among the trio, the one with the most social acumen was surprisingly the fish giant, Sebastian, who aptly represented the group in negotiations with Li Zhao. In truth, it was rather straightforward. I am looking to assemble a pirate crew, but have been unable to find suitable members. I believe the three of you would be an excellent fit, hence my desire to recruit you. This was Li Zhao's true intention. In his eyes, these three individuals, especially the two elderly ones, embodied the saying, an old person at home is like a treasure. The shipwright, Guy Ram, had been captured by the Navy after his captain was injured by a CP-0 spy posing as a crew member. Guy Ram, through sheer determination, has managed to construct the colossal vessel known as the Gloricity. This ship should not be underestimated. Its dimensions and length are surpassed only by the Great Desaro and the terrifying three-masted sailing ship, the Moonlight Moria, which is as vast as an island. It ranks among the most formidable ships in the entire pirate world. Moreover, the Gloricity boasts three distinct advantages that other legendary warships or pirate vessels lack. Firstly, this ship is equipped with the largest cannon in the world, and when paired with the powers of the world destroyer, the Momo fruit, it can amplify its super projectiles 100-fold, capable of obliterating an entire island with a single shot. It is important to note that this destruction is not merely a massacre or the destruction of towns and edifices. Rather, it refers to reducing an entire island to mere powder, erasing it from the ocean's surface. Its power rivals that of a high-yield nuclear warhead. Secondly, this island-shaped behemoth also functions as a submarine, capable of prolonged underwater navigation. Such technology is beyond the capabilities of any nation in the world from which Li Zhao hails. The third characteristic is the most astonishing. This remarkably advanced giant ship can be operated by just 2 or 3 individuals. In stark contrast, both the Great Desaro and the terrifying three-masted sailing ship require crews numbering in the thousands. This illustrates the extraordinary technological prowess of the shipwright Guy Ram. In the entire pirate world, perhaps only the genius Vegapunk could rival him. And even Frankie, the shipwright of the future pirate king Luffy, falls short in this regard. As for the ship's doctor, Naki, the rejuvenating potion she concocts, though it can only restore youth for a brief period, is not regarded highly by her or even herself for that reason. However, for certain elderly individuals ravaged by time, even a fleeting moment of youth holds immeasurable value and the potential to alter history. Consider the Marineford War. Had Whitebeard not been burdened by illness and age, if he could have reclaimed his peak combat prowess, even if just for a few minutes, who could have harmed him, and who could have stood in his way? If Whitebeard had possessed a vial of the rejuvenating potion at that time, could the outcome of the Marineford War have been rewritten? History cannot be rewritten. Yet Li Zhao will not make the same mistake. With Naki by his side, it is akin to possessing the elixir of youth. And there is a likelihood of acquiring even more wondrous traditional remedies in the future. Li Zhao has unwavering confidence in traditional Chinese medicine. Compared to the elderly figures before him, what is a mere world destroyer like Bondewald? Unfortunately, Li Zhao's ambitions will not be easily realized. I shall not betray the walled pirates, the old man asserts. I have fought aboard the Gloricity for decades. This is, after all, the home for which I have dedicated my entire life. I no longer wish to change pirate crews, although I am merely a feudal ship's doctor. Incapable of even curing the ailments of first mate Ben Jack, I have grown weary with age. My sole desire is to find a tranquil place to spend the remainder of my days. The reactions of the two individuals did not come as a surprise to Li Zhao. Bondi Ward had been imprisoned for 3 decades, enduring his incarceration. The Ward pirates had essentially faded into obscurity, leaving only the 4 of them, old companions, to rely on one another. Remarkably, these 4 persevered for 30 years, awaiting the unprecedented chaos that erupted and impelled down, allowing Bondi to escape in a miraculous turn of events. Such unwavering faith is not something easily achieved by ordinary individuals. However, now that Li Zhao has set his sights on them, he will undoubtedly employ any means necessary to secure their allegiance. Li Zhao refrained from saying much more. Under the watchful gaze of those present, he opened the chilling human skin jacket wardrobe, meticulously selecting 3 sets of human skin. He then zipped up the front for the 3 individuals, restoring their semblance of normalcy. Guy Lam and Nai Qin, who had not witnessed Li Zhao's victory over the ghost spider, felt a stir of apprehension, yet when they observed Li Zhao casually placing his hand upon Bondi Wald's head, they ultimately relinquished their attempts at resistance. What exactly do you wish for us to do? Do not misunderstand. I merely wish for you to try on these 3 garments upon the floor. As for the rest, we shall discuss it once you don the attire. After we wear this repulsive human skin, will we be under your control? The fish giant cautiously inquired. Do I truly need to exert such influence? You should be well aware of my capabilities. Eliminating you poses no challenge for me. Moreover, if you remain apprehensive, you may try them on one by one. Li Zhao smiled at the ship's doctor, Nai Qin, as if struck by a sudden thought, inquired, Dear Ms. Nai Qin, how long can your rejuvenation potion truly sustain its effects? Approximately around half an hour. Wait. Nai Qin raised her hands before her eyes for inspection, then patted her chest and tapped her backside, only to realize she still possessed a youthful visage. How could this be? She had consumed the rejuvenation potion during her battle with the Empress, and shortly thereafter had been petrified, maintaining her youthful appearance ever since. Yet, a considerable amount of time had elapsed since Li Zhao had lifted her petrification, surpassing the potion's effective duration. Could it be that upon being freed from petrification, I transformed into a human leather jacket? It must be so. Li Zhao interjected, those transformed into a leather jacket by me remain in a state of suspended animation, devoid of the need for sustenance or any bodily changes. However, now that I've lifted the transformation, you should revert shortly. Revert? Nai Qin was taken aback. No woman wishes to witness the fleeting moment of her beauty fading. Her infrequent use of the rejuvenation potion stemmed not only from concerns over side effects diminishing its efficacy, but also from the excruciating pain that accompanied the end of its effects. Her gaze drifted to a leather jacket resting on the table, belonging to a strikingly beautiful and voluptuous female pirate. With determination, Nai Qin seized the jacket and donned it. If this enigmatic individual's power could indeed prolong her youth, what was a little risk? After all, what could be more precious than youth? Zipping it up, a stunningly beautiful and alluring pirate stood before her, her expression one of disbelief as she slowly admired her form. Then she rushed to the dressing mirror, scrutinizing her body repeatedly. Is this what it feels like to be young? This vitality, this exuberance, goodness, even my rejuvenation potion never bestowed such an effect. Seeing that Nai Qin appeared unaffected by mental control, the 2 bystanders could no longer contain themselves. After all, the allure of a youthful body is an irresistible temptation for anyone who has aged. Chapter 027. Hooray! No longer a freak unlike Li Zhao's true form, which would be grotesquely contorted by the internal wearer. The individual clad in the leather jacket bore an appearance indistinguishable from the jacket's original owner. Thus, even a colossal fish giant, once entirely enveloped within the human leather jacket and zipped up, would merely become an ordinary little pirate. Indeed, this invigorating sensation, how many years had it been since I last experienced such vitality? Though lacking the exuberance of Nakalin, Garam donned the youthful pirate's leather jacket and appeared quite content with his now agile and vibrant physique. However, the true source of excitement, even to the point of emotional breakdown, was not these 2 elders but the fish giant, Sebastian, owing to his long-lived giant lineage. Although he was of the same age as Garam and Nakalin, he had yet to genuinely experience the effects of physical decline. Yet, he harbored other flaws and regrets, one of which was light. It is light, truly light. My eyes, I can see the light once more. I can perceive the world clearly. Indeed. Sebastian had worn sunglasses not out of a desire to appear fashionable, but because he was blind. In a battle long ago, the fish giant lost his sight and could only rely on his other senses and the power of observation hockey to perceive the world around him. At this moment, the fish giant collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with emotion, weeping profusely. No sighted person could fathom the joy of a man who had been blind for decades experiencing the return of light. As you may have observed, I am a master at creating miracles. Follow me, and I assure you that I can restore your youth or grant you the vision that rightfully belongs to you. Rather than merely experiencing it for a limited time, Li Zhao persuasively continued to entice the three individuals at an opportune moment. He was not exaggerating. Should he successfully acquire the heart of gold, and coupled with Naiqin's rejuvenating elixir, his promises were not devoid of possibility. Furthermore, the pirate world is replete with boundless opportunities. Even if one method fails to achieve a particular aim, alternative approaches invariably exist. Allow me to be candid. Your first mate, Bin Jieka, has tragically perished in battle. As for his brother, your captain, Bondi Wald, while I can assure you of my efforts to revive him, you must also recognize that he is no longer the esteemed elder brother you revered and cherished 30 years ago. Betrayed by his subordinates and tormented in the icy prison for 3 decades, he has become a relentless machine of vengeance, willing to go to any lengths, employing any means. Devoid of compassion, and you merely instruments in his quest for retribution. If you prove useful, he will retain you. If not, he will discard you. Just as he did with his brother, Bin Jieka. You are speaking nonsense. Gyram's furious retort rang hollow, as they all knew Li Zhao spoke the truth. No one understood the transformation of the returning old captain better than these seasoned comrades. After exchanging glances, Gyram let out a soft sigh, realizing that his 2 old companions had already been swayed. Not only them, but even she seemed to find no reason to continue rejecting Li Zhao's goodwill. In light of this, very well, tell us, what is the name of your pirate crew? I hereby pledge my allegiance. What is it called? Li Zhao suddenly realized that he had never contemplated what to name his pirate crew. Surely, he could not continue to call it the Van Ku brothers' pirate crew. If he were truly Kelly Van Ku, it might have been acceptable. However, he was an authentic traveler, and the original assassin, Kelly, was merely a garment he could not shed. Never mind, he would simply choose a name. Anything would be more distinctive than names like Straw Hat, Blackbeard, or Big Mom. Very well, since my abilities are characterized by their ever-changing nature, I shall name it the Transforming Pirate Crew. No, that sounds like the Annoying Pirate Crew, which has an unpleasant homophonic connotation. Let us settle on Phantom instead. Thus, the crew that would instill fear in the celestial dragons and countless pirates alike, and the most enigmatic pirate crew in history, Phantom, was officially established. On yet another sunlit day, Lord Bobby Van Ku, whose image had been thoroughly transformed in the minds of the treacherous crew members, was leisurely strolling aboard the merchant ship Daisolo. Wherever he went, all the crew members stood at attention, saluting, drenched in cold sweat. What a jest! Could one provoke a man capable of slaughtering the notorious Marine Rear Admiral, Ghost Spider, along with an entire ship of Marines, and tossing them into the sea as fish feed? Surely, he was not someone to be trifled with. After the last battle, 3 young pirates, originally part of the Treasure Maniac, suddenly appeared aboard the Shark Emerald. Their appearances and specific physiques remained obscured, as Mr. Bobby, the acting captain, had strictly forbidden the merchant sailors from boarding the Shark Emerald. These 3 were, in fact, former crew members of the Ward Pirate Crew, now newly affiliated with the Illusionary Pirate Crew, Gyram, Nacrin, and Sebastian. The new pirate crew had initiated a preliminary division of labor. The fish giant Sebastian took on the roles of helmsman and gunner. Nacrin served as the ship's doctor, temporarily doubling as the cook, while Gyram continued in his previous capacity as the shipwright and chief engineer. Bobby Van Ku, the younger brother, assumed the position of first mate and navigator, with Kelly Van Ku, or Li Zhao himself, naturally taking on the mantle of captain. With the addition of these 3, alongside the certified navigator Bobby Van Ku, the Shark Emerald was now capable of independent navigation across the seas. In fact, some astute merchant sailors speculated whether they might be silenced permanently, living in a constant state of fear. Yet, from an external viewpoint, no one could fathom that the formidable figure before them was merely a cowardly individual who could only endure blows without retaliating. If they so wished, they could easily subdue the acting captain beneath their feet. Indeed, at this very moment, Bobby was truly himself, while Li Zhao, who had been concealed within him, resided in the captain's quarters, clad in a brand new Ghost Spider jacket. The Ghost Spider, resembling the Treasure Maniac, was still not fit for public view, as it would inevitably lead to unnecessary complications. However, Li Zhao could, through their fusion, perceive the battle skills and various techniques that had been painstakingly etched into the bones of this marine vice-admiral. The mastery of the six styles by the ghost spider surpassed that of Khalifa, and his six-armed swordsmanship was unparalleled. Yet, what truly piqued Li Zhao's interest was another skill of his. Damn it. Let's try again. Life restoration. With Li Zhao's full exertion, the archetypal form of the ghost spider began to compress, transforming into a significantly shorter and stout figure. Again, life restoration. In the next moment, his form elongated and slimmed, standing over twice his previous height. Continue. Life restoration. Not enough. Keep going. Life restoration. Restore. As he continuously engaged in the technique of life restoration, Li Zhao remained resolute until his physical strength waned. His singular objective was to ensure that his true self, not the amalgamated form he had assumed, would indelibly remember the sensations associated with the operation of the life restoration skill, the flow of vital energy coursing through every cell and meridian, whether in the skeletal muscles, internal organs, or the skin and hair, all capable of being manipulated with the dexterity of his fingers. The ghost spider undoubtedly stood as a contemporary master of the life restoration technique, yet his expertise did not lie in bodily control. Rather, his true talent resided in the ability to channel power comparable to that of muscular arms into his hair, wielding it with remarkable focus. However, the principle that mastery in one area begets mastery in others held true. Li Zhao could leverage the ghost spider's extensive experience in life restoration to cultivate entirely new skills tailored to his needs. This arduous process extended over 3 full days, during which the newly appointed shipwright, Gale Ram, became thoroughly acquainted with the Shark Emerald and embarked upon his vessel renovation project. The old gentleman found no fault with the luxurious materials employed in the ship's construction, yet he was utterly intolerant of the craftsmanship and design, deeming it a gross misappropriation. In his view, it was an egregious waste to treat the most precious shipbuilding materials, such as the rare atom wood and other coveted supplies, as mere ordinary planks. Meanwhile, the ship's doctor, Nai Qin, was unable to conduct her research on traditional Chinese medicine due to a lack of essential herbs, relegating her to kitchen duties for the time being. However, her culinary skills allowed Li Zhao to finally savor the taste of his longed-for hometown dishes. A delightful reprieve from the endless bread, wine, steak, and sausage that, while delicious, had become monotonous over time. In the captain's quarters, Li Zhao, having merged with the ghost spider, awoke once again from a state of utter exhaustion. He slowly unzipped the natural seam that had appeared across his chest, allowing Kelly's true form to emerge from the human disguise. Though he was alone, Li Zhao couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment at his androgynous appearance. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly pressed his hand against his elevated chest, and in an instant, the excess flesh transformed into firm, flat pectoral muscles. He had truly succeeded. Li Zhao was overwhelmed with joy, and he vigorously patted his backside twice, kneading and squeezing various parts of his thighs, abdomen, and arms. Perhaps due to the nature of Kelly Vanku's physique, which frequently altered in accordance with the body of the wearer, he, who was originally of a diminutive stature, often appeared like a small giant when enveloped by his brother's monstrous form. However, upon the introduction of the stunning beauty, Khalifa, within, his appearance transformed into a graceful and alluring figure. Had it been an ordinary leather jacket, it would have undoubtedly been rendered unwearable long ago. Or perhaps, akin to his brother Bobby's exceptional aptitude for defensive skills like armament hockey and iron blocks, Li Zhao's mastery of the life return chi was remarkably outstanding, surpassing even the teachings he had received. In any case, at this moment, Li Zhao found that he had not lost his ability to utilize the life return chi upon shedding the ghost spider leather jacket. On the contrary, his capability became even more agile and versatile. After some adjustments, the reflection that once appeared in the mirror, a scruffy and androgynous figure, had now transformed into that of a robust young man, with his features no longer appearing so jarring due to the stark contrast with his physique. Yet, Li Zhao still harbored some dissatisfaction. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his hands, conjuring a large mass of foam in his palms. Super Beauty Foam, Golden Cleanser. The golden foam generated by the bubble fruit could cleanse anything, including the sharp angles and protrusions of the human body, rendering them smooth and polished. However, this ability seemed nearly useless to Li Zhao in combat. If he could directly contact his opponent's body with his hands, it would be far more meaningful to engage them than to give them a full body massage. Nevertheless, the golden foam's ability to smooth out certain angular features of the face, such as overly sharp cheekbones and chin, proved to be quite beneficial, especially when combined with the adjustments provided by the life return chi to muscles, bones, and hair, potentially achieving cosmetic enhancement. Through Li Zhao's persistent development over time, the golden foam had acquired new functions, not only effortlessly erasing scars and wrinkles from the skin but also completely cleansing underlying melanin and tattoos without leaving a trace, resulting in skin that was smooth and delicate, akin to that of a newborn. It is worth noting that in the pirate world, tattoos were quite prevalent. And given that many individuals' physiques and appearances could change significantly due to training or growth, their features might also sustain damage in battle. Thus, tattoos often served as vital indicators of a person's identity. In other words, altering a person's tattoo was tantamount to altering their identity. Li Zhao, engrossed in the reflection before him, found himself increasingly captivated, as though he were crafting a new character within a 3D game, manipulating the facial features in the character creation interface. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Zhao possesses considerable skill in this domain. With a flurry of kneading and massaging, he employed both the life restoration chi and a luxurious foaming facial cleanser, ultimately even incorporating the profound coloring abilities of CQP. The fruit user. After toiling for the better part of the day, he finally nodded in satisfaction at the reflection staring back at him. Before him stood a robust and handsome young man, adorned with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion and flowing black hair. Influenced by his personal tastes, Li Zhao infused his facial sculpting with characteristics reminiscent of numerous characters from Hong Kong martial arts comics, such as the Xiantian Evil Emperor and Ye Feng, the fiery cloud evil god, thus imbuing his visage with an air of profound Eastern mystique. So what do you think? Are you pleased with our current appearance? Li Zhao's inquiry was directed towards Khalifa, the CP9 female spy who had long been confined within her own body, deprived of sunlight for an extended period. Li Zhao's actions revealed his inherent nature, reminiscent of a dark, sarcastic cynic. It is noteworthy that, although his physique previously straddled the line between masculine and feminine, it was undeniably tailored to the alluring contours of Khalifa, the exquisite secretary. However, after Li Zhao's meddling, while he transformed into a more handsome and charismatic figure, Khalifa's once impressive silhouette had been rendered ambiguous and androgynous. From Li Zhao's perspective, any woman would undoubtedly feel a murderous rage upon witnessing her voluptuous form reduced to that of a flat, featureless expanse. Yet, to his perplexity, he sensed not an ounce of that anticipated fury emanating from Khalifa. Rather, there lingered a hint of excitement and gratitude. What could this possibly signify? Just as Li Zhao contemplated delving deeper into this intriguing anomaly, the phone bug on the table began to chirp incessantly. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Captain, we are nearing our destination. The voice of Sebastian resonated from the device. Ever since the fish giant regained temporary sight through the human skin jacket, he had developed an infatuation with the role of lookout, spending his days perched atop the mast like an inquisitive monkey, scanning the horizons. At present, the shark Emerald was still being towed by the merchant vessel, the Great Desaro, and the fish giant, as the helmsman, found himself devoid of tasks. They had finally arrived at their destination, the land ruled by the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, the kingdom of dolls, Dressrosa, also known as the island of love and passion. Li Zhao felt a twinge of anxiety within. The individual he had transmigrated into, Calivanco, was destined to meet his demise at the hands of the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo in the original narrative. Not only is Don Quixote da Flamingo immensely powerful, with an estimated bounty ranging from 700 million to 1 billion, but he also commands a cadre of fiercely loyal subordinates within the pirate world, known as the Don Quixote family. With a few exceptions, the overwhelming majority of Don Quixote family members would readily engage in battle should anyone dare to insult their revered young master, and they would willingly sacrifice themselves at the mere behest of Da Flamingo, displaying an almost unfathomable level of fanaticism. In comparison to the Straw Hat crew, the loyalty of these subordinates is equally, if not more, profound, leaving other factions far behind. Furthermore, within the Don Quixote family lie several exceptionally formidable high-ranking officers. For instance, Sugar, a special officer capable of instantaneously eliminating foes under certain conditions, and Sika, a top-ranking officer with the ability to transform into a colossal stone giant of strategic significance. Both represent entities that Li Zhao would rather avoid at all costs. He silently prayed that this visit would unfold without excessive complications. Soon after, The great Doflamingo trading ship, the Shark Emerald, glided into the harbor of Dressrosa. Bobby Vanku, surrounded by a throng of sailors, descended the ship's deck with an air of arrogance, only to find that the anticipated welcoming party was conspicuously absent, with only a young boy and an elderly man waiting at the dock, both exuding an air of haughty superiority. Bobby Vanku, undeterred by the dismissive demeanor of the welcoming party, approached them with a cordial smile. "Greetings to you both. I am Bobby Vanku, one of the high-ranking officers aboard the Great Doflamingo. I represent the Golden Emperor, Gil Zhao, entrusted with the task of escorting the shipment to Dressrosa to complete our transaction. May I inquire if I can be taken to meet the esteemed Don Quixote Doflamingo to finalize the delivery?" "The young master is currently unavailable," replied a strikingly beautiful youth, adorned in a long-sleeved shirt patterned like a giraffe's spots, paired with women's hot pants, white stockings on his long legs, and 10-centimeter high crimson stilettos, an ensemble that could only be described as extraordinarily unconventional. This peculiar attire left a certain individual, who had recently donned a scruffy appearance, feeling somewhat envious. Despite their own disconcerting look, this youthful figure in feminine garb seemed to evoke no sense of discord, even appearing somewhat aesthetically pleasing. However, in stark contrast to his charming appearance, the tone of the cross-dressing youth was decidedly domineering, bordering on unreasonable. "You needn't introduce yourself. I'm not interested in remembering your name. Just hand over the goods, and you can be on your way." Such a response left Bobby Vanku momentarily stunned. Rather than welcoming him or escorting him to meet the celestial demon, they seemed intent on dismissing him, making it clear that he should simply place his belongings down and leave. In his bewilderment, Bobby was at a loss for how to respond to this impudent youth. In a state of fluster, he could not help but glance back at a figure behind him, a green-haired boy with skin as pale as snow and an undeniably feminine appearance. Any traveler from another world would surely exclaim upon seeing him, "Isn't that the Saint of Andromeda, Shun?" Zhao shook his head. Indeed. He was the celestial maiden Saint Seiya, following closely behind Bobby Vanku. Of course, the goddess's saint did not traverse into this world, nor was he fashioned into a leather jacket. The guise he currently inhabited belonged to the treasure hunter, Mad Traja. Not long ago, he had mastered a remarkable technique of transformation derived from the combination of life restoration, bubble fruit, and color fruit, rendering his previous identity no longer a hindrance in his pursuit of embodying a well-known character. By employing life restoration to compress and reshape his physique and visage, cleansing his skin of scars, tattoos, and pigmentation with golden beauty foam, and finally dyeing his hair and altering his eye color with color fruit, he successfully crafted his own version of the celestial maiden Saint Seiya. The reason for adopting this appearance was clear. The celestial maiden was the progenitor of chain manipulation, revered by subsequent figures like Kurapika and Kuratani Yeshua, assuming this guise could potentially augment his own abilities in chain manipulation. Yet, the true motivation lay in the depths of Li Zhao's otaku's soul. In the past, his appearance could only be described as utterly dismal. Despite a fervent interest in cosplay, he lacked the requisite capital to enter the community. Now, however, with myriad techniques at his disposal, he could indulge his whims freely. It would be quite amusing to capture Doflamingo someday and don a Spider-Man cosplay. Chapter 29. A warm welcome and initial confrontation. The individuals dispatched by Doflamingo to receive them were two combatants from the Don Quixote family, affiliated with the Diamante Block Brigade. The elder was a martial arts master, Rao Ji, adept in the Dion Fist, while the cross-dressing youth was Dringer, a half-fishman of Beta lineage. Although neither possessed devil fruit powers, both were exceptional hand-to-hand combatants and formidable fighters. In the original anime, their achievements even surpassed those of certain high-ranking officers, particularly Rao Ji, who had once decisively bested the esteemed elder of the Water Army, whose bounty had exceeded 500 million during his peak, truly a hidden ace. Given their strength and status, it was only natural for them to regard other pirates with disdain. Bobby found himself at a loss due to the rudeness of the reception party, prompting Li Zhao, the true captain of the Phantom Pirates, to step forward and reclaim dignity. He took a couple of steps forward, positioned himself beside Bobby, and raised the golden square box in his right hand, proclaiming loudly, "This devil fruit has been entrusted to us by His Excellency, the Golden Emperor Tesoro, to be personally delivered to Lord Doflamingo. If we do not encounter His Excellency, we are authorized to return the devil fruit directly to the Great Tesoro. Since Lord Doflamingo is not present, we shall take our leave." After Li Zhao spoke, he discreetly tugged at his brother Bobby and prepared to turn back to the ship. He was not attempting to intimidate the other party. In truth, Li Zhao genuinely wished to depart from the tumultuous land of Dressrosa. As for the flame fruit in his possession, would it not be delightful for his brother Bobby to consume it? Strangely enough, it seemed rather unappealing. For all devil fruits are known to possess a foul odor. Li Zhao was acutely aware that a remarkably rare long-distance communication insect was stealthily recording his every move. Just as it was now, he had jeopardized this transaction to uphold the dignity of the Golden Emperor, and even the Golden Emperor could not reproach him for his actions. As for Brother Ming, he could deal with his two troublesome subordinates on his own. This burning fruit was the reward promised to Li Zhao by the Golden Emperor for his escort services, with the assurance that any bounty obtained from Brother Ming would count as Li Zhao's personal gain, since Brother Ming had no interest in it. It was only just that Li Zhao kept it for himself. As Li Zhao turned to leave, he indeed startled the two combatants responsible for his reception. Although they were unaware of the nature of that fateful devil fruit, the young master had previously emphasized its immense significance, instructing them unequivocally to secure it. Thus, they could not allow Li Zhao and his companions to depart so easily. Halt! Leave the item behind. With a furious shout, the merman youth lunged towards Li Zhao like a bolt of lightning. There was no need for Li Zhao to intervene personally. After all, he was merely the humble attendant of the esteemed Captain Bobby Van Koo. In response to the menacing approach of the aggressive merman, a towering figure suddenly emerged from behind Bobby. This individual possessed the unmistakable physique of a high-ranking naval officer, an inverted triangle of strength, with skin as dark as ink and long, flowing silver hair. Merman Karate, Tang Grass Tile Punch. The individual assumed the quintessential stance of Fishman Karate, and with a swift punch unleashed a shockwave that radiated in all directions, instantly propelling the half-Fishman youth, Delinger, backward. However, Delinger emerged unscathed, executing a graceful somersault in midair and landing firmly on the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the one who obstructed him. The only reason the hot-tempered Delinger refrained from immediately charging at his opponent was not solely due to his instinctual recognition of the terrifying strength possessed by the adversary, but also because the technique employed was a unique martial art exclusive to the world of pirates, Fishman Karate, a skill widely mastered by both fishmen and merfolk warriors. Being a hybrid of half-human blood, Delinger was regarded as a grotesque anomaly by both humans and fishmen, leading to his rejection by both races. Raised in solitude after being discovered as an infant by the Don Quixote family, he was trained as a combatant under the tutelage of Professor Lao Ji, thus never acquiring the distinctive combat skills of the Fishman lineage. At that moment, witnessing a man who unmistakably bore human features wielding the traditional martial art of Fishman Karate against him, a half-Fishman, evoked a complex array of emotions within Delinger. Tinged with an undercurrent of jealousy, his opponent was none other than Sebastian, the chief martial arts expert under Li Zhao, albeit in a super-enhanced form. The pristine Fishman had previously demonstrated remarkable prowess in the 3D animated film 3D2Y, where he single-handedly contended with the likes of the Straw Hat Luffy and the Shichibukai Boa Hancock. Although he ultimately succumbed to Luffy's third-gear punch, he had managed to inflict minor injuries upon the two main characters, showcasing his formidable strength. However, at this moment, Delinger faced not merely a Fishman, but a combined super version of Sebastian, clad in the ghostly spider-esque skin jacket of a Marine Rear Admiral, while he could not entirely transform as Li Zhao had. The use of golden beauty foam to cleanse the black pigments from the ghost spider's skin and hair, followed by deep dyeing with the color fruit, allowed this Marine Admiral to be reborn with a different visage. The ghost spider's power was already comparable to the highest ranks within the Don Quixote family, and combined with the inherent combat strength of the Fishman, the current iteration of Sebastian was a foe that even Li Zhao would hesitate to declare victory against. With his own power surging, the Fishman could not resist making a provocative gesture towards Delinger. How dare a mere underling of Tesoro insult me? To dishonor the illustrious Don Quixote family, I shall fight you. As soon as he moved, a frail, trembling hand pressed down upon his shoulder, forcing Delinger to the ground. The individual obstructing him was none other than the elderly Lao Ji, whose quivering form seemed on the brink of departure from this world. With one hand he restrained his disciple, while the other held a telephone bug to his ear. In a hoarse voice, he shouted, "Hello. Hello? Indeed, I am Lao Ji. Who are you? I can't hear you clearly. Oh, could you speak a bit louder? Yes, I am still alive. I have not yet passed on. Who are you?" With his master's firm intervention, Derlinger's initially heated thoughts had now calmed. He seized the telephone bug from Lao G's grasp and began to converse with the increasingly distressed caller on the other end. Li Zhao discreetly obstructed the somewhat eager fish giant, choosing to bide his time and await the unfolding of events. After all, this was Dressrosa, a land teeming with hidden talents. Li Zhao, not wishing to fully provoke the formidable night demon unless absolutely necessary, understood the gravity of the situation. Should an inadvertent escalation lead to an all-out war, his current strength would leave him no recourse but to flee. Once the communication concluded, the half-fishman Derlinger took 2 deep breaths, and the fury that had marred his visage vanished in an instant, replaced by a bashful demeanor, blending the shyness of a maiden with the radiant smile of a youthful lad. Esteemed, yes, the esteemed envoy from the Datasoro, he stammered, after a moment of awkwardness, finally finding a suitable address for Bobby. With a smile, he continued, I have just received the latest directive from my superior, Lord Diamante, one of the 3 highest officials under the young master. He has instructed me to ensure your accommodation at the Royal Palace Hotel in Dressrosa for a few days of respite, after which, upon the young master's return, he shall escort you to meet him. Li Zhao was not surprised by the opponent's abrupt change in attitude. After all, he held in his possession the immensely valuable Mera no Mi, worth between 500 million to 1 billion berries. The Mera no Mi is renowned as the most formidable of the 3 primary types of devil fruits. And this particular fruit is imbued with even greater potential value due to its previous owner, Port St. Ace, the son of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, and the beloved adopted son of the legendary pirate, Whitebeard, as well as the grandson of the marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. In the eyes of certain individuals, such as Monkey D. Luffy, this fruit is nothing short of a priceless treasure. If his side were to turn and leave, and the 2 combatants present at the dock were unable to intervene, Don Quixote Doflamingo would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, faced with the other's clearly insidious invitation. Li Zhao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to accept. It was not that he was recklessly walking into danger. Rather, the time for a full-blown confrontation with Doflamingo had not yet arrived. After all, this group would not be around for much longer, and the Straw Hat Pirates would soon set sail again, inevitably seeking out Doflamingo. Would it not be advantageous for him to take advantage of the ensuing chaos? Furthermore, although he was well-versed in many characters and events of this world through anime, it was important to note that anime is but a representation, and numerous details differ from the reality before him. Li Zhao yearned to witness the enchanting and pirate-ruled nation of Dressrosa with his own eyes. Ultimately, the members of the Thousand Illusions Pirates, clad in their respective disguises of human skin jackets, followed the arrogant Bobby Vanku as they stepped onto the legendary island. Chapter 030. A visit to the island of romance and passion. The kingdom of Dressrosa stands as the second destination after entering the New World. A tropical island characterized by a resort ambience, often referred to as the island of love, passion, and toys. The coastal waters surrounding the island are adorned with numerous mushroom-shaped rocks, while the air is filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers. And it is famed for its exquisite delicacies. In addition to its culinary and musical allure, the young women and their sensual, fiery dances serve as a major attraction of Dressrosa. However, true to its moniker as the island of love and passion, the women's excessive obsession with romance has fostered a potent sense of jealousy. Here, women who feel betrayed by men are known to commit horrific acts of violence against their rivals. The more beautiful the woman, the more fierce her wrath. Love and hate are distinctly delineated, and it is not uncommon for emotional disputes to escalate into physical confrontations. Nevertheless, the most peculiar aspect of this island is the living dolls that can be seen throughout the towns, animated beings that move and behave as if they were alive. For instance, there are plush monkeys, nutcracker figures, ragdoll bears, toy soldiers, and so forth. For reasons unknown, the local inhabitants have developed a peculiar affinity for coexisting with these animated dolls. Some of these toy soldiers even assume the role of guardians, maintaining order within the city. The most renowned among them is a battalion known as the Toy Brigade, which stands sentinel at the bullfighting arena in Dressrosa. They are known to resort to forceful measures against those who persistently disregard the prohibition on entering the venue. The island's residents continue to hold a steadfast belief in the existence of fairies and the legends surrounding them, revering these ethereal beings as their guardians. They remain unfazed by some of the fairies' mischievous antics, such as acts of thievery, merely labeling them as the playful pranks of fairies and laughing them off. Li Zhao and his companions followed the half-fish youth, Derlinger, who had transformed into their guide. Under his cheerful and fluent narration, They reveled in the picturesque beauty of their island. Li Zhao was once again captivated by the enchanting beauty of the island kingdom in the world of pirates. It truly resembled the vivid depictions found in anime, with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms adorning every corner, where the populace lived in harmony and contentment. And young maidens radiated passion and romance, coupled with the whimsical array of animated figures freely roaming the streets. This place seemed like a fantastical realm capable of driving young girls into a frenzy, eliciting screams from boys, and filling children with laughter. However, possessing knowledge of the grim reality, Li Zhao could perceive the sorrow concealed behind the laughter of those figures and the sinister essence lurking beneath the floral scents. The animated figures that frolicked throughout the streets were once the indigenous people of this nation. They had been transformed into mere puppets by Sugar, a special officer under Don Quixote da Flamingo, through the powers of the hobby fruit, becoming unwilling marionettes, subjugated and enslaved by the members of Doflamingo's family, devoid of the need for rest or sustenance. Tragically, in the instant they were turned into puppets, their very existence was erased from the memories of all their loved ones. In other words, once transformed by Sugar into a puppet, the possibility of being rescued by their companions would cease to exist. If Bobby were transformed into a doll, even Li Zhao, the time traveler, would fail to recall having such a humble younger brother and would never consider rescuing him. The reason Don Quixote da Flamingo transformed numerous citizens and purchased slaves into dolls was not only to facilitate his brutal reign, but also to address the labor shortage in his underground armory, a true factory of blood and tears. However, in Li Zhao's eyes, the people of this nation were hardly deserving of salvation. The pitiable often possessed their own detestable traits. The primary form of entertainment for the citizens of Dressrosa was to witness the gladiatorial contests featuring the so-called swordsmen in the bullfighting arena. What appeared to be an ordinary coliseum was, in fact, a venue that laid bare the vile nature of humanity. The combat was merely a spectacle. No amount of armor or weaponry held any significance for the bloodthirsty audience. As the swordsmen were but objects of admiration, only the blood and death of the vanquished could elate the spectators. This gruesome sport had been prevalent long before the Doflamingo family assumed control of the nation. Furthermore, the main storyline of the anime reveals the selfishness and self-serving nature of the populace. In their quest for self-preservation, they would readily betray once beloved members of the former royal family or even strike at those striving to save them, in hopes of winning the favor of their oppressors. Consequently, Li Zhao harbored no intentions of meddling in their affairs or rescuing them from their plight. He visited this land purely as a tourist, indulging in its pleasures. Setting aside these trivial matters, Li Zhao was quite satisfied with his visit. Behind him, the shipwright guy Ram, merged with the power of the color fruit, seemed to be stirred by the vibrant energy of the youthful dancers on the streets, causing even his once placid heart to race with excitement. The elderly gentleman, panting heavily, appeared eager to rekindle the passionate days of his youth. Inspired by him, Bobby Vancool, a master of charm, also exuded an air of eager anticipation. Meanwhile, the fish giant Sebastian was intoxicated by the aromatic dishes wafting through the air, while the ship's doctor, Nachin, expressed keen interest in the wares displayed at the herbal grocery store. With a pressing need for materials and medicines to restore her traditional Chinese medicine laboratory, she had to settle for being a makeshift herbal chef. Observing this group of naive country bumpkins, the half-fish youth couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain his emotions and led everyone to an opulent tavern. This establishment was the official designated resting place for foreign guests of the Doflamingo family, where they could enjoy complimentary accommodations until their departure from Dressrosa, with the assurance that any needs could be addressed with the tavern's management. In regard to this arrangement, without the need for Li Zhao to covertly issue instructions, the nominal leader of the visiting delegation, Bobby, replied, "Very well, we are quite satisfied with this arrangement. Before we meet with His Excellency Doflamingo, we intend to thoroughly explore and experience this land of love, passion, and toys." After Bobby made this official response, however, the other party showed no intention of departing. Bobby could only feign ignorance and inquire, "Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Observing Bobby's act of pretense, the merman youth could only suppress his anger and force a twisted smile, saying, "Since you have promised to meet with the young master, do you not wish to complete the transfer of goods?" "Oh, I see." Bobby feigned enlightenment, laughing heartily. "I shall immediately inform the sailors on the ship via the telephone bug to proceed with the transfer of the slaves. By the way, we captured a group of pirates along the way, and they will also be included in the slave count. These individuals can be settled at an 8/10 discount according to the previously agreed price established between Dressrosa and Doflamingo. Of course, if you're unwilling to accept these pirates, I will simply toss them into the sea to feed the piranhas. I am not referring to that batch of slaves. Derlinge gritted his teeth. I demand you hand over that devil fruit immediately. It shall be temporarily safeguarded by our Don Quixote family, and you will be compensated upon the completion of the transaction. Isn't this simply outright theft? Once the item is in their possession, what price can one negotiate? They could easily dismiss it with a mere pittance. Bobby crossed his arms and coldly chuckled, choosing to remain silent. This was a lesson imparted to him by Li Zhao, specifically for moments when he found himself at a loss for words or actions, to adopt a cool demeanor and laugh mockingly, leaving everything to Li Zhao to resolve. Ultimately, as the ostensible leader, he was advised to speak less, lest his true nature be revealed. Li Zhao stepped forward, holding the golden box in his hand, a faint smile adorning his face. This fruit, he said, is a special commission from the Golden Emperor, entrusted to be personally delivered into the hands of Lord Don Quixote Doflamingo. Pray tell, do you believe yourself worthy to represent the esteemed Lord of the Night? Li Zhao had long grasped the Achilles heel of the Don Quixote family members, which was their almost fanatical loyalty and reverence towards their young master. Therefore, under suitable circumstances, merely invoking the name of Don Quixote Doflamingo could effectively resolve any issue at hand. Indeed, upon hearing about their revered young master, the half-fish boy ceased his reckless antics. For he would not dare bear the shame of disrespecting the master, even if it meant facing death. Just when Darangia found himself at an impasse, the previously indifferent elder, Lao Ji, suddenly spoke up. It is as follows. Although this nation is replete with joy, it exhibits significant deficiencies in public safety, particularly in the realm of theft prevention. This is exacerbated by a peculiar phenomenon known as the mischief of fairies, wherein the personal belongings of residents and guests mysteriously vanish, never to be found again. Rest assured, you need not concern yourselves with our possessions. We shall guard them diligently. And if anything were to be lost while in our care, we would certainly provide a satisfactory account to Lord Tion Yeka and the Golden Emperor. Although aware that the old man spoke the truth, the mischief of fairies was indeed a vexing issue. After all, the diminutive Dante tribe, often referred to as fairies, possessed immense strength and remarkable speed within their tiny frames, making them formidable thieves who were difficult to guard against. However, for Li Zhao, this was of little concern. Chapter 031. The mischief of fairies with matters laid bare. Darangia and Lao Ji found themselves devoid of further words. The two departed the hotel with expressions of dissatisfaction. Boss, can we now disband and enjoy some freedom? The impulsive Garam immediately suggested after their exit. Meanwhile, his brother Bobby and the ship's doctor, Nachin, cast eager glances toward Li Zhao. Very well, very well. Li Zhao could only shake his head in resignation. Now, we shall disperse and engage in our own activities. However, I implore you not to forget what I have previously stated. You must form pairs, 2 individuals together. Under no circumstances should you separate. Furthermore, it is imperative to steer clear of the members of the Don Quixote family, unless absolutely necessary. Do not instigate any conflict with them. I have meticulously detailed each member's physical characteristics, abilities, and general power levels. This is especially crucial regarding the special officer, Sugar. Any physical contact with her will instantaneously transform you into one of those living dolls seen on the streets, rendering you subservient to the commands of the Don Quixote family, forced to labor until death. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. Along with your transformation into a doll, your existence will be erased from the memories of all. We will not remember you as a companion, nor will we organize any rescue efforts, merely abandon you here to await your demise. Thus, this is the most vital principle in this nation, to avoid any contact with the special officer, Sugar. In fact, to err on the side of caution. It is best to prevent any children around the age of 10 from approaching you. Li Zhao's stern warning appeared to have had some effect, as his subordinates were now either seasoned pirates with decades of maritime adventure experience or obedient younger brothers who followed his commands without question. Quite unlike the reckless Luffy and Zhao, this realization brought him a measure of relief. Ultimately, Bobby and Guy Ram paired up, intending to venture into the streets to experience the fervor and passion of the tireless dancers, seeking a romantic encounter. The fish giant, Sebastian, accompanied Nachin to procure the necessary medicinal herbs and pharmaceutical tools before they proceeded together to visit the gladiatorial arena. Leaving Li Zhao alone, he strolled leisurely down the street, a golden chest in hand. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the end of a narrow alley, beyond which lay a lush expanse of flowering meadows. Aimlessly wandering, he was about to turn back and explore other areas when his keen ears caught a few words: sky pirates, impel down fugitives, and the like. Following the sound, he discovered a quaint tavern, its rustic decor bustling with patrons, indicating a thriving business. Li Zhao stepped into the tavern, the alluring aroma of red wine wafting into his nostrils. With a faint smile, he requested a serving of laced lobster risotto, a delicate pumpkin cold soup, and a glass of the tavern's signature drink, rose squid ink red wine, from the voluptuous waitress. He then found an empty table, perking up his ears to listen intently. Since ancient times, taverns have served as the epicenters of whispers and gossip, regardless of the world. Not far away, a table occupied by burly men dressed as pirates was animatedly discussing the latest maritime rumors. Hey, have you heard? During the time of the Summit War, wasn't Impel Down prison also breached by the Straw Hat Kid and the newly emerged Yonko Blackbeard? Things have gotten interesting. A host of legendary monsters have escaped, and most of the notorious figures have pledged allegiance to Blackbeard, making that treacherous scoundrel a new Yonko. But do you know what? The truly dangerous ones are not those people. Who then? I've heard even the demon King Abelo Pizarro, Moonlight Hunter Katarina Devon, Giant Warship San Juan Wolf, and Drunken Barrel Baschote have joined Blackbeard's crew. Is there anyone more formidable than them? Of course. While those individuals are formidable, they were all recently captured by the Navy and imprisoned and impelled down. The ones I speak of are legendary figures who once vied with Pirate King Roger upon the seas. It is said that one of them alone could contend with both the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. To think one person could stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard and Roger. Who are you trying to fool? If such a powerful individual existed, how come we've never heard of them? And you say they escaped from Impel Down? Wouldn't he that turned the world upside down? Huh. The reason you haven't heard of them is due to your ignorance. Surely you've heard of the illustrious figure known as Red of the Solitary Heights. You must have heard of Flying Pirate Crew, Golden Lion, World Destroyer, and Devil's Heir as well. Ah, yes. I'm aware of that. Just recently, Admiral Akainu personally took action, assembling the 7 warlords and launching a demon-slaying order, an operation that nearly rivaled the Summit War. All to eliminate a notorious pirate from Impel Down, the World Destroyer Bondi Wald, who once dominated the seas over 30 years ago. Oof, what does that matter? I've also heard that Navy hero Garp went after his old rival, Golden Lion, while Admiral Kazara pursued another former admiral. Is it true? Have all the admirals mobilized? Huh, it's related to that newly appointed warlord. The seas are indeed in chaos. Just as Li Zhao was engrossed in their conversation, a pirate suddenly exclaimed, "Damn it! The legendary sword I just purchased with my entire fortune is gone. Damn it! Who has stolen from me?" Upon hearing this, some pirates displayed expressions of schadenfreude, while others hastily defended themselves, asserting their innocence. Meanwhile, the local patrons, indulging in food and drink at the tavern, seemed unfazed by the commotion. Ah, where has my musket gone? And my flask? Even my newly purchased undergarments? As the ruckus among the pirates grew more animated, the young and vivacious tavern owner approached with a cheerful smile, offering loud reassurances. It's quite all right, quite all right. Those are merely the mischievous antics of the fairies. There's no need for concern. Mischievous antics of fairies? What is that? As she tidied the dishes, the owner explained in a leisurely manner. In this land, there exists a group of invisible guardians we refer to as fairies. They bless our harvests and ensure our flora flourishes, though they occasionally borrow small trinkets from us. Thus, when it comes to the fairies' mischief, we simply turn a blind eye, share a laugh, and let it be. Turn a blind eye? That's my entire fortune at stake. Li Zhao observed that this group of individuals seemingly had no intention of continuing their conversation, and was preparing to rise and depart. However, at that moment, he realized that his hand felt remarkably light. The golden treasure chest he had been holding was mysteriously absent. How could this happen to me? Have I fallen victim as well? Li Zhao felt both ashamed and somewhat amused. Those little folk were indeed remarkable. No wonder they could steal his meal from the hands of the world's foremost swordsman, Zhao, although he had not taken deliberate precautions. The golden treasure chest was wrapped in chains conjured from his fruit-based abilities. Yet, those diminutive beings managed to silently dismantle the chains and abscond with a chest the size of a human head right from under his nose. With such capability, it was no surprise that the indigenous people here regarded them as invisible fairies. While admiration was one thing, Li Zhao was not so zen as to dismiss this as a mere prank by the fairies and laugh it off. In truth, his ostentatious display of the conspicuous treasure chest was also motivated by a desire to encounter these little folk. The chains he had forged could resonate with those possessing fruit abilities, so as long as he concentrated, he could discern the general location of the chest ensnared by the chains. Indeed, was it nestled within that sea of flowers? Before Li Zhao entered the tavern, he beheld the endless sea of flowers that adorned the exterior of this establishment, situated on the outskirts of the town. Li Zhao's figure flickered, and he vanished from his original spot, unnoticed by the patrons of the tavern who were still entangled in their discontent over lost possessions. However, one individual, whose face remained obscured as he leaned over the table, subtly shuddered his shoulders. Li Zhao descended gracefully upon the sea of blossoms, confirming his target before plunging down like a bolt of lightning, creating a massive crater amidst the floral expanse. However, as he stood upright and surveyed his empty hands, a hint of surprise flickered across his face. How could his seemingly infallible strike have missed? How intriguing! Li Zhao's interest was thoroughly piqued as he once again sensed the location of the treasure chest. Upon locking onto it, he made his move, only to miss yet again. However, this time, he caught a glimpse of the elusive sprite, a diminutive creature, no larger than a child's fist, burdened with a package of considerable size, akin to that of a dining table, which was entirely disproportionate to its own physique. The small folk truly exemplify a remarkable race endowed with monstrous strength. This little rogue, despite carrying such a hefty load, was able to dart through the sea of flowers with astonishing speed. Even Li Zhao, who had begun to take the situation seriously, found himself momentarily at a loss against this tiny being. Very well, since you wish to play, I shall engage with you more earnestly. Li Zhao's excitement grew increasingly fervent, and this time he directly unleashed the 6 styles, shave. With each landing of his feet, he executed a remarkable series of rapid kicks against the ground, generating an acceleration akin to lightning. Chapter 032, New Ability, Jacket Pocket. The 6 styles truly epitomized the pinnacle of martial arts within the pirate world. As he employed this footwork, Li Zhao finally achieved a significant result, seizing the enormous package strapped to the back of the diminutive figure of the small folk. Li Zhao seized the opportunity and would not let go, applying force to forcibly snatch the bundle away. Instantly, a multitude of coin pouches, daggers, and firearms fell scattered upon the ground. Ah, why must you insist on seizing me? A sharp, piercing voice emerged from the thicket, clearly imbued with indignation. You villain, since you refuse to honor our pact, I shall not hold back any longer. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than Li Zhao emitted a bone-chilling scream. Leaping 3 feet into the air, his right hand awkwardly clutching one side of his posterior, a glance revealed that the right side of his backside had swollen considerably, exceeding the size of the left side by a significant margin. Damn it, was it a poison dart? At this moment, Li Zhao's indignation had eclipsed his curiosity about the goblin tribe, as this invisible sprite cast aside a treasure chest entwined with chains of power. Li Zhao lost his ability to pinpoint the position of the goblin thief. This individual was as swift as lightning and diminutive in stature. Diving into the dense sea of flowers made locating her a formidable challenge. However, this posed no obstacle for Li Zhao, who was currently fused with the chain fanatic Mad Treach. Through the power of the chain fruit, the wielder could ascribe various attributes to the chains, such as their thickness, hardness, resilience, and the design of their ends. Naturally, these attributes were not limitless. For instance, a treasure hunter could not create chains that could not be severed by any blade, and the maximum diameter of the chains could only reach that of a barrel. Chains. Oh, chains. A net of heaven and earth. At this moment, Li Zhao set the diameter of the chains to its minimal size, roughly equivalent to the thickness of a child's pinky finger. The chains entwined like a spider's web, completely enveloping an area of several hundred square meters amidst the floral expanse, descending upon the sea of blossoms with force. Not only that, but with the net from above, one could not neglect the net from below. On the ground, a finely woven chain, resembling a fishing net, spread outwards before rising upwards, merging with the descending net from above. What is this? Look at me. Look at me break it. What is happening? Why are there more and more of these things? I can't move. As the heavenly net and earthly net converged, they ultimately coalesced into a ball of iron chains the size of a human head, securely enveloping a small figure at its center. Li Zhao finally discerned the truth. Indeed, this was a female of the diminutive race. Yet she differed somewhat from his previous assumptions regarding her kind. This little being possessed 4 arms, and, sprouting from her back, were 4 translucent wings characteristic of the order Hymenoptera. Antennae resembling those of wasps adorned her head, while her dress displayed a striking pattern of yellow and black stripes. Additionally, attached to her posterior was a distended abdomen typical of certain insect species, culminating in a slender, glimmering stinger at its tip. In that moment, Li Zhao comprehended the source of the searing pain afflicting his unfortunate rear. He had indeed been stung by this creature. Remarkably, this diminutive entity was also a wielder of a devil fruit power, specifically the insect fruit, wasp-like form. For Li Zhao, this revelation was an unexpected delight. Utilizing the abilities granted by the jacket fruit, he could transform himself into a jacket or others into one without concern for compatibility of size or fit. The jacket that Kelly transformed into could adapt to the physique of its wearer, while when Li Zhao transformed others, the wearers would automatically adjust to the form of the jacket. The resultant appearance was entirely that of the individual he had morphed into a jacket. In other words, upon transforming the diminutive devil fruit user into a jacket and donning it, his own visage would likewise become that of the little being. In certain circumstances, the nimbleness and strength of such a small frame could prove exceedingly advantageous. How peculiar, he thought. Why did he feel as though someone were observing him intently? The sensation experienced by Li Zhao was sudden, yet it bore a distinct difference from the warnings he had encountered in the past. Li Zhao's observation haki stems from the CP9 female spy, Khalifa, whose mastery of this ability is unparalleled within the entire CP9 organization. Until now, Li Zhao's observation haki had never faltered, effortlessly alerting him even against the visually imperceptible abilities of the color fruit user, Sikapi. Yet, on this occasion, it appeared that even his observation haki was somewhat uncertain. Perhaps it truly was merely an illusion. Li Zhao immersed himself entirely in his sensory perceptions. Yet he remained fruitless in his endeavors. He had discreetly laid a network upon the ground, ensuring that within a radius of several hundred meters, no diminutive beings could conceal themselves. Assuming that he had merely experienced a false alarm, Li Zhao turned his gaze once more to the weeping little creature in his hands. To be frank, this small being was indeed rather endearing. However, Li Zhao was not inclined to engage in extensive conversation with her just yet. He regarded this exceptionally petite fruit user as a prized possession, fearing that if he conversed too much, he might develop a fondness that would make it difficult to part with her. The strength of this little figure was astonishing. A typical diminutive being could dismantle a 3-story building with their bare hands, and this particular creature, further enhanced by the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit, could easily snap the chains binding Li Zhao with just a few pulls. Had it not been for the numerous chains he had secured around her and the activation of his haki, her escape would have been a real possibility. Adjusting the chains to create an opening, Li Zhao pressed his right index finger against the little one's chest. In the next moment, the abilities of the jacket fruit were unleashed, and the chains that had been clanking noisily due to the little creature's desperate struggles fell into a serene silence. A delicate, thin skin slipped through the gaps of the chains, and upon inspection, Li Zhao discovered it to be a diminutive jacket, complete with a zipper. Here we go again. His observation haki alerted him once more, this time accompanied by a faint hint of astonishment. Li Zhao finally confirmed that what he had just experienced was not a mere illusion, but rather that someone was indeed lurking in the shadows, observing him. With a swift leap, he ascended into the sky, scanning his surroundings, yet finding no one. However, this time, an answer had already taken root in his heart. In Dressrosa, affiliated with the Don Quixote family, and possessing the extraordinary ability to surveil others from an immense distance, there was no one else but that individual who could be responsible. Li Zhao wore a smile at the corner of his lips as he gently patted the outer side of his thigh twice. In the next moment, a closed zipper, measuring over 10 centimeters in length, appeared seemingly out of thin air on his thigh. Li Zhao unzipped the zipper, astonishingly inserting his entire hand into the opening. After rummaging around for a moment, he withdrew a vibrant, crimson devil fruit, adorned with flame-like cloud patterns reminiscent of a pineapple. This was none other than the extraordinarily valuable Logia-type Marinomi. On Li Zhao's thigh, there exists a zipper reminiscent of the 4th-dimensional pocket of the beloved cartoon character, Doraemon, capable of storing a multitude of items. Indeed, this is a testament to Li Yao's successful development of a novel ability within the jacket fruit, the jacket pocket. Given its nature as a jacket, how could it possibly lack pockets? Li Zhao held the fiery fruit in his hand, playfully toying with it for a moment, before returning it. Along with the now miniature humanoid clad in a tiny leather jacket, into the zipper pocket of his thigh. This time, the emotional fluctuations of the other party were evidently more pronounced. Li Zhao's lips curled into a smile, as if he were engaged in a soliloquy, softly uttering, "Princess Violet, I am aware that you are observing me from some distant place. If it pleases you, feel free to seek me out alone. I assure you, unexpected rewards await you. Of course, you may also come accompanied by a multitude of assassins and warriors from the Don Quixote family to seize the myriad no mi from me. Yet I can guarantee that such a course of action will be the gravest mistake of your life." With that, Li Zhao reclined amidst the sea of flowers, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit, for he knew that the woman who spied upon him would surely come to find him. Chapter 033, The Avenging Princess Violet. A member of the Don Quixote family, serves as both assassin and intelligence agent for the Treble Corps, codenamed Plum Blossom. Her true identity is that of the second princess of the Rica royal family, the deposed former royalty of the Dressrosa kingdom, overthrown by Doflamingo. She did not voluntarily join the Don Quixote family. Rather, a decade prior, Doflamingo, wielding the power of his devil fruit, orchestrated a massacre against Ricudold III and Dressrosa. Under the guise of eradicating the Mad King and liberating the people, he led the Don Quixote pirates into the Dressrosa palace, capturing Princess Violet during the assault on the Rica royal family. As Doflamingo coveted Violet's devil fruit abilities, she implored him to spare her father's life in exchange for her servitude to the Don Quixote pirates, adopting the alias Violet and taking on the role of an assassin within the family. The coveted devil fruit power that Doflamingo desired was the myriad no mi. As a user of the myriad no mi, Violet possesses not only the ability to read minds and see through objects, but also the capability to transform her tears into colossal battleships. Furthermore, her vision can extend to a radius of 4,000 kilometers, allowing her to surveil every hidden corner and acquire any intelligence within that vast expanse. To grasp the significance of 4,000 kilometers, one must consider that the Earth's radius is merely 6,371 kilometers, with a maximum circumference not surpassing 40,000 kilometers. Should a user of the myriad no mi find herself on Earth, she could, from the comfort of her home, spy upon nearly half of the Eurasian continent. For her, no individual or nation harbors any secrets. This extraordinary intelligence-gathering capability eclipses all warning radars and intelligence agencies. She is undoubtedly the quintessential candidate for the lookout of the pirate crew. The only shortcoming lies in Violet's rather mediocre abilities, however, in Li Zhao's eyes. Such a flaw is entirely negligible. Just as Li Zhao reclined amidst the blossoms, the woman who had been feigning slumber at the tavern suddenly straightened her posture, revealing a strikingly Latin beauty. Indeed, this woman is none other than the second princess of the Ricu royal family, Violet. At that moment, her lips were tightly pressed together, as if she were grappling with a certain dilemma. Suddenly, her transponder snail buzzed, jolting her from her reverie. After a brief pause, she mechanically answered the call, only to be met with a voice filled with dissatisfaction. "Violet, why did you not answer my call immediately?" "I apologize, Lord Diamante. I was just monitoring the group of envoys from the Desaro, hence the delay." "Very well, I shall let this one slide. But should you dare to neglect your duties again, be wary of that individual in the black cell going hungry for another few days." The voice on the other end seemed utterly indifferent to Violet's feelings and concerns, continuing to inquire, "Having spied for so long, what have you discovered? Is that devil fruit truly in their possession?" "Reporting, my lord, this group is currently scattered throughout the town, appearing no different from ordinary vacationers. As for the devil fruit, I have yet to ascertain its hiding place. You are truly worthless. You cannot even manage this simple task. I fail to comprehend why the young master permitted your inclusion in the family." "Humph. I shall grant you half a day more. You must locate that devil fruit, or you know the consequences." After hanging up the transponder snail, Violet remained in a daze for a moment longer before finally rising to her feet and beckoning. Instantly, a dozen henchmen rushed toward her. "You all follow me. We shall probe that fool who was just robbed by the little folk." Under the intoxicating sunlight and fragrant blooms, Li Zhao, on the verge of slumber, suddenly opened his eyes. At last, they have arrived. Li Zhao propped himself up, gazing at a group of figures rushing towards him from a distance, unsure whether to feel disappointment or relief. The comforting thought was that the second princess had indeed arrived. Yet the disheartening aspect was that she was not alone. A quick glance revealed none of the unwelcome faces he had hoped to avoid among the approaching crowd, causing his furrowed brow to ease slightly. Ultimately, He resolved to remain where he was, ready to adapt to whatever transpired. Moments later, a warm, supple form had leapt into Li Zhao's embrace. He did not hesitate, seizing the opportunity to envelop Violet in his arms. Indulging in the pleasure of caressing her slender waist and curvaceous figure, the woman in his arms shuddered momentarily but quickly regained her composure. She lifted her head, revealing a tear-streaked, alluring visage, and beseeched him with poignant charm. "I implore you, sir, please save me. They are pursuing me because I have just slain a treacherous man." Enough with the theatrics, though a smile adorned Li Zhao's face. His eyes betrayed an icy detachment. "Do you wish for these individuals to live or to perish?" Li Zhao's reaction once again left Violet somewhat bewildered. She paused for a moment before burying her head in Li Zhao's embrace. Just as Li Zhao began to question whether he had failed in his pretense, he heard a barely audible sigh emanating from within his arms. "Die." "Very well." Li Zhao snapped his fingers, and instantly, dozens of chains erupted from beneath the floral expanse, swiftly piercing the vital points of the minions behind Violet, leaving no survivors. Li Zhao's audacity to recline here and await others is undoubtedly not a manifestation of reckless bravado. The Don Quixote family is replete with formidable experts. Without adequate preparations for a swift escape, how could he rest so serenely? While Li Zhao lay on the ground, eyes closed in tranquil repose, countless chain traps had long been clandestinely laid beneath the surface. As a super otaku with nearly 30 years of experience, Li Zhao would not be so foolish as to rely solely on the method of binding chains to his body for combat. If Violetta truly brought a multitude of skilled fighters to besiege him, he could easily utilize the sea of flowers and chain traps to make a safe escape. "Who are you? How do you know me?" "In the name Violetta, it has been a decade since I last used it. My current name is Violet." There was no longer any need for pretense. The princess extended her hand to push Li Zhao away, brushing off his unwelcome advances. Her affectionate, yet cold eyes fixated on the enigmatic man before her. "If it weren't for my utterance of the name Violetta, you likely would not have come here to meet me, my dear princess." Violetta remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his words. No one understood the strength and legacy of the Don Quixote family better than she, nor the formidable and ruthless nature of Doflamingo. Thus, she would not act foolishly based on a few careless words that could arouse suspicion within her family. "Well, to speak candidly, my ship happens to be in need of a lookout, and I am here to recruit." Before Li Zhao could finish his statement, Violetta turned and walked away. Li Zhao hurriedly exclaimed, "Hey, listen to me. The benefits on my side are quite remarkable. What do you think of this amount?" "I have no interest in whatever bounty you offer," replied the second princess, without even glancing back. "Is that so? Not even the freedom of a nation, along with a pitiful old father, can stir your heart?" Observing Violet suddenly halt, Li Zhao wore a mischievous grin, continuing to raise the stakes. "Very well. Since your greed knows no bounds, not even a nation or your father can sway you. How about I add a toy soldier brother-in-law and a niece who is perpetually forced to battle brutish men, shedding tears daily?" Violet finally turned around, fixing her gaze on Li Zhao, and uttered through clenched teeth, "Who on earth are you? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that perhaps I alone can assist you in this world." This, of course, was a falsehood. He could not simply state, "Do not trust me." For in another year or so, a group of reckless youths will rise to overthrow Don Quixote Doflamingo and restore the Riku royal lineage, hence reinstating your title as princess. By then, I will be of no significance. Over the past decade, countless pirates, driven by the ambition to defeat the 7 warlords, have set foot on this island. But do you know their fates? Of course I do. They were transformed into living toys by Sugar, a special officer of the Don Quixote family, and forced to toil until death. How do you even know about this? Violet was genuinely astonished, nearly rendered speechless. While her past as a princess of the Riku royal family was a secret, many were aware, including the surviving guards of the palace. If someone were to investigate, uncovering the truth would not be difficult. However, information regarding the abilities of the special officer Sugar was a top-tier secret of the Don Quixote family, even more classified than the artificial devil fruit factory. Such intelligence was not merely kept from external circulation. Anyone suspected of knowing it, along with all their contacts, would be silenced. Yet, Li Zhao's revelations left her astounded beyond measure. When it comes to the Don Quixote family, I may be the most knowledgeable. For instance, I am aware of the abilities and personalities of every family member, including you, and even the true identity of the highest-ranking officer who has never appeared before you, known as Red Heart. Moreover, I am also privy to the fact that Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon. Such knowledge, by chance, I possess entirely. This time, Violet was genuinely terrified. How is this possible? You are lying. I have spent a decade investigating and still remain ignorant of such information. How can you possibly know more than I do? Li Zhao chose not to refute, but instead began to count on his fingers, carefully calculating. Don Quixote da Flamingo is the awakened user of the string fruit. He possesses the extraordinary ability to create a shadow doppelganger that mirrors his appearance perfectly, capable of speech and action, and can even wield powers of its own. Thus, assassination holds no significance for him, as one cannot ascertain whether the figure before them is the genuine article or merely a puppet. Furthermore, his most formidable subordinate is likely the high-ranking Officer Pika, who can assimilate rock. This man, with his sharp and comical voice, could, when serious, transform into a colossal rock giant rivaling the size of a city, particularly given that the island is predominantly composed of a rocky substrate. Li Zhao took a breath and continued. In conclusion, both of these individuals possess the power to annihilate this nation. Aside from them, the other officials and combatants are comparatively manageable. For instance, Tori Pol, another high-ranking official, is merely a repugnant individual who wraps his bony frame in snot to masquerade as a nature-type ability user. Then there is Diamante, the manager of the gladiatorial arena, the very man who took your sister's life. Although his flare fruit abilities are rather intriguing, regrettably, he is utterly inept and hardly worth mentioning. As for the other combatants, perhaps only Rao Ji, a master of the Earthwing Fist, poses a significant threat. After hearing Li Zhao's assessment, Violet harbored no doubts about this striking man who bore a resemblance to a girl, and she believed that Li Zhao was certainly not a bait sent by Don Quixote da Flamingo to test her. Given the fragments of intelligence she possessed, Violet was nearly certain that the information Li Zhao had just divulged was devoid of falsehood. However, such crucial intelligence would never be used by da Flamingo, who placed great emphasis on intelligence gathering and confidentiality as a mere fishing expedition. To put it bluntly and harshly, she, Violet, was simply not worthy. Chapter 034, Gradual Persuasion. Why have you sought me out? Why target the Don Quixote family? Is it for fame? For profit? Or perhaps? A flicker of excitement crossed Violet's face as she contemplated a possibility. Could it be that you are actually a member of the Navy? Are your Navy and the world government finally coming to save this nation? Navy? No. My foolish princess, how could you place your hopes in that bunch of inept fools? What else can they do besides licking the boots of the celestial dragons? Li Zhao harbors no affection whatsoever for the Navy in this pirate world. Although there are indeed genuine champions of justice within the ranks, such as Carp, Akiji, and Fujitora, the overwhelming majority of naval commanders and high-ranking officials are nothing more than meddlesome troublemakers who thrive on ambiguity. Furthermore, even those with good intentions do not always engage in noble deeds. Take the so-called hero Carp, whose illustrious title rings hollow. He stood idly by as his own grandson faced public execution, making no effort to intervene and even attacking those who sought to rescue him. His two beloved grandsons nearly became skewered by Admiral Akainu, facing a devastating double defeat, while Carp was forced to submit to his old comrades to avoid tarnishing his image as a naval hero by seeking vengeance. In such a state of existence, one might as well embrace death. It is worth noting that the number of innocent civilians rescued by the Navy over the past 2 years likely pales in comparison to the lives saved by his two pirate grandsons. Thus, the so-called justice of the Navy becomes a mere farce. Even the good-hearted within the Navy may not be engaged in righteous acts. Not to mention the presence of numerous extremists and true scoundrels lurking within. It is no wonder that Li Zhao would be incensed when misidentified as a member of the Navy by Violet. Moreover, when did I ever express a desire to oppose Don Quixote da Flamingo? Li Zhao spread his hands, his expression one of innocence as he remarked. I merely happen to be privy to a considerable amount of confidential information regarding the Don Quixote family. In truth, it is not solely the Don Quixote family. I also possess substantial intelligence concerning the 4 emperors. Are you mocking me? Violet's anger was palpable. This individual had just offered her a glimmer of hope, only to extinguish that spark with ruthless finality. How is that even possible? You must allow me to finish speaking. Li Zhao increasingly found amusement in teasing this woman. Witnessing her wrath was indeed a source of great entertainment. I have no desire to oppose the Don Quixote family, to speak candidly. My current strength is still insufficient to contend with them. Of course, this is merely a temporary state. Did I not mention that I am in the process of assembling a crew of sailors to establish a unique and formidable pirate fleet? Ultimately, I shall reign over these seas, and you, my dear, are the chosen lookout for my ship. Should you choose to embark with me, I shall undoubtedly assist you in fulfilling your heart's desire. My aspiration is to eliminate that man. Violet's tone was remarkably calm, yet it bore an undercurrent of profound animosity. 2 years, or at most, another 2 years, perhaps even within a year, your wish shall come to fruition. I can assure you of this, my princess. Violet's expression shifted from surprise at the glimmer of hope to disappointment at the prospect of waiting another 2 years, ultimately culminating in a deep skepticism regarding Li Zhao's promise. Li Zhao reveled in the myriad charms that women exhibited in fleeting moments. He proclaimed, I firmly believe that within 2 years, my prowess will surpass that of the Don Quixote family, and extinguishing them will be an effortless endeavor. He scoffed. Every fledgling pirate dreams such lofty dreams upon setting sail, yet tragically, those who survive barely constitute 1%. Moreover, the truly formidable talents have already been claimed by the 4 emperors of the New World and the celestial dragons of the Navy. While I am grateful for your selection of me, I must confess I am utterly unworthy of serving aboard a vessel of such esteemed pirate lords. He continued, I am pleased that you possess such self-awareness. Even considering your current capabilities, you are hardly fit to join my crew. This time, Violet refrained from further words and, with a swift motion, raised her long leg to deliver a kick aimed at Li Zhao's head. Li Zhao seized the woman's ankle, indulging in his unabashed admiration and playfulness. Just as Violet was on the verge of fury, he remarked, with such an impatient disposition, how could you possibly seek vengeance, rescue your kin, or reclaim your homeland? My affairs are none of your concern, Violet declared, forming a scissor gesture with her hands before her, preparing to unleash a decisive blow to teach this indiscreet rogue a lesson. Wait, at this proximity, do you intend to unleash scalding iron tears, Eye of the Whale? Are you seeking to perish alongside your future captain before exacting your revenge? How do you know the technique I was about to unleash? Violet gasped in astonishment, for she had never showcased the scalding iron tears, Eye of the Whale before anyone, as it was her ultimate hidden move. I advise you to test your clairvoyance or perhaps your telepathy before resorting to such a self-destructive maneuver. Violet, albeit skeptical, ultimately altered her gesture to assume the form of the telepathic eye. You rascal, your mind is filled with such thoughts, Violet exclaimed in indignation, retracting her right leg with a flushed face, striving to dismiss the unsavory images her telepathy had unveiled. It is quite unavoidable, Li Zhao chuckled awkwardly. Who could resist such a beautiful leg? The telepathic eye possesses the ability to glean the thoughts residing within another's mind, regardless of whether the opponent is aware or deceitful. The empowered individual can discern their current contemplations. The drawback, however, is an inability to access memories. All right. Do not be upset, my esteemed princess. You must acknowledge that throughout, I had no intention of deceiving you. Violet remained silent, unable to refute this point. Had Li Zhao harbored malicious intent, she would have certainly perceived it through her telepathic gaze. You may switch to the clairvoyant eye and take another look at me, Li Zhao, while soothing the irate princess, enticed her with his words. What do you mean? Do you intend to continue teasing me? She retorted. Of course not. I do not wish for you to gaze beneath my garments, but rather to perceive something deeper within me. I trust you will behold a facet unlike any other. That is the true essence of who I am. This was, in fact, one of Li Zhao's experiments with his fruit ability, for he too was eager to discern how his combined form appeared through the eyes of others. This time, Violet did not hesitate. She immediately adopted the gesture for her X-ray vision and began to scrutinize Li Zhao. In the next moment, Violet gasped in astonishment. What is happening? Within your body, there exists another person. Indeed, it was as she suspected. Li Zhao once again validated his inner conjecture, donning others like a coat while transforming himself into a jacket, which others then wear. These two forms of fusion are inherently dissimilar. The foundational abilities of the jacket fruit's fusion are evidently more refined than the subsequently developed coat fusion by Li Zhao. Even the piercing gaze of the stare fruit user fails to perceive this. Behold, this is the true essence of myself. As Li Zhao spoke, he conjured a zipper on his body and slowly unzipped it, revealing the true form of Kelly emerging from within. Fortunately, having previously mastered the art of life restoration and harnessed the cleansing abilities of the bubble fruit alongside the coloring powers of the color fruit, Li Zhao had undergone a complete transformation, inside and out. The figure standing before Violet was no longer the shameful visage of a grotesque man. Instead, he presented a tall, handsome man with flowing black hair and a radiant smile, exuding a mysterious Eastern charm that was undeniably attractive to the opposite sex. Violet's gaze flitted between Li Zhao and the human skin jacket in his hand, her mouth agape in astonishment. This jacket, just removed, would retain consciousness unless Li Zhao commanded otherwise. At that moment, the treasure enthusiast Trige, now transformed into the visage of a Saint Seiya, was vehemently cursing at Li Zhao until his consciousness was forcibly lulled into slumber by Li Zhao's command. This jacket, was it alive? Indeed. The chain abilities I just displayed belonged to this jacket, or rather, to the being I transformed into it. Anyone who dons this jacket will inherit the full powers of the chain fruit user. He was once a pirate who intended to assault me, and now he repays his debt by offering his body as compensation for my wounded spirit. Ignoring Li Zhao's theatrics, Violet's eyes remained fixated on the jacket, as she struggled to suppress her excitement and sought confirmation from Li Zhao. Are you saying that anyone who wears this jacket can gain new powers? For the past decade, Violet had been consumed by thoughts of vengeance, of saving her family and her nation. All of this required strength, yet her combat talent was lacking, and her fruit abilities were primarily supportive. Even though Violet exerted herself daily under the guise of dancing to enhance her physicality and leg techniques, her combat prowess still fell far short of any member of the Don Quixote family. Not only could the fruit abilities be seized, but the very essence of the wearer, their physicality, strength, combat experience, and skills, could be wholly appropriated. Theoretically, if I could acquire a powerhouse of the four emperors and transform them into a jacket, I could create a being more formidable than any of the four emperors. At that point, defeating Don Quixote would be as simple as crushing a mere insect. This is where my confidence in assembling the mightiest pirate crew lies. Chapter 035, Occupying the Princess Power. So readily attainable. Just as Violet unconsciously reached for the jacket, Li Zhao seized her wrist, pulling her abruptly into his embrace, and smiled. Hold on a moment. Before you acquire this unearned power, don't you think you should first enhance your own abilities and thoroughly explore your potential? What must I do? At this moment, Violet was utterly bewildered. However, the recent experience of reading the Heart Sutra and the astonishing qualities displayed by Li Zhao had momentarily overshadowed her fear of Doflamingo with a profound sense of reverence and trust towards the man before her. You need not worry. Leave everything to me. With a hypnotic tone, Li Zhao gradually unzipped the front of Violet's attire. Moments later, a brand new princess, radiating an entirely different aura, stood amidst an endless sea of blossoms. It was indeed the fabled all-seeing eye, renowned for its vast range of 4,000 kilometers. Li Zhao sighed repeatedly. Although he remained stationary, his eyes resembled birds soaring in the sky, or rather, the gaze of a spy satellite, effortlessly encompassing every corner of the surrounding islands and vast ocean expanses. He could adjust his focus at will, altering both distance and perspective. Is this not what is commonly referred to as the God's eye view? Li Zhao could not help but exclaim once more. In merely a few minutes, he had conducted a cursory survey of the entire Dressrosa and effortlessly located Bobby Van Ku and the lecherous Guy Ram, who were being relentlessly pursued with knives by a throng of fiery and fervent dancers. It seemed they had inadvertently transgressed the unspoken taboos of the local women, rendering them the objects of a merciless hunt for their unfaithfulness. Li Zhao beheld the figure of the physician, Naiqin, leisurely seated at a wooden table adorned with a plethora of flowers and grasses, savoring red tea while basking in the sunlight and tranquility. Beside her, an empty plate had formed a small mountain, as the boisterous Sebastian, the fish giant of Haze, engaged in idle chatter. His companions were safe and, as he had previously instructed, remained in pairs without separation, which brought Li Zhao a sense of relief. Such crew members were indeed commendable. Were they to resemble the peculiar Straw Hat crew, always courting disaster with their reckless antics, it would certainly vex him. Curiosity piqued, he mused about the renowned celestial beings, the Night Demon, and what she might be occupied with at that moment. A moment later, a look of perplexity crossed Li Zhao's face. A zipper materialized upon his left shoulder, and as he unzipped it, his true head emerged from within. Upon the full appearance of his true self, the previously deflated head of his jacket regained its form, becoming imbued with the consciousness of Violet, though she could only control this singular head at present. What have you done? I can no longer control my own body. The second princess exclaimed in alarm. Fear not. It is merely a temporary fusion between us. Li Zhao reassured her. The control of this body resides with me for now, but I have not severed your consciousness. Take a moment to attune yourself to the fighting style of our union. In time, You shall master this vessel. Li Zhao promptly reassured Violet before articulating his perplexities. I just utilized your foresight to survey the entirety of Dressrosa. Yet I failed to catch sight of Doflamingo or any of his most pivotal subordinates, namely, the weapon-wielding Baby 5, the esteemed Officer Sugar, and the top-ranking Officer Pika. Not to mention that repugnant snot-nosed old man, Treble. How could it be that I saw none of them? Ah, there are matters of which you remain unaware. Violet retorted with a sharp sarcasm directed at the man before her, who fancied himself a deity. She then continued, Our esteemed lord has recently dispatched a highly significant consignment, intended for a transaction with a perilous figure. As a precaution, he has taken with him the main forces of the Don Quixote family, Treble S. Flower Brigade and Pika S. Spade Brigade, leaving only Diamante and his Square Brigade to guard Dressrosa. This is classified information. Even I am oblivious to their destination and the identity of the transaction's counterpart. As Li Zhao pondered and processed the latest intelligence, he analyzed. The Myriad troops, led by Dolorpal, were composed entirely of individuals with extraordinary abilities, while the Haitao, commanded by Pika, served as a special operations unit responsible for unconventional warfare. Doflamingo had specifically left behind the Diamante squad, comprised of martial arts experts, to guard his lair. Evidently, because his trading partners could not be eliminated through sheer force, fighters would be of no use in this scenario. He could only place his hopes on special ability users like Sugar. The adversaries whom the formidable Doflamingo had to confront were undoubtedly formidable, and the transaction he needed to personally facilitate was of paramount importance. It became clear to me that he was negotiating with the beast Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and the likely commodity at stake was the artificial devil fruits. Only the beast's pirates, who regard humans as mere objects, would purchase large quantities of such laughable fruits that could only transform individuals into half-human, half-beast forms, and with a high failure rate at that. You could deduce all of this? Violet was utterly impressed. She had provided only a limited amount of information, yet Li Zhao managed to extrapolate Doflamingo's entire operational plan. No wonder he seemed to possess knowledge of everything. Consequently, her belief in the correctness of her choice grew stronger. After concluding his analysis, Li Zhao retracted his head from the zipper of his shoulder, regaining full control of his body. At that moment, the transponder snail nestled in his arms began to emit a gurgling sound. Li Zhao was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that he currently inhabited Violet's body. So the transponder snail must indeed be seeking the second princess. Hello, this is Violet. The appearance of the transponder snail morphed into that of a male adorned with an Indian headdress. Violet? How could you forget? You are now known as Violet, an assassin affiliated with the Don Quixote family, no longer a princess. How is your mission progressing? Are you even taking it seriously, you good-for-nothing? Perhaps Violet's habitual lack of diligence and failure to fully utilize her Meronomi abilities for the benefit of the Don Quixote family had been sensed by others, as their tone was exceedingly brusque. The Don Quixote family was a fiercely loyal and united organization, with deep bonds among its members. However, a few individuals, while labeled as family members, were perpetually regarded as outsiders, Baby 5 and Violet being 2 such examples, seen as expendable pawns ready for sacrifice at any moment. At this moment, Li Zhao had already discerned the identity of the individual on the other end of the line. It was none other than the supreme authority of Dressrosa, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family's Square Division, the user of the Flare fruit, Diamante. Upon hearing the disdainful words from his counterpart, Li Zhao cast a sidelong glance at the golden chest on the ground, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he finally resolved how to proceed. Lord Diamante, I have successfully eliminated the envoy from the Great Desoro, who possessed the Flare fruit. The devil fruit is now in my possession. You have acquired the Flare fruit. Splendid. However, I did not authorize you to take offensive action. Why did you act on your own accord? I shall address this matter with you later. For now, you worthless fool, dispose of the corpse without leaving a trace. After all, we are still in an alliance with that imbecile emperor aboard the golden ship, who fancies himself a king. Once everything is settled, bring the fruit to the conference hall at once. We must deliberate on how to handle this situation. It must be flawlessly resolved before the young master returns. Understood, Lord Diamante. Li Zhao gently closed the telephone bug, simultaneously allowing another nearby bug, which had been recording, to fall into a dormant state. It is time for me to fulfill the promise I made to Her Highness, the second princess. Chapter 036, Breaching the Prison. Returning our gaze to the meeting hall of the Don Quixote family, The ruling elite of Dressrosa had gathered for an urgent assembly. The supreme officer, Diamante, led his cadre of combat group members, including the master of the Dying Fist, Lao Ji, the Tuntun fruit user, Mahabais, the half-fishman youth, Derlinger, and the water fruit user, the free-swimming Mr. Senor Pink, as they deliberated on the recent arrival of the Grand Desero envoy in Dressrosa. That incompetent woman has finally proven somewhat useful this time. The half-fishman youth, who had once suffered at the hands of the Grand Desero envoy, was now the most exhilarated among them, though he possessed a charmingly sunny disposition reminiscent of the boy next door. The blood of the fighting fish and the influence of the Don Quixote lineage rendered Derlinger's temperament fierce and perilous. Since we have already secured the Blaze fruit, we might as well eliminate that entire group, silencing everyone, and simply claim they fell victim to pirates. Derlinger's cruel suggestion garnered immediate approval from the majority present, including their leader, Diamante, who adorned himself like a Spanish bullfighter yet donned an Indian-inspired headdress, and he subtly nodded in agreement. In this world of pirates, power is revered above all, even among allies. The principle of the strong devouring the weak and treachery is commonplace. Otherwise, Don Quixote da Flamingo would not have amassed forces to engage and trade with the Yonko Kaido, nor would he have prepared so meticulously. Though the Golden Emperor, Tesoro, allied with da Flamingo, their relationship initially stemmed from enmity. Tesoro's ascendance was built upon the plundered Garo fruit, stolen from the hands of the Night Demon. However, as Tesoro swiftly rose to prominence, amassing a considerable fortune and forging connections with the Celestial Dragons, da Flamingo chose to overlook past grievances and ally with him. One can only imagine how fragile such an alliance truly is. As the supreme leader, da Flamingo prioritizes the greater good and generally refrains from actions that might convert allies into adversaries. Yet, his subordinates perceive matters differently. They believe that everything the Golden Emperor Tesoro possesses is owed to the Goro fruit, which rightfully belonged to the Don Quixote family. The memory of that fruit, taken from their grasp, lingers perpetually in their minds. Amidst the fervor of the crowd, Diamante suddenly noticed Lao Ji, who sat with his head bowed, seemingly lifeless. Unsure if he had merely fallen asleep or had already succumbed to old age. Lao Ji, if you are still among the living, awaken. Diamante casually hurled a teacup, striking the old man squarely on the forehead. Tea and shards mixed with blood cascaded down, forcibly pulling back the old man's soul, which had begun to fade away. Coughing, he eventually regained his senses and remarked, "Why do I feel that something about this matter seems amiss?" Although Diamante held a high-ranking position, Raoji's seniority within the family surpassed his own. Consequently, he held the old man's opinion in high regard, especially considering that this elderly figure, on the verge of death, possessed a power that seemed to grow with each passing moment. The old man reclined in his chair, appearing as if he were on his deathbed, mumbling, "I have observed those individuals from that day. They are formidable, particularly the one who fought Treege and employed fishman karate. I sense his strength is likely on par with Lord Virgo of the Red Heart, if not superior. Moreover, the green-haired individual responsible for carrying the golden chest containing the Mera no Mi, while somewhat enigmatic, also seems to pose a significant threat. Are you suggesting that such powerful individuals could be defeated by that incompetent Violet?" Diamante pressed, but after a prolonged silence, he glanced over to find Raoji once again appearing to be on the brink of death. He had little desire to engage in a soul retrieval game. The old man's assessment of their adversaries being strong could not be dismissed. Thus, if such individuals were indeed overpowered by the inept Violet, there could only be two possibilities. Either the old man's judgment was flawed, and those envoys, despite their formidable appearances, were easily manageable. Perhaps they were caught off guard by Violet's antiquated traps, or Violet's true strength exceeded their expectations, sufficient to contend with the Golden Emperor's lackeys. At this thought, Diamante erupted into laughter. Even if the old man rarely erred, it certainly could not be the latter scenario. Violet was the second princess of the deposed royal family of the Force Kingdom, and they had never underestimated her potential for vengeance. Over the past decade, they had employed numerous methods to monitor and counterbalance her, including regular assessments of her capabilities, ensuring they were well informed. To Diamante, Violet's dance enhanced. Rudimentary leg techniques were only effective against common pirate lackeys. Just as Diamante was about to voice his thoughts, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. A minor lackey burst into the conference room, his face a mask of panic. "Lord Diamante, something terrible has occurred," he stammered, flustered. "What is the matter? Speak. Has the Golden Emperor's minions begun causing trouble?" No, my esteemed champion. Those fellows have become quite docile, and the instigator is none other than Lady Violet. What did you say? Is that fool seeking his own demise? Or does he believe that the deceased King Li Ku is living too comfortably? A decade ago, Violet exchanged her own well-being for the survival of the remaining members of the Li Ku royal family, namely her father, King Li Ku, and her cousin, Rebecca. However, their existence can barely be considered living. King Li Ku languishes in a lightless prison, often deprived of food and water, subjected to beatings and mistreatment as a means of punishment for Violet's disobedience. Meanwhile, Rebecca has been confined to the gladiatorial arena since childhood, forced to fight for her life and entertain the masses. Lady Violet has just stormed the prison, slaughtering all the guards and liberating every prisoner. Damn it, this wretched woman has indeed betrayed us. I shall head to the prison to eliminate her. The half-fishman Dringy was the first to volunteer for the task of punishing the traitor, but was halted by Diamante's voice. Wait, Dringy. Our prison in Dressrosa has always been a mere facade. The prisoners have been transformed into playthings to serve us. Besides King Li Ku, there are no significant individuals incarcerated there, so letting them go is of little consequence. Yet, Violet's betrayal at this moment indicates she must have been preparing. It is highly likely she has already freed King Li Ku. It may be too late for you to go to the prison now. Diamante pondered briefly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he continued. In that case, you must rush to the arena and capture that wretched Rebecca. Use her against the traitor Violet. Let her understand the dire consequences of betraying the Don Quixote family. The distance from the prison to the arena is far greater than from here to the arena, so you should be able to arrive before her. Remember, bring that wretched girl back alive. It would be too lenient if she were to perish by the mere kick of your high heels. Moments earlier, Li Zhao set down the phone and began to utilize his clairvoyant abilities to search for the whereabouts of Li Ku Wang. To truly win over Violet, he must first assist her in rescuing the family members she holds dear. Li Zhao, with his heart divided, kept a vigilant watch over the movements of the Don Quixote family members using his clairvoyant abilities, eavesdropping on their conversations through the art of lip reading. Meanwhile, he hurriedly made his way to the Seoul prison in Dressrosa. It seems that this dual focus was a newfound capability acquired only after his fusion. If it were Violetta herself, she would be rendered immobile, unable to move while employing her clairvoyant vision. My Lady Violet, what brings you here? Have you forgotten that the prison is an absolute forbidden zone for you? Li Zhao, weary of idle chatter, directly placed his hand upon the crown of the roadblock guard's head. In the next moment, his fingers, akin to claws, pierced through the skull, creating 5 gaping holes. Indeed, this maneuver was none other than the 9-in white bone claw, albeit a counterfeit version. Li Zhao had long harbored a belief that the so-called 6 styles of the Pirate King world were, in essence, derived from the ancient martial arts of China. For instance, the iron block clearly resembles the golden bell shield, while the iron cloth shirt represents a form of hard qigong. The moon step, on the other hand, can be seen as an advanced version of the Wudong's cloud ladder, and the Chuanjin sect's golden goose skill serves as an upgraded form of lightness skill. Techniques such as paper drawing, shaving, and the Lingbo Weibu of Duanyu, as well as Wei Xiaobao's divine movement of transformations, are not dissimilar in essence. The finger gun is, in fact, a variant of the One Yang finger and the 6 Meridians divine sword. One could assert that the 6 styles are a product of humanity in the pirate world, utilizing their superhuman potential and limitless physical capabilities to elevate the 6 fundamental techniques of ancient Chinese martial arts to unprecedented heights. Conversely, might there be unexpected marvels in infusing some of Li Zhao's well-known martial arts techniques into the 6 styles? After all, while the techniques of this world possess formidable power, their variations are strikingly monotonous, cycling through a limited repertoire of straightforward maneuvers. At the very least, the 9-in white bone claw, which Li Zhao crafted based on the finger gun, appears to wield considerable power. These guards, reveling in the humiliation of prisoners, particularly relishing the torment of the mighty Li Ku Wang, have committed sins worthy of death. The second princess often employs her clairvoyant abilities to spy on her father's condition, yet witnesses his disgrace without recourse, a simmering fury that has accumulated over a decade, akin to a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Li Zhao has not yet extinguished Violet's consciousness, so it is only natural to seek retribution for him. With a single swipe, he dispatches his foes, casting their lifeless forms aside. Chapter 037. A Whirlwind Rescue. The Awakening of Conqueror's Hockey. Within the confines of the Dressrosa prison, The inmates are predominantly those passionate dancers who have attempted to assassinate the treacherous men. Typically, they are released after a few days. For these dancers are emblematic of Dressrosa's distinctive allure, attracting throngs of visitors to the island each year. Thus, they are not to be reduced to mere playthings. Li Zhao unleashed a massacre while simultaneously liberating the captive dancers, for a touch of chaos could prove beneficial. Before long, he descended to the deepest recesses of the prison, where he beheld the former king, shackled and lifeless. Upon the sudden appearance of the blood-soaked, menacing beauty with raven hair, the old King Liko was momentarily taken aback. Although a decade had passed since their last encounter, he instantly recognized his daughter and rushed forward, grasping the bars of her cell with fervor. "Violet, how did you end up here? No, do not concern yourself with me. If you have betrayed those wretches, you must flee at once, or they will take your life." However, the Violet before him was merely an illusion and did not share the same fervor as the elderly King Liko. Li Zhao quietly surveyed his surroundings. The wrists of the King of Liku were tightly bound by black chains, as were his ankles, with the chain ends firmly anchored to the wall. It was evident that these chains were made of sea prism stone. In fact, not only the chains, but even the bars and walls of this cell were constructed from the same material. Even the formidable immortal bird, Marco, and the Flame Emperor, Ace, could only meet their demise when ensnared by sea prism chains, without any means of resistance. Without a key, those with devil fruit powers could hardly hope to destroy sea prism stone through brute force. Don Quixote Doflamingo's use of sea prism stone against the King of Liku clearly indicated his intent to deny Violetta any chance to rescue her father. However, what left most in despair was a trivial task for Li Zhao. He refrained from unnecessary chatter, reaching through the bars to place his hand upon the king's chest. Activating the jacket fruit, he transformed the elder into a leather garment, allowing his limbs to slip easily from their shackles, which Li Zhao then pulled through the bars with ease. The rescue of the King of Liku was accomplished in less than 10 minutes. This success was partly due to the formidable intelligence-gathering ability of the stare fruit, which provided clarity on the location of ambushers and targets, leaving no room for error. On the other hand, it was also attributable to Li Zhao's swift and ruthless methods. The only miscalculation was failing to eliminate a goon before he could sound the alarm, thus alerting the Don Quixote family to Violetta's betrayal. At that moment, through his omniscient vision, Li Zhao had already learned of Diamante's plans against him. Cursing under his breath, he ran a hand along the outer side of his thigh, conjuring a zipper from his jacket pocket. He placed the now dormant King of Liku, transformed into a human leather jacket, inside, then retrieved a snail phone and dialed a number. A little over 10 minutes later, Li Zhao arrived at the Colosseum. He halted before the main entrance, lifting his gaze to see the half-fish boy, Dirinji, standing at the edge of the roof, a malevolent smile adorning his face. In his grasp, he had the neck of a pink-haired girl, dangling her precariously in midair. Should Dirinji release his grip, the girl would plummet from a height of several dozen meters, or with a mere increase in pressure, he could easily snap her neck. "Violet, you audacious wretch. How dare you betray the young master and the Don Quixote family? Have you considered the consequences?" Li Zhao quietly raised her head, her expression calm and composed. Dirinji's voice resonated loudly, and the Colosseum was far from the desolation of the prison. A throng of spectators surged forward. Dirinji was the star of the arena. His strikingly handsome appearance, flamboyant red high heels, and stockings had garnered him a legion of fervent admirers. Upon learning that the woman before them had betrayed Don Quixote Doflamingo and their esteemed king, the crowd began to murmur and even hurl insults at Li Zhao. This was merely the beginning. A sinister smile graced Dirinji's lips as he suddenly addressed the gathering. "People of Dressrosa, do you know who this woman is? She is none other than the daughter of the tyrant who once ruled Dressrosa, the Mad King Riku, Princess Violet, the second royal daughter. Our esteemed master once extended a hand of redemption to her, yet she repaid kindness with betrayal, turning against her family and her nation. Citizens of Dressrosa, what punishment do you believe such a wretch deserves? Let her die. Kill her. No, that would be far too lenient. The daughter of the Mad King should be hanged until death, slowly burned alive. Send her to the arena. Let her face ferocious beasts unarmed. It would be best if she were devoured alive. Indeed, she must not be granted an easy end." The crowd was incensed. A decade ago, Doflamingo utilized the powers of the string fruit to manipulate King Riku and his loyal guards, orchestrating a massacre against the citizens. The Don Quixote family, assuming the guise of saviors, vanquished King Riku and seized control of the nation. Though it was a meticulously crafted conspiracy, during King Riku's reign, The country enjoyed peace and prosperity, and he was beloved by his subjects. Yet this clumsy, flawed ruse had turned the once loyal citizens into fervent haters, wishing for the complete annihilation of the Riku royal family, desiring their deaths to be as gruesome as possible. The once benevolent ideals of the Riku king have been cast aside. On the high walls, Rebecca, her neck gripped tightly by Delinger, gazes with tear-filled eyes. Though she has long grown accustomed to the insults and degradation from these ignorant masses, there remains a flicker of dignity within her as she wields her sword and performs the water's edge dance in the arena. Yet now, with her life hanging by a thread and her fate used as leverage against a woman below who seems to share her bloodline, the control over her existence lies entirely in the hands of another. This realization fills her with an overwhelming desire for death, yearning to escape this ceaseless torment. The insults escalate, eventually devolving into the throwing of rotten eggs and decayed vegetable leaves. Li Zhao remains motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Rebecca, held captive by Delinger. Should this unfortunate girl perish here, not only would his plans to recruit Violet be thwarted, but Li Zhao himself would be deeply unsettled. Although Rebecca may lack in strength and possesses little beyond her commendable mastery of observation hockey, she is undeniably a charming and endearing girl, drawing affection and sympathy from those around her, especially with her daring attire that tantalizes the eye. To witness such a girl perish before him would be an utter travesty. Li Zhao initially intended to disregard the crowd of commoners, until a foul egg struck his face. The Riku king deserved his fate. His Majesty Don Quixote da Flamingo exhibited an excess of kindness, for there was no need to allow the remnants of the Riku royal family to persist in this world. They should have been hanged in the square a decade ago. Indeed, the entire Riku family deserved to perish. The putrid stench invaded his nostrils, and Li Zhao's fury soared to its zenith, igniting within him an uncontrollable urge for violence. Yet, intertwined with this rage was an indescribable sorrow and grievance, even a hint of despair. These myriad emotions coalesced, and in the next moment, Li Zhao bellowed at the surrounding onlookers, "Get the hell away from me!" Simultaneously, an invisible yet palpable force surged forth like a tsunami, and in an instant, the spectators began to foam at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. A few who made direct eye contact with Li Zhao expelled clotted, dark crimson blood, indicating severe internal injuries, leaving their survival uncertain. Good heavens! Could this be the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki? Has his Haki awakened? What on earth is happening? Li Zhao was instantly puzzled. The Conqueror's Haki is a rare and extraordinary power, possessed by only one in hundreds of thousands, a gift of destiny bestowed upon a chosen individual. Unlike the armament Haki and observation Haki, the Conqueror's Haki is an innate ability, neither attainable through training nor inheritable by blood. It is solely determined by one's fate. Li Zhao, this time traveler, finds himself in an exceptionally dismal situation, as if the deity who summoned him to this realm is playing a cruel jest. Unlike other fortunate transmigrators who typically receive upgrades, lotteries, or sign-in systems as benefits, he has not been granted even a single one of these advantages. Furthermore, his body is that of a discarded individual, belonging to the former bounty hunter Kelly Vanku, with a staggering reward of 57 million berries on his head. Not only does he lack even a minuscule fraction of the so-called Chosen One's qualities, but given Kelly's disheveled appearance in the original anime, he would scarcely be deemed worthy of serving as a mere subordinate to the four emperors. As for Li Zhao himself, he is a languid otaku, nearly approaching 30. A failure in the mundane world. Upon arriving in this new realm, he does not exude any dominance or charisma. He possesses no top-tier talents, nor do beautiful women flock to him in admiration. Such daydreams are too far-fetched for him to entertain. Li Zhao's disposition is inherently laid-back and nonchalant. He has never been one to chase after the intangible or to harbor intense ambitions. His focus is primarily on enjoying life and seeking happiness, with no grand aspirations. Consequently, he has never felt the need to pursue the conventional attributes of a powerful individual, such as the Conqueror's Haki. However, he never anticipated that the very thing he did not desire would come knocking at his door, and in such an inexplicable manner. Chapter 038, The High Heel Battle. The sudden awakening of the Conqueror's Haki. After much contemplation, it seems the crux of the matter lies with the trio he has merged with. The awakening of Conqueror's Haki necessitates profoundly intense and genuine emotional fluctuations as one of its essential prerequisites. Li Zhao was indeed infuriated by those despicable commoners. However, to be fair, if merely being pelted with a few rotten eggs could awaken the Conqueror's Haki, then such a phenomenon would be exceedingly trivial. It is likely that his ability to sense Violet's current emotions through their fusion contributed to his own anger, compounded by the complex feelings of betrayal stemming from the scorn directed at the princess by the very citizens he vowed to protect, thus inadvertently triggering the awakening of his conqueror's haki. Furthermore, the unfortunate souls he had directly gazed upon with fatal intent were likely connected to the powers of the stare fruit. While this explanation may not be perfect, it is sufficiently plausible, especially since Li Zhao had no time to delve deeper into the matter at that moment. In that instant, the half-fishman youth, Delinger, was also affected by the impact of the conqueror's haki. Yet, possessing formidable strength and a resilient will, he did not faint like the common folk. Nevertheless, he was indeed startled. Conqueror's haki? Why was it Conqueror's haki? The same as the young masteress? How could that wretched woman deserve it? Overwhelmed by this excessive stimulation, Delinger momentarily lost his rationality and violently hurled the girl in his grasp backward, and he lunged towards Li Zhao, on the other side of the Colosseum's towering walls, which loomed several dozen meters above the ground. Perilous piranhas swarmed in the waterway surrounding the arena. Although Delinger did not directly attempt to kill Rebecca in his frenzied state, the force of his throw was substantial, causing the girl to become limp and on the verge of plummeting into the deadly waters below, where the piranhas, with their rows of jagged teeth, were poised to feast on this unexpected delicacy. At that crucial moment, the surrounding air warped suddenly, and a robust figure materialized out of thin air, propelling himself toward the girl. In the next instant, he had Rebecca safely in his embrace. The piranhas, witnessing the delectable morsel being snatched away, erupted from the water in a furious frenzy, attempting to bite at the figure, only to be sliced into segments by the crescent-shaped gust generated by his flying kick. The one who saved Rebecca from certain doom was none other than Sebastian, the fish giant clad in a jacket made from the skin of a ghoul spider. Having learned of the despicable plans of the Don Quixote family through his distant sight, Li Zhao immediately summoned the fish giant via the telephone book. Sebastian, a hybrid of the pufferfish fishmen and giants, possessed a racial ability akin to a chameleon-esque camouflage, which proved exceptionally useful in such a situation. After securing Rebecca in his arms, Sebastian activated his camouflage once more, rendering them both invisible in the air. Li Zhao observed this scene through the all-seeing eye of the ding fruit, simultaneously sensing the Violet within himself exhale in relief, as a profound sense of relaxation flowed into his soul, acknowledging that the primary objectives of this endeavor had finally been accomplished. As for the merman youth, Delinger, Li Zhao truly regarded him with indifference. It was not that Li Zhao underestimated him. Rather, after merging with the second princess, his abilities had shifted towards support, and he was indeed lacking in combat prowess. However, knowing Derling's every strength and weakness, Li Zhao did not believe he would inevitably be vanquished. Moreover, he had the stealthy fish giant at his side, poised to provide assistance at any moment. It is worth noting that after merging with Sebastian and the Vice Admiral of the Navy, Ghost Spider, the formidable physical talents of the giant and fishman races, combined with Ghost Spider's finely honed six styles, swordsmanship, and the life-restoring energy technique, had transformed into a synergy that exceeded mere addition of power. Like Li Zhao, this fusion had transcended the simplicity of two individual strengths merging, achieving a remarkable exponential enhancement. At this moment, the fish giant, when purely compared in combat capability, had even surpassed Li Zhao after his merger with his brother Bobby, making him formidable enough to contend with several high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family. In a direct confrontation with the nightmarish Don Quixote da Flamingo, he could undoubtedly force the latter into a grueling battle. A mere half-fish youth was insignificant in comparison. With confidence swelling in his heart, Li Zhao felt no pressure and decided to use Derling Jie as a means of honing his skills while familiarizing himself with his current form. Derling Jie, diving downwards, paid no heed to Rebecca's plight, unaware that the unfortunate girl had already been rescued. Deep within, he steadfastly refused to acknowledge that this wretched woman possessed the same tyrannical potential as the young master, and thus he felt compelled to eradicate her in order to cleanse his own inner turmoil. Die, stiletto of doom. As the half-fishman's kick came flying towards him, Li Zhao did not evade. Instead, he retaliated with a flying kick of his own. I fear you not. Let us see whose technique holds greater majesty. Receive my annihilation slice. Li Zhao swung his right leg in a wide arc, leaping into the air to strike his opponent. This move was reminiscent of the renowned aerial technique employed by the final boss of King of Fighters, Rugal. Of course, Li Zhao merely emulated Rugal's actions from the game. However, when combined with his profound mastery of the six styles, the power of this annihilating strike was undoubtedly formidable, surpassing its portrayal in the game. As their slender legs collided midair, Li Zhao felt an excruciating pain radiate through his calf, realizing that this impact had left his bone with signs of a possible fracture. The fishmen are reputed to possess strength tenfold that of humans, and this is no exaggeration. Dorinji's innate talent represents the pinnacle of the fishman lineage. At just 16 years of age, without relying on the powers of a devil fruit, he has astonishing strength derived solely from the practice of fundamental martial arts, having already overpowered countless pirates. In contrast, at the same age, the future pirate king, Luffy, remained trapped in a small fishing village in the East Blue, diligently training each day with dreams of one day defeating the formidable Sea King and venturing out to sea. Dorinji was equally astounded by the remarkable prowess of Violet before him. After all, within the entire Don Quixote family, only a few could match him in leg techniques, namely the young master, Lao Ji, and the enigmatic Mr. Pink, a mere handful indeed. However, you are still no match for me. Observing the sinister smile on the half-fishman youth's face, Li Zhao felt a surge of anger and retorted, "What are you so proud of? This move of mine actually consists of 2 strikes." Li Zhao's right leg was struck back, yet he harnessed that momentum to propel his left leg upward, his instep making direct contact with Dorinji's cheek. In the next moment, both of them were sent flying backwards. Li Zhao executed a series of somersaults in midair, ultimately landing gracefully on the ground. He inhaled sharply, vigorously rubbing his right leg, where healing foam surged from his palms, signifying the completion of his emergency treatment. However, while the healing foam was exceptional for treating external injuries, its efficacy for bone injuries was rather mediocre. In contrast, the half-fish youth fared poorly in his landings, crashing directly into the wall and emerging with a face covered in dust and debris. "You wretched scoundrel, I shall slay you," Derlinger growled, his teeth having all fallen out, only to be replaced instantaneously by a set of sharp, menacing fangs as a dorsal fin resembling that of a shark appeared on his back. "Die, high-heeled pistol. Are you afraid of me? Witness my 100 split kicks." The duel of quick legs ensued, with high heels battling high heels. In terms of speed, Li Zhao's imitation of Chun-Li's 100 split kicks ultimately triumphed, landing 3 consecutive kicks to his opponent's face and abdomen. However, in terms of strength, Li Zhao found himself at a disadvantage. A single kick from the half-fish youth sent him soaring through the air. Once again, they reached a stalemate. Though Li Zhao had drawn upon the combined strength of 3 individuals, bolstered by the aid of an otherworldly traveler, yet he felt disheartened and lost interest in further engagement. The half-fish youth, consumed by rage, mumbled incomprehensible words, then lowered his head, charging at Li Zhao with the speed of a rocket. This collision was so swift that Li Zhao had no time to evade, and the 2 sharp horns atop Derlinger's head were more than capable of piercing through Violet's delicate form. "Enough of this," he declared. Li Zhao murmured softly to himself, and with a swift motion of his right arm, a vast mass of foam enveloped his entire body. Derlinger collided with the foam, only to slide away as if striking a frictionless, slippery surface, eventually crashing into the surrounding edifices like a cannonball. How did you achieve this? If the woman before him were to engage him in a straightforward contest of physical prowess or leg techniques, it would be an entirely different matter. However, the ability Li Zhao employed this time was clearly beyond the realm of mere physical combat. Take a guess. Li Zhao, weary of further discourse, retracted his defensive bubble and formed a scissor gesture with his hands before his eyes. Tears welled up in his eyes, cascading forth in large droplets that proliferated at a visibly rapid pace, swiftly transforming into the size and shape reminiscent of a whale. The hot iron tears, I wail. The most formidable technique of the staring fruit was unleashed, as 2 dark, crimson-infused entities, as steadfast as steel and as searing as boiling water, lunged toward Derlinger. "Foolish scoundrel. Do you underestimate me? This attack is far too slow." Derlinger cackled, his body moving with astonishing speed, instantaneously producing numerous illusory afterimages that rendered the hot iron tears wail completely ineffective. "Though I remain oblivious to the reason behind your newfound strength, it is futile. You are destined to perish here today, you wretched being." Li Zhao maintained a calm demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Do you know what substance pairs most harmoniously with bubbles?" The answer, of course, was water. Chapter 039. Combined Skill. Whale explosion. The emergence of bubbles is almost invariably accompanied by water. This is a fundamental truth. Yet, due to the ocean's disdain for the powers of the devil fruits, despite the myriad of abilities they bestow. The capacity to conjure water or manipulate it out of thin air is virtually non-existent. As for controlling seawater, that remains an impossibility. However, Violetta's eye whale completely subverted this rule. This technique was born from her profound grief over the destruction of her homeland. A sorrow that left her yearning for tears yet denied her the right to weep. She had painstakingly bottled up her emotions for a decade to forge this ability. The eye whale, conjured from the manta fruit, allowed Violetta to assign attributes within the confines of its rules at will, rendering it as solid as ice. Scalding hot like boiling water, or enabling it to swim through the air briefly, just like a real whale. However, if these were its only capabilities, this revolutionary technique would likely serve little more than to intimidate minor foes. As Derlinger noted, the speed of execution and attack were painfully slow, and its range was insufficient to pose a genuine threat to formidable adversaries. Yet, what if it were to synergize with the powers of the bubble fruit? At that moment, as the fishman youth darted toward Li Zhao, leaving a trail of swift afterimages while circumventing the heated tier whale, Li Zhao suddenly snapped his fingers. The two tier whales underwent a drastic transformation, trembling as the saline essence within them appeared to boil instantaneously. In the next heartbeat, the bodies of the two tier whales erupted violently. Although no sparks emerged, a searing wave of steam surged forth, accompanied by countless bubble water orbs, each the size of a basketball, as hard as steel and scalding hot. The barrage of water bomb bubbles enveloped the area, shattering all of Derlinger's afterimages instantly. As for his true self, after being struck by a dozen of the hard water spheres, he found himself exhausted, his technique spent, and ultimately succumbing to the relentless onslaught of hundreds of bubble water spheres that rained down upon him, sending him crashing to the ground. Li Zhao strolled before the merman youth, who lay amidst the rubble, his body convulsing and his gaze fierce, yet rendered speechless. With a faint smile, he remarked, remarkably, "You have not yet succumbed to unconsciousness. It seems my technique, whale explosion, possesses a degree of inadequacy in its destructive power, leaving ample room for enhancement." As he spoke, Li Zhao had already reached out to press his hand against Derlinger's chest. Moments later, he successfully acquired the half-mermaid leather jacket. After securing the jacket, Li Zhao activated his clairvoyant ability to survey the surroundings. The spectators around them, previously overwhelmed by an inexplicable wave of Conqueror's haki, lay unconscious on the ground. This time, they were further affected by Li Zhao's dual devil fruit fusion skill, the whale explosion, leaving no living witnesses in sight and sparing him the trouble of silencing them. As night fell, it was destined to be a sleepless night for Dressrosa. Violet, a cadre of the Don Quixote family and the second princess of the former Riku royal family, openly betrayed her country in the Don Quixote clan, wreaking havoc in both the prison and the arena, resulting in countless civilian casualties. The scion of the Mad King once again stained this tranquil and romantic island with blood. The beloved arena star and family cadre, Derlinger, ventured forth to quell the rebellion but fell victim to Violet's cunning trap, disappearing after his defeat. Currently, the highest authority of the Don Quixote family on Dressrosa Island, Lord Diamante, issued a state of emergency, launching a citywide manhunt for the traitor Violet. Upon learning that the betrayer was yet another offspring of the Mad King, the populace was consumed by fury, with nearly all residents joining the search efforts. The city became a beacon of light, filled with armed toy soldiers, ferocious pirate thugs, and supposedly ordinary citizens wielding agricultural tools, all brimming with murderous intent. In the officially designated hotel for foreign guests in Dressrosa, the fish giant Sebastian, merged with Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, sat atop the roof, exuding an icy aura of menace. Anyone daring to approach within 100 meters of the hotel would feel a bone-chilling dread, as if they were about to be torn apart and devoured by a descending behemoth. Thus, in this frenzied and noisy city, the hotel stood as the only sanctuary that no one dared to disturb. Inside the hotel room, a poignant reunion was unfolding. Violet, released by Li Zhao and restored to her normal state, wept loudly in her father King Riku's embrace, while the young Rebecca stood in a daze before her suddenly reappeared grandfather and aunt, struggling to comprehend the moment. It was only after Guy Ram used the color fruit to become invisible and, guided by clairvoyance, successfully located the one-legged toy soldier and brought him back that Rebecca began to sob openly, clutching the toy soldier. This one-legged toy soldier was none other than Rebecca's father, the arena hero Cyrus, who had been transformed into a toy by Sugar. Legend had it that he had achieved an unprecedented 4,000 victories. After being turned into a toy, he managed to evade the steps of the slave contract, retaining his self-awareness. All along, he had been in his toy form, desperately trying to save his family. Now, happiness had arrived too suddenly, as his daughter, father-in-law, and sister-in-law had all been rescued, allowing him to reunite with them once more. What do you plan to do next? Only after this family had fully released their pent-up emotions accumulated over a decade did Li Zhao speak up to remind them that the matter was far from over. Of course, they must defeat Doflamingo, save the nation, and reclaim their homeland. Li Kuwang declared with fervor. Li Zhao coldly chuckled, dousing their hopes with a splash of reality. Defeating Doflamingo? Who do you expect to rely upon? This one-legged toy soldier? Or you two mediocre swordsmen, grandfather and grandson? Let me clarify. I have fulfilled my prior promise. Therefore, from this moment forth, Violetta is now a member of my crew, my own. Wherever I go, she must accompany me. Regrettably, she cannot partake in your plans for restoration. The king of Liku was momentarily rendered speechless, watching his daughter weep anew, until Violetta elaborated for some time, explaining that her situation with the Don Quixote family was entirely different. Only then did the old king reluctantly begin to ease his troubled heart. Esteemed sir, I extend my utmost respect for rescuing my family and me once more. Additionally, I earnestly implore you, as a good man, to see this through and assist us in vanquishing Doflamingo to save this suffering nation. Doflamingo is not malleable, though, to be shaped at whim. To confront him, my current strength is insufficient. Hence, I shall not wade into these treacherous waters. Moreover, Li Zhao surveyed the individuals before him and added with a smile. Every endeavor carries a cost. Violetta wishes to switch allegiance to my pirate crew. Thus, I shall aid her in rescuing you. However, King Liku, should you desire my assistance in saving this tedious nation, what can you offer in return? The king of Liku was completely taken aback, left speechless for a considerable time. Observing his father's heartache, Violetta remained silent, while Li Zhao sighed softly and said, Very well, since Doflamingo possesses something I covet, I can assure you that, given the opportunity, I shall assist you in eliminating him. With Li Zhao's promise, the old man instantly brightened, overflowing with gratitude and casually offering numerous rewards, far more improbable than Li Zhao's commitment. Aware of the old fox's ulterior motives, Li Zhao remained unfazed. Regardless, the Straw Hat Pirates would undoubtedly cause upheaval on this island within a year and a half, and he would likely seize the opportunity to strike Doflamingo down. Li Zhao did not mind accepting this favor. I plan to conclude my business tomorrow and depart this nation with my people, returning to the Thousand Sunny before Doflamingo's return. What of you? Would you care to accompany me? You are already aware of my capabilities. It would require little effort on my part to escort you away from here. Li Zhao's inquiry did not include Violet. Having invested considerable effort to secure the lookout, he naturally would not allow her to depart. Moreover, through their previous fusion, Li Zhao harbored an inkling that this dazed fruit might possess even greater marvels than he had initially anticipated, holding significant potential for further development. Upon hearing Li Zhao's question, the three generations exchanged glances, and it was Rebecca who rose, her voice tinged with excitement and hope as she exclaimed, May I accompany you? And adventure on the seas alongside Aunt Violet? Could I serve as your crew member, or perhaps even as a maid? Li Zhao pondered for a moment. Although the young woman possessed no remarkable skills that caught his interest, her pleasing appearance and commendable character made her suitable for the role of an ordinary sailor. At least for the time being. He promptly expressed his agreement. As for the girl's decision, neither his father, the one-legged toy soldier Cyrus, nor his grandfather, King Liku, voiced any objections. After all, compared to the current state of Dressrosa, any place seemed like paradise. King Liku contemplated for a significant while before declaring, I cannot abandon this nation. I have resolved to remain here, for there must still be those attempting to resist Doflamingo. I shall reach out to them, and one day, we shall reclaim this land and rescue its people. Li Zhao initially intended to express that the only power one could hope for was the oppressed little folk, relentlessly exploited by the Don Quixote family. As for the citizens you claim to rescue, they are outside wielding swords and guns in search of you. However, upon witnessing Violet's pleading and distressed countenance, Li Zhao sighed softly and chose to remain silent. At that moment, the toy soldier, Cyrus, also stood up and declared, I wish to stay alongside His Majesty the King. In fact, I have already made contact with several individuals who are eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to overthrow Doflamingo. Chapter 040. An invitation to enter the game. Upon hearing that both her father and grandfather intended to remain, Rebecca immediately reconsidered her decision. declaring her desire to stay behind and not embark on the sea voyage. Yet, her father dissuaded her, citing that she was not a warrior and that remaining would only serve to distract them and cause trouble for him and her grandfather. In truth, every person present understood the perilous nature of being an underground resistance member. As a father, he could not bear the thought of his daughter, who had just escaped the clutches of danger, once again living a life fraught with uncertainty. Having observed the scene for quite some time, the aging ship's doctor, Nachin, who was already in tears, pulled Rebecca close and spoke in a voice filled with affection. "Little girl, just stay with me. My new pharmaceutical laboratory could certainly use an extra pair of hands. If you perform well, I can teach you the art of traditional Chinese medicine as well as the martial techniques of Chinese medicine." Thus, the matter was settled. Li Zhao extracted 2 sets of pirate skin jackets from the pockets of his cargo pants and handed them to Cyrus and Riku. The two had previously witnessed Li Zhao's extraordinary abilities and understood that these jackets could transform their appearances entirely. For those preparing to infiltrate this nation and engage in clandestine resistance, these were nothing short of divine instruments. Particularly for Cyrus, upon donning the guise of a robust giant. The transformative prowess of the sugar fruit was astonishingly overshadowed by the capabilities of Li Zhao's jacket fruit. Clad in the human skin jacket, Cyrus remarkably reverted to his human form, and even his previously missing leg was restored. He drew a long sword from the side and swung it a few times, remarking, "The conditioning of this body is inadequate. For now, I can only harness about 40 to 50% of my true strength, but it should suffice for our self-defense." Li Zhao held a firm conviction regarding Cyrus's prowess. In the original anime, this god of the Colosseum had once severed the head of Doflamingo's shadow dancer with a single sword strike, relying solely on one leg, and had effortlessly defeated the spinning man, Bartolomeo, as well as one of the highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family, Diamante. If the opportunity arose, Li Zhao would certainly wish to recruit this formidable warrior onto his ship. However, regrettably, in his heart, the nation cherished by his dearly departed wife held far greater significance. "Remember," Li Zhao cautioned, "these human skin jackets, while capable of facilitating your transformation, come with several essential rules that must not be overlooked." Li Zhao began to emphasize, firstly, you must not wear your jacket for extended periods without removing it, every 12 hours, at the very least. You should take it off to allow it to rest for 6 hours. Otherwise, it will become akin to clothing that has never been washed. And wearing it again will be exceedingly uncomfortable, akin to experiencing an allergic reaction throughout your body, which will only worsen. Secondly, when you do remove your jacket, you absolutely must not zip it up. Otherwise, the zipper will vanish entirely, and these jackets will revert to their former sinister pirate selves, causing you significant trouble. Both Li Ku Wang and Cyrus are known for their composure, particularly Cyrus, who, after transforming into a toy soldier, has managed to stir up matters in this country for a decade. Li Zhao is not overly concerned that his secret regarding the jacket's abilities will be disclosed by them. Moreover, the aforementioned issues pertain solely to others wearing human skin jackets. He himself will not encounter such problems while wearing one. The following day, reunited with his brother Bobby, Li Zhao, appearing as the envoy of the great Di Solo, headed directly to the palace of Dressrosa, accompanied by the fish giant Sebastian. Pushing open the heavy palace doors, Li Zhao made no effort to conceal his intentions as he charged into the assembly hall, dispatching any soldier brave enough to obstruct his path with the fish giant's might. Though he did not strike to kill, he showed no mercy. Having previously navigated this place with ease thanks to the Dingeki fruit, Li Zhao reached his destination before anyone could react. He burst through the door, only to find a room full of members of the Don Quixote family, their eyes darkened with suspicion and malice, all staring at him in confusion. "Hand over that vile woman, Violet," he bellowed before they could voice any inquiries. "That scoundrel has killed my subordinate and stolen the flame fruit he guarded. The Don Quixote family must provide an explanation to the great Di Solo and to the Golden Emperor." At this moment, everyone realized that the esteemed envoy from the great Disaro was here to demand retribution. The attendees could only manage a bitter smile after the betrayal of Violet. They had dispatched the half-fish youth, Dorinji, to address the traitor. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, no unforeseen incidents were anticipated. Yet, to their utter astonishment, they found that the traitor had turned the arena's entrance into a scene of carnage, while their deeply trusted half-fish ally had vanished without a trace, his fate unknown. They had searched throughout the night, sleepless and anxious, torn between awaiting the search results and debating whether to report the truth to the young master. With Violet's treachery, Dorinji's disappearance, and the whereabouts of the flame fruit remaining a mystery. The rare opportunity for the martial arts team to return home had unraveled into such a significant blunder. Don Quixote Doflamingo was known for his clear-cut rewards and punishments, showing no mercy to those who erred. Even his own brother faced execution for betrayal. At this moment, the group was engulfed by the impending dread of the punishment they would soon endure, hardly caring for the unfortunate invoice, who had now approached to demand accountability. Are you blind? Do you not see that we are also scouring the city for the traitor Violet? She stole your fruit. What does that have to do with us? Moreover, if we fail to protect the flame fruit, how will you explain this to our young master? Diamante, at this juncture, was far too weary to engage with these fools and prepared to dismiss them with a few curt words. Eager to continue deliberating on how to address the situation with Violet, Li Zhao let out a cold smile as he retrieved a voice-recording insect from his pocket. In the next moment, a voice, unmistakably familiar to him, resonated within the reception hall. How has your task been progressing? Have you truly taken your mission seriously? You worthless fool. My lord Diamante, I have successfully eliminated the envoy from the Deso Rose ship who possessed the Mera no Mi. The devil fruit is now in my possession. You have acquired the Mera no Mi? Splendid. Dispose of the body immediately, leaving no trace behind. After all, we are still allied with that insufferable emperor aboard the golden ship. Once everything is settled, bring the fruit to the conference hall. We must discuss how to proceed with this matter. It is imperative that we resolve this before the young master returns. Understood, my lord Diamante. As the conversation concluded, Li Zhao coldly shut off the voice insect, tucking it away, and turned his icy gaze upon Diamante. You did not foresee this, did you? My subordinate discreetly planted a recording insect before his demise, solely to inform me of your conspiracy. I am eager to see how you plan to explain this to me. And the Lord Desaro of the Golden Empire. What is there to explain? Diamante was already seething with anger, and the audacity of these oblivious fools to bring up such matters now only intensified his ire. Moreover, he had to ensure the destruction of the recording from the insect. Although they held little regard for the self-proclaimed emperor aboard the Deso Rose ship, he was, after all, the world's wealthiest individual, possessing numerous high-level connections and formidable strength, rivaling that of Doflamingo. To provoke him beyond measure would risk obliterating their alliance, and the terrifying retribution from the young master was a thought too dreadful to entertain. What explanation do you seek? Diamante had regained his composure, signaling discreetly to his three subordinates, who immediately understood the implication. Li Zhao observed this exchange with a cold smile, feigning ignorance. Very well, let us consider this matter settled by the Don Quixote family. Speak, what compensation do you desire? Li Zhao smiled faintly and gestured with his hand. The colossal fishman, Sebastian, stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, Our esteemed Lord Bobby possesses an abundance of wealth. This time, we may spare you. But you must provide us with compensation. As for the specific amount, allow me to calculate. The value of the Mera no Mi is conservatively estimated at around 3 billion berries. Furthermore, we must consider the compensation for our fallen comrades. Let us say another 2 billion berries. In total, that amounts to 5 billion berries. We shall overlook the remainder, so present the funds immediately. Even Diamante, with his extensive knowledge and experience, was taken aback by the audacity of these individuals, rendered momentarily speechless. What is the matter? The renowned Ten Yasha cannot muster a mere 50 billion berries? Indeed, could they be so inept? Here he was, a pirate, a king, and a trafficker of arms. Yet he could not scrape together 50 billion from his coffers. Haraha. Yes, being so destitute, 50 billion is but pocket change. A mere trifle that our golden emperor would casually bestow as tip to his subordinates. Li Zhao and his companions exchanged playful banter, erupting into laughter as they indulged in the utmost mockery, belittling the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo to the point of rendering him no better than a common street thug. For the members of the Don Quixote family, their young master Doflamingo was akin to a celestial deity. It was not merely an affront to insult him openly in their presence, but even the slightest whisper of disparagement behind his back would be deemed an unforgivable crime. Observing the veins bulging on Diamante's forehead, Li Zhao could not help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, is he not yet prepared to strike? My recording device has been at the ready for quite some time. Indeed, Li Zhao was intentionally provoking him, seeking to incite anger and compel the Don Quixote family to take the initiative in a confrontation. During Li Zhao's visit to the kingdom of Dressrosa, he initially had no intention of stirring up trouble, primarily out of concern for his own safety. However, Upon discovering that Don Quixote Doflamingo had taken nearly all of his elite forces to engage in business with the Yonko Kaido of the 100 Beasts, leaving only the combat unit led by Diamante to guard the home front, he realized this was an extraordinary opportunity. Chapter 041, Chaos of Battle, Digging Pits and Burying People. Li Zhao harbored an unyielding ambition for the weaponized being known as Baby 5. Now that he had secured Violetta aboard, the rift between him and the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo had escalated to an irreparable state, setting the stage for an inevitable clash of life and death. With such a promising opportunity before him, Li Zhao was determined to capitalize on it, aiming to significantly diminish the overall strength of the Doflamingo family. His motives for provoking the adversary were twofold: to provide an explanation to the Golden Emperor Tesoro and to subtly incite discord between him and the celestial being, preparing the ground for their eventual downfall. As anticipated, the moment Doflamingo's name was invoked, his subordinates could barely maintain their facade. Diamante's thunderous command echoed through the hall. Attack. Eliminate them all. No, capture them alive. I shall ensure they suffer beyond imagination. At their leader's behest, the minions sprang into action. A corpulent figure, clad in a tank top and adorned with a dense coat of golden fur, leapt into the air, exclaiming, "Boom boom." The 1,000-ton base. His colossal form briefly hovered before plummeting downwards, resembling a meteorite on a collision course with the Earth. This figure was none other than the Paramecia-type ton-ton fruit user, Mahabais. With the ability to manipulate his immense weight, Mahabais could levitate his massive body and strike with unparalleled force, his maximum recorded weight reaching 10,000 tons. When such a weight crashed down, it obliterated the entire reception hall, the scene akin to an area struck by a cruise missile. The crowd dispersed in panic. And as the fishman's feet touched the ground, a pair of malevolent arms emerged from the earth, seizing Sebastian's ankle and dragging him beneath the surface. As if the ground were a deceptive ocean rather than solid stone, Sebastian's nearby ally, the ship's Dr. Nachin, gasped in shock, but before she could react, a frail yet lightning-quick figure surged towards her. Lowering her gaze, she found an elderly man, who seemed far beyond the age for retirement in a nursing home, had inexplicably appeared before her. Curiously, despite the youthful appearance of this insolent woman, she emanated a decaying scent reminiscent of his own. The elder, Lao Ji, sniffed the air, his previously bewildered expression transforming into one of fierce aggression. Enough of this. You have just insulted my young master, and you are destined to meet a most horrific demise. Prepare yourself. The pain of the undying warrior. The old man, exhibiting a speed surpassing human dynamic vision, executed a series of devastating strikes upon Nachin's joints while spinning with remarkable agility. He showed no mercy towards the young woman, and within moments, she was left battered. Blood streaming from her mouth and nose, her body flung across the space. Observing this scene through the lens of his observation hockey, Li Zhao furrowed his brow slightly. Contrary to his earlier expectations, the formidable adversary he had deemed most troublesome among this group, the aged master Rao Ji, had chosen to target the ship's Dr. Nachin, who possessed the appearance of youth yet was the weakest in combat capability. He had initially intended for the fish giant, merged with General Ghost Spider, to deal with Rao Ji. Alternatively, he could have confronted him himself, or at the very least, relied on the shipwright Garum, who wielded the dual powers of the color fruit and the cube fruit, to manage the situation, or at the very least, stall for time until others could come to assist. However, it was unexpected that this master of the Earth Fist would not choose anyone else but the frail ship's doctor, revealing that despite his formidable prowess as a martial arts master, he lacked the dignity typically associated with such a title. Now, it remains to be seen whether the unexpected countermeasures I previously instructed Nachin to employ will prove effective. Li Zhao murmured to himself. Unlike the ever-impulsive monkey D. Luffy, who often acted without forethought, he had meticulously prepared himself after discovering his opponent's every detail through dubious means. He clearly conveyed the combat styles and fruit abilities of these adversaries to his 3 subordinates during their pre-battle briefing, even articulating the targeted strategies he had devised. Naturally, the battlefield is ever-changing, and the ultimate outcome would hinge on individual talent and execution. Conversely, if these individuals, fully cognizant of each other's intelligence and bolstered by the enhancements of human skin jackets, still faced defeat, they would not merit a place as his crew. Furthermore, Li Zhao himself had adversaries to contend with. A mere dozen meters away, the furious and contorted visage of the highest-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, the champion of the Colosseum, Diamante, awaited him. Mahabais. A 10-ton weight, a pile driver. The corpulent giant, significantly overweight, resembled a bouncing ball as he relentlessly pursued the shipwright. Guy Ram, raining down blows that forced the old shipwright to dodge and weave. Damn it, how he longed to smash his hammer into that loathsome fat face. Known for his fiery temperament, Guy Ram preferred a confrontational approach during battles. Had he been unaware of his opponent's capabilities, he might have attempted to use his oversized cubic hammer to pummel the rotund adversary or stand his ground, meeting the blows head-on to see whether he would be struck or if his opponent would be transformed into a large cube by his fruit ability. However, Guy Ram was not just a warrior, he was also a highly knowledgeable shipwright. He was acutely aware of weight, 100 tons, 1,000 tons, 10,000 tons. He understood the implications of these figures well. Even the entire Shark Emerald ship likely did not weigh 1,000 tons. Being struck by such a heavy object would undoubtedly threaten to shatter his aging bones, even if his fruit ability allowed him to vanquish his foe in a single blow. Damn it, constantly dodging, is it not tiresome? If you're a man, come and see if you can catch me. Faced with yet another plummeting mass of fat, a wicked grin suddenly appeared on Guy Ram's face. He swung his massive warhammer, not at the overweight adversary, but struck the ground beneath him with tremendous force. Cube Space Magic Cube Chaos. The power of the fruit of the cube was unleashed with great force as numerous gleaming lines resembling a chessboard suddenly appeared on the ground, segmenting it into countless massive cubic stone blocks, each approximately 1 meter in length. Under the control of Guy Ram's fruit abilities, these cubes levitated into the air. Some hurtled directly towards the descending Mahabais, while others constructed a colossal pyramid-shaped edifice above the old man, sheltering the aged sailor within its core. The apex of the pyramid was aligned with the weighty Mahabais. Ha ha ha, do you truly believe that a hastily erected structure could withstand the weight of me, Mahabais? Allow me to demonstrate my true mass. Behold, Hell's 10,000-ton Mahabais. Hoo. The corpulent figure in midair produced a substantial round shield from an unknown source, positioning it before his chest, and then exerted all his might to activate the ton pressure fruit's capabilities. Mahabais despised how his opponent merely evaded him, never daring to engage in direct confrontation. No matter the opponent's strength or defensive measures, beneath his immense pressure, they would inevitably be obliterated. As anticipated, upon contact with the specially crafted shield at his chest, the cubic pyramid shattered into fragments, utterly incapable of withstanding the blow. In terms of sheer offensive power, Mahabais could arguably be deemed the mightiest of the entire Don Quixote family. After demolishing the pyramid, Mahabais expected to witness the expression of terror and despair on his opponent's face, anticipating surrender. Instead, he encountered Guy Ram, who stood unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the destruction. After a brief calculation of the trajectory, Mahabais realized that he might have miscalculated once again. After all, his own size was quite limited. It appeared that his adversary had also deduced that he would not be struck directly by Mahabais, which explained the latter's nonchalant demeanor. Hum. It seems this fool does not comprehend the distinction between 10,000 and 1,000, does he? Indeed. When a colossal mass of 10,000 tons descends upon the ground at an astonishing velocity, its destructive force rivals that of a small meteorite. In the realm of reality, the conception of an ultimate weapon of annihilation has emerged, one that requires neither explosives nor fuel. It merely necessitates the deployment of several tons of tungsten alloy rods onto military satellites in outer space, which then descend naturally to launch a pure physical assault on the target. The anticipated devastation is estimated to be comparable to nuclear weaponry, aptly named the God's Rod of the space-based kinetic weapon system. In a Hollywood film, a single God's Rod obliterates the entirety of London, leaving no trace behind. Although the destructive capacity of 10,000 tons of Mahabais cannot be equated with the cinematic God's Rod, given the substantial disparity in their respective heights of descent, the sheer weight of Mahabais remains formidable. Should it strike the Earth, generating a localized, cataclysmic shockwave would be entirely plausible. At this moment, while Garam stands clear of Mahabais' direct impact zone, he remains within the radius of potential destruction. In other words, his demise is inevitable. With victory firmly in his grasp, Mahabais hurtles toward the ground, accompanied by a cacophony of unsettling laughter. However, upon his body's contact with the ground, he is met not with the anticipated resistance of the Earth's surface, but rather with a sound reminiscent of fabric being violently torn asunder. No, it is not merely reminiscent. A colossal curtain has indeed been shattered by his descent. This curtain, painted to match the pattern of the ground stone slabs through Garam's power of color fruit, draped over the opening of a deep well. Approximately 8 meters in diameter and square in shape. This well was excavated by Garam, utilizing the cover of a pyramid and the capabilities of his Rubik's Cube fruit. As for the depth of the well, even Garam remains unaware. He simply unleashed the full extent of his power, digging a profound pit for his adversary. Mahabais curses loudly, his voice diminishing as he disappears into the depths of the well, accompanied by a series of strange sounds. In the next moment, countless cubic stones begin to fly into the well, rapidly filling it until it is level, as if the gaping pit had never existed. If you can transform into a weight of 10,000 tons, then you should also experience what it feels like to be struck by 10,000 tons of stone. He chuckles. Ah yes, this is a technique taught to me by our esteemed captain. What was it called again? Ah, yes, returning the favor in kind. Chapter 042, The Chaotic Battle, the grand strategy with a thunderous sound, just as Garam reveled in the triumph of burying his adversary Mahabais alive beneath the earth. The ground nearby erupted violently, and a figure emerged from below. Startled, Garam momentarily believed that the golden-haired rotund fellow possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of escaping the crushing weight of thousands of tons of rock and soil. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the individual was one of his own battle stalwarts, the fish giant Sebastian, who was fused with the ghostly spider general. In a disheveled state, the fish giant appeared covered in dust, spitting out clumps of dirt. Clutched in his grasp was a comically attired man in a pink baby outfit, swaddled in diapers, sporting a pacifier, and shielded by sunglasses. Yet with a robust demeanor reminiscent of a hardened gangster. This individual was none other than Say, or Pick, a member of the Don Quixote family's martial faction, endowed with the power of the water fruit. However, this amalgamation of toughness and whimsical charm now lay bloodied and unconscious, resembling a mere puddle of mud as Sebastian hoisted him aloft. Garam hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation, and the two exchanged brief accounts of their respective achievements. This subterranean swimmer truly possessed formidable strength. Had it not been for the prior instructions from the superior regarding countermeasures, I might have genuinely been dragged underground and buried alive. It turned out that Say, or Pick, with his water fruit abilities, could transform the ground or walls he touched into a fluid state, allowing him to submerge himself within the transformed surface as if swimming through the sea. This capability enabled him to evade enemy attacks by swiftly retreating underground or to launch surprise assaults from below when the opponent was unsuspecting. This ability bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Chinese legend of the Earthwalker's son, who employed a similar technique of subterranean movement. Yet, in the original animated work, Say or Pick merely utilized this ability as a unique mode of transport, never revealing the most terrifying aspect of the Earthwalker technique, dragging an adversary underground to entomb them alive. Known for his upright and honorable character, which precluded any notion of backstabbing his foes, Say or Pick had never demonstrated such a ruthless tactic. His lack of use does not imply incapacity, nor does it suggest he would not employ it against his own allies. During the pre-battle analysis meeting, Zhao had elaborated on Say or Pick's capabilities, along with appropriate counter strategies. The essence of the water fruit's power lies in its ability to convert the ground and walls in contact with the user into a liquid state, once ensnared underground. If he were to release his grip, the fluid earth would instantaneously solidify, leaving the buried individual with a near-certain death sentence. The sole means of counteraction is to firmly grasp the body of the water fruit user without ever relinquishing hold. This way, the earth surrounding the captor remains in its liquid form, creating a balance of conditions between both parties. Sebastian exhaled heavily, a lingering sense of dread evident in his demeanor. Fortunately, he had heeded the captain's words earlier. When he was dragged beneath the surface, he clutched the captain's wrist with all his might. The depths were akin to the ocean's abyss, and regardless of whether it was naval warfare or close-quarters combat, how could he, a half-merman, half-giant endowed with the strength of a vice-admiral, be outmatched? Yet, the tenacity of his opponent was remarkable, unable to shake him off or overpower him. The man had dragged him deeper into the abyss, relinquishing his water-fruit abilities in a desperate bid for mutual demise, hoping to be buried alive together. Thankfully, the life restoration ability allowed him to minimize oxygen consumption, and as a fish giant adept at holding his breath, he exerted every ounce of strength to excavate a tunnel, finally escaping to the surface. Had he tarried any longer, he would likely have suffocated. Hearing his old friend's harrowing tale, Garam also sighed in relief, glancing at Mr. Peak, who was being held aloft by Sebastian, and queried, "Then why did you rescue him? Would it not have been better to let him be buried alive?" At this, a knowing smile crept across the fish giant's lips as he replied, "The captain mentioned this individual to me previously. Do you not perceive that his waterfruit ability seems tailor-made for our martial artist clan?" "What do you mean? Wait, are you suggesting?" Just as the two were poised to delve deeper into their conversation, a woman's anguished cry echoed from the other side. They exchanged alarmed glances and exclaimed in unison, "Oh no, it's Naki. How could we have forgotten her?" The adversaries in this skirmish could be described as the most unfortunate amalgamation. For instance, Mr. Peak, a user of the waterfruit ability, had nearly brought Sebastian, their strongest fighter, to the brink of death. However, upon encountering Gyram, the wielder of the cube fruit ability, the battle would reach its conclusion the moment Peak engaged in close combat. Whether it was his reluctant burial tactic or various grappling techniques, none posed a threat to Gyram, who could transform anyone he touched into a cube and manipulate the ground itself. Fortunately, both Gyram and Sebastian possessed genuine strength that far surpassed their opponents, ultimately securing victory. However, their weakest link, the ship's Dr. Naki, unfortunately faced the formidable master of pure martial arts from the Don Quixote family, Zhao. In their clash, she was utterly overwhelmed, battered, and bruised, resorting to gulping down medicine to suppress her injuries. Painful style, Eye of the Withered burst. Another series of rapid punches ensued, embedding Naki into the wall once more. "You rather resilient woman, despite your insolent tongue, you can take quite a beating. Your joints must be on the verge of shattering. Yet you still muster the strength to fight me." Wiping the blood from her lips, Naki swallowed another small packet of herbal healing medicine and retorted, "Do not underestimate the vigor of youth. I could match you for an entire day. Alas, it seems our battle concludes here." Zhao furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing past Nachin to the two figures emerging behind her. With a tone infused with anger, he exclaimed, "It's bad enough that worthless Mahabais has failed. But how could even Senior Pick be so inept as to lose to the minions of that shameless thief aboard the Great Desaro? Very well. Allow this old man to take care of you." The two individuals that appeared were none other than the fish giant Sebastian and the boatman Gyram, who had dispatched their own adversaries to come to the aid of their old comrade. Just as they prepared to engage, Nachin raised her hand, halting the advance of her seasoned allies. With a voice that, though weak, exuded confidence, she declared, "You need not intervene. This old fool is mine to deal with." Upon hearing such disdain from the woman, Zhao's fury ignited, veins throbbing angrily on his forehead as he contemplated delivering a brutal punishment to this audacious, foolish woman. Suddenly, Nachin regarded Zhao with an odd expression, remarking, "As one ages, one's taste and sense of smell deteriorate. Old man, have you not noticed something amiss in your mouth?" Zhao began to smack his lips, soon discerning the bitter taste of powdered medicine. It dawned on him that during their confrontation, she had inadvertently sprinkled the powder into his mouth. Yet, as Nachin had pointed out, his advancing years had dulled much of his taste. Coupled with the sight of her consuming the powder with apparent benefit, he had given it little thought. Throughout history, poison and medicine are but two sides of the same coin. As an expert in both, do you truly believe that after ingesting my concoction, your next course of action will be favorable?" She chuckled mischievously. Zhao, upon hearing her eerie laughter, became utterly enraged. "What is mere poison to me?" Witness the ultimate secret of the Dianquan, the Battle Preservation Fist. The essence of the Dianquan's Battle Preservation Fist was a technique Zhao had devised to ensure he could still fight even in times of illness, injury, or age. By harnessing the secrets of chi manipulation, he could store the vigor of his youth within himself. With a thunderous shout, Zhao's body began to swell rapidly, his height and physique multiplying several times over. His muscles surged, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a tyrannical bear. At that moment, his strength and physicality returned to their zenith, while his combat skills remained honed to perfection despite his years. This was a technique he could employ only once in his lifetime. He was driven to such a desperate measure only by witnessing the consecutive defeats of his comrades and the formidable strength of his opponents. "What is a mere toxin to me? Behold, as I utilize my most robust form to completely immunize myself against your feeble poison." In the midst of battle, the formidable Zhao, whose strength rivals that of a pirate with an astounding power exceeding 500 million, stands before the formidable fish giant Sebastian in his combined form, who may not even match him. Observing the overwhelming aura and the murderous intent emanating from the master of martial arts, Nachin, instead of displaying fear, wears a smile that hints at delight. She murmurs to herself, "Indeed, it is true. Captain has not deceived me. This old man truly possesses the ability to regain his youth. Naqian's reaction, however, does not satisfy Rao Ji. With a thunderous roar, he declares, "Those who witness my form are destined for demise. Prepare to receive my ultimate technique, the GS mark, which can only be executed in the battle preservation fist stance." This is Rao Ji's most formidable move. After positioning his hands to form the letter G, he charges towards Naqian with fervor, intent on annihilating this detestable foe in an instant. Yet, as he takes merely 2 steps, his rapid advance comes to an abrupt halt. He gazes at his own body, trembling hands filled with confusion. What is happening? My battle preservation fist should suppress any toxins within me. Why is my body? Because the substance I just administered to you is not poison. Naqian bursts into laughter. That was a triple dosage of my meticulously concocted youth restoration potion, filled with side effects. Haha. You. What are you saying? Rao Ji stammers, attempting to comprehend, but his body begins to lose control. Like a deflating balloon, he rapidly diminishes in size, ultimately transforming into a figure resembling a 3- or 4-year-old child, though his body has reverted to infancy. The dual effects of the battle preservation fist and the youth restoration potion seem to have wrought a dire consequence. Rao Ji's form may be that of a child, yet his visage appears even more aged than before, embodying the frailty of a life nearing its end. Is this truly the visage of one who has aged to the utmost limit? Upon witnessing the current state of Lao Yinger, Naqian's elation at overcoming her formidable rival swiftly dissipated. She retracted her smile and sauntered over to the trembling infant. Just as the onlookers anticipated Naqian would lift the child and offer gentle solace, she instead raised her elegantly heeled foot and pressed it down upon the infant's face. Who reeks of old age? Who reeks of old age? The scene sent chills down Sebastian and Guy Lam's spines, prompting them to pinch their noses, secretly vowing never to inhale audibly in Naqian's presence again. After all, they consumed her culinary creations daily, and offending such a woman might lead to an untimely demise without them even knowing how it came to pass. Chapter 043, The Chaos of Battle. The shame of the highest official's goodness. Our captain is truly terrifying. It seems he knows everyone's deepest secrets. Reflecting on the earlier skirmish, the trio trembled not from the prowess of their adversaries, but from the realization that everything transpired as if orchestrated by that individual. Victory had arrived with disconcerting ease. Were it not for Li Zhao's intervention, the mere presence of the Earth's sovereign fist master would have posed a challenge beyond their capabilities. The other 2 members of the Don Quixote family were equally formidable, capable of a fierce stalemate. Yet, Li Zhao had imparted only a handful of exceedingly simple tactics. Thus, the battle concluded with remarkable swiftness, as if all foes, including their own allies, harbored no secrets before their captain. I find myself increasingly eager for the prospect of truly reclaiming my youth. Naqian gazed upwards, allowing a sigh of relief to escape her lips. In this moment, she finally acknowledged Captain Li Zhao's true stature. The figure she had sworn allegiance to in the depths of her heart had transformed from the dramatically altered old captain, Bondi Wald, to this enigmatic man who seemed to possess infinite knowledge. Man, what is he, really, a man or a woman? Naqian suddenly realized that she had yet to grasp the true visage of her captain. But what of it? Following this man, it appeared that they would no longer need to live lives of evasion. The other 2 shared Naqian's sentiments. Thanks to Li Zhao's intelligence and strategies, they had effortlessly triumphed over their formidable opponents. Their admiration for him had reached a pinnacle, and what they yearned to witness most was how their captain would mercilessly vanquish his adversaries. The trio rushed back to the main battlefield, initially anticipating a scene where Li Zhao stood triumphantly upon the heads of his foes, exuding an air of dominance. The scene before them caused the jaws of the 3 to nearly drop to the ground. Their leader, the cold and unyielding Mr. Bobby Van Koo, was currently curled up on the ground like a frightened turtle, while the highest-ranking officer, Diamantai, was brandishing a peculiar weapon that at first glance appeared to be a whip, but upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a long sword. He relentlessly lashed the cowering man on the ground, striking him repeatedly. What on earth was happening here? The trio simultaneously voiced their disbelief. However, when they steadied their nerves and regained composure, they noticed that their captain, Lord Bobby Van Koo, though lying motionless on the ground enduring the blows, was merely producing sparks upon impact. Not even his oilskin had been breached. Clearly, they were far from breaking his defenses. Oh, have you all managed to deal with your adversaries? Yet, judging by your appearances, it seems you have not fared easily. a woman's voice suddenly resonated beside them. The three turned in astonishment to discover a cloaked figure, whose head and face were entirely concealed, standing beside them unbeknownst to their senses. Nevertheless, the familiar tone of speech and the air of self-assuredness exuded by this individual allowed them to recognize her immediately. "Oh, Captain, it seems you have separated from the first mate again. You truly startled us," they exclaimed in unison, visibly relieved, which left Li Zhao somewhat puzzled. Beating this fellow is rather pointless. Despite possessing one of the most intriguing abilities from the Don Quixote lineage, he has been reduced to this sorry state. It is exceedingly dull for me to join forces with Bobby Van Coo to bully him. Just as well, someone has a score to settle with him. So I thought I would lend a helping hand. Due to the unexpectedly feeble strength of the opponent, Diamante was able to mercilessly torment him while also keeping an eye on his surroundings. Thus, he quickly noticed the arrival of Sebastian and his companions. Upon seeing them, a chill ran through Diamante's heart. As a commander, he was acutely aware of the capabilities of his subordinates. Mahabais possessed formidable destructive power but employed a singular attack method, while Senior Pick's solid strength was undermined by his chaotic beliefs and staunch masculinity. The defeat of these two was hardly surprising, yet the old man, Lao Ji, with age encroaching upon him, was experiencing a geometric increase in power. Even he was unsure if he could contend with that old fellow. Yet, despite Lao Ji's prowess, he had failed to retain the three before him. Even if their victory stemmed from some cunning scheme, as it stood, he was outnumbered 1-4. Or rather 1-3, considering the man on the ground who could merely endure the beating was not a factor. Should he devise a means of escape? Yet, how would he explain such a retreat to the young master, Don Quixote? Damn it, with the situation deteriorating to this extent, facing the young master would undoubtedly lead to my demise. If I fail to subdue these individuals, I shall have no face to confront the young master again. Just as Diamante prepared to fight to the death, he suddenly noticed an inexplicably familiar figure among the throng of adversaries. "Violet, is it you, you wretched woman?" Li Zhao smiled coldly, pushing his hat back to reveal the breathtakingly alluring visage of Violet. Upon witnessing Violet standing alongside this group, Diamante suddenly comprehended the situation. "Damn it, you treacherous woman, you are indeed in league with them. No, this is not right. It is a conspiracy, a vile plot against our young master. It is you." The Liku royal family, in collusion with the Da de Solo, attempting to obliterate the honor of our Don Quixote family through this unscrupulous scheme. Li Zhao had always intended to sow discord between Dressrosa and Doflamingo, believing that a conflict between the two formidable powers would provide him with the perfect opportunity to profit from the chaos. He regarded such a splendid misunderstanding with disdain, and moreover, should he choose to interject at this moment, it would only serve to acknowledge his own unscrupulousness. Consumed by the flames of hatred, Diamante disregarded the presence of the three formidable warriors standing beside Li Zhao. Without a second thought for Bobby Van Coo, who was huddled defensively, he brandished his sword, reminiscent of a whip, and charged fiercely towards Li Zhao. Li Zhao harbored a profound disdain for this individual, lacking even the slightest inclination to engage him in a one-on-one duel. With a cadre of formidable allies at his side, why would he deign to play such a foolish game? With a mere gesture, Li Zhao summoned the fish giant, who had yet to unleash his full potential. Flowing and soaring, the bullfighting long spear. The fishman's empty-handed fist, a formidable attack, collided with the iron bull formed by the entangled, supple sword. The blow, delivered with utmost seriousness by Sebastian, met with a resounding impact. The fish giant's fist was lacerated with fine gashes, while Diamante was sent sprawling, his iron bull sword utterly distorted, slipping from his grasp. Li Zhao shook his head in disbelief. The flapping fruit was akin to a devil fruit version of a two-dimensional foil. It was utterly intolerable that such a devastating weapon was wielded so ineptly by Diamante. To Li Zhao's knowledge, this bullfighting long spear was likely the most potent single-target fruit ability at Diamante's disposal. Given his inclination to transform a sword into a bull, one could only question why he chose to squander his energy in such a trivial manner. As Diamante rose from the rubble, his face was a mask of astonishment. He had been defeated in a single move. His opponent possessed strength on par with at least a rear admiral from the Navy, or perhaps even the caliber of a Yonko star. When had the Golden Emperor, Don Quixote Doflamingo, recruited such a terrifying subordinate? This vital intelligence raised alarm bells in his mind. Why had their spies aboard the Don Quixote family ship failed to relay any information? As the weight of his thoughts bore down upon him, Diamante recognized the severe threat these individuals posed to the very existence of Dressrosa. In that moment, clarity returned. His will to survive surged. For he must live to inform the young master of these scoundrels' conspiracy. Even if it meant facing the young master's wrath, he was determined to fulfill this mission. Pivotal to the survival of the Don Quixote family. Allow me to demonstrate the terror of the flapping fruit. Prepare yourself, army flag. With Diamante at the center. The earth within a radius of several thousand meters transformed, adopting a fabric-like, ethereal quality. The ground undulated like a massive sail in the wind, or the tumultuous waves of a surging sea. This ability of Diamante's could entirely alter the surrounding environment, destabilizing his opponents and causing them to lose their balance, thus rendering them incapable of counterattack. However, Li Zhao and Sebastian stood gracefully in midair, their feet resting upon a moonlit fabric, delightfully admiring the undulating beauty of the land below. Meanwhile, the ship's crewman, Guy Ram, and the ship's doctor, Nai Chin, stood atop a floating cubic stone, equally unfazed by the spectacle. Chapter 044, Chaos, the finale. You must expend a considerable amount of energy to execute such a maneuver, do you not? Li Zhao inquired of Diamante, who wore a bewildered expression, still reeling from the playful mockery directed at his most cherished move. This fool seemed utterly out of sorts, merely nodding slowly in reflex upon hearing the question. When you devised this technique, did you ever contemplate how many individuals engage in combat while remaining grounded in this new world? Diamante, still dazed, shook his head vacantly. At this juncture, Li Zhao shook his head in resignation once more. Do you not possess another move called Death Stardust? You could unleash several firecrackers, showering the sky with a flurry of confetti, which would then transform into heavy, sharp iron balls of thorns, ultimately descending as an impenetrable rain of spiked iron, leaving all adversaries bloodied and battered. As he spoke of his most prized ultimate technique, Diamante's eyes lit up, ready to turn the tide with this Death Stardust and annihilate all foes. He hardly had the time to ponder why Li Zhao was so intimately aware of his trump card. All right, enough of your preparations. I lack the enthusiasm for fireworks today. However, I am curious. Did you truly spend countless hours compressing iron balls the size of human heads into thin paper, meticulously folding them and stuffing them into the firework shells? How many sleepless nights did you endure, laboring by the oil lamp to fold those paper bits? Yet, with all this effort, did you ever consider whether this move could even hold its ground against those possessing armament hockey, the six styles, or those equipped with shields? Or even those fortunate enough to find cover nearby? Even in the absence of these conditions, could your so-called Death Stardust truly slay anyone? Or would it merely manage to crush a stray cat or dog? This foolish child, capable of concocting a spectacle as grand and imposing as Doflamingo's birdcage or Pika's colossal stone giant transformation, undoubtedly possessed talent and determination. Yet, how could his intellect be so lacking? At that moment, Diamante finally came to the realization that he had elicited pity from this wretched traitor. And it was due to the inadequacy of his technique, which was almost embarrassing. This humiliation shattered what little masculine pride Diamante had left, prompting a fit of hysterical laughter as he pointed at Li Zhao and proclaimed loudly, Violet. No, I should refer to you as Her Highness, Princess Violet of the Riku royal family. By your appearance, I can only assume you have forgotten who annihilated your kingdom and how your beloved sister met her demise, correct? Li Zhao trembled, not due to his own reasons, but because the true Violet within him was severely stimulated. Sensing the turbulent mental waves of the second princess, Li Zhao's heart stirred, and he covertly adjusted Violet's mental freedom to its utmost, granting her the maximum authority aside from controlling her own body. Your sister, Scarlet, fled from the soldiers' pursuit a decade ago when our Don Quixote family overthrew the Licca monarchy. She hid in a flower field like a timid mole, afraid to emerge. Later, in her desperate quest for food for her starving daughter, she ventured alone into the city to procure sustenance, only to meet a tragic end. I recall that she was only about 25 at the time of her untimely demise, younger than you are now. Do you wonder how I know this so clearly? It is simple, for I was the one who tormented her, the very person who ended your sister Scarlet's life in the most excruciating manner. Ha. There is a saying, isn't there, that a person's furious gaze could kill? Or perhaps, that angry eye seemed capable of spewing fire? Of course, these are merely expressions, for it is impossible for an ordinary individual to slay with a mere glance, nor could eyes truly emit flames. However, for one endowed with the powers of a superhuman devil fruit, possessing abilities such as telescopic vision, X-ray vision, and even the capacity to shed tears like a whale, the notion of killing with a gaze does not seem so far-fetched. When Violet's fury and sorrow reached their zenith, yet she remained powerless. The only recourse was to fix her gaze upon her adversary, yearning for her eyes to enact vengeance. This intense emotion surged into Li Zhao's spirit, intertwining with something deep within his soul. In the next moment, two blinding beams of laser-like light erupted from his eyes, instantaneously piercing through Diamante, who was still cackling madly. Concealing his shattered pride behind a facade of bravado, Diamante's laughter abruptly ceased as he lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the gaping wounds in his chest, one of which had completely penetrated his heart. Feeling the swift passage of life, a wan and desolate smile crept upon his face. So, you are truly this formidable. I, along with the young master, underestimated you, falling at the hands of such a wretched woman. I cannot accept this. Even in death, I shall take you with me. To hell with you, a funeral in half a month. In a moment of despair, Diamante emitted a peculiar cry, transforming a folded piece of paper into a longsword. With a swift stroke, he unleashed a formidable wave of sword energy that effortlessly cleaved the earth before him, as if it were mere tofu. The half-moon funeral was Diamante's sole pure sword technique, executed without the aid of his devil fruit powers. The might of the sword energy he released was nearly comparable to a strike from the world's foremost swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, showcasing Diamante's undeniable talent as a swordsman. Regrettably, he had failed to cultivate his true swordsmanship, instead devoting his time and energy to developing a plethora of ostentatious, yet impractical fruit abilities. The terrifying sword energy swiftly approached Li Zhao, who remained lost in the profound realization of his newly comprehended technique. The two beams of light emanating from his eyes were far more than mere rays. Within them lay the power of the devil fruit, intertwined with both armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. Brother, be careful. Bobby's voice echoed in his ears. Li Zhao lifted his gaze, only to behold the broad and sturdy figure of Bobby Van Ku standing firmly before him. In a critical moment, his younger brother shielded him, enveloping himself in a layer of armament hockey, bravely absorbing the sword energy that Diamante had desperately unleashed. Li Zhao glanced at Diamante once more and realized that he was now exhaling his last breaths. Alas, he had been careless. He never anticipated that merely casting a glance could lead to such a dire outcome. He had struck too forcefully. Li Zhao leapt forward, rushing to Diamante's side. As the healing foam enveloped the gaping wounds on his front and back, in the world of pirates, the vitality of humanoid beings is remarkably tenacious. Akin to that of cockroaches, such penetrating injuries are often not necessarily fatal. However, the healing foam failed to exert its restorative effects and was soon dispersed by the torrent of blood flowing from the wounds. This only indicated that the Diamante before him, much like the world destroyer body walled concealed by Li Zhao, was merely a living corpse. Regrettably, I was keen not to miss out on this fellow's abilities. Just as Li Zhao was deep in thought, contemplating how to extract the last vestiges of value from Diamante, the seemingly lifeless figure suddenly opened his eyes, contorted with rage. As a pair of iron grips clamped around Li Zhao's neck, intent on choking the life out of him. This desperate strike encompassed all the strength that Diamante could muster in his final moments, fueled by an unwavering resolve to eliminate any threats to the Don Quixote family. It was not merely a struggle of raw physical power, it also contained the devastating force of the myriad fruit, capable of transforming three-dimensional objects into two-dimensional planes. In an instant, Li Zhao found his neck ensnared firmly, rendered utterly incapable of harnessing even the slightest fraction of his strength or fruit abilities. Li Zhao felt an icy chill enveloping him, as an extraordinarily vivid premonition of death surfaced in his mind. In that moment, his heart was consumed by an overwhelming sense of regret and fear. Chapter 045, Jacket and Gloves, An Unexpected Gain. Just as Li Zhao teetered on the brink of demise, a sharp blade descended from the heavens, severing the grip of the Reaper at the elbow. Li Zhao's desire for survival surged dramatically as he forcefully pulled down the wrist that was choking him. Had he delayed even a moment longer, his neck might have transformed into a singularity under the influence of the floating fruit's power, vanishing entirely. Regaining his composure, Li Zhao realized that it was none other than his somewhat foolish younger brother, Bobby Van Ku, who had come to his rescue. Although Bobby's reaction speed and combat experience paled in comparison to that of Sebastian and the others, those three had long revered Li Zhao as a deity, subconsciously believing he could effortlessly navigate any crisis. Consequently, they remained oblivious to the perilous situation Li Zhao had just encountered. Still under the impression that he was merely toying with his opponents, convinced that he would surely have a means to counter any real threat. Only Bobby, despite perceiving his brother as transformed into someone seemingly omniscient and omnipotent, still viewed him as the same older brother he had always known, easily provoked, prone to arrogance. and in need of his assistance during critical moments. Thus, throughout the battle, he remained vigilant of his brother's condition, ready to lend a helping hand. In that moment of crisis, he cast aside his fear of combat and, in the nick of time, saved his brother from imminent danger. Li Zhao bestowed a grateful smile upon his brother. In that moment, the imposing figure before him transcended the role of a mere instrument. He had become Li Zhao's brother. Turning his gaze towards the individual who had, for the first time after his journey through time, made him experience the depths of despair akin to death. He found Diamanti utterly defeated. Kneeling upon the ground, he remained in a posture of outstretched hands, his eyes wide with fury, his countenance a grotesque mask of rage. Li Zhao let out a soft sigh, completely concealing his disdain for the individual before him. This served as an indelible lesson for him. One must never underestimate any adversary. Let us depart. Li Zhao slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping across the ground. Suddenly, an object caught his attention. It was the severed wrists of Diamanti, previously cleaved by Bobby. However, at this moment, those dismembered wrists appeared eerily hollow, as if devoid of any flesh or bone beneath their exterior. Li Zhao picked up the severed hands from the ground and was suddenly struck by the realization that these dismembered hands had transformed into a pair of leather gloves. Indeed, they bore the same texture as the human skin jacket he had the ability to create. What could this mean? Li Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed with a crimson glow. And to his astonishment, the colors of the world around him responded with an overwhelming aura. Li Zhao cast a discreet glance at a nearby ruin before withdrawing his human skin gloves. Accompanied by his brother and the trio, he departed from the Dressrosa royal palace, making his way towards the port. Once they had distanced themselves, a diminutive and hunched figure, stained with blood, emerged laboriously from the wreckage. It was Lao Ji, the master of the Earthwing Fist, whose bodily functions had been irrevocably damaged by Naki's rejuvenation potion, and who had also endured a thorough beating from the ship's doctor. At that moment, his murky eyes fixed intently on the direction the group had taken, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks, he murmured, I must immediately inform the young master. Wano country, the most enigmatic realm of the New World, is situated in the latter half of the Grand Line. It is a nation cloaked in isolation, refusing to entertain outsiders or affiliate with the world government, rendering naval vessels incapable of entering its waters. Among the 4 emperors, the invincible Kaido of the 100 Beasts, whose pirate crew is stationed here, serves as the guardian deity of Wano. The base of the 100 Beast pirates, Onigashima, lies off the coast of Wano, across the sea from the main island. This rocky isle possesses a unique topography, resembling a colossal skeletal visage with long horns, evoking a sense of dread. Yet, within this eerie skeletal structure, the Emperor Kaido has constructed a splendid underground palace, replete with elaborate facilities. At this moment, a grand banquet is underway within the palace, featuring an array of bizarre beings that defy description. In the heart of the venue stand a dozen figures that are neither fully human nor entirely animal. One of them boasts a right arm that is remarkably the upper half of a gorilla. Another features a giraffe whose head has been replaced by that of a young man. Additionally, a robust individual has a lion's head protruding from his belly. Compared to these entities, the centaur, the half-goat with the lower body of an antelope, and those adorned with the heads of alpacas or bat wings appear almost ordinary. Haha. Indeed, your artificial devil fruits are truly extraordinary. Fascinating, utterly fascinating. At the center of the banquet, a towering man with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, sporting a pair of dragon horns and resembling a demon incarnate, erupted into hearty laughter. Without pause, he eagerly raised a massive gourd of wine, pouring it into his mouth. Seated beside Kaido in a guest position was a tall, slender man clad in a flamingo pink coat and sunglasses, who also lifted his glass in a courteous toast. After taking a sip, he addressed Kaido, saying, Esteemed Kaido, while these artificial devil fruits, known as Smile, possess certain drawbacks, such as the randomness of transformed forms and the inability to revert to human shape, alongside a risk of failure upon consumption, they offer the undeniable advantage of providing a substantial supply of goods. After all, the devil fruits have always been rare commodities with a price yet no market. The individual conversing with Kaido is none other than the notorious warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo. His arrival at Onigashima is solely to facilitate the transaction of these artificial devil fruits. Kaido is evidently not the type to engage in petty scheming or trivial disputes during negotiations. His satisfaction with these artificial fruits is unmistakably apparent. Haha, what side effects? Merely a handful of unfortunate souls may turn into uncontrollable, laughing madmen. It matters not. My subordinates are plentiful. even if they merely laugh, or worse, perish upon consumption. It is of no consequence. Kaido's brutal nature renders human life insignificant, whether it belongs to his adversaries or his own crew. And even his own existence is treated with similar disregard. The side effects of these artificial devil fruits are enough to deter any ambitious seeker of power, those yearning to ascend to greatness. Yet, in Kaido's eyes, they are hardly worth mentioning. His primary concern is singular. Doflamingo, I shall take them all. Whatever quantity you possess. I want it. Set your price as you wish. Doflamingo's heart swells with elation. These artificial fruits are truly treasures in the hands of someone as brutish and singularly fond of Zoan-type fruits as Kaido, who dreams of assembling an entire army of Zoan fruit users. The side effects of these artificial fruits transform the consumers into grotesque beings, neither human nor animal, with a high probability of the fruit failing altogether. Should that occur, the consumer would be condemned to live the remainder of their life with a foolish grin, unable to consume any other devil fruits ever again. Upon hearing these side effects, others would flee as far as possible, avoiding them at all costs. Only Kaido would cherish them as valuable. Furthermore, as one of the four emperors, Kaido possesses the wealth of the entire Wano country and monopolizes the world's sea stone trade, showing no comprehension of the value of money. Thus, this mutually beneficial business arrangement is poised to yield substantial profits for Doflamingo, alongside numerous hidden gains, laying a solid foundation for his ambitions. It is no wonder that the night demon would find himself laughing in his dreams. However, Kaido's smile suddenly falters, and an icy, bone-chilling murderous intent sweeps across the entirety of Onigashima. The previously jovial pirates, singing and dancing, fall silent in fear, daring not to utter a sound. Although Doflamingo is a formidable figure in his own right, one of the infamous warlords, he dares not act recklessly in the presence of the four emperors' ominous aura. He can perceive that Kaido has no intention of slaughtering or robbing him. He discreetly gestures to his subordinates to remain calm and composed, then with a smile says, "Mr. Kaido, what are your stipulations for this transaction? Please, do not hesitate to express them." "Fine, I shall not question your price, but the supply must be flawless. There can be no mishaps. Each delivery must always exceed the previous amount, never less. Should you dare to toy with me or disappoint me, I shall not only raze your stronghold to the ground, but also personally sever your head from your shoulders. Do you comprehend the gravity of my words?" Doflamingo maintained his smile, assuring Kaido, when suddenly, Baby 5 rushed to his side and whispered a few words in his ear, causing a dramatic shift in Doflamingo's expression. He rose and addressed Kaido. "Mr. Kaido, I apologize. It seems I have indulged a bit too much in drink. I must take my leave and formally resign. As a king, I cannot be away from my nation for long." Observing the hurried departure of the night wyvern, Kaido, seemingly inebriated and with bleary eyes, waved his hand. Immediately, a man with wings sprouting from his back, clad entirely in black, approached him, flames flickering atop his head. "Jean, it appears something is amiss with that scoundrel Doflamingo. Assign someone to keep a close watch on him. This business concerning the artificial devil fruits must not encounter any misfortune. Anyone who dares to disrupt it shall face dire consequences." Chapter 046, Shadows of Wano. Meanwhile, Doflamingo gently hung up the transponder snail, his face now shrouded in ominous clouds. "What troubles you, Dof? I must say, regardless of the circumstances, your earlier demeanor before Kaido was quite unwise. He may grow suspicious," spoke Treble, one of Doflamingo's 4 highest officers, who commanded the Special Abilities Unit and possessed the sticky fruit. Treble was one of Doflamingo's earliest followers, and unlike other members of the Don Quixote family, he treated the night wyvern with a familial affection. "Diamante has perished. His martial forces have been completely annihilated." "What did you say?" Treble finally grasped why Doflamingo had lost his composure. Since the establishment of the Don Quixote family, no significant officer had ever met their demise, with the exception of Doflamingo's brother, Don Quixote Rocinante, whom he executed. If this news were true, it would represent the gravest blow the Don Quixote family had suffered in decades, especially as they had just forged a long-term trade agreement with the Emperor Kaido. Should the factories in Dressrosa encounter issues and fail to supply goods, the repercussions would be catastrophic. "We must return immediately. I intend to discover who dares to provoke my wrath." Due to the urgency of time, the trading fleet of Don Quixote Doflamingo worked tirelessly through the night, loading provisions, fresh water, and unique goods from Wano, such as exquisite sea stone products and highly sought-after precision artillery onto the ships. At the dock, several furtive figures, cloaked by the cover of darkness, stealthily approached a merchant vessel moored in the far corner. Lord Kinemon, Lord Kanjuro, Lord Reizu, you must diligently protect His Highness Momonosuke. I shall remain in Wano and will do my utmost to locate our scattered comrades. The speaker was a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a kimono, towering at nearly 3 meters in height. A man with pale skin and crimson hair, carrying an enormous brush on his back, grasped the hands of the kimono-clad beauty. Tears streaming down his face as he implored, Kiku, you must be cautious. This is a world 20 years into the future. We possess almost no knowledge of Wano during this period. You must ensure that your identity remains concealed. Indeed, I shall, Lord Kanjuro. In the past, I always wore a demon mask in the presence of outsiders, and very few have seen my true face. Now, revealing my true self while dressed as a woman, I trust that even acquaintances would find it challenging to recognize me as Kiku the Snow of the Red Scabbards. At this moment, the leader of the Red Scabbards, Kinemon, added, Kiku, leaving you alone on Wano Island is a decision born of necessity. The untimely death of Lord Odin is a recent event for us, yet for this world. It has been 2 decades. We do not know how many of our comrades have survived. Nor do we know if there are still those within Wano who dare to oppose Kaido and Orochi. However, we must never relinquish hope. Our escape with His Highness Momonosuke is twofold: to safeguard Lord Odin's last bloodline, and to seek allies in Wano, particularly the Fur tribe rumored to dwell in Zhao. Once our mission is accomplished, we shall return to Wano. Kiku, you must take great care. Upon hearing Lord Odin's name, a young boy of 7 or 8 began to sob heartbrokenly, only to receive a sharp slap on the back of his head from Kinemon. Your Highness Momonosuke, you must be strong. Tears are the refuge of cowards, and they may draw our enemies nearer. From this day forth, you and I shall refer to each other as father and son. Remember, you are the last bloodline of Kazuki Odin. You must survive. Although he had silenced the boys' tears, the 5 of them were already in tears. A man with an unusually large head, clad in ninja attire, spoke through his own sobs. This fleet has entered from beyond Wano and will surely return overseas. We can conceal ourselves within the cargo hold of this ship using my ninjutsu. Escaping Wano should not prove difficult. Rest assured, with my ninjutsu for protection, we will succeed. Moments later, the Red Scabbards successfully infiltrated the merchant ship with young Momonosuke, departing alongside Doflamingo's fleet. On the dock, a beautiful youth, not a maiden but a handsome swordsman, stealthily departed after the merchant ship had set sail. In the moment when no one was paying attention, from a shadowy spot where the crowd had previously lingered, a pigeon suddenly took flight, soaring into the distance. Li Zhao reclined on the grand bed, holding a pair of gloves in his hands. Lost in thought for quite some time, these gloves were transformed from the severed hands of Diamante, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, who possessed the power of the flap-flap fruit. After some experimentation, Li Zhao had firmly concluded that this was undoubtedly the most significant gain from his visit to Dressrosa, surpassing even the collection of the Lookout Violet, the Little People's leather jacket, and the stolen Blaze fruit. The reason was simple. Li Zhao discovered that by donning these gloves, he could fully harness the powers of the flap-flap fruit. Unlike when he wore a particular leather jacket to acquire someone else's fruit ability, simply putting on these gloves allowed him to augment his existing powers with the capabilities of the flap-flap fruit, regardless of whether he was wearing any other ability-enhancing jackets. In this way, aside from his own abilities, which served as a key to fusion yet lacked direct combat prowess, Li Zhao had truly achieved an unprecedented superfusion of 3 fruit abilities, becoming an unparalleled 3-fruit user. This was indeed a momentous fortune, one that could compensate for the near-death experience inflicted upon him by Diamante. However, despite this extraordinary turn of events, Li Zhao found it difficult to feel joy, as he remained utterly oblivious to the origins of these gloves. Indeed, they were not the product of his activation of the jacket fruit ability at all. After the initial joy of acquiring the miraculous gloves, Li Zhao began to endeavor in crafting a second pair. However, the outcome was rather disheartening. He inadvertently produced a multitude of armless individuals among the captive test subjects, casting a pall over the unfortunate stock of pirate captives, yielding nothing of value. No matter how fervently Li Zhao attempted his experiments, he was ultimately left with the grim moniker of the handless sorcerer. In the end, he could only hypothesize that this was likely a fortuitous byproduct of the fusion between his jacket fruit ability and Diamante's flare fruit powers, created under the extreme circumstances of one fighting desperately for survival while the other fought tooth and nail to vanquish foes. After all, both abilities share a semblance, as they can transform 3-dimensional objects or human forms into a nearly flat, 2-dimensional surface, like leather. At present, Li Zhao finds himself devoid of fruit ability users to serve as experimental subjects and is reluctant to expend his existing collection of abilities, such as the Chain Madman Barret, for further experimentation. Thus, he must proceed as circumstances allow. In the remaining days, Li Zhao devotes himself to the meticulous study of the Fluttering Fruit's abilities, as well as the powers derived from his fusion with Her Highness, the Second Princess, through the Staring Fruit. He endeavors to develop new fruit skills. Regarding the Staring Fruit, Li Zhao has amassed considerable insights into the newly discovered technique of dual-eye laser emission. Primarily, he is able to ascertain that this technique is less an inherent ability of the Staring Fruit and more akin to an advanced application of Conqueror's Haki. Somewhat reminiscent of the signature abilities of royal-grade powerhouses, namely, the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki. Li Zhao confirmed a second crucial fact. Only after he and Princess Violetta merged could he wield the Conqueror's Haki. In their separate states, neither he nor Violetta could manifest this extraordinary power, a gift reserved for the fabled Chosen One. This distinction set it apart from the armament and observation Haki. As the latter two could be mastered and enhanced through diligent practice, the Conqueror's Haki, however, was solely a matter of innate talent. Both Li Zhao and Violetta lacked certain aspects of this talent, and only through their union could they complete the necessary attributes to possess such formidable power. Studying the abilities of the fruit was a time-consuming endeavor. By the time Li Zhao regained his focus, he could already behold the grand vessel, the Great Desaro. Resembling a city upon the waves, from the lookout of their ship, the Shark Emerald. For everyone except Li Zhao and Bobby, it was the first encounter with such a magnificent and colossal ship, and excitement filled the air. Particularly, the shipwright Gyram had begun to examine the structural design of the Great Desaro, contemplating whether it could be transformed into a submarine, or rather, an underwater palace. "Captain, will we truly be able to board this ship?" Rebecca inquired, shaking Li Zhao's arm, her innocent curiosity reminiscent of a naive country girl. Currently, she served as an apprentice sailor aboard the Shark Emerald. This spirited girl had become the heart of the crew, and both Gyram and Nacrin doted on her as if she were their own granddaughter, indulging her whims to the point of her becoming a little unruly. Her reverence for Captain Li Zhao diminished with each passing day, seeing him and Bobby more as elder brothers. Nonetheless, Rebecca proved to be quite resourceful. Despite sharing Bobby's aversion to conflict, her sharp intellect allowed her to excel in culinary skills under Nacrin's tutelage, even surpassing her mentoress prowess. Li Zhao found himself at her mercy, unable to utter a word against her. Chapter 047. The new self-defense force the Great Desaro was akin to Li Zhao's territory. He assured his crew they could treat it as their own home. Once aboard, they could revel as they pleased, provided they invoked the name of their captain, no, rather, his brother Bobby Van Koo, wherever they went, incurring no expenses. Alas, mere minutes later, Li Zhao's bravado was swiftly shattered. As soon as the Shark Emerald docked, it was met with the ominous sight of thousands of cannons trained upon them. Countless black-clad thugs, armed with an array of weapons, encircled Li Zhao's vessel from both sea and land. Upon closer inspection, he spotted high-ranking officials of the Great Desaro, clad in golden armor, including the luckbringer Bakera, Mr. Tanaka of the Fruit of Transformation, and the sadistic champion of fighters, not to mention the presence of the Golden Emperor Tesoro himself, all standing grimly at the port. The reception was unprecedented. "Mr. Bobby Van Koo, might you elucidate the situation for me? Why was I dispatched to Dressrosa to execute a seemingly mundane and straightforward transaction, only for it to culminate in the complete severance of the alliance between Deisoro and Dressrosa, with Dressrosa audaciously declaring war upon us?" At this moment, the Golden Emperor Tesoro is in a state of profound discontent, for not long ago, Don Quixote da Flamingo formally declared war on the Deisoro, vowing that the conflict between the two nations would culminate in the utter annihilation of one of them. How could Tesoro not be enraged? The military might of the Deisoro is scarcely a quarter of that of Dressrosa, and the outcome of this impending clash is all too predictable. His sole thought now is to deliver Li Zhao, bound and helpless, to Da Flamingo, seeking to extricate himself entirely from any association with this individual. These heavy firearms were procured at great expense from the world government's technology bureau, and even the monstrous augmentations of Germa 66 would find them capable of inflicting harm. Thus I strongly advise you to refrain from resistance and surrender willingly. Cloaked in the guise of his brother, Bobby Van Koo, with countless firearms trained upon him, Li Zhao bore a sardonic smile. Suddenly, he reached into his bosom, and just as those around him were on the verge of opening fire, he produced a palm-sized origami square, which he flung into the wind, instantly transforming into a canvas larger than a ship's sail. Li Zhao retrieved another recording device and began to project a series of video clips and audio recordings onto the screen. Lord Diamante, I have successfully eliminated the envoy of the Doflamingo ship who possessed the Mera Nomi. The devil fruit is now in our possession. Have you obtained the Mera Nomi? That is splendid news. Be swift in disposing of the body. Leave no trace behind. After all, we are still in an alliance with that self-proclaimed emperor aboard the golden ship. Understood, Lord Diamante. Following this recording, which left the golden emperor Tesoro with a pallid complexion, a remarkably clear video emerged. Members of the Don Quixote family, the half-fishman Dringer, the seasoned assassin Mr. Senior Pink, and the fighter Violet, gathered together to disparage the Doflamingo ship. In their words, the golden emperor Tesoro was nothing more than a repugnant maggot, reliant on licking the boots of the celestial dragons to maintain his ludicrous throne. They asserted that the Don Quixote family could seize control of his entertainment empire at any moment. Ultimately, the trio hinted that Don Quixote Doflamingo was secretly plotting to overthrow the Doflamingo ship's regime, much like he had done to take over Dressrosa, intending to claim the entire floating city for himself. To this end, he had covertly dispatched a female spy to infiltrate the Doflamingo ship, who had already acquired the key to Tesoro's treasury. All of this came together seamlessly. In a prior confrontation, Li Zhao successfully captured the half-fish man Deringer. Subsequently, the fish giant Sebastian seized Mr. Pick, the wielder of the water fruit ability. Coupled with the allegiance of the second princess, Her Highness Violet, it became exceedingly effortless for Li Zhao, the user of the jacket fruit, to produce such a brief video. All that was required was for the fish giant and Bobby to don the human skins of Deringer and Mr. Pick, and then, following the script collaboratively crafted by Violet and Li Zhao, they could perform for the camera bug. My Lord Tesoro, in my relentless pursuit to uphold your dignity and safeguard the illustrious ship, the Great Tesoro, I fought valiantly, risking life and limb to achieve victory. Yet upon returning to my homeland and stepping aboard the Great Tesoro, I am met not with gratitude, but with the firearms and reproaches of those I sought to defend. Tesoro was momentarily rendered speechless. He never anticipated that Li Zhao could amass such irrefutable evidence. Now, before thousands of watchful eyes, he had brazenly threatened to eliminate a loyal minister who had sworn to protect his honor. This was utterly unacceptable. A multitude of beings mingled aboard the Great Tesoro, where various factions had embedded their spies. Should Tesoro proceed with such an act, the news of him slaughtering a devoted subordinate who returned with merit would swiftly circulate throughout the New World. He would be branded the most despicable, cowardly, and contemptible fool, facing universal disdain and losing any hope of attracting loyal followers. This was evident as thousands of subordinates lowered their weapons, no longer aiming them at Li Zhao, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Should Tesoro insist on capturing Li Zhao and delivering him to Don Quixote Doflamingo for resolution, it might not incite a mutiny among the soldiers, but it would undoubtedly lead to a profound loss of loyalty from his men. Weighing the consequences, the somber expression on Tesoro's face was swiftly replaced by a smile. Oh, I see now, Bobby. I have misjudged you. Everyone, lower your weapons and prepare the grandest welcome ceremony to celebrate the triumphant return of our hero. Tesoro, with his origins in the entertainment industry, could effortlessly transition from tension to festivity, transforming the atmosphere into a grand celebration. However, both he and Li Zhao understood that the rift between them was nearly irreconcilable. Doflamingo had long coveted the riches aboard the Great Tesoro, a fact Tesoro was acutely aware of. Yet, he too had been leveraging Doflamingo's strength and warlord status to bolster his own power. The Golden Emperor Tesoro and the Night Demon Doflamingo both required this fragile alliance to fulfill their respective needs. Yet now, Li Zhao, in full view of the world, had shattered this relationship, leaving Tesoro with no retreat or escape. Ironically, he must publicly extol Li Zhao's unwavering loyalty. Since it is you who have embroiled me in this predicament, you shall bear the burden of resolving it. The Golden Emperor, having risen from the depths of slavery to attain the stature of the world's wealthiest individual, is a formidable figure, possessing sharp intellect and shrewd cunning, having weathered countless storms. With thoughts racing, Tesoro promptly proclaimed, "From this day forth, I appoint our hero, Mr. Bobby Vanku, to lead the formation of the new self-defense army and to serve as the supreme commander of the self-defense army aboard the Great Tesoro, to repel the nefarious invasion from Dressrosa." Li Zhao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tesoro would publicly resort to such tactics. The notion of forming a new army and resisting invasion merely stripped him of any soldiers, compelling him to the front lines to confront Don Quixote da Flamingo directly in a life-and-death struggle. Li Zhao was no naive fool. He was well aware of the underlying schemes at play. Yet, the Golden Emperor's cunning maneuver was indeed a public strategy. In the prevailing environment and atmosphere, cloaked in the mantle of loyalty and righteousness, if Li Zhao were to openly reject the Golden Emperor's proposal, he would undoubtedly obliterate the carefully cultivated persona of the guardian deity of the Great Tesoro, which he had established with great difficulty as Bobby Vanku. This would adversely impact his subsequent plans to claim this magnificent floating entertainment palace as his own. In this regard, the Golden Emperor's various precautions and persecutions of Li Zhao were indeed prudent measures taken to avert potential threats. The only miscalculation was underestimating the seemingly simple-minded, yet formidable assassin. I am profoundly grateful for Lord Tesoro's trust in me. In light of this, I hereby announce the specific operational strategy to repel the invasion of Dressrosa. First and foremost is the formation of a new army and the recruitment of warriors. Fortuitously, I possess an invaluable treasure bestowed by Lord Tesoro, the Mera no Mi, a supreme natural-type devil fruit that once belonged to Port Gasti, Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. I shall host an ultimate fighting tournament aboard the Great Tesoro. Anyone may participate. Those who defeat all contenders, including the reigning champion, will be rewarded with the Mera no Mi. Furthermore, all participants will share a prize pool of 3 billion berries. All participants will be deemed voluntary members of the Great Tesoro's Self-Defense Legion. Naturally, we will not obstruct those who wish to compete and then depart without engaging in the battle against the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. Defeated participants will only need to pay a ransom commensurate with their identities. For instance, pirates may offer the bounty set by the Navy to leave. Should one triumph all the way to the end, not only will they acquire the Mera no Mi and substantial rewards, but they will also enjoy the freedom to come and go as they please. Chapter 048, 3 letters upon hearing Li Zhao's words. Even the Golden Emperor Tesoro began to doubt himself, wondering if he had, unwittingly, fallen prey to the machinations of this enigmatic assassin. After a moment of contemplation, Tesoro found himself admiring Li Zhao's strategic arrangement. He was acutely aware of the true nature of those pirates. Their aspirations for the sea were fundamentally driven by either the pursuit of fame or the quest for profit. Li Zhao, with the generosity of others, utilized the natural demon fruits provided by Tesoro himself, along with the substantial financial backing of the Great Tesoro, to present an almost irresistible offer that few pirate factions could refuse. He sought to recruit scapegoats willing to serve aboard the Great Tesoro ship, cleverly assuring participants of their freedom to come and go as they pleased. Typically, recruiting mercenaries for battle, particularly for the disadvantaged side, proves exceedingly difficult. No amount of money can entice them, as everyone understands that no matter how abundant the bounty, life itself is invaluable. However, Li Zhao refrained from discussing the recruitment of mercenaries. Instead, he proposed to host an unprecedented ultimate fighting competition aboard the Tesoro ship, where all participants would tacitly agree to join the Self-Defense Legion voluntarily. The ultimate victor would claim the grand prize and enjoy complete freedom to depart at will. Even the defeated would not entirely lose their liberty, as they could regain their freedom by paying a ransom equivalent to their bounty or another sum of equal standing, thus avoiding entanglement in the conflict between two nations. This is the brilliance of this elaborate scheme. It is essential to realize that any pirate in the New World possesses an inflated sense of self-worth, priding themselves on their reputation above all else. Before the ultimate fighting competition had officially commenced, they all believed themselves destined to emerge victorious, claiming all the prizes. Yet, should they falter, while they could regain their freedom by paying a ransom commensurate with their identity, the amount of that ransom remained uncertain. Although Li Zhao asserted that pirates only needed to match their bounty amount, no pirate would concede that the naval forces had accurately assessed their worth. Thus, if one were to pay too little, it would be tantamount to acknowledging their lack of true strength to the world. Conversely, if one were to pay too much, considering the pirates' tendency to spend lavishly while they still breathe, only the formidable powers of the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords could genuinely save any substantial amount. The implications of this scenario grew increasingly ominous. The Golden Emperor Tesoro could almost foresee a future where all scattered forces within this sea region would be compelled to sell their services for a mere 30 billion berries and a demon fruit whose ultimate owner remained uncertain. Such a brilliant method of talent acquisition left Tesoro wondering why he had not conceived of it sooner. Had he organized such an ultimate fighting competition earlier, he would not have to fear the Don Quixote family. The fact that Bobby Vanku, acting on a whim, could orchestrate such an extensive scheme was astonishing. Thankfully, this individual, at least in name, still pledged allegiance to him and the great Zhao ship. Observing Bobby Vanku, who was cheering and gesticulating amidst the raucous applause, Zhao felt a mixture of joy and concern stirring within him. Li Zhao's arrangement, seemingly a mere stroke of opportunism, was, in fact, born out of necessity. The intricacies and creativity of his plan were heavily inspired by the original Dressrosa tournament orchestrated by Don Quixote da Flamingo. In the original narrative, a single devil fruit attracted a multitude of formidable figures, including the Yonko Blackbeard, Admiral Fujitora, and Straw Hat Luffy, culminating in a near-total capture by Da Flamingo, thus revealing the depths of human greed in this world. Yet, such a scenario alone may not suffice to contend with the Don Quixote family. Since Li Zhao had been forcibly elevated to this position by the Golden Emperor, he must adeptly leverage the resources at his disposal to secure the utmost advantage for himself. At the port of the Grand Tesoro, what began as a punitive measure against rebels abruptly transformed into a farcical hero's welcome. Following this chaotic turn of events, Li Zhao could scarcely be bothered to formally report to Tesoro. Instead, he commenced a series of strategic maneuvers as the commander of the Grand Tesoro's self-defense forces. He was no longer burdened by worries of Tesoro's underhanded schemes, for his newly recruited crew member, Princess Violet, was vigilantly monitoring the duplicitous tycoon with her clairvoyant abilities. Li Zhao initially utilized the communication channels of the Datasoro to dispatch 3 highly confidential and urgent letters. One of these missives was directed to one of the sovereigns of the underworld, Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency and the enigmatic figure behind all seagull delivery personnel, who possesses the ability to transform into the albatross form of the bird fruit. The content of this letter was articulated in the voice of Violet, the second daughter of the former ruler of Dressrosa, King Riku. It meticulously detailed the treacherous conspiracy of Don Quixote da Flamingo to usurp power and openly condemned da Flamingo for the heinous crimes he has committed against the nations formerly allied with the world government, rallying the entire world to rise against him. Given Morgan's insatiable curiosity and keen instincts for sensational news, he would undoubtedly seize upon such a thrilling narrative, fraught with twists and far-reaching implications. Even if the revelations provided by Li Zhao were entirely fabricated, Morgans would still be inclined to pursue the story. However, it is evident that relying solely on these disclosures to topple da Flamingo, who wields connections within the celestial dragons and operates across both the legitimate and illicit realms, would be an unrealistic endeavor. Moreover, the Navy, comprised largely of ineffectual individuals who merely muddle through and curry favor with the celestial dragons, would likely pay little heed to this matter. Li Zhao's intent is to further amplify the momentum for his ultimate fighting tournament, crafting an atmosphere rife with impending turmoil in Dressrosa, where the dominance of the Don Quixote family hangs by a thread. This serves to embolden those pirates who, in their excessive fear of the notorious warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, hesitate to partake in the competition, ultimately enticing a greater number of participants willing to risk their lives for glory. Li Zhao's meticulous planning has indeed borne fruit. Shortly after dispatching the correspondence, within a mere month, the news of Da Flamingo's nefarious plot to usurp the nation spread globally, courtesy of the Seagull newspaper. In an instant, there emerged a cacophony of voices, some condemning, others admiring, and many awakening to the truth. It is said that the entirety of Dressrosa has entered a stringent state of information and personnel control, rejecting all external news and the influx of outsiders, as if severing ties with the world at large. What truly disappointed Violet, and was anticipated by Li Zhao, was the world government's utter silence on the matter. They even utilized another news channel under their control to issue a government statement, subtly questioning the credibility of Morgans and his World Economic News, suggesting it might simply be hearsay without any substantiation. Not long thereafter, rumors circulated regarding a mysterious attack on Morgan's news headquarters, forcing him to relocate. Setting aside Violet's feelings and Morgan's predicament, Li Zhao's strategic objectives were entirely realized. In a matter of months, hundreds of pirates, renowned figures from neighboring nations, and even regular troops from various countries, including sovereign leaders, flocked to the Grand Tesoro. The number of participants surpassed the previously highest estimates by a considerable margin. With the competitors now gathered, the ultimate combat tournament was poised to commence. Chapter 049, Out of Control Dressrosa. On the palace balcony, King Doflamingo donned his signature flamingo coat. His demeanor icy. The cold wind howled, mirroring the king's current state of mind. As he gazed toward the town, he beheld the flickering flames that had yet to be extinguished, remnants of the chaos instigated by the Don Quixote family's enforcers, who were suppressing the rebellious populace. Doflamingo had not anticipated that the accursed traitor, Princess Violette, would possess the audacity and cunning to unveil the truth of his coup to the News King. Those infernal newspapers, delivered by the relentless seagulls, caught him off guard and infiltrated the nation. The truth is often shocking, and under the influence of certain individuals, civil unrest erupted. However, Doflamingo was not particularly concerned about these rabble-rousers creating any significant turmoil. They were akin to fleas, annoying for a moment but incapable of inflicting any fatal harm. He understood their nature well. They were bloodthirsty and combative yet cowardly, concerned with politics yet ungrateful. Even if they were enraged by his treacherous plot, a few public executions of the instigators would suffice to bring the rest back to reality, allowing them to resume their lives as complacent peasants awaiting death. Moreover, Doflamingo had prepared for the worst. If necessary, he would transform the entire populace into toy slaves. While this would render Dressrosa a desolate ghost town, devoid of human presence. After all, toys do not procreate. It would carry the advantage of erasing the memory of those transformed, ensuring that the nation of Dressrosa would fade into oblivion, and all ensuing troubles would dissipate. Once the tempest has subsided, we shall venture to other islands to capture a fresh batch of living souls to replenish our ranks, thereby resolving the matter flawlessly. A resonant whirring of propellers echoed from above. It was the formidable buffalo, empowered by the fruit of the human, descending from the skies. The weaponized woman, Baby 5, leaped from Buffalo's back, approaching Don Quixote Doflamingo to report, "Young master, the suppression of the insurgents has been successfully executed. However, during the operation, we discerned the presence of the little people, and among the instigators were several skilled fighters. Lord Gladius was ambushed in the fray and sustained severe injuries." With a sharp crack, Doflamingo crushed the high-stemmed glass he held, and as he released his grip, a dazzling powder trickled from his fingertips. "What of Laoji?" the Knight Yasha inquired. "Not well," the weaponized woman replied, shaking her head. "He remains unconscious and is unable to rise to serve the family. Nevertheless, he has been extending a finger, signaling one, the meaning of which eludes me." Baby Five's lack of understanding did not hinder the Knight Yasha's comprehension. Upon hearing this news, a rare smile flickered across his face. Yet, this fleeting joy was abruptly interrupted by the shrill call of the Din Din Mushi. A sense of foreboding crept into Doflamingo's heart as he answered the phone without uttering a word. Moments later, he crushed the Din Din Mushi in his grip, his expression a mask of ferocity, the chilling aura around him plunging the temperature to an icy low. Beside him, Buffalo and Baby 5 broke into a cold sweat, instinctively retreating several paces, fearful of becoming instruments of the young master's wrath. No one dared to approach the enraged Doflamingo, yet exceptions invariably arise. "Oh dear, oh dear. How dreadfully tedious this place is. I have heard that Dressrosa is a vibrant and exhilarating city. Why is it so lifeless here? The people are utterly dull, the streets devoid of delectable treats, and everywhere I look, there are charred corpses. How utterly uninteresting. Little Pei, dear sister, I fear I shall perish from boredom." A tall girl, donning a mask and clad in high heels and a miniskirt, with a pair of horns adorning her head, seemed utterly oblivious to the palpable aura of menace emanating from the celestial being before her. While she whimsically complained, she clung to a slightly younger boy with purple hair, playfully nuzzling against him. In response to her antics, the boy, bearing a resemblance to her, wore a face of frustration and resignation. This affectionate duo, siblings indeed, were among the highest-ranking members of Kaido's Beast Pirates, specifically 2 of the Flying Six, the elder sister, Yamado, a wielder of the ancient Zoan-type dragon dinosaur fruit in its head dragon form, and the younger brother, Page 1, who possessed the same fruit but in the Spinosaurus form. Despite their youthful appearance, the brothers' age and demeanor were comparable to that of the protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, as most pirates of his age would still be busy swabbing the deck for their captain. Unlike his sister's carefree disposition, Page 1 was acutely aware of Don Quixote Doflamingo's foul mood. However, rather than cower like Baby 5 or Buffalo, he forcefully pushed away his sister, who seemed to cling to him like a piece of gum, and plopped down on the sofa behind Doflamingo, adopting a serious tone. Don Quixote Doflamingo, as an envoy of Lord Kaido, I must express my skepticism regarding your family's ability to fulfill the commitments to Lord Kaido, particularly in ensuring the steady supply of artificial devil fruits. Is this nation not currently in turmoil? The gravity of Page One's tone stood in stark contrast to his somewhat bashful appearance, if not for the need to keep one hand against his sister's cheek to prevent her from clinging to him. He would have appeared even more akin to a special envoy of one of the four emperors. Mr. Page One, I believe you are mistaken, Doflamingo replied, his threatening aura dissipating instantly, replaced with a confident smile. As you two have observed, my country, Dressrosa, is indeed experiencing a minor inconvenience at the moment. However, such matters do not impede my factory's production, nor do they jeopardize the transaction of artificial devil fruits with Lord Kaido. What sort of trouble? Do share, so that both my brother and I can enjoy a bit of amusement, Yamato said naively, unabashedly prying into the other's affairs while displaying an evident delight in the potential chaos. Doflamingo's brow furrowed slightly before quickly relaxing, as if a nefarious idea had crossed his mind. He smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing serious, really. Just a few unscrupulous individuals attempting to sabotage my dealings with Lord Kaido. They seem unwilling to witness the beast pirates grow even stronger." What did you say? Upon hearing the mention of the beast pirates, the two members of the Flying Six instantly lost their composure, their expressions transforming into one of furious indignation. Observing their reaction, Don Quixote Doflamingo could not suppress a satisfied smile. Simultaneously, an unforeseen event unfolded, one that even Li Zhao could not have anticipated, due to the butterfly effect triggered by his actions, particularly through the sensationalism of Morgan's the Newsman. What was initially a conflict confined to the early waters of the New World over the coveted Mera no Mi had now garnered worldwide attention. Even those who previously held no interest in this devil fruit were now eager to become involved. In the New World, within the realm of Tado Land, Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors reigning over the sea, was savoring a lavish dessert meticulously prepared by her children and subordinates, a colossal cream puff, comparable in size to a 3-story villa. Her 19th son, the scribe and user of the Shiro no Mi, Charlotte Mondor, was reading aloud the latest maritime news, which included the political turmoil in Dressrosa and the imminent ultimate fighting tournament aboard the Doflamingo ship. However, the only female emperor among the four appeared disinterested until the words Mera no Mi reached her ears. Mera no Mi? Could this ability be utilized in culinary creations? Her children exchanged glances. In Tado Land, matters of cuisine were of paramount importance, directly linked to the nation's survival and prosperity. Just as Kaido of the Beast was fond of collecting Zoan-type devil fruits in their wielders, over 90% of the devil fruit users related to food, such as the munch fruit that could endlessly produce candy, the biscuit fruit that could endlessly generate cookies, and the mochi fruit capable of creating sticky rice cakes, fell within Big Mom's collection interests. Mera no Mi? After a moment of mutual understanding, her children responded in unison. This ability, without a doubt, pertains to food, as cooking is fundamentally reliant on fire. In light of this, let us send someone to partake in this grand tournament and procure the Mera no Mi for me. Meanwhile, another emperor of the sea, the newly crowned Blackbeard, was laughing boisterously. My Captain Ace, who would have thought that even in death you would bestow upon me such a magnificent gift? The Mera no Mi shall not escape my grasp. Chapter 50. In water like fish aboard the Great Tesoro. Li Zhao was utterly bewildered as he endeavored to organize various affairs pertaining to the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Engrossed in the animated spectacles, he could hardly have anticipated the multitude of complications that would arise for him to resolve as the event's organizer. Fortunately, Li Zhao adeptly harnessed the quintessential trait of a slothful individual, delegation. The two princesses, Violet and the formidable fish giant, Sebastian, proved to be invaluable assets in navigating these vexing issues. The newly recruited sailor, Rebecca, also contributed significantly to managing minor tasks. Moreover, it was a well-known fact that anyone donning Bobby Vanka's human leather jacket would instantly transform into the highly esteemed commander of the self-defense army. Drawing the admiration of the masses, Li Zhao found the task at hand to be exceedingly simple. However, once one is devoid of responsibilities, an insatiable desire to seek out endeavors arises. With an air of leisure, Li Zhao strolled along the bustling thoroughfare of the Great Tesoro, observing the ramifications of this martial spectacle upon the maritime nation from the perspective of an unadulterated bystander. Lo and behold, is that not White Horse Cavendish? Indeed, the most handsome rogue of this pirate realm has made his entrance. And look, There stands Bartholomew, that fervent admirer of the Straw Hat Pirates. It seems these two miscreants can ignite a quarrel anywhere they go. On the long street, a strikingly handsome blonde swordsman clashed with a green-haired delinquent adorned with a nose ring, engaging in a fierce battle for reasons unknown. Yet, Li Zhao's interest waned after a mere glance. One of them exhibited unparalleled speed, while the other was renowned as the strongest defensive fruit user. Their confrontation promised no resolution in the foreseeable future, as one could not breach the other's defenses, and the other remained untouchable. Moreover, Li Zhao had already spotted the goddess of fortune, Bacala, hastening towards the scene as the temporary constable of the great Tesoro. As she ran, she siphoned luck from the minions surrounding her, leaving chaos in her wake. Those unfortunate souls, stripped of their fortune, stumbled and fell, facing near-fatal mishaps even on solid ground. Li Zhao could easily foresee the unfortunate fate awaiting the two hapless souls. Before their luck completely ran out, the goddess of fortune, Baccara, stood as an invincible warrior. In recent days, Baccara had been tirelessly engaged in managing the myriad of martial disputes ignited by the exuberant visiting pirates, leaving her utterly exhausted and irate. A woman's wrath can be terrifying, a truth well understood by any man. Li Zhao, in his haste to depart, sought to extricate himself from the impending calamity associated with that woman, lest he suffer misfortune and find himself losing two front teeth. With no place to weep in his despair. However, the duo of White Horse Cavendish and the cannibal Bartolomeo, both competitors in the Ultimate Fighting Championship, were likely to receive nothing more than a minor reprimand from Baccarat. As he continued on his way, Li Zhao was astonished to behold a figure who should never have been present in this locale. Good heavens! Has even the pirate empress graced this place with her presence? Li Zhao beheld none other than Boa Hancock, the ruler of Amazon Lily and one of the renowned three great beauties of the pirate world, as well as a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. At that moment, the pirate empress had donned a new outfit, complete with a wide-brimmed hat and trendy sunglasses, striding confidently down the street, accompanied by her 2 younger sisters, who trailed behind her with an assortment of shopping bags. Their destination appeared to be the registration area for the Ultimate Fighting Tournament. Was the pirate empress truly intending to enter the fray? It seemed unlikely, given her apparent disinterest in the Marinomi. With her disposition, it was hard to believe that even the 4 emperors or the admirals could compel her to engage in something she disliked. So that was the reason. In the original storyline, the tournament hosted by Don Quixote Doflamingo occurred after the Straw Hat crew had set sail for some time. However, due to Li Zhao's intervention, the contest for the Marinomi had been hastily expedited, while the protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, was still immersed in his training of the 3-color hockey and would not emerge from it prematurely. The spectacle surrounding the tournament had become a public affair, undoubtedly reaching the ears of the pirate empress. Given her infatuation with Luffy, it seemed only natural that upon learning of the reappearance of Ace's devil fruit, his brother whom Luffy had been unable to rescue, she would be driven by a fervent desire to seize the Marinomi and present it to Luffy in hopes of garnering his favor. In retrospect, Hancock's presence aboard the Thousand Sunny and her intention to register for the tournament made perfect sense. This was problematic, with my involvement escalating to such a degree that even the Empress, who should not have appeared, was now participating. It raised the question of whether other significant figures or troublesome factions would also send representatives to compete. Curse it, it would be remarkable if they chose not to. This would drastically increase the variables at play, far beyond my control. Li Zhao was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. His initial intention behind this maneuver was primarily to recruit soldiers, amassing a sufficient force to confront the cannon fodder of Dressrosa, while also hoping to expand his collection of human skin jackets. Therefore, it would be ideal to attract characters with potential, such as White Horse Cavendish and the cannibal Bartolomeo, whom he could manage to deal with. However, if even the 7 warlords or the 4 emperors were to intervene, it would likely spell disaster rather than fortune for Li Zhao at this moment. A wave of unease surged within him, momentarily overshadowing the delight of encountering one of his dream lovers. His romantic inclinations swiftly cooled. The pressing matter at hand was to ascertain precisely how many rats had infiltrated the great Tesoro. Li Zhao dared not delay any longer and swiftly returned to his office as the commander of the self-defense forces. Inside, he found Violet, clad in a bobby jacket and busily attending to matters in his stead. Beside her stood a middle-aged gentleman, impeccably dressed in a suit and donning sunglasses, exuding an air of both elegance and an undercurrent of the Yakuza. This companion assisting Her Highness, the second princess, was none other than Sei, or Pick. Now garbed in a jacket, alongside the formidable fishman, Sebastian. Sayer Pick, a man of deep emotions and a chivalrous spirit, was a figure of iron will and tender heart. His comical baby outfit was a whimsical gesture intended to bring a smile to his wife, who had tragically succumbed to a vegetative state. Were it not for Li Zhao's keen interest in his fruit abilities, he might not have engaged with this true embodiment of masculinity. The water fruit ability granted its user the power to transform the ground and walls they touched into a fluid akin to water. In other words, for the user, the surroundings became an expansive ocean. However, the fishman's two martial arts, fishman karate and fishman jiu-jitsu, could only unleash their full potential in the ocean or in watery environments. Thus, it was destined that once a fishman consumed a devil fruit, they would lose their racial advantages, leading to a decline in their strength. Could it truly be that there exists no devil fruit perfectly suited for the fishman race? Among the myriad of uninteresting research topics conceived during Li Zhao's idle moments, one particularly stands out. Which devil fruit would be most suitable for the fishman race? It appears that the water fruit may indeed represent the optimal answer. Once again, reality has validated his hypothesis. After the fish giant Sebastian donned the jacket imbued with the water fruit's powers, he was able to submerge into the ground, utilizing the liquefied earth to successfully execute aquatic martial arts techniques such as the water heart, ocean flow shoulder throw, and the water gun wave, all tailored for fishman combat in water. Furthermore, as the liquefied terrain remains solid rock and heavy soil for those without the water fruit's abilities, these modified fishman martial arts techniques wield significantly greater power, often several times more potent than when performed in the ocean. The droplets struck from the water transformed into projectiles of far greater density and hardness. A single earth-based mudslide shoulder throw could instantaneously bury a substantial portion of a city block. Although Mr. Peak pales in comparison to Vice Admiral Ghost Spider in terms of strength, the water fruit jacket enables Sebastian to unleash a terrifying level of power that surpasses that of Ghost Spider's jacket. This is truly akin to a fish thriving in water. Currently, Sebastian has become Li Zhao's most formidable trump card. As a side note, Mr. Peak, due to his long-standing infantile diet and lifestyle, has accumulated a significant amount of excess fat, rendering him exceedingly greasy and visually unappealing. However, this surplus fat can be effortlessly eliminated by Li Zhao's versatile cleansing bubbles, achieving the rapid weight loss that any woman dreams of. Coupled with a comprehensive beauty regimen and skin and hair rejuvenation services, the fish giant now possesses a physique and aura brimming with masculinity, perfectly suited to his role as the chief steward of the Shark Emerald. Chapter 051. The Striking Goddess Returning to the Office. Li Zhao began to peruse the recent list of boarding personnel, but the outcome was disheartening. The number of formidable figures visiting the Dade Swallow was overwhelming, with no fewer than 30 to 40 notorious pirates boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. Additionally, a plethora of naval officers holding the rank of major and above had also come to witness the spectacle, resulting in an unprecedented surge of onlookers that shattered historical attendance records. Thus, it is inevitable that the tasks of security checks and identity verification may suffer from lapses. For instance, Li Zhao personally witnessed the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, yet could not find her name on the recent visitor list. It stands to reason that such prominent figures likely employed aliases and false identities. After all, fabricating a persona is a trivial matter for individuals of their stature. Upon further investigation of the surveillance footage, only the carefree, unguarded images of the pirate empress shopping and strolling about were uncovered. Consequently, Li Zhao had no choice but to merge with Violet, utilizing the powers granted by the Dingeki fruit to conduct a thorough search of the entire ship. Unfortunately, despite the formidable capabilities of this far-seeing power, meticulously scrutinizing over 100,000 individuals within a limited time frame proved utterly impractical. Moreover, with innumerable devil fruit abilities in existence, many could easily conceal their whereabouts, eluding the gaze of the Dingeki fruit. Nevertheless, after expending considerable effort, Li Zhao did not return empty-handed. His farsight revealed the figure of a short man, dressed in attire reminiscent of the Italian mafia, a cigar clenched between his teeth and a menacing expression adorning his face. This was none other than the notorious Capone Beach, leader of the fire tank pirates and one of the most infamous supernovas of the worst generation, alongside Monkey D. Luffy. While one supernova alone would not instill fear in Li Zhao, the power that this individual represented was indeed daunting. The appearance of Capone Beach confirmed Li Zhao's darkest suspicions. It was clear that not only the warlords of the sea, but even the four emperors had set their sights on this ultimate fighting tournament and coveted his Nomi. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. Li Zhao began to contemplate the most dire of outcomes. His plan to recruit mercenaries through the allure of the fruit would come to naught. The fruit itself would be snatched away, leaving him with nothing but a shattered ambition and a significant loss. How could he possibly accept such a fate? After much deliberation, he ultimately conceived but one solution: to assume a new identity and partake in the grand spectacle of the gladiatorial contest. Only by mingling with the infiltrators and observing them up close could he take preemptive measures, averting disaster before it struck. The remaining dilemma lay in the choice of his disguise. What persona and skills should he adopt? Or more candidly, which skin should he don to navigate this turbulent competition? If assessed purely from a standpoint of power, there was no doubt that Rear Admiral Ghost Spider from the Navy headquarters would be the optimal choice, as he represented the most formidable guys at Li Zhao's disposal. However, with the numerous naval forces aboard the Great Desaro, including potential candidates for the rank of Admiral, Ghost Spider's distinctive combat style would likely be recognized by his former comrades, making this option unviable. Next in line was the Chain Maniac, Triege, yet similarly. His abilities would probably not escape the discerning gaze of the Golden Emperor, Tesaro, rendering this option equally impractical. Thus, it appeared that the only remaining viable disguise was that of the half-fishman youth, Tlinch. Despite the boy's extraordinary potential, his youth and lack of a devil fruit ability left Li Zhao uncertain of his capacity to contend with the formidable forces infiltrating the Great Desaro, let alone seize the ultimate prize. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open, revealing the tempestuous Fortuna, Baccara, who stormed in, slamming a set of keys onto the desk with a resounding thud. "I'm done with that wretched task. Those damned, uncouth pirates, handle them yourself," she exclaimed angrily before whirling around and exiting like a gust of wind. Li Zhao, lacking the courage to provoke the enraged goddess of fortune, seized one of her minions and inquired about the unfolding events. It turned out that the calamity had been instigated by the whimsical duo, Cavendish and the cannibal Bartolomeo. Just moments after Li Zhao's departure, the anticipated chaos ensued. Cavendish and Bartolomeo had brazenly engaged in a brawl on the streets, drawing the attention of the goddess of fortune, who was tasked with maintaining order. Upon Bacala's intervention, a series of bizarre and unforeseen accidents commenced. First, Bartolomeo's fingers inexplicably seized up, rendering him unable to perform the special gesture necessary to activate his invincible barrier. Consequently, he was overwhelmed and brutally subdued by the robust enforcers aboard the Desaro, who unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Cavendish fared no better. The heel of his high-heeled shoe became ensnared in a crack in the pavement during his rapid movement, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground, striking his forehead and rendering him unconscious. Under normal circumstances, such occurrences would be deemed routine in the presence of a user of the lucky fruit ability, a common phenomenon that elicited little surprise, especially considering the 20 unfortunate comrades who had already fallen victim to their misfortune. All their luck had coalesced around Bacala, rendering her nearly invincible, akin to wielding a protagonist's aura. However, at that moment, Cavendish, who lay unconscious on the ground, abruptly vanished, and in the next instant, everyone around him, including onlookers several meters away, was assailed by an invisible force, akin to a tempest of razor-sharp winds. In unison, they collapsed, bloodied and battered. This was the awakening of Cavendish's second persona, Rommel the Weasel, who emerged as the primary persona succumbed to slumber. Cavendish suffered from dissociative identity disorder, exhibiting symptoms akin to sleepwalking homicide. When he fell asleep, he would transition into his second persona, a murderous maniac known to the Navy as Rommel the Weasel. In his sleepwalking state, Cavendish displayed an extraordinary propensity for violence, wielding a swordsmanship that surpassed even his already prodigious primary persona by a factor of 2. His speed had reached a level imperceptible to the naked eye. More terrifying still, while in this sleepwalking state, Cavendish would indiscriminately attack all living beings around him, sparing neither friend nor foe. In the midst of Rommel's blade storm, the only survivor on the battlefield was the goddess of fortune, Bacala. She found herself at the eye of the storm, where each lethal strike narrowly missed her, as if guided by an unseen hand. The reasons are myriad and deeply enigmatic. Yet, even the goddess of fortune can find herself bereft of luck. Enveloped by a tempest of blades, Baccara was unable to siphon luck from others through mere contact. With each fleeting moment, her fortune waned, leading to a sharp sword that ultimately approached her form, its keen tip slicing through the delicate skin of her neck. Just as despair gripped her and death loomed, the very sword that should have severed her from life abruptly halted. The goddess of fortune remained true to her nature. It turned out that after a brief outburst, Rommel's weasel had finally settled down. White Horse Cavendish lay sprawled before Bakera, snoring soundly. A seemingly simple task had nearly cost the goddess of fortune her life. It is no wonder she was infuriated and ready to depart. A key? What mystery does this key hold? Li Zhao, with a perplexed expression, inquired of the minion. Of course, it is the key to the cell. In recent days, Lord Bakala has apprehended numerous pirates engaged in brawls and public disturbances, all of whom have been confined within the Sea Stone prison. As for their fate, I leave that to the Lord's discretion. Chapter 052. The most dashing skin. After a brief moment, Li Zhao arrived at the subterranean prison of the Great Tesoro. Typically, this place is desolate, housing only a few stray cats. The criminals aboard the Great Tesoro are either eliminated on the spot or sold into slavery in Dressrosa. The Golden Emperor harbors no interest in maintaining a cadre of individuals who contribute nothing of value or profit. However, with the recent commencement of the Ultimate Fighting Tournament, this place is now teeming with a multitude of unruly pirates who blatantly disregard the prohibition against private combat within the Great Tesoro. Li Zhao traversed through cell after cell, shaking his head in dismay. Although the prison housed a multitude of inmates, the majority were mere nameless figures of insignificance. It was not until he reached the depths of the dungeon that he encountered two familiar silhouettes, their limbs spread in an X shape, bound to the wall. These were none other than the recently ensnared noble pirate, Cavendish, and the fervent admirer of the Straw Hat crew, the cannibal Bartolomeo. While Cavendish remained in a deep slumber, Bartolomeo, brimming with energy, unleashed a torrent of curses upon witnessing Li Zhao, the organizer of the event, who had assumed the guise of Bobby. His vitriol intensified as he continued to berate, "You foolish, reckless imbeciles. Should you dare to impede my grand endeavors and thwart my acquisition of the Mara no Mi, prepare to face the consequences of being strung up and bled dry. And that wretched woman, where is she? If it weren't for my fingers cramping at that moment, I would never have been defeated by her." Li Zhao paid no heed to the foolish little rogue. With his keen perception and authoritative demeanor, he meticulously scanned every corner of the prison, searching for any concealed surveillance devices or listening bugs. The Golden Emperor, Tesoro, being the wealthiest individual in the world, may not have been able to recruit many formidable allies, yet he had invested heavily in security measures. The monitoring technology aboard the Great Tesoro far surpassed that of other nations in this era, compelling Li Zhao to exercise caution to prevent his secrets from being inadvertently exposed. Perhaps due to the Golden Emperor's possession of numerous binding and punitive abilities, such as the power to transform any boarder into a golden statue, the prison was not a priority facility aboard the Great Tesoro, as its utility was seldom required. At least within this cell, Li Zhao could engage in his activities without fear of being observed by others. With a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Li Zhao slowly approached the belligerent ogre, placing his hand upon the creature's chest. "What are you intending to do? Do you wish to violate me?" "Please, my innocence is reserved for my esteemed predecessor, Luffy." Li Zhao filtered out the superfluous chatter with ease, activating the ability of his jacket in an instant. In the next moment, the cell fell into a profound silence. He retracted the formidable defensive jacket and approached Cavendish. Gaze fixed upon the handsome figure before him, Li Zhao marveled once more at the unfairness of the divine. Not only had God bestowed upon Cavendish an extraordinarily handsome visage, but he had also endowed him with a prodigious talent for swordsmanship that required no effort to master. However, "From this day forth, all that you possess shall belong to me." Li Zhao's lips curled into a sinister smile. Yet, the moment his palm pressed against Cavendish's chest, the man abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a grin far more malevolent than Li Zhao's, as if his face were adorned with a ghastly mask. The Grim Reaper's scythe had awakened once more. However, with his limbs shackled by sea prism stone chains, whether he was the scythe or Rommel, all were rendered helpless. Cavendish's limbs, having struggled violently, became almost ethereal, while an eerie humming resonated within the confines of the prison. Li Zhao remained unfazed, calmly activating his abilities. After a brief moment, the prison cell once again returned to tranquility. Li Zhao removed his bobby jacket and zipped it up, allowing his younger brother the freedom to move. He eagerly donned the newly acquired Cavendish jacket, ready to indulge in the experience of being a handsome man. Is this truly the physique of the most dashing gentleman in the pirate world? Indeed, this sensation of lightness and confidence. Ha ha ha. Brother, why does your face appear somewhat peculiar? Peculiar? In what way? Li Zhao patted himself down and astonishingly retrieved a mirror from his pocket, which, of course, belonged to Cavendish. Within the reflective surface lay a visage contorted into an extreme, grotesque grin, reminiscent of a ghastly mask. Goodness, how could it resemble Rommel's scythe? The Great Tesoro, the most opulent and prestigious floating entertainment venue in the world, serves as the grand stage for the ultimate fighting championship. The Golden Emperor, with his immense wealth, generously provided each participant with a complimentary luxurious suite. Li Zhao stood before the door of his room, momentarily rendered speechless. The instant he stepped inside, a throng of alluring beauties surged towards him, their demeanor akin to that of ravenous wolves, eager to devour him whole. They were all fervent admirers of Cavendish. Li Zhao even pondered whether Cavendish's extraordinary speed had been cultivated as a means to evade such ardent female admirers. However, upon catching sight of their beloved's visage, the fervent women froze in their tracks, terror etched upon their faces as they gradually retreated. Ultimately, it was an unknown woman who broke the silence with a piercing scream, triggering a cacophony of wails as they scrambled to escape through the windows in a frenzy. Li Zhao stood there, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Indeed, the identity he now assumed was that of the illustrious pirate nobleman, Cavendish of the White Horse. After arranging all matters pertaining to the self-defense army and the ultimate fighting tournament, he prepared to confront the myriad challenges that lay ahead, both from within and beyond. However, it seemed that at the moment he activated the powers of the jacket fruit, Cavendish was under the dominion of his second persona, Rommel, which resulted in an oddly distorted expression upon Li Zhao's face as he completed his transformation. To simplify, when Li Zhao maintained a neutral demeanor, his features involuntarily contorted into a grotesquely sinister grin, while an attempt at a smile rendered his expression one of bewildered absurdity, neither fully human nor entirely ghastly. Although Li Zhao, endowed with the life restoration Qigong, could adeptly control every muscle and bone within his body, mastering his expressions to achieve a natural visage was not a task to be completed in haste, akin to the aftermath of a facial cosmetic surgery. Fortunately, fortune and misfortune often intertwine, due to the activation of his abilities coinciding with Cavendish being under the influence of his second persona. Li Zhao inadvertently harnessed the astonishing power of Rommel's scythe, a force that Cavendish's primary persona did not possess. This was the very reason Li Zhao could tolerate the uncontrollable expressions of his new form. Nevertheless, it was prudent to wash up and retire for the night. After inadvertently scaring off Cavendish's legion of adoring fans, a sense of inexplicable melancholy enveloped Li Zhao, yet he was granted a rare tranquil night. During the tournament, he intended to present himself as Cavendish, ensuring that his accommodations mirrored those of the previous nobleman to perfection. To further conceal his identity, Li Zhao opted for a general pardon for all prisoners, thus diverting attention from an erstwhile supernova now past its prime. On the following morning, Li Zhao arrived at the venue of the ultimate fighting tournament. To avoid excessive scrutiny, he donned a flamboyant, festive mask. The tournament employed a knockout format, with participants divided into 8 groups. Contestants would draw lots to select their opponents. Those who emerged victorious would advance, with the top 2 from each group proceeding to the finals, ultimately leading to the selection of the top 16 competitors. Conversely, the defeated would automatically join the mercenary corps of the Great Tesoro, becoming members of the self-defense army, unless they could secure their freedom with a ransom befitting their assumed identity. Li Zhao did not employ the chaotic elimination system utilized in the original Dressrosa storyline. On one hand, this approach allowed him to scrutinize each suspicious individual closely. On the other hand, it extended the duration of the competition, providing more individuals with the opportunity to participate. After all, his fundamental objective was to recruit mercenaries for the impending all-out war against Dressrosa. Had he concluded all events in a single day, as per the original narrative, Li Zhao's goals would have been exceedingly difficult to achieve. Chapter 053, Bodily Memory. Today, Li Zhao is set to compete in a match, and by the stroke of fate, his opponent is the formidable Idio, known as the Destructive Cannon, a super boxer from the Longarm tribe. This tribe is a rare race unique to the world of pirates, characterized by their elongated arms, which possess 2 elbow joints, granting them a wider range of motion and exceptional agility. Idio has seamlessly integrated these racial advantages into his boxing technique, often disguising a segment of his arm as part of his shoulder. When he strikes, he unleashes the full force of his arm, resulting in explosive impacts capable of sending an adult giant flying with a single blow. However, at this moment, such an adversary pales in comparison to Li Zhao. Originally, Cavendish was destined to be the captain of the first crew of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, with swordsmanship potential rivaling that of Zhao, one of the main combatants of the protagonists. Moreover, Li Zhao has acquired decades of swordsmanship experience from Vice Admiral Ghost Spider through muscle memory. Today, wielding the renowned sword Durandal, once belonging to Cavendish, he finds the perfect opportunity to showcase his skills. In this moment, there is no need to resort to his ultimate techniques, such as the scythe or the abilities of the bubble fruit, which might raise suspicions about his identity. Nor the Navy's six styles. Relying solely on fundamental sword techniques, Li Zhao utterly overwhelms the destructive cannon Edio. Behold, destructive cannon, I shall shatter that beautiful visage of yours with my fist. Behold the illustrious sword, Bluebird. After a cloud of dust settled, the battered opponent lay on the arena, while Li Zhao, masked and amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd, slowly made his way to the contestants' resting area. Meanwhile, members of the tournament committee rushed onto the stage to clear the aftermath, ensuring that the injured were promptly transported to the medical center for treatment. The rules of the competition strictly prohibited any lethal actions against opponents. Should a fatality occur, the responsible fighter would automatically be deemed defeated and conscripted into military service. Upon encountering this clause in the combat contract, the formidable pirates, although vocally disgruntled, felt a sense of relief deep within. After all, most renowned figures of the nearby seas were present to compete, and none could guarantee their supremacy over all challengers. Due to the numerous events, the schedule was tightly packed. Even as Li Zhao's bout concluded, the next competitors were already taking to the stage. This time, another familiar character from the original storyline was set to enter the fray, a figure with whom Li Zhao shared a connection through the body he inhabited, Kelly Vanku. A prominent warrior of the 13th generation of the 8 Treasure Water Army, he commanded a bounty of 210 million berries. Old Kai, despite his appearance resembling that of a mere background character, displayed insufficient strength upon entering the arena. Relying primarily on the martial arts techniques passed down through generations of the 8 Treasure Water Army, he wielded the 8 punches, a technique capable of bypassing an opponent's defenses, which had once allowed him to defeat Kelly Vanku in his combined form with his brother, perhaps due to the unique attributes of the devil fruits. While the pirate world is not devoid of mentorship, the majority of relationships resemble that of Rayleigh guiding Luffy in awakening his haki or Mihawk teaching Zoro's swordsmanship. Mentors merely illuminate their disciples' combat intellect and impart battle experiences without divulging specific techniques. Each formidable fighter, particularly the great pirates, tends to develop their own unique combat skills, which often vanish with their demise. However, the 8 punches, a martial art passed down through the ranks of the 8 Treasure Water Army, stands as a rare exception, akin to ancient Chinese martial arts schools with their rich legacies. Although each generation of successors has its unique emphasis in martial arts, such as the 12th generation, Dongliang Qingjiao, who excels in headbutt techniques, and the 13th generation, Dongyang Lao Kai, who specializes in foot and leg techniques. In Li Zhao's perspective, the so-called disregard for the opponent's defensive capabilities inherent in the 8-Chong fist actually refers to the advanced application of haki, a technique capable of inflicting tangible damage on formidable adversaries, such as the Yonko-level warriors or high-ranking Zoan fruit users, which emerge later in the Wano arc. Furthermore, in practical application, the 8-Chong fist evidently outshines its contemporaries. The profound mastery of the 8-Chong fist, awakened by Lao Kai, particularly the technique known as weaponized heel, conical dragon spike, possesses an overwhelming power, capable of shattering the earth and striking the heads of notorious pirates with a single blow, even defeating the peak state of the formidable Rao Ji with ease. Its might rivals that of the legendary marine hero, Iron Fist Carp, during his prime. In this battle, Lao Kai's opponent is an unnamed pirate, whose identity Li Zhao cannot discern. Clad in a jester's attire and with an unremarkable, corpulent physique, he exudes no aura of menace. Li Zhao perceives the outcome of this confrontation to be painfully obvious. There is no reason for Lao Kai, a contender for the championship title, to falter. However, just as Li Zhao approached the edge of the arena, a figure was hurled backward past him, crashing into the arena's sidewall, embedding himself into the rocky surface. The bloodied face, now devoid of consciousness, could belong to no one other than Lao Kai. Li Zhao turned abruptly and beheld the retreating figure of the jester. As if sensing Li Zhao's gaze, the jester slowly pivoted, bestowing upon him a radiant smile. Li Zhao indelibly etched the name into his memory, Jester King Cervantes. As night fell, having shed the white coat of Cavendish and donning a full-body cloak to conceal his identity, Li Zhao arrived at the medical center adjacent to the arena. "Who goes there?" A clear and warning-laden voice, belonging to a young woman, resonated from the shadows. Emerging from the darkness was Rebecca, clad in a refreshing bikini armor, her head adorned with a steel helmet and wielding a sharp sword, her demeanor vigilant as she scrutinized the stranger before her. Li Zhao lifted his hood, revealing his true visage, and then discreetly gestured with his hand across his chest. Upon recognizing the gesture, Rebecca immediately relaxed, her face illuminating with joy as she approached and linked her arm with his. "Captain, why have you taken so long to arrive? Aunt Nakian and I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Due to the unique characteristics of the Thousand Illusions pirate crew, the appearances of its members are nearly ever-changing, particularly that of Captain Li Zhao, who seems to adopt a new guise every couple of days to confirm each other's identities. They had agreed upon using specific gestures upon meeting. The gestures recently displayed by Li Zhao were exclusively reserved for him as the captain of the Thousand Mirage pirate crew. To prevent outsiders from impersonating crew members, there are several anti-counterfeiting mechanisms embedded within, details of which shall remain undisclosed. Under the guidance of the ship's medical assistant, Rebecca, Li Zhao traversed through a series of concealed doors, arriving at the basement of the medical center. Naiqin had been waiting there, and before her were several hospital beds. On two of those beds lay the slumbering figures of Old Kai, a stalwart of the 8 Treasure Water Army, and the demolitions expert, Edio. "How are they faring?" Li Zhao inquired. "Their injuries have largely been treated," the ship's doctor replied with an impassive expression. "The one you wounded, Edio, is relatively manageable. A simple bandage and some ointment sufficed. However, this fellow, Old Kai, has suffered significant fractures in his sternum, which required considerable effort on my part. Will that impede my plans?" Li Zhao furrowed his brow. "Rest assured, they have both ingested my specially concocted anesthetic broth. Even if you were to disassemble them into fragments, they will not regain consciousness until noon tomorrow," the doctor assured him. A wise elder in the household is akin to a treasure. The initial trio recruited by Li Zhao for his pirate crew is truly remarkable, each one more impressive than the last. Approaching Old Kai, Li Zhao activated his fruit ability, transforming him into a coat that he donned directly. However, Li Zhao had no intention of adding him to his leather jacket collection. This was not solely due to Old Kai being a pivotal figure of the historic 8 Treasure Water Army, whose disappearance could potentially cause significant turmoil and even affect the convening of the Grand Assembly. More importantly, Old Kai's appearance left much to be desired, lacking muscle tone, devoid of any striking features, and sporting a rather unappealing protruding belly. Besides his forthright character, his only redeeming quality was his mastery of the 8-Chong fist. Indeed, Li Zhao planned to exploit the technique of bodily memory to clandestinely learn the 8-Chong fist. After transforming into Old Kai, Li Zhao activated Rommel's scythe and entered a state of extraordinary speed, repeatedly demonstrating Old Kai's martial arts within the hall. He began with the fundamental techniques of fists and feet, and drawing from his extensive experience with the original anime, Li Zhao understood the principles of the 8-Chong fist clearly. It was merely an external manifestation of armed color hockey, capable of penetrating the opponent's body upon contact to achieve greater destructive power. Unlike Monkey D. Luffy, who had to rely on repetitive punching to grasp the intricacies of the technique, Li Zhao, in his combined state, could effortlessly execute the 8-Chong fist at will, firmly embedding the sensation of success in his very being. Once Li Zhao's muscles, bones, neurons, and every single cell had internalized this feeling, he would be able to perform these techniques even after shedding the human skin jacket and reverting from the combined state. Although the absence of the combined entity would naturally diminish the power of his moves, what remained was authentically Li Zhao's own essence, his true strength. Chapter 054. The mysterious visitor. An entire night passed. After repeatedly merging with Old Kai and the destructive cannon Eddie-O to practice his punches, the extent of Li Zhao's gains remained unknown even to him. However, the most crucial technique he sought, the martial foot, Cone Dragon, Cone Nail, remained elusive for reasons yet to be discerned. Perhaps Old Kai had yet to achieve enlightenment or lacked something essential. Nonetheless, Li Zhao did not press the matter. He had firmly etched the sensations of executing the 8-Chong fist and the trajectory of power in his body, impossible to forget. And he could continue to practice and refine his skills gradually over time. Conversely, Eddie-O's destructive cannon, initially thought to be an exclusive technique of the long-handed tribe, proved to be akin to Monkey D, Luffy's Flame Fist gun, and Sanji's Diable Jam, once the underlying principles were grasped. Anyone could unleash explosive effects akin to a rocket cannon with their fists. "Captain, there is someone looking for you." A voice roused Li Zhao from his reverie. It belonged to Bobby Vanku, who had mysteriously appeared at this location. However, the one truly in charge was the second princess, Violet, whose powers derived from the stare fruit allowed her to locate Li Zhao at any moment. "Who is seeking me?" Violet's expression suddenly turned peculiar, as she realized the significance of the individual in question. Moments later, reunited with his brother Bobby Vanku, Li Zhao encountered this notable figure in the reception room. Before him stood a young man, robust in stature, exuding an air of authority, adorned with a Zoro-style eye mask and a prominent X tattoo emblazoned across his chest. His distinctive appearance made it immediately clear who he was, one of the 11 notorious pirate supernovas of the worst generation, possessing the ancient dragon fruit in its unique dinosaur form, and a fallen marine major, the star pirate X, Drake. Yet, this was merely his superficial identity. A mere pirate supernova, his strength was comparable to that of Old Kai and the White Stallion Cavendish, hardly sufficient for Violet to describe him as someone of great significance. Li Zhao sat gracefully before Drake, who fixated on him with a piercing gaze akin to that of a blade, unwavering for an extended period. Unperturbed, Li Zhao remained composed, and the two lapsed into a prolonged silence. Perhaps unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Drake clasped his fists together, squeezing them tightly before finally speaking. "Someone has tasked me with observing you, the newly appointed officer of the formidable Great Dorsalo, whose meteoric rise eclipses even our most notorious era. You, who dares to confront the 7 warlords, particularly the infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo, are none other than Mr. Bobby Vanku." Li Zhao gazed at the individual before him, feeling a surge of discontent at his condescending demeanor. Rather than indulging in verbal sparring, he chose to address the matter directly. "Who is that person? Is it your current superior, Kaido, or the recently retired fleet admiral?" Drake's body stiffened, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Yet, before he could act upon his lethal impulses, a hand was firmly placed upon his shoulder. Despite the astonishing strength bestowed upon him by his ancient Zoan fruit, he felt an insurmountable pressure, as if a giant were bearing down upon him. Turning to see who had intruded upon his space, Drake found a middle-aged man clad in a suit, exuding an air of elegance. The man's features bore a faint resemblance to the fruit manipulator from the Don Quixote family, though his hair color, skin tone, and stature were markedly different. Drake was drenched in cold sweat. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the reception room, his instincts, honed through his life as a spy, had led him to carefully scrutinize the surroundings with his observation hockey. He was certain that no hidden assailants lurked in the shadows. The presence of this man was inexplicable. He had no idea when or how he had materialized behind him. Should he choose to attack? "Fear not, this is my butler, Mr. Sebastian. He merely sensed your discomfort and came to check on you," Li Zhao remarked nonchalantly while peeling an orange. The emergence of the fish giant served to calm Drake, making it clear that resorting to violence here would be futile. "I am curious, Mr. Bobby, how did you ascertain my allegiance to the Yonko Kaido? This should be a secret not yet made public. Furthermore, why do you mention the former fleet admiral Sengoku? I have no connection to him." At this point, Drake's demeanor had shifted significantly, his tone now imbued with respect. After all, he was a rear admiral in the Navy, serving as a high-stakes double agent. In stark contrast to the reckless and ignorant pirates surrounding him, Kaido harbors an unusual fondness for Zoan fruits, particularly those of the mythical and ancient varieties, much akin to Charlotte Leanlean's penchant for paramecia fruits. You, however, are the wielder of the ancient Zoan fruit, the Allosaurus, and the only known ancient fruit user not under Kaido's command. It stands to reason that once Kaido becomes aware of your existence, he would extend a sincere invitation, or rather, employ any means necessary to recruit you. Given Kaido's arrogant and dismissive nature, he would likely overlook any potential issues regarding your identity or background. It seems inevitable that your joining the Beast's pirates is merely a matter of time. This must have been the plan laid out by the one who entrusted you with the ancient Zoan Allosaurus fruit from the very beginning. As for my mention of the former fleet admiral Sengoku, Li Zhao paused, lifting his gaze to Drake, and spoke with profound significance. "It is quite simple. For I previously penned a letter to him, the contents of which pertain to the tragic events of Dressrosa over a decade ago." Li Zhao sent 3 letters. the second of which was addressed to the newly appointed Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Renowned for his strategic acumen, Sengoku had once infiltrated the Don Quixote family with a spy, whom he deemed a potential threat. This individual was none other than Rocinante, the younger brother of the infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo. Unlike his cruel and ambitious brother, Rocinante appeared aloof and cold, yet harbored a gentle and kind heart. He fulfilled his mission admirably, successfully uncovering his brother's sinister plot to usurp the throne of Dressrosa. Regrettably, this crucial intelligence regarding the fate of an entire nation ultimately fell into the hands of a spy dispatched by the Don Quixote family to the Navy. A dramatic tale of deception culminated in Sengoku's utter defeat, yet throughout the ordeal, this self-proclaimed strategist failed to comprehend the nature of his own downfall. Thus, out of goodwill, Li Zhao revealed to Sengoku the circumstances surrounding the death of his beloved Rocinante, particularly the identity of the pivotal figure responsible for their failure, a spy affiliated with the Don Quixote family, the enigmatic officer known as Virgo. Given that he had already severed ties with that celestial being, any diminishment of their strength was advantageous. Virgo had ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral within the Navy, a position earned through his innate talent and prowess. In the original anime, Virgo effortlessly defeated the newly promoted Rear Admiral Smoker, who wielded the smoke fruit, and shattered the leg of Sanji, one of the top 3 members of the Straw Hat Pirates, demonstrating his mastery of the 6 powers. When unleashing his full-body armament haki, he was overwhelmingly formidable, ranking just below Doflamingo within the Don Quixote family and at the pinnacle of the 4 highest-ranking officers. If a mere letter could resolve this matter, Li Zhao would gladly seize the opportunity. Chapter 055, the third letter having laid his cards on the table, Drake no longer concealed his intentions. He retrieved a golden din mushi from his pocket and handed it to Li Zhao. Moments later, an aged yet authoritative voice emanated from the device. "You are the informant who exposed Virgo's identity to me? Indeed, I am also the newly appointed commander of the self-defense forces aboard the battleship Desoloro, Bobby Vanku. I never anticipated that the former fleet admiral would reach out to me directly. First and foremost, regardless of your motives, I must express my gratitude for the valuable information you have provided. The death of Rocinante has long weighed heavily upon my heart. Given that, I presume the admiral has dealt with that long-hidden spy? Well, I personally apprehended Virgo, but, upon hearing the word but, a dire suspicion surged within Li Zhao's mind. But what? You did not resort to violence to leave him gravely injured, yet you were resolute in not taking his life. Subsequently, as he was being escorted to the impelled-down prison, Virg was seized once again, was he not? How did you come to know this? Constrained by the adversary's stature, Li Zhao suppressed a torrent of invective, aware that the Navy often falters in achieving success and tends to exacerbate failures. However, he had not anticipated that the renowned strategist, Sengoku, would prove to be of such ilk. With Virg's identity compromised, he could no longer serve as a spy and would inevitably return to the side of Don Quixote da Flamingo, presenting new complications for Li Zhao. Through the communication device, Sengoku could sense Li Zhao's fury and disdain. He awkwardly attempted to justify himself, stating, "In truth, I had arranged for a reliable force capable of addressing all contingencies for this escort mission. However, I did not foresee that Doflamingo would intervene personally, and with the assistance of Kaido's subordinates, the Flying Six, thus. Well, the individual has fled, and regardless, your navy would be unable to retrieve him. Now, esteemed strategist Sengoku, did you summon your top-secret subordinate Drake to me merely concerning this trivial matter?" Li Zhao was utterly disinclined to engage further with this incompetent relic, his words already hinting at a desire for dismissal. Although he held a distinguished position, the unfortunate reality was that his handling of the situation was far from commendable. The identity of the spy he had painstakingly arranged had been exposed and eliminated, leaving him to silently endure humiliation for over a decade. To make matters worse, he had allowed a young pirate, not even half his age, to install a spy within his ranks, remaining blissfully unaware. Even when he finally learned of the spy's existence through others, they managed to escape, casting his dignity, and indeed that of the entire Navy, into the depths of Fishman Island. Lacking the courage to counter Li Zhao's assertions, Sengoku could only swallow his pride and continued, "I have sent Drake to contact you, not only to leverage his insight into your recent prominence, but also to request your assistance in apprehending Virgo once again. Rest assured, during this time, Drake will provide you with covert support. Li Zhao is currently devoid of the strength to even hurl insults. This self-proclaimed clever old rogue who has not only failed to assist in even the slightest of tasks, now audaciously seeks to have himself serve the Navy, and even more brazenly intends to install spies around him. The rationale behind Sengoku's actions is not lost on Li Zhao. Having aided Don Quixote da Flamingo in rescuing the likes of Virgo, a subordinate of the Yonko Kaido, Sengoku harbors suspicions about the potential exposure of Drake's identity. Consequently, he has ordered the temporary cessation of Drake's infiltration plan within Kaido's ranks. After all, having already lost his most prized protege, Razanandi, Sengoku is unlikely to risk another pawn he has nurtured for over a decade. Nonetheless, allowing Drake, a piece he has painstakingly cultivated for years, to remain idle is something the old general cannot tolerate. It would be more advantageous to have him monitor the newly ascendant commander of the Tontada army, gaining multiple benefits in the process. Although Li Zhao is brimming with profanities regarding Sengoku's proposal, he finds himself unable to refuse. After all, whether as a spy or a watcher, he is indifferent. Someone is offering him a new leather coat for his collection. Why would he decline? After terminating the call, Li Zhao arranged for someone to escort Drake to rest. He is in no hurry to act against Drake, as Violet is tasked with surveillance, allowing him to extract further naval intelligence from Drake in the meantime. Alone in the room, accompanied only by a few henchmen lingering by the door, Li Zhao reclined languidly on the sofa and suddenly addressed one of the henchmen. Now that I find myself alone, and with such an opportune moment before us, it seems you have no intention of launching a surprise attack. Therefore, I assume you are not here solely to assassinate me. What do you say? Would you be interested in sitting down for a chat? With his continuous amalgamation with powerful beings and learning through muscle memory, Li Zhao's mastery of Kinbunshika Haki has grown immensely robust. Although he is yet to reach the level of foresight or mind reading, moments ago, when Drake unleashed his lethal intent, even the most hardened henchmen felt a chill run down their spines. Those who managed to remain upright were indeed tough men. However, among them was one henchman whose movements mirrored the other's unsteadiness, yet his heartbeat and breathing remained utterly composed, clearly a feigned disguise. At this moment, Li Zhao's mood remained exceedingly dismal. The second letter he had dispatched failed to yield the anticipated results. Should the individual before him, disguised as a mere lackey, harbor ill intentions, he would not hesitate to utilize him as a means to alleviate his pent-up frustration. Upon having his true identity exposed by Li Zhao, the man appeared unfazed. Under the astonished gazes of his companions, he approached Li Zhao and confidently seated himself across from him. You are the only person I know capable of conversing with Admiral Sengoku in such a manner. Li Zhao let out a cold snort, expressing his disdain. That useless old man, who constantly fancies himself a wise general, has yet to accomplish anything of significance. He made a grand show of wanting to publicly execute Ace, igniting a conflict with Whitebeard, who is considered a moderate among the four emperors. This not only disrupted the balance of power at sea, but also plunged the new world into chaos. The spies he dispatched failed miserably. And not only did Doflamingo successfully usurp a nation, but it also led to the untimely demise of the admirable Mr. Razanandi, whom I held in high regard. I generously offered him the chance to redeem his honor, yet this old fool allowed Virgo to escape. What can this decrepit man possibly achieve? As for you and Mr. Razanandi, what is your connection? I am acquainted with him, though he does not recognize me. However, I have a certain admiration for him, especially when contrasted with his elder brother. Razanandi is simply delightful. Though somewhat foolish, he is indeed a true man, worthy of respect. His death is a tremendous loss. Li Zhao spoke candidly, revealing his deep appreciation for Razanandi, lamenting that he had died before fulfilling his ambitions, leaving Li Zhao without the chance to meet him in person. Enough. My patience is wearing thin. Now, reveal your true identity and your purpose for being here. Upon hearing Li Zhao's ultimatum, the other party remained unperturbed, retrieving a letter from his bosom and tossing it onto the table, countering, in truth, I am the one with more questions. I wish to hear your explanation. Upon seeing the letter, Li Zhao finally ascertained the other's identity, and his foul mood dissipated in an instant, replaced by a beaming smile. The surgeon of death. Trafalgar Law, you have finally arrived. With his identity revealed, Trafalgar removed the mask concealing his face and donned a round hat adorned with snow leopard patterns. He spoke slowly. You summoned me aboard the Thousand Sunny, claiming to have grand plans and inviting me to partake, also mentioning a great gift you wish to bestow upon me. I am eager to hear more. I regret to inform you that the grand gift may be temporarily unavailable. At this point, Li Zhao's expression shifted to one of anger. You were present earlier, so you should have heard it all. That old fool Sengoku squandered the opportunity one gave him to avenge Mr. Razananti, and I had intended to present you with the head of green bamboo Virgo as a gift. Law furrowed his brow and replied, I find myself somewhat perplexed as to why you would think I would be interested in the head of green bamboo Virgo. Li Zhao was aware of the matters concerning Razananti. It was the deepest secret of Trafalgar's heart. However, he was not inclined to continue playing cryptic games with Law. Thus, he stated, as I previously mentioned, I possess a profound understanding of Razananti's affairs, including the truth behind his demise. He sacrificed himself to save a young boy's life, forcefully seizing the surgical fruit. Unfortunately, this act caught the attention of Virgo, who recognized him as a spy, ultimately leading to his death at the hands of his own brother, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Yet that young boy, none other than you, Trafalgar Law. If you harbor no desire for vengeance against Razananti's enemies, then there is little left for us to discuss. I suggest you take your leave at once. Chapter 056. The King of Verbal Warfare. Upon noticing that Law showed no intention of departing, Li Zhao inwardly cursed the obstinate youth before continuing. Let us speak plainly. I happen to possess a wealth of intelligence regarding the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors, including their subordinates and primary adversaries. Therefore, I am well acquainted with your situation. Initially, I did not intend to intrude upon your affairs. However, now that I am preparing for a comprehensive confrontation with Doflamingo, it is only natural that you, who share a bitter grudge against him, become a potential ally. Hence, I took the liberty of writing you this letter. Upon hearing that someone he had never encountered before possessed such extensive knowledge of him, including targets of hatred he had never disclosed to anyone, the Surgeon of Death felt his nerves taut. Regrettably, I do not favor collaboration. I will rely on my own strategies to overthrow Doflamingo, and my ambitions are not to be satisfied by a mere warlord. With those words, Law prepared to rise and take his leave. Please, do not go. Li Zhao, regardless of whether his intent to leave was genuine or feigned, spoke directly. May I indulge in some audacious conjectures and deductions regarding your so-called plan? Curiosity, as the adage suggests, can indeed lead one into peril. Upon observing Luo halt once more, Li Zhao continued, I have heard that you are currently collecting the hearts of pirates. It is evident that you intend to engage in some form of transaction with either the Navy or the Celestial Dragons, is it not? Should your aim be to align with the Yonko, such convolutions would be unnecessary. Upon further reflection, with the recent departures of Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, and Blackbeard from the Shichibukai, numerous vacancies have arisen. I presume you might be interested in one of those positions. At this juncture, Luo reverted to his previous seat on the sofa, exhibiting a keen interest as he remarked, Please, continue. Very well, permit me to further pursue my bold speculations. Should you successfully attain the status of a Shichibukai, you would possess the leverage to negotiate directly with your former master, Don Quixote da Flamingo. I surmise you intend to feign a return to the Don Quixote family as a pretext to rekindle collaboration with Doflamingo, while your true objective would be to unearth his critical vulnerabilities from within. Then, seizing the opportune moment, you could eliminate him, thus achieving vengeance while simultaneously elevating your own renown, a veritable triumph on multiple fronts. Clapping his hands, Trafalgar smiled and remarked, I must commend the intelligence gathering and analytical prowess of your organization. I am genuinely impressed. However, since you have already discerned my intentions, you should also recognize that I do not require your assistance. In fact, I have already made considerable progress, not only concerning the Don Quixote family but even with the Yonko. I am confident in my ability to topple one of them. You are lying. Li Zhao candidly exposed Luo's disguise, asserting that the notion of not needing allies is a fallacy. The original anime clearly illustrates that Luo is not a solitary rogue by nature. Otherwise, he would not have sought the Straw Hat Crew's assistance to execute his plans. In terms of both his own abilities and the heart pirates he has assembled, he is unable to contend with Don Quixote da Flamingo on equal footing. The disparity is not trivial without allies. I can unequivocally assure you that your plans stand no chance of success, a reality you ought to grasp more profoundly than I do. Luo fell silent, for the veracity of the other's words was indisputable. Li Zhao continued, as for the grand scheme you mentioned that could topple the 4 emperors, it is not difficult to deduce. The reason I was able to create such chaos in Dressrosa was that Don Quixote himself was personally escorting a shipment of goods to the island of Onigashima, where Kaido resides, for trade. This illustrates the immense significance of this transaction for the Knight Yasha. Given Kaido's personality, once the trade is consummated, he will undoubtedly demand a stable supply from Dressrosa, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances arise. I presume your plan is to disrupt this transaction, allowing the two factions to engage in a fierce struggle from which you can then reap the benefits. At this moment, Law found himself truly unsettled. His plan was merely in its infancy, conceived only recently upon learning of the trade involving the counterfeit devil fruits. He had not even begun to flesh out the specific details, yet it seemed the opponent had anticipated everything in advance. I can assure you, your plan is utterly unfeasible. Allow me to offer you some intelligence free of charge. First, Don Quixote da Flamingo is a bona fide celestial dragon, and thus his relationship with the world government is far more intricate than you can imagine, even if the world is aware of his numerous heinous acts. Without concrete evidence thrown directly in the faces of those high-ranking Navy officials, they will feign ignorance and take no action. Therefore, the identity of Warlord of the Sea, which you have worked so hard to obtain, holds no significance in the eyes of the Knight Yasha. Moreover, the trade of artificial devil fruits between Kaido and Doflamingo cannot be easily sabotaged, unless you command a formidable army capable of breaching the artificial devil fruit factory in Dressrosa. Your heart pirates alone, I regret to say, lack the necessary strength. Lastly, while the Don Quixote family may pose a significant challenge for us, Kaido could level all of Dressrosa in a drunken rage, and his calamities easily outmatch the cadre of the Don Quixote family. To expect them to mutually destroy one another is nothing short of a delusion. Law slumped on the sofa, his mind in disarray from the vast amount of confidential information provided by Li Zhao. He had meticulously plotted against Doflamingo for years, gathering intelligence, and thus he recognized that Li Zhao was not deceiving him. However, in mere moments, Li Zhao had completely invalidated his entire plan, extinguishing his hopes for revenge. Had hope truly vanished? No, it remained, embodied in the articulate individual before him, who seemed to possess an intimate understanding of both himself and Doflamingo. Law forced himself to feign indifference as he looked at Li Zhao and said, then, as the commander of the self-defense forces set to engage Doflamingo in a decisive battle, you must have preparations far more comprehensive than my own. Here it comes. Success or failure hinges on this moment. From the original anime, it is evident that Trafalgar Law is a meticulous planner, yet he has regrettably allied himself with the Straw Hat crew, who are characterized by their impulsive and reckless approach. Were it not for the formidable strength of the Straw Hats, bolstered by the aura of protagonists, they would have surely met with utter defeat due to the hastily formed alliance. Although the affair concluded with a resounding victory, it is lamentable that all of Law's painstakingly devised plans, which demanded significant sacrifices, ultimately amounted to naught. One must forge one's own strength. Every plan necessitates robust capabilities to underpin it. My thoughts are rather straightforward: to enhance our strength in the shortest time possible, encompassing not only my own combat prowess, but also the formidable capabilities of my crew. As long as we possess sufficient strength, coupled with the invaluable intelligence at my disposal, I can formulate detailed tactics tailored to each adversary. When facing the Don Quixote family, we need not resort to any underhanded schemes. We can simply advance with relentless force. Humph. A scornful snort escapes Law's lips, his visage marred by disappointment. Am I unaware that sufficient strength negates the need for any cunning? If I possessed the power of an emperor now, would I still be debating plans with you? Li Zhao understood that mere rhetoric would no longer suffice to persuade others. What was required now were tangible actions. Thus, in the next moment, under the bewildered gaze of Luo Fei, Li Zhao slowly unzipped the seemingly airborne zipper on his chest. Chapter 057, The Fist of the Sovereign. On the second day of the Ultimate Fighting Tournament, draped in a Cavendish jacket, Li Zhao once again ascended to the arena, poised to confront his adversary, a towering figure adorned with a crown. He was the War King, Elizabello II. This character had made a significant impression on Li Zhao amidst the multitude of minor characters from the original anime. Elizabello II was the monarch of the Kingdom of Prudence, a ruler of considerable stature. He shared a profound camaraderie with King Riku and had aided the Kingdom of Dressrosa through numerous tribulations during King Riku's reign. Upon arriving aboard the Dadasaro to participate in the Ultimate Fighting Championship, the primary objective is to assist the daughter of his old friend, Princess Violet, in vanquishing the Don Quixote family, thereby enabling the Riku royal lineage to reclaim sovereignty over Dressrosa. Elizabello II stands out among the myriad kings in the pirate world as a paragon of righteousness and formidable combat prowess. With his innate strength, he wields the King Punch, a devastating blow capable of breaching the fortifications of enemy nations in a single strike. It is said that even the mightiest of the four emperors would succumb instantly if struck by this lethal hit. earning it the reputation of a natural weapon of destruction. However, this technique demands an immense expenditure of physical energy, necessitating a warm-up of no less than 1 hour to unleash the full potential of the King Punch, thus earning it the moniker of a family heirloom that can only be drawn once per battle. As he prepares to unleash his fist, Elizabello too concentrates power in his right hand, maximizing his muscular strength before executing a swift and powerful strike against his adversary. Even from dozens of meters away, the shockwave generated by his attack spreads like a missile explosion, obliterating everything in its vicinity and knocking down all targets in its path. Prior to stepping onto the stage, the King of Combat has clearly warmed up sufficiently. He raises both fists, advancing with small, precise steps, drenched in sweat and radiating heat. The legendary King Punch is now poised for action. While the claim that one punch could annihilate a emperor is perhaps an exaggeration, it is indeed difficult for Li Zhao to fathom who, aside from Kaido of the Beasts, blessed with immortality, and Charlotte Lin Lin, known as the Iron Balloon, could withstand such a blow without the aid of a devil fruit. For Li Zhao, endowed with the swiftness of the scythe, this method of attack, though extensive in range, is ultimately predictable, and the King Punch, limited to a single release, presents no real threat should he choose to evade. Even in a drowsy state, he could effortlessly sidestep behind the king at the moment of impact or eliminate him outright. Boy, once I unleash this punch, your demise is inevitable. I have no desire to diminish the number of warriors who will resist the Don Quixote family in the future, so you would be wise to surrender. In the face of the king's admonition, a sudden and tremulous impulse of danger surged within Li Zhao, compelling him to confront the impending strike directly. Li Zhao is certainly not the kind of elderly person who would take his own life out of weariness. At this moment, I ponder the extent of my own strength. When confronted with the true four emperors, can I truly stand against them? It is a contemplation that anyone who traverses the world of pirates would likely entertain. Li Zhao is not the naive, overconfident character adorned with a protagonist's halo like Monkey D. Luffy. The pirate world he inhabits is far removed from the fairy tale realm of the original anime, where good and evil persist unscathed. Lacking absolute certainty, Li Zhao is reluctant to stand before those supreme beings capable of cataclysmic destruction. Thus, the formidable War King, possessing the strength of a Yonko's single strike, appears to be the most suitable litmus test for him at this moment. Observing that the man before him shows no intent to surrender, the War King snorts in anger. His methods of attack are limited to the lethal King's fist, and even if he wished to show mercy, he would be unable to do so. With that punch unleashed, the reckless youth facing him could only hope for divine intervention. He merely wished to make an example of this foolhardy opponent, hoping that future adversaries would not exhibit such brazen audacity. The War King, known for his straightforward nature, refrains from needless slaughter. Yet he never holds back when it is time to strike. With that in mind, he declared, prepare to face the King's fist. As his opponent prepared to throw a punch, Li Zhao felt a rush of adrenaline surge through him. He was already fully focused and ready to respond, taking the initiative to act first. With the power of the flapping fruit, he unleashed his ability while adorned with Diamante's jacket and gloves. Capable of manifesting the fruit's powers in any form, he thrust his sword towards the ground and then, with a powerful upward flick, transformed the sturdy arena floor into a billowing banner, undulating as if caught in a gust of wind. The War King, Elizabello too, did not anticipate such an occurrence. His balance faltered as the ground beneath him shifted. Nevertheless, he still unleashed his King's fist. Albeit with a diminished force, its potency reduced by a third and its aim slightly askew. A mere parlor trick, yet you shall still meet your demise. It is no wonder that the War King retained confidence in his lethal strike. For this King's blow was originally intended for a national fortress or the imagined Yonko of the seas. Thus, even with a fraction of its original strength, he possessed absolute assurance in his ability to obliterate any opponent before him. And Li Zhao was well aware of this. He continued to elevate the tip of his sword, transforming the ground between himself and the War King into a steep incline, reminiscent of an aircraft carrier's runway. The destructive force of the War King's punch, already hindered by his unsteady footing, was further directed upwards along this sloped path. Yet, the residual power still shattered the entire slope along with the stone floor, propelling debris towards Li Zhao. Beautiful sword, golden and silver twin axes. This is the most formidable defensive technique among Cavendish's numerous sword skills. The sword's momentum is expansive and grand, forcefully tearing apart the oncoming gale of fists as if they were mere paper. Nevertheless, the residual impact leaves Li Zhao's garments in tatters, compelling him to retreat repeatedly until he barely stabilizes himself at the edge of the arena. At the very moment Li Zhao unleashes the power of the Marimara Nomi, a figure among the spectators outside the ring clenches their fist tightly, murmuring softly, "Diamante. Do you see? Your strength has been stolen by a despicable thief. But rest assured, we shall avenge you." How terrifying. At this moment, Li Zhao's emotions were a tumultuous blend of trepidation and exhilaration. The recently unleashed King's fist was the most formidable blow he had encountered since his arrival in this realm. The War King, Elizabeth II, merely swung his fist from a distance of several meters, yet Li Zhao felt as though he were confronting a speeding bullet train. He barely managed to defend himself with the flying fruit and the dual axes of the exquisite sword, gold and silver. In light of the risks he had taken, the rewards were far greater. He had begun to grasp, albeit vaguely, the true might of those at the emperor level. He glanced across at the War King, who remained frozen in his punching stance, his face a canvas of disbelief. The battle could have concluded at this point, for the King's fist required at least an hour of warm-up to unleash a single blow, and he possessed no other combat skills. In other words, the release of such a fist meant it was a matter of life or death. Exquisite sword, slash, Stardust Prince. Li Zhao's figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he stood behind Queen Elizabeth II. He slowly sheathed his renowned sword, Durandal. With a sharp clang, the warlord collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his body. Originally, Li Zhao had no intention of resorting to such force, for this warlord was resolutely determined to assist his top-tier enforcer. Alas, the misfortune lay in the warlord's formidable kingly fist, which caught Li Zhao's attention, thus necessitating a visit to the ship's medic, Nachin, where he could enjoy a good night's rest or two and serve as a free teacher. As the battle concluded, the victor emerged as our pirate nobleman, the illustrious Cavendish. Let us applaud. Amidst the resounding applause, Li Zhao smiled as he gradually descended towards the audience. Having garnered significant rewards from this battle that he needed time to thoroughly assimilate. At that moment, the voice of the tournament host echoed once more. The next battle is about to commence. Contestants, please ascend the stage. Hold on. According to the latest news I have just received, one of the participants in the next duel, the fiery Greybeard Anderson, has withdrawn due to an upset stomach, granting his opponent an automatic advancement. We shall proceed directly to the next match. Contestant Cavendish, please remain, as you are once again slated to compete. Why is it me again? Li Zhao was momentarily taken aback. However, he remained unconcerned, for he was in exceptional form, unafraid of any challenge. Finishing all the matches of the day early would allow him to return home for some much-needed rest. Yet, when he caught sight of the figure emerging from the opponent's exit, his smile vanished instantly. Beyond doubt, this was an adversary who left him feeling somewhat at a loss. Chapter 058, The Battle Against the Empress. No matter how formidable the opponent might be, even if Don Quixote da Flamingo himself were standing before Li Zhao at this moment, he would not feel the same level of anxiety and disquiet that surged within him now, to the point of contemplating voluntary withdrawal from the competition. Li Zhao began to regret not having manipulated the matchups in his favor, seeking to inject a modicum of surprise into his circumstances. He remained oblivious to the identities of the adversaries he was about to confront. The reason for this uncertainty lay in the fact that his opponent, standing directly before him, was none other than the illustrious Empress of the Seas, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If there were individuals he wished to avoid facing prematurely after his transposition into this world, aside from the 4 emperors and a few whose true strengths remained shrouded in mystery, it would undoubtedly be this formidable woman. The rationale was straightforward. Since her debut in the original anime, the Pirate Empress had seemingly never engaged in a serious confrontation. The battles she partook in were either one-sided routes or conspicuously staged, lacking genuine intensity. Only during the film Stampede did she reveal a glimpse of her true prowess when she delivered a staggering kick to Douglas Bullet, the so-called Devil's Heir and the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger. It is one thing to possess terrifying personal strength. However, the greater challenge stemmed from the abilities bestowed upon her by the sweet, sweet fruit. In essence, her powers encompassed a diverse array of petrification techniques. Whether in close combat or ranged attacks, large-scale assaults or pinpoint strikes, she was equipped for any scenario. Notably, one of her abilities, the Sweet, Sweet Wind, could instantly petrify any individual who succumbed to her overwhelming charm, regardless of age or gender, and irrespective of how many were targeted. Li Zhao is certainly not the emotionally detached character akin to the somewhat aloof Monkey D. Luffy, incapable of contending with the astonishing feminine allure of the Pirate Empress. If he were to be petrified by her, it would be a different matter if she chose to revert her ability after the battle. However, should she choose not to lift the petrification, or worse, casually kick the stone statue of himself into fragments, it would be an unequivocal game over, leaving no chance for reassembly. What to do? Engage in combat, or flee? Standing in the center of the arena, the Empress does not don her iconic traditional Chinese qipao. Instead, she has opted for a sultry dealer's attire seemingly procured from an unknown source, complemented by oversized sunglasses, suggesting that the pirate Empress intends to obscure her identity as the Queen of the Seven Warlords. Li Zhao harbored a flicker of hope deep within. Perhaps this woman before him was not the infamous pirate Empress who had caused him so much distress. However, when the host announced her as the most beautiful serpent Empress, a name so utterly deceitful, his hopes were dashed. Hey, you despicable and loathsome man, do you even wish to fight? If not, then just forfeit like my previous opponent, so I can spare myself the sight of your repugnant visage and avoid further disgust. As he gazed into her eyes, which revealed no semblance of concealment in their disdain and revulsion, the fear of petrification that had once gripped Li Zhao suddenly dissipated into thin air. Li Zhao must acknowledge that prior to this moment, he harbored certain fantasies regarding the renowned pirate Empress, often hailed as the most beautiful woman in the world. Yet, at this very moment, all he desired was to deliver a thorough lesson to this arrogant woman, ideally rendering her to her knees, singing a tune of submission to him. This was imperative for his satisfaction. With a resolute determination in his heart, Li Zhao felt a wave of ease wash over him. He strode with a carefree and unrestrained demeanor back to the center of the arena, facing the Empress almost directly, their gazes locked in mutual intensity. In the previous battle, he had forcibly endured the King's fist from the War King. Though he emerged unscathed, his garments were tattered in multiple places, and his mask was marred with cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. Fortunately, after this prolonged interval, he had mastered the control of every muscle in his facial expression, capable of manifesting any expression he wished. No longer constrained to the unsettling grin reminiscent of Rommel's scythe-like visage as he wandered aimlessly, Li Zhao decisively removed his mask and cast it aside. Intent on comparing his visage to that of Cavendish, the most handsome pirate in the world, and to the pirate Empress, the epitome of beauty. The moment this comparison was made, the atmosphere erupted. Countless young women screamed in delight, some fainting from sheer excitement, while others surged towards the arena, nearly thwarted by the high walls and waterways surrounding it. Previously, rumors had circulated in Cavendish's fan circles that their idol had been supplanted by the monstrous figure of the grinning demon, hence the need for masks during battles. Yet, these whispers were swiftly dispelled, explaining the frenzied enthusiasm of the girls. Do you see? Here, my cheers and applause far surpass yours. Although the Empress was rather perfunctory in concealing her identity, wearing oversized black sunglasses that obscured a significant portion of her strikingly beautiful face, the thunderous reaction to Li Zhao's unmasked handsome visage was unmatched. Just as Li Zhao could lose his composure over a woman's dismissive attitude, the Empress was equally prone to fury when mocked about her appearance. You seek your own demise. With a furious shout, the Empress launched a kick aimed directly at Li Zhao's face. Though driven by anger to engage in combat, Li Zhao was acutely aware of the Empress's formidable prowess. His gaze subtly averted from her face, he maintained a vigilant watch over her every movement with his observation hockey. Her kick, seemingly slower than the half-fishman Derlinger and lacking the overwhelming force of Old Kai's formidable strikes, nevertheless imparted upon Li Zhao an inescapable sense of dread. A feeling of being utterly defenseless. This almost philosophical sensation was something he had previously only experienced in the lethal sword techniques of the ghost spider. Yet it paled in comparison to the current threat posed by the Empress. Noticing that she seemed to hesitate, perhaps wary of revealing her true identity by unleashing the petrifying powers of her sweet fruit, Li Zhao summoned his courage and retaliated with a kick of his own, employing the 8-trigram fist technique to counter her strike. Their shins collided with a resounding impact, the two warriors' hockey intertwining and sparking in the air with crackling energy. With a loud explosion, they each staggered back several steps, the direct confrontation ending in a stalemate. However, Li Zhao, in his state of being 3-in-1, found this outcome far from satisfactory. Li Zhao resolved to no longer conceal his true abilities, even if it meant unleashing his full potential and revealing all his cards. He was determined to bring this woman before him to her knees. Without hesitation, he activated Rommel's scythe, merging seamlessly with the wind. Under the watchful gaze of thousands, Cavendish appeared to vanish from this realm. Yet, Only those possessing true strength could fathom the perilous nature of the arena at that moment. Even the slightest whisper of a breeze could prove fatal. The Empress had not anticipated that Li Zhao would prove such a formidable adversary. With a soft gasp, she stamped a long, elegant leg upon the ground, pivoting around it as if it were the axis of a spinning top. In an astonishing display, she deflected countless strikes from Li Zhao with remarkable finesse. As Li Zhao had predicted, her mastery of hockey, particularly the armament type, surpassed even that of old Kai, who had dedicated decades to the 8 punches. Initially, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma had sent the Straw Hat crew members flying to various islands in the New World. Coincidentally, these were the very locations best suited for each crew member to hone their unique combat skills and enhance their strength. Notably, the Straw Hat's most cherished member, Monkey D. Luffy, was dispatched to the island known as Amazon Lily. This was not intended for Luffy to indulge in a hedonistic lifestyle, but was a strategic choice due to the island's exceptional legacy of armament hockey, which might even surpass that of the entire pirate world. On this island, even the most junior of soldiers, such as archers, could adeptly wield armament hockey, infusing it into their arrows and serpentine companions to inflict tangible damage on both Paramecia and Logia users. Such advanced techniques of external hockey manifestation were rare, typically seen only among a select few high-ranking officials in other factions. However, fate took an unexpected turn. Luffy ended up as a disciple of Rayleigh, the former right-hand man of Pirate King Roger, while Kuma's initial plan to have the Empress, the very figure before Li Zhao, serve as Luffy's mentor transformed into her becoming an ardent admirer. Chapter 059. The true use of the fluttering fruit. The scene shifts back to the arena. Li Zhao's rapid assault ultimately proved fruitless, forcing him to retreat to the corner of the arena to catch his breath. Meanwhile, the Empress, despite her impeccable defense, sensed a slight sting emanating from her elegantly extended leg. Upon glancing down, she discovered her right leg marred by a multitude of shallow cuts, each a testament to her adversary's audacity. Though merely superficial, such injuries were enough to provoke the ire of a woman who cherished her beauty. "How dare you mar my exquisite skin? I vow to shatter you into 1,000 pieces. Prepare yourself, sweet wind of serenity." Inevitably, the moment arrived. The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, cast aside her concealed identity and, before the eyes of thousands of spectators in the arena, unleashed her sweet fruit's petrifying power. Anticipating this move, Li Zhao had already prepared. The instant the Empress raised her hand, he activated his swift reflexes, attempting to maneuver behind her to evade the reach of her attack. A flurry of pink heart-shaped lights danced through the air, and suddenly, numerous spectators in the stands froze in place, transformed into immobile statues. Li Zhao, heart pounding with trepidation, stood in the corner of the arena, acutely aware of the extraordinary speed of the Empress's sweet wind of serenity. Despite his efforts, he had been grazed by its radiant glow, leaving a small portion of his right heel partially petrified. Li Zhao, maintaining an air of composure, activated the miraculous foam capable of dispelling any abnormal conditions. The petrification at his heels swiftly vanished, leaving behind a scattering of inconspicuous, round little stone spheres upon the ground. Li Zhao gasped for breath, feeling a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the realization that the colorful foam could indeed dispel petrification, while the concern arose from the alarming toll it took on his stamina. Previously, he had relied on the formidable physique of his brother, Bobby, to alleviate the full-body petrification inflicted upon him by Nachin. However, the current Cavendish exhibited a stark contrast in physical endurance compared to Bobby Van Koo. Merely dispelling a small portion of petrification from his foot left Li Zhao feeling fatigued. If he were to succumb to widespread petrification, it would inevitably lead to his demise. "Do you, perchance, possess knowledge of my abilities?" The Empress, having missed her strike, tilted her head, gazing at Li Zhao with a puzzled expression as she inquired. "Have we met before?" Li Zhao remained silent, standing tall as he inhaled deeply. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the sight of all present, only to reappear before the Empress, his renowned sword, Durandal, descending mercilessly towards her alabaster neck. The enchanted blade, Swan Lake. He proclaimed, "Do you not intend to evade?" "Humph." With a graceful leg lift, the Empress met Li Zhao's blade without a hint of trepidation. Enhanced by her meticulously refined armament hockey, her long, exquisite legs were no less formidable than any divine weapon. The clash of steel and flesh resonated with a sound akin to that of iron striking iron, resulting in a stalemate once more. Seizing the opportunity, the Empress delicately touched her lips with her fingertip, conjuring a massive heart-shaped pink balloon. The signature gesture for her formidable technique, the arrow of captivation. Li Zhao would never grant her the opportunity to unleash her formidable techniques at ease. With a swift flurry of strikes, he denied Boa Hancock any chance to summon her alluring abilities. Humph, you are indeed well acquainted with my combat style. The Empress ceased her attempts to employ power-intensive techniques and instead focused on engaging in a contest of kicks against Li Zhao's swordsmanship. In terms of speed, Li Zhao, possessing the swiftness of the god of the weasel, maintained an advantage. However, as the expression on the Empress's face grew increasingly somber, the gap in their advantages began to narrow significantly. Li Zhao suddenly recalled that in the theatrical version of Fervent Action, the Empress Boa Hancock had once displayed a breathtaking burst of speed, reminiscent of a fleeting shadow. During her sprint, she had shattered the sound barrier multiple times, her body transforming into a tempest. With her formidable technique, the perfume femur, she had delivered a single, earth-shattering kick that nearly toppled a colossal stone giant. Speed was indeed the Empress's forte. However, her strength was profoundly influenced by her emotions, fluctuating significantly. At this moment, as she engaged with Li Zhao, her power was evidently on the rise. This woman was slow to warm up. Further entanglement was no longer viable. The pride of Cavendish, his unparalleled speed, was gradually rendered inconsequential in the face of the fully focused Empress. As they separated once more, Li Zhao raised his renowned sword, Durandal, to his eyes, only to behold it transformed into a mere stone sculpture. Despite being shielded by the armament hockey, the sword had been completely petrified by the Empress's powers. Continued use would reduce it to a pile of rubble, utterly obliterating its legacy. Your weapon has been reduced to this state. Do you still intend to continue? Boa Hancock was certainly not offering kind advice for Li Zhao to concede. Although she appeared to address him, her attention was wholly diverted elsewhere. Through her observation hockey, she could hear an increasing number of spectators on the arena speculating about her true identity. For various reasons, the Empress harbored a deep disdain for becoming the subject of public scrutiny. Thus, she typically resorted to petrifying those who gazed at her with fervor. Yet, even with the extraordinary capabilities of her sweet fruit, she could not simultaneously petrify the thousands of spectators present. Li Zhao cast his stone sword to the ground, and just as the Empress believed he would surrender, he unexpectedly rolled up his sleeves, revealing a pair of snow-white, yet robust forearms. Wrapped around his arms were bands of peculiar wrist wraps, exuding a strange metallic luster. Do you still not intend to concede? I must confess, I am genuinely beginning to feel vexed. Faced with the Empress's increasingly menacing gaze, Li Zhao merely smiled faintly and remarked, "What I previously displayed was merely borrowed strength. What I am about to unveil is my true power. Well, one aspect of it, I invite your Majesty to assess. You, how do you know my identity?" Before the Empress could fully react, the bands on Li Zhao's arms suddenly unraveled of their own accord, dancing and extending towards him like two living serpents. Mere strips of cloth, no matter how agile, would hardly capture the Empress's attention. Yet, out of caution, she activated her hockey and launched a kick towards the strips. At the moment her elegant foot made contact with the cloth, her expression changed dramatically, and she was forced to retreat several paces, her footing faltering upon landing. Clearly having suffered a hidden disadvantage, she glared at Li Zhao, demanding, "What in the world are these strips? How can they be so hard, so heavy?" In that fleeting instant of contact, the Empress felt as if she had struck not fabric, but a colossal weapon wielded by a giant or a speeding armored vehicle. The strips danced around Li Zhao as if animated, each now extending several meters long, far beyond the length that could be expected from the bands originally coiled around his arms. Indeed, these were not mere strips of cloth. They were 2 5-meter square blocks of pure metal, compressed and elongated by the abilities of Li Zhao's jacket, which possessed the power of the flapping fruit, thus creating these extraordinary wrist wraps. In other words, while these strips appeared light and airy, effectively fluttering in the breeze, to Li Zhao, to anyone lacking the flapping fruit's abilities, they weighed hundreds of tons and were as hard and cold as metal objects. The flapping fruit enabled the user to flatten any object, reshaping it into a two-dimensional form and manipulate it at will. Li Zhao was quite intrigued as to why such a simple yet effective method had gone unnoticed by the original owner of the floating fruit, Diamanti. Li Zhao's fingers danced with the grace of a conductor, one end entwined around his wrist while the other extended into a metallic ribbon several dozen meters long, akin to 2 long whips relentlessly pursuing Boa Hancock. The edges of these metallic ribbons were as sharp as blades, while the front carried the weight of iron hammers. The consequences of a direct hit were either a gruesome dismemberment or a splattering of flesh. The Empress, relying on her agile movements, evaded the assaults. Yet the stone surface of the arena suffered immensely, with shards of rock flying in all directions, painting a scene of utter devastation. Ultimately forced to leap into the air, the Empress found herself cornered, unable to escape the oncoming metallic ribbons. In the face of this dire predicament, the Empress's gaze turned icy. With a commanding shout, an inexplicable aura of terror and authority emanated from her. She executed a kick that defied the terrifying weight of the metallic ribbons, sending them flying far away. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that her foot had not even made contact with the ribbons, as if enveloped by an invisible force field. The conqueror's haki entwined. The Empress indeed possessed this formidable technique. It was no wonder Li Zhao was astonished. The conqueror's haki, initially known for its ability to stun ordinary soldiers and clear hordes of minions, revealed its true power only later in the anime's narrative. The technique allowed a formidable individual of the 4 Emperor's caliber to envelop their weapons or fist with conqueror's haki, unleashing a terrifying force surpassing that of armament haki or the 8-impact fist. If 2 such 4 emperors were to engage in a clash with their haki, they could potentially rend the very sky asunder. Though the pirate empress had yet to reach the level of a 4 emperor, the application of conqueror's haki on her legs enabled her to send Li Zhao's 100-ton metallic ribbons flying chaotically. Had the essence of these ribbons not been solid blocks of pure metal with edges measuring 5 meters, that single kick could have rendered Li Zhao's new secret weapon utterly incapacitated. After all, conqueror's haki was a standard for royal-level warriors. Even though the Empress was merely at the entry level, invoking it required considerable effort. However, given the current circumstances, breaching Li Zhao's defenses seemed merely a matter of time. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. It was imperative to unleash a powerful move and take a gamble. In the next moment, Li Zhao soared into the air, the metallic ribbons entwined around his arms completely unfurling, leaving only a small segment attached to his wrists. The ribbons, dancing in the air, continued to extend and intertwine, ultimately transforming into a colossal drill bit. The original wielder of the flapping fruit, Diamante, possessed the ability to elongate his sword, morphing it into the shape of a bull, which, in Li Zhao's eyes, seemed utterly redundant, an exercise in futility. A sword is a sword, despite its sharpness. Its weight remains constant. No matter how it is reshaped or how grand its appearance, its inherent attack power cannot exceed that of the sword itself. As for transforming into the shape of a bull, it bore no significance beyond its intimidating form, merely complicating the development of the fruit's abilities and wasting precious time. Thus, after inadvertently acquiring the capabilities of the flapping fruit through a jacket glove, Li Zhao first leveraged his existing privileges and the nearly limitless financial resources of the Great D. Sorrow to forge 2 massive solid iron blocks. Originally intended for the construction of large warships, these metal materials were repurposed. The most formidable shape was, of course, not some intricate iron bull or horse, but rather the structurally simple drill bit. Utilizing the control conferred by the flapping fruit, Li Zhao fashioned the compressed metal blocks into a conical drill bit with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, rapidly spinning it while enhancing the tip with a high concentration of armament haki. Li Zhao was confident that this drill's attack power would rival that of the half-hearted conqueror's haki wielded by the pirate empress. Boa Hancock, receive my attack. Sky Realm Breakthrough, Gale Drill. Under the influence of armament haki, the enormous black drill spun at an astonishing speed, resembling a horizontal, ascending black tornado. Faced with this terrifying assault, even the pirate empress was momentarily taken aback, her elegance momentarily faltering. Yet, she did not retreat. Instead, she concentrated all her power in her right leg, unleashing a combination of armament haki and conqueror's haki. Great aromatic leg. With all her strength, the Empress deftly chose to avoid the sharp tip of the drill, instead striking its side. Her strategy was undoubtedly astute. Large sections of the drill's flank were petrified by the powers of her sweet fruit, subsequently shattering and redirecting the drill's trajectory, allowing it to narrowly miss her. Next, she merely needed to deliver a fierce kick to the young man, who was cunningly concealed behind the drill, possessing a handsome visage yet exuding utter malice. To conclude the battle, however, the Empress underestimated the terrifying force of the Gale drill. In the brief moment her toes made contact with the drill, her body was ensnared by its dreadful rotational power, though she ultimately managed to escape. Propelled by the recoil of her great fragrance kick before being entirely consumed and obliterated by the drill, a portion of her body suffered a severe scrape. Coincidentally, The area struck was none other than the back of the Empress, Boa Hancock. The pirate Empress, known for her nonchalance in battle, often holding back and never exerting her full strength, had a fundamental reason for this, a deadly mark upon her back that could ruin her reputation and render her a laughingstock across the globe. This mark was a permanent brand, the Dragon's Claw, a tattoo exclusive to slaves of the celestial dragons. A grim remnant of her childhood when she was abducted by slave traders and forced into servitude. Despite her renowned beauty and her status as a warlord ruling the seas, the Empress's true identity was that of a despicably lowly slave, forever bound to the world's aristocracy, the celestial dragons, with no hope of redemption. This was a secret she would rather perish than reveal. Thus, in combat, she always held back, meticulously guarding her back and her secret. Yet, in her battle against Li Zhao, this secret was mercilessly unveiled as her garment was torn apart by Li Zhao's celestial breakthrough, Gale Drill. The Empress's smooth, alabaster back was laid bare before the eyes of thousands in the arena, petrifying all who beheld it. This was the first thought that surged within the Empress's mind, however. Even in her nearly exhausted state, it was impossible for her to petrify such a vast audience, even if she were in her prime. At that moment, her heart turned to ashes as she despondently knelt upon the ground, awaiting the moment of her social demise. Yet, moments later, she heard no chaos, ridicule, or shaming jeers from the audience. Clinging to a flicker of hope, she lifted her head, only to discover that a large mass of pristine white foam had enveloped her entirely, concealing her from the prying eyes of the outside world. What is this? What could this possibly mean? This is my ability. The Empress turned towards the sound, and there stood a golden-haired man, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, gazing at her from a short distance. He was none other than Li Zhao, the adversary who had pushed the Empress to the brink of social demise in this battle. I advise you not to act recklessly. Noticing the Empress seemingly about to move, Li Zhao quickly intervened. I am already quite fatigued and cannot conjure many illusions. If you disperse them all, your secret will be laid bare before the eyes of thousands. No, that is not accurate. This battle is being observed by numerous media outlets and representatives from various factions, and soon, your secret may become known to the entire world. The Empress, in terror, covered her back and stammered, You have seen everything? Indeed. Or perhaps I should say, I have long been aware. Li Zhao nodded. Damn it. I shall kill you. Kill me. And then will you take your own life? Li Zhao scoffed, fully aware that the Empress, even in death, would rather keep that secret hidden, and thus lacked the courage to engage him further. Speaking of which, the ultimate move that Li Zhao had just developed and employed, the celestial breakthrough, Gale Drill, possessed significant flaws. In their previous exchange, he had technically been defeated beneath the Empress's fragrant foot. Worse still, his stamina was entirely depleted, leaving him incapable of continuing the fight. In a moment of impulse, he had used the illusions to protect Boa Hancock, and now he felt a twinge of regret. Had he not acted so impulsively, the Empress would surely have crumbled, and he could have claimed victory without a fight. However, as Li Zhao observed Boa Hancock in her current state of despair, kneeling on the ground with an expression akin to a helpless girl abandoned by the world, his heart softened instantaneously. He strolled over to her. What do you intend to do? In that moment, the pirate Empress had lost all her previous majesty, her defiance against the sea, and her aloof disdain for others. Boa Hancock now appeared as a fragile girl, vulnerable and helpless in the face of adversity. Rest assured, I shall assist you in breaking free from the mark that has bound you for a lifetime. Chapter 61. Lifting the curse. Li Zhao's words were not easily believed by Boa Hancock. Yet, her fate was entirely in his hands. The young man before her possessed the power to plunge the pirate Empress into despair the moment his abilities were revoked and the surrounding bubbles dissipated. Thus, Hancock lacked even the courage to resist, for that outcome was far more terrifying than death itself. When Li Zhao's hand gently caressed the bare skin of the Empress's back, she trembled, as if both her body and soul were frozen in that instant. However, the next moment, as the enchanting multicolored bubbles began to swirl softly across her back, Hancock, though unable to see her own rear, sensed the loathsome marks that had shackled her life, constantly reminding her of her despicable status as a slave. Those wicked curses began to vanish. As the dirty bubbles, tainted with impurities, slid off her spine, a flawless, intoxicatingly white back emerged before Li Zhao. How beautiful! He murmured before losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground, drifting into a deep slumber. In this moment, his partners, whether the former CP9 spy Khalifa or the dashing pirate noble Cavendish, were not renowned for their physical stamina. After a grueling battle, Li Zhao's strength was already depleted. Now, having strained to utilize his universal bubbles to assist the pirate empress in cleansing her back, he found himself in his current state, face down on the ground. With Li Zhao's fainting, the bubble barrier he had created also vanished, revealing the battlefield once more to the spectators. The empress had triumphed. The audience, already anxious from the obscured view of the battle, beheld the world's most renowned beauty, now disheveled and kneeling on the ground, alongside the unconscious world's most handsome man. Although no one witnessed the specifics of the conflict, this tantalizing scene sparked boundless imaginations, leaving countless spectators utterly satisfied. They rose to their feet, cheering exuberantly, "Empress! Empress! The Empress!" Until this moment, Boa Hancock remained somewhat dazed. At the instant of the bubble's burst, she was nearly suffocated as the long-embedded fear surged back to envelop her. However, upon hearing the thunderous cheers from the audience, devoid of any doubts or hints of humiliation, she finally embraced the miracle fully. The shameful brand that had accompanied her for over a decade had truly vanished. Turning her gaze to the man lying before her, the Empress's racing heart swiftly calmed. She gently lifted him, allowing his head to rest comfortably upon her thigh. Esteemed audience, let us rejoice in this moment. The perfect snake princess is revealed to be none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. Even more exhilarating is the revelation that our proud noble of the seas, Cavendish, could engage in such a fierce battle with the pirate empress. Although he ultimately fell short, he evidently garnered something far more precious, the recognition of the 7 warlords, pirate empress Boa Hancock, and perhaps, love. The arena's host exercised his boundless imagination and skillfully seized every opportunity to amplify the atmosphere. As anticipated, the mention of love ignited the audience, erupting into a cacophony of cheers and curses. Yet, the most profound display of emotion came from the fans of both the pirate empress and the noble pirate. As tears flowed amidst their fervent exchanges of insults, each accusing the other's idol of shamelessly seducing their beloved. Among them, the most animated was indeed the pirate empress herself. Upon hearing the host fabricate a relationship between her and Cavendish, she blushed deeply and stood, allowing the man's head to thud heavily against the ground. The empress flailed her arms in a desperate attempt to explain herself, just as 2 young women rushed onto the stage, frantically lifting the unconscious man onto a stretcher. They were members of the officially designated medical team, tasked with caring for injured competitors. However, this time, their concern was palpably focused on the man's life. The pirate empress was certain that the man lying unconscious was merely fatigued and that his injuries were not severe. Thus, it was clear that their anxiety was not for his condition. Indeed, at the moment they carried him away, the 2 medical staff shot her a fierce glare. Had their eyes the power to kill, Boa Hancock would surely have perished on the spot. Notably, one of the women, donned in a doctor's attire, evoked a faint sense of familiarity in the empress, though she could assert she had never encountered this woman before. The empress, with her proud and somewhat imperious demeanor, reserved her regard for those who were truly remarkable. Yet, having never encountered such a visage, one can only conclude that this individual has undergone a transformation in appearance. At the moment the empress became distracted, Li Zhao, lying on a stretcher, vanished into the designated passage, observing their departing figures. The expression on the empress's face grew increasingly perplexed, as if the matter that troubled her extended beyond merely a familiar stranger. Li Zhao, currently ensconced in a hospital bed, found himself in a most dismal state of mind. He had suffered defeat, and not just any defeat, but a most humiliating one. Hearing the indignant young nurse, Rebecca, embellishing the tale of the battle that had led to his fainting, and noticing the peculiar gazes from the ship's doctor, Nachin, and Nurse Rebecca left him uncertain about where to hide his flushed face. He had crafted an image among his crew as a strategist of unmatched prowess, an enigmatic figure who was invincible in combat. Thus, his loss to the Empress was naturally perceived by Nachin and Rebecca as a deliberate act of concession, with ulterior motives at play. In all honesty, while he did indeed make a foolish decision at the critical moment, effectively conceding the match, he harbored no ulterior motives towards the pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. By the time he traversed this timeline, the Empress had long since fallen in love with the son of Destiny, Monkey D. Luffy, a pairing officially recognized from the original anime. It is clear that the pirate Empress's criteria for a partner are threefold. Firstly, one must possess the audacity to strike the world nobles, the celestial dragons, whom the Empress despises, yet remain unafraid of their wrath. This feat is likely achievable by few, with Monkey D. Luffy being the sole exception known for his fearlessness. After all, Any incident involving the celestial dragons could provoke an intervention from the Marine admirals, qualifying as a world-class crime. Secondly, a partner must be capable of assisting Boa Hancock, thereby incurring her indebtedness. This requirement is not particularly challenging. In fact, Li Zhao had already fulfilled it. The true difficulty lies in the third criterion. One must remain utterly indifferent to the feminine allure of Boa Hancock. Li Zhao, in all honesty, believed he could never achieve such detachment. Chapter 062. Playing cute in comparison to receiving scornful glares from his crew. Li Zhao found himself more troubled by the undeniable reality of his defeat. Although the stipulation that the vanquished must automatically serve in the self-defense corps held little significance for him, losing his status as a contestant meant he could no longer directly influence the competition. This was merely the preliminary round, and he had already encountered a formidable adversary in the Pirate Empress, who could predict the myriad of unexpected challenges that lay ahead in the subsequent matches. Li Zhao began to regret not having taken adequate precautions earlier, allowing the formidable fish giant, with its bountiful aquatic treasures, to participate in the competition. Otherwise, he would not be in such a predicament now. While pondering whether he should assume a new identity to re-enter the contest, the nurse Rebecca entered the room and, with an odd expression, announced, "Captain, your girlfriend has come to visit you." Girlfriend? What girlfriend? My girlfriend? Just as Li Zhao was left bewildered, the haughty yet slightly flushed figure of the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, accompanied by her two sisters, Boa Sandasonia and Boa Marigold, strode into the room. Simultaneously, Nurse Rebecca exchanged glances with the ship's doctor, Nacrin, who was clad in a pirate's leather jacket, and they both made their way toward the exit. Although they held disdain for the Empress, they understood that it was not appropriate for them to remain in the room at that moment. As Nacrin brushed past the Empress, she could not help but cast a fierce glare at her. For it was precisely due to this woman's actions that she had been trapped as a statue for so long. Had she not encountered the current captain, she might have never regained her corporeal form. The Empress furrowed her brow, still unable to recall the identity of this strangely familiar woman. However, her keen observation did not sense any imminent danger. The woman may harbor hostility but bore no intent to kill, thus she felt no urgency to address the situation. Upon seeing these unexpected visitors, Li Zhao felt an immediate headache. He truly did not wish to confront the Empress again, as he felt neither prepared nor inclined to engage with her. The atmosphere remained awkward for a moment until the Empress broke the silence. "I command you to explain your previous actions, now, immediately." Li Zhao's mouth gaped wide open, perplexed. What on earth was she asking him to explain? What was this woman's true intention? Even if she had questions to pose to him, her demeanor was certainly unwarranted. Although Li Zhao is indeed an admirer of beauty and holds the Empress's appearance in high regard, he is also a time traveler hailing from a society where information is abundant and gender equality prevails. Having experienced the world, he is well aware of the myriad beauties that exist within the realm of the second dimension. Thus, he would not stoop to the level of a sycophant merely for the sake of a pretty face. With a dismissive snort, the man resolutely closed his eyes, choosing to ignore what he deemed unnecessary. He possesses a certain understanding of the Empress's character, knowing well that she would not resort to hostility towards someone incapacitated and resting in bed. Li Zhao's demeanor took the Empress and her sisters by surprise. The three exchanged glances, and the two younger sisters seemed to be softly persuading their elder sister. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Empress resolutely approached the sickbed and suddenly grasped Li Zhao's wrist. Oh no, he was about to be petrified. Just as Li Zhao prepared to break free from the constraints and retaliate, a melodious, affected voice pierced the air, utterly rendering him immobile. "I beseech you, please do me a favor and share what you know. How did you come to know my secrets, and just how much do you truly know?" Li Zhao nearly forgot that the Empress possessed an enchanting ability to charm. With a gentle flick of her arm, he remained utterly unresponsive, akin to a fool. It was not that he was truly indifferent, immune to the adorable antics of the world's most beautiful woman. Rather, he found himself in a state of complete mental paralysis, unsure of how to react. In an instant, she transformed from an aloof, untouchable queen into a delightful and endearing little sister, playfully seeking affection. The swiftness of this character shift caught even the most seasoned observer of countless anime, like Li Zhao, off guard. This was undeniably an act, a display of remarkable artistry. Li Zhao pinched his thigh sharply, resolutely refraining from opening his eyes, while allowing the Empress to cling to his arm and indulge in her endearing antics. "What more must I do to gain your attention, when I have already humbled myself so?" The Empress ceased her playful gestures, her tone shifting to one of profound sorrow, tinged with melancholy, resentment, and a hint of helplessness, even betraying a faint tremor of suppressed sobs. Oh no, could it be that I have truly upset her to tears? No, that is not it. I merely find myself at a loss as to what you wish to inquire of me. Li Zhao hurriedly opened his eyes. Yet the words of explanation lingered unspoken on his lips, for he did not behold the tearful visage of the imagined pirate queen in his mind. Instead, before him stood a cunning vixen, her lips curling into a mocking smile, her eyes gleaming with unrestrained triumph. How could it be? As a time traveler and a seasoned connoisseur of women, albeit within the realm of anime, I have been deceived by this wretched woman. It is evident that she is no virtuous character. Given the circumstances, Li Zhao could only concede defeat. With a wry smile, he continued under the watchful gaze of the Empress, who was reveling in her victory. In truth, I am affiliated with a remarkably enigmatic pirate crew known as Thousand Illusions. Though our name may not echo through the annals of fame, we possess a formidable intelligence network, gathering first-hand information regarding the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea. Among this intelligence lies knowledge of the childhood tribulations faced by you and your sisters. However, rest assured, our crew harbors no animosity towards you. Otherwise, I would not have come to your aid in the arena. At the mention of the arena, a flicker of intrigue danced in the Empress's eyes. Her tone remained devoid of emotion, tinged with an icy edge as she inquired further. Why did you assist me at that time? What do you seek to gain from me? Li Zhao neither intended to boast nor did he wish to expend effort to curry favor with the Empress. He candidly remarked, "What else can I do?" At that moment, you were nearly in tears. While I certainly do not wish to be defeated by you, I also do not desire to see you cry. After all, I merely offered you a helping hand. Of course, it would be splendid if you could acknowledge this favor and repay me in kind. This response indeed caught the Empress off guard. She paused momentarily, deliberately sidestepping the topic of reciprocating favors, and solemnly stated, "In that case, there is one matter I must confirm with you. Can you truly?" "Certainly," interrupted Li Zhao. "A man cannot say he cannot. Do you know what I wish to ask you?" she inquired. "Is it difficult to guess?" Li Zhao yawned nonchalantly and replied, "You brought your 2 younger sisters to seek my assistance. Aside from wanting me to help them rid themselves of their burdens, what else could there possibly be?" The Empress clenched her hands tightly, visibly anxious, and asked, "Then, can you, or rather, will you be able to assist my sisters?" It would be a mere trifling matter. Chapter 063. Strategies for the Sister Flowers. Li Zhao initially intended to seize this opportunity to propose certain conditions to the Empress, such as persuading her to temporarily join his ranks to assist in combating Don Quixote da Flamingo. However, he ultimately relinquished this notion. It was clear that should Li Zhao dare to make such a proposition, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock would likely acquiesce, as she would be willing to pay any price to liberate her 2 younger sisters from their cursed marks. Yet, from the narrative, it is evident that Hancock does not possess a disposition inclined towards transactions. Her actions are purely dictated by her personal inclinations. For instance, her unwavering support for her beloved Straw Hat Luffy stands in stark contrast to the fact that he has not rendered her any monumental assistance. Moreover, considering the harrowing childhood endured by the Boa sisters, even if out of sympathy, Li Zhao found no justification to be overly meticulous in this regard. "You too. Turn your backs to me and expose your spines," he commanded. The sisters exchanged glances, their bodies trembling with a mixture of excitement and shyness. However, with the glimmer of hope for liberation from their curse, they promptly knelt before Li Zhao, revealing their backs. The process of erasing such marks was familiar territory for Li Zhao, presenting no challenge. A cascade of golden bubbles formed in his palms, enveloping the sisters' backs. The grotesque mark resembling a dragon's claw, under the cleansing touch of the golden foam, transformed into a murky stain, which, along with the dulled bubbles, slid away. The cleansing was successfully accomplished, yet Li Zhao felt as though something was still amiss. The second sister, Boa Sandersonia, and the third sister, Boa Marigold, both possessed the powers of the snake fruit, yet one manifested as a python, while the other took the form of a king cobra. Perhaps due to the side effects of their zoan-type devil fruit, or perhaps as a result of some undisclosed events during their upbringing. The sisters bore a striking resemblance to the world's most beautiful woman, yet their physiques and appearances were worlds apart from their sister, Boa Hancock. The green-haired Sandersonia had an incongruously large head, resembling an oversized microphone, presenting a rather peculiar sight. Meanwhile, the orange-haired Marigold was both stout and robust. and at a towering height of 4 meters and 32 centimeters, she appeared as a veritable colossus. The adage "a single flaw can mar perfection" rings particularly true, rendering her the sister who most resembles mere foliage among the trio. To assist thoroughly is to ensure success. Extending kindness without reservation requires little effort. After Li Zhao meticulously erased the imprints of the dragon's claw from the backs of the two individuals, he decisively activated a beauty foam. Akin to assisting the fish giant's novice in slimming down a leather jacket, this foam eliminated the excess fat within the bodies of the two, granting Sandersonia a refined facial contour, followed by a comprehensive body slimming for Marigold. As the foam dissipated, two stunning women emerged in the hospital room, each possessing beauty reminiscent of the pirate empress, captivating with their remarkable allure. Apart from both sisters towering over 4 meters, it was evident that the three were indeed sisters. "What have you done?" Li Zhao remained silent, feeling a tinge of anxiety that he might have inadvertently caused more harm than good. Perhaps the sisters actually preferred their original appearances. The three sisters exchanged glances for an extended moment, as if they had never known each other before. Suddenly, the empress burst into uncontrollable laughter, her infectious mirth prompting her two younger sisters to join in, until all three were laughing so hard that tears streamed down their faces. They tenderly caressed each other's smooth, jade-like backs while pointing at one another's transformed images, erupting in laughter once more. Inspired by the sisters' joy, Li Zhao found himself unable to suppress his own laughter. "What are you laughing at? Did I give you permission to touch our faces and bodies? Is it appropriate for a man like you to freely lay hands on a girl's body?" After a cacophony of clanging and clattering, Li Zhao found himself with a bruised visage, courtesy of the three sisters. Oddly enough, rather than harboring resentment, the four of them opened their hearts to one another, their bond strengthened by the playful scuffle. The two statuesque sisters, resembling serpents, sat on either side of the bed, exuding an affectionate demeanor, while the empress boldly perched herself at the foot of the bed, facing Li Zhao directly. Like inquisitive children, the three sisters bombarded him with an array of questions, leaving him somewhat bewildered. In truth, the three sisters, particularly the Empress Boa Hancock, had long maintained an aloof demeanor, shrouded in an air of superiority, to safeguard the secret of their past as slaves to the celestial dragons. With the shackles binding them now utterly removed, they rediscovered the innocence and joy they had lost for many years. Although Li Zhao had endured a beating to assist the two sisters in their weight loss endeavors, it was a sacrifice no girl would refuse in pursuit of a more beautiful self. It is worth noting that, aside from the side effects of the Zoan-type devil fruit, the second sister Boa Sandersonia and the third sister Boa Marigold did not possess the extraordinary combat prowess of their elder sister, Boa Hancock. In their quest to escape the nightmare of their former servitude, they adopted unique training regimens, with the third sister gravitating towards sumo wrestling, resulting in their particular physiques. Now, with Li Zhao's assistance, the three sisters felt truly liberated, their spirits buoyant and joyful. Surrounded by such beauty, Li Zhao was equally elated. The sisters' demeanor was strikingly different from the portrayals in anime. Just as the four were engrossed in lively conversation, a sudden knock echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of a man and a woman. The man was none other than Li Zhao's brother, Bobby Vanku, the supreme commander of the Daisolo's self-defense forces, currently the most talked-about figure in the New World. The woman accompanying him was Violet, the second princess who had been assisting Bobby in managing a plethora of affairs. Possessing the powers of the stare fruit, Violet was privy to all that transpired aboard the ship. Thus, upon entering and witnessing Li Zhao encircled by the world's most beautiful trio, she was hardly surprised. In contrast, Bobby, with his flirtatious nature, nearly drooled at the sight of the Empress and her sisters. "Sir, I have urgent matters to report. May I kindly request that you ask your girlfriends to step outside?" Uncertain if it is merely an illusion, Li Zhao perceived that Violet's tone seemed markedly more austere than usual. Perhaps the burdensome tasks recently assigned to her had indeed taken a toll on the disposition of this princess. The Empress, however, did not impose any difficulties upon Li Zhao. Without requiring him to speak, she gracefully rose from the bed, exchanged a smile with him, and then departed with her two sisters. At the moment when Boa Hancock and Violet brushed past each other, the gazes of the two exquisite beauties collided in the air, sparking an electric tension that startled Bobby Vanku, who inadvertently witnessed the scene, causing him to retreat several steps until his back met the wall. The Empress's eyes flicked over Bobby and Violet, a hint of confusion flashing within her gaze, yet she did not pause, striding directly out of the room. After the three sisters of the Snake Princess had completely vanished from sight, the second princess turned to her superior, her tone icy as she declared, My lord, the Golden Emperor Tazaro has summoned you to meet him. Chapter 064, Lackey exiting the infirmary's lounge. The three sisters of Boa Hancock made their way towards the hotel where they were staying. That woman certainly strikes me as rather irritating, remarked the youngest sister, Boa Marigold, suddenly breaking the silence. Hearing her younger sister's grumbling, the slightly more composed second sister, Boa Sander Sonia, responded with a smile. So, Marigold, are you upset that she intruded upon you, or that her demeanor with that man was so intimate? Oh, spare me, Sonia. I believe you are the one vexed by her interruption. Moreover, her demeanor clearly indicated a subordinate's respect towards a superior, even if there was intimacy. It does not necessarily surpass the camaraderie we share with that individual. Besides, I think it is our eldest sister who should be the most incensed. The two sisters, having finally shed the malicious curse that had long weighed upon them, felt a surge of joy, as if there were endless words to be exchanged. They no longer held the same trepidation towards their usually revered eldest sister, Hancock, even daring to jest with her. Enough, you two, cease this banter. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock interjected, her expression turning slightly serious. That woman is no ordinary person. Did you not recognize her? She is one of the recent figures of great notoriety, the second Princess Violet of the fallen Riku family of Dressrosa, who after her kingdom's downfall sought refuge with her enemy, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Now, she brazenly betrays him by calling upon the public through newspapers to overthrow the Don Quixote family's rule and assist in the restoration of the Rica monarchy. This ultimate fighting tournament was originally organized to aid her in confronting the Da Flamingo family and in recruiting allies. Ah, sister, now that you mention it, I recall. Indeed. It is that woman. But how can it be that, despite her status as a princess, she shows such deference to that man? If it were the Golden Emperor Tesoro, it would be understandable, but I remember White Horse Cavendish, who only rose to prominence as a pirate star a year or two ago. Indeed, there was that man who entered alongside her. Due to his markedly different demeanor, I failed to recognize him at first. He was none other than Bobby Vanku, the esteemed leader of the self-defense army, who had the audacity to challenge the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo. He also served as the host of this ultimate fighting tournament, essentially the second most powerful figure aboard this colossal maritime vessel. Yet, he appeared to be utterly subservient to Cavendish. This was in stark contrast to the man we had encountered during the opening ceremony of the tournament. Such inquiries, even for the sharpest minds, remain inscrutable without insider knowledge. The Empress fell into a brief silence before her expression softened, and she remarked, "Why overthink? At the very least, we can be assured that young Cavendish harbors no ill intentions towards us three sisters. Isn't that sufficient? Of course, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the liberty to rid us of that infernal curse, and also assisted in enhancing our younger sister's beauty and fitness. Haha. My second sister speaks truth, or rather, it's not that he needs to lose weight," she added. "And look, even our elder sister has begun to address him as young Cavendish. But what about Luffy? Enough of this chatter." The three sisters shared laughter and conversation, unaware that even the pirate empress had not noticed a tall, slender figure lurking in the shadowy corner of the wall behind them, observing their retreating silhouettes with a cruel, icy smile. Now shifting the perspective back to Li Zhao, he reunited with his brother, Bobby Vanku, as they made their way to the pinnacle of the Golden Tower Hotel, where the Golden Emperor, Tesoro, awaited. Li Zhao felt a peculiar sense of unease regarding Tesoro's summons at this moment. Since the last incident at the dock, which had transformed from a punitive ambush into a ceremony of accolades, it was evident to any discerning observer that the Golden Emperor was struggling to manage this rising star of the New World. This realization was clearer to the two of them than to any outsider. For instance, during this ultimate fighting tournament, while Tesoro had not deliberately impeded their efforts, he had provided no assistance beyond financial backing and had shown no interest in any details, adopting a stance that suggested a lack of deeper affiliation with Li Zhao. This led Li Zhao to question whether Tesoro was truly aware that should his self-defense army face defeat, the illustrious Don Quixote family would inevitably seize control of the formidable ship, the Don Quixote. When the time comes, his departure will be effortless, and the decades of painstaking effort by Tesoro will be relinquished without a fight. Within the lengthy golden corridor, Li Zhao suddenly heard an eerie melody echoing throughout. At the corridor's end, a procession of individuals was slowly advancing, soon to confront him face to face. Upon recognizing this group, a wave of nausea washed over Li Zhao, not due to their attire or appearance, but because of their identity. They were the Celestial Dragons, the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 8 centuries ago, who consider themselves the progeny of creators. Their most conspicuous trait is the bubble-like glass helms they wear, as they disdainfully believe themselves too noble to share the same air as ordinary people. They enjoy all privileges and regard individuals of other races as mere slaves. The celestial dragons are typically inept and foolish. Yet any offense against them necessitates an immediate response from the admirals of the Navy headquarters or CP0 for their protection. Li Zhao does not oppose the privileged class. After all, he himself is someone who cherishes indulgence. However, individuals like the celestial dragons, with their utter lack of refinement and repugnant demeanor, evoke in him a desire to maintain distance. Were it not for the relentless pursuit of CP0 and the admirals of the Navy that would ensue from provoking such filth, he would relish the opportunity to eliminate them on sight. Yet, despite his disdain, Li Zhao ultimately seeks to avoid conflict. When he was still over 20 meters away from this detestable group of celestial dragons, he instinctively activated Cavendish's Rommel's scythe. In an instant, his form transformed into a gentle breeze, allowing him to glide through the gaps among them without making contact with any of the loathsome beings. Much like the 6 forms in the 8-strike fist, Rommel's scythe is merely a technique, one that maximizes one's speed and agility, fundamentally akin to the Saru and Jeppo techniques. Thus, even while donned in a human disguise, Li Zhao is still capable of executing it, albeit in a form that could not match the original's speed due to physical stature and fitness. The imposing figure of Bobby Van Ku, reminiscent of a giant bear, could never match the lithe and agile movements of Cavendish. Why do the lowly dare not bow before the illustrious family of Camael? Suddenly, a perplexing question arose. Where had he gone? In the blink of an eye, Li Zhao had evaded the foolish celestial dragons, rounding a corner and increasing the distance between them. Yet, at that moment, a figure obstructed his path. Dressed in a pristine white suit, draped in a matching trench coat, and adorned with a round hat, this individual, though not particularly tall, similar in height to Cavendish, exuded an aura of undeniable danger. As Li Zhao's gaze fell upon the man's prominent nose, recognition dawned upon him. It was a nose that was square, straight, and long, a distinctive feature belonging to but one man in the world of pirates. Once a top spy of CP9 and the second most formidable member within its ranks, possessing the bull fruit in its giraffe form, the man before him was Kaku. 2 years after being defeated by the Straw Hat crew, he had risen alongside Rob Lucci to become an even more powerful member of CP0. Chapter 065, The Slave Hunting Scheme. Mr. Bobby Van Ku, although you hold the esteemed position of the highest officer aboard the Deusaro, commander of the new self-defense force, it is imperative that you pay your respects to the esteemed celestial dragons, for it is indeed an honor, Kaku declared with a bright, sunny smile. Yet his posture and words unmistakably conveyed the expectation that Li Zhao should return to bow before those wretched celestial dragons. Li Zhao, weary of idle chatter, rolled up his sleeves, revealing forearms adorned with dark hair and sinewy muscles, ready to crush the meddlesome fool before him. He regarded the lanky figure with contempt, considering it beneath his notice. Sensing Li Zhao's unmasked hostility, Kuka, with a smile, drew 2 katana swords and remarked, I never anticipated Mr. Bobby's temper to be so fiery. Are you intending to spar with me? I am merely curious whether there is any bone within that comical nose of yours. Just as their confrontation was about to ignite, a graceful silhouette emerged from the far end of the corridor. Cease immediately, the newcomer commanded with a clear and sharp voice. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao's hair stood on end, and he promptly stood at attention, while Kuka, clearly dismissive, did not relent. Swinging his sword down forcefully onto Li Zhao's chest, the strike landed, yet it felt as if he had struck a solid mass of metal. Kuka's expression shifted abruptly as he leaped back, only to hear a resounding clatter. One of his swords had snapped in two and fell to the ground. Recently, Li Zhao has acquired numerous combat techniques and experiences from formidable warriors through the profound memory of muscle. Meanwhile, Bobby Van Kuhn's monstrous physique has been honed and strengthened through countless battles. The fusion of these two elements has led Li Zhao to feel as if his body rivals that of a top-tier Zoan fruit user, fortified by the dual protection of armament hockey and the iron block technique. After merging with his brother Bobby, Li Zhao has become a veritable bastion of steel, impervious to blades and bullets. He has grown largely indifferent to the physical attacks of ordinary strongmen. Although he remains unscathed, Li Zhao, a rugged man unyielding in spirit, would never allow another to assault him without retaliation. Kaku's actions have condemned him in Li Zhao's eyes. At this moment, a figure approached Bakala, the secretary of the Golden Emperor Tazaro, the only woman on the Great Tazaro who instilled a sense of trepidation in Li Zhao. He could not forget how this woman had effortlessly triumphed over Bartholomew, the wielder of the strongest defensive barrier fruit, and Cavendish, the swiftest of steeds. Kaku. I wish to remind you that your charge, the esteemed family of St. Camal, has ventured far from here. This vessel is rife with pirates, and the security is rather precarious. Is it wise for you to remain so distanced from him? Upon hearing Bacala's words, Kaku shot Li Zhao a scathing glare before turning away. Such is the nature of this world, where even a single hair from a celestial dragon holds more value than a man's head, leaving no room for negligence. Having successfully dismissed Kaku with her words, Bacala cast a disdainful glance at Li Zhao, finding amusement in his evident fear of her rather than reproaching him for his penchant for trouble. Lord Desaro has awaited your arrival for quite some time. Do hurry, Bacala urged. Did those celestial dragons seek out Desaro earlier? Li Zhao inquired, fully aware of the answer. For this passage led directly to Desaro's reception room, devoid of any branches or chambers. Surely, these celestial dragons did not descend from the heavens. What could they possibly want with Tesoro? Bacala feigned ignorance, leaving Li Zhao feeling rather disinterested. He pushed open the door to the reception room and found the Golden Emperor Tesoro seated on the sofa, his head bowed, fingers interlaced, appearing rather displeased. Lord Desaro, what is it that you require of me? Li Zhao asked respectfully, cognizant that this man remains his employer for the time being, deserving of a modicum of respect in the presence of others. Li Zhao's demeanor brought a slight alleviation to the Golden Emperor's spirits. He lifted his gaze towards the imposing figure before him and inquired, how is the ultimate fighting tournament progressing? The event had reached its midpoint, and thus far, all was proceeding smoothly. How many mercenaries have been recruited? What is their caliber? Quite satisfactory, Li Zhao pondered over what could be disclosed and what must remain unsaid. At present, we have managed to enlist a dozen formidable warriors, such as the destructive Cannon Eddie and the War King Elias Bello II. These individuals should be capable of contending with the ordinary members of the Don Quixote family. Among them, White Horse Cavendish and the 13th heir of the 8 Treasure Navy, Old Kai, should be able to confront the higher-ups. With Lady Bacala and myself facing off against the top executives, and with Your Excellency the Golden Emperor personally engaging Don Quixote, we have amassed sufficient strength aboard the Desoro to directly challenge the Don Quixote family. Furthermore, the tournament continues, with participants including the Empress Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If we could somehow persuade that pirate empress to join our ranks, victory would be practically assured. Upon absorbing Li Zhao's analysis, the expressions on the Golden Emperor's face shifted like a kaleidoscope, revealing shock, vigilance, and even a hint of regret, the source of which was elusive. Eventually, Tesoro appeared somewhat fatigued. He sighed deeply and remarked, if only events could unfold as you suggest. What is amiss? Is there a change in circumstances? A sense of foreboding inexplicably arose within Li Zhao. Could it be related to that group of celestial dragons from earlier? Indeed, you surmise correctly. The noble Camalel has just informed me that one of his former slaves has escaped and has been located aboard this very ship. He intends to reclaim that slave. An escaped slave? Li Zhao mused, pondering the improbability of such a coincidence. Who is this individual? If the slave were of ordinary status, it wouldn't cause Lord Desaro such distress. You are correct. The slave that Camalel covets is none other than the Empress Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Li Zhao furrowed his brow, realizing the truth of the matter. Yet, he wished to make one final attempt at resistance. Thus, he inquired, how does that Saint Karma prove that the Empress is his slave? I recall that slaves of the celestial dragons bear the flying dragon hoof print branded upon their backs. However, to my knowledge, the Empress bears no such mark. Upon mentioning the flying dragon hoof print, Tesaro's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively pressed his hand against his own back. It then dawned on Li Zhao that this golden sovereign before him had once been a slave of the celestial dragons, having escaped alongside the Empress during the turmoil instigated by the Fishman hero. Tesoro's moment of disarray did not last long. He quickly regained his composure and feigned indifference, stating, Humph, does it truly matter whether the Empress bears a brand? As long as the celestial dragon Saint Karma declares her his slave, then she is. He continued, Saint Karma has just requested that, in addition to providing a location for capturing Boa Hancock, I must also offer him some assistance. After all, she is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and with merely a handful of CP0 agents at his disposal, success is not guaranteed. Thus, our grand proclamation of the absolutely safe zone aboard the Tesoro where anyone can enjoy themselves becomes nothing short of a farce. Li Zhao wore a sardonic smile, his tone laced with mockery. Chapter 066, The Golden Hell. The Daisolo, renowned as an absolute safe zone, commanded that whether they were notorious pirate fugitives or admirals of the Navy suppressing the New World, all must adhere to its strict regulations, no private duels, no capture operations permitted. Yet now, that celestial dragon intended to transform this sanctuary into his personal slave-catching arena, demanding the Daisolo's cooperation. Should word of this leak, it would undoubtedly tarnish the hard-earned reputation of the Daisolo. Moreover, the pirate empress was no ordinary individual, unlike those gamblers who lost everything in the ship's casino, whose disappearances would go unnoticed. Boa Hancock was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a figure of immense public intrigue. Previously, her identity had remained concealed. But after her battle with Cavendish, she had become the focal point of countless eyes aboard this vessel, a star of unparalleled allure. The participation of the world's most beautiful woman in a brutal fighting competition could hardly be rivaled for spectacle. Yet that insufferable celestial dragon sought to capture a warlord in such circumstances, intending to make her his slave. This audacity and recklessness further illuminated Li Ayao's understanding of the celestial dragon's true nature. Zhao clasped his hands together and declared, regardless of the circumstances, "We must not defy the will of a celestial dragon. In any case, this matter is now entrusted to you. From your newly recruited crew, select an individual whose identity remains unknown and devoid of any ties to us, and have him assist St. Kamal and his subordinate CP0 in their capture operations. Furthermore, this affair must remain strictly confidential. No outsiders must learn of it. Should it falter, you are well aware of the consequences." The Golden Emperor decisively burdened Li Zhao with this troublesome task before rising to depart. Just as Li Zhao cursed under his breath at the audacity of that scoundrel, Zhao suddenly turned back to him and added, "Oh, and remember, the person you send to assist CP0 must." The Golden Emperor gestured across his throat, mimicking a silencing motion. "Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure this matter is handled with utmost finesse." The Daisolo was a city that never slept, with all significant events scheduled for the night. And the ultimate fighting competition was no exception. To ensure the success of this grand affair, nearly all other entertainment activities aboard came to a halt, concentrating the ship's populace in the arena, resulting in tickets becoming exceedingly scarce and fetching astronomical prices. Those of modest means could only stand in the Grand Plaza, gazing at the live broadcast upon the colossal screen. Disguised as the Empress, she exerted tremendous effort to squeeze into the contestants' exclusive passage. Suddenly, the world transformed into an oasis of tranquility as the 3 sisters shed their disguises and, guided by a staff member with an extraordinarily large head, made their way towards the competitors' rest area. "Wait, this path seems different from the one we took last time," observed the meticulous second sister, Sandersonia, pointing out that the staff appeared to lead them down an alternate route. Furthermore, the passage was remarkably deserted, with scarcely a competitor in sight. The large-headed guide smiled as he explained, "Indeed, Your Excellency, since you have been designated as a special guest, your rest area must be separated from that of the ordinary contestants. We are currently heading to the VIP lounge prepared exclusively for you." "Oh, I see," the sisters thought, as the world-renowned safety zone of the Great de Solaro offered no cause for suspicion. However, upon reaching a narrow lounge, the staff member turned and left. "Is this truly what they call a VIP lounge? It's so small, it doesn't even have a window," exclaimed one sister. "Goodness, not even a chair," they lamented, incredulous at how their elder sister was treated. Has the organizing committee of this grand event lost their minds? While the second and third sisters continued to grumble, the Empress furrowed her brow and suddenly declared, "This is a trap." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, the large-headed staff member abruptly emerged from the wall. Wearing a sinister grin, he clapped his hands on the floor, and the ground beneath the 3 sisters vanished, plunging them into a pitch-black passageway. Though Boa Hancock was formidable, she was unfamiliar with techniques such as the moonwalk. The sisters slid down an interminable chute, unaware of how long they descended. Suddenly, light burst forth before them, revealing an expansive vista that resembled the sunny exterior world. They found themselves suspended hundreds of meters above ground. Yet, such heights posed no threat to true warriors. The Empress, of course, was unperturbed. The second and third sisters transformed into a hybrid of human and serpent, their serpentine forms coiling like springs. As they landed, they successfully cushioned their fall, alighting safely on the ground. Surveying their surroundings, they discovered an extraordinarily vast realm, entirely constructed of gold. The dome above resembled an inverted golden forest, soaring hundreds of meters above them, with a land area akin to that of a small island. The ground is adorned with a thick layer of golden sand, where countless coins and various precious artifacts lie scattered like refuse. In the distance, one can behold an expansive complex of palatial structures made entirely of pure gold, culminating at the farthest point in a golden cliff that connects directly to a celestial dome of gold, from which several waterfalls of the same material cascade downward. Everything here is gilded in gold, save for the inhabitants. As the three sisters steadied themselves, they were met by a throng of vacant-eyed individuals, their movements reminiscent of zombies. Rushing towards them. Water. Do you have any water? I can exchange gold for it. Name your price. Food. Quickly, hand over the food, or I shall consume you bite by bite. Faced with this maddened crowd, the two sisters brandished their massive serpent tails, sending the approaching figures sprawling away. Although these deranged beings posed no real threat, the eerie atmosphere still induced a palpable sense of dread in the three sisters. Sister, where on earth are we? This is hell. Ah, what a splendid tourist attraction this world, created by Tesoro, has turned out to be. A peculiar voice echoed, and the Empress and her sisters turned to see a group of individuals approaching them. Upon discerning their attire, the sisters trembled, as if the demons from their nightmares had materialized in the waking world. This group comprised the most noble, enigmatic, and simultaneously repugnant faction of the pirate world, the Celestial Dragons. Leading them was a man of perhaps 40 or 50 years, clad in a white coat and topped with a spherical glass headpiece, which he shook intermittently like a pendulum, as if afflicted by some strange ailment. Beneath him crawled a robust slave on all fours, flanked by two breathtakingly beautiful female slaves, their alluring forms restrained by collars and chains around their necks. Ah, why do you not kneel before me? Upon hearing that familiar voice, the three sisters instinctively almost fell to their knees, yet a surge of pride arose from within. Fueled by the dignity of the conqueror's spirit that had liberated the pirate empress from the wretched curse, the empress grasped her two sisters' hands, imparting strength and courage, and then, with her head held high, she confronted the celestial dragon, declaring, I am Boa Hancock, Queen of Amazon Lily, Grand Pirate of the Kuja Pirates, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I shall not kneel before anyone. Impudent! I care not who you are, from this moment forth. You belong to me as my slave. Obey, and I shall treat you like a pet, adorning you with a collar and taking you for walks. Should you defy me, I will order your limbs severed and cast you into this golden hell, where the starving rabble shall feast upon you alive. Such a vile threat it is. This golden hell serves as both the treasury of Tesoro and his most merciless prison. Unlike the faux prisons displayed on the upper deck, this place is where true criminals are confined, and those cast into its depths face only the grim fates of a tragic death or a life worse than death. At this moment, the Empress has fully awakened to the reality. The curse she bears has not dissipated with Li Zhao's removal of the brand. Yet the inner torment she endured has been alleviated by him. In the presence of the celestial dragons, who once instilled in her profound fear, she suddenly perceives them as far less terrifying. These individuals, stripped of their shameless privileges, are no different from mere jesters in a circus. With this thought in mind, the Empress unleashes her conqueror's haki, intending to demonstrate to these clowns who the true master and who the slave is. The conqueror's haki sweeps forth like an avalanche or a tsunami, first overwhelming the mindless husks imprisoned in the golden hell, rendering them unconscious. However, as the haki approaches the celestial dragons, a group of figures clad in white suits and masks emerges from the shadows, forming a barrier to shield the celestial dragons. With arms outstretched, they astonishingly withstand the onslaught of Boa Hancock's haki. CP0, is it? Indeed, where the celestial dragons are concerned, one can expect the presence of these pesky flies. The highest intelligence agency, CP0, acts as the Imperial Guard of myriad, akin to the celestial dragons' personal enforcers. Directly accountable to them and the supreme authority of the Gorosei, their status even surpassing that of the Navy. Their primary duty is to protect the celestial dragons and carry out the most confidential missions. Thus, it is only natural for CP0 to appear when this celestial dragon threatens to capture and enslave her. Humph! A gaggle of buffoons, courting their own demise. Let them all turn to stone. Here comes the sweet wind. The Empress forms a heart shape with her hands, unleashing waves of pink light. The personal allure of the pirate empress is amplified to its limits by the sweet fruit. Only those possessing extraordinary willpower or pure souls, as innocent as a newborn, may escape its effects. Even Li Zhao, faced with the sweet wind of the empress, finds himself compelled to flee in haste. Yet, just as the sweet waves are about to petrify everyone in the vicinity, a female CP0 agent steps forward, extending her hands and exclaiming, "Bitter fruit, domain of bitter light." As a dark wave of desolate light enveloped the surrounding space, the gathered individuals were struck by an overwhelming bitterness in their mouths, akin to subsisting on a bitter concoction before rinsing with an herbal remedy. The sensation was excruciatingly tormenting. However, it was precisely this bitter aura that rendered the sweet, alluring winds of the pirate empress ineffective upon all who dwelled within this realm, leaving no signs of petrification. Did you truly believe that after witnessing your battle, we would arrive unprepared to execute the task of capturing you? Among the ranks of the CP0, 3 figures stepped forward. To the left stood the giraffe man Kaku, who had previously clashed with Li Zhao. In the center was a striking individual of remarkable presence, with a pigeon perched upon his shoulder, none other than Rob Lucci, the former ace of CP9. He was known as a weapon of slaughter and regarded as the strongest in the history of CP9's 800 years. Possessing the abilities of the Zoan-type cat fruit in its leopard form, effectively the leader of CP9. Following the events at Judicial Island, he had been dismissed by the government, only to mysteriously ascend to the ranks of the more elite CP0, seemingly thriving in this new role. The words just spoken were indeed those of Rob Lucci. And to his right stood Drake, wearing a distinctly uncomfortable expression. Although Drake's true identity was that of a naval undercover agent, he publicly presented himself as one of the pirate supernovas, a fallen naval commander. It remained unclear why he found himself amidst the celestial dragons of CP0, yet his demeanor suggested a strong aversion to such brazen acts of enslavement. Nonetheless, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to comply with the orders of his temporary superior, Bobby Vanku, to assist the celestial dragons in capturing the Empress of the 7 warlords. Before he could fulfill the task assigned to him by the old Marshal Sengoku, he had to find a way to remain close to Bobby Vanku. The Empress, however, was unfazed by the intentions of CP0. Her fighting spirit surged as she, alongside her 2 sisters, launched an assault. "I shall confront the Empress. You focus on dealing with her sisters first." Rob Lucci grinned wickedly, shedding his white coat as he transformed into his half-human, half-leopard form, charging straight at the Empress. Spear gun, striped, fragrant foot, colorful steps. In the realm of bitter fruits, the Empress's sweet fruit powers are significantly diminished, forcing her to engage her opponents solely with physical prowess. One of these combatants is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the only woman whose strength has garnered the full endorsement of the Navy's High Command. The other is recognized as the most exceptional combat genius of CP9 in the past 5 centuries. In terms of physical capabilities, Rob Lucci, an animal-type devil fruit user, surpasses his opponent in both sheer strength and speed. However, when it comes to the application of armament haki, the Empress, who possesses the inherited haki of the warrior tribes of Amazon Lily and is a natural-born wielder of Conqueror's haki, completely overwhelms her adversary. As their fierce battle rages on, 2 other confrontations have already concluded. The sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, though both endowed with animal-type devil fruit powers and diligent in their training, find their talents fall short compared to their sister, Boa Hancock. While they are not lacking in strength, they stand no chance against true masters. Kaku, only slightly inferior to Rob Lucci, has caught the attention of the celestial dragons, which speaks volumes of his formidable abilities. Drake, one of the supernovas of the worst generation, possesses the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, enabling him to transform into a dinosaur, and is comparable in strength to Roronoa Zoro, the Straw Hat Pirate's first mate. How could the 2 Boa sisters possibly contend with such opponents? After merely a few exchanges, they find themselves captured by Kaku and Drake. Boa Sandersonia, battling Kaku, is left bloodied and unconscious, while Boa Marigold, transformed into her half-snake form, is pinned beneath Drake's mighty foot, unable to move. Empress, do you wish to continue this fight? Your 2 sisters are not our designated targets for capture, Rob Lucci sneered, his insinuation clear. If the Empress does not surrender, her sisters will face dire consequences. The Empress halted her movements, her expression tormented. Sister, don't worry about us. Boa Marigold cried out, tears staining her face. We know all too well what surrender entails. Sister, fight on, do not concern yourself with us. With that declaration, she attempted to take her own life with a swift strike, only to be restrained by Drake, who seized her wrist. Do not, the Empress wailed in despair, torn by the dilemma. If she refused to surrender, her sisters would undoubtedly meet a tragic end, yet if she capitulated, their future would be even more harrowing than death itself. What should she do? As the Empress grappled with her indecision, Rob Lucci seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, delivering a powerful kick that sent Boa Hancock crashing to the ground. With a clatter, a pair of C-Prism stone handcuffs were tossed before the Empress. Put them on and put an end to this farce. Chapter 068. Hysteria. As her gaze fell upon the shackles, the Empress's heart turned to ashes. She was acutely aware of what surrender entailed. Yet, the thought of witnessing the demise of her two younger sisters before her eyes was unbearable. With trembling hands, she slowly reached for the sea-stone shackles. While the observing celestial dragons were already grinning from ear to ear, were it not for the fear of the Empress still being armed, one of them would have rushed forward to lay hands on his prize. Oh, this time, I am the most formidable individual in myriad. Other celestial dragons will have to wait in line for their turn to enslave the invincible tyrant Kuma, while I now possess a warlord slave even more magnificent than Kuma himself. As the peculiar cheers of the celestial dragon, Saint Kamire, echoed throughout the hall, the Empress, through layers of fabric, seized the sea-stone shackles from the ground and suddenly hurled them with all her might towards Saint Kamire. Do you wish to possess me? How unfortunate, for you shall only acquire my lifeless body. Die, you cursed celestial dragon. Determined to ensure no harm befell the esteemed celestial dragon, X. Drake and Kaku stepped forward, each wielding their weapons to deflect the shackles thrown by the Empress. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci swiftly reacted, charging forward to attempt to capture the Empress with his capture technique. At this moment, having resolved her fate, Boa Hancock no longer hesitated. With tear-filled eyes, she averted her gaze from her two sisters and turned to confront Rob Lucci with all her might. Kill him. Wait, no, I must capture her alive. I shall personally torment this woman who dared to strike a celestial dragon. Saint Kamire shrieked in hysteria. What are you two fools doing? Why are you not capturing that woman? Look after these two girls while you assist. The celestial dragon's scorn made both men furrow their brows. Yet they dared not voice their anger. Observing Rob Lucci struggling against the frenzied Empress, Kaku positioned his dual blades against the immobilized Boa sisters and turned to X. Drake. Drake's expression darkened, yet he charged towards the Empress. The two formidable Zoan fruit users surrounded the pirate Empress, and with the interference of the bitter fruit's bitter domain, Hancock's defeat was merely a matter of time. Just as the completion of their task seemed imminent, Kaku suddenly sensed something, a crimson glow flashing in his eyes. His observation haki activated instinctively, and he shouted, "Everyone, be alert. Someone is launching a sneak attack." As Kaku's voice faded, a gentle breeze brushed against his face, swiftly followed by an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. With a thunderous shout, Kaku brandished his twin blades, creating a seamless barrier around himself. Then, a cacophony of metallic clashes erupted, causing sweat to pour down his back, sending chills racing through him. In a fleeting moment, he exchanged over 100 blows with the enigmatic assailant, his movements guided solely by the instinctive reactions of his observation haki. Throughout, he had not even glimpsed a shadow of his foe. Rob Lucci, too, sensed the ambush, yet the Empress suddenly unleashed a frenzied assault. A single woman managing to keep both him and X. Drake, masters of combat, in disarray, leaving them no choice but to defend themselves desperately. Kaku. Protect St. Kamahil. Kaku, realizing the urgency, rushed to stand before the celestial dragons, aligning himself with the CP0 agents, encircling the esteemed figures. The wind stilled. A golden-haired man materialized before them like a spirit in the breeze. In his right hand, he wielded an exquisitely adorned rapier, while his left delicately held a rose, creating a harmonious fusion with the gilded surroundings, radiant as the sun itself. Cavendish, what brings you here? Kaku gritted his teeth. Since his clash with the pirate Empress, the noble pirate Cavendish had gained renown despite his defeat, for he faced not only the world's most beautiful woman, but also one of the notorious 7 warlords. A figure second only to the 4 emperors in the realm of piracy. The prowess Cavendish displayed during their battle, particularly the mysterious ribbon that cornered the Empress, left various factions speculating about its nature. The long night stretches endlessly, and sleep eludes me. Wandering about, I heard a fair maiden weeping and came to investigate. He replied nonchalantly. Nonsense. This golden hell has no entrances or exits. One can only traverse through the powers of the Golden Emperor Tesoro and his subordinate, Mr. Tianzhou. Upon hearing Kaku's words, Cavendish chuckled lightly. So that is the case. I thought this Grand Tesoro ship was a proclaimed safe zone, strictly forbidding private duels. How could someone brazenly torment a lady? It appears the Golden Emperor Tesoro is scheming behind the scenes. Kaku was momentarily at a loss for words. While he cared little for Tesoro's reputation, the exposure of the celestial dragon's collusion with Tesoro to capture the Empress would undoubtedly obliterate the carefully cultivated reputation of Tesoro, and his own mission's evaluation would suffer greatly. Ah, how audacious! Before the celestial dragons, you dare to be so insolent? Kneel and repent for your foolishness and sin. In response, Li Zhao raised his hand, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Although it was successfully blocked by the CP0 guards, it silenced the irritating celestial dragon. Do you understand what it means to swing a sword at a celestial dragon? Kaku's voice was icy, as if in his eyes, Li Zhao was already a corpse. When you see a cockroach scuttling before you, do you not wish to crush it immediately? Cavendish smiled brilliantly. He was unperturbed by the prospect of attacking the celestial dragons. Even if he were to eliminate a few, it mattered little, for he could relinquish this identity at any moment. Even if a Marine admiral sought to settle the score with Cavendish, locating him would be an insurmountable challenge. Indeed, the Cavendish before them was the very embodiment of Li Zhao. Dare to insult the illustrious celestial dragons. Kill him. If you cannot slay him, then let you all perish. The exalted celestial dragon screamed hysterically, surrounded by CP0 agents whose expressions were grim. The celestial dragons were notoriously capricious, their actions reckless and unrestrained. When St. Carmel declared their intent to kill, it was no jest. If the astonishingly swift Cavendish were to escape, they would face certain doom. Several CP0 agents exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and charged towards Li Zhao. Li Zhao raised his sword to chest level, the blade of the renowned Durandal, infused with the color of armed hockey, transformed into a dark abyss reminiscent of the midnight sky. Bubble fruit, dreamy dance floor. Confronted by the elite assault of the world's most formidable intelligence agency, Li Zhao remained vigilant. A technique not employed for quite some time was once again unveiled. A slick, glistening bubble enveloped the area within a 5-meter radius around his feet. As the CP0 agents advanced, poised to deliver a lethal strike, they were suddenly thwarted by a loss of footing, with some stumbling and falling, while those with better agility struggled to maintain their balance, swaying precariously as their offensive momentum faltered. Beautiful sword, Prince of Stardust, slash. How could Li Zhao possibly miss this opportune moment to vanquish his foes? The blade of Durandal, as dark as ink, traced a constellation of shimmering stars around him, the ethereal glow illuminating the scene. In the next instant, the CP0 operatives fell to the ground, lifeless, their vital areas marred by lethal sword wounds, with some even decapitated. Li Zhao's combination attack swiftly annihilated the enemy, leaving only the most skilled, Kaku, who timely executed the moonwalk to escape into the air, and the fruit user of the bitter fruit, who had yet to make a move, as the sole survivors. It was the power of the bubble fruit. Why do you possess Caliph's abilities? Witnessing the capabilities of his former comrade being wielded by another, Kaku finally erupted in anger and despair. Chapter 069. Defeating the three strong. The powers of the devil fruit are unparalleled. There will never exist two identical devil fruits in the world. Only upon the death of the previous fruit user does the fruit's power re-emerge in the form of a new devil fruit, born somewhere in the world. The presence of the white horse Cavendish demonstrating the powers of the bubble fruit signifies that its former owner, Calipha, has most likely met with misfortune. With the sorrow of losing a dear friend raging in his heart, Kaku's attacks intensified dramatically. At this moment, he transformed into a half-man, half-beast form, wielding the giraffe's most formidable weapon, its elongated neck, swinging like a heavy club in a sweeping arc-storm foot secret technique. Great circular slash. H strikes fist secret technique. Martial foot hammer, pinnacle dragon spike. The two strongest techniques collided, unleashing a circular blade of air that swept through the area, astonishingly severing the distant Golden Palace in half. Kaku's technique, the circular slash, showcased considerable power, indeed deserving the title of a sweeping force against 1,000 troops. However, at the epicenter of the circular slash S attack, Li Zhao remained unharmed. He rested his foot against Kaku's long neck, and the two maintained this posture, motionless for a prolonged moment. After a brief interval, both collapsed to the ground. Li Zhao sustained a catastrophic fracture in his leg, causing sweat to bead down his brow from the pain. Kaku fared even worse, although his neck was renowned as the most resilient part of his body. Fortified by the protection of hockey, its strength rivaled that of reinforced alloy. Yet, a neck remains a neck, one of the body's most vulnerable areas. Using his vital point to collide with the weapons of his opponent is feasible when one's power overwhelmingly surpasses that of the adversary. But should one encounter an opponent of equal or greater strength, the outcome can be devastating. Simultaneously enduring the impact of his own technique and the hockey-infused destruction of Li Zhao's 8-strikes fist, Kaku's cervical vertebrae ultimately shattered. The towering giraffe man lay prostrate on the ground, frothing at the mouth, his neck twisted like a lifeless serpent, teetering on the brink of existence. Li Zhao emerged victorious. Albeit barely, yet the battle is far from over. In addition to the fiercely engaged Rob Lucci and Drake, who are locked in combat with the Empress Boa Hancock, 3 CP0 operatives remain capable of fighting. Following the initial chaos, they have discerned Li Zhao's injuries and are now poised to launch a lethal counterattack against him. Li Zhao swiftly adjusted his posture, exerting all his strength to activate the life restoration technique, forcing his shattered bones back into place through the undulating motion of his muscles. A copious amount of healing foam enveloped his wounds, alleviating his pain and facilitating recovery. After a round of urgent treatment, Li Zhao finally regained his ability to move. However, the attacks from the 3 CP0 agents had already reached him. Pointed gun, hunter's blade, stormy steps, guillotine, bittersweet realm, endless heartache memoir. Li Zhao found himself facing lethal strikes aimed at his neck, heart, and back simultaneously. In an instant, the metallic ribbons on his wrist unfurled and began to spin rapidly like helicopter blades. Floating fruit, 100-ton blade cyclone. The trio had not anticipated that the individual who had just moments ago been a crumpled mass of twisted limbs could fully restore his mobility in an instant. Yet, it was too late for regret. The CP0 operatives, unable to evade, were swept into the maelstrom of floating blades, their bodies instantly torn asunder. Nevertheless, in a desperate counterattack, one of the bitter fruit users managed to strike Li Zhao in the chest. Though the force of the attack was not particularly strong, the moment it connected, an overwhelming wave of bitter emotion surged within him, rendering his heart heavy with despair, and his sanity plummeted to a negative state. Li Zhao felt an impulsive urge to end his own life. The method of attack from the bitter fruit user bore a chilling resemblance to the negative spirits wielded by Perona, a fearsome power that had nearly led to the demise of the Straw Hat Pirates. Fortunately, the vibrant foam capable of dispelling any abnormal conditions activated immediately, neutralizing and expelling the bitter energy. The battle concluded swiftly, yet Li Zhao remained haunted by the encounter. The CP0 truly lived up to their reputation as the direct force of the Celestial Dragons, an unnamed, faceless bitterfruit user, who had never even made an appearance in the original anime, had not only countered the Empress's sweet fruit abilities but had nearly caused Li Zhao to meet his demise. With Kaku and the others defeated, the Celestial Dragons lost their protective forces, prompting Rob Lucci to grow increasingly anxious. He shouted to his ally, Drake, "I'll hold this woman off. You hurry and capture her 2 sisters." Although employing the tactic of coercing others through familial threats was far from noble, it had proven effective throughout the ages. At that moment, it was the only strategy capable of turning the tide. Drake, without pretense, rushed toward the 2 sisters of the Snake Princess, whom they had previously defeated, only to suddenly realize that the golden sand where Sandasonia and Marigold had been secured was now completely empty. Where could the Snake sisters have gone? How could this be possible? They had been shackled with seastone cuffs. How could they have escaped? CP0 had deliberately diverted the unexpectedly arriving Cavendish, the White Horse, away from their crucial hostage, while the 2 sisters remained shackled by sea prism stone handcuffs, rendering them utterly incapable of freeing themselves. Yet, astonishingly, the sisters vanished without a trace. Even with Drake exerting his full observation hockey, he could not uncover their whereabouts. Not even a single footprint could be found upon the golden sands of the desert. As Drake became distracted, Li Zhao brandished his renowned sword, Durandao, and charged forth, exclaiming, "Swan Lake." Drake hastily parried with his sword and battle axe. Though he successfully blocked the assault, Li Zhao's blade suddenly coiled around Drake's weapon like a supple whip, carving a deep gash into his chest. Cursed be this situation. In his fury, Drake was also taken aback by the strength of the man before him. Although his Zoan-type ancient dinosaur form granted him formidable physical power and defense, he found himself vexed by the peculiar abilities of Cavendish's fruit. Drake was embroiled in a fierce struggle, while Rob Lucci found himself in an even more dire predicament. He, lacking the strength to match the Empress, required Drake's assistance merely to hold his own against his opponent. However, with Drake unable to protect himself and the hostage lost, the situation worsened when the CP0 agent, who had previously restrained the Empress's sweet fruit abilities, had already succumbed to Cavendish's sword. With a muffled groan, Rob Lucci was struck in the chest by Boa Hancock's fragrant foot, instantly petrifying his clothing and considerable skin. The Empress harbored a deep-seated hatred for him and showed no mercy in her assault. Realizing the battle was unwinnable, Rob Lucci, displaying a certain ruggedness, transformed into his leopard form and simultaneously unleashed the moonwalk and shave techniques, propelling himself skyward in an instant. His speed was astonishing, and he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. With Rob Lucci fleeing the battle, Drake's fighting spirit was utterly extinguished. As a dinosaur man, he lacked the leopard's swiftness, and with his opponent being the speedster Cavendish, the Empress, now unoccupied with her previous adversary, charged toward him. Despair engulfed Drake. He had entered this confrontation devoid of any will to fight and resolved to surrender to fate. In the next moment, he was struck in the back of the head by the Empress's foot, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 070. The demon-slaying order. The battle had concluded. Before Li Zhao could even greet the Empress, he felt a fragrant breeze and found a warm, perfumed figure leaping into his embrace. Li Zhao was taken aback. In his recollection, the bond between them had not seemingly progressed to such an extent. However, in the next moment, he realized that he had been overthinking. Just as he intended to embrace Boa Hancock with his warm arms, the woman in his grasp suddenly seized his collar, lifting him off the ground. Although the pirate Empress was not as tall as his two sisters, reaching an exaggerated height of 4 meters, she still stood nearly 2 meters tall, leaving Li Zhao suspended in the air with his feet dangling helplessly. Why did you arrive now? I suppose I haven't arrived too late, have I? All right. Then where is my sister? Li Zhao struggled to snap his fingers, and the golden sand on the ground rippled like water. Suddenly, a man clad in a black suit, exuding an aura of chilling ruthlessness, leaped out from beneath the earth, each hand gripping a tall beauty, none other than Boa Hancock's two sisters. The Empress immediately discarded Li Zhao to the ground and rushed towards her sisters, her face, turned away from him, flushed crimson like fresh blood. Why did I embrace him? No, it was merely a moment of excitement. Yes, that must be it. I harbor no ulterior motives watching the 3 sisters huddle together. With the pirate Empress deliberately avoiding his gaze, Li Zhao felt a tinge of embarrassment. He was not the typical oblivious protagonist from a light novel, and he could somewhat perceive the Empress's thoughts. Although his heroic act of saving her was not intentional, it stemmed from his disdain for being the scapegoat of the Golden Emperor Tesoro, and his inability to tolerate such a magnificent beauty falling into the hands of the celestial dragons. Regardless of his original intent, his actions undeniably enhanced the Empress's favor towards him. Unlike the Straw Hat Luffy, who merely landed a punch on a celestial dragon to vent the Empress's anger, what Li Zhao had done evidently resonated more deeply with her heart. In essence, the adage holds true: one may cultivate flowers with care, yet see them wilt, while one may neglect willows and still witness their flourishing shade. In this moment, enveloped in a strange, complex ambience tinged with a hint of hesitant romance, Li Zhao found himself at a loss. Suddenly, an obnoxious voice shattered the peculiar atmosphere between them. The insufferable celestial dragons, after witnessing the demise of their guards, had the audacity to remain rather than flee. The leader, Saint Camariel, approached them, scattering a handful of gems onto the ground. What a splendid battle! Certainly worthy of my generous reward, he proclaimed. You, wretched peon, you should feel honored. My daughter, from Camariel Palace, has taken an interest in you, permitting you to live as her pet. No, her private favorite. In return, you may voice any request. Even aspirations of becoming a warlord of the sea or an admiral of the navy could potentially come to fruition. His finger then pointed disdainfully at the pirate Empress, his tone dripping with arrogance and greed. Woman, your strength has also earned my acknowledgement, yet it cannot alter your fate as my slave. I grant you one final chance. Kneel before me and don the sea prison stone shackles willingly, or else. The celestial dragon produced a golden transponder snail from his breast pocket, revealing a sinister smile. Do you see this? It is a golden transponder snail capable of initiating a slaughter order. With the press of a button, I can command 10 warships to raise your impoverished nation to the ground. Furthermore, do not presume that preventing me from pressing the button will thwart all of this. I have made arrangements. If I fail to establish timely communication with the station navy, the extermination order will still be enacted. The Empress fell despondently to the ground, her visage ashen. Although she often feigned indifference, seemingly disregarding everyone, including her own citizens and esteemed ministers, treating them with disdain, this was merely a facade. As a ruler, Boa Hancock is, in fact, remarkably competent. This is evidenced by the remarkable advancements in the strength and prosperity of Amazon Lily during her reign. In the original anime, despite her profound affection for Monkey D. Luffy, she has never put her nation at risk for his sake. The Extermination Order is a special measure instituted by the world government to intimidate nations, akin in status to nuclear weaponry. The execution of this order requires neither evidence nor justification, as long as an individual possessing a golden transponder snail issues the command. The Navy's annihilation machinery will spring into action, reducing an island or an entire nation to rubble, leaving no trace behind. Had Boa Hancock been present in Amazon Lily at this moment, it would have been a different matter, for she would possess the strength to confront the Extermination Order. However, now, as the nation's most formidable force, the Snake Princess and her sisters are aboard the Tesoro, and once the Extermination Order is issued, there will undoubtedly be no beautiful kingdom left. Observing the Empress's distress, Li Zhao scratched his head, gently patting her shoulder, and softly reassured her. "It's nothing to worry about. Leave everything to me." These words acted as a potent balm for her anxieties. The Empress's body relaxed, her gaze fixated on the man before her. Despite her deep contemplation, she could not fathom how Cavendish could possibly influence the fleet poised thousands of miles away for the Extermination Order. Upon seeing the golden-haired gentleman approach her, the young woman from the Celestial Dragons, Kamal, instantly brightened. She clapped her hands in delight and approached him. Once in front of Li Zhao, she casually retrieved a pet collar from behind her and attempted to fasten it around his neck. Li Zhao grasped her wrist, preventing her from engaging in self-destructive behavior. However, a celestial dragon is still a celestial dragon. Upon realizing that a lowly slave pet dared to defy him, Kamael Palace erupted in fury and with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to Li Zhao's face. This strike bore no physical harm, nor did it carry any insult towards Li Zhao. Hence he could not be bothered to evade it. "Sebastian." Suddenly, Li Zhao called out the name of the fish giant. And only then did everyone realize that the enigmatic man in a suit, who had just rescued the two sisters of the Snake Princess, had inexplicably vanished from their midst. As Li Zhao summoned him, the man, exuding an aura of extreme authority, abruptly emerged from beneath the ground, his upper body seemingly floating above the surface. Responding to Li Zhao, "Captain, the leopard that was secretly lurking and observing has been driven away, though I regret to inform you that I could not capture him." It turned out that after Rob Lucci had successfully escaped, he had not fled far, but rather sought a hidden corner to quietly observe the unfolding events. However, he was ultimately discovered and expelled by the fish giant, Sebastian, whom Li Zhao had discreetly dispatched. It was imperative that no one bore witness to what Li Zhao was about to undertake, just as Li Zhao was communicating with the fish giant. The impatient celestial dragon, Kamael, struck the audaciously bold young man before him with several resounding slaps. It seems that men must be disciplined. Without such correction, they remain unruly. Li Zhao remained indifferent, neither feeling anger nor pain. In comparison to the tasks that lay ahead of him, the woman's slight humiliation felt utterly trivial. Chapter 071. The General's Visit. Li Zhao wore a peculiar smile on his face, then reached to his chest and unzipped a jacket that had seemingly materialized from thin air. Just as everyone present wondered if this fool intended to act brazenly before the public, the next moment, Li Zhao astonishingly peeled off his own skin. Before the crowd could even gasp in shock, a man with black hair, who, although not as handsome as the fair-haired Cavendish, possessed an enigmatic Eastern charm, emerged from within Cavendish's form. This was Li Zhao's true body in this world. Before anyone could process what was happening, Li Zhao conjured a zipper on the chest of the female celestial dragon, Kamael, and dove into it after unzipping. These actions were executed seamlessly, with his increasingly adept abilities. Li Zhao swiftly completed the transformation of his skin jacket. "Sebastian, prepare the transponder snail and begin recording." Understood. Once merged with Kamael, Li Zhao swiftly drew the renowned sword, Durandal, and charged at the celestial dragon, Kamael Saint, who was holding the golden transponder snail. Possessing the speed of a weasel and the exquisite swordsmanship of a master, Li Zhao was far from being idle, even while merged with the female celestial dragon. The pampered celestial dragon aristocrat was ill-prepared to resist him, especially since, in Kamael Saint's eyes, the figure rushing toward him was his own daughter, leading him to never even consider pressing the golden transponder snail in his hand. In the next instant, the famed sword, Durandal, severed the wrist that grasped the transponder snail, then swiftly glided across his neck. "What did you say?" "A celestial dragon is in trouble." Upon hearing this news, the Golden Emperor, Tesoro, nearly leaped up, threatening to tear the roof off. His right index finger pointed furiously at the sturdy man before him, Bobby Vanku, his entire body trembling with rage. Do you understand what this means? It means those pesky CP0 agents will turn the entire ship, the Great Tesoro, upside down. And it means that at least one Marine Admiral could arrive here at any moment to eliminate all of us. Li Zhao delicately probed his ear with his pinky finger, extracting the earwax dislodged by Tesoro's thunderous voice. He inspected it momentarily before carelessly flicking it to the ground, feigning innocence as he declared, "How can this be blamed on me? I have already dispatched my most formidable subordinate, one of the pirate supernovas, Drake, to assist them, only for him to be knocked unconscious and discarded like a lifeless dog. Moreover, as the host of the ultimate fighting tournament, I cannot personally engage in such disreputable acts as capturing participants to offer them as slaves to the celestial dragons." Tesoro, though irked, found himself unable to confront Li Zhao directly. While he had previously contemplated placing the blame on him, he was reluctant to entrust such a critical task to Bobby Vanku, a subordinate he scarcely deemed reliable. Thus, Tesoro merely accepted Drake, the renowned powerhouse, from Li Zhao and handed him over to CP0 for the protection of the celestial dragons. Subsequently, he commanded Mr. Tanaka to ambush the pirate empress, utilizing the powers of the Munch fruit to cast the Snake Princess and her sisters into the Golden Hell. Afterward, Tesoro refrained from further interference, even opting not to monitor the situation closely. He feared that becoming too entangled could tarnish the reputation of the Great Tesoro, and believed it prudent to remain ignorant of the celestial dragon's sordid affairs. Ultimately, he could justify eliminating Drake and simultaneously clip Bobby Vanku's wings without hesitation. Consequently, Li Zhao was not even meant to be aware of the existence of the Golden Hell, and even if he were, the only individuals capable of freely entering it were Mr. Tanaka and himself, who could manipulate the golden passages. Thus, after this monumental blunder, Li Zhao possessed ample alibis, presenting an infuriatingly nonchalant demeanor. In summary, matters had escalated significantly. One celestial dragon lay decapitated, while the other had mysteriously vanished, with CP0's protective detail nearly obliterated, some dead, others missing. Just as Tesoro found himself in a state of despair, both he and his companion suddenly sensed a formidable presence rapidly approaching. The speed was alarming. Before they could react, a brilliant beam of golden light sliced through the sky, heading straight for the Great Tesoro. This was dire. Could it be a beam weapon? Behold the might of that golden light. Should it strike the Great Tesoro, it could potentially cleave the vessel, a floating city, in twain. Just as Tesoro was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the terrifying golden beam unexpectedly veered off course. What should have struck the heart of the city instead refracted several times, directly targeting the opulent top-floor lounge of the Golden Hotel, where Li Zhao and Tesoro resided. No explosion or searing laser ensued. The brilliance faded, revealing a tall, slender figure at the center of the lounge. Clad in a yellow-striped suit and donning a pair of nonchalant, tinted sunglasses, the most striking feature was the naval-style coat draped across his back, serving as a cloak. Indeed, an admiral of the Navy had made his appearance, and the individual before them was none other than the most senior among the current 3 admirals. The user of the Pika Pika no Mi, Borsellino, also known as Kazuru. How frightening. Rushed to such an extent that I had to fly this far in one go, truly vexing. Kazuru exuded an air of languor, speaking in a leisurely manner. Yet, under the oppressive weight of his formidable presence, both Li Zhao and the Golden Emperor Tesoro exhibited a palpable tension, as if facing a dire adversary. "Oh, you are all here. Just in time, Tesoro, to enlighten me about the current situation," Kazara remarked with an unwavering smile. In an instant, the terrifying aura he radiated morphed into a chilling intent to kill, causing the Golden Emperor to break into a cold sweat. "Come now, Tesoro. Tell me what has transpired with those celestial dragons." Tesoro and Li Zhao exchanged a glance, silently nodding in agreement. As the king of the Sorrow, an awakened user of the Gene fruit, Tesoro was an invincible entity within this city of gold. Even when faced with the illustrious admiral, the initial shock gave way to his resolve to prepare for the worst. Although he remained unaware of Bobby Vanku's true capabilities, the fact that this subordinate had managed to escape from Dressrosa after eliminating a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family indicated that his true strength was formidable. Joining forces to confront Kazuru, even if victory eluded them, sacrificing the foolhardy giant might just afford him a chance to flee. They were all bound together like grasshoppers on a single string. Should the moment of conflict arise, there was no fear that Bobby Vancrew would refrain from contributing. Li Zhao privately lamented his predicament. He was far from prepared to confront an admiral of the Navy. Moreover, the figure before him, the yellow ape, was renowned as the champion of evasion, the only admiral to emerge unscathed from the war atop the Red Line, a cunning old fox who concealed his true abilities. Engaging him in combat would likely result in a thorough beating, followed by a grim fate in the impelled-down prison. If a confrontation were to ensue, he resolved to extricate himself at the earliest opportunity while the Golden Emperor drew the yellow ape's fire. Both men harbored ulterior motives and exchanged glances that conveyed a mutual understanding of trust in one another. Chapter 072. The Great Detective Yellow Ape. Your Excellency Yellow Ape, we extend a warm welcome to your presence. I express my deepest condolences regarding the unfortunate fate of the celestial dragons, Kamahil and his daughter, Kamahil Gong. Undoubtedly, this is a tragedy. However, to speak candidly, my ship, the Deasaro, bears little responsibility in this matter. If you bear no responsibility, does that imply that the demise of those two celestial dragons was orchestrated by me? Oh, how terrifying. Very well. It appears I must relay this investigation's findings to the Gorsi. Li Zhao and Tessalodon immediately tensed up, yet the anticipated assault never materialized. The elder Huang Yuan languidly reclined on the sofa, adopting an air of nonchalance, seemingly awaiting their forthcoming explanation. As long as he remained receptive to their words, that was sufficient. In truth, the individuals most cognizant of the matter were likely the CP0 members tasked with safeguarding the celestial dragons. Presently, alongside the disappearance of Kamalio Palace, two CP0 members were also unaccounted for, Rob Lucci and Kaku. Should they be located, the truth would undoubtedly come to light. Furthermore, we had previously dispatched a guard to assist in the protection of the two celestial dragons. Fortunately, this individual had managed to survive, and we could present him to Lord Huang Yuan. A moment later, the bound X, Drake, was brought forth. Li Zhao was uncertain whether Huang Yuan was aware of this traitor's identity. Nonetheless, as long as they delivered him alive to Huang Yuan, even the former Marine Admiral Sengoku would be unable to reproach them. Upon seeing Huang Yuan, Drake exhibited little fear, though he appeared somewhat disheartened. He candidly recounted everything he knew, from the moment he was summoned to assist the celestial dragons in capturing the pirate empress as a slave pet, through the ambush in the Golden Hell, to the unexpected appearance of Cavendish, culminating in his defeat and subsequent unconsciousness. Yet, as far as he could ascertain, both celestial dragons had remained in good health until his blackout. Thus, does this imply that you are entirely ignorant of the events that transpired thereafter? X. Drake furrowed his brow in silence, seemingly torn between speaking and withholding his thoughts. Li Zhao, as the orchestrator behind the scenes, was acutely aware of Drake's hesitation and concerns. However, if Drake continued to remain tight-lipped, the incident leading to the demise of the celestial dragons could spiral beyond control. Contemplating this, Li Zhao suddenly inquired, "Do you have something to say? If so, please do not conceal it, for it may pertain to the lives of countless individuals. You must comprehend the horrific retaliation the world government would exact for the death of a celestial dragon." Li Zhao was not indulging in alarmism. Although he bore the title of a pirate, Drake was, at his core, a naval warrior embodying ideals of justice. He was acutely aware of the implications that the death of a celestial dragon would entail. The senseless wrath and indiscriminate slaughter of innocents were, after all, the hallmark of the celestial dragons. The consequences Li Zhao warned of, leading to the wrongful deaths of countless civilians, were indeed not mere exaggerations. Resolved to act, X. Drake promptly retrieved a recording snail from his pocket. This peculiar creature had mysteriously appeared in his possession after he regained consciousness, evidently placed there by someone who took advantage of his unconscious state. The intent behind this act remained shrouded in mystery. However, the content captured by the recording snail was so horrifying that Drake hesitated, contemplating whether to fulfill the desires of the shadowy figure by revealing it to the world. With no further benefit in overthinking the matter, X. Drake activated the recording snail. As the creature awakened, its eyes widened, emitting a radiant light. It projected a scene upon the wall akin to a cinematic display. What I wish to accomplish cannot be thwarted, even by my father. A young female celestial dragon appeared, her face contorted with rage as she brandished a gleaming blade. In the next moment, with a flash of cold steel, her father, the esteemed celestial dragon Kamai Air, lost his head. The footage abruptly ceased, the image somewhat blurred and the perspective shaky, yet the impact of the content remained undeniably profound. The decapitated Khmer heir had been slain by his own daughter, a fellow celestial dragon of equal nobility, while the killer, Princess Khmer heir, was now missing. The entire incident was steeped in strangeness, with layers of hidden enigmas entwined within. What was Princess Khmer heir attempting to achieve that would provoke such fierce opposition from her father, leading her to commit patricide? Where had she vanished thereafter? How could someone deemed utterly incompetent, incapable even of fending for herself, evade the all-seeing surveillance of the Golden Emperor Tesoro that permeated the vast Tesoro ship, rendering her whereabouts unknown to all? These riddles, perplexing even to the battle-hardened Kizaru, caused him to momentarily abandon his usual nonchalant demeanor, his brow furrowing in deep contemplation. How did you manage to capture this recording? The yellow ape inquired. Drake initially contemplated speaking the truth, admitting his ignorance regarding the source of the information he had received. Yet, he hesitated, unsure whether it was his desire to avoid complicating matters further or to prevent the hidden puppeteer from achieving their nefarious aims. Drake, in an unexpected twist, confessed that the recording bug was indeed his own. It had inadvertently activated and captured a brief video during his unconsciousness. Naturally, in Drake's imagination, the clandestine mastermind was none other than Zhao, who had skillfully edited the short video featuring the colossal fishman, Sebastian, into something enigmatic or perhaps utterly baffling. Ultimately, the objective was straightforward: to establish that the murderer of the celestial dragon, Khmer Saint, was also a celestial dragon, and that the perpetrator's whereabouts were unknown. This would suffice, as the world government would hardly annihilate its own kin for the sake of avenging a celestial dragon. Once the video was edited, it was conveniently handed to the sole survivor at the scene, Drake, who was blissfully unaware, ensuring that Bobby Vankel's identity remained untainted by this troublesome incident. Thus, Li Zhao's goal was achieved, and Drake's slight embellishments held no sway over it. The yellow ape pondered for a considerable time before meticulously questioning Drake on several matters, such as the whereabouts of the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, the location of the White Horse, Cavendish, and the two missing former CP9 agents, the current CP0 members, Rob Lucci and Kaku. His seasoned intuition clearly discerned that Drake harbored no secrets, yet this very clarity rendered the case even more perplexing and devoid of direction. It appeared that unraveling these enigmas necessitated locating the individual in question, Khmer Palace. Lord Tesoro, I wish to ascertain whether Khmer Palace has indeed departed from the D. Tesoro. Theoretically, this should be impossible, as all vessels in the dock were under surveillance by the recording bugs, leaving no room for oversight. However, considering the immense size of the D. Tesoro, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of unforeseen circumstances, such as secret passages leading to the sea. Alternatively, like yourself, there may exist individuals capable of traversing the D. Tesoro with ease, either through unique devil fruit powers or sheer strength. Tesoro's subtle sarcasm was not lost on the yellow ape, who responded with a slight smile. In light of this, I hereby issue, in my capacity as Marine Admiral, the highest bounty for the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, White Horse Cavendish, and the traders Rob Lucci and Kaku. They are to be captured within a stipulated time frame. Furthermore, I impose a gag order regarding the incident involving the celestial dragon's demise, including the disappearance of Khmer Palace. Not a whisper of information must escape, otherwise severe penalties for treason will ensue. Lord Tesoro, as this matter transpired aboard your vessel, I implore you to fully cooperate with the Marine's investigative actions. The yellow ape's decree left Li Zhao somewhat disheartened, as events had not unfolded according to his most favorable expectations. Empress Boa Hancock and Cavendish, despite their esteemed identities, ultimately found themselves ensnared in the calamity surrounding the demise of a celestial dragon. It is indeed an unavoidable predicament. The celestial dragons, accompanied by their slaves and attendants, awaited their return at the hotel. Upon realizing their masters had not returned, they promptly contacted the Navy and the CPO, thereby summoning the formidable Admiral Kizaru. These individuals were acutely aware of their master's activities, and in light of the circumstances, the death of the celestial dragons could not be dissociated from the pirate empress. Nevertheless, it at least afforded Hancock a reprieve from the accusation of orchestrating the murder, thereby safeguarding the safety of Amazon Lily. At the very least, the demon-slaying fleet encircling the island nation could be disbanded. Chapter 073. The petulance of Boa Hancock, though Kizaru's words were laced with courtesy, his actions were marked by an unyielding assertiveness. Upon the arrival of his naval fleet at the Thousand Sunny, Kazara swiftly took command of its security system. From the surveillance network to the routine security personnel aboard, he effectively commandeered nearly all of the armed forces under Tezaro's control, leaving the Golden Emperor seething in silent indignation. In truth, the situation had evolved far beyond Tezaro's initial expectations. The death of a celestial dragon was sufficient to provoke the Navy into unleashing a demon-slaying decree, which could have led to the obliteration of the Thousand Sunny for such a grave transgression. Yet, being compelled to cooperate in the investigation was, in fact, the most favorable outcome. However, this turn of events meant that the most organized military force aboard the Thousand Sunny had now become the nascent self-formed militia under the charge of Li Zhao. Still in its infancy, this development left Tezoro feeling both frustrated and speechless. Upon returning to his private residence, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of individuals, notably members of the Phantom Pirates and the currently allied Dr. Trafalgar Law. Li Zhao, without waiting for their inquiries, first gestured for silence. Then, casting his gaze towards the second Princess Violet, he awaited her nod of affirmation, confirming that the vicinity was secure and devoid of any surveillance. With a sigh of relief, Li Zhao proceeded to open the pocket of his jacket resting on his thigh, retrieving the Serpent Sisters, who had transformed into a human skin coat. He then restored them to their original forms. Thus, the situation unfolded. Li Zhao recounted the events that transpired after Huang Yuan boarded the ship. Upon hearing his account, the three sisters of the Empress collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The accusation of murdering the celestial dragons bore an immense weight, one that could jeopardize the entire daughter island and threaten the very lives of its citizens, an unbearable burden for them to carry. As for being wanted, the sisters were utterly indifferent. After all, their true calling was that of pirates, and what pirate could claim to be free of a bounty on their head? Li Zhao furrowed his brows and remarked, "However, if this continues, not only will you be unable to participate in the Ultimate Fighting Championship, but you may also find it impossible to show your faces on the ship. After all, Admiral Kizaru is right here. Should he discover you, escape may prove futile." The Empress cast a disdainful glance at the man, her words laced with sarcasm. "What is it, dear commander of the self-defense forces? On your own turf. Are you truly afraid of a mere marine admiral? Even if he were to set his sights on you, what of it? You could always don a new guise. Could you not?" Li Zhao was acutely aware that the woman was upset with him for using the identity of Cavendish to engage with her, deliberately provoking him. Although he had clarified the situation long ago, the Empress was fully cognizant of Li Zhao's predicament. Yet, this did not prevent her from occasionally using it as an excuse to cast him a few disdainful glances. In such instances, Li Zhao refrained from responding, fully understanding that when a woman is unwilling to reason, any attempt at dialogue is futile. It is best to endure quietly. However, to outsiders, this scene appeared as though a pair of young lovers were indulging in romantic antics. Noticing the peculiar gazes from the crowd, the Empress's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly cleared her throat, redirecting the conversation. "Actually, I have matters to attend to and must leave this place. Do you have a means to assist my sisters and me in departing the Thousand Sunny?" she added, "if we wish to slip away unnoticed. My vessel might be of assistance." At that moment, Luo, who had been leaning against the wall with his eyes closed in feigned slumber, spoke up. Ever since Li Zhao had candidly shared the astonishing news of his victory over the celestial dragons, this aloof and proud young man seemed to no longer regard himself as an outsider. Although he had not formally joined Li Zhao's Phantom Pirates, he tacitly accepted Li Zhao's appointment of him as the honorary vice captain of the crew. "My ship is a submarine, perfect for smuggling. That is how I arrived here." This suggestion was immediately met with consensus from the group. When it came to the art of concealment, Li Zhao was undoubtedly the unrivaled sovereign of the pirate world. Once transformed into human leather and tucked away in a jacket pocket, just like the giraffe man Kaku and the celestial dragon Kamal, even Kizaru could dismantle the entire Thousand Sunny and still fail to locate them. However, unlike Boa Hancock and the others, Li Zhao could not keep her transformed state for an extended period. Given that he could not conceal her within himself, and considering the perilous nature of the current situation aboard the Thousand Sunny, allowing the Snake Princess and her sisters to depart was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Noticing that Li Zhao showed no inclination to persuade her to stay, Boa Hancock inexplicably felt a wave of displeasure wash over her, leading her to stubbornly ignore him. Observing this scene, the two Snake sisters exchanged puzzled glances. The demeanor of their sister in the presence of this enigmatic captain of the Phantom Pirates starkly contrasted with her interactions with Monkey D. Luffy, no matter what Luffy did or said, even when he treated her with indifference or authority. His tone was more amiable than that used when he spoke with the lower-ranking members of the Kuja pirates. Yet, with this mysterious captain, their sister appeared particularly prone to anger, often causing minor disturbances and creating little annoyances for him. In truth, after regaining their freedom, the sisters had grown up on the all-female Amazon Lily Island, equally isolated from men, providing no reasonable explanation for the complex sentiments the Empress harbored. Although Li Zhao felt no particular reluctance at the departure of Boa Hancock, as he was currently overwhelmed with pressing matters and lacked the time or energy to tend to other affairs, he could not shake off his concern for her leaving unaccompanied. After all, he had expended considerable effort to rescue the world's most beautiful woman from the inferno, and it seemed she harbored some affection for him. Li Zhao certainly did not wish for any untoward incident to befall such a remarkable beauty. After much contemplation, he decided to bestow upon the Pirate Empress a modified version of the Saint Seiya's Pegasus Seiya's attire, crafted to resemble the chains of the chain fanatic. Initially, Boa Hancock had no intention of engaging further with this inexplicably irksome man. Yet, she could not resist the allure of Li Zhao's parting gift, which was undeniably enticing. The Empress was intrigued by the methods he employed to conceal his true self, but out of politeness and adherence to the customs of the sea, she refrained from probing into the secrets of his devil fruit abilities. To her surprise, Li Zhao, displaying an unexpected perceptiveness, voluntarily presented her with a skin-tight leather jacket for protection. Feeling the warmth of his concern, the Pirate Empress's mood brightened significantly, prompting her to engage in light-hearted banter with Li Zhao. Her two younger sisters watched in astonishment, marveling at their sister's increasingly inscrutable behavior. Although Boa Hancock initially felt a twinge of resistance at the thought of donning a male's form, the chain fanatic's jacket, having been transformed by Li Zhao, bore a distinctly feminine touch. Coupled with his hopeful gaze, she successfully overcame her psychological barriers and adorned herself with the leather garment. The sensation was akin to that of her own body, albeit slightly unnatural. Nevertheless, there was no doubt. The Empress surveyed the crowd, her confidence surging as she clenched her fists. Dozens of dark chains erupted from her skin, akin to venomous serpents, poised and flicking their tongues in the air. With a commanding smile, the Pirate Empress proclaimed, "Undoubtedly, I have grown even stronger." Chapter 074. Smuggling. The combination of the Snake Princess and the chains proved unexpectedly harmonious. As for the discomfort she had mentioned regarding the attire, Li Zhao's leather jacket, gifted to another for wear, inherently brings with it a modicum of discomfort, making prolonged usage rather unfeasible. Li Zhao is not surprised by Boa Hancock's sentiments, and she reflects on the latter's remarkably acute perception, as such slight discomfort is often imperceptible to the average individual in a brief span. However, when juxtaposed with the notion of fully acquiring the entire prowess of another formidable entity or becoming a dual devil fruit user like the notorious Blackbeard, this minor discomfort in attire becomes utterly negligible. Li Zhao promptly retrieved 2 sets of human skin jackets designed for female pirates, adorning the 2 sisters of Snake Princess, thus transforming the trio into a striking new appearance. After they acclimated to their reformed bodies, Li Zhao meticulously conveyed the usage instructions for the jackets to the 3 sisters. Subsequently, preparations were made to bid farewell to them. The Great Disolo, during its construction, was lavishly endowed with gold, and after the awakening of the gold fruit, it employed the assimilation abilities to produce faux gold as building material. Many of its structures and chambers lacked doors and windows, accessible only to Mr. Tianzhong and to Zoro himself, who could freely navigate using their fruit abilities. To outsiders, the vessel itself resembled an intricate, unresolvable labyrinth. However, Li Zhao and his giant fish subordinates had obtained the water fruit, which granted them the ability to transform surrounding materials, such as walls and floors, into fluid-like water. In simpler terms, Sebastian could traverse this ship without hindrance. Whether it be pure golden floors or walls, they presented no obstacle to him, merely a smooth surface of water. This capability elucidated how Li Zhao, assuming the guise of the White Horse Cavendish, could stealthily infiltrate the Golden Hell to rescue Boa Hancock. At this moment, under the guidance of the giant fish, Li Zhao and the Empress swiftly arrived at the layer of the Great Disolo that hovered closest to the ocean surface. "Beyond this wall lies the sea," Sebastian remarked, pointing at the barrier before them. Ro produced a transponder snail, engaged in conversation, and after concluding the call, he announced, "I have made contact with my crew. They will arrive shortly." As the moment to depart approached, the Empress cast a furtive glance at Li Zhao, seemingly eager to speak, yet ultimately refrained, her words trapped in silence. Observing her hesitation, Li Zhao summoned an abundance of courage, accumulated over years of solitude, and suddenly embraced her. However, given the Empress's nearly 2-meter stature and her slender high heels, along with Li Zhao's unaltered height, the embrace proved somewhat awkward. Though his head nestled comfortably amidst her soft curves, bringing him immense pleasure, the pirate Empress blushed fiercely, raising her fist to deliver a sharp blow to his head. Just then, Rose's ship arrived, and Sebastian hastily created a vortex passage in the wall. Peering through the passage, beneath the moonlight, the azure sea revealed a metallic structure resembling a well, which was the entrance to Rose's submarine, the polar submarine. A creature, half human, half bear, with snow-white fur, emerged from the polar submarine, slipping through the passage into the Great Desolo. It was Bepo, the navigator of Rose's crew, a warrior of the Arctic bear fur tribe. Upon entering, Bepo first greeted his captain and then gazed in astonishment at the large gathering before him, perplexed as to when his quirky, proud captain had made so many friends. Bepo, you are tasked with escorting these 3 individuals away from the Great Desolo to their desired destination. And what about you, Captain? Aren't you coming with us? The voice of the little polar bear is undeniably endearing, yet the substance of their words carries a hint of melancholy. Their captain often leaves the crew behind to indulge in his own affairs. As anticipated, Luo shook his head and said, "You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to here." With parting moments upon them, Li Zhao, disregarding the visibly awkward expression of the Empress, grasped her arms with a serious demeanor and stated, "Hancock, I am aware of your strength, but the monsters in this world are exceedingly numerous. Do not let your guard down. Remember, when you need assistance, seek me out." Initially, Hancock's gaze reflected a sense of confusion, seemingly taken aback by Li Zhao's sudden kindness. However, her expression soon softened, revealing a serene acceptance. Boa Hancock, reminiscent of a young girl, nodded and smiled, saying, "All right, I will remember." Li Zhao nodded thoughtfully and then earnestly remarked, "Moreover, when I find myself in need of assistance, given the strong bond we share, I hope you will remember to lend me a hand." The crowd, Hancock. Subsequently, the Snake Sisters donned the human skin jackets gifted by Li Zhao, transforming into a trio of youthful, novice pirates. Under the guidance of Bepo, the warrior of the polar bear fur tribe, they successfully boarded the Arctic submarine. Just as Li Zhao was striving to compose a heartfelt farewell, an abrupt tension enveloped the group, their eyes flashing with a crimson glow as an overwhelming sense of crisis washed over them. Suddenly, a beam of golden light illuminated their path. As the golden light dissipated, the familiar tall and slender figure of Li Zhao reappeared before them. The yellow ape floated in the air like a deity, speaking in a languid tone. "Oh dear, how frightening. I was merely employing my observation hockey to scan the surrounding waters and unexpectedly discovered so many stowaways." His gaze swept across the group before finally settling on the death surgeon, Law. "Young lad, the last time at Sabadi Archipelago, I allowed you to escape. Yet here you are again, so uncooperative." Li Zhao and Boa Hancock exchanged a glance, both secretly relieved that they had timely donned their human skin jackets, preventing the Marine Admiral Kizaru from discerning the true identity of the Empress. At this moment, Li Zhao refrained from adopting the guise of White Horse Cavendish or his brother, Bobby Vanku, presenting himself instead as an inconspicuous individual in the eyes of Kizaru. Thus, the Marine Admiral directed his attention towards Law, who appeared to be the most prominent figure in the crowd. "Admiral Kizaru, I am currently striving to eradicate pirates in pursuit of becoming a warlord of the sea. Surely, you wouldn't wish to apprehend me here," Law said, his tone courteous despite having personally experienced Kizaru's formidable capabilities. He clearly aimed to avoid provoking the Admiral and inciting a pointless confrontation. Kizaru adhered to a philosophy of lazy and casual justice, often opting for lethargy unless confronted with significant events that threatened the foundations of the world government. Recently, the pirate enclave has become a den of filth, teeming with all manner of grotesque beings. "Youngsters, why are you sneaking away from the docks instead of departing properly?" Law forced a day of calm, smiling as he replied, "Regardless, I am the freest of the pirate supernovas. I come and go as I please. That is our style." After a moment of silence, Kizaru's gaze, sharp as an X-ray, swept across the crowd and the polar submarine pirate ship, yet he still failed to detect the presence of any suspicious bounty targets. "It seems I've struck out. Smuggling is a matter for Tesoro," not my concern, he concluded, his body radiating a brilliant golden light, seemingly preparing to depart. Everyone exhaled in relief, thankful for the Admiral's laziness, as it appeared a confrontation could be avoided. However, an unexpected sensation of Conqueror's haki lingered in the air, causing their hearts to race once more. It turned out that during Hancock's preparation to confront Kizaru, she had unintentionally unleashed a trace of her Conqueror's haki, which Kizaru swiftly detected. In the New World, while armament and observation haki had become commonplace, the awakening of Conqueror's haki remained a rare phenomenon, with only a select few possessing the true mastery of its essence. Kizaru was familiar with nearly all users of Conqueror's haki, and although the energy he had just sensed lacked refinement and finesse, it was evident that it could not belong to the fledgling pirate, Law. If memory serves me correctly, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock is among the finest users of Conqueror's haki among the youth. Yet, it seems there are no women among you, Kizaru remarked. How terrifying and peculiar, murmured Kizaru as an ever-brightening golden light coalesced in his hand. Amatsukayumi's sword. Allow me to cleave your bodies open and see if a woman is concealed within. A sword of pure golden radiance materialized in Kizaru's grasp, and the battle became inevitable. Law unsheathed his katana, expanding the surgical domain known as room. Boa Hancock entwined chains generated by her powers around her forearms and calves, knowing that mere tricks would prove futile against an opponent of Kizaru's caliber. The giant fishman Sebastian had long been lurking beneath the floor, a half-fishman capable of holding his breath for extended periods, even beneath the golden flooring. Suddenly, the sound of a snail phone ringing pierced the air, prompting everyone present to instinctively reach for their waist pockets. Apologies, it appears to be for me, Kizaru remarked nonchalantly, dissipating the sword of light in his hand before answering the snail phone in front of everyone. Mo? Is that so? The target has appeared. Very well. I shall be on my way. After hanging up, Kizaru surveyed the crowd with a languid smile, saying, I did not anticipate so many talented youngsters emerging from the seas recently. I hope you all tread wisely and do not stray onto the wrong path. Alas, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb your smuggling endeavors. As the old man transformed into a stream of light and vanished without a trace. The others exchanged glances. It was Li Zhao who first regained his composure, hastily shoving the reluctant Empress of Pirates into the polar submarine, sealing the hatch, and urging the polar bear Bepo to set sail immediately. Once the submarine completely disappeared beneath the ocean's surface, Li Zhao let out a sigh of relief, knowing that even if Kizaru attempted a sudden return, he would be unable to pursue that troublemaking woman. The group swiftly departed, and on the way, Law suddenly inquired of Li Zhao, why did Kizaru leave so abruptly? Could it be that you had arranged this in advance? Li Zhao smiled and nodded, saying, I had previously instructed Princess Violet, the second princess, to pay close attention to our situation here. Even without my arrangement, she would undoubtedly keep an eye on things. In any case, I advised her that if we were to encounter the yellow ape, she should don the attire left by Boa Hancock and present herself as the Empress, sauntering about beneath the surveillance of the transponder snail. As he spoke, Li Zhao picked up the transponder snail and dialed Violet, intending to inquire about the latest developments. Considering the time, the yellow ape should have arrived there long ago. The call connected swiftly, yet there was an unsettling silence on the other end, causing Li Zhao to grow increasingly anxious and restless. Although the yellow ape was generally of a mild temperament and unlikely to take out his frustrations on a young girl wishing to emulate her idol, Li Zhao still harbored concerns about whether something had gone awry with the second princess. Violet was his cherished recruit, the lookout of the Thousand Illusions pirates, and her safety was paramount. Hello, Violet. What on earth has transpired over there? Please do not alarm me. Li Zhao's voice grew increasingly tense, and at last, a clear and cold voice emerged from the other end. Captain, this is Violet. I have completed the task you entrusted to me. The yellow ape has departed. Do you have any other assignments for me to undertake? This time, even a fool would discern that nothing untoward had transpired on Violet's end. However, it was likely that the princess's mood had plummeted to the depths of despair. Li Zhao reflected upon this, immediately recognizing the root of the issue. He had allowed himself to indulge in frivolity, aspiring to be a competent minotaur, engaging in flirtation with the Empress without considering the feelings of Princess Violet, who possessed the ability to remotely observe with the dang fruit, capturing evidence of infidelity in real time. Although the princess prioritized the bigger picture, understanding the nuances of urgency, she still complied with Li Zhao's instructions to assist the Empress in their escape by diverting the yellow ape. Yet, the resentment harbored in a woman's heart is not so easily alleviated. Although Li Zhao has not formally established any romantic relationship with Violet, his frequent flirtations and verbal advances are commonplace. His domineering attitude when handling the second princess resembles that of a man treating his own beloved. To claim that there is no ambiguity between them, forthright and transparent, would be a belief only a fool would hold. Violet hails from the passionate and romantic land of Dressrosa, renowned for its vibrant tales of fiery dancers who exact revenge on faithless men. A spectacle that unfolds daily in the streets. Had it been in the past, Violet might have pursued Li Zhao with a knife in hand, seeking retribution for his unfaithfulness. Yet, unexpectedly, a pirate empress has emerged, leaving the second princess feeling somewhat inadequate. In terms of beauty, few can rival the serpent princess, and in stature, she is unmatched. Concerning power, the empress is one of the 7 warlords, her prestige only second to the 4 emperors of the sea. In contrast, Violet is merely a minor combatant who has defected from the Don Quixote family, even with her status as a deposed princess. She pales in comparison to a reigning queen of a nation of women. Aware of her inability to compete, Violet still harbors a desire to vent her frustrations on that scoundrel, the Sea King. It is evident that Li Zhao's future days will not be easy. Ha ha ha. Observing the disheartened captain of the Phantom Pirates, the death surgeon suddenly erupted into an uncontrollable fit of laughter. I always believed you to be an omniscient and omnipotent being. Yet it appears you cannot even manage 2 women. How utterly amusing. A man without a woman, merely a solitary dog. What right do you have to mock me? Li Zhao's retort was both fierce and venomous, striking directly at his opponent's Achilles heel, rendering Luo momentarily speechless, his expression frozen. How do you know I don't have a woman? He stammered, desperately attempting to maintain his facade, conjuring an imaginary partner to defend his pride. Li Zhao let out a cold snort. He was well aware of Luo's lack of female companionship. The lad had been consumed by vengeance in the original anime, and his crew, the Heart Pirates, was devoid of even a single female cat. Where would he find a woman? Coughing awkwardly under Li Zhao's scornful gaze, Luo quickly changed the subject. By the way, the new skill you suggested I develop, soul exchange along with organ transplantation and grafting, has been completed. Would you like to take a look? This time, it was Li Zhao who was left speechless. Luo, indeed, was a prodigious genius among the supernovas of the worst generation, rapidly mastering the surgical fruit to an astonishing degree. While the concept of soul exchange was already within his grasp from the original anime, Li Zhao merely accelerated the process. However, the notion of organ transplantation and grafting was conceived by Li Zhao based on his own needs and ideas, and to his astonishment, Luo managed to realize it in just a few days. In contrast, when it came to developing a new skill for himself, Li Zhao faced arduous challenges, enduring sleepless nights of rigorous practice and delving into the tricks of deep muscle memory. Even with the advantage of the jacket fruit, it felt like a shortcut taken through sheer effort. Indeed, comparing oneself to others could be disheartening. Li Zhao had a plethora of ideas regarding Luo's surgical fruit abilities, brimming with creativity that was too abundant to articulate in a single breath. However, despite having temporarily dealt with Kizuru, more troublesome matters awaited his attention. Thanks to Hancock, his identity as Cavendish of the White Horse had now rendered him a wanted fugitive, unable to show his face, which raised the question of how he would handle the upcoming Ultimate Fighting Tournament. He certainly could not stand idly by while those with ulterior motives walked away with his flame fruit. This fruit was not something Li Zhao intended to hand over to anyone else. After much contemplation, he realized there was only one solution: to adopt a new identity and leverage the privileges of the tournament committee to ensure his participation. Chapter 76. The Feigned Injury Strategy with a Grass-Green Cock's Comb Hairstyle, Unappealing Eye Wrinkles, an Unsightly Nose Ring, and a Visage Reminiscent of a Demon. Li Zhao sighed deeply at his reflection in the mirror, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. After much deliberation, he rummaged through the only remaining set of human skin jackets, ultimately concluding that the only choice left was to don the skin of the cannibal Bartolomeo to enter the Ultimate Fighting Tournament. Li Zhao does not lack confidence in Bartolomeo and his barrier fruit. On the contrary, if Cavendish of the White Horse epitomizes the pinnacle of speed within the pirate realm, then Bartolomeo can be regarded as the ultimate embodiment of defense. When wielded effectively, the powers of the barrier fruit can render even the assaults of the Yonko negligible, and it would not be an exaggeration to deem it invincible. Li Zhao's aversion to wearing the ghastly skin of a cannibal is purely due to his inability to appreciate the persona of Bartholomew. Despite possessing the extraordinary ability of life restoration and having the surgical genius, Law, join his ranks, transforming an unattractive individual is trivial. Even the most grotesque of beings could be rendered into a paragon of beauty. The crux of the matter lies in Bartholomew being a legitimately registered contestant in the fighting tournament, not to mention the focal point of attention as the current pirate supernova. Reigning at the top of the real-time rankings for the most despised pirate, a significant portion of the audience eagerly anticipates witnessing Bartholomew's demise in the arena. It can be said that every action of his draws scrutiny. A sudden alteration in his appearance would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention. In the forthcoming battles, Li Zhao must not only secure victory but also maintain a low profile, awaiting the moment when the malevolent representatives of various factions expose their true intentions, providing him with the opportunity to strike decisively. Furthermore, the capabilities of the Mara no Mi have already been revealed, erroneously attributed to the devil fruit powers of Cavendish, leaving Li Zhao reliant on his mastery of martial arts and the abilities of the barrier fruit for the remainder of the competition. The barrier fruit, indeed. By curling his middle and index fingers, he can unleash an impenetrable barrier of formidable defense. As he gazes at his hands, an idea sparks in Li Zhao's mind. What if he could utilize Law's surgical powers to transplant Bartholomew's hands onto another individual? Would the recipient then be able to wield the powers of the barrier fruit? As a fervent admirer of pirates, Li Zhao has long harbored a question. Are the abilities of the devil fruits bound to the body or the soul? This inquiry persisted through the unfolding narrative until the Punk Hazard arc, where Law, appearing as an antagonist, utilized his soul-switching ability to interchange the bodies and souls of the Straw Hat crew, revealing the truth. The Iron Man, Frankie, devoid of any fruit abilities, had his spirit, his essence, shifted into the body of Chopper, a reindeer with the human fruit. Subsequently, Frankie successfully executed Chopper's ultimate transformation into a terrifying giant, thus confirming that the powers of the devil fruits are indeed tethered to the physical form of the user, independent of the soul. Naturally, Frankie lost all rationality upon transforming into the giant, becoming a mindless, rampaging beast. In contrast, Chopper, having trained and matured, retains his sanity even in his giant form, avoiding the mania. Frankie's loss of reason stems from his unfamiliarity with the characteristics of the devil fruit powers, leading to a chaotic outburst. Hence, the question arises, if soul-switching can commandeer another's devil fruit powers, what then of the partial transplantation of the bodily organs of a devil fruit user? Certain fruits possess abilities that affect the entire body of the user, such as all natural types, every animal type, and portions of certain superhuman types, like Luffy's rubber fruit, which entirely transforms the user's physique. Conversely, some superhuman fruits manifest primarily in specific body parts of the user, such as the fingers of the barrier fruit wielder, the eyes of the stare fruit user, and the hands of the childlike fruit possessor. What would transpire if all these unique parts were transplanted onto a single individual? Would it create a super creature endowed with multiple fruit abilities? Or would it result in a being utterly incapacitated, suffering from inexplicable afflictions? Just as Li Zhao's thoughts raced and his imagination soared, the door to his lounge was abruptly kicked open. Her Highness, Princess Violet, strode in confidently and tossed a stack of documents onto Li Zhao's face. Captain, this is the information on all the contestants. Peruse it if you wish. Discard it if you do not. After delivering her words, Violet turned to leave, but Li Zhao seized her hand. In response, the princess swiftly executed a kick aimed at his head. Poor Li Zhao, too intimidated to block or evade, not daring to employ even his defensive techniques, squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the impact, hoping only that she would refrain from using a blade. After what felt like an eternity, the anticipated kick never came. He cautiously opened his eyes to find Violet maintaining her poised stance, covering her mouth as she suppressed a laugh. It seemed his gamble had paid off. The ancestral wisdom had not deceived him. Feigning injury truly is timeless. Li Zhao immediately intensified his antics, firmly grasping Violet's delicate hand and shaking it playfully, adopting a pitiful demeanor reminiscent of a begging puppy. It must be said that Bartolomeo's adorably mischievous appearance significantly enhanced Li Zhao's current image. Captain, please conduct yourself with dignity. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much and that her counterpart was pressing his advantage, Violet swiftly adopted a stern expression. Yet, she found it increasingly difficult to resist the charms of the captain, who clung to her like an affectionate puppy, and a smile began to betray her serious facade. Li Zhao recognized that the moment had arrived. He immediately unleashed his ultimate maneuver. With a swift motion, he unzipped the collar of his disguise, shedding the mask that concealed his true identity, revealing his authentic visage. He then forcefully drew the woman into his embrace, unapologetically pressing his lips against those of the second princess, engaging in a fervent display of passion. "Mr. Bartolomeo, it is your turn to compete. Please hasten, for your opponent has awaited your arrival on the arena for quite some time," called a voice from outside, belonging to a staff member of the event committee. In a flurry of activity, Li Zhao hastily adjusted his attire, and before fastening the zipper of his human skin jacket, he planted a heavy kiss upon Violette's swollen lips. He then rushed out, resembling a lewd perpetrator eager to escape the scene of a crime. Standing outside was a staff member, a youthful maiden clad in a bunny girl costume. Out of curiosity, she peered through the crack of the door and beheld the disheveled official of the martial arts competition, the goddess-like Violette half-seated on the floor. Her face flushed and her gaze dazed, her expression a perplexing blend of anger, shame, and perhaps a hint of bliss. The bunny girl's cheeks reddened in response, and she quickly closed the door with a gentle motion. That green-haired fellow was indeed a notorious rogue. One couldn't help but wonder how he managed to enchant a senior officer of our esteemed Tesoro. Chapter 077. Utterly arrogant Li Zhao stood upon the arena. His emotions still tumultuous, reminiscent of the thrill and anxiety felt during childhood mischief, akin to the exhilarating escape after shattering a neighbor's window with a slingshot. The voice of the fight's host resonated at that moment. "Next, we present this tardy gentleman, a superstar whose ascent has been marked by the most notorious of manners. In merely a year since his venture into the seas, he has achieved fame at a comet-like pace. He will skewer the pirates he has vanquished, immortalizing their defeat in videos shared far and wide, while he bombards cities and engages in rampant arson. He is none other than the man with a bounty of 150 million berries, infamously dubbed the Mad Pirate Supernova, ranked #1 on the most wanted pirates list, the cannibal, Bartholomew." Hiss. A cacophony of jeers erupted from the audience, followed by the shattering sound of a bottle crashing at Li Zhao's feet, dousing him in liquor and shards of glass, abruptly dragging the daydreaming man back to reality. "Hey, cannibal, you worthless scum. How dare you take the stage, making me wait all this time? Why don't you hurry up and die?" Li Zhao's gaze shifted toward the audience, a flame of fury igniting within him. "How absurd. The actions of that foolish straw hat fan have nothing to do with me. Even if we were to concede that Bartolomeo is a despicable scoundrel, what can be said of those in the stands who spend lavishly to witness the brutal clashes of pirates? This rabble, so fervently imbued with a sense of justice, why do they not march into the territories of the four emperors to protest? Go to hell. Return to your home in the East Blue. You murderer. You deserve to rot in hell." The cacophony of curses from the audience grew louder, fueling Li Zhao's ire. More importantly, in his current role, he was an embodiment of lawlessness, and the greatest advantage was, he need not temper his rage. "Ha ha ha ha. You wretched curse, who dare only to bark from afar, are envious of my strength, are you not? Since that is the case, allow me to perform a little magic for you, free of charge." Li Zhao, with a flourish, plunged his hands into the depths of his overcoat, and when he withdrew them, astonishingly, both hands bore an impressive array of explosive devices, each resembling the size of a basketball, totaling more than a dozen. The sheer weight and volume of these explosives surpassed that of Bartolomeo himself, leaving one to ponder how he had concealed such formidable contraptions within the venue. The answer, of course, lay in the remarkable 3D to 2D transformation ability of the float fruit. It was evident that Li Zhao, apprehensive about revealing his powers, had only made a modest display. Otherwise, conjuring hundreds of explosives in one go would have been a trivial feat. Ha 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 ha. "Allow me to set off a little firework for everyone, just to liven things up," he exclaimed, mimicking Bartolomeo's tone, as he hurled the explosives towards the section of the audience that had been most vociferous in their derision. Instantly, a cacophony of wails erupted, a chorus of despair and panic. Those in attendance were either high-ranking officials or affluent magnates, none possessing the capability to defend themselves. Thus, the detonation of these explosives promised to create a scene of carnage, with limbs and heads scattered in disarray. At that moment, the host's voice resonated through the air. "Heavens! Cannibal Bartolomeo dares to assault the audience directly. This is the grandest Soloro. Does he not consider the repercussions? Is he not afraid of being transformed into a gilded statue by our esteemed Lord Golden Emperor Tesoro? Wait. Everyone, observe closely. Those bombs have not been ignited. They have not exploded. I shall reiterate, no harm has been inflicted. Does this not raise questions about the violation of the conference rules? Oh, did I inadvertently forget to light the fuses? How unfortunate that the fireworks did not take flight. Perhaps you all might reconsider your accusations against me? In my delight, I can conjure yet another magical display for your enjoyment. Li Zhao wore a wildly arrogant smile, exuding an air of audacity. He felt utterly unrestrained. For he was the supreme organizer of this ultimate fighting competition, and the committee members were all his loyal confidants. What did he have to fear? As anticipated, after receiving a call, the host announced with a peculiar expression, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been informed by the organizing committee that the actions of contestant Bartolomeo were merely a prank. The committee will not pursue any consequences but issues a warning to Bartolomeo. Should such behavior occur again, our esteemed senior officer, Mr. Bobby Van Koo, will personally administer sanctions. Now, let the competition officially commence." TCH. Li Zhao surveyed the audience and, indeed, the cacophony had diminished. As the saying goes, even the supernatural fear the malevolent. Although the organizing committee had issued stern warnings to this madman, who could predict whether he might erupt again and hurl a few lip bombs into the crowd. "Hey, you. Will you fight or not?" Li Zhao turned to look, and opposite the arena stood a mysterious figure, slender in stature and slightly shorter than himself, entirely cloaked in a heavy mantle that obscured their appearance and form. The individual was trembling with rage. Since Li Zhao assumed office, he has not even cast a glance at this individual, which understandably incited such profound agitation in the latter. Li Zhao compared the information of the competitors in his mind, identifying one named Double Hammer Peggy. His weapon consisted of a pair of massive wolf-tooth hammers, reminiscent of the formidable drum-hitting hammers wielded by Li Yuanba from the classic tale of the Tang dynasty. Despite his slender physique, the sight of him brandishing two hammers with a diameter surpassing that of wagon wheels appeared quite incongruous. Nevertheless, Double Hammer Peggy had demonstrated unparalleled strength in previous battles. He wielded the enormous hammers with such ferocity that anyone struck by them suffered grievous injuries, often resulting in immediate defeat. Had it not been for his mercy, it would have been nearly impossible for his opponents to leave the arena with their bodies intact. Strangely, there was no information regarding such a formidable individual in the extensive database of the Great DeSolo, not even a mention of Double Hammer Peggy. If he were not a representative sent by some faction, Li Zhao would eat his own nose ring. With this in mind, he thought, "Little girl, I shall grant you one opportunity. You may strike first." Double Hammer Peggy's voice was high-pitched, clearly an intentional attempt to lower his tone. Li Zhao, uninterested in speculating about the opponent's true identity, decided he would soon discover it through combat. Aware of Peggy's close combat prowess, he swiftly drew the short gun from his waist, infusing it with armed color hockey, and fired a shot. In this world of One Piece, where martial prowess reigns supreme, primitive firearms like muskets were typically only effective against civilians and minor foot soldiers. Yet, some powerful individuals had the ability to wield such weapons with a force comparable to that of a railgun. For instance, the three guns under the command of the red-haired emperor, and Aizu, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 16th Division, managed to elevate ordinary muskets to a level capable of threatening marine admirals. Of course, Li Zhao did not possess such capabilities. Double Hammer Peggy did not even bother to evade Li Zhao's shot. The bullet merely bounced off him without so much as grazing his skin, the round projectile falling harmlessly to the ground. What on earth is this monstrous being? His defensive capabilities are nearly on par with my brother Bobby Van Cook. Li Zhao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. All right, you've had your turn. Now it's my time to strike. I was advised to refrain from revealing my full strength, so I shall aim to incapacitate you with 3 blows. Chapter 078. The battle with Hammer Sister. Double Hammer Peggy retrieved his colossal round-headed hammers from behind and leaped toward Li Zhao, bringing them down with great force. The gust of wind generated by the hammer struck Li Zhao like a blade, inflicting sharp pain, initially intending to subtly test Peggy's strength. Li Zhao quickly abandoned this reckless notion and deftly sidestepped the strike. Peggy had not aimed to hit directly. However, the hammer crashed into the ground, shattering a large portion of the arena, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck, causing the audience to collectively rise from their seats in alarm. In midair, Li Zhao discreetly activated his moon step, treading upon the air to gain momentum. He swiftly pivoted and delivered a kick aimed at the chest of the formidable Peggy, who wielded dual hammers. This individual possessed an astonishing strength, yet it was evident that he rarely paid heed to his own defenses, allowing Li Zhao to strike with ease. Infusing his kick with the power of the 8-chong fist and amplifying it with the permeating force of armed color hockey, His intent was not to inflict harm, but rather to shatter the heavy cloak enveloping his opponent, unveiling the true visage concealed beneath. Oh dear, is this not a sophisticated application of flowing cherry? Moreover, how audacious of you to dare kick a young lady's chest. Li Zhao was momentarily taken aback. The sensation beneath his foot was surprisingly soft and yielding. Certainly not that of a man's chest. Before him stood the formidable Hammer Peggy, who, as it turned out, was a woman. Her physique was indeed fitting. Yet how could she possess such remarkable strength? The tattered cloak of Hammer Peggy revealed the true form of a tall, slender young woman. She sported a cascade of sky blue hair interspersed with delicate pink streaks, with a single white lock adorning her forehead. Her large, round eyes were accentuated by a blue bow and a flowing cape, while she donned a light blue skirt and striking red high heels. A pale pink floral mask adorned her mouth, and atop her head were horns reminiscent of a bull's, the origin of which was uncertain, either a natural growth or an elaborate decoration. Li Zhao recalled that this seemed to be a characteristic of all members of the Beast's pirates. With such a visage and attire, coupled with the formidable wolf-toothed hammer she wielded, if Li Zhao failed to recognize her now, he would have no right to call himself a pirate enthusiast. She was one of the Flying Six under the command of the Emperor, Kaido of the Beasts, an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit user, with a bounty of 400 million berries. Headbutt sister, Runny. The presence of the Flying Six here raised questions. Did it signify that Kaido sought to claim the Mera no Mi currently in his possession? Or was there another motive? Regardless of the truth, it indicated that Li Zhao's worst fears were gradually manifesting into reality. Nevertheless, he decided to take things as they came. First, he would deal with this headbutt sister. The disguise that concealed her identity was publicly torn apart by Li Zhao, exposing her true self to a multitude of onlookers. The delicate chest of the young girl was struck by his filthy foot, igniting a furious blaze within Rundi. No longer restrained, she wielded her massive hammer with unrelenting fury, bringing it crashing down upon Li Zhao. The animal-type devil fruit significantly enhances the attributes of its user, such as offensive and defensive capabilities, stamina, and more. Among these, the ancient breeds of animal-type fruits amplify these traits to an extraordinary degree, rendering their users as formidable as human tanks, with tough skin and overwhelming attack power. Given Li Zhao's current defensive capabilities, even with the simultaneous activation of both armament haki and iron body, a direct confrontation with Rundi's Wolf Fang hammer would inevitably result in severe injury or death. Li Zhao, who had deliberately concealed his trump card, found himself in a fluster, and though he occasionally struck the girl with his agile techniques, he could not inflict any harm upon her. However, Rundi's attack style was rather monotonous, characterized by straightforward assault lines. Her combat techniques paled in comparison to those of Drake, making it nearly impossible for Li Zhao, who had absorbed a wealth of combat experience and fighting skills from numerous powerful adversaries, to be struck in return. Sensing that her opponents seemed to be toying with her, the irritable Rundi disregarded Doflamingo's admonitions to avoid revealing her identity. Her form began to expand, and a long, conical dragon tail sprouted from behind her. Below her thighs, her legs transformed into dragon-like limbs with sharp claws, while her forearms morphed into terrifying pale green dragon claws. This was indeed Rundi's hybrid form of the Jumhead dragon. At this moment, she towered over 7 meters in height, a colossal amalgamation of human and dragon. Fortunately, her head and upper body retained the semblance of a human girl, her long hair cascading in waves, and her visage exuding a maturity that seemed to enhance her already formidable presence, rendering her imposing yet not grotesque. Li Zhao was momentarily captivated by the unconventional beauty of the dragon girl. In his distraction, he found his feet ensnared by the long tail of Runti, and before he could react, the girl's dragon-like claws gripped his shoulders tightly. An overwhelming force rendered him immobile. At last, I have caught you. You shall pay dearly for the affront you have inflicted upon this maiden. Prepare to meet your demise, Runtu'd in. The dragon girl tilted her head back, her forehead, covered with a layer of hard armor, shimmered with a deep, lustrous black as it was infused with an intense armed color of haki. In the next moment, this lethal head but descended upon Li Zhao's head. While one might debate the strongest technique or attack in the world of pirates, it is undeniable that when it comes to headbutts, even the headstrong Monkey D. Luffy would not dare to assert his dominance before Runmi. Unfortunately, the notion of abilities countering one another is an inescapable reality. With a subtle motion, her right hand's index and middle fingers curled silently, and before Li Zhao's forehead, A barrier, the size of a basin and reminiscent of transparent glass, materialized out of thin air. Runmi's unstoppable headbutt collided directly with this glass barrier, producing a thunderous sound that resonated throughout the arena, causing the hearts of the tens of thousands present to nearly cease. Time seemed to stand still as the two combatants remained motionless, foreheads pressed against one another, just as the crowd was left in suspense, uncertain of the outcome. The dragon girl, her eyes rolling back, released the man she had held captive, staggering back 2 steps before collapsing onto the ground, her eyes glazed over, succumbing to unconsciousness. Bartolomeo's transparent barrier, though not invulnerable to all attacks, boasted an absolute physical defense. Even a physical assault at the level of the 4 emperors would find this layer of glass impenetrable. To say nothing of Runmi, even Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, would struggle to breach this barrier with merely the club in his hand. This exemplifies the principle of elemental counteraction. Had the opponent employed a ranged attack, such as the King's Punch from the Warrior King or the Titan's Technique, they might have been better off. Such strikes could generate shockwaves that would not reflect back upon the attacker, even if they failed to breach the barrier. However, the Dragon Girl's headbutt was a close-range assault. Faced with an indestructible defensive barrier, all her offensive power would rebound in full force. A punch against the barrier would shatter her fist, a kick would break her bones. And Runmi's headbutt against the barrier was akin to 2 heads colliding. Had it not been for the dragon's exceptionally resilient skull, Runmi would likely have suffered a fractured cranium rather than merely losing consciousness. Chapter 079, An Unexpected Interceptor 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2. The referee's countdown approached its conclusion, poised to declare Li Zhao the victor. Yet, in that final moment, the girl, lying on the ground and having reverted to her human form, suddenly sat up. She wobbled as she stood, swaying side to side, her eyes swirling with confusion. It was a sight both comical and adorably foolish. Just as Li Zhao reflected on the resilience of ancient Zoan types, marveling at how quickly she had revived. The girl before him suddenly sparkled with excitement, rushing forward to grasp his hands, exclaiming, "Wow, this young lady has encountered someone with a head as stubborn as her own for the first time. Pray, how have you managed to achieve this? Do share your secrets with her." Li Zhao found himself utterly bewildered, uncertain whether this battle had truly reached its conclusion. Runmi grasped his hand, shaking it animatedly, reminiscent of Rebecca, the mascot of the Thousand Illusions pirate crew. Fortunately, at that moment, the referee rushed over to forcibly separate the two. Addressing Runmi with a firm tone, "Competitor Peggy, please maintain your composure. The match has not yet concluded." "I am not called Peggy. That is my younger brother's name," Runmi retorted. The referee cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, "Yes, I am aware that you do not bear that name, but it is, after all, your registered name for this competition. Therefore, I must continue to address you as Peggy. May I inquire, Peggy, having regained consciousness during my countdown, do you wish to continue the fight?" The dragon girl paused, glancing at Li Zhao, who stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. She touched the large, swollen bump on her forehead and shuddered, her expression betraying a lingering fear. With both hands shaking, she proclaimed, "I refuse to continue. This person's head is harder than mine. I forfeit." Upon hearing Ruinmei's declaration of forfeit, disappointment washed over Li Zhao. She was a formidable fighter under the command of the 4 emperors, Kaido, and an ideal candidate for his plans. Regrettably, his previous strike had been too gentle, allowing her to recover so swiftly. Without the ability to send her to the medical center, his opportunities to showcase his skills would be severely limited. As he watched the ship's doctor, Nachin, rush to the edge of the arena with a stretcher, their eyes met, both reflecting a shared sense of disappointment. After Ruinmei's battle concluded, her whereabouts would become a mystery, making future encounters increasingly challenging. Moreover, considering that Runmei was affiliated with Kaido, her sudden disappearance could provoke the Emperor's direct intervention, potentially leading to dire consequences. The formidable creature, unmatched across land, sea, and air, was not as amicable as the elder Kizuru. Should Kaido indulge in his drunken wrath, this grand floating entertainment city would surely be reduced to mere wreckage beneath the waves, ceasing to exist. Li Zhao had long regarded this vessel as his future maritime palace and was reluctant to see it destroyed. It appeared that any resolution regarding Ruinmei's situation would have to be postponed for the time being. As the day's events drew to a close, Li Zhao strolled along the lengthy street, preparing to return for some much-needed rest. Indeed, as soon as the competition ended, the headbutting girl, Runmei, was whisked away by unknown individuals, deliberately concealing her whereabouts. Even Violet's dazzling fruit could not locate her. This further solidified Li Yao's conviction that the headbutting girl was not the type suited for espionage, being neither meticulous nor cunning. Her presence here was either for amusement or due to someone's manipulation. The ultimate fighting tournament had indeed attracted attention from someone. The identity of the unseen puppet master was becoming increasingly evident, capable of commanding an underling of the four emperors, Kaido, while eluding Violet's all-seeing gaze. Little did I expect. Before I could rally my forces to assault Dressrosa, you, Doflamingo, would come knocking first. As Li Zhao pondered how to deal with this uninvited guest, several figures suddenly positioned themselves before him. The foremost figure, a diminutive man with a cigar clenched between his teeth, was dressed akin to an Italian mafia don. Despite his short stature, he exuded an imposing aura that commanded respect. In truth, Li Zhao was well aware of the danger posed by this diminutive figure, who, in a certain sense, was far more perilous than the double Agent X, Drake, whom he had recently outmaneuvered, sending to take the fall for Kizaru. For he was none other than Capone Beach, wielder of the Stronghold Fruit and a member of the 11 supernovas of the worst generation. Clearly, the intentions of this newcomer were not benevolent. Li Zhao, embodying the essence of his current persona, remarked with a tone befitting the situation, "What do you intend by blocking my path?" Capone Beach remained silent, his icy gaze fixed on Li Zhao, while a gentlemanly middle-aged man at his side stepped forward and politely greeted Li Zhao. "Greetings. We are members of the Four Emperors faction. Wayno. I am Baron Egg. These two are Capone Beach and Pudding Moose. Your recent battle has piqued our interest, and we wish to recommend you to our esteemed queen, Charlotte Linlin, for inclusion in our family. What say you?" The speaker towered at 3 meters tall, with legs extending 2 meters, clearly belonging to the long-legged tribe. Coupled with his rotund belly and eggshell-like pants, he was evidently the legendary egg fruit user rumored to possess immortality. Beside him stood a fierce-looking man with a lion's head. Clad in sunglasses, glaring menacingly, this was Pudding Moose. Along with Capone Beach, it appeared that several of Big Mom's non-direct descendants had been dispatched to the Thousand Sunny. Had it been the notorious Bartolomeo, the brazen straw hat fan, who feared neither heaven nor earth, he would likely have mocked the trio before him and departed without a care. However, for Li Zhao, the more pressing question was why they sought him out. The Four Emperors? Big Mom? Had she recognized his strength? Ha ha ha, once I claim the championship and secure that fruit worth billions of berries, I might consider visiting Wayno. Do not underestimate me. With a furious roar, the Lion Man Pokemus pointed an accusatory finger at Li Zhao, bellowing, "To be favored by the esteemed matron is a privilege. Cease your prattle and accompany us at once, or face immediate obliteration." Truly, he embodied the simplicity of the fur-covered tribes. Li Zhao, with his hands in his pockets, erupted in a boisterous laugh, exclaiming, "You think you can take me so easily? Unfortunately, private duels aren't permitted here. The last time I clashed with that little brat Cavendish on the street, I was summoned for tea and nearly missed my chance to compete. I certainly do not wish to be detained again." He scoffed at the thought of a mere Tesoro daring to provoke the illustrious pirate empress, Charlotte Linlin. As if on cue, Pockmus and Baron Egg, flanking him from both sides, approached. Despite their seemingly unremarkable appearances, one must not underestimate Pockmus, whose bounty stands at 330 million berries, and Baron Egg, boasting an even higher bounty of 429 million berries. These figures not only exceed those of most supernovas but also surpass the 400 million berries of the Flying 6S Runty. It is well known that the Big Mom Pirates operate as a family enterprise, and these two have earned their positions in Whole Cake Island through sheer strength. Regrettably, the formidable techniques they relied upon were precisely the kind that Li Zhao could effortlessly disregard. In the ensuing confrontation, Pockmus unleashed a primal steel fist while Baron Egg executed a spiraling kick, both striking simultaneously against an ethereal glass barrier that had materialized before them. The devastating blows, capable of annihilating any pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, only resulted in a couple of crisp cracking sounds. Their fists shattered and legs fractured. Yet Li Zhao was astounded to see that, despite suffering grievous injuries, the expressions on their faces remained unchanged as they deftly retreated to their original positions. Pockmus's back expanded, rapidly sprouting a colossal shell reminiscent of a ninja turtle. Meanwhile, Baron Egg's right leg, severed in the middle, transformed into an elongated, stick-like appendage that now resembled a 3-section staff, a truly pitiable sight. "His barrier is even harder than my shell," the Lion Man remarked, his prior arrogance replaced by a grave demeanor. Beside him, Baron Egg added, "Not only that, but but this barrier reflects all damage. To be honest, it's quite troublesome." As he spoke, Baron Egg drew forth a thin sword from his cane, and just when Li Zhao anticipated a strike, Baron Egg unexpectedly slashed at himself, bisecting his own body. The scene was horrifying yet devoid of bloodshed, for from his severed form emerged a colossal yolk, akin to a giant egg. This mass quivered upon the ground before hatching into a half-man, half-chicken creature, the Chick Count. Well, even the leg injury has healed completely. This transformation is truly remarkable. Li Zhao wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Although he had admired this bizarre scene from anime on numerous occasions, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. He did not need to feign his amazement. His expression of surprise was perfect. While his prowess had significantly increased in the form of the Chick Count, he still felt inadequate to confront this formidable opponent. Baron Egg, seasoned by countless battles, understood well that in the realm of devil fruits, one must never recklessly display strength. At this moment, he calmly stated, "Allow me to take the lead." Capone Beej stepped forward confidently, chest out and hands in his pockets. Though he volunteered, he did not exude the demeanor of someone preparing for a physical confrontation. Naturally, Li Zhao, well acquainted with him, was not easily deceived. As expected, just as Capone Beej adopted a posture suggesting negotiation, Li Zhao's observation haki immediately alerted him. Without uttering a word, Li Zhao swiftly prepared, his fingers deftly weaving to conjure a protective barrier that arose instantaneously before him. In an instant, a multitude of projectiles materialized from thin air, bombarding the shield. The formidable Capone, with his devil fruit ability, could transform his own body into a humanoid fortress, housing within it all manner of armaments, troops, and even himself. Akin to a castle, objects that entered within the confines of Beiji would shrink, only to revert to their original size upon leaving his domain. At that moment, countless tiny apertures, no larger than buttons, opened across Capone's body, unleashing a barrage of firearms aimed squarely at Li Zhao. These bullets, reduced to the size of dust and pebbles while within Capone's form, would instantly regain their original dimensions upon exiting, retaining their formidable lethality. What Li Zhao faced was not merely a man, but an armed bastion. Fortunately, with the barrier activated, neither fists nor blades, nor firearms or artillery posed a threat. Yet, a sudden doubt crept into Li Zhao's mind. Why, knowing full well that the gunfire would not harm him, did they persist in their assault? It was then that he noticed the smoke swirling around him, a thick haze rendering the figure across from him indistinct. A sense of dread washed over him. They intended to strike from the shadows. Li Zhao raised his hands, proclaiming, "Flowing barrier, Iron Barrel Kingdom." The once wall-like transparent barrier instantaneously expanded and morphed, encircling him completely, resembling a transparent iron barrel inverted over his body. Soon after, amidst the swirling dust, the figures of the Chick Duke and Bak Moose emerged. Chick Sword, Feather Slash. Prepare to receive my strike. Turtle Shell Collision. This time, both had learned their lesson, opting to use their weapons and the resilient turtle shell for their attacks. Although their efforts yielded no success, they avoided inflicting harm upon themselves. The barrage of gunfire finally ceased, and Li Zhao stood unscathed, donning a smug grin that was utterly infuriating. Futile. My barrier is impervious. Capone's attempts were in vain, needlessly exhausting a vast amount of ammunition and triggering the security system of the Great Desoro. It was likely that the yellow ape or the goddess of fortune would arrive shortly. Yet, he seemed utterly unconcerned, maintaining a demeanor of calm composure as he remarked, "Quite impressive, your strength has garnered our full acknowledgement. While I am curious to compare the defensive capabilities of your barrier against my stronghold fortress, I fear that opportunity may elude us." "What do you mean by that?" Before Li Zhao could finish his question, he suddenly looked up to see a shadow descending from the sky, wielding what appeared to be a door-sized object, aimed directly at him. The barrier remained intact, with no breaches, providing a sense of reassurance. However, before Li Zhao could finish his self-soothing thoughts, darkness enveloped his vision. And when he glanced around once more, he found himself transported to an entirely different realm. Do not misunderstand, Li Zhao had neither ascended to heaven nor descended into hell. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in what resembled a colossal, twisted circular tunnel, where the walls, ceiling, and floor merged seamlessly, adorned with countless mirrors of varying sizes and designs. Was this not the mirror world? Could it be that the one who ambushed me was? At a mere glance, Li Zhao discerned an ugly woman, resembling the Wicked Witch from fairy tales, gazing at him with a sinister grin. Indeed, it was she, Charlotte Br, the 8th daughter of the Charlotte family and a wielder of the mirror fruit, capable of manipulating and linking all mirrors within her domain, creating a unique mirrored space as both entrance and exit. To his surprise, not only the Capone Beach trio had been mobilized, but also direct members of the Charlotte family. Simultaneously, Li Zhao realized why Violet had consistently struggled to track these individuals. The foundations of the four emperors were profoundly deep, and their ranks were filled with exceptional talents. Given adequate preparation time, they could devise countermeasures for any situation. The illustrious and advanced security system boasted by the Golden Emperor Tesoro, along with the high hopes Li Zhao had placed in the Dingeki fruit's farsightedness, had been deftly obscured by these individuals in various ways. Relying on the absolute defensive power of the barrier fruit, the moment he let down his guard, he was swiftly taught a harsh lesson. If he were to find himself trapped in this mirror world, ignored by all, he would starve to death without needing an adversary to intervene. It is no wonder that Capone Beach believed there would be no further opportunity for confrontation. It appeared he was already assured of victory. Li Zhao's only consolation lay in the fact that the adversary remained oblivious to the truth, that he was not the inept Bartolomeo, who could merely unlock barriers, but rather Li Zhao, possessing an array of formidable skills from various powerful individuals, including the swift scythe techniques of Cavendish and Rommel. Charlotte Brle's audacity in presenting herself before Li Zhao afforded him a fleeting opportunity for escape. At a crucial moment, if he could seize this old witch, he would gain the freedom to navigate the mirror world at will. Chapter 081. Why didn't you say so earlier? At that moment, Capone Beach, Bartolomeo, and Baron Egg all traversed through Brle's mirror into this realm. This occurrence was entirely to be expected, given the commotion. The old man Kizaru was likely already surveying the scene. Capone spoke to Li Zhao, cautioning him, now that you have entered this world, it would be prudent to abandon any notions of luck. Without our permission, you shall find it impossible to leave. Thus, it is in your best interest to cooperate with us. What exactly do you intend? What do you require of me? With your capabilities, there is no need to forcibly recruit me. Li Zhao seized the opportunity to extract their true intentions, refusing to let this moment slip away. You are correct, initially. We indeed underestimated your strength, merely intrigued by your ability to defeat one of Kaido's Flying Six. However, our leader, Big Mom, desires the myriad no Mi, which is one of the objectives of our mission. Then why not send someone of your own to compete? Each can rely on their own prowess. If you emerge victorious, you shall naturally acquire the myriad no Mi. A faint smile of resignation appeared on Capone Beach's face as he replied, in truth, we did send someone to participate. Yet they were eliminated. This tournament is fraught with peril, as various factions have dispatched their champions. We did not recognize the gravity of the situation in time and were inadequately prepared, resulting in our disqualification. Li Zhao finally came to a profound realization. The participants of the Big Mom pirate crew had silently succumbed to an unknown formidable adversary that had emerged from obscurity. They were reluctant to abandon their mission and incur the wrath of Big Mom. Thus they sought to forcibly recruit him, a contestant, in hopes of securing the ultimate prize, the myriad no Mi, concealed within the pocket of his jacket. With an understanding of their intentions, Li Zhao felt a sense of clarity. So it was clear that they recognized his prowess and believed he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. However, Capone offered a stark rebuttal, dousing Li Zhao's optimism with cold reality. With your mere strength, it is unlikely you could even reach the finals. However, with the support of the Big Mom pirate crew, your chances of victory would significantly increase. So, what do you say? Having already consumed a devil fruit, the myriad no Mi would merely be a trifle of several billion berries to you. Should you choose to join the Charlotte family, that sum would be but a triviality. Li Zhao did not outright refuse this time. Although the true Bartolomeo would never consent to such a condition, his mind was solely occupied with the Straw Hat crew, leaving no room for anyone else. Securing the myriad no Mi to curry favor with his idol, Luffy, was paramount for him. However, for Li Zhao, this opportunity felt like offering a pillow to a weary soul, arriving precisely at the right moment. Firstly, he could leverage the power of the Yonko, Big Mom, to thwart other intruders. Secondly, he could closely monitor Baron Capone Gang's activities. Thirdly, he might discern what advantages they could provide him, and perhaps even allow Bartolomeo, who was often on the receiving end of beatings, to clinch victory in the Ultimate Fighting Championship. It was a multifaceted gain, and he could hardly resist. Though inwardly enthusiastic, he maintained a fade of hesitation and reluctance. Li Zhao forced a smile, embodying a proud yet reluctant demeanor. Perhaps his reluctance was too convincing. As Capone Beej let out a cold snort and promptly revealed his cards. Suddenly, a small door, palm-sized, opened on his chest, and to Li Zhao's astonishment. A diminutive figure emerged, only to grow to full size the moment it stepped out. This figure was a robust man with a fierce countenance. But what truly captured attention was the llama he led by a leash, which bore an even more menacing expression than its owner. While the emergence of a man from Beej's body was not entirely peculiar, the sudden appearance of a llama certainly left Li Zhao agape. On our way to the dreadnought Solaro, we encountered a group of oblivious Navy personnel, though perhaps they were not Navy, as their flag seemed slightly different. Regardless, their leader, a long-armed tribe commodore, initiated an attack on us, only to be swiftly defeated. This llama is the pet of that very commodore. Do not underestimate it. It is a devil fruit user, capable of spitting out cannonballs enveloped in Busashoka haki, making it quite formidable. Our queen, Charlotte Linlin, has a penchant for collecting various human races and exotic creatures, so we captured it to present as a gift to Big Mom. However, we can lend it to you for a time. We have meticulously studied the tournament rules, and it turns out this llama is, in fact, a cannon that has consumed the Zoan-type llama fruit. Thus, it firmly falls within the category of weapon, allowing you to take it into the Ultimate Fighting Championship and compensate for your shortcomings in offensive capabilities, particularly in ranged attacks. Li Zhao's mouth was wide open, yet he found himself speechless for a considerable time, while his mind raced at an astonishing speed. Capable of unleashing verbal artillery and wielding the formidable armament haki akin to an alpaca cannon, he recalled the existence of such a creature. As the formidable antagonist in the theatrical release C, the former Admiral Zephyr of the Navy had within his Inyo Navy a certain brigadier general of the long-armed tribe named Xiuzhua, whose pet seemed to resemble this very being. Could this be yet another intertwining with the film's narrative? At this moment, where might the legendary admiral, known as Black Arm Zephyr, be? A peer of the Navy hero Garp, he was the mentor to the three admirals, Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji. Yet in his twilight years, he had faced a series of unfortunate events. It was still not time for the Straw Hat Pirates to set sail again. In other words, that venerable elder should still be alive. Li Zhao's expression of astonishment was perfectly executed. Capone Beej added, "Now this alpaca is bound by a chain of sea stone. You should find a way to train it, teach it how to behave." It turned out that this creature had not yet been properly trained. Li Zhao immediately displayed a look of disdain, although he held a slight interest in this creature. The thought of spending an entire day teaching a spitting alpaca was rather unappealing. Upon gazing into its fierce eyes, Li Zhao was almost certain that as soon as the sea stone chain around its neck was loosened, it would unleash a torrent of saliva upon him. So this is what it is. You hail from the big MOM pirate crew, and I had expected you to present me with a soul weapon or something of that nature. What a disappointment. Half intentionally and half unintentionally, Li Zhao's muttering was clearly audible to the others. "Oh, so you desire such an item," Charlotte Bre, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected with a clap of her thigh. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Wait, do you truly have one?" Chapter 082. Storm Athena. Li Zhao found it unsurprising that many offspring of the Charlotte family possess soul creatures, known as homies, created by their mother, the soul fruit wielder Charlotte Linlin, who served as servants or companions. For instance, the jelly-like Nidoro and the flying carpet Rabian accompanied the 35th daughter, Charlotte Bryn, allowing her to engage in friendly conversation as well as serving as a mode of aerial transportation. It is only natural that the 8th daughter, Charlotte Brule, endowed with the unique powers of the mirror fruit, would also have a homie by her side. Li Zhao was merely perplexed by the fact that in the original anime, Brule was relentlessly tormented and bullied by the Straw Hat crew. Why had such a valuable asset not been revealed sooner? He observed as Brule approached a mirror, extending her hand through its surface. After a moment of groping, she retrieved a beautifully adorned box, sealed with a label. This treasure box resembled an elegant jewelry case. Yet at the sight of it, the nearby Duke Chick shuddered uncontrollably, pointing at the box in terror, exclaiming, "Is this Brule? Isn't this supposed to have been destroyed? How is it in your possession?" "Baron Egg, what are you so afraid of?" Brule retorted, presenting the box with an air of nonchalance, though the beads of sweat cascading down her forehead betrayed her anxiety. "The box bears the soul life card of Mother. And this is my mirror world. Are you truly afraid of it causing a ruckus?" At this juncture, not only Li Zhao but also the equally bewildered Lion Man, Bak Moose, along with the gang leader, Capone Beej, recognized that this object was undoubtedly perilous. Yet, Such is human nature. The more dangerous the item, the greater the curiosity. Despite knowing that opening the box would likely yield no favorable outcome, their desire to uncover its hidden contents intensified. Fortunately, Bruley had no intention of withholding information. Cradling the box with a solemn expression, she declared, "Inside lies one of the most advanced homies created by Mother. A soul spirit known as Athena. She was born from a tempest after Mother, in her youth, seized the entire soul and lifespan of a formidable female pirate captain. Her power is nearly on par with the homie son Prometheus and Thundercloud Zeus, which were fashioned from Mother's own soul. However, due to the overwhelming strength and ferocity of that soul, the tempest spirit Athena has always been rather unruly, leading Mother to confine her and entrust me with her guardianship. By now, she has been imprisoned for over 30 years. Li Zhao swallowed hard, gazing at the box, his eyes betraying an unmasked greed. The entity known as Hormiais, a soul being nearly on par with Prometheus and Zeus, was a concept of immense significance. One must understand that the sun-bringing Prometheus and the thunderous Zeus are akin to two immortals endowed with nature's powers. Comparable to Big Mom accompanied by the fiery Ace and the thunderous Enel as her personal guardians, an utterly breathtaking sight. Although the Storm Athena had not made an appearance in the original anime, the mere fact that she had been blessed with the name of the gods by Big Mom spoke volumes of her might. As for the potential dangers, they certainly existed. But one must consider the situation before passing judgment. Noticing Li Zhao's keen interest, the eighth daughter, Bruley, gritted her teeth and decisively peeled back the life card affixed to the box. In the next moment, a fierce gale erupted from within, enveloping the entire area. It felt as though they were caught in the heart of a typhoon, rendering their eyes unable to open and sending sharp pains coursing through their skin like the sting of 1,000 blades. The unsteady lion man, Pachmus, along with Baron Egg, were swept into the air, their mouths emitting a series of anguished cries. Capone Beej activated his defensive fortress mode, his legs transforming into armored tank treads, struggling to withstand the tempest. Only Li Zhao, with his flowing barrier, iron fortress, remained unscathed amidst the chaos. Had it not been for the human skin coat of Cavendish quietly resting in Li Zhao's jacket pocket, he might have thought that Rommel's scythe had returned to wreak havoc. "Athena, look at this," rang out Bruley's somewhat panicked voice amidst the storm. But curiously, as soon as her words fell, the tempest ceased abruptly. The storm had come swiftly and departed even quicker, as if the apocalyptic scene just witnessed had been naught but a fleeting dream. Within the confines of the flowing barrier, Li Zhao turned his gaze towards the eighth daughter, only to see Bruley clutching a life card that was slowly burning, vociferously berating a small, swirling vortex on the ground. This peculiar vortex, no taller than a human, was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, resembling a funnel or a spinning top, with the center housing a beautiful female eye and a pair of crimson lips, devoid of anything else. In response to Bruley's reprimands, the small whirlwind silently fixated on the life card in her hand, uttering not a single word. At this moment, Li Zhao finally noticed the slowly burning piece of paper, which was indeed the life card of Big Mom that Bruley had mentioned. In the brief span of time, approximately 1/8 of it had already been consumed by flames. Bruley also recognized this development and swiftly commanded Athena to return to the small treasure chest. Athena appeared to harbor a considerable apprehension towards the life card, although reluctant. She complied and obediently crawled back inside. Bruley promptly closed the lid and reattached the life card, causing the flames on the card to extinguish immediately. Do you see that? The formidable power of Storm Athena, and as long as you possess this life card, she will unfailingly obey your commands. But what happens if the life card is completely burned away? Li Zhao pressed on. "I am uncertain," Bruley admitted candidly. "Perhaps she will flee, or perhaps she will turn against her master. Why ask so many questions? Do you want it or not?" "I want it, of course." The collaborative relationship between Li Zhao and the Big Mom pirate crew has finally been established. Cannon, Alpaca. Storm. Athena. Alpaca. Athena. Li Zhao stood motionless, holding the reins in his left hand and cradling a jewelry box in his right, appearing utterly bewildered as if lost in a world unknown to him. He had initially intended to return to his companions with these two unexpected treasures, eager for their assistance in examining them. Surely, the ship's doctor, Naichin, and the esteemed surgeon of death, Luo, would be of great help. Yet, the harsh reality was that he could not return just yet. Chapter 083. The chaotic fruit. Li Zhao found himself in a grand banquet hall, where a long wooden table, measuring over 10 meters, was laden with an extravagant array of poultry, fish, meat, exquisite delicacies, fruits, and desserts, all surrounded by barrels of fine wine. A large gathering of individuals sat around the table, merrily indulging in feasting and revelry. Indeed, Li Zhao was attending this lavish feast under the invitation of Charlotte Bre and Capone Beach. The venue was none other than the very body of Capone Beach, a remarkable manifestation of the powers bestowed by a devil fruit. Within this corporeal castle, Li Zhao marveled once more at the extraordinary and miraculous nature of the devil fruit. The interior bore an uncanny resemblance to an authentic medieval European castle, yet through the banquet hall's windows, one could gaze out and behold the peculiar and unique landscapes of the mirror world through Beach's eyes. Although Capone Beach's physical form stood upright outside, he himself was seated not far from Li Zhao, silently slicing a tender steak, savoring his meal with elegance alongside a glass of red wine. The banquet was not limited to just the aforementioned guests. In attendance were also Baron Egg, Lionman Pockamus, and the two officers from Beach's fire tank pirates, the peculiar gunman Vito and the assassin Gotti. Furthermore, there was Beach's wife, the 22nd daughter of the Charlotte family and the Minister of Soft Affairs of the World, Charlotte Chiffon. Indeed, Beach had wed one of Big Mom's daughters, thus formally becoming a member of the Charlotte family. Although Chiffon bore an unappealing visage and a corpulent figure, her demeanor exuded grace and warmth, and the evident respect and affection from Beach and his subordinates towards her were heartfelt. Notably, Charlotte Chiffon was currently adorned with an extraordinarily large belly, her face radiating happiness, as she was evidently expecting Capone Beach's child, soon to embrace motherhood. Among the members of the Charlotte family dining together were not just Bre and Chiffon. Li Zhao was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of the Charlotte family's most astonishing creation, the 10 siblings known as the octuplets. In the realm of the 4 emperors, the Big Mom pirates primarily forged bonds through blood relations, with Big Mom having birthed a staggering 39 daughters and 46 sons, totaling 129 core members of the Charlotte family. Many have questioned how Big Mom could possibly bear such a multitude of offspring, given that she is, after all, human and bound by the physiological realities of a 10-month gestation period. The remarkable phenomenon of her numerous progeny is attributed to the fact that a considerable portion of her births were multiples. Among them, the most extraordinary sight before Li Zhao was the 10 octuplets, all aged 18. The 5 girls are Natsumeg, Yakimeg, Orameg, Halyameg, and Fuyameg, while the 5 boys are Nuchi, Nuki, Nusin, Nuj, and Charlotte Nushi. Among humanity, the ability to give birth to 10 children in a single delivery is a rarity, with the exception of Big Mom, Charlotte Lin. It is unlikely one could find another example. These 10 siblings, consisting of 5 boys and 5 girls, share strikingly similar appearances, possessing standard physiques and charming features. However, their hairstyles and heights vary dramatically, ranging from average builds to towering figures of 4 to 5 meters, resembling a set of Russian nesting dolls when placed together. Why does Li Zhao possess such profound knowledge about the decuplets? It is due to the fact that among the 10, the 39th male, Charlotte Nushi, is the wielder of the devil fruit known as the Rumble fruit. Upon activating his power, he can merge with his siblings, transforming into a formidable giant of terrifying strength. Li Zhao himself rose to prominence through collaboration with others. Naturally, he harbored a keen interest in the chaotic fruit that could allow 10 individuals to merge, a feat he found utterly unattainable. Regrettably, even in the original anime, this chaotic fruit appeared only fleetingly, with scant information available about it. At that moment, a glass of red wine was presented before Li Zhao. He graciously accepted it and, with a smile, gently clinked his glass with that of Charlotte Bre before consuming the drink in one swift motion. You seem quite intrigued by the members of our Charlotte family. Are you not? You've been secretly observing my younger siblings for quite some time now. Li Zhao felt a sudden jolt. Yet upon observing Brulé's slightly flushed cheeks and the smile gracing her lips, it seemed she was merely tipsy and casually inquiring without any ulterior motives. Of course, I had never encountered a set of decuplets before. Li Zhao chuckled heartily, brushing the matter aside. Brulé, indeed unperturbed, smiled faintly and lifted her goblet for another delicate sip. This old witch, despite her fearsome appearance, her dark, coarse skin, the sharp, red beak-like nose, and the prominent scar running down her face, was undeniably the embodiment of an eerie and sinister forest sorceress, a visage that could easily frighten children into tears. However, when she was not caught in a fit of manic laughter, a gentle warmth emanated from her eyes. Those familiar with anime would recognize that beneath the terrifying exterior lay a woman of delicate sensibilities, nurturing and kind-hearted. Having joined the Charlotte family, one ought to understand that it is crucial never to provoke mother, nor jest with food. Yet, as long as these taboos are respected, life can be quite splendid. The world boasts the finest delicacies and the most beautiful women, and no force would dare to bully you. You would be able to acquire anything you desire, be it wealth, fame, or power. Perhaps mother might even arrange for one of my sisters to marry you, allowing you to become a true member of the Charlotte family, just like Becky. Do not be deceived by my appearance. Among my sisters, there are many remarkable beauties. However, I am more inclined to introduce you to my brother, the most perfect man in history, Charlotte Katakuri. I am certain he would appreciate you. By the way, let me remind you to always remember that when using Athena, Mother-S life card must never be allowed to burn out. Unlike Baron Egg, who intends to use and discard others, or Capone Becky, who harbors ulterior motives. Li Zhao sensed that this tipsy old witch genuinely regarded him as a future family member, perhaps even a prospective younger brother. Recalling his favorable impressions of her from various anime, Li Zhao hesitated momentarily before speaking. By the way, Sister Brule, aboard this Grand D Solo ship, I am acquainted with an exceptionally skilled doctor who could potentially eradicate the scars on your face and provide some skincare treatments as well. Would you like me to assist in contacting him? Brule paused, her inebriation seemingly diminished. In this world, who does not cherish beauty? Though she was not young, Brule remained a woman with dreams and aspirations. However, after a moment of silence, she gently shook her head and replied, "Thank you for your kindness. But it is quite all right. This scar on my face has not troubled me excessively. Let it be as it is." Li Zhao shrugged his shoulders and chose to remain silent. Chapter 084, The Mysterious Guest. Although the atmosphere of the banquet could hardly be described as lively, given that many attendees, including Li Zhao himself, harbored their own ulterior motives, genuine smiles were a rarity. Nonetheless, a boisterous crowd of simple-minded pirates shouted and engaged in drinking games, while the gracious and vivacious hostess, Charlotte Chiefing, skillfully maintained the ambience. Accompanying Li Zhao in conversation and libations was Charlotte Bulei, who attentively kept him company. Overall, Li Zhao found the meal quite satisfactory, managing to indulge himself to a state of mild inebriation. Under Chiefing's hospitality, he was assigned a guest room within the castle, despite having a space to rest. Li Zhao was acutely aware that he was ensconced within the very body of Capone Beach. Everything around him, the desk lamp, the sofa, the bed, and even the walls and ceiling, constituted a part of Beach's corporeal form, a manifestation of his senses and limbs, with every move Li Zhao made under constant scrutiny. Li Zhao, fortunately, did not engage in any activities and casually tossed the treasure chest onto the bedside. He also carelessly discarded the alpaca figurine into the corner and collapsed onto the bed, surrendering to slumber. The night passed in silence, and Li Zhao awoke naturally, only to be roused by Blae's gentle insistence to rise. They currently resided within the body of Capone Becky, who was ensconced in the mirror world created by Blae, leaving Li Zhao utterly oblivious to the circumstances outside. However, he felt no concern. After all, he was representing the Charlotte family in the competition to secure the fiery fruit. And there were others to oversee his progress. As anticipated, during breakfast, Blae produced a large mirror from an unknown source and placed it on the table. The surface rippled like water, ultimately transforming into a screen that displayed the ongoing Ultimate Fighting Tournament. Blae temporarily took on the role of commentator. The combatants were a skilled kicker from the long-legged tribe and a middle-aged gentleman adorned with a high hat and a beard. The battle was intensely fierce, as both were masters of physical combat, exchanging blows in a seemingly evenly matched contest. "Pay close attention to this individual," Capone Becky suddenly remarked, pointing at the middle-aged gentleman. No sooner had he spoken than one of the octuplets, filled with indignation, interjected, "Yes, it's that old fellow. He was the one who eliminated me." In truth, Li Zhao had already discerned certain discrepancies, for through his continuous fusion with martial arts masters, he had stealthily acquired a wealth of combat techniques and experiences. Thus, he could observe that the middle-aged gentleman appeared to be deliberately synchronizing with his opponent's rhythm of attack. His strike seemed perfectly timed to nudge the opponent into defensive maneuvers, while his own defenses were executed only at the last possible moment before being struck. Such a flawless balance of power was indeed suspicious. It was evident that the match was rigged. As expected, in the final round, the middle-aged gentleman executed an almost imperceptible acceleration. landing a decisive blow to the opponent's chest just before the long-legged expert could defend, sending him crashing to the ground. However, the strike was neither too harsh nor too gentle. The opponent, unable to rise during the countdown, sustained no severe injuries. After the match, the long-legged fighter, with a look of satisfaction, shook hands with the middle-aged gentleman, expressing admiration and a strong belief that he would triumph in their next encounter. Entirely oblivious to the insurmountable gap in their abilities, this old fellow did the same to me. I felt I should have been slightly stronger, yet in the final moments, I lost in a haze of confusion. One of the octuplets lamented, clearly recalling a similar experience. Had I known, I would have taken the stage in a fused form. I would have surely defeated this old man. Li Zhao recalled the information regarding the competitors that Violet had entrusted to him. It seemed that the second princess harbored some doubts about this individual, prompting her to isolate him and categorize him among the suspicious figures. This middle-aged gentleman appeared to engage evenly with any formidable opponent he faced, consistently managing to secure victory at the last moment. At this juncture, Li Zhao was utterly convinced that he was merely a wolf in sheep's clothing, his true capabilities far exceeding what was apparent. Concurrently, a vision of the enigmatic Jester King, who had effortlessly dispatched old Kai, the 13th pillar of the Baobao Navy, resurfaced in his mind. This individual too was shrouded in mystery. And it was no wonder that even Baron Egg, aligned with the four emperors, found this fighting tournament to be a formidable challenge, resorting to any means necessary to enlist him as an ally. If all goes as expected, this person would inevitably become your adversary. Thus, prior to that eventuality, it would be prudent to devise a strategy to counter him. I must reiterate, Big MOM does not tolerate failure. Capone Beej emphasized this with a fierce tone as a warning. Li Zhao merely scoffed, rolling his eyes in response. What a pretense. He too was scheming to make a name for himself through the assassination of Big Mom, yet he feigned innocence before me. Humph. I shall seize the opportunity to transform you into a mere plaything, so watch your back. With these malicious thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Zhao excused himself under the pretext of preparing for the impending battle, requesting to leave the premises. Li Zhao's request was not declined. Beauty Eye directly summoned a dressing mirror the size of a door panel beside her and gently said to Li Zhao, "Step through this mirror, and you shall return." Li Zhao nodded, cradling a treasure chest in his arms while leading a grass llama by the hand. With a bold and triumphant stride, he crossed the mirror, and in the blink of an eye, found himself back in his room at the Golden Hotel. Is there truly such magic? The Big MOM pirates indeed possess formidable strength. Able to traverse the domain of the Golden Emperor Tesoro with such ease and stealth, a feat far beyond the capability of a fledgling interloper like himself. After repeatedly utilizing his observation haki to ascertain his surroundings, Li Zhao confirmed that he was not being watched or monitored. However, he still sought refuge in a room devoid of mirrors before retrieving a transponder snail to contact his crew and allies. Before long, the members of the Phantom Pirates, along with their ally, the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, convened in a concealed chamber. This secluded space was situated far from the upper deck, lacking doors or windows, devoid of any exits, gold, or mirrors, and free from surveillance by transponder snails. The chamber had been clandestinely constructed by the shipwright, Gyram, utilizing the powers of the cube fruit, with access only possible through Sebastian's water fruit ability to traverse walls. As the secret stronghold of the Phantom Pirates, this was the safest location aboard the grand vessel, the D. Tesoro. Chapter 085, a talented assembly so, after vanishing for an entire night. You have now become the prospective son-in-law of the Four Emperor, Big MOM, Haven to you, Captain? I speak truly, do I not? Following Li Zhao's impassioned and captivating narration, Violet arrived at this conclusion, her tone icy as she summarized the events. Li Zhao was instantly overwhelmed, as he had painstakingly managed to placate this Andy, only to find himself inexplicably back at square one. However, he dared not offer any explanations. Violet had sought him out for the entire night, and her eyes were now shadowed with fatigue. Li Zhao's heart ached for her, yet he understood that attempting to clarify the situation would only complicate matters further. Moreover, he harbored a certain curiosity about the fairy kingdom, particularly the vast family within the pirate world. If, at some point, Big Mom insisted on marrying off one of her beautiful and capable daughters to him, he would find it difficult to refuse. Seemingly perceiving Li Zhao's lewd thoughts, Violet let out a cold snort, pressing the heel of her high-heeled shoe forcefully onto the arch of his foot and grinding it down with vigor. Thus, thousand illusions. You have successfully infiltrated the inner circle of the four emperors, Big Mom, which indeed bodes well for our future plans. However, the immediate priority is to completely tame these two newly acquired. Should we refer to them as weapons, or perhaps as monsters? Li Zhao was utterly enamored with this esteemed surgeon of death. He concealed nothing from him, treating him not as a stranger, but as a trusted ally. This gentleman was indeed remarkable, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to assisting Li Zhao. What was even more commendable was his ability to extricate Li Zhao from perilous situations during such critical moments. Li Zhao hastily seized the opportunity to extricate his swollen foot from beneath the delicate foot of the second princess. He then led over the fierce-eyed alpaca, which seemed poised to devour anyone in its path, and addressed the assembly. Regarding Storm Athena, even the soul homies could not be entirely subdued by her creator, Big Mom. I fear we shall find ourselves equally inept in this endeavor. Fortunately, I possess this life card of the Big Mom, which should allow me to command her for a time in a moment of crisis. This should suffice for our immediate needs. However, we must deliberate on how to ensure the cannon, having consumed the alpaca fruit, behaves obediently. That is hardly a challenge, the ship's doctor, Nachin, interjected with a chilling chuckle. I can concoct a special herbal remedy to compel it to ingest, ensuring it experiences unbearable agony. Once it becomes compliant, we shall administer the antidote. It is quite straightforward. The alpaca. No, no, no. That is far too cruel. The young girl, Rebecca, gazed sorrowfully at the terrified alpaca, her heart aching. Perhaps we should train it like gladiators, using a whip dipped in water to strike it repeatedly until it submits. I have endured such treatment before. It is the most lenient method of training. The tragic circumstances of the young girl as childhood left the others feeling a pang of sorrow. For her, the whip had become the most merciful form of discipline. Beside her, Nachin, with tear-filled eyes, pulled the little girl into her embrace, offering her a heartfelt consolation. Yet, the alpaca. Enough. Those methods are too slow. What our master, Qianhuan, desperately lacks now is time. Tomorrow morning, he has a match, and the opponent appears to be quite formidable. I propose a more drastic approach. I shall extract its heart, and should it refuse to cooperate with Qianhuan, I will crush its heart. Would this be acceptable to all? The alpaca. Li Zhao was left speechless. He had previously only considered the profound background of the four emperors' pirate crew. But to his astonishment, he realized that his own ranks were also filled with exceptional talents. Turning his gaze towards the unfortunate alpaca, which seemed to comprehend human speech, he noted that it appeared utterly terrified, trembling on all fours, casting a pitiful and imploring glance in his direction. Li Zhao touched his forehead and remarked, I believe these methods are no longer necessary. As he spoke, Li Zhao removed the sea tower stone shackles from the neck of the alpaca. Just when everyone anticipated that this living artillery would unleash a torrent of projectiles, oh no, I mean, a barrage of saliva, it unexpectedly scurried to Li Zhao's side, nuzzling against his calf like an affectionate dog. The contrast between its earlier cold, murderous gaze as a living weapon and its current obsequious demeanor was striking. You truly are remarkable, boss. When did you manage to tame it? Indeed, the master of illusions. What cruel treatment did you inflict upon it to transform it into such a docile creature? Li Zhao found himself in a state of bemusement and quietly vowed to treat his subordinates with greater kindness. Otherwise, should they ever turn against him, he might find himself in dire straits, unable to escape their clutches. The following day, as the ultimate fighting tournament commenced, it was Li Zhao who took to the stage first, facing off against a heavyweight wrestler known as Mr. Stoya. The brash Bartolomeo, sporting a green mohawk, swaggered onto the ring, a metallic cannon slung over his shoulder, amidst the cacophony of boos from the tens of thousands in attendance. However, when Li Zhao raised the cannon, deliberately aiming its muzzle towards the section of the audience that had jeered the loudest, an unexpected silence enveloped the arena. Li Zhao's opponent, Mr. Stoya, is a towering figure with purple hair and a matching beard, standing nearly 4 meters tall. This man possesses a physique that rivals even that of Bobby Vanku, his body brimming with muscle and exuding an overwhelming sense of brute strength. However, it is rather amusing that atop Mr. Stoya's head rests a paper bag made of cowhide, featuring 2 holes that reveal only his eyes. The text printed on it suggests it is a takeout bag from a renowned fast food establishment aboard the esteemed ship, the Aro Jackson. Such a lackadaisical disguise is not lost on Li Zhao, who is well aware of his true identity. He is none other than the first mate and helmsman under the new emperor, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, known by the moniker Champion, the heavyweight wrestler, Gizes Bages. Ever since Blackbeard betrayed his father, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, and usurped the powers of the Trimmer fruit through unknown means, he has ascended to become one of the most celebrated pirates in the New World, commanding numerous formidable and nefarious subordinates. His reputation has rapidly risen to rival that of the other pirate emperors, even hinting at an imminent surpassing of their renown. As one of Blackbeard's earliest followers, Bagus has also risen in stature, becoming Teach's right-hand man. Although Bagus may not possess any fruit abilities, his strength is undeniably formidable. Ha ha ha, green-haired brat. I have no desire to squander time. You would do well to surrender quickly. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might spare your life. Before Bagus could finish his taunt, a cannonball erupted in a blaze before his face. Zhao brandished a cannon, bringing the muzzle to his lips, blowing away a wisp of smoke, exuding an audacious and provocative demeanor that was utterly infuriating. Although this shot was imbued with armed color, it posed no significant threat to a powerhouse like Bagus. Nonetheless, while the damage was minimal, the insult was profoundly severe. Chapter 086. Betrayal. After being struck by Zhao's cannon fire, the paper bag adorning Bagus's face was obliterated, revealing a comical visage marred by soot. With his beard and eyebrows singed away, since his ascension to prominence, Bagus, the right-hand man of the four emperors, had never endured such humiliation. Enraged, his hair bristled, and smoke seemed to emanate from his 7 orifices as he bellowed in fury, lowering his body to charge at Zhao. This brash brute, possessing strength but lacking intellect, was precisely the type of opponent that Zhao relished dismantling while in his combined state with Bartolomeo. With his fingers coiling, he pointed at Bagus, and an impenetrable barrier rose between them like a wall. Bagus collided with the barrier, producing a cacophonous crash. His features contorted in anger, yet fortunately, his right arm, from shoulder to wrist, was clad in a massive, heavy metallic gauntlet, sparing his bones from harm. What in the world is this nonsense? Bagus roared, his skin turning crimson, veins bulging as if they might burst. Damn it. I refuse to believe I can't shatter this wretched thing. Here comes my move. Wave elbow strike. With renewed ferocity, Bagus's elbow struck the transparent barrier with a resounding impact. This time, however, the sound was not one of piercing intensity. Instead, it emanated a series of peculiar, resonant waves that radiated outward in all directions. Zhao furrowed his brow. Such an assault was hardly capable of breaching his defenses. Yet, it was evident that Bagus was indeed a worthy lieutenant of the notorious Blackbeard, one of the four emperors. This seemingly simple technique, the vibrating elbow strike, bore a destructive power rivaling the legendary 8-charge fist, a skill passed down through generations of the 8 treasure navy. Were it not for his unyielding barrier, engaging in close combat with his adversary might have resulted in some unfortunate consequences. Moreover, Bagus was not as mindless as he appeared. Upon encountering the transparent barrier capable of reflecting damage for the second time, he had already devised a strategy. Although his second vibrating elbow strike proved futile, he managed to avoid injuring himself once more. With 2 consecutive attacks yielding no results, Bagus regained his composure. Meanwhile, the host and commentators recognized this rising star among the four emperors, prompting waves of astonishment from the audience. Seizing the moment, Bagus bellowed, "Indeed, I am Champion Gises Bagus, the future pirate king, the esteemed captain and helmsman of the newly ascended 4 Emperor Blackbeard's crew. Rejoice, you fortunate little rascals." Boom. Another cannon blast reverberated through the air, this time resulting in Bagus's head being blown apart, a consequence of Zhao's displeasure at his ostentation. With smoke billowing from above and a large patch of his hair singed away, the now prematurely aged Bagus gritted his teeth and spat, You green-haired fly. Dare to provoke the mighty Blackbird pirates? Prepare to witness me crush you with the most ruthless of methods." Zhao let out a whistle, aimed his cannon at Bagus, and raised his middle finger, exclaiming, "I fear you not. I care not for your Blackbeard, your filthy beard, or your dog-like beard. For I am under the protection of the most formidable of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. Compared to her, Blackbeard is but a trifling matter. I dare you to touch even a single hair on my head. Be wary, for our mama might just twist off your head and your captains alike to use as a ball for sport." Reveling in the chaos, Zhao took on the role of a troublemaker, an expert at stirring up conflict. His disdain for Blackbeard was evident, and considering a confrontation was likely in their future, he welcomed the opportunity presented by the Big Mom pirates to bolster his own position. He had no qualms about instigating a little mischief between Big Mom and Blackbeard. Zhao's revelation of his identity instantly elicited waves of astonished gasps from the audience. The four emperors are entities of unparalleled stature, commanding the new world with an authority that even the world government and the Navy headquarters dare not provoke lightly. At this very moment, two representatives of the four emperors stood upon the arena, engaging in combat to delight this assembly of spectators. What an extraordinary honor this is! Even Bartolomeo's mischievous countenance began to take on a majestic and solemn air in the eyes of the crowd. Bajis, clearly taken aback by the formidable lineage of his opponent, found what began as an ordinary battle had transformed into a contest of prestige between the newly emerged and the established four emperors. This was beyond his control. The crux of the matter was that, despite his recklessness, he was not foolish. His adversary was evidently a specialist in defensive devil fruit abilities, while his own combat style was purely melee. Ranged attacks would only involve hurling objects, leaving him comprehensively countered. He possessed no assurance of victory in this confrontation. Should he suffer defeat, both he and Captain Blackbeard would find their reputations in tatters, and restoring their dignity would be no simple task. After all, Big Mom is one of the four emperors, and with Blackbeard's current forces, it remains uncertain whether he could withstand her might. Of course, in a year or two, should Blackbeard succeed in acquiring more potent devil fruits to fortify his crew, the balance of power among the four emperors could shift dramatically. Li Zhao felt an undeniable sense of pride. Although the individual before him possessed considerable influence, Li Zhao remained unperturbed, fully aware of his own strengths and the absence of any justifiable reason for defeat in this confrontation. However, without warning, a wave of inexplicable trepidation washed over him, as if something dreadful was either imminent or had already transpired. Yet, curiously, the formidable presence of the color overlord exhibited no discernible reaction. Li Zhao fixed a penetrating gaze upon the champion Bajis, harboring suspicions that he might possess a hidden trump card unknown to him, leaving Bajis utterly bewildered. At that moment, the communicator nestled within Li Zhao's pocket began to vibrate ominously. He instinctively sensed that something unfortunate had transpired. His crew was well aware that he was in the midst of a competition and would not reach out to him lightly, unless a matter arose that they could not resolve on their own. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zhao raised the formidable alpaca cannon in his grasp and unleashed a relentless barrage upon the surrounding floor, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of dust and debris. Seizing the opportunity, he extracted the telephone bug as soon as the connection was established. A panicked voice erupted from the device. It was his brother, Bobby Vanku. "Captain, we are under sudden attack. Sebastian and Guy Ram have both been taken down. We cannot hold on much longer." At that moment, Bobby was merged with the second princess, Violet, masquerading as Li Zhao, presiding over the situation in the guise of a self-defense commander. In other words, the voice speaking was, in fact, Violet's. Setting aside Bobby's monstrous physique, one must wonder who could possibly breach his defenses and inflict harm upon him and Violet. Even Violet's keen foresight rendered the likelihood of ambush nearly non-existent, unless a most dreadful suspicion surfaced in Li Zhao's heart. He hastily exclaimed, "Do not panic. Where are you? I shall rush to your side immediately. First, tell me, who is it that is attacking you?" "Captain, it is the Golden Emperor Tesoro. He feigned an urgent military matter to summon you. However, since you were engaged in a competition, we did not contact you, and as a result, he laid a trap for us. Initially, we had measures in place. But then Doflamingo, he conspired with Tesoro. Yes, I am deeply sorry, Captain. I am truly sorry. I cannot believe I was oblivious to this all along." Chapter 087. Agitation. Li Zhao found himself unable to ponder the circumstances surrounding the unfolding events. Should he chastise his own negligence, or should he lament Violet's failure to inform him in a timely manner? In a state of desperation, he exclaimed, "Hold on. I shall come over at once." "No. Do not come here. It's too late." "I am sorry, Captain, At that moment, the connection was severed. As the smoke cleared, Li Zhao stood in the arena, his gaze vacant. Why do I hold this communication device in my hand? Was I in contact with someone just now? But am I not engaged in a competition? What on earth has transpired? Why is my mind in such disarray? Li Zhao's mind felt as though it were an empty void, yet simultaneously it was a chaotic whirlwind of confusion, as if he had forgotten something of utmost importance. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. A surge of inexplicable agitation threatened to drive him to madness. On the opposite side, Bajis was equally perplexed. The young ruffian before him, who had previously displayed an arrogant indifference, suddenly seemed to have lost his wits, launching a barrage of erratic cannon fire before standing there in a daze. However, One thing Beges could be certain of was that an unprecedented opportunity for a comeback had presented itself before him. With a swift motion, his large and muscular frame moved with an agility that belied his size, rivaling even the speed of the Six Styles. In silence, he had already maneuvered behind Li Zhao, who was evidently preoccupied and oblivious to his presence. Die! He roared, preparing to unleash his unsinkable battleship, destruction style. Just as Beges's elbow was about to strike Li Zhao's nape, something extraordinary occurred. The cannon in Li Zhao's grasp inexplicably broke free, twisting and contorting on the ground before transforming into an alpaca. This creature opened its mouth, unleashing a relentless barrage of cannon fire directly at the unsuspecting Beges. As the left-hand man of the notorious Blackbeard and captain of the assault team, Beges's physique, while not impervious like some monstrous beings, was nonetheless formidable. Typically, enduring 3 to 5 cannonballs would be merely a nuisance, yet the projectiles before him were imbued with the formidable hockey of armament, rendering them devastatingly potent. Even Beges had to raise his hands to shield his head and vital areas to withstand the onslaught. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Li Zhao finally regained his composure. He coiled his left hand's index and middle fingers, while his right fist clenched tightly, enveloped by a colossal spherical barrier. Forget it. Perish. With a furious shout, Li Zhao's fist struck heavily against Beges's cheek. The barrier generated by the devil fruit resembled an ultra-hardened glass with hardness approaching infinity, exhibiting no deformation whatsoever. This unique property allowed it to reflect all melee damage, while serving as an offensive tool transformed his fist into an invincible iron hammer, impervious to any dissipated destructive energy. Consequently, the force of his punch was exponentially magnified, far surpassing the effects of the hardened state produced by armament hockey. In his rage, Li Zhao abandoned any pretense of restraint. Though he did not employ any specific martial techniques, he exerted his full strength into this singular blow. With just one punch, he brought Beges crashing to the ground. Yet, he was unsatisfied. He leaped onto Beges's chest and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the champion's face. Initially, Beges managed to muster some defensive motions, attempting to minimize the damage. However, as his arms shattered like brittle twigs, falling limply to his sides, Li Zhao's barrier punches met no resistance. One after another, they rained down upon Beges's visage, swiftly reducing the champion to a grotesque, bloodied pulp. When the referee finally reacted, rushing forward with loud admonitions and threats to disqualify Li Zhao if he did not cease his assault, a semblance of rationality returned to Li Zhao. He finally leapt off Beges's mangled torso, gazing towards the entrance, vaguely anticipating the arrival of someone carrying a stretcher to whisk the gravely injured Beges away. Yet, to his dismay, no one appeared. Li Zhao's agitation intensified as he disregarded the referee's announcement of the match result, ignoring the thunderous cheers from the audience. He strode directly towards the exit, followed dutifully by the formidable cannon alpaca. Meanwhile, in the opulent lounge atop the Golden Hotel, the owner of the Didi Solo, Emperor Zhao, sat solemnly on the sofa, his expression grave and weary. The lounge bore the scars of a fierce battle, with furniture significantly damaged, while several maids busily tidied up the chaos. Opposite Zhao sat the Joker King, who had previously crossed paths with Li Zhao and had once dispatched the formidable 8-strike boxer Old Kai in a single blow. Cheers! Exclaimed the Joker King, raising his goblet of red wine in a toast to Zhao. The latter forced a somewhat strained smile, his gaze sweeping across the individuals standing behind the Joker King, particularly lingering on a youthful girl who was playfully poking grapes with her finger. Upon meeting her gaze, Zhao involuntarily shuddered. To mask his discomfort, he lifted his own glass and took a gentle sip. Cheers! This time, I must express my gratitude to you, Sir Don Quixote da Flamingo, for assisting me in eliminating the treacherous threat lurking among my ranks. I toast to you once again. There was an undertone of flattery in Zhau's voice, a tone he had reserved solely for the celestial dragons. This was due to the man seated opposite him, whose status was comparable to that of the celestial dragons and whose power could obliterate Zhau's kingdom and the entire Didi Solo. For this man was the mightiest among the 7 warlords, the heavenly demon, Don Quixote da Flamingo. In response to Zhau's gratitude, da Flamingo merely smiled knowingly, choosing not to engage further. Zhao furrowed his brow, temporarily suppressing the unease bubbling within him, and continued. I truly did not anticipate that the traitor within my ranks had clandestinely amassed such a formidable entourage, skilled shipwrights, doctors, and even a fearsome butler, alongside individuals possessing the extraordinary ability to surveil my every move from afar. Thankfully, Lord Doflamingo's timely warning and strategic guidance spared me from being utterly at a loss regarding how to deal with him. Doflamingo, having been the former employer of Princess Violet for over a decade, possessed a unique and effective method to evade her far-reaching surveillance. Upon boarding the de Solo, he discreetly reached out to Tesoro, subtly demonstrating his formidable capabilities. He expressed his willingness to set aside past grievances, provided he could eliminate the mastermind Bobby Vanku, responsible for the devastation of Dressrosa and the death of his highest-ranking subordinate, Diamante, and deal with the traitorous Violet and others. The two could then restore their previous alliance. Chapter 088. The Tiger Swallows the Wolf. The Tiger remains at home as former allies and business partners. Doflamingo had long held the upper hand over Doflamingo. Although the Golden Emperor, Tesoro, claimed to be the richest man in the world, Doflamingo dominated both the underworld and the surface world. Being the largest arms smuggler in the New World, with countless elite soldiers under his command, his military might was second only to the Navy headquarters and the four emperors of the New World, which was something Tesoro's inconsequential maritime nation could never rival. Tesoro had always lacked confidence in this forced war, and as his suspicions towards Zhao, also known as Bobby Vanku, grew, he finally acquiesced to Doflamingo's proposal to set a trap to ensnare Bobby Vanku and then strike together to defeat him. However, the ferocious strength displayed by Bobby Vanku and his entourage greatly exceeded Tesoro's expectations. It was not merely Bobby's own formidable prowess, but rather the strength of his guards, which rivaled that of the highest-ranking officers under the fearsome nightmare. Even the notorious supernova, Trafalgar Law, had allied himself with Bobby. Had it not been for the elite forces of the Don Quixote family, who were fully committed, along with the assistance of the Flying Six under Kaido, and the advantage of a surprise attack, the outcome of the battle might have been quite different, at least. It would not have been won as effortlessly as it had been at that moment. Reflecting on Law, Tesoro furrowed his brow and asked Doflamingo, "What do you plan to do about the one who escaped just now?" During the recent battle, it was surprising that Law managed to escape from their encirclement. Aided by a formidable warrior under Bobby, who could traverse through floors and walls with expertise in fishman karate, becoming the only survivor of the conflict. "Rest assured," Doflamingo replied, raising his glass and finishing the drink with a smile. "I never anticipated that a little brat once taken in by the Don Quixote family would reappear before me as an enemy. My lack of preparation allowed him to escape. However, I have already dispatched the bane of that fellow. It won't be long before his head is presented to us. Law is of little concern. Rather." Doflamingo seemed to ponder, suddenly frowning as if speaking to himself. "What troubles me is that scoundrel Bobby Vanku. After being severely wounded and incapacitated, who did he call? Whom is he in league with? Moreover, regarding his capabilities, although he exhibits considerable resilience, he appears to be rather inferior to my prior expectations. And where, I wonder, is that wretched Violet hiding?" With her keen perception, capturing her will not be an easy feat. Doflamingo's soliloquy was fully absorbed by Tesoro, particularly when he alluded to the unseen puppeteer, which naturally led Tesoro to contemplate the long-lost Bobby Vanku and his brother Kelly Vanku, along with that formidable, all-encompassing network of terrifying intelligence. The most daunting adversaries are those who remain invisible and possess intimate knowledge of your weaknesses. Clearly, this matter is far from resolved. And Tesoro felt a twinge of headache. However, the pressing issue at hand is to address Doflamingo's predicament. He certainly does not wish to unleash a tiger only to have it remain within his own abode. "Your Excellency, the Night Demon," Tesoro asserted. "As a token of my gratitude, I am prepared to offer you 5 billion berries as reconstruction funds for Dressrosa. Moreover, the Grand Tesoro shall provide unwavering support in terms of manpower and resources." Noticing that Doflamingo had yet to take up his line of questioning, Tesoro, with a resolute demeanor, boldly stated, "Your Excellency, now that we have dealt with the principal culprit behind the devastation of Dressrosa, Bobby Vanku, what remains are merely insignificant characters. I would like to inquire when you plan to return to Dressrosa, and whether you require me to arrange accommodations for you and your subordinates." This time, Doflamingo finally broke his silence. He tore off the Jester King mask from his face and, gazing at Tesoro with an unsettling grin, replied, "Why complicate matters? I find this place quite satisfactory. Henceforth, my men and I shall reside here. That is out of the question. This is my chamber." Tesoro protested. "Not any longer." Doflamingo retorted, a grin stretching across his face. "From this day forth, the Grand Tesoro will exist as a vassal territory of Dressrosa. Everything here shall, of course, belong to me." The conversation had reached a critical juncture. Tesoro was not a fool. He was acutely aware of Doflamingo's intentions. With a slight lift of his left hand, the goddess of fortune, Baccarat, and the security chief, Mr. Tanaka, stepped forward, positioning themselves behind him. This was the Golden Hotel, an edifice entirely crafted from gold. Truly the domain of Tesoro. Here, he felt invincible, especially with the support of his two capable subordinates. While Mr. Tanaka was limited to harassment and delay, Baccarat, with her ability to manipulate luck, was a significant trump card in Tesoro's arsenal, capable of restraining that fearsome little girl from the opposing faction. It is worth mentioning that during the earlier skirmish against Bobby Vanku and his troublesome subordinates, other high-ranking officials were primarily tasked with diverting the enemies, allowing the little girl to deliver lethal blows. Even that formidable martial artist who practiced fishman karate, capable of traversing floors and walls, had first been ensnared by Doflamingo's strings before being transformed into a shark doll by her. Tesoro's gaze shifted to Doflamingo, scrutinizing the power dynamics at play. Aside from Doflamingo himself, the opposing force boasted two high-ranking officials, Treble and Sugar, as well as the terrifying special officer, Sugar, and the combat maid, Baby 5, who was currently preoccupied with tidying up. Fortunately, the two Flying Six warriors had departed post-battle and were not present. Given the disparity in combat strength, Tesoro felt confident he could manage the situation, bolstered by the advantage of his surroundings. Lord Knight Yasha, he advised, I strongly urge you to abandon those unrealistic plans. Within this golden tower, nay, aboard this grandee, Tesoro's ship, no one can defeat me. Should you foolishly choose to engage me in battle, the commotion will surely attract Admiral Kizaru. Whom do you think you will assist? Me, the rightful king of this D, Tesoro, or you, the infamous usurper? Chapter 089. A total loss. Tesoro was still making his final efforts. After all, once the two awakened Paramecia users began to clash, the ensuing chaos would be monumental, interfering with everything in their vicinity. He was reluctant to ruin the maritime kingdom he had painstakingly built. Doflamingo remained silent, wearing a smile. Suddenly, a hand gently patted Tesoro's shoulder. It was Baccarat, the goddess of fortune. She exchanged a surprised glance with Tesoro before smiling and striding confidently to stand beside Doflamingo, joining the other two high-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family. Seeing this, Mr. Tanaka let out a faint sigh and moved behind Tesoro. You two bastards. You dare to betray me. Tesoro trembled all over, fury pushing him to the brink of madness, yet a flicker of rationality restrained him from a self-destructive act. Allow me to reintroduce you, Mr. Tesoro. This is my newly recruited special officer, the embodiment of my fortune, Ms. Baccara. And this gentleman is Mr. Tanaka, the future acting captain of the Grand Tesoro. Baccara flashed a subtle smile at Tesoro and said, My esteemed Tesoro, I regret to inform you that our contract has expired. I have decided to formally join the Don Quixote family. Oh, and by the way, as a token of my due overtime, I have siphoned away all your luck. Defeated. Tesoro collapsed onto the sofa, acutely aware of Bacara's terrifying abilities. No one understood her better than he did. He had always been on guard against her, never allowing her any proximity. Yet, this time, he had been caught off guard. Engaging in conflict now would serve no purpose. Don Quixote Doflamingo was also a formidable awakened fruit user, and having lost all his luck, Tesoro had no hope of victory. The defeat would undoubtedly be humiliating. He refused to relinquish his remaining dignity in such a farcical manner, losing everything in the process. At that moment, Don Quixote's demeanor shifted. He suppressed his smile and addressed Tesoro with grave seriousness. You must understand, Tesoro, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Do you know why, despite your immense wealth, you have never been able to recruit loyal followers? It's quite simple. They cannot envision a future by your side, nor can they see the end of this world. The strong only gather around even stronger individuals. I could have Sugar transform you into a mere puppet, allowing you to live out your days in a pitiful state. But I can also offer you another chance. A chance to pursue that which rightfully belongs to you, power. I shall provide you the opportunity to seek power. What are the conditions? After uttering this question, Tesoro felt all his strength drain away, alongside something far more significant. Doflamingo smiled confidently and replied, Submit to me. Tesoro did not respond immediately. His mind was consumed with a singular thought. If only he had chosen to trust Bobby Vanku at that moment, perhaps the outcome would have been altogether different. As he walked through the streets, Zhao found himself the subject of countless stares and whispers. Even outside the arena, colossal screens broadcasted the recent match, meaning that his identity as the spokesperson for the four emperors, along with his astonishing victory over another emperor's formidable captain, had spread like wildfire, making him the center of attention. Under ordinary circumstances, Li Zhao would have welcomed the enthusiastic embraces of several lovely admirers, but at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of agitation, as if a heavy stone were pressing upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, he was unaware of the source of his discontent, which only deepened his frustration. Where would one find the inclination to deal with those fervent fans? Qianhuan, the master. A feeble cry resonated in the ears. Li Zhao's body tensed abruptly, and the next moment, Rommel's scythe suddenly activated. Li Zhao's figure vanished from the sight of all present, only to reappear in the depths of a dim alley, pushing aside a heap of garbage and discarded cardboard boxes. The battered form of the death surgeon emerged before him. Qianhuan, the master. Please do not speak. Allow me to tend to your wounds first. Li Zhao, fearing that the person before him might succumb to death at any moment, sought to seize the singular opportunity to alleviate his confusion. He immediately unleashed a substantial amount of golden foam, cleansing and healing the wounds that marred Luo's body. Rest assured, Master Qianhuan, I too am a physician. I am well aware of my injuries. For now, I shall not perish. Master Qianhuan, your foam is truly remarkable. It seems your ship does not require a ship's doctor after all. Does this imply I am at risk of unemployment? Seeing that Luo had escaped the clutches of death, Li Zhao hastily inquired, Pray tell, what transpired? Who has inflicted such harm upon you? Luo closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, as if grappling with some confusion of his own. After taking a brief moment to collect his thoughts, he began to respond to Li Zhao's queries. Master Qianhuan, to speak candidly, I too am somewhat bewildered. Many things seem amiss. In short, your nominal employer, Gold Emperor Tizaro, has set a trap for us. No, wait, perhaps it was only for me? But how did he come to know of my existence? Regardless, this is not the crux of the matter. The important point is that Tizaro has formed a complete alliance with Don Quixote Doflamingo, and you are the offering Tizaro has presented to Doflamingo. However, that cannot be right. Tizaro explicitly stated before me that the mastermind behind the destruction of the relationship between the two parties and the murder of the highest-ranking members of the Don Quixote family had been dealt with. Yet you were clearly here. Furthermore, how did I manage to escape from their clutches? Given the circumstances at that moment, it was impossible for me to flee on my own. Luo fell into deep contemplation, and from his expression, Li Zhao understood that he too had experienced a lapse in memory. Memory? A loss of recollection? A loss of memory related to certain individuals? A petite and exquisite figure suddenly emerged in Li Zhao's mind, that of a young girl adorned in a crimson cloak and wearing a crown. Damn it, it is Shadang. Li Zhao's fist struck the adjacent wall, his face a mask of sorrow and fury. Sugar? Could it be? The one you previously mentioned? The user of the hobby fruit, the special officer of the Don Quixote family, Sugar? As an ally. Li Zhao had already divulged all the intelligence he possessed regarding the members of the Don Quixote family to Law. Among the information shared, aside from Don Quixote Doflamingo himself, the individual he emphasized the most was indeed that special officer, Sugar, the wielder of the hobby fruit. Those who were touched by her would be transformed into various toy dolls. However, even more terrifying was the fact that, simultaneously with their transformation, all memories of that person would be erased from their minds. In other words, Li Zhao had already lost companions, defeated by Treble and Doflamingo, and turned into toys by Sugar. The troubling aspect was that Li Zhao could not recall who these individuals were. Chapter 090. The arrival of a fearsome foe, the deathmatch cage. Remain calm. What is most needed now is tranquility. Li Zhao took a deep breath, then began to analyze the situation from the very beginning. He recalled how he successfully ingratiated himself with Tizaro and became one of his most trusted aides. Subsequently tasked with organizing the ultimate fighting tournament and assembling a self-defense force to oppose Doflamingo. Yet now, he found himself in the guise of Bartolomeo, a fervent admirer of the Straw Hat crew, a character who should bear no connection to either Tizaro or Doflamingo. In other words, he had engaged with Tizaro under a different identity, and that identity, or rather that individual, had faded from his memory. Li Zhao vividly remembers the events that transpired after his unexpected journey. He, a middle-aged anime enthusiast from the real world, inexplicably transformed into the notorious user of the waste fruit in the world of pirates, Kelly Vankyo, possessing the power of the jacket fruit. This ability has the rather unfortunate stipulation that someone must willingly don the form of the jacket, thereby surrendering complete control of themselves to the user of the jacket fruit. It is safe to say that it seems implausible for anyone to be foolish enough to do such a thing. Fortunately, this Kelly has. What was it again? Li Zhao instinctively sensed that he had grasped the crux of the matter, yet suddenly, his head throbbed as if struck by an axe. An excruciating pain rendering him incapable of contemplation. Even maintaining a semblance of consciousness became a luxury. What is wrong with you, Qian Huan? Luo exclaimed anxiously. Stop exerting yourself in vain. Those who have been forgotten by you will only burn their minds to ashes if forced to remember. This abrupt voice emanated from directly above the two men. Startled, Li Zhao and Luo looked up to behold a middle-aged man clad in a checkered coat, wearing sunglasses. With lightning-shaped sideburns, gazing down upon them from midair. The man stood atop the back of Buffalo Bartholomew, a user of the spin fruit from the Don Quixote family, as if he were perched upon a helicopter. Upon recognizing the figure, Luo gasped in astonishment. Virgo. Li Zhao recognized the individual before him as none other than Red Heart, the most enigmatic and formidable of the four highest-ranking officials under Don Quixote's command. Please refer to me as Mr. Virgo. With that, Virgo leaped down from his buffalo, positioning himself before the two. With his hands clasped behind his back, he initially cast a glance at Luo, sneering, "The last time I saw you, you were still too insignificant for me to eliminate directly. I never anticipated you would dare to oppose the young master. It appears you desire to accompany Corazon in the depths of hell." Luo remained silent, yet the bulging veins on his forehead indicated he was seething with rage. The only thing restraining him from retaliating was his apprehension of Virgo's formidable prowess. Among the four highest officials of the Don Quixote family, Virgo was the sole individual devoid of devil fruit abilities. Nevertheless, he undertook the most perilous mission of infiltrating the Navy headquarters. Previously, Li Zhao had devised a plan to use the Navy to eliminate this valuable asset of the Don Quixote family. However, the Navy proved to be an unreliable ally. Despite the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku personally capturing Virgo, he was ultimately rescued by Don Quixote da Flamingo during transport, thwarting Li Zhao's intricate scheme. Virgo was a master of pure martial arts. Although his appearances in the original anime were brief, his achievements were nothing short of remarkable. He effortlessly dominated Smoker, the Logia-type smoke fruit user, who had been in hot pursuit of the Straw Hat Pirates, and subsequently shattered the leg of Sanji, one of the trio of the Straw Hat crew. Ultimately, although Virgo met defeat at the hands of Trafalgar Law, this was primarily due to his overconfidence in his own Busashoka haki, underestimating the terrifying capabilities of Law's Ope no Mi, which boasted a bounty comparable to that of the Yonko, Whitebeard, at an astonishing 50 billion berries. Law's decisive strike, which ignored all defenses, resulted in Virgo's dismemberment. At this moment, while Law was present, he was not the vastly empowered version from the New World as depicted in the anime. Rather, he was still in a state of severe injury, his stamina depleted. Engaging Virgo head-on would likely lead to his swift demise. Even through his sunglasses, Virgo radiated an air of disdain, shifting his gaze from Law to Li Zhao. Bartolomeo, a participant in the Ultimate Fighting Tournament. I never imagined you would become embroiled in this affair. It seems fortune has not favored you. I suspect you will have to forfeit all your upcoming matches. Li Zhao's headache had subsided, yet his mood remained tense. The impending battle was unavoidable, but the circumstances were exceedingly unfavorable for them. Had it only been a confrontation with Red Heart Virgo and Buffalo, Li Zhao would have been unconcerned. Even if the fight proved arduous, his escape would not have been in jeopardy. However, with King Tesoro of the Tesoro ship having forged a complete alliance with Don Quixote da Flamingo, the enemy's overall combat strength, both in quality and quantity, far surpassed their own. The critical issue was that aside from the barely conscious Law and a cannon-wielding alpaca, he had no other allies. He couldn't even recall the names of his other companions. This floating city, no matter how grand, was still merely a ship, once hostilities commenced. The enemy's reinforcements would undoubtedly arrive in an instant, rendering it truly game over. Although I had wished to engage in a spirited contest, I had just failed a significant task entrusted to me by the young master, and I was keen to avoid further chaos. Buffalo, I will hold them here. You must return immediately to inform the young master and request reinforcements, though it is highly probable that by the time they arrive, they would only assist in escorting captives. Yes, Lord Virgo. Oh no, Mr. Virgo. The rotund Buffalo was undeterred, the hair on his wrists and ankles spinning like propellers, causing his corpulent form to ascend like a helicopter. However, as he soared to a height of about 10 meters, he suddenly collided with an invisible barrier, causing him to plummet, disoriented. Virgo remained unflappable, surveying the surroundings, only to discover that the entire shadowy alley had been enveloped by a transparent shield. Not even a fly could hope to escape this alley at that moment. This was, of course, the handiwork of Zhao, employing the Great Box Barrier, deathmatch cage. To prevent the enemy from summoning reinforcements, he had activated the barrier fruit, encasing the entire dark alleyway. This was the first time Zhao had unleashed such an expansive barrier, which was a considerable burden for him. Fortunately, once these barriers were generated, as long as their size and shape remained unchanged and there was no attempt to move them, he would not expend any additional stamina. Thus, maintaining this fierce combat cage for an extended period was not a concern. Chapter 091. Fierce Battle with the Ghost Bamboo. How are you faring now? Zhao inquired. The surgeon struggled to rise, managing a faint smile. No problem, I can fight for another day. There's no need to exert yourself so fiercely. You deal with that water buffalo, and once you've taken care of him, come assist me with Virgo. After speaking, Zhao turned to the alpaca cannon, saying, You, cannon sheep, performed admirably before. Well done. Tonight, I shall reward you. But for now, I need you to help Luo tackle that hefty opponent. Can you manage that? The cannon alpaca, taken aback by Zhao's unexpected praise, paused momentarily before vigorously nodding its head. It then unleashed a barrage of armed hockey-infused shells at Buffalo, with the cannon fire echoing. The battle officially commenced. Although the barriers completely sealed off the area, preventing any sound of explosions or shockwaves from escaping, Zhao was not inclined to delay. He was resolute in his intent to conclude this swiftly. The fruit ability allowed only one barrier to exist at any given time, regardless of its size or shape. So Zhao could no longer utilize his barrier ability and was compelled to resort to physical combat. He charged directly at Virgo, lifting his leg to deliver a powerful kick. Zhao was acutely aware that Virgo was an unparalleled master of the 6 styles, his prowess likely rivaling that of Vice Admiral Spider. However, while Spider had meticulously honed the art of life return hockey, Virgo possessed an astonishingly formidable armament hockey. Thus, the seemingly ordinary kick executed by Zhao was, in fact, the culmination of his recently acquired mastery of the 8 fist techniques, the martial foot, tapered dragon, tapered nail. As anticipated, upon encountering the green-haired imp before him, who audaciously chose to forego his devil fruit abilities in favor of physical combat, Virgo stood resolute and unyielding, raising his foot to meet the challenge. 6 styles, Gale foot, 0 distance cut. The two combatants' shins collided, and it became evident that the 8 fist techniques held a superior edge. A faint crack echoed from Virgo's leg bone, suggesting a fracture, yet his expression remained unwavering. He tilted his body to evade Zhao, and in the next instant, his index fingers shot forth like a meteor shower, targeting Zhao with deadly precision. Finger spear, meteor shower strike. In the realm of combat experience, the techniques Zhao had surreptitiously appropriated paled in comparison to the instinctive, battle-honed skills that Virgo had cultivated over decades of life and death struggles. Zhao found himself unable to evade this onslaught and was compelled to endure the impact. Fortunately, despite his physical techniques being insufficient, his abilities compensated. Even though his shield fruit was temporarily unavailable, he still possessed the latent power of the bubble fruit. Bubble envelopment. In an instant, enveloped in a layer of glossy black bubbles infused with armament hockey, Zhao's entire body was shielded. Virgo's piercing strikes, while sharp enough to puncture these bubbles, were rendered ineffective as the black bubbles absorbed all the penetrating force, gently sliding away from Zhao's side. Virgo's lethal assault was deftly countered by Zhao's innovative defensive technique, which ingeniously amalgamated armament hockey with the bubble fruit abilities. Recognizing that Virgo's finger spear, meteor shower strike, was becoming predictable, Zhao seized the opportunity for a counterattack. Concealed within the bubbles, he assumed a proper stance for a straight punch and unleashed a devastating blow aimed at Virgo's vital torso. 6 styles, iron block, steel. Virgo responded with remarkable swiftness, activating the iron block technique for defense. Zhao's fist struck his chest like a hammer pounding on iron felt, instantly producing a thunderous explosion. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Virgo's body was propelled backward until it collided with the barrier behind him, finally coming to a halt. How peculiar. Virgo stood upright, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet his expression remained as cold and unyielding as that of a machine. He gazed at Zhao, bewildered, and remarked, "According to the information I possess about you, You should only excel in creating defensive barriers. How is it that you possess such remarkable martial prowess? Furthermore, you are evidently a user of the barrier fruit ability, so what was the nature of those bubbles just now? I have yet to employ the techniques that would astonish you even further. Li Zhao coldly snorted as he drew the short knife from his waist. This dagger, much like the flintlock pistol strapped to his belt, was merely a decorative embellishment for Bartolomeo. However, in Li Zhao's hands, it transformed into a formidable instrument of death. Li Zhao found himself in a state of perplexity. In terms of techniques, he undoubtedly held the advantage, having amalgamated the secret arts of numerous formidable masters. However, when it came to physical prowess, even the combined might of Bartolomeo, Kelly Funk, and the female spy Califa paled in comparison to the resilient physique of the indomitable Virgo. Though the skirmish was brief, it was evident that he had been subtly overpowered by the brute strength of his opponent. Li Zhao was exceedingly indignant. He faintly sensed that in the past, he was the one who triumphed through brute strength, overpowering his opponents with sheer force. Virgo let out a cold snort and remarked, "It seems you, as a contestant, have been concealing your true strength all along. Clearly, your identity is far from ordinary. Congratulations. For I no longer wish to end your life. Instead, I shall shatter your limbs and present you before the young master, compelling you to divulge all your secrets. Before you break my limbs, let me see if your skin is as tough as your tongue." As soon as Li Zhao's voice fell, his figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, a tempest engulfed Virgo, thrusting him into a realm of flashing blades. The Scythe of Rommel, renowned as the swiftest sword technique in the pirate world, was unleashed. Although Li Zhao could only manifest about 70 to 80% of its original prowess, it was more than sufficient to surpass Virgo's speed. The dagger sliced through Virgo's form like a torrential downpour, and had he not swiftly activated his iron block, steel, he would have likely been reduced to a skeletal frame reminiscent of Brooke from the Straw Hat Crew. "You have successfully provoked me." Armament hockey. Fury finally etched itself across Virgo's face as he roared, his garments tearing apart instantaneously to reveal a physique swollen with explosive muscles. His entire being shimmered with a bluish metallic hue, every inch of skin and every strand of hair infused with an astonishing intensity of armament hockey. Few possess the mastery of this technique in the pirate realm. It is a domain reserved for those with exceptional talent and relentless training of their bodies. To achieve Virgo's level of strength is a rarity indeed. It was precisely this overwhelming hockey that instilled Virgo with the confidence to confront any adversary without relying on the powers of any devil fruit. The clash of blades reverberated like the sound of countless metals colliding, merging into a prolonged note that lingered in the air. After an extended silence, the note finally ceased. Yet Li Zhao and Virgo remained steadfast in their positions, as if neither had moved an inch. Li Zhao's swift blade failed to inflict even a scratch upon his opponent. However, similarly, the elusive Guizhou Virgo could not capture the fleeting figure that moved as quickly as the wind. No, it would be inaccurate to declare it a stalemate. A sudden cry of anguish pierced the air as the water buffalo Bafaro, who had just been engaged in battle with Luo, was suddenly riddled with dozens of gaping wounds. It turned out that after Li Zhao's relentless assault yielded no results, he seized the opportunity to strike Bafaro, who was entangled with Luo, and delivered a flurry of blows. It can only be said that the fire at the city gates harmed the fish in the moat. The confined space between the two battlefields was so close that Bahafaro barely had time to react before he transformed into a bloodied figure. Meanwhile, Luo took advantage of the moment, pressing a hand against Bahafaro's chest and directly extracting a four-sided, jelly-like object from within his body. To his astonishment, this gelatinous form encased a heart that pulsated gently. Chapter 092, The Demon Fruit. A true anomaly, this exemplifies the terrifying nature of the surgery fruit. Capable of extracting a living heart intact, thus placing the life and death of others directly into one's hands. A person stripped of their heart, provided that the heart remains unscathed, would not suffer any immediate adverse effects on their body. However, due to his injuries and the side effects of the heart extraction, Water Buffalo Bahafaro collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Remarkable swordsmanship. The indomitable Virgo unreservedly lauded his adversary. I had initially believed that the White Horse Cavendish was the foremost swordsman among this generation of youth. Yet, to my surprise, you stand on par with him. Alas, it is unfortunate that you have chosen the wrong side and the wrong path. I offer you one final opportunity to surrender. I can recommend you to the young master and facilitate your entry into the Don Quixote family. Do you not perceive the gravity of the situation? Li Zhao furrowed his brow as he regarded Virgo. Behind him stood Luo, clutching Ba Faro's heart, while on the other side loomed the formidable cannon llama. Smoke billowing from its mouth, eyes fierce and advancing relentlessly. With a 3-to-1 advantage, victory was firmly within Li Zhao's grasp. After all, hockey is not an eternal sun. And Virgo is not a perpetual motion machine. He cannot sustain the complete enveloping of his body in armament hockey indefinitely. Moreover, Luo's surgery fruit ability is the very nemesis of armament hockey. Yet, the unyielding composure of Virgo, devoid of any retreat, stirred a sense of foreboding within Li Zhao. Before him, Virgo reached into his pocket and inexplicably produced a bizarrely shaped fruit. The devil fruit. Both Li Zhao and Luo exclaimed in astonishment. I have always believed that reliance on the powers of a devil fruit could never achieve the pinnacle of martial prowess. Nor could one attain the invincible strength akin to that of heroes like Karp. Thus, I have never consumed a devil fruit. However, it is precisely this arrogance that led me to botch the crucial task entrusted to me by the young master, even resulting in my capture. Forcing the young master to risk his life to rescue me. I cannot afford to repeat the same mistake. Therefore, when the young master entrusted me with this devil fruit, I cast aside that laughable pride, accepted it, and now, it is time for me to wield its power. Li Zhao's ominous premonition intensified, and he shouted, "Stop him immediately." Yet, the individual had already charged forward. However, deep down, Li Zhao was acutely aware that at such a close range, preventing Virgo from consuming the devil fruit was a feat even the esteemed Kazara could not accomplish. Nevertheless, even if he could not halt the process, he must seize the moment before Virgo became accustomed to the fruit's powers and eliminate him directly. With a crunch, the devil fruit vanished into Virgo's mouth. Li Zhao dashed in front of the man, his dagger poised threateningly against Virgo's throat, while Luo and the cannon llama closely followed behind him. However, in the next moment, Li Zhao felt a flicker before his eyes, and Virgo's entire form vanished into thin air. This is not good. Li Zhao swiftly transitioned from offense to defense, activating his bubble armor. Almost simultaneously, the thousands of fist-sized bubbles of armed color that encompassed his body shattered almost entirely. His back, thigh, and chest bore the brunt of several piercing strikes. Fortunately, no vital bones or tendons were harmed. However, Luo and the cannon alpaca, lacking the time to safeguard themselves, were far less fortunate, riddled with countless puncture wounds and soaring away in a pitiful manner. Li Zhao gazed in astonishment at the man before him. Could it be a trick? No, the speed displayed by Virgo moments ago was at least 5 times greater than before. Had Virgo been concealing his true strength? That seemed unlikely. If he possessed such power, he would not have dallied with them until now. Thus, the only conclusion left was that it must be the devil fruit. A fruit capable of significantly enhancing speed would most likely be a Zoan-type devil fruit that greatly amplifies physical attributes. Perhaps even one of the rare ancient or mythical varieties. However, to Li Zhao's eyes, Virgo exhibited no physical changes, no beastly ears or claws to indicate any animalistic traits. Virgo stood still, staring at his blood-stained hands, seemingly lost in thought. I was wrong, truly wrong. The power of the devil fruit is not a curse. As long as one can find a fruit that suits them, it is not merely an enhancement, but a complete transformation. Such theatrics. The longer this drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes for me. Li Zhao regained his composure and kicked once more. Given the sudden and unexplained increase in Virgo's speed, Li Zhao deliberately lowered his own speed. As expected, Virgo's pride would not allow him to evade such an obvious challenge. He too lifted his legs, ready to engage in a contest of kicks once again. Martial kick, spike dragon nail, multiplying, fourfold strength, gale kick, zero distance cut. The same techniques collided once more, replaying the previous scene. However, this time, it was the sound of Li Zhao's bones fracturing as he was sent flying. Indeed, Virgo had not only accelerated, but had also multiplied his strength several times over. What concerned Li Zhao further was the absence of any beast-like features on Virgo, indicating that this was clearly not the power of a Zoan-type devil fruit. The ability to significantly enhance physical prowess, yet not being of the Zoan type, seemed to leave only one dreadful possibility. Suddenly, Virgo produced a smooth, black bamboo staff from behind him, aiming one end at Li Zhao as he proclaimed, tenfold length multiplication, demon bamboo. As soon as the words left his lips, the staff expanded dramatically, resembling the Rui Jingu Bang of the legendary Sun Wukong. Had Li Zhao not dodged in time, he would have been impaled by the bamboo pole. Indeed, what I just consumed was the multiplication fruit. Once belonging to the World Destroyer Bondi Walt, it allows me to amplify my own speed, strength, size, weight, and any object I come into contact with. exponentially. What you just experienced was the result of my enhanced speed and strength, along with my weapon. How does it feel? There is no need for Virgo to reintroduce himself. The multiplication fruit, also known as the Momo fruit, is well known to the pirate enthusiast Li Zhao. Such an ability, which exists solely within the realms of anime films and possesses overwhelming power akin to a game-breaking ability, is something he is acutely aware of. This fruit can amplify all tangible objects, such as bullets, stones, and swords, as well as intangible concepts like strength, speed, and weight, by multiples. Such a power transcends mere strength. It is akin to cheating. Yet, Li Zhao has an unsettling feeling that this multiplication fruit is somehow connected to him. And it should not be present here. The reasons remain a mystery, likely tied to the memories of his lost companions. With no time for further contemplation, Virgo, a master of martial arts, now augmented by this multiplication ability, poses a threat far greater than any enhancement derived from a Zoan-type fruit. Li Zhao is suddenly beset by a headache. Chapter 093. The limit of speed. Just moments ago, I demonstrated a 5-fold speed. Now let me unveil the true pace that a formidable warrior can achieve. 30 times speed. Chafe. Virgo's voice boomed, and Li Zhao instantly tensed, adopting a defensive posture. Activating his iron block and armament hockey, summoning every conceivable defensive technique. However, apart from feeling a fierce wind rush past him, he experienced no attack. Thud. An unusual sound resonated behind him. Turning around, he beheld Virgo, who had collided with the transparent barrier, resembling an insect striking the windshield of a speeding car. He narrowly avoided a gruesome fate. Virgo's body slowly slid down from the barrier, collapsing onto the ground. After a moment, he staggered to his feet, turning to face Li Zhao with a cold gaze and a mocking smile, declaring, "Did you see that? This is the terrifying speed I can achieve at 30 times amplification. Surely, you couldn't even react, if it weren't for the shattered, twisted sunglasses and the 2 streams of uncontrollable nosebleed." Li Zhao might have truly believed Virgo was demonstrating the pinnacle of speed, but at this moment, he could no longer contain himself. Pointing an accusatory finger at Virgo and exclaiming, "I believe you, you old fraud. You clearly couldn't control that speed and crashed into a wall instead. Why didn't you just knock yourself out, you pretentious fool?" Virgo cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Indeed, he was still unaccustomed to this ability and could not endure such a high multiplication effect. However, to deal with them, he didn't need that level of amplification. Watch me now. Multiplication 4 times strength, 4 times speed. My goodness. Isn't this reminiscent of the Kaioken from Dragon Ball? Li Zhao inwardly cursed incessantly, compelled to exert all his strength in deploying Rommel's scythe to barely evade Virgo's assaults. Yet, the latter's physical prowess and martial arts fundamentals inherently surpassed his own, now compounded by the amplification of the devil fruit. In an instant, Li Zhao found himself thoroughly overwhelmed, new wounds continuously manifesting across his body. Relying solely on martial arts was evidently futile against Virgo, leaving Li Zhao with no choice but to place his hopes on the powers of the fruit. In the next moment, he unleashed the dreamlike dance floor, which rendered the ground's friction entirely null, followed by the relaxation bubble, capable of sapping his opponent's energy. Seasoned by countless battles, Virgo had personally dispatched innumerable devil fruit users. Although he was unaware of the purpose of the bubbles that suddenly appeared beneath and around Li Zhao, he was unwilling to take the risk of approaching them. With a swift motion, he raised the bamboo to his lips and forcefully blew into one end. The midpoint of the bamboo swelled like a balloon, yet remained unscathed under Virgo's formidable armament hockey. Subsequently, a highly concentrated air bullet was propelled from the opposite end of the bamboo, hurtling towards Li Zhao like a cannonball. Li Zhao was enveloped by an array of bubbles, all of which were scattered in every direction under the onslaught of this air blast. This exemplifies the greatest weakness of the bubble fruit, a profound fear of strong winds. Recognizing the insufficiency of these bubbles, he resolved to create even more. Behold my sheep cloud tsunami. Unlike the myriad of inventive techniques developed by Li Zhao using Calipha's body and the bubble fruit, this particular move, the sheep cloud tsunami, was the ultimate secret technique conceived by Calipha herself. The essence of this maneuver lies in the triumph of quantity. Countless relaxed bubbles surged forth like a tsunami, instantly filling every inch of space within the barrier, leaving no void behind. The entire world transformed into a blinding expanse of white, surrounded by a sea of foam. Ineffectual. 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 Virgo resorted to his old tactics, but this time, the high-pressure air he expelled from the bamboo was amplified tenfold. instantly unleashing a terrifying storm within this confined space. The bubbles of the sheep cloud tsunami, devoid of the protective coating of hockey, were scattered by this gale. The foam that had enveloped every inch of the dark alley disintegrated in less than a second. Green-haired brat, unleash whatever tricks you have left. Exhausted and kneeling on the ground, Li Zhao's expression was one of despair, as if he had surrendered all hope of resistance. Virgo's cold, mocking laughter filled the air as he prepared to deliver the final blow. However, he suddenly noticed the wrist of Li Zhao, limp on the ground, trembling as if something stirred. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the loose wristband slipping to the floor, yet peculiarly, the other end was completely invisible. A memory flickered in Virgo's mind, reminiscent of a recent ultimate combat arena spectacle, where the noble pirate Cavendish had exhibited abilities akin to the Diamante's floating fruit during a clash with the pirate empress. Subsequently, the Don Quixote family had plotted to secretly abduct Cavendish to uncover the truth, yet they had never been able to ascertain his whereabouts. Momentarily distracted, as Virgo grasped that this could be a trap set by Li Zhao, he looked down again, and to his dismay, he saw that his feet, indeed every inch of the ground within the barrier, was covered by thin, almost imperceptible ribbons. At this moment, Li Zhao finally lifted his head, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Go ahead, hide from me again." In the next instant, the entire ground was upheaved, enveloping Virgo within a colossal sphere, much like a wrapping skin. Virgo struggled fiercely, yet those seemingly thin and insubstantial ribbons were, in reality, formidable metal armor plates of a battleship's caliber. The challenge of breaking free from such restraints was immense. This, indeed, it is the power of Diamante's flare fruit. What have you done to him? How could you possibly steal his abilities? Virgo roared in a frenzy, his voice booming, 50-fold. Power amplification. A terrifying scene unfolded as the metallic ribbon sphere began to warp and contort dramatically under Virgo's overwhelming brute strength, seemingly on the verge of being torn asunder. Li Zhao remained unfazed, as this situation had already fallen within his expectations. He raised his fingers, slowly intertwining his index and middle fingers. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, and the massive metal sphere, weighing several tons, burst apart. Virgo, successfully freed. Not quite. Just as he intended to charge at the green-haired youth before him, he took a single step and was violently slammed against a transparent barrier. It turned out that while Virgo was bound, Li Zhao had retracted the cubic shield that enveloped the entire alley and crafted a new coffin-like barrier tailored specifically for Virgo. Chapter 094, The Striker and the Cunning Rogue. After a brief attempt, Virgo realized that the device imprisoning him could not be shattered by sheer brute force, especially since he had only just activated the doubling power of his devil fruit, and his body had yet to fully acclimatize. However, he remained unperturbed. He had come to understand Li Zhao's transparent barrier, recognizing that although it was formidable, it had numerous limitations, particularly the requirement to remain relatively close to its wielder. Thus, he was not at all concerned that Li Zhao would confine him here and then escape. He merely needed to wait for the barrier to be withdrawn, at which point he would exact his vengeance upon the green-haired boy. His anger had reached a boiling point, and Virgo began to mentally devise the most brutal and satisfying methods to deal with this little rascal, ensuring that he would not easily meet his demise. "Hey, what are you doing?" After a brief rest, Luo, who was a doctor by profession, managed to stand up, only to witness Li Zhao suddenly warming up in place. He was throwing punches into the air, moving with a peculiar footwork, and exhaling with a series of whooshing sounds. Meanwhile, Virgo, confined within the dark barrier, watched him as if he were a fool. Li Zhao remained silent, his movements accelerating rapidly. Eventually, he even activated the scythe, further intensifying his warm-up, as his body gradually transformed into a mere phantom. After a considerable period, Li Zhao finally ceased his inexplicable and peculiar actions. Having completed his warm-up and gathered his strength, he shifted his gaze towards the death surgeon, Luo. He then picked up a small pebble from the ground, tossed it into the air, and assumed a punching stance, yet refrained from delivering an actual strike, allowing the pebble to fall gently to the ground. Li Zhao glanced at the stones scattered on the ground before turning his gaze towards the caged Virgo. He nodded subtly towards Rono and inquired, "Do you comprehend?" "I do," Rono replied, a mischievous grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Although Virgo remained oblivious to the riddle being exchanged between the two, he sensed that the green-haired youth was preparing to strike. With unwavering resolve, he activated his full-body armed haki, amplifying his offensive and defensive speed attributes twofold. He then pressed his hand against the barrier before him, awaiting its dissolution to unleash a devastating blow upon the two impudent youths before him. Li Zhao seemed oblivious to Virgo's movements as he picked up a small stone once more and tossed it into the air. When the stone fell freely, descending directly in front of Li Zhao's fist, Luo suddenly activated the room space, pointing his finger, causing the stone to transform into Virgo. Meanwhile, the Virgo within the barrier was replaced by the small stone. This was one of the abilities of the surgery fruit, object displacement, which allowed for the exchange of positions between any two objects within the ability's range, akin to a forced teleportation. Virgo had no time to react. He remained in the posture of bracing against the wall, and Li Zhao's heavy fist struck him squarely in the chest and abdomen. Armament hockey entwined around his fist, the king's fist. This terrifying blow wielded power comparable to that of the four emperors, landing impeccably on its target. To make matters worse, Virgo was unable to retreat to dissipate the force, for directly behind him was the transparent barrier created by Li Zhao. The destructive energy leaked not a trace, entirely absorbed by Virgo's body, resulting in nothing but a dreadful muffled sound, leaving the surrounding environment unscathed, as if the assault bore no resemblance to that of a four emperor's caliber. Even a true four emperor would likely cough up blood in response to such a strike. As for Virgo, he simply rolled his eyes back, losing consciousness in an instant. The opportunity was fleeting, for a martial arts master like Guizhou. Even a transient loss of consciousness would not last long, and awakening could occur at any moment. However, for Li Zhao, this brief moment was sufficient. He leaned forward, pressing his palm against Virgo's chest, activating the jacket fruit's ability. As Li Zhao unzipped the jacket, Virgo's body deflated with a sound, transforming into a lightweight, one-piece jacket. At last, victory was his. Exhausted and depleted of energy, Li Zhao, holding Virgo's human skin jacket, smiled before succumbing to unconsciousness. As Li Zhao woke once more, his first sight was the resplendent night sky. The cool sea breeze caressed his face, yet a sense of confusion enveloped him. What was the current situation? Where was he? And what of Luo? Moreover, what was the source of the incessant buzzing in his ears? You're awake? The voice of Luo reached his ears, instantly alleviating half of Li Zhao's anxious heart. Struggling to sit up, he found his mouth agape in astonishment. It was at this moment that Li Zhao realized he, Luo, and the cannon-laden alpaca were perched upon the back of the spinning buffalo, which soared through the sky like an airplane. Li Zhao gazed downward, his eyes resting upon the boundless expanse of the ocean, devoid of any trace of the Didi Solo. Without the need for inquiry, Luo began to elucidate. After you lost consciousness, I sensed that many formidable adversaries were still startled by your final strike against Virgo. At present, the entire Didi Solo is swarming with foes, and I am uncertain if there exists a place of safety aboard. Thus, I chose to lead you away from the Didi Solo and into the sea. At the very least, our enemies shall find it considerably more challenging to locate us. You acted judiciously. Luo's assessment was entirely accurate. At this moment, the Didi Solo indeed resembled a den of peril. Li Zhao felt a slight ache in his head and gently massaged his temples. He then patted the lively airplane beneath him, jesting. How did you manage to tame this creature? Humph. The water buffalo, Barafalo, let out a heavy grunt, a sound imbued with profound grievance, resentment, and a sense of despair. Luo extracted Barafalo's heart, stating, His heart rests in my grasp. I could crush it at any moment. However, you are right. This alone is insufficient. Indeed. I recall that members of the Don Quixote family are known for their unyielding spirit, unwilling to succumb even in death. Luo grinned wickedly, revealing a malicious smile, and produced another object, an unsightly and shameful organ, one that, for a man, may hold even greater significance than the heart itself. I threatened him, declaring that should he defy me, I would auction this item off, ensuring that Barafalo's name would echo across the vast seas. Take it away, it's filthy. Li Zhao exclaimed with distaste, yet internally, he gained a newfound understanding of Luo's cunning and lascivious tactics. In short, one must never cross this wretched individual. Beneath them, the portly man emitted a pitiful whimper, which both chose to ignore. What shall we do now? Luo inquired, his gaze fixed on the Virgo jacket in Li Zhao's hands, suggesting, shall we return and surprise them? Chapter 095. Deserted Island. Li Zhao comprehended Luo's intention and decided to impersonate Virgo, contemplating a decisive strike. In the most favorable scenario, he could eliminate either Don Quixote da Flamingo or the Golden Emperor Tesoro, or perhaps even take down the formidable Officer Sugar. Such victories could potentially turn the tide of war, offering a chance for a dramatic reversal. However, after careful reflection, Li Zhao ultimately relinquished this enticing notion. The reasons were twofold. First, The necessity of targeting as many as 3 key figures significantly diminished the likelihood of success. Second, the capricious influence of Lady Luck, Baccarat. At this moment, Li Zhao remained unaware that Baccarat had switched allegiance to the new master, Doflamingo. However, this was of little consequence, for they were all his adversaries. That woman possessed the extraordinary ability to influence the fortunes of herself and others, and the crux of such audacious endeavors lay in luck. To speak of Doflamingo, he was in possession of a shadow warrior capable of fabrication. One could never ascertain whether the Tenyasha before them was a genuine being or merely a tangled mass of threads masquerading as one. Even if Li Zhao and Luo were to devise an immaculate plan of action, it could still falter for reasons utterly inexplicable. Should that occur, Li Zhao, having lost both allies and support, would find himself devoid of any chance to turn the tide. Doflamingo may seek to undermine me, dismantling my support and engaging in treachery from behind, yet am I not capable of such maneuvers as well? Presently, the overall situation lay firmly in the hands of that Tenyasha. A direct confrontation was utterly futile. However, stirring the waters and creating some turmoil was certainly within reach. With that thought, Li Zhao retrieved a snail phone from his pocket, and upon connection, the voice of Charlotte BRLE from the Big Mom Pirates emanated from the device. Bartolomeo, where are you? I can't seem to find you anywhere. Li Zhao was aware that Brule must be utilizing the powers of the mirror fruit to gather intelligence and pry into the privacy of others. Thus, he stated, Sister Brule, I find myself in a predicament. What is it? She inquired. I inadvertently stumbled upon a conspiracy. This ultimate fighting tournament is, in fact, a trap. The Golden Emperor Tizaro and the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo have secretly allied. They organized this competition to gather all enemies, world-renowned tycoons, and key figures from various factions, only to ensnare them all at once. What did you say? The voice emanating from the snail phone was male, clearly belonging to the gangster Capone Beach, who was nearby. I'm Bartolomeo, stake my life on the veracity of every word I utter. Sister Brule, you can verify for yourself whether Tizaro has indeed conspired with Doflamingo. Since he was swearing by another's name, Li Zhao felt no pressure. Moreover, what he asserted might very well be the truth. Given Don Quixote Doflamingo's grand ambitions, it seemed plausible that he would pursue this course of action. Capturing all the significant figures aboard the great ship Tesoro might sound utterly insane. But in light of the extraordinary benefits it could yield, that celestial demon might very well attempt it. With the powers of the hobby fruit, transforming those key figures into mere toys would likely lead their factions to forget them, thus sparing Doflamingo from retribution. Because I inadvertently overheard their plot. They have turned against me, and I barely managed to escape. Wait. They are upon me again. After uttering this, Li Zhao abruptly hung up the snail phone and tucked it into the pocket of the jacket transformed by his fruit ability, where it would receive no further signals. He could surmise how Brule and Beach Group would act next. Given the ferocious and domineering nature of the Yonko Big Mom Pirates, should they suspect treachery, even in the absence of solid evidence, they would wreak havoc. Moreover, with representatives from other factions present, if Brule were to disseminate this information, it would undoubtedly incite the Celestial Demon and the Golden Emperor. However, he recognized that relying on these powerful yet disunited individuals to defeat the two men was a mere delusion. After all, the great ship Tizaro was the domain of Tizaro, overseen by the cunning and formidable Celestial Demon, with the formidable duo of the Bug Women, Baccarat and Sugar, serving as their trump cards. This battle was nearly unwinnable. Where do we go now? Back to the great ship Tesoro? Ro inquired. No. Our comrades may have been transformed into toys, but at least it confirms they are currently in no mortal danger. Returning now would be far too perilous. If we fail, there will be no one left to rescue us. Thus, the urgent task at hand is to bolster our strength, at least to a level capable of confronting the two warlords directly, while also severing Doflamingo's lifeline. Lifeline? Luo retrieved that unsightly organ, gazing at the filthy object with a perplexed expression. I am not referring to that vital part, Li Zhao bellowed. Let us proceed to Punkazit. The unfortunate buffalo, whose son was grasped by another, could do nothing but be utilized like a mere tool. Nevertheless, despite his lack of combat prowess, this corpulent creature proved to be exceptionally effective as a mode of transportation. Buffalo soared through the skies with remarkable speed and stability, his broad back offering a comfortable seat. Notably, Buffalo possessed astonishing endurance, enabling him to sustain prolonged, long-distance flights. Yet, as dawn broke and the night faded, Buffalo reached his limits. Fortunately, a small island was visible in the distance. Upon Buffalo's request, and after Li Zhao and Luo consented, they directed their flight toward the island. Upon landing, the group began to explore their surroundings. The island was desolate, measuring no more than 2 or 3 football fields in size, adorned with a few low-growing plants, and offering unobstructed views. Although foraging for food and supplies appeared challenging, the area seemed devoid of any immediate danger. The hefty buffalo sat down, panting heavily, while Luo closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, the cannon alpaca, leveraging its innate advantages, discovered a lush patch of grass and leisurely commenced its feast. Li Zhao, of course, was not without preparation, possessing the ability to manipulate the pockets of his jacket and the power of the floating fruit. He was almost equivalent to having a fourth-dimensional space bag akin to that of the blue raccoon robot. In his leisure, he had compressed a vast array of materials, regardless of their utility, into a two-dimensional form, stacking them into paper-like sheets that he tucked into the seemingly limitless pockets of his jacket. Just as he was about to retrieve some rolled papers, intending to restore them to their original edible state, his actions suddenly halted. It was as if he was straining to listen to something, then he fell into a state of hesitation and confusion, as if confronted with an insurmountable choice. At last, Li Zhao's gaze solidified with resolve, suggesting he had reached a certain decision. He first placed his hand upon the chest of the water buffalo, and amidst the creature's expression of sheer terror, he directly activated his ability, transforming it into its jacket form, subsequently shutting down its consciousness and forcibly inducing a state of slumber. "What's wrong, Master Qianwan?" Luo inquired, opening his eyes with a look of perplexity. Li Zhao's expression was solemn, and he remained silent, merely tracing a line from his navel to his chin with his hand. As his fingers glided over the surface, an ethereal zipper materialized in their wake. When he unzipped it, Li Zhao's true form, Kelly Van Ku, emerged from Bartolomeo's skin. Yet, astonishingly, Li Zhao conjured a second zipper on his body. This scene left Luo utterly astonished. He had always believed that a human skin jacket was singular in nature. What lay beneath was the true self. How could the second layer, belonging to the master of illusions, possibly exist? Was it conceivable that the dark-haired man before him still was not his authentic self? Chapter 096. The woman within reemerges. Luo did not harbor resentment towards Li Zhao for concealing matters from him. After all, the true secret of the fruit's power is seldom shared with anyone, and he too possessed secrets he would never divulge. What puzzled Luo was the sudden revelation of this secret by Li Zhao at such a moment. What was his intent? As the zipper was drawn down, 2 snow-white arms emerged, followed by cascading golden hair. Before Luo could fully comprehend, a graceful figure sprang forth from within Li Zhao. It soon became clear that she was a stunning woman, with flowing golden locks, a voluptuous form, and exquisite features. What was happening? The true identity of the master of illusions was a woman? How could she engage in flirtations with the pirate empress? Was it possible? Disregarding Luo's insatiable curiosity, Li Zhao closed the zipper across his chest and quietly locked eyes with the liberated female spy, Khalifa. As the central wielder, Li Zhao, and the human leather jacket he donned appear to share a similar effect, it is crucial to recognize the fundamental differences between the two. The activation conditions of this ability are exceedingly peculiar and stringent. It necessitates that an individual willingly wear the human leather jacket embodied by Li Zhao. Thus, once this power is unleashed, unless Li Zhao himself chooses to dissolve the union, the person confined within him shall remain eternally deprived of freedom. Every situation possesses its duality. For instance, individuals like Bartolomeo and Cavendish, once encompassed by such jackets, are utterly transformed into mere equipment. In contrast, Khalifa, confined within Li Zhao, resembles a companion seated in the passenger seat of a car. Although she cannot influence the vehicle's trajectory, she retains the ability to communicate with Li Zhao to a certain extent. Moments ago, Li Zhao was suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of Khalifa's intense longing for liberation. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to release her. The reason was simple. Khalifa was the first and only individual to voluntarily enter Li Zhao's being. At this moment, Li Zhao had entirely forgotten the existence of Bobby Vanku, and his brain instinctively made some adjustments to preserve his memory. Li Zhao harbored a deep-seated gratitude and guilt towards Khalifa. Since his arrival in this realm, he had relied on Khalifa's mastery of the Marine 6 styles to establish himself, and he had been saved countless times by the powers of the bubble fruit. He was acutely aware of Khalifa's significance to him, and he recognized that he had employed deceit to entice her into his being, subsequently enslaving her without a second thought for an extended period. It would be no surprise if she sought vengeance upon her release, making the prospect of her returning to him exceedingly unlikely. After a brief moment of eye contact, Khalifa indeed raised her hand. Instinctively, Li Zhao recoiled and closed his eyes. The next instant, a sharp sting erupted on his left cheek as she delivered a resounding slap. Was that all? Though the blow was not insignificant. It lacked the application of haki or any lethal techniques. In essence, it was merely a painful reminder without true harm. Li Zhao slightly opened his eyes and immediately beheld Karifa charging towards him with formidable intensity, indicating that the true onslaught was yet to come. Li Zhao sighed deeply, gritting his teeth and retracting his head, preparing to become an exemplary wooden post. However, instead of the anticipated heavy blow, his lips were suddenly met with a warm softness, as a fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils, causing a slight dizziness to envelop his mind. As Li Zhao opened his eyes once more, he found the female spy kissing his lips. Before he could react, she swiftly removed his coat, draping it over herself before leaping away. Don't go. Instinctively, Li Zhao wished to halt her departure, yet he noticed that Khalifa had not strayed far. She stood 100 meters away, then suddenly extended her finger toward the air, demonstrating the 6 styles technique. Following this were the iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, shave, and gale foot. It appeared that Khalifa was revisiting the combat skills she had painstakingly honed over the years, starting from the fundamentals and progressing to the advanced techniques of haki. Subsequently, she showcased the various practical skills of the bubble fruit, the relaxation bubble that could cleanse others of their energy and edges, the healing bubble that could mend various injuries, the rainbow bubble that could dispel any abnormal states, the black bubble that could defend against any attack, and the super air bubble that could corrode any solid object. When Khalifa unleashed the profound 6-king gun technique upon a massive boulder, Li Zhao distinctly observed tears welling in the corners of her eyes. As she executed the scythe weasel of White Horse Cavendish, the 8-point fist of Old Kai, and the life-returning chi technique of General Ghost Spider, Li Zhao was left agape, unable to close his mouth for an extended period. What was happening? The new techniques of the bubble fruit were one thing. Although he, Li Zhao, had developed them, the abilities of the bubble fruit rightfully belonged to Khalifa, so her mastery over them was not surprising. However, the scythe weasel and the 8-point fist were skills that he had painstakingly acquired from competitors in the Ultimate Fighting Tournament. Why could Khalifa also perform them? Suddenly, a realization flickered in Li Zhao's mind, and he understood. Throughout their battles, he had always kept Khalifa in a state of awareness, allowing her to observe from a first-person perspective. Though she lacked control over her body, all her sensory experiences were completely synchronized with his. When Li Zhao was injured, she felt the pain. When he struck an opponent, she reveled in the thrill. Li Zhao possesses the remarkable ability to passively execute the extraordinary techniques of others, enabling his body to indelibly memorize the nuances of their movements and the trajectories of their energy flow. Consequently, he can effortlessly and swiftly acquire the renowned skills of others. Is it not the case that Khalifa can similarly learn from him? After all, the principles of learning are fundamentally the same. It appears that this is indeed the concealed secret of the jacket fruit. By collecting and emulating the techniques of numerous formidable warriors, one can swiftly conjure 2 adept martial artists. What is truly happening here? And who, at this moment, is the true head of the 1,000 illusions? Is it you, or perhaps that woman? Luo, utterly bewildered, alternated his gaze between the wildly exuberant Khalifa not far away and the exceptionally expressive Li Zhao, finally unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Li Zhao smiled wryly and recounted the matter to him in its entirety. Chapter 097, Lifelong Employment and Khalifa's Request. The concepts articulated by Li Zhao are exceedingly perplexing, far surpassing the complexity of transforming others into jackets to don oneself. Luo pondered for a considerable duration before he managed to grasp a semblance of understanding. He then ventured to inquire, if I understand correctly, does this imply that the master of the 1,000 illusions no longer possesses a core wearer within their body? Wouldn't that significantly diminish your power? Li Zhao managed a bittersweet smile and nodded. Indeed, changing my outer attire is a trivial task. However, I have lost my status as the core wearer. At present, I am unable to harness the powers of the bubble fruit, and my physical strength, defense, and agility have all significantly diminished. Ra was at a loss for words. They were currently bereft of a comrade and being pursued, with strength being their most pressing need. Li Zhao's willingness to compromise his own capabilities was perplexing to him. Casting his gaze towards the increasingly animated woman in the distance, Rod inquired, having confined that CP9 female spy within your own body for such an extended period, are you not apprehensive about releasing her? Do you not fear that she might bring about your demise? Li Zhao shook his head and remarked, that is not the case. She resides within me, and I can sense her emotions. Although Khalifa harbors some resentment towards me, There is not a trace of murderous intent. Initially, I deceived her into experiencing the prowess of a male body, persuading her to become a true powerhouse. In a certain sense, I have entirely fulfilled my promise. Just look at her now, vibrant and lively. She has improved exponentially compared to her previous state as a mere underachiever in CP9. If necessary, I could compensate her with a human skin coat, and then I would owe her nothing. Who says you owe me nothing? Khalifa, an expert in observation hockey, had honed her acute hearing through years of espionage, capturing every word exchanged between Li Zhao and Luo. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before them. And without a word, her soft, fragrant body leapt into Li Zhao's embrace. After a somewhat rough yet passionate kiss, Khalifa, with expression, fixed her gaze upon Li Zhao and stated emphatically, "At this moment, you still owe me a job, preferably one that guarantees lifetime employment." Li Zhao's countenance was marked by a flurry of emotions, seemingly taken aback, yet within his heart, he reveled in joyous delight. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. What he had previously disclosed to Luo was merely a fraction of the whole truth. He could distinctly sense the myriad emotions emanating from the individual imprisoned within him. The messages conveyed by Khalifa not only expressed an intense yearning for freedom, but also bore an inexplicable fondness towards him. This peculiar affection from one who had been confined for so long was indeed strange and contrary to reason, yet it was not entirely surprising. Before traversing into this world, Li Zhao had heard of a mental condition known as Stockholm Syndrome, which describes the phenomenon where victims develop a profound sympathy and attachment towards their captors. In a notable incident in a Stockholm bank, hostages, after a prolonged standoff with their captors, did not harbor hatred or resentment, but instead took up arms, siding with the criminals. Having discerned these intricate emotions from Khalifa's psyche, Li Zhao recognized that the likelihood of her becoming an adversary was minimal, which emboldened him to take the risk of releasing her. Furthermore, considering that Khalifa was currently unemployed and had nowhere to turn, coupled with her long-standing career as a spy that fostered a habit of obedience, the chances of her willingly departing after regaining her freedom were slim. The question of whether a woman confined within his body, serving as a mere battery, was preferable to one who willingly chose to remain by his side was ambiguous. Nonetheless, Li Zhao opted for the latter, even at the expense of potential peril. The fact that Khalifa had experienced a significant enhancement in her abilities, now akin to a weakened version of himself, was a delightful surprise. "Of course, I have ample opportunities available to you. You may work for as long as you desire," Li Zhao said, his gaze fervently fixed upon her, only to be met with a dismissive roll of her eyes. "Very well, since you have decided to employ me, let us discuss compensation," she retorted coldly, pushing away the man who had drawn near under the pretense of camaraderie. This woman oscillated between affection and disdain, casting him glances akin to that of refuse, alternating between warmth and coldness, evoking a thrill within Li Zhao. Perhaps this was a trait commonly found in the male psyche, often deemed as foolishness. In any case, Khalifa enjoyed the game, and Li Zhao was more than willing to indulge her. "So, please articulate your demands." "I desire a body, a strong and robust body," Khalifa replied, her expression complex. "Through our recent sparring and practice, I have come to a crucial realization. My current physique is far too frail. Although my movements and techniques mimic yours, apart from the bubble fruit's powers, the effectiveness of my physical skills scarcely reaches even half of your prowess. Thus, I require a resilient and powerful body. No problem, that can be easily arranged." Li Zhao directly retrieved the human skin jackets of the two Navy admirals, Virgo and the Spider. These were indeed his most formidable collectibles in terms of physical prowess. Particularly with Virgo, when combined with the jacket fruit, the potential for growth was beyond even Li Zhao's imagination. Khalifa gazed at the two full-body jackets, her expression complex. After a moment of hesitation, she seemed to resolve within herself. "No, what I seek is not this superficial power, nor these human skin jackets, but rather a tangible body. What I truly desire is a strength that belongs to me." "What do you mean by that?" Li Zhao found himself genuinely perplexed, unable to grasp Khalifa's intentions. However, when her gaze shifted towards the bystander, the surgeon with the Op no Mi, Trafalgar Law, enlightenment struck him like a bolt. "Surely, you don't mean to suggest that you wish to exchange bodies?" "Indeed." Khalifa turned back to Li Zhao, her tone resolute. "I am aware that you previously proposed he develop a remarkable ability capable of directly swapping souls. I wish to utilize this power to procure a new body for myself." The two men were utterly dumbfounded at this revelation, especially Li Zhao. The prospect of acquiring a stunning beauty suddenly expressing a desire to become a man left him with a whirlwind of emotions. Yet, having reached this juncture, he resolved to respect her choice. After all, Law's soul exchange ability was not irreversible. He could seek out a robust female jacket in the future, perhaps the formidable Hammer Sister from the Flying Six, and exchange her back as well. Chapter 098. Please allow me to enter your body. Having made up his mind, Li Zhao straightforwardly addressed Khalifa. It seems evident that this notion has been on your mind for quite some time, so I can only support you. Speak. Whose body do you desire? The spider's or Virgo's? In Li Zhao's perspective, if Khalifa aspired to become a true master of physical combat, her best options were indeed these two Navy admirals. Although they lacked any extraordinary lineage, both had honed their physical skills to near perfection, embodying the essence of true warriors. However, Li Zhao had clearly overlooked that, aside from her ambition to become a genuine powerhouse, Khalifa was still a woman, and as any woman, she possessed an innate desire for beauty. Neither. Both are far too old, and they are not attractive at all. Under the disdainful gaze of Khalifa, Li Zhao reluctantly stowed away the two generals' leather jackets. He then meticulously selected the strikingly handsome pirate nobleman Cavendish and the half-fishman youth Dillinger, who finally met Khalifa's criteria. Cavendish possessed a breathtaking beauty that rivaled that of the Empress Boa Hancock, with a tall, athletic physique that epitomized the quintessential visual appeal of a super handsome man. He was not only a top-notch swordsman but also the ideal candidate for a body swap. Dillinger, being a half-fishman with both human and betta fish bloodlines, had been raised as a girl, endowing him with a delicate demeanor and exquisite features that were well-suited for feminine attire. The crucial aspect was that the fishman race inherently possessed tenfold the strength of humans, and Dillinger's innate talent was unparalleled among his kind. At the tender age of 16, while the future pirate King Monkey D. Luffy was still entangled with the near-sea king, and the future world's strongest swordsman Zoro had yet to embark on his journey, Dillinger had already bested over 100 million pirates and vanquished the world champion in mere moments. This was achieved without any formal combat training. Lacking advanced techniques such as the six styles, fishman karate, or fishman jujitsu, nor had he mastered haki or consumed a devil fruit. It was purely a testament to his physical prowess. Among the members of the Don Quixote family, aside from the patriarch Doflamingo, no one dared to claim they could surpass this half-fishman young man in terms of future potential. After considerable contemplation and an in-depth discussion with Li Zhao, Khalifa ultimately chose the body of the half-fishman youth. However, her decision was not merely because Cavendish was a swordsman, nor was it solely due to Dillinger's closer combat style with CP9 spies or his immense growth potential. The rather amusing reason that led Khalifa to select the half-fishman youth was that, akin to Li Zhao, he had a penchant for wearing high heels. Although the concept of soul exchange sounds grandiose, for a surgery fruit user like Trafalgar Law, it was as simple as opening a room and with a flick of his fingers, performing a soul transplant procedure in a chaotic space. To minimize complications, Li Zhao first transformed Khalifa into her leather jacket form. After the souls of the two were exchanged, he restored her, leaving behind the irate Khalifa, now possessing Dillinger's soul, who was vociferously cursing. Quite the perplexing situation, wasn't it? Li Zhao took some time to fully comprehend it. In a bid for tranquility, he once more closed off Dillinger's consciousness, allowing him to resume his peaceful slumber, and then pointed to Khalifa's body, inquiring, "How should we handle your body? It's yours now. Do as you wish, but no one else is permitted to touch her, aside from you and me." It is indeed a paradox of both casualness and strict limitations. After the instructions were given, unable to contain her excitement, Khalifa suddenly dashed towards the sea. It was only when her figure vanished beyond the horizon that her voice echoed back, "Wait for me. I am off to catch a sea king to prepare for tonight's dinner." On the deserted island, only two bewildered gentlemen remained, exchanging puzzled glances. Li Zhao concealed the discarded facade left by the female spy and prepared to don the Virgo skin. He had lost his core wearer, resulting in a slight decline in overall strength. Now, the Virgo skin was the most formidable attire he possessed. Furthermore, this identity would greatly assist him in his forthcoming endeavors. "Wait a moment, Master Qianhuan." Just as Li Zhao was about to put on the Virgo skin, Luo suddenly called out to him. "What is it?" Li Zhao inquired, having already sensed that Luo had been deep in thought since earlier. Now, it was evident that he had reached a conclusion. "Master Qianhuan, allow me to enter your body." "All right. Wait, what did you just say?" Li Zhao pondered whether he had misheard. Luo wanted to enter him? Oh. He meant to inhabit his form. Although the phrasing sounded ambiguous, Did that not imply that Luo wished to become his wearer, willingly allowing himself to be governed? Are you jesting with me? Or should I reiterate the nature of my fruit abilities? I have contemplated extensively, Master Qianhuan. Luo's expression was grave, his tone steady. Evidently unfazed by the antics of Li Zhao and Carifa, the two neurotic individuals. Being controlled by another S-body was undoubtedly a rather unpleasant experience. However, judging by Lady Carifa's circumstances, merging with Master Qianhuan seemed to present a rapid means of enhancing strength, effectively developing new fruit skills, and swiftly mastering formidable martial techniques. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that, in previous battles against Doflamingo, Tesoro, or even Virgo, despite the disheartening outcomes, the undeniable truth remained, I was not even qualified to confront them directly. If time permitted, I would dedicate 1 to 2 years to prove that the gap between us was not insurmountable. Yet at this moment, it was abundantly clear that what we lacked most was time. Li Zhao fell silent. Due to his unforeseen interference, the confrontation between Law and Don Quixote Doflamingo was significantly expedited. Even without his presence, in the original anime narrative, Law would have encountered Doflamingo months later, with little hope of mounting a defense. It was only after Law's defeat that the extraordinary Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, intervened to eliminate Doflamingo, thereby mitigating any severe psychological blow to Law. Nevertheless, Law did not boast. Given an additional year and a half, he could confront a Yonko head-on, showcasing his remarkable potential for growth. Yet, at this moment, he certainly did not possess the caliber of strength comparable to figures like the Golden Emperor or the Night Demon. We have known each other for a considerable time, and I trust in the character of the leader of the Thousand Illusions. I am willing to take this risk. Law had laid everything on the table, and after losing Califa, the core member of his crew, he immediately found a replacement in Law. Li Zhao had no reason to refuse this proposition. Chapter 099, The Mysterious Cargo. Punk Hazard Island, situated along the initial segment of the New World route. This is the first island that the Straw Hat crew landed on after entering the New World. This island, a secret stronghold of the world government, is home to 3 large research institutions established by the Celestial Dragons, overseen by the unparalleled genius Dr. Vegapunk, who possesses technological advancements surpassing the pirate world by 5 centuries. His work focuses on cutting-edge warfare technologies, such as artificial devil fruits, experiments to enlarge ordinary humans, and the development of widespread annihilation weapons. Punk Hazard was originally a vibrant paradise, yet 4 years ago, a catastrophic experimental accident occurred on this ill-fated island. A vast amount of corrosive toxic gas was released from the laboratories, leading to near extinction of all biological life, transforming it into a desolate wasteland, inhabited only by prisoners abandoned by the Celestial Dragons, who were subjected to inhumane experiments, clinging to life in the ruins of the laboratories. 2 years ago, a duel between Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu for the position of Fleet Admiral took place on Punk Hazard, resulting in a fierce battle between 2 of the most formidable Logia users. This conflict drastically altered the island's climate, creating a landscape of both ice and fire. Subsequently, the true culprit behind the toxic gas leak, Dr. Caesar Clown, Vegapunk's former assistant and a user of the gas fruit, became a fugitive with a bounty of 300 million. He secretly approached Don Quixote Doflamingo, seeking collaboration. With the covert support of the ambitious warlord of the sea, Caesar Clown stealthily returned to Punk Hazard to reorganize Vegapunk's research materials, occupying the abandoned laboratories and resuming his experiments. Unlike Vegapunk, who was compelled to serve the Celestial Dragons, Caesar Clown is cold-blooded and ruthless, having conducted countless inhumane experiments. He successfully developed the artificial devil fruit, Smile, for Doflamingo, facilitating the trade of artificial devil fruits between the Night King and the Yonko Kaido. It is well known that Kaido is an exceedingly generous buyer, never haggling, and possesses the most crucial resource in the pirate world, Sea Prism Stone. Hence, any aspiring merchant dreams of one day collaborating with Kaido for wealth. However, it is equally known that Kaido is incredibly harsh towards his business partners. He does not tolerate any mishaps in his transactions, especially if a partner fails to deliver on time, which could lead to dire consequences, tantamount to declaring war on the Sea Emperor himself. To produce the artificial devil fruit Smile, a special material called SAD is required, and the only producer of SAD in the world is the nefarious scientist Caesar Clown, along with his SAD production facility located in Punk Hazard. Thus, at this moment, the artificial devil fruit represents the lifeline of the Don Quixote family. While Caesar Clown is the very heart of Doflamingo's ambitions, Li Zhao's objective is to strike at the root of the problem, directly capturing Caesar Clown and destroying the sad production facility. In doing so, Don Quixote da Flamingo would be unable to supply goods on time, transforming his most formidable ally into his most fearsome adversary in an instant. Perched upon the back of the turncoat buffalo, Li Zhao and the merman youth gazed down upon the legendary island from afar. The island resembled a plate that had been accidentally shattered, with one half filled with vibrant red chili sauce and the other heaped with crushed fruit ice. At its center lies a circular lake that connects directly to the open sea, a site once graced by the fierce duel between marine admirals Akainu and Akiji. On the shore of the lake stands Caesar's laboratory, an imposing fortress of considerable scale. Shall we storm in directly? Or should we first clandestinely approach the island and infiltrate gradually? Inquired the merman youth, whose body now housed the soul of Khalifa, smiling with anticipation. Ever since the body swap, this woman has ardently desired to validate her true strength through a thrilling battle. Li Zhao initially intended to rush in, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within him, suggesting that such an action might be imprudent. At that moment, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the sight of a large cargo ship gracefully approaching Pankasad Island. This island, shrouded in secrecy, was not a place that one could simply visit, even though it had been abandoned by the global government. To begin with, the coordinates of this island were not marked on any magnetic compass or nautical charts. Even if someone were to inadvertently stumble upon it, they would face the daunting challenges of an inferno on one side, perpetually ablaze, and an imposing glacier on the other, frozen in time. Should outsiders manage to set foot on the island, they would soon succumb to the toxic gases that enveloped its perimeter. Thus, it was highly probable that this vessel belonged to the Don Quixote family's supply fleet. Activating his keen observation skills, Li Zhao quickly confirmed his suspicions. The flag of the grand ship bore the flamingo emblem of the Don Quixote family. Excellent, let us make our way there, he exclaimed. Moments later, Li Zhao, assuming the appearance of Virgo, along with the merman youth and the enigmatic buffalo, descended upon the deck of the cargo ship. A throng of armed sailors instantly surrounded them. But upon recognizing their faces, the initially tense atmosphere relaxed. A small leader hurried forward, greeting Li Zhao with enthusiasm. Mr. Virgo, it is indeed you. My apologies. We were not informed of your impending arrival aboard this vessel, and we may have inadvertently offended you. Not at all. Your vigilance is commendable, Li Zhao replied casually. Though he found it peculiar that Virgo, despite being a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, was a figure shrouded in secrecy, typically unknown to the common subordinates. However, upon reflection, he recalled that the existence of Caesar Caron was similarly a closely guarded family secret, and the oversight and surveillance of the nefarious scientist were indeed managed by Virgo and his subordinate, Monet of the Red Heart Brigade. Thus, it was highly likely that the crew aboard the ship were direct subordinates of Virgo and Monet. As anticipated, the small leader appeared well informed about the family's current affairs. Glancing at the merman youth beside him, he suddenly furrowed his brow in confusion. Mr. Virgo, I recall you previously informed me that Lord Dringier was missing and suspected of having betrayed the family. You advised us to exercise caution upon encountering him, but, indeed, he was captured by the enemy and subsequently rescued by me. However, the entire family has not yet been notified, Li Zhao interjected swiftly. Noting that Dringier's demeanor and actions were markedly different from those of the genuine article, exuding an unmistakably feminine aura. The small leader's doubt appeared to deepen, prompting Li Zhao to deftly shift the conversation. What cargo do you have aboard this ship? The small leader's attention was indeed diverted. As he began to invite Li Zhao and his companions into the cargo hold while elaborating, this time, in addition to transporting essential food supplies for Lord Monet, we also have some live specimens intended for experimental purposes. Esteemed readers, upon opening a hatch, a putrid stench assailed Li Zhao's senses. He held his breath and peered inside, only to behold a menagerie of creatures: wolves, tigers, leopards, lions, crocodiles, cranes, eagles, and giraffes, each creature robust and vibrant, numbering no less than 100. It was truly remarkable how Don Quixote da Flamingo managed to capture such a plethora of avian and terrestrial fauna. However, Li Zhao soon realized he had underestimated the vast influence and moral boundaries of the Don Quixote family. For this grand collection of beasts was merely a trivial fraction of the entire shipment. Due to the recent demand from the young master for expedited progress in the research conducted by Punk Hazard's esteemed individual, there arose a considerable request for an abundance of rare experimental materials, leaving us utterly overwhelmed. The junior leader feigned complaints while secretly relishing the opportunity for recognition. It is no wonder he felt such pride, for upon opening a second door, he revealed a scant few captives, yet, just by recognizing a handful of them, Li Zhao understood the immense value of these individuals shackled by sea stone chains. Among them was Bartholomew Kuma, a wielder of the iron fruit, capable of transforming parts of his body into steel while generating intense heat, a combination of the heat fruit and the / fruit, although slightly less formidable. He possessed both high temperature and hardness. Additionally, there was the user of the paste fruit, sweet pea, an extraordinary being whose body could morph into paste, rendering her nearly invincible against adversaries lacking hockey or sea stone. Both of these individuals were notorious antagonists from the One Piece film, having fallen to the Straw Hat crew and subsequently vanished, seemingly captured by the Don Quixote family in this realm. Among the remaining captives was an even more familiar figure, the deranged and vacant-eyed Bellamy, the spring fruit user, who appeared to have succumbed to the butterfly effect instigated by Li Zhao and was thus abandoned by the Don Quixote family ahead of time. Beside him stood a sullen, oddly proportioned beauty, revealed to be Miss Doublefinger, once a high-ranking agent under the infamous Crocodile of Baroque works. She possesses the ability of thorny fruit, with sharp thorns extending from every part of her body, resembling a humanoid hedgehog. Among the 4 individuals known to Li Zhao, each is formidable and holds significant status. Those whom Li Zhao does not recognize, tightly bound by chains of sea prison stone, are undoubtedly devil fruit users, serving as experimental subjects for the nefarious scientist Caesar Clown, provided by the Don Quixote family. My lord, some of these individuals were personally captured by our family's fighters, while others are criminals purchased from the fallen navy. Nevertheless, their backgrounds are secure. They belong to that category of worthless pirates whose deaths would go unnoticed. The small leader spoke with a hint of pride, however. The latter group must remain in the shadows. You mentioned previously that we must keep this from those troublesome newcomers, the rustic navy from the East Blue. So we are being especially cautious this time. Upon opening the final cabin door, even Li Zhao found himself momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder that this chamber was meant to be hidden. It was not because the occupants were more dangerous than those in the previous 2 holds. The first chamber housed a multitude of beasts, while the second contained perilous fruit-empowered pirates. Yet, in the last chamber, there were a dozen or so children under the age of 10. Among Caesar's vile experiments aimed at enlarging ordinary humans to create mass-producible giant soldiers, a significant quantity of hazardous substances must be administered to children during their developmental stages, thus making them the prime experimental material. In a world where pirates are devoid of human rights, while the slave trade for adults flourishes, child slaves are exceedingly rare and highly sensitive, drawing the attention of righteous figures within the Navy, while trading captured pirates might go unnoticed. The open sale of children is an enterprise only the celestial dragons would dare to pursue. Doflamingo seeks to provide experimental subjects for Caesar, with the sole means of acquisition being the abduction and enticement of innocent children. Although rabbits do not typically eat grass near their burrows, Doflamingo appears to be growing anxious under Li Zhao's pressure, resorting to unscrupulous methods. These children are likely abducted from his stronghold in Dressrosa and nearby island nations, necessitating a cautious approach towards the Navy, as not all Navy personnel have forsaken their sense of justice. Who are you? Release me at once, or when my vassals, oh no, my father, arrive, you shall face immediate execution. At that moment, as Li Zhao was lost in thought, a peculiar child's voice suddenly rang out. Turning towards the sound, he saw a boy among the children, sporting a traditional Japanese hairstyle tied into a topknot, sternly shouting at him. Could it be? Am I truly fortunate enough to encounter the most detestable individual in this pirate world so swiftly? Li Zhao suppressed the urge to burst into laughter as he lifted the boy named Peach Boy, who seemed destined to perish 100 or more times. For a closer inspection, his head was bald and shiny, and his eyes, filled with fear, harbored an unsettling lewdness. Indeed, this was the very rascal in question. Among 100 viewers of the anime One Piece, 99 would harbor a desire to see this little imp meet his end. Of course, Li Zhao was not so depraved. At least, he would not resort to violence at this moment. Release me, you uncouth brute. I beseech you, I shall take my own life to atone for my transgressions. Li Zhao shook his hand vigorously several times, finally silencing the little rascal. It appeared that he had just escaped from Wano with a few loyal retainers, only to be ensnared by the nefarious child abductors and brought here. As for his inept retainers, they were likely rushing to this location with great urgency. But that was a matter to be addressed later. While Li Zhao was toying with Momonosuke, the telephone bug beside him suddenly buzzed. Upon answering, a melodious female voice emerged from the device. Cargo ship, where are you? We have cleared the icebergs obstructing the route. Lord Monet. Our ship has reached the outskirts of the island and will soon enter the hidden passage. Excellent. Please expedite your arrival. By the way, Lord Monet, Lord Virgo is also on our ship. Mr. Virgo? Shouldn't he be accompanying the young master to the dredge Solaro? How could he possibly be with you? As the telephone bug rang, Li Zhao had already sensed trouble brewing. Indeed, he could not prevent the little head from speaking out of turn. So he took the device and addressed Monet, saying, I am Virgo. The operations aboard the dredge Solaro are proceeding smoothly. But my partner Barafro and I have been tasked with pursuing a significant target. Unfortunately, the target fled too swiftly, and we have been chasing him to this location without success. We also lost our telephone bug along the way, which is why we could not contact you. I see. Mr. Virgo, I shall promptly report your situation to the young master. No need for that. Li Zhao, eager to avoid alarming Don Quixote da Flamingo, quickly interjected, my mission remains unaccomplished. I have no face to report to the young master. I shall inform you once I capture the target. Understood, Lord Virgo. Let us discuss further upon our meeting. Chapter 101. Unleash the Fury. The ground cannon navigating through a narrow passage concealed within the glaciers. The cargo ship finally entered the central lake of Punk Hazard Island. Standing at the railing of the deck, one could see a throng of people at the dock, clearly gathered to welcome the cargo ship's arrival. Haha. It seems Lord Virgo's reputation precedes him. Not only has Lord Monet come, but even Lord C has personally come to greet you at the dock. Upon hearing the little head's flattering words, the gaze concealed behind Li Zhao's sunglasses became even more piercing. As the cargo ship docked, a series of peculiar laughter echoed. And amidst swirling purple smoke, the diabolical scientist Caesar clown floated in mid-air, warmly greeting Li Zhao. Welcome, Mr. Virgo. The experimental materials you sent last time have been nearly exhausted. I hope the quality and quantity you bring this time will surpass the last. Li Zhao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the individual who was the focus of his journey, his fingers trembling slightly. Lord Virgo, the long pursuit must have been arduous for you. We truly appreciate your efforts. We have arranged a place for you to rest. Please follow me. A graceful beauty with flowing green hair approached, her demeanor gentle and her figure slender. With a smile, she addressed Li Zhao, you may share the intelligence regarding the target. As long as they remain within the domain of Punk Hazard Island, they cannot escape. After Monet spoke, she turned to lead Li Zhao away, only to find him standing still, motionless. She then inquired with curiosity, what is it, Lord Virgo? Is there something else you wish to discuss? Li Zhao glanced around, letting out a gentle sigh, and remarked, what exactly is amiss with me that has led you all to harbor such suspicions? Lord Virgo, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend, Monet replied, feigning ignorance. Enough of the pretense. Your performance, though commendable, pales in comparison to the one behind you. Li Zhao pointed towards Caesar Coron, who deliberately maintained his distance, his smile awkward and beads of cold sweat adorning his brow. With a cold snort, he continued, he has been pretending to be quite familiar with me from the start, yet has persistently kept a safe distance. His acting is utterly atrocious. The malevolent scientist, identified by Li Zhao, trembled and chuckled awkwardly. Furthermore, I, Virgo, am your direct superior. Why then have you commanded the snow monster brethren to hide at a distance, aiming a sniper rifle at me? More crucially, you have clearly seen to linger behind me and should be aware of her abduction by the enemy, yet you feign ignorance. With such a multitude of flaws, if Li Zhao were still oblivious to the fact that his identity has been compromised, it would indeed be a travesty. With the conversation reaching this point, Monet ceased his charade, gazing at Li Zhao with a smile. In truth, from the moment I heard you were on the cargo ship, I felt a sense of unease. Especially since you obstructed my attempt to inform the young master of your whereabouts. Upon laying eyes on you, I was instantly convinced that you were an imposter. Mr. Virgo has been engaged in perilous infiltration missions, thus he devised an entire system of identity recognition to avert situations like this. For instance, there is always something smeared on his cheek, be it remnants of hamburgers or utensils, each holding a special significance. Li Zhao sighed, feeling grateful for his earlier caution in not approaching Don Quixote da Flamingo under the guise of Virgo. He once again lamented the ineptitude of the Navy. The former Admiral Sengoku, despite being renowned for his intellect, seemed to be outmatched even by a mere pirate. Room, scan. All necessary knowledge was swiftly acquired, and Li Zhao promptly took action. Upon establishing the domain of his surgical fruit, a single scan allowed him to pilfer the transponder snails of everyone present. Damn it! Where did my transponder snail go? What kind of power is this? You are truly not Lord Virgo. Li Zhao finally managed to turn the tide, smiling as he declared, "Now, you will be unable to relay any news from here to Don Quixote da Flamingo. Don't get too cocky." In the research facility, there were still backup snail phones and a balloon brigade at his disposal. Eliminate this intruder. With a single command from Caesar Clown, his band of pirates and criminals immediately brandished their weapons, aiming at Li Zhao. As for this balloon brigade, they resembled the centaur troops appearing in the anime, with human upper bodies and various beasts for lower halves. Originally, they were abandoned by the world government on this island, left to fend for themselves as experimental subjects, alongside unfortunate pirates who stumbled upon the island in dire straits. Due to the pervasive toxic gas on the island, these individuals suffered from paralysis in their lower halves, rendering them incapable of movement except by crawling. It was only after Caesar Clown returned to Punk Hazard that he utilized his scientific expertise and the powers of the gas fruit to create floating balloons that could be strapped to their bodies, granting them the ability to move freely and thereby securing their unwavering loyalty. Li Zhao currently finds himself lacking in strength and the loyal subordinates willing to fight for him. This particular group of individuals is relatively easy to subdue, and their loyalty is not in question. Consequently, Li Zhao refrains from taking drastic measures against them. Instead, he employs his tried-and-true tactic of surgical scanning, utilizing the swirling snowflakes to replace the balloons and weapons they wield. Stripped of these items, the ruffians are left floundering on the ground, shouting in confusion. Having dealt with the henchmen, Li Zhao swiftly lunges towards Caesar Karan. With a resounding boom, gunfire erupts in the distance. 2 shots fired by a giant sniper, the bullets comparable to cannonballs, hurtle towards him, only to be deftly deflected by Li Zhao's swinging of the ghost bamboo. Fire from the ground. Those 2 snow beast gunners are yours. Upon hearing Li Zhao's command, the whimsical creature known as the turnaround man Biafro emits a bleeding sound akin to a sheep, then ascends into the air. With its mouth agape, it unleashes a barrage of rapidly spinning cannonballs, imbued with armed color domineering, aimed at the distant snow-capped mountains. Indeed, at this moment, the turnaround man is nothing less than a cannon-laden alpaca clad in Biafro's skin. The leather jacket crafted by Li Zhao not only adapts flawlessly to the physique of the wearer, but is also suitable for animals to don. After bestowing a human form upon the grass-mud horse, Li Zhao thoughtfully named it Ground Cannon. The anthropomorphic alpaca unleashed a barrage of fire, causing 2 colossal humanoid figures on the distant snowy mountains to leap into the air, desperately evading the onslaught. With its battle spirit soaring, the ground cannon soared forward, unleashing a fierce barrage that engulfed the entire area. Upon merging the rotation fruit with the alpaca cannon, it successfully transformed from a helicopter into a heavily armed gunboat. Chapter 102. Evil pursued indeed. The approaching figures bore ill intentions. "Monet, intercept them. I shall return to summon reinforcements," Caesar exclaimed, emitting a peculiar cry before swiftly retreating towards the research fortress. How could Li Zhao allow him to escape unchallenged? He immediately activated the 6th style to pursue. Snow Wall. Just as Li Zhao was on the verge of catching up to Caesar Karan, a striking figure with green hair once again obstructed his path. Monet, the wielder of the snow fruit. At this moment, she had yet to undergo the Birdman transformation from the original anime, employing Law's abilities to replace her arms with the wings of a large raptor and her feet with talons. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Monet from utilizing her snow fruit powers. The snow wall she conjured instantaneously sealed the entrance of the research facility, while Caesar Karan had already dashed inside. "Give up. My snow wall boasts a hardness rivaling steel and a thickness comparable to city walls. You shall not catch Lord Caesar. By the time he notifies the young master and summons reinforcements, it will be your demise." Li Zhao remained silent, his arm enveloped in the formidable aura of Haki. Double strength amplification, destruction cannon. With a thunderous roar, Monet's confidently erected wall of snow was instantly shattered. "Wait, you cannot enter," Monet cried out anxiously, only to be met by a voice that was both familiar and alien. "Your opponent is me." As the words fell, a sweeping kick came hurtling through the air, belonging to the eager and ready Khalifa. After seizing the body of the half-fishman youth, she had longed for a vigorous battle to prove herself. And the present moment was the perfect opportunity. With a physique several times stronger than that of an average human, coupled with Khalifa's well-honed martial arts skills and the rich combat techniques inherited from Li Zhao, as well as the Haki specifically designed to counter natural abilities, Khalifa was poised for victory, leaving Li Zhao assured to let his personal secretary handle the situation, allowing them to engage in a fierce contest of the strongest female secretaries. After blasting through the wall of snow, Li Zhao kicked open the door of the laboratory, guided by his observation Haki. He swiftly locked onto the escape route of Caesar Clown and initiated the side weasel technique to pursue him. Caesar, a user of the gas fruit, could maintain a gaseous form for extended periods, making his ability extraordinarily convenient for rapid movement. Without needing to touch the ground, he glided on the wind, effortlessly slipping through gaps in doors and fences without the need to open them. Meanwhile, Li Zhao seemed unperturbed, maintaining a steady pace as he trailed Caesar from a distance. Upon forcefully opening another door, he found himself in the infamous candy house, filled with children of various sizes, ranging from towering figures of several meters to those indistinguishable from ordinary children. These were all children abducted by the Don Quixote family in recent years, confined here and subjected to toxic drugs concocted by Caesar to forcibly accelerate their growth. The children who had been here the longest could genuinely be classified as giants. However, these substances were laden with addictive components, necessitating daily intake with gradually increasing dosages. Failure to comply would lead to severe withdrawal symptoms. Thus, this was not merely a grotesque human enhancement project. It was an inhumane act of barbarity. "Little brats, if you wish to have candy, then take down this guy," sneered the malevolent scientist hiding behind a group of larger children. It seemed the children had just reached their dosing time, having lost all semblance of reason, charging forward like a horde of zombies. Particularly troublesome were the oversized children, towering over 10 meters, who, despite being young, possessed immense strength. Being struck by their fists would be no trivial matter. Yet, the real dilemma lay in, "What do you think, fake Virgo? Can you bear to lay a hand on these innocent children?" Li Zhao smirked coldly as he drew forth the dagger belonging to Luo. The room transformed into a slaughterhouse. A frenzied onslaught of slashing and cutting ensued, and in an instant, the oversized children were mercilessly torn asunder, their heads rolling chaotically across the floor while limbs flew in all directions. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Caesar was instantly consumed by terror, his spirit shattered. Oblivious to the peculiar fact that despite the carnage, not a single drop of blood was shed. Paralyzed by fear, he shrieked and fled from the candy house. Li Zhao surveyed the room, filled with severed limbs. The children, of course, were unharmed, but their fragmented bodies, while immobilizing them, did little to alleviate their withdrawal symptoms from the drugs. To ease their suffering, Li Zhao resorted to using his surgical fruit abilities to force the children into slumber. He then resumed his relentless pursuit of the mastermind, Caesar. Upon pushing open a massive iron door, a chilling breeze enveloped him, and darkness loomed ahead. As his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he realized he had entered an enormous ice cellar, where the walls were thick with solid ice from ceiling to floor, entombing numerous corpses of giant prisoners. The entire ice cellar exuded an eerie dread, resembling a frozen hell. In truth, this icy chamber revealed the ultimate research subject of the Punk Hazard Institute, the resurrection of ancient giants. The celestial dragons had established a large laboratory here, collecting the remains of ancient giants to serve as experimental materials. However, with the withdrawal of the Vegapunk research team from Punk Hazard, all of this had been left to the nefarious scientist, Caesar Clown. Chasing after Caesar, Li Zhao eventually arrived at an expansive indoor plaza, resembling the interior of a colossal pressure cooker. The floor and ceiling gleamed with metallic silver, and the walls bore no windows, only immense metal pipes. Caesar ceased his flight, standing in the center of the plaza, his voice dripping with mockery. "Oh, do not presume that this genius fears you. Rather, I intend to use you for an experiment. Before Caesar Clown could finish his sentence, Li Zhao executed a swift kick, cleaving him in half. However, this attack lacked the ability to infuse it with haki, and Caesar's gaseous form distorted momentarily before returning to its original state. "You scoundrel! How dare you interrupt my speech? Then let us see you behave. Take this, gas flamethrower." Enraged, Caesar opened his mouth wide, unleashing a blue-white beam of searing light. This was not a laser. It was a stream of gas that had been fully ionized, reaching temperatures above 1,000 degrees, and expelled under extreme pressure, forming an energy jet. It must be said, as a top-tier scientist, Caesar had developed his gas fruit to an extraordinary level. Unlike the admirals of the Navy, who enhance elemental properties, he had intricately harnessed the potential of gas, a fundamental component supporting modern industry and technology, maximizing its capabilities. In the rankings of devil fruits that intrigued Li Zhao most, the gas fruit, often deemed relatively inferior among the nature-type devil fruits, firmly secured a place within the top 3. It is essential to understand that the term gas encompasses not only natural gas but also air, as both are forms of gas. Therefore, Caesar Clown's nature-type gas fruit theoretically allows him to manipulate all gases within his range of control, and considering his various displays in the anime, Li Zhao speculated that he could freely adjust the components of the gases as well, even creating entirely new types of gases with special effects, akin to the bizarre toxic fumes he has researched. The gas gun. The gas gun. I spray, spray. Like a colossal Godzilla, Caesar unleashed a relentless stream of blue and white beams from his mouth. Wherever the beam struck, the ground either dissolved into a pool of crimson molten iron or erupted in violent explosions. Though the spectacle was dreadfully impressive, no matter how formidable his gas gun appeared, failure to hit rendered it useless. Li Zhao did not need to activate Rommel's scythe or the sixth-style shave. With merely the use of the Momo fruit's quadruple speed, he effortlessly navigated through the fiery sea of light. After firing dozens of rounds, Caesar Kuran finally found himself unable to continue. He coughed violently, appearing as though he were on the brink of death, while Li Zhao remained calm and composed, casually observing this nefarious scientist's antics with his hands clasped behind his back. Damn it, you did not seize the opportunity to ambush this genius while I coughed. Do you look down upon my brilliance? Although Li Zhao was aware that Caesar feigned coughing to lure him closer, he nonetheless nodded in affirmation to Caesar's hysterical accusations. Damn it, you infuriate me. Behold my attack. Explosive soundboard. Caesar produced a metallic soundboard from within his garments, and Li Zhao immediately recognized the maneuver. This was a device wherein Caesar had pre-pressurized the highly flammable and explosive gas he had concocted, storing it within the specially crafted soundboard. Upon being thrown towards a target, the soundboard would release a substantial amount of gas, which, upon thorough mixing with the air, could be ignited by a detonation mechanism within, resulting in a powerful explosion. This principle was reminiscent of modern military cloudburst weapons, akin to the mother of all bombs from the old American arsenal and the progenitor of explosives from the Russian domain. Its destructive capacity was certainly not to be underestimated. At last, a new tactic had emerged. Li Zhao felt a surge of delight within. Yet he did not underestimate this technique. As he activated his entire body as hockey, he simultaneously unleashed the 6 styles: iron block, steel, employing every means at his disposal for utmost defense. In order to personally experience the might of this attack, Li Zhao did not completely evade the blast zone. He merely circumvented the epicenter of the explosion. In the next instant, his figure collided with the wall of the hall like a shooting star, leaving him disheveled and in a rather precarious state. Now you comprehend the prowess of this genius, do you not? This is the price you pay for underestimating my brilliance. Li Zhao rose from the rubble, his expression impassive as he casually rotated his neck and remarked, I have comprehended this move. Please proceed with the next. Initially taken aback, Caesar, despite his often whimsical demeanor, was a distinguished scientist with a sharp mind. At that moment, he realized that Li Zhao was either jesting with him or deliberately stalling for time. Fury coursed through him, causing his body to tremble. But just as Li Zhao anticipated another formidable move from him, Caesar's anger abruptly dissipated, as if the furious figure moments ago was a mere illusion. With the passage of time, he mused, it was about time. Did he think he was the only one capable of delaying? Li Zhao furrowed his brow, about to inquire the meaning behind his words, when suddenly he felt a wave of dizziness, his steps becoming somewhat unsteady. The sound of a whisper echoed. Did you not just mock my acting skills? How do you feel now? I have long since released an odorless and tasteless hypnotic gas. Are you not feeling drowsy? Your eyelids heavy, yearning for slumber? If sleep beckons you, succumb to it. Upon your awakening, you shall find yourself upon my operating table. Indeed, the ability to release gas at will is quite remarkable. Li Zhao, unhurried, positioned one end of the bamboo to his mouth and nose, inhaling deeply. As a substantial amount of air filled his lungs, the dizziness in his head began to dissipate. His primary objective in coming to Punk Hazard Island was to apprehend the gas fruit user, Caesar Clown. How could he possibly neglect any necessary preparations? The bamboo in Li Zhao's hand was not hollow. Instead, it was meticulously packed with cotton, wood shavings, activated charcoal, damp gauze, and various other filtering materials. Indeed, this served as a rudimentary gas mask. With his current physique, Li Zhao found the hypnotic gas utterly ineffective against him, thanks to the mask. Caesar Kuran stood agape, watching Li Zhao's performance, utterly astounded that his cunning ploy had been so effortlessly thwarted. Damn it, this genius will not be outdone, he bellowed, invoking his fiery powers. In a fit of rage, the malevolent scientist struck a match and, in an audacious move, ignited his own body. A conflagration erupted from him, reminiscent of the resurrected ace from the burning fruit. Indeed, under certain circumstances, the gas fruit could also command flames, rivaling the abilities of the burning fruit. "You shall pay dearly for provoking this genius," he declared, summoning forth the blue flame sword. The hilt of Caesar's sword erupted with azure flames, and coupled with the roaring inferno enveloping his body, he resembled a lord of hellfire descending upon the earth. With this formidable fusion of offense and defense, Caesar ceased to maintain a deliberate distance from Li Zhao, charging forth as a massive fireball. "Blue flame sword, burning slash," he shouted as he wildly swung the flaming sword. Where the blade struck, azure flames erupted, their intensity so high that even the metal floor and walls began to melt under the searing heat. Li Zhao found himself in a rather disheveled state, yet a profound exhilaration coursed through him. The gas fruit was indeed as he had surmised. It was an advanced variation of the poison and smoke fruits. Furthermore, with appropriate development, it could bestow capabilities akin to the flame fruit, the explosion fruit, and even the yet-to-emerge wind fruit. If his imagination were to stretch further, he could potentially harness the transparency of air to develop a transparent fruit ability, or exploit the intangible nature of wind and clouds to create a power that allows for fragmentation and alteration in size. It was indeed a significant endeavor for Li Zhao, but in essence, he had set his sights on seizing Caesar's gas fruit abilities, along with his body, intellect, and even his inhumane research outcomes. Chapter 104. The Battle of Giants. The fruit's abilities are merely one facet. No matter how formidable a devil fruit may be, it cannot transform a worthless individual into an invincible force overnight. Although the gas fruit is replete with boundless possibilities and can be deemed a universal fruit, its current wielder is merely a lecherous scientist who, despite developing numerous astonishing abilities and techniques, lacks the critical combat experience and fighting spirit. Thus, the outcome of this battle was predetermined from the outset. The atmosphere here is stifling. Perhaps a cool respite is in order. Momo fruit, tenfold speed, gale technique, great windmill. Li Zhao's figure pivoted with an urgency that summoned a tempest, extinguishing the surrounding inferno, including the fiery armor enveloping Caesar. Caesar stood momentarily stunned, wielding a dazzling lightsaber reminiscent of a Jedi, yet bereft of the courage to advance upon his adversary. "Who are you? What is it that you seek?" Li Zhao tilted his head in contemplation before responding. "Well, I suppose I can be considered your peer, as we both seek to explore the essence of this world." As he observed the man approaching him with deliberate steps, Caesar finally succumbed to his emotions, shouting vehemently that he would perish alongside Li Zhao. He then cried out into the void, "Slime! Come forth, slime! Your father, your creator, the genius that I am, is being threatened. Hurry, come to my rescue." Barely had Caesar's desperate call faded when a viscous, translucent, dark green slime began to flow from the enormous metallic pipes, creeping along the ground as if imbued with life, gradually coalescing into a singular mass. Wherever the slime traversed, it corroded the metallic floor, carving deep gorges into its surface. Who would have thought my beloved pet slime would be so conveniently nearby? Truly, even the heavens are aiding me. Though it was merely a fraction of its true form, just a mere avatar, do not underestimate it. This creature once wreaked havoc overnight, transforming this island into a realm of death, serving as the very embodiment of the most potent poison gas shell I have ever created. Just wait, you will be dissolved and corroded by my cherished slime. The green slime fully amalgamated and then morphed into a colossal, transparent salamander that lunged towards Li Zhao. Caesar's research on toxic gases was indeed unparalleled in this era. He had the audacity to bestow animal-type devil fruit powers upon a toxin, endowing it with rudimentary intelligence to follow simple commands. The slime from the realm of death that had now emerged was merely a minuscule fragment of its vast essence, akin to a mere avatar. However, Li Zhao had no desire to withstand its toxicity with his own body. Just witnessing its imposing presence made it evident that even Magellan, the user of the poison fruit, would find himself challenged here. Fortunately, this creature's crawling speed was rather lackluster, failing to keep pace with the fleeing Li Zhao. Slime. Gas form. With Caesar's command, the enormous green, transparent salamander instantly erupted in a dense fog. The realm of death was no ordinary chemical gas. It was a complex amalgamation of biochemical viruses, microorganisms, and deadly gases that could effortlessly transition between solid, liquid, and gaseous states. When the slime transformed into a pink fog, it swiftly enveloped the entire enclosed space. Except for Caesar Clown, who could manipulate the gas molecules around him and was entirely immune to the toxins. Not even an ant or a stone could escape the corrosive onslaught of the poisonous gas. The rudimentary respirator crafted by Li Zhao proved utterly ineffective. As Li Zhao's form was gradually engulfed by the dense fog, Caesar could not suppress his maniacal laughter. However, a flicker of unease soon stirred within him. This disquiet was not unfounded. Li Zhao, consumed by the realm of death, bore an unsettlingly tranquil expression, even adorned with a hint of a smile at the corners of his lips, which only heightened Caesar's apprehension. Before long, this foreboding sensation transformed into stark reality. Amidst the toxic miasma, the sound of crisp footsteps echoed, distinct from the earlier impersonator of Virgo, yet still instilling terror in Caesar Clown. Logically, in the realm of death, no being besides himself should be able to survive, let alone move freely. As the footsteps drew nearer, a graceful female figure emerged from the fog, her alluring high heels clicking rhythmically. Enveloped in a shimmering layer of iridescent bubbles, the poisonous gas of the death realm recoiled upon contact with these ephemeral orbs, dissipating upon their rupture. Caesar quickly deduced that it was these peculiar bubbles that shielded him from the lethal toxins. The malevolent scientist stammered incoherently, his bravado faltering. "Who are you? How did you manage to enter here? And what of that wretched man from earlier?" Before the corrosive fog could further encroach upon him, Li Zhao had transformed his exterior from Virgo, utilizing the Momo fruit, into Calipha of the bubble fruit, merely offering a faint smile. In the next instant, he had darted to stand before Caesar. "Do not come any closer," Caesar shrieked, his voice cracking in terror as he clenched his fists tightly. Void world. This was Caesar's most formidable ability, an instantaneous vacuum that siphoned all air from a specified radius around him, creating a lethal void where any organism, save for himself, would suffocate and, in severe cases, succumb to death. Caesar had previously employed this technique to eliminate countless Navy martial artists pursuing him. Soon enough, the future pirate king, Luffy, would also fall victim to this very stratagem. Li Zhao was abruptly enveloped in a vacuum, the myriad of iridescent bubbles encasing his body shattering instantaneously due to the drastic change in air pressure. However, he had prepared himself mentally, holding his breath as he seized Caesar by the neck. Before Caesar could vaporize and escape, Li Zhao's other hand plunged into his chest, and upon retrieval, he clutched a living heart encased in a square, jelly-like substance. The surgical blade had successfully extracted the heart. The malevolent scientist, overwhelmed by his own wickedness, rolled his eyes back and fainted. The Daisolo, once a haven of maritime entertainment, a city that lulled all into a state of euphoric oblivion, now lay transformed into a battlefield shrouded in smoke. In the city's South Central Avenue, two titans engaged in an epic clash. One, radiant with golden light, resembled a colossal statue forged entirely of gold, unmistakably embodying the Golden Emperor, Zhao himself. The adversary of this gilded giant was equally formidable, a slender, androgynous giant, face obscured, wielding a scythe. Chapter 105, the talkative genderless monarch above the Daisolo. A layer of nearly imperceptible yet indestructible threads enveloped the sky, capable of blocking all communication signals. A formidable creation of Don Quixote da Flamingo, designed to ensnare his foes. This birdcage contained the power of rules. Those trapped within, even naval admirals or the four emperors of the seas, were left with two choices: to vanquish da Flamingo, the architect of this trap, or to submit to him. Of course, the price for invoking this technique meant that da Flamingo himself could not escape once the cage was activated, and it could not be retracted until the battle concluded. Moreover, activating the birdcage consumed one of da Flamingo's precious shadow clones, diminishing his own strength. The decision to enshroud the entire entertainment vessel with the birdcage signified the Don Quixote family's unwavering confidence in this confrontation, or perhaps a desperate necessity to fight for their very survival. On the ground, the clash between the gargantuan scythe and the golden fist unleashed terrifying shockwaves with every strike. The Golden Emperor Tesoro, awakened to the powers of the gold fruit, could sense all the gold aboard the Daisolo. This golden giant was a manifestation of Tesoro's abilities, a golden demon mecha. Apart from serving as the core, it was entirely composed of enhanced gold, with no critical vulnerabilities. As long as one does not encounter a sovereign-level powerhouse or a cheat-like figure, they can be deemed as invincible. Those who can nearly match the golden giant in battle are not mere minions, but rather the infinitely potential 10 siblings of the big MOM pirate crew, who merge using the chaotic powers of Charlotte Lean's 36th child, Urich, the giant of chaos, shrouded in numerous enigmas. possesses combat prowess that far surpasses that of Big Mom's other offspring, likely ranking just below the sweet commanders, capable of contending with the warlords of the sea, including the illustrious Golden Emperor, Zhao. In the midst of this titanic clash, a diminutive figure lurks below. A charming young girl clad in a crimson cloak and crowned with a diadem. Utilizing the cover of night, she swiftly maneuvers through the shadows. Her ultimate aim seemingly to reach the feet of the colossal giants. In such a chaotic battlefield, few would notice the girl darting beneath the giants, let alone a swift and diminutive maiden, except for one. As the girl nears the heel of the giant of chaos, a dark shadow suddenly swoops in with alarming speed. A bent water pipe, enveloped in the ominous aura of armament hockey, descends mercilessly towards the young girl's head. When she becomes aware, the shadow of death looms over her entirely. Though fear flickers across her face, she remains composed and unflustered. Indeed, just as the metallic pipe is poised to strike her down, a golden cane materializes out of thin air, intercepting the fatal blow with unwavering resolve. The rescuer is a disheveled, portly man, his appearance unkempt and repulsive, adorned with small sunglasses and a nose dripping with mucus, a sight most distasteful. Yet, this repugnant figure, having seemingly appeared from nowhere, moves with an agility akin to lightning, a stark contrast to his disarrayed visage. I must say, the illustrious Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Mr. Zhao, renowned as the second-in-command of the revolutionaries, how is it that you, who pride yourselves as the saviors of the weak, would resort to ambushing an innocent little girl? The speaker is one of the highest-ranking officials of the Dakihote family, specifically tasked with the personal protection of the unique officer, Sugar, who wields the powers of a paramecia fruit. The person he is conversing with is none other than Zhao, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army and the brother of the Straw Hat's captain, Monkey D. Luffy. The golden-haired youth, Zhao, adorned with a black top hat and grasping a metallic pipe, chuckles as he points at the young girl in red attire. I have been observing this girl on the battlefield for quite some time, and I have discovered something quite intriguing. It appears that anyone who comes into contact with her is seemingly erased from our memories. For instance, based on the arrangements of tickets in our daily provisions, as well as my operational plans, I am certain I brought 3 individuals with me. Yet now, only one remains by my side. Strangely, no matter how I attempt to recollect my memories, I cannot recall who accompanied me here. Each time the image of this girl appears in my mind, my memories are riddled with gaps. It seems this child is indeed a perilous user of a devil fruit. If she is truly just a child, I must candidly say, I perceive no trace of innocent childhood within her. Indeed, Zhao, my friend. Behind Zhao, a figure approached, sporting an enormous head, deep purple, explosive hair. Clad in alluring fishnet stockings, and heavily made up, a man well known as the Okama King, Emporio Ivankov. I firmly trust Zhao's judgment, for I can sense that I have lost memories more precious than my very life. Moreover, from this girl, I detect an unvarnished deceit. Indeed, this girl, or rather, the essence she exudes, carries the scent of an old woman's hormones. The Okama King is the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Grand Line forces, and he has come at the behest of Zhao, the Chief of Staff, to assist in seizing the Marinomi fruit from his sworn brother, Ace. However, his loose tongue has provoked Sugar, whom he referred to as an old woman, and she is now rushing towards him uncontrollably. Clap, clap, clap. A sound of applause echoed as the puppet master behind the scenes, the leader of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote da Flamingo, slowly approached. He effortlessly intercepted Sugar and fixed his gaze upon Zhao, remarking, "You truly live up to your title as the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. You are the first to unravel the secrets of Sugar's abilities in such a short span of time. I never anticipated that the mysterious individual who previously participated in the Ultimate Fighting Tournament and successfully reached the finals alongside me was, in fact, you." The sudden appearance of the ultimate boss cast a profound silence over the battlefield as the colossal giant disbanded, reverting to a mismatched assembly of 5 men and 5 women. 10 in total. The golden giant melted away like chocolate in a hot pan, revealing the Golden Emperor, Zhao, who stepped forth and stood beside Doflamingo. At that moment, the notorious gangsters, Capone Beach and Charlotte Brle, emerged from the shadows, approaching Zhao and the transgender king with stern expressions, declaring, "The Battle of the Big MOM Pirates does not require the intervention of the Revolutionary Army." Chapter 106, Li Zhao's ambition confronted by the unyielding Capone Beach. Zhao spread his arms in resignation, exclaiming, "I wish to distance myself from your brutal pirate affairs. Yet the current reality is that we have all fallen into the trap set by the Don Quixote family. Furthermore, with the birdcage looming above and that little girl over there, I suspect we have not only become isolated, but that should we be captured, even rescue may be out of the question. Thus, we are reluctantly united as temporary allies. And your giant, now disassembled, is an invaluable asset we cannot afford to lose. Humph. Beach scoffed but refrained from disputing the notion of their temporary alliance. As for the 10 siblings and the 3 women, despite being direct descendants of the Charlotte family and holding a higher status than him as both a son-in-law and combatant, it was evident that they were now aligned with him in this moment of war. He was indeed correct. We are all in the same precarious situation. If what that young revolutionary said is true, it truly spells disaster. Suddenly, a shrill female voice pierced through the air, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. It belonged to a tall, voluptuous pirate clad in opulent attire, her heavily made-up face marred by an ugly and fierce countenance. She grinned, her crimson lips curling as she proclaimed, "Should we be defeated, the world will forget us entirely, and that fate is far worse than death." Upon discerning the identity of the individual, the crowd could not help but furrow their brows. They had not anticipated that the Blackbeard pirates would not only send Captain Gisaz Bages of the first ship to directly partake in the competition, but also the captain of the 6th ship, known as the Moonlit Hunter, Catherine Butterfly. Thus, among the 4 pirate emperors reigning over the New World seas. Aside from the discreet red-haired Shanks, the other 3 had all manifested their presence aboard the Deusaro. Coupled with the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command and brigade commander, the world's wealthiest individual, Tesoro, the Don Quixote family of the 7 warlords led by Doflamingo, and the leisurely observing Admiral Kizaru lurking in the shadows, a monumental clash, rivaling even the scale of the Summit War, was on the brink of eruption. Let us redirect our gaze to Punk Hazard. The reorganization of the island's research factions did not require much effort from Li Zhao. Shortly after successfully capturing Caesar, Califo approached him, gripping Monet by the neck. The expression on the half-fishman youth's face was one of exhilaration. Monet was no insignificant character. She was not only a rare and formidable user of a natural-type devil fruit, but also a vital member of the Don Quixote family. Califo, relying solely on her physical prowess and haki, could overwhelmingly surpass such an adversary, greatly bolstering her confidence in establishing herself as a martial artist. Almost simultaneously, the cannon-laden alpaca draped in the skin of the transforming man swaggered in, despite its only vocalization being a mere bleat. Judging by its gestures, the snow monster killer brothers were likely either dead or severely injured, no longer posing a threat. Thus, the surprise capture operation was proclaimed a resounding success. Li Zhao initially intended to contact Doflamingo through Monet's identity to inquire about the situation concerning the Thousand Sunny. However, his communication device encountered inexplicable interference, rendering him unable to establish any connection, not even with Bruley. A sense of unease welled up within him, leading him to conclude that the only viable course of action was to swiftly enhance his own strength. The most effective approach at present was to fully exploit the resources available on Punk Hazard Island. The island housed several hundred individuals, primarily comprised of Caesar's balloon brigade and the sailors belonging to the Don Quixote family as cargo fleet. Li Zhao treated these 2 groups differently. He confined the crew of the Don Quixote family, extracting their hearts and imprisoning them. Those who exhibited particularly strong resistance and had unclean tongues were decapitated and displayed outside the castle. Although no one perished and not a single drop of blood was shed, the spectacle was undeniably striking, especially with the heads hanging in the chilling wind. Their mournful cries were sufficient to intimidate any would-be malefactor. As for the balloon brigade, these individuals were either discarded experimental subjects of the celestial dragons or desperate pirates. From the original anime, it was understood that their loyalty was rather commendable. Li Zhao gathered them together and first explained that the true culprit behind their lower body paralysis was none other than the deceitful Caesar clown. He then utilized the experimental beasts aboard the ship and within the research institute to replace their lower halves with various animal limbs. Thus, the balloon brigade was officially renamed the Centaur Brigade. With the conditions now ripe, Li Zhao was poised to embark on his most ambitious and audacious plan since his arrival in this world. Do not misconstrue this. He had no aspirations to become a pirate king, a notion as fleeting as mist. From the publicly executed former pirate king, Roger, Li Zhao found nothing alluring. A man tormented by illness, publicly beheaded, whose family suffered in his wake, what merit lay in such a title? In contrast, the 4 emperors, Each devoted to their own desires, crafted their own realms and indulged in their lives. Big Mom's obsession with cuisine, Whitebeard's pursuit of a large family. Kaido's relentless quest for supreme power. These pursuits ignited Li Zhao's interest far more. At this moment, what Li Zhao yearned to accomplish was to create true users of the multiple fruit abilities. Indeed, not in the manner he had, acquiring various powers temporarily through control, but akin to the four emperors Blackbeard, genuinely mastering the powers of multiple devil fruits. It is well known that devil fruits are deemed the embodiment of the sea's demons. Upon consumption, one acquires unique abilities, but at the cost of being abhorred by the ocean, thus becoming a landlubber. Devil fruits are categorized into three main types: Paramecia, Zoan, including the rare mythical and ancient types, and Logia. Each devil fruit is unique. No two fruits of identical abilities exist simultaneously, only those of similar powers, such as the Flame fruit and the Heat fruit, or the Gum fruit and the Paste fruit. Upon the death of a user, the fruit they consumed reappears somewhere. When not consumed, it seems that devil fruits can be preserved indefinitely. If many individuals share a fruit, only the one who takes the first bite will gain its powers. Subsequent consumers will experience no transformation. This suggests that the bestowal of abilities from the fruit resembles a form of authorization or curse, rather than the mere digestion of some special substance that causes physical mutation. Furthermore, an individual can consume a maximum of one devil fruit, acquiring a single ability. Should one greedily consume more than one, their body cannot withstand the curse and will explode. However, the emergence of Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, shattered this common understanding. He obtained the Quake fruit from Whitebeard's corpse, thus becoming a super user endowed with the abilities of two fruits. The reason behind this remains unclear, but Li Zhao speculated it must be connected to some secret regarding Blackbeard's body. The immortal phoenix, Marco, once remarked that Blackbeard's physique is akin to an aberration. He has never succumbed to slumber since his inception. Chapter 107. The experiment is successful. If it were within the realm of possibility, Li Zhao would earnestly desire to bind Blackbeard and conduct a thorough dissection for research, confident that all uncertainties would be elucidated in due time. However, such an endeavor is evidently unattainable, at least for now. Li Zhao is simply not in a position to provoke any of the four emperors of the sea. Thus, he must rely solely on his own analyses and conjectures, supplemented by extensive human experimentation. As a seasoned aficionado of piracy, Li Zhao has indeed contemplated the secrets of Blackbeard's anatomy. Prior to his arrival in this realm, he had perused numerous analytical posts penned by fellow enthusiasts online during his leisure time. In summary, the prevailing theories can be divided into two principal factions. One posits a connection between Blackbeard and the abilities of the Yami no Mi, suggesting that the powers of the double fruit are an ancillary effect of the dark fruit. However, Li Zhao does not subscribe to this notion, as it blatantly contravenes the fundamental principles governing devil fruits. Furthermore, if users of the Yami no Mi were capable of wielding the powers of two fruits simultaneously, there would surely be corresponding entries in the widely circulated devil fruit encyclopedia. Consequently, Li Zhao is more inclined towards the second school of thought, which asserts that Blackbeard's anatomical structure is distinctly unique. A rather audacious hypothesis emerges: Blackbeard's body may be a composite of 2 or 3 individuals. This conjecture finds some support in the symbolism of Blackbeard's three-skulled Jolly Roger, as well as the fact that upon his introduction, he relentlessly pursued the user of the Bari no Mi, Wapol. The Bari no Mi user possesses the ability to consume anything and reconstitute it within his own body, creating entirely new entities. In the film adaptation, Wapol not only fused his two subordinates into a four-armed, two-headed monstrosity, but also managed to assimilate the powers of another devil fruit user after devouring them. Thus, could it be possible that when Blackbeard was still a child, he encountered Wapol and was subsequently reassembled? Although Li Zhao has not consumed the Sunasuna no Mi, the surgical fruit powers he possesses at this moment are infinitely more extraordinary, rivaling the legendary treasures sought after by those like Pirate King Roger. Inspired by this thought, Li Zhao currently has a considerable number of fruit users at his disposal as experimental subjects, including even a rare individual from the elusive Logia category. Li Zhao first vertically bisected the formidable steel fruit user, King Bear, and the user of the spin fruit, Buffalo, cleaving them into two halves. He then attempted to reassemble these halves, but the outcome was the creation of two abominations, each afflicted with a split consciousness, with their respective halves operating independently. Subsequently, Li Zhao shifted to a horizontal dissection, combining them once more, yet the result was that the lower halves of both entities became utterly uncontrollable, darting in all directions at their own whims. Whether cut vertically or horizontally, the outcome remained unchanged. Every great success is invariably built upon a multitude of failures. Li Zhao consoled himself and then attempted various combinations, switching heads, exchanging hands, and even merging the components of two individuals into a single form. Although the results could not be deemed entirely failures, they remained significantly distant from his envisioned success. Particularly, the abomination with 4 arms and 4 legs, along with 2 heads and 2 bodies, sent an unsettling chill down Li Zhao's spine. I have always asserted that your research direction is fundamentally flawed. A voice suddenly pierced through the silence. Turning to look, Li Zhao beheld a head resting upon the table. Its expression a blend of trepidation and audacity. It was the malevolent scientist, Caesar Caron. Although Li Zhao held a disdainful view of this unscrupulous individual, he nonetheless found some merit in his wicked yet creative intellect. Particularly, he valued the fact that this man had once served as an assistant to the renowned scientist Vegapunk, possessing a wealth of scientific secrets that could potentially prove advantageous at any moment. Thus, while conducting various human experiments, Li Zhao decided to place the man's head beside him as a decorative piece, hoping to draw some inspiration from it. Noticing that Li Zhao was unperturbed by his interjection, Caesar appeared to be invigorated, almost as if encouraged. I have observed you for quite some time and have gained a fairly comprehensive understanding of your capabilities and intentions. You aspire to create a being capable of accommodating multiple devil fruit abilities, do you not? However, your research direction is fundamentally flawed. To put it bluntly, you are far too merciful, embodying a hypocritical facade of benevolence that is utterly nauseating. Upon witnessing the surgical knife hurled perilously close to his mouth, this clever fool finally recognized the need to remain silent. Get to the point, Li Zhao stated coldly. The crux of the matter is this. According to Vegapunk, no. According to my own research, the essence of the devil fruit's mystery lies within the lineage factor. Your ability to disassemble and reassemble the human body is indeed impressive. However, those who sever and recombine remain, at their core, 2 distinct individuals. Do you grasp my meaning? I am saying that although you forcibly amalgamate them, their lineage factors do not merge as a result. If you still cling to the notion that even in the event of a failed experiment, you can simply disassemble them and restore them to perfection, and if you do not accept the reality that these subjects will perish should your experiments fail, then your endeavors shall undoubtedly culminate in futility. Li Zhao felt as if struck by lightning, suddenly awakening to the undeniable truth in the words of that scoundrel, Caesar. Li Zhao had previously deduced through the body-swapping operation with Luo's soul that the powers of the devil fruit are intrinsically bound to the physical form of the user rather than to the soul. In essence, the body of an individual who has been dismembered by the surgery fruit remains a singular entity, regardless of the distance between severed parts. They are still connected through a mysterious extra-dimensional link. Even when the head is separated from the body and the form is shattered, the blood flowing from the heart can still reach the brain and all limbs. To sever this connection, one must truly merge the two into one. The heart? Indeed. It is the heart. If we consider the soul to reside within the brain, then without a doubt, the most enigmatic bloodline factor in the world of pirates must dwell within the heart. It is only through the transplantation of the heart that the transfer or exchange of the devil fruit powers of the user may be realized. Li Zhao acted upon his thoughts with alacrity, recognizing the omnipotent nature of the surgical fruit. It was capable of even transferring the ethereal essence of the soul with ease, rendering the dismemberment of living beings a non-fatal endeavor. What challenge could there be in performing a heart transplant? However, as Caesar had previously derided, such actions inevitably compromised the safety of the experimental subjects. Fortunately, Li Zhao was no paragon of virtue. Experiment 1. The hearts of an ability user and an ordinary individual were extracted and exchanged. The outcome was remarkably successful. The erstwhile ordinary subject, upon receiving the heart of the fruit user, exhibited considerable anguish yet genuinely acquired the powers of the devil fruit. Conversely, the original fruit user, despite receiving the heart of the ordinary individual, met his demise. To be precise, he perished the moment his original devil heart fused with another, the cause of death remaining an enigma. Chapter 108. A Fearless Monet Experiment 2. The hearts of 2 devil fruit users were interchanged, resulting in the death of both experimental subjects, with the causes of death shrouded in mystery. From these experiments, Li Zhao discerned several pivotal truths. Firstly, He confirmed the absolute connection between the heart and genetic factors, asserting that the powers of the devil fruit were intrinsically linked to the heart of the ability user, and that these powers could indeed transfer through heart transplantation. Secondly, he established that any devil fruit user would succumb to an inexplicable death upon losing their original heart, or, in other words, the moment they were deprived of their fruit powers. With these revelations in hand, Li Zhao was poised to replicate Blackbeard's ability to transfer the powers of a devil fruit from its original user to a non-user. Yet, akin to Blackbeard, each transfer exacted a toll, claiming the life of the original fruit user. Although this was a significant achievement, it was not the outcome Li Zhao sought, prompting the experiments to advance to the next phase. Experiment 3. The heart of a superhuman fruit user was to be transplanted into another superhuman ability user. The experiment was conducted 3 times, and without exception, all subjects perished, whether their hearts were removed or whether they received 2 hearts simultaneously. This outcome was a tremendous blow to Li Zhao, as it essentially demonstrated that 2 abilities of the same lineage cannot coexist within a single body. Fortunately, Li Zhao proceeded with a 4th experiment, transplanting the heart of a superhuman-type ability user into an animal-type ability user, and vice versa. This experiment was conducted 3 times, resulting in 2 out of 3 dual-hearted individuals surviving, while 1 did not. Among the survivors, the one with a robust physique, such as the spring fruit ability user, Bellamy the hyena, exhibited virtually no adverse reactions, whereas the deceased individual had already been in a precarious state due to previous experiments. Thus, the experiment once again achieved remarkable success. However, the true value of this experiment lay in confirming Li Zhao's long-held hypothesis that dual fruit abilities can indeed coexist within a single individual, provided they are of different types. In an ideal scenario, one could simultaneously possess abilities from the superhuman, animal, and natural categories, thus becoming a genuine wielder of triple fruit abilities. Of course, the recipient must possess an exceptionally strong physique and an indomitable spirit, which are non-negotiable prerequisites. The remaining task is to utilize the final experiment to validate Li Zhao's hypothesis. However, the current predicament is that, after numerous trials, most of the subjects have met their demise, leaving only a couple with relatively rare abilities whom Li Zhao is hesitant to subject to overly perilous experiments. More importantly, while superhuman-type ability users are quite common, and although the mythical and ancient animal types are exceedingly rare, the ordinary types are abundant. The natural-type ability users, however, are exceedingly scarce. One could count the known individuals in the entire pirate world on one hand, most of whom, like the 3 admirals of the Navy, are far too formidable to provoke. At present, the only natural-type experimental material Li Zhao possesses, aside from the yet-to-be consumed flame fruit, is the recently captured snow fruit ability user, Monet. In other words, regardless of whether the experiment succeeds or fails, Li Zhao has but one opportunity to substantiate his audacious hypothesis. This is a decisive moment. The green-haired, beautiful secretary lies upon the operating table. Though she is acutely aware of the fate that awaits her and fully cognizant of the tragic outcomes suffered by the devil fruit users previously confined with her, Monet's expression remains remarkably serene. She displays neither anxious trepidation nor desperate panic, nor does she express anger or curse the more ruthless demon than Caesar. "The young master will avenge me," Monet quietly murmurs as Li Zhao enters the room. Li Zhao initially contemplated revealing the true nature of Doflamingo to his female secretary, but upon reflection he chose to remain silent. Setting aside his allegiances, he harbored a genuine fondness for Monet. Had he traversed time as Doflamingo instead of Kelly Funk, he would undoubtedly have cherished her beyond measure. However, this very affection made him acutely aware of the extent of her misguided loyalty to Doflamingo, rendering any attempt to win her affection utterly futile. It was a lamentable circumstance that she wielded the powers of a nature-type devil fruit. Moreover, Li Zhao understood that regardless of whether this operation succeeded or failed, the world would never again know a woman like Monet. Thus, he pondered, why not allow her to depart this life clinging to her beautiful dreams, succumbing to an eternal slumber? Monet, having resigned herself to her fate, closed her eyes, appearing as though she were willingly led to the slaughter. Suppressing the frantic beating of his heart, Li Zhao activated the surgical space known as room. He then reached into the pocket of his jacket, retrieving the heart of the devil fruit user, Buffalo, encased in a crimson jelly-like substance, which still pulsed rhythmically. He pressed this heart against Monet's chest, applying significant force to implant it. For a user of the surgery fruit, a heart transplantation procedure is surprisingly straightforward. As the heart vanished completely within Monet's ample bosom, Buffalo's skin jacket lost its luster, becoming nothing more than a lifeless object. Simultaneously, with two hearts and two sets of devil fruit abilities now coursing through her, Monet began to tremble, emitting an uncontrollable wail of despair. What is happening? This was merely the first heart being implanted. Such a reaction was unexpected. Oh no, this woman possesses no will to survive. Li Zhao is furious, nearly cursing in frustration. The prospect of simultaneously harboring two or even three hearts would impose an immense burden on the body. Thus, a robust physique and resilient willpower are indispensable. However, of even greater significance is the will to survive. One must ponder, how could someone who harbors no desire to live endure the excruciating pain of heart transplant surgery? Monet, a key combatant of the Don Quixote family, had undergone brutal training, her will so unyielding that she seemed to disregard death, making her a suitable candidate for the procedure. Yet, despite all of Li Zhao's calculations, he had not anticipated this woman's utter disregard for her own life. She was so despondent over the failure of the young master's mission that she wished to abandon her existence altogether. At this rate, not only would the attempt to implant a third heart and complete the final experiment become unattainable, but she could very well perish in the next moment. What was to be done? If the experiment were to be halted now, the soul heart of a natural ability user in Li Zhao's possession would be lost alongside Monet. Yet, to continue the experiment might lead to even greater losses. Perhaps it was best to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. With a resolute heart, Li Zhao extracted the heart of an animal-type devil fruit user, which he had long prepared, and forcefully placed it within Monet's chest. Was the experiment ultimately a success or a failure? Chapter 109. A trap for the gentleman gazing at Monet, who lay on the operating table. Li Zhao collapsed despondently to the ground. One might argue that the experiment had succeeded, yet it could equally be deemed a failure. The reason for considering it a success lay in the fact that Monet was still alive. After implanting the heart of a paramecia-type devil fruit user alongside that of the animal type, 3 hearts now pulsated within the body of the green-haired woman. This signified that she had, before the infamous Blackbeard, become the first individual in the pirate world to possess the powers of 3 devil fruits. From this perspective, one could declare the experiment a success. However, Li Zhao found no joy in this outcome. Although Monet's body remained alive, her soul had vanished from this vessel, rendering her a soulless living corpse. The cause of this unsettling result remained unclear to Li Zhao. Was it a consequence of the coexistence of 3 devil fruits? Or did it stem from Monet's own lack of will to survive? Without clarity on this matter, the experiment could never achieve its ultimate goal. Li Zhao's undertaking of such inhumane experiments was driven by a singular ambition, to transform himself into a wielder of the 3 types of devil fruits. However, if the price for this metamorphosis is his own descent into a vegetative state, then all his prior endeavors would be rendered utterly futile. The only viable solution at this juncture is to conduct yet another heart transplant experiment involving the 3 types of fruits, with the recipient exhibiting an unwavering will to survive. Unlike Monet, this endeavor necessitates the involvement of at least 3 devil fruit users, yet it is fated to result in the sacrifice of 2 among them. Regrettably, Li Zhao currently lacks suitable candidates for the experiment, particularly among the users of the natural type fruits. Perhaps it is due to the innate superiority of dual or triple fruit users, which inherently suppresses those with a single fruit. In any case, Li Zhao has discovered his inability to employ the jacket fruit and the surgery fruit against users of dual or triple fruits. Li Zhao had already attempted to merge with Monet, his heart completely entwined with the form of a woman, to the extent that even the surgical fruit could not extricate the demonic heart. This meant that Li Zhao was unable to transform Monet's body into a leather jacket, nor could he reclaim the heart of a devil fruit user from within her. At that moment, although Monet was an unprecedented user of 3 devil fruits to Li Zhao, she was merely a beautiful yet utterly useless human doll. As for Caesar, the user of the gas fruit, he was a treasure Li Zhao reserved for himself. The gas fruit was something he yearned for deeply and should never be squandered. If it were to be sealed within some lifeless vessel like Monet, Li Zhao would find himself bereft of even tears to shed. As for the flame fruit, he had no desire to employ it here unless absolutely necessary. Just when Li Zhao was at his wit's end, his peripheral vision caught sight of the Dindin Mushi on the table, the means by which Monet connected with Don Quixote da Flamingo. Although the signal had been persistently disrupted. Dindin Mushi. Dindin Mushi. Yes, the Dindin Mushi. Suddenly, a wild idea surged within Li Zhao's mind. Since he lacked experimental materials, why not have the materials deliver themselves to his doorstep? Li Zhao recalled that the area was under the jurisdiction of the Navy Headquarters, G5 Division, overseen by none other than the notorious White Hunter, Smoker the Cigarette. This vice admiral, who once pursued the future pirate king with fervor, was precisely the natural type smoke fruit user Li Zhao desperately needed. In fact, the ideal scenario was that although this White Hunter was brash and arrogant, his true capabilities were rather unimpressive, making him perfectly suited as experimental material. Without hesitation, Li Zhao retrieved Virgo's Den Den Mushy from his jacket pocket and dialed the G5 division. He simply stated, "I am at Punk Hazard, come and capture me," before abruptly hanging up. Li Zhao was aware that the fiery smoker, upon learning the whereabouts of his treacherous former superior, would undoubtedly rush to this location with his men to apprehend him. While this course of action bore certain risks, such as Smoker potentially inviting other Navy officers to assist him, Li Zhao deemed such concerns negligible. Given Smoker's notoriously arrogant temperament, the likelihood of him seeking help was exceedingly slim. Moreover, even if one or two other Navy vice admirals joined, as long as they were not the legendary Monkey D. Garp or the Chief of Staff Suru, Li Zhao felt confident in his ability to handle the situation. Indeed, Smoker's decisiveness was remarkable. Nearly 2 days after Li Zhao's call, a messenger from the Centaur Brigade stationed at the dock reported that a Navy warship flying the G5 flag had arrived in the Punk Hazard waters. "Open the waterways and let them through," he commanded. After issuing his orders, Li Zhao took a deep breath and began preparing to welcome his guests. The naval warship advanced boldly, navigating through a concealed waterway until it reached the central lake of the island, docking at the pier near the Research Institute. Soon after, a group of ruffian sailors, whose attire resembled that of pirates more than that of the Navy, poured off the ship, shouting as they charged towards the Research Institute. Leading the charge was the burly figure of Smoker, a chain smoker wearing sunglasses. Following closely behind him was his assistant, the bespectacled and elegant swordswoman, Tashiji. Is this really Punk Hazard? Wasn't this a forbidden area abandoned by the world government, where even the Navy is barred from entering? Is Admiral Virgo truly hiding here? Tashiji gazed at the Research Institute with a puzzled expression. That man is no longer our commanding officer. Upon hearing Tashiji refer to Virgo, Smoker's anger flared, nearly erupting as he exclaimed, "That scoundrel Virgo, he is a spy planted in our Navy by the pirates. Damn it. I couldn't believe it when Admiral Sengoku personally captured him, but he was rescued by Don Quixote da Flamingo during transport. I can only say we have all been deceived by that man." After hearing these words, Tashiji lowered her head in dismay, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Due to Smoker's foul temper, they had been less favored since their transfer from the East Blue to the Navy headquarters, ending up in the notoriously ill-reputed G5 branch. However, upon their arrival, they encountered the amiable and reliable Admiral Virgo, who never viewed them through a prejudiced lens. They had originally thought that being in the G5 branch alongside Admiral Virgo would provide them with the ideal stage to execute justice. Yet one day, the imposing former Admiral Sengoku suddenly visited the G5 branch, and everything changed. "I can sense that man is hiding in this research institute, waiting for us. Indeed, it is time for us to gather intelligence." Just as Smoker's fist transformed into smoke, preparing to smash through the doors of the Research Institute, a creaking sound interrupted him as the door was pushed open from within. Chapter 110. Uninvited guests. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed from inside, and Smoker and Tashiji exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing in unison. The footsteps were unmistakably feminine, the sound of high heels scraping against the floor. Suddenly, a slender figure with striking golden hair appeared before them. It was Khalifa, the former CP9 spy. However, all eyes were drawn to her right hand. In her grip was the neck of a man who seemed to be their target, the treacherous Marine Vice Admiral, Virgo. "You are late," Khalifa smiled at the group. "The highly sought-after Marine Vice Admiral, Virgo, has already fallen to my blade." "Who are you?" Smoker did not lower his weapon, exuding an aura of menace as his hockey-infused sea-prism stone weapon pointed directly at Khalifa. "I am a member of CP0, directly under the Celestial Dragons, tasked with capturing the spies sent by the Don Quixote family infiltrating the Navy. Since you are here, it would be prudent to cooperate with my mission. From this moment forth, you are all conscripted under my command." As Khalifa spoke, she advanced towards the group, dragging Virgo along with her. "Stop," Smoker barked, exhaling a cloud of dense smoke, his face a mask of disdain and skepticism. "I have grave doubts regarding your identity. If you dare to approach even a step closer, I shall initiate an attack." "Such suspicion you harbor," Khalifa replied with a hint of amusement. "Very well, I shall entrust Virgo to your custody. That should suffice, no? Smoker's gaze fell upon the man in Caliph's grasp, unmistakably their former commander, the fallen vice-admiral who had betrayed justice. Bloodied and bound, he appeared utterly powerless, evoking a tumult of mixed emotions within Smoker. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and responded, "All right, throw him over," with an exasperated gesture. The blonde beauty seemed to find Smoker's caution amusing, yet complied by hurling the large man towards him. As Virgo soared through the air, Smoker instinctively prepared to catch him. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the golden-haired woman suddenly springing into action, her sharp heels striking the ground in a rapid succession. A clear harbinger of the six-style shave. Damn it, it's a trap. Smoker disregarded the incoming Virgo, weapon in hand, ready to confront the enigmatic blonde. "Be careful, Virgo." A thunderous shout erupted from behind Smoker, startling him. As he turned his gaze back to what was once a lifeless Virgo, he was met with a chilling sight. Virgo's eyes had opened, now glowing a menacing crimson, fixated upon him. This was no mere half-dead prisoner. It was the very embodiment of death, aimed squarely at him. With the two so close, Smoker had no time to react as Virgo's finger, enveloped in hockey, plunged ruthlessly towards his vital chest. "Got you." Upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhao was engulfed by a profound surge of excitement. Indeed, at that moment, he was adorned in the guise of Caliph. Observing the imminent acquisition of the nature-type smoke fruit, the individual known as Virgo was none other than the recently obsessed practitioner of martial arts, the authentic Caliph, or rather, her persona. She had usurped the formidable physique of the half-fishman youth, which surpassed that of a typical human tenfold, and was now cloaked in the skin of Virgo, a user of the Moku no Mi fruit. By all measures of strength, she was more than capable of overpowering Smoker, the Smoke Man, rendering any performance with Zhao unnecessary. Yet, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at Zhao's heart, as if he had overlooked a critical detail, compelling Caliph to adopt a more cautious and insidious ambush strategy. Just as Caliph's ultimate technique, the death puncture, was poised to strike its target, a powerful hand suddenly grasped her wrist, halting her lethal blow entirely. When Zhao discerned the identity of that hand's owner, a chill surged through him, freezing him in place. Before him stood an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, adorned with round spectacles, and a beard intricately braided. The old man emanated an aura of decay and decline, yet his physique remained robust and imposing. This seemingly unremarkable elder possessed an identity that could send tremors throughout the entire ocean, for he was none other than the former fleet admiral of the Navy, Sengoku. "Ever since you were taken from me, I have been in search of your whereabouts. Little did I anticipate that while investigating your records at the G5 branch, you would reach out to me willingly. It seems heaven has bestowed upon me this opportunity to rectify my past errors." Sengoku's demeanor shifted from his usual amiable nature, his gaze towards Virgo now imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Zhao inwardly lamented his predicament. He had meticulously calculated that, given Smoker's character, he would undoubtedly rush to the punk hazard zone upon receiving news from him, neglecting to call for reinforcements from the Navy headquarters. However, what Zhao had not anticipated was that Sengoku happened to be present at the G5 branch and had consequently followed along. Moreover, judging by Smoker's expression, which mirrored his own astonishment, it was likely that this old man had stealthily concealed himself aboard Smoker's warship, slipping through undetected. Previously, Zhao had cunningly revealed the identity of the pirate spy Virgo to Sengoku, providing him with an opportunity for vengeance on behalf of his beloved subordinate, Razanandi. Yet, this old fool had utterly botched the situation. Despite successfully capturing Virgo, he failed to secure him, allowing Don Quixote da Flamingo the chance to orchestrate a rescue, thereby adding considerable trouble to Zhao's plans. Now, just when Zhao found himself in dire need of Sengoku's assistance, this old man had reappeared out of nowhere. In light of the current circumstances, no explanation could suffice. The only recourse was to engage in battle. At this moment, although Sengoku had officially retired and relinquished his position as fleet admiral, he appeared significantly aged, lacking the formidable presence he had commanded during the Marineford War when he had dealt a crushing blow to the Blackbeard pirates. Nevertheless, even in his twilight years, Sengoku remained a former fleet admiral, and in his prime, he was likely to have surpassed several marine admirals in strength. "You despicable scoundrel." Before Zhao could fully grasp the situation and devise a countermeasure, a sharp and melodious reprimand rang out beside him. It was none other than the colonel's sister, Tashiji, brandishing her katana, preparing to strike. In Tashiji's eyes, Li Zhao was merely a vile schemer, having set a treacherous trap to ensnare the once respected, yet now loathed Virgo, making him the ideal adversary for her as a Marine colonel. Li Zhao unzipped a pocket on his thigh and drew out Trafalgar Law's katana, swiftly sweeping aside Dasky's longsword. "Get lost. I have no time for your entanglements," he exclaimed, his mind in turmoil. "As a lady, you ought not to speak in such a manner." Chapter 111. Even old dogs have a few teeth faced with the persistent female swordsman. Li Zhao found himself unable to strike a lethal blow. Although Dasky, the younger sister of the admiral, had limited screen time and her abilities were rather lacking in the original anime, she was one of the few characters Li Zhao felt fond of. In the murky world of the Navy, she stood out like a pure white lotus, untouched by the filth surrounding her. While Rebecca, the gladiator girl from Dressrosa, evoked sympathy and pity, Dasky represented a more endearing, Navi charm. However, refraining from killing did not mean he could not wield his strength. After exchanging blows with Dasky several times, Li Zhao regained his composure and calmed his thoughts. Meanwhile, Sengoku was engaged in battle with Khalifa, seemingly intrigued by the fact that Virgo had also become a devil fruit user, possessing the powers of the Machi Machi no Mi, a fruit belonging to the World Destroyer. Don Quixote Walt. Sengoku, perhaps to observe his opponent, refrained from transforming into the towering golden Buddha, while Khalifa, with her enhanced capabilities, managed to keep pace. Yet nearby, Smoker, the smoke fruit user, appeared restless, ready to launch a surprise attack. "Do not disregard me." Dasky, sensing Li Zhao's distraction as his attention drifted to another battlefield, felt a profound sense of humiliation and intensified her assault, determined to fight him to the bitter end. If it weren't for the dire circumstances they found themselves in, Li Zhao might have relished the opportunity to play with this charming girl for a while. However, upon noticing Sengoku's ease in confronting the super-enhanced Virgo and the hint of disdain in the old man's gaze, Li Zhao became overwhelmed. Having little patience to waste time with Dasky, after being relentlessly pressured by the naive girl, Li Zhao finally lost his temper. "With such poor swordsmanship, you ought to retreat and practice diligently for several more years before emerging." With a commanding shout, Li Zhao's golden hair, seemingly animated by an unseen force, entwined itself into 6 slender, elongated golden arms, each gripping a blade fashioned from his own hair. This was the advanced application of the life restoration chi technique that Li Zhao had learned from the formidable ghost spider. Though swordsmanship was not his forte, it did not mean he lacked proficiency. On the contrary, his skills were derived from the elite swordsmen of the pirate world, such as the top-ranking vice admirals, Ghost Spider, and the noble pirate with unparalleled swordsmanship talent, Cavendish. Scythe Gale, 8-armed demon slash. Li Zhao's figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he stood behind a beautiful swordswoman. Without turning his head or acknowledging the motionless Dasky, he slowly sheathed his katana. The swordswoman maintained her stance, poised to strike, yet a smile crept across her lips, and 2 streams of warm tears cascaded down her round cheeks. She stifled a sob, her face etched with unwillingness and rising anger at her own inadequacy. As the sound of Li Zhao sheathing his sword echoed, Dasky collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. "Dasky, damn it, what have you done to her?" Upon realizing that his subordinate had inexplicably been taken out, the White Hunter, Smog, abandoned his resentful pursuit of his former superior, Virgo. His body transformed into a thick vapor and shot towards Li Zhao like a jet rocket. With swords clashing and staffs colliding, the long sword met the sea stone in a fierce confrontation. Smog's prowess indeed far surpassed Dasky's. His solid mastery of the 6 forms combined with the elusive nature of the smoke fruit allowed him to shift between solidity and intangibility with unparalleled fluidity, enabling him to launch attacks from any angle, rendering him almost ghost-like. Li Zhao's current configuration features Trafalgar Law as the core. While the exterior is comprised of the abandoned body of Khalifa, he possesses the abilities of both the Op-Op fruit and the Bubble fruit. Overall, he is not well suited for direct confrontations and head-to-head combat. Li Zhao's victory over the White Hunter was hardly a daunting task, however. When confronted with the formidable adversary possessing the powers of a natural-type fruit user, achieving a swift and decisive one proved to be a far more complex endeavor. Turning our attention to Sengoku and Khalifa, the aged Grand Admiral swiftly discerned the strengths and weaknesses of his opponent. It was no surprise that Khalifa, who could only amplify the powers of the Momo fruit to a mere 5-fold, stood little chance against the former wielder of the Momo fruit, the infamous World Destroyer Bondiwald, who had once harnessed its powers to a staggering 100-fold. Even he was subjected to a humiliating defeat at the hands of Sengoku. the Grand Admiral of the Navy. Califa's pride in her six-style martial arts was rendered nearly meaningless before Sengoku, whose mastery of technique, intellect, and physical prowess had reached an unparalleled zenith. In hand-to-hand combat, his strength was perhaps only second to that of the legendary Navy hero, Garp. Once Sengoku began to earnestly engage, Califa, clad in Virgo's skin, found herself unable to withstand the onslaught, her situation growing perilous after just a few exchanges. She could only rely on her augmented resilience, a result of her fusion with a half-fishman, to endure the battle, with complete defeat looming on the horizon. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Smoker remained entangled in his own struggles, and in his mounting anxiety, Li Zhao became increasingly erratic. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck in the chest by the tip of Smoker's weapon, the sea prism stone. Despite the cushioning provided by his ample layer of fat, the pain was excruciating. To make matters worse, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him, a consequence of the innate counteractive effect of the sea prism stone on those with abilities. Seizing the opportunity, Smoker expertly produced a pair of handcuffs, intending to restrain Li Zhao. Just then, a cannon blast echoed from a short distance away, a dark-hued cannonball hurtling towards Smoker's face. Typically, a natural-type user would be completely immune to such attacks. However, as the projectile approached, Smoker's haki alerted him frantically. The cannonball was enveloped in a formidable layer of armament haki, and should it connect, Smoker would not only face death but also disfigurement. In a moment of desperation, Smoker transformed into a dense smoke, dissipating from Li Zhao's side, only to reconstitute himself several meters away. "Who the hell is causing me trouble?" Smoker bellowed in fury, his gaze fixating on a figure emerging from the research facility. A scruffy young man with a green mohawk approached, moving with a peculiar gait, hunched over while emitting an odd bleating laugh. More bizarrely, his right forearm morphed into a gleaming cannon. This was none other than Bartolomeo, the user of the barrier fruit. And he was the unexpected backup that Li Zhao had strategically arranged. "Cannon sheep, go assist over there. Leave this smoky guy to me." Upon witnessing the timely arrival of reinforcements, Li Zhao's hopes were reignited, and his fighting spirit surged. The formidable artillery llama, armed with its powerful cannonballs and now possessing the ability of the barrier fruit, showcased impressive performance in both offense and defense. With its support, Califa could likely endure a while longer. Observing the artillery llama bleeding while conjuring a barrier shield with one hand and bombarding Sengoku with the cannon in the other, Li Zhao exhaled deeply, pressing a hand against his still aching chest, his gaze filled with malice gradually shifting towards the White Hunter. "Dead Smoker, your time is up." Chapter 112. Even old dogs have a few teeth. The abilities of those who wield natural-type devil fruits are typically categorized into two types. The first type consists of elements generated by their bodies, such as the meteoric projectiles released by the magma fruit user Akainu, or the flammable and explosive gas emitted by Caesar Clown. These elements are not directly linked to the user's corporeal form. Thus, even if the meteoric projectiles are destroyed or the gas is consumed, the user remains unharmed and unaffected. However, creating these elements does deplete the user's stamina and mental energy, so the stronger the individual, the greater the quantity of elements they can produce. Not everyone possesses the capability to conjure cataclysmic meteor showers or laser storms with such ease as Kizaru or Akainu. The second category involves the natural-type user, first elementalizing their body before extending and transforming it. For instance, Caesar is perpetually enveloped in swirling smoke, enabling him to float effortlessly in the air, and natural-type users can elementalize their bodies to dissipate damage when attacked. Since the user's body has been fundamentally transformed by the devil fruit, the elementalized form is essentially part of the user themselves, meaning that elementalization consumes little to no stamina. This is a favored method of combat among certain natural-type users, particularly those of lesser skill, such as the Smoker before Li Zhao. Every approach has its advantages and disadvantages. While bodily elementalization is effortless and powerful, the externalized elements are inherently tied to the user's form. Thus, when confronted with sea prism stone or an armed hockey user, the greatly expanded elemental body becomes the ideal target and punching bag. In this instance, Smoker transformed his entire lower half into a billowing white vapor resembling high-pressure steam, utilizing the resultant force to maneuver rapidly through the air, akin to a colossal white serpent encircling Li Zhao. In an instant, he created a smoke domain the size of a basketball court, within which visibility was utterly obscured, while Smoker could launch surprise attacks from any angle or position. Li Zhao found himself ensnared within Smoker's very essence, rendered powerless. This had been Smoker's invincible strategy during his reign in the East Blue. Regrettably, it is no wonder that he was once unbeatable. Now, however, he remains incapable of overcoming any challenger. Despite having traversed from the East Blue to the Grand Line for such an extensive period, his combat techniques have shown no sign of advancement. With a cold sneer, the golden hair atop Li Zhao's head stirred without wind, transforming like tentacles into a long braid several meters in length. Life returned, braid of thorns. This was the signature technique of the formidable Khalifa. As the golden whip entwined with the hockey of armament, it instantly turned a deep, lustrous black, resembling a steel cable. In the next moment, countless shadows of the whip emerged, enveloping every inch of space around Li Zhao. A series of muffled grunts resonated as Smoker, caught unawares, was struck by hundreds of lashes and awkwardly reverted to his human form. Bloodied and astonished, he gazed at Li Zhao and demanded, "This is Vice Admiral Spider's signature move. How did you?" "It was Lord Spider himself who taught me. He instructed me to eliminate the traitors within the Navy," Li Zhao replied casually, merely to disrupt Smoker's thoughts and throw off his combat rhythm. This little ruse proved unexpectedly effective against the impulsive and straightforward Smoker upon hearing Li Zhao's words. He immediately began to concoct various conspiracy theories, his movements becoming noticeably stiff. Seizing this opportunity, Li Zhao swiftly closed the distance, thrusting his hand into Smoker's chest. When he withdrew, he held a pulsating heart in his grasp. Surgical blade, heart extraction procedure. With the loss of his heart, Smoker instantly fainted, while Li Zhao, now in possession of his coveted prize, found little joy in his victory. It was for this very object that he had risked everything, only to inadvertently provoke the hidden powerhouse, Sengoku, rendering his efforts fruitless. Meanwhile, the cannon-laden alpaca and Khalifa were being pushed back by Sengoku's relentless assault. Clutching the heart, Li Zhao charged towards Sengoku, exclaiming, "Stop! Surrender immediately, or I shall crush Smoker's heart." Sengoku furrowed his brow and replied, "Is this the power of the surgery fruit? Quite peculiar. You little brats have managed to astonish me multiple times in a single day. What a headache! How is it that the seas are now filled with such troublesome youngsters? If you wish to act, then proceed. They are Navy soldiers, and since donning this uniform, they have prepared to sacrifice themselves for justice." Li Zhao spat with disdain. Indeed, he was a naval magnate who had navigated the seas for decades and would not be ensnared by such trivial ploys. As Li Zhao retracted the heart of a chain smoker, he also relinquished his last shred of hope. Shaking off his lethargy, he brandished his sword and long knife, charging towards Sengoku. It appeared that the disappearance of the ghost spider was intricately linked to you. Despite being besieged, Sengoku maintained an air of composure and ease. With a mere flick of his hand, he repelled Li Zhao's blades, then caught the formidable cannonball launched by the alpaca barehanded, tossing it directly at the face of Khalifa, who was poised to strike from the shadows. In a mere exchange, he dismantled the carefully orchestrated siege formed by the three of them. The old warrior's movements were not swift, nor did he employ any discernible techniques. However, Li Zhao and his companions resembled mischievous children pestering an adult, easily dismissed by his casual gestures. This approach would not suffice. A tactical shift was imperative. Among the trio, Khalifa, endowed with a half-fish physique and clad in Virgo's skin, possessed the strongest melee combat capabilities. Li Zhao decisively ordered her to confront Sengoku head-on while instructing the cannon alpaca to provide long-range support, dedicating himself to assistance. Thus, a scene unfolded on the battlefield. Just as Sengoku's fist was about to strike Virgo's vital point, the figure before him transformed into a green-haired rascal wielding a barrier shield. Sengoku, a man of remarkable prowess, would not be injured by the recoil of his own punch even when facing the barrier fruit for the first time. Yet, as he struck the shield and sensed something amiss, the green-haired rascal morphed into a statuesque blonde beauty. Before Sengoku could regain his composure, Li Zhao unleashed a meticulously charged 8-rush fist, the ultimate martial heel, propelling the old admiral back several steps, eliciting a muffled grunt from him. This marked the first instance of Sengoku displaying any semblance of disarray since the onset of the battle. This approach is indeed effective. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Zhao felt an immense surge of inspiration, instantly unleashing a torrent of bubbles, thereby resurrecting the classic tactics of the enhanced version of the White Hunter, Smoker. In Chapter 113, titled "Even Old Dogs Have a Few Teeth," under Li Zhao's command, the three figures within the ocean of bubbles continuously exchanged positions. Notably, the cannon-laden alpaca, endowed with both long-range assault and close combat defense capabilities, was utilized to its fullest potential by Li Zhao. The creature, without a second thought about its own combat strategy, merely activated its barrier shield and relentlessly fired projectiles. These formidable cannonballs, under Li Zhao's meticulous control, would inevitably target the visual blind spots of the old admiral, and the shield would certainly appear wherever it was most needed. The expression on Sengoku's face finally grew grave. His punches were no longer effortless, and he began to adopt defensive maneuvers. After all, Sengoku had aged. During the last Marineford War, he had acutely sensed the waning of his strength. Aside from initially putting on a show to assist his old friend Garp in reprimanding his grandson, he had only truly engaged in the latter stages of the battle when the Blackbeard pirates intervened, and even then, his efforts were fleeting, as his stamina was critically depleted. This prompted him to resign from the position of Fleet Admiral immediately after the war, despite being aware of the significant issues plaguing the Navy, including the uncertainty surrounding his successor. Sengoku was indeed aware that, as Fleet Admiral, he had not been particularly competent. During his tenure, the territories of several Emperor pirates had rapidly expanded, and even new formidable figures, such as Shanks, had emerged. In an effort to combat the four emperors, the world government had recruited the warlords of the sea, among whom were the treacherous Crocodile and Flamingo, who inflicted great harm upon the member states and ordinary citizens under the guise of their titles. Sengoku bore responsibility for these calamities. Moreover, although the Marineford War ended in a Pyrrhic victory, it cost countless lives, and even the Marine headquarters at Marineford was reduced to ruins in the flames of battle. Thus, it was not an exaggeration to label Sengoku's resignation as an act of taking responsibility for his failures. Upon relinquishing his heavy burdens, the signs of aging, which he had desperately concealed, became glaringly apparent. Sengoku's hair turned white overnight, wrinkles adorned his face, and his once commanding presence diminished drastically. In that moment, he fully comprehended that he, like Edward Newgate, who had been ravaged by illness and dragged his aging body into battle during the Marineford War, belonged to the same generation. If only I could turn back the clock by a decade, or even just 5 years, I would not be so cornered by these three youngsters. With a heavy sigh, the former admiral's gaze transformed into one of icy resolve, and at that moment, he finally became entirely serious. He unleashed a powerful palm strike. Despite Virgo's superior speed, he could not evade it, nor could he successfully engage his iron block. As a result, Sengoku's palm struck squarely against Virgo's chest, sending him flying back, blood spewing forth. Li Zhao was equally astonished. He had intended to utilize the positional exchange ability of the surgical fruit to switch the artillery llama activating the barrier with Calipha. However, he suddenly discovered that his powers were coincidentally in a momentary cooldown phase. This interval was exceedingly brief, so much so that even Trafalgar Law himself had not noticed that his skills also had a cooldown. It was the seasoned Admiral Sengoku who, after just a few exchanges, keenly observed this fact. The disparity in battle experience between the two was alarmingly vast. The opponent before him was not at all comparable to the mid-ranking officer, the Spider Demon, or the esteemed Cadre Diamante of the Don Quixote family. Instead, he faced a top-tier martial artist who had refined his mind, skill, and body to the utmost perfection. Even if Sengoku were not a devil fruit user, he was beyond what Li Zhao could contend with at this moment. Moreover, until now, Sengoku had yet to unleash the legendary Zoan-type mythical beast form of the human fruit, the Buddha form. Although the situation appeared bleak, Li Zhao refused to concede. He still had a chance. In this dire moment, he could no longer afford to hold back. The various unique attacks of the surgical fruit could not penetrate Sengoku's hockey defense, and conventional techniques were utterly ineffective against a powerhouse of Sengoku's caliber. The only path to potential victory lay in unleashing the ultimate techniques of the bubble fruit that he had meticulously crafted. With arms outstretched, palms facing each other, Li Zhao summoned an enormous black bubble, exceeding a meter in diameter, into existence before him. His muscles trembled, sweat cascading down his forehead, as this bubble seemed to drain a considerable amount of his stamina. As Li Zhao's arms gradually drew together, the colossal bubble began to shrink until it was no larger than a ping-pong ball, hovering beside him. He repeated this process, quickly generating dozens of black bubbles. With a swift motion of his arms, a swarm of these dark orbs surged towards Sengoku. The bubbles flew as if possessed, their speed not particularly rapid. Yet they relentlessly pursued their target. Sengoku, despite attempting to accelerate his movements, could not completely shake them off. Whenever he slowed, the peculiar black bubbles would wobble back into pursuit. In a moment of testing, Sengoku cautiously poked one of the black bubbles with his finger. In an instant, the bubble erupted violently, its force surpassing that of an ordinary explosion. Had Sengoku not been prepared, his finger might have been severed on the spot. The bubbles infused with powerful haki contained air compressed to the utmost degree. Truly, Admiral Sengoku was remarkable, instantly discerning the essence of this technique. Li Zhao could only smile wryly. However, mere understanding did not equate to having countered the attack. In fact, this technique was the ultimate move he had developed after thoroughly refining the abilities of the bubble fruit, pouring immense effort into its creation. These black bubbles, reinforced with a significant infusion of haki, greatly enhanced their hardness and flexibility, designed to contain the air compressed to its limits. Li Zhao then established the rules for their attack. Upon contact with the target, the bubble detonates instantaneously, releasing compressed gas and generating a supercavitation effect that obliterates all matter. Furthermore, due to the surrounding layer of armed haki, it poses a substantial lethal threat to any user of abilities, be they from the natural, superhuman, or animal categories, capable of even dismantling weapons forged from sea prism stone. Earlier, Li Zhao refrained from employing this tactic against Smoker, the smoky ghost, fearing that its destructive force might inadvertently harm the White Hunter. Confronted with these elusive, unshakable black bubbles, the old marshal furrowed his brow, experimenting with various methods. The stones he cast merely deflected the bubbles without triggering an explosion. It appeared that these bubbles could only detonate upon contact with a human target. Meanwhile, the golden-haired girl, hidden at a distance, tirelessly generated these bubbles, and whenever Sengoku attempted to close in on her to subdue her as a wielder of abilities, she would cunningly teleport, causing the elder to miss his mark. Chapter 114. Sengoku of Buddha. As the number of surrounding bubbles increased, Sengoku found the space to maneuver dwindling, and a moment's inattention could lead to being struck by these black bubbles. Even with both armed haki and an ironclad defense activated, he would suffer grievous injuries, as if these bubbles were crafted solely to shatter defenses. Frustration mounted within the old marshal, and just then, the oblivious traitor Virgo approached him. Sengoku deliberately feigned an opening, luring Virgo closer, then seized his chest and hurled the man forcefully towards the dense cluster of black bubbles. If these bubbles could not be avoided or evaded, then let me employ a spear against a shield. Virgo's body collided with the area of greatest concentration of the black bubbles. However, the harrowing scene Sengoku had anticipated failed to materialize. Instead, several black bubbles expanded exponentially, merging seamlessly to form a perfect cushion, absorbing the impact and allowing Virgo to lie on the ground unscathed. Li Zhao harbored a chilling smile within. He had devoted considerable effort to this yet unnamed bubble technique. The super-compressed air bubbles, infused with armed color haki, would only detonate upon contact with the body of Sengoku. The greater the opponent's defensive power, the more formidable the damage inflicted. Conversely, should they encounter non-combat targets like the Cannon Llama or Califa, the air cannon would transform into an optimal defensive assistance. As evidenced by the current situation, thus far, the technique's most significant drawback lay in the laborious and exhausting process of generating the super-compressed air cannon. Li Zhao had nearly depleted his stamina, and the bubbles he created could merely restrain Sengoku, lacking the decisive power to deliver a finishing blow. Furthermore, this technique bore a fatal weakness. If Sengoku were to wholly abandon his defenses, eschewing armed color haki or iron blocks, these bubbles would revert to mere bubbles, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Fortunately, in the heat of battle, it is exceedingly rare for anyone to undertake the reckless act of relinquishing all defenses. Alas, as the combat unfolded, facing the encroaching black super-compressed air bubbles, resembling a swarm of piranhas, the venerable Admiral Sengoku suddenly exhaled a deep sigh and remarked, "I must concede. In my years traversing the seas, there are but a handful who could force me into such a predicament. Yet those individuals, alas, I truly am growing old." Sengoku stood firm, seemingly having relinquished all resistance. However, Li Zhao could not afford to be so optimistic. Indeed, the golden radiance erupted suddenly from Sengoku's form, filling the space with an aura of majesty and destruction. The once seemingly indestructible black bubbles shattered upon contact with the golden light. Yet this was not the most terrifying aspect. Before the astonished onlookers, the former fleet Admiral Sengoku's body swelled abruptly, transforming into a colossal Buddha, standing several meters high and radiant with golden light. This represented the true form of the Hito no Mi, mythical Zoan, Buddha manifestation. The price of inciting my wrath. Can you little ones truly bear it? A commanding voice resonated throughout the skies as Sengoku locked onto his target. With a single, colossal hand descending from above, it aimed directly at Li Zhao's head. Before the hand even arrived, a golden shockwave enveloped an area of 100 meters, shattering everything upon the ground. Positioned at the epicenter of this golden shockwave, Li Zhao felt as if his body were on the verge of being torn apart. In that critical moment, he activated the power of his surgical fruit, swapping places with the artillery alpaca. The artillery alpaca, already prepared, had activated its transparent defensive barrier. Although the golden shockwave was formidable, it could not harm the artillery alpaca shielded beneath the barrier. However, Sengoku's colossal hand continued its descent. Following the shockwave, the hand pressed down upon the alpaca's barrier, driving both the creature and its shield deep into the earth. Once the hand of the golden Buddha retracted, a dark, bottomless pit remained on the ground, marked by the imprint of a hand. The fate of the artillery alpaca was shrouded in uncertainty. At that moment, despair enveloped Li Zhao's heart. Clutching the box that sealed the soul creature, home eyes, he hesitated, torn between unleashing the uncontrollable storm, Athena, in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, at that very instant, Khalifa, who had just completed her golden healing bubble treatment with Li Zhao, flickered and charged once more towards the golden Buddha. "Don't go and throw your life away. Come back." Li Zhao shouted loudly to stop her, yet Khalifa did not pause in the slightest. She merely turned her head, smiled at him, and gestured for him to leave quickly. In that instant, Li Zhao comprehended her intention. This woman was prepared to sacrifice herself to buy him a chance to escape. He thought to himself, "I am not so feeble as to rely on a woman's sacrifice to prolong my existence." Khalifa's actions severely jolted Li Zhao's fragile male pride. But before he could react, Khalifa, empowered by a 20-fold enhancement in attack, defense, and speed, charged towards the golden Buddha. With a decisive strike of the Six Styles' ultimate technique, the Six Kings gun, she aimed directly at the Buddha's chest. However, in the next moment, the magnificent and imposing figure of the golden Buddha vanished without a trace. Khalifa's lethal blow struck nothingness, and the immense backlash caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet, she had no time to tend to her injuries. She immediately activated Moonstep, ascending into the sky, desperately scanning the ground for the whereabouts of the golden Buddha. She refused to believe that such a colossal being could simply disappear into thin air. Khalifa's gaze swept across the area until it locked onto Li Zhao below. Upon meeting his eyes, filled with shock and fear, she suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to her, she had been enveloped in a shroud of shadow. Above Khalifa, suspended in midair, was the golden Buddha. In front of her, she resembled the Monkey King trapped within the grasp of the Tathagata, appearing so minuscule and insignificant. Mithraya's annihilation. Sengoku finally made his move, bringing his golden Buddha palms together in prayer. Trapped within the heart of those palms, Khalifa felt as though all her freedom had been stripped away. Quietly awaiting the moment when death would descend upon her, Li Zhao yearned for rescue, desiring to activate his ability and exchange positions with Khalifa. Yet he despairingly discovered that the surrounding space seemed utterly restricted. He could not even muster the strength to move a single finger. Li Zhao understood that it was not the Warring States period that had sealed the surrounding space and time, but rather the seemingly slow and solemn movements of the golden Buddha, which, in reality, had surpassed the limits of speed. Even Khalifa, who had activated a 20-fold speed enhancement, found herself unable to react in time, creating an illusion of excruciating slowness. The colossal golden hand, akin to an inescapable fate, finally came together in a prayer-like gesture. When it opened once more, Khalifa's body, as fragile as a butterfly crushed by a mischievous child, plummeted from the heights. Chapter 115. The Red Scabbard 9 Heroes. Li Zhao's eyes widened with urgency as he rushed forward, conjuring a vast cushion of bubbles to successfully catch the descending Khalifa. Ignoring the now human-shaped Sengoku, who was gasping for breath and watching intently, he swiftly unzipped Khalifa's jacket at her chest and pulled out the slender half-fishman youth within. He then immediately employed golden bubbles to administer emergency treatment. Khalifa's injuries were grievous beyond measure. Her internal organs were severely ruptured, nearly 80% of her bones lay shattered, and blood gushed from her body ceaselessly, with even her heart having ceased its rhythmic beat. Undoubtedly, she teetered on the brink of death, and it could be said that no physician in this world could save the life of the female spy. The sole glimmer of hope lay in the existence of the miraculous devil fruits, and Li Zhao possessed the surgery fruit and the bubble fruit, two of the most potent healing powers among them. He set to work, staunching the bleeding, realigning bones, reviving her heartbeat, and alleviating her pain. In a flurry of frantic movements, Li Zhao managed to elicit a miraculous response from the unconscious Khalifa, who finally expelled a stream of dark blood, restoring her breath and reigniting the rhythm of her heart. Could it be that this individual was indeed Virgo? Sengoku stood in stunned silence, his gaze fixed upon the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. Confusion etched upon his features. No, that cannot be. The aura emanating from him undeniably belongs to Virgo. I cannot mistake this essence. Yet what could this mean? Why does a youth reside within Virgo's body? Is this yet another manifestation of some bizarre and extraordinary fruit ability? Li Zhao wore a bitter smile. Karifa had been barely rescued at last. However, what was to be done now? He had expended his last ounce of strength during the healing process, and it appeared that his only option was to resign himself to fate. Yet, considering the nature of warring states, it was highly unlikely that they would be executed on the spot. Instead, they would probably be captured and sent to the impel-down prison. In that sense, perhaps it was not such a dire outcome after all. Li Zhao sought solace in his own thoughts, finding joy amidst suffering. He began to envision how he would navigate the treacherous city of Pushing, searching for the fabled paradise of the half-human, half-demon beings, and then regroup to seize an opportunity for escape. What on earth was happening here? Just as the warring states closed in, and Li Zhao resigned himself to capture, a stranger's voice suddenly pierced the air. The crowd turned to see three towering figures clad in eccentric attire, having appeared on the battlefield unbeknownst to anyone. Their garb was indeed peculiar, a stark contrast to the dominant Western medieval style of the pirate world. Yet, for Li Zhao, a traveler from another realm, their appearance was profoundly familiar. The high chignons, the flowing samurai robes, and the long swords resembling calligraphy brushes, it was unmistakably the attire of the samurai from Wano. These three fools had finally arrived, and indeed, their timing was impeccable. Upon seeing them, Li Zhao was overwhelmed with joy, for they were none other than the three members of the Kazuki clan's Red Scabbards, the fire-cutting samurai, Kinemon, the talented painter, Kanjuro, and the ninja, Reizo of the Mist. Their presence ignited a flicker of hope within Li Zhao. What had transpired here? Why was the situation so dire? My young master, no. My beloved son, where have you wretched individuals taken him? Despite the confusion, he noted that, in the original tale, only Kinemon was meant to appear. Yet now three Red Scabbards stood before him in punk hazard, pursuing the abducted heir of the Kazuki clan, the fated to die Momonosuke. They discovered chaos had already erupted, but their focus remained solely on the noble yet ill-fated young master. The warring states was utterly perplexed by the origins of these three figures, only able to surmise that they hailed from the reclusive land of Wano, disconnected from the outside world. Their motives and abilities remained a mystery. This, however, presented Li Zhao with a rare opportunity for a dramatic turnaround. Hey, noble warriors of Wano, are you in search of a young boy with a moonlit hairstyle? Li Zhao greeted warmly, his smile radiating joy. No sooner had his voice faded than three warriors from the land of harmony, like lightning, surged before him. The foremost among them was the fierce leader of the Red Sheath 9 heroes, Kaiji Nemon. With a brutish grip, he seized Li Zhao by the collar, lifting him off the ground and bellowing, "Woman, have you seen our young master? Speak forth all that you know." Li Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile as he pointed at the indecent hand on his chest. It was only then that Jin Weimin realized that his actions were not merely rude, but rather utterly lewd. Flustered, he hastily abandoned the blonde woman in his grasp, waving his hands in agitation. "I have been most uncouth, even towards the fairer sex. Such base conduct is inexcusable. I ought to commit seppuku and atonement. Yet I am burdened with a grave responsibility, and thus cannot indulge in such an act at present. I beseech you, inform me swiftly of my lord, nay, my son's whereabouts and his well-being." Despite his grandiloquent proclamations of righteousness, Jin Weimin's hands, which shielded his eyes, revealed a conspicuous gap through which he furtively peered at the blonde woman's ample bosom, betraying his lascivious nature. Li Zhao, naturally, would not quibble with the ally and cannon fodder that had presented themselves so conveniently before her. With an air of calm composure, she adjusted the collar of her garment to conceal any inadvertent exposure, and then, with a nonchalant demeanor, inquired, "Is it true that the child you claim was abducted was taken away by someone clad in such attire?" Sengoku had been silently observing, but upon hearing Li Zhao's words, his expression darkened gravely, for the individual she referred to was none other than himself, adorned in naval uniform. Previously, due to the treachery of the traitor Virgo, the Don Quixote family had audaciously masqueraded as the Navy, abducting numerous children from the surrounding island nations and delivering them to Punk Hazard for Caesar Clown's grotesque experiments in human gigantism. After learning of Virgo's betrayal, Sengoku had gleaned some awareness of the matter, recognizing its inextricable ties to the Navy. However, he had also been directly cautioned by the Celestial Dragons not to delve further into this case. Having endured oppression from the Celestial Dragons throughout his life, Sengoku, even in his old age and retirement, lacked the audacity to confront them. Yet, an undeniable sense of guilt lingered in his heart regarding those children. At this moment, being publicly accused by a victim's advocate, he found himself unable to voice a denial, fully aware that Li Zhao's accusation was a despicable ploy to frame him. The complex expression of guilt on Sengoku's face was perceived by Kinemon and others as an admission of guilt, inciting them to seethe with rage. "Should we eliminate this old man?" Kinemon fervently declared. "I assure you, you shall immediately be reunited with the child known as Momonosuke." In Chapter 116, titled SHTNTG, in a fit of agitation, Kinemon failed to notice that he had not actually uttered the name of the young master, Momonosuke. Nor did he ponder how Li Zhao had come to possess such knowledge. Only the artist of the supernatural, Shu Kanjir, caught a glimmer of suspicion in his eyes as he glanced at Li Zhao, yet he refrained from disclosing this information to his companions. Instead, he joined Kinemon and the ninja Rai-Eyes in charging towards the formidable Sengoku. Li Zhao harbored no fondness for the three members of the Red Scabbard Nine, particularly the ones before him. As a traitor among the Red Scabbard Nine, Blackleg Kinemon was somewhat understandable. However, as a master of subterfuge, he rendered all other spies in the pirate world mere apprentices in comparison. After all, it could be said that the 4 Emperor-level powerhouse, Kazuki Oden, met his untimely demise due to Kinemon's machinations. Had fortune not been so unkind, Kinemon's future accomplishments would likely have surpassed even that. Straying from the topic, Li Zhao's disdain for Kinemon and Reizo stemmed primarily from their excessive selfishness and their knack for pretense. Despite possessing the formidable strength capable of breaching the defenses of the 4 Emperor Kaido and inflicting genuine harm upon this most powerful being of land, sea, and air, these individuals consistently chose to bide their time and conceal their true capabilities. Even after forming an alliance with Monkey D, Luffy and his crew, they shamelessly accepted assistance while remaining passive onlookers during critical battles. For instance, during the Dressrosa conflict, their performance resembled that of mere fodder. In the face of the Buddha, Sengoku, Kinemon, and Reizo adhered to their habit of deliberately masking their strength, not to mention that Kinemon, originally a skilled artist, stubbornly insisted on using his less adept left hand for painting. The trio's fighting was utterly unremarkable, had Sengoku not felt a sense of guilt and intentionally held back. The battle could have concluded almost instantaneously from the very outset. Li Zhao held a vibrant red heart in his hand, his eyes filled with hesitation. This heart represented his final hope for a turnaround, yet the inherent risks loomed large, threatening his very existence. Should he falter? It would indeed be preferable for the warring states to seize him and send him to the city of advancement, for there would still be an opportunity for resurgence. Nevertheless, he ultimately resolved to act. What he required now was a moment that would allow him to gamble his future with a sense of security. It was time to spur these 3 lazy donkeys into action. Jin Wei Min, Lei Zong, listen closely. If you lose, that child will be confined in a secret prison, unknown to the world, with no chance of ever seeing daylight again. Without sustenance, he may only survive for a few more hours. You may continue to dally if you wish. As for you, Qin Shi Lang, if you prefer not to hear your true name, then draw with your right hand. And do so obediently. Li Zhao's menacing words undoubtedly played a pivotal role. Jin Wei Min, who was merely a fool masquerading as a sage, had no time for contemplation. He swiftly drew a second sword from his waist and unleashed his ultimate technique, the dual blade style of Yutian, his prowess multiplying manifold. The ninja, Mist of Reizang, also produced an enormous scroll, poised for action. However, it was the sudden transformation of Sudden Rain Kanjiro that was most striking. Li Zhao's earlier taunt struck at his very core. To claim that Li Zhao is unaware of his secret would be a notion Kanjiro himself could not fathom. Yet, he was astute enough to realize that Li Zhao had refrained from outright exposing him, indicating that there remained room for negotiation. The immediate priority was to eliminate the decrepit old man before him, as the stranger had suggested. With this thought in mind, Kanjiro erupted into a foolish laugh, exclaiming, "Ah? It turns out I've been drawing with my left hand all along. How could I have forgotten that I am not left-handed?" Such absurdity could only deceive the gullible. Fortunately, Kanjiro mused. I never imagined your artistry would be so remarkable. How could I have overlooked the fact that I am not left-handed? He credited the golden-haired woman for her reminder. Otherwise, he might never have noticed. Alas, it was fortunate that both Jin Weimin and Rei Zhang were fools. Even if a blade were to be placed at their throats, revealing that the man they had shared decades of camaraderie with was, in fact, their mortal enemy. The spy Black Charcoal Orochi who had orchestrated their Lord Kazuki Odin's defeat and death, they would remain in disbelief of this cruel truth. Nevertheless, once the trio ceased to conceal their abilities and fully committed themselves, the pressure on Sengoku intensified dramatically. Jin Weimin's dual swordsmanship rivaled the formidable 8-armed demon hand style of Vice Admiral Spider, while the peculiar ninja's various techniques, though lacking in lethality, rendered him elusive and vexatious. Yet, the most significant threat came from the red-haired, white-faced giant wielding a brush, who, by inscribing upon the ground, conjured an array of demons and beasts, launching an assault on Sengoku. Eliminating these painted fiends was not particularly arduous, yet the old marshal's greatest vulnerability lay in his frail, aged physique, which could hardly withstand a war of attrition. Each transformation into a colossal Buddha seemed to deplete his life force. In this moment, the overwhelming strength of his adversaries began to wear him down. He realized that if this continued, he would ultimately be forced to retreat in exhaustion. With a heavy sigh, the old marshal resolved to hold nothing back. The next instant, a resplendent golden light illuminated the world once more. What a magnificent and formidable sorcery this was, rivaling that of Kai and the serpent demon from the homeland. Faced with the sudden emergence of the golden giant Buddha, the warriors of Wano could only display expressions of shock and fury. The formidable presence of the Buddha from the Warring States period once again stirred within them the dread and resentment towards another being capable of transforming into a colossal dragon, Kaido. The beast. Sengoku had neither the stamina nor the inclination to indulge in their trivialities. With a swift strike of the heavenly Buddha palm, a golden shockwave instantaneously obliterated the monstrous legion painstakingly illustrated by Kanjiro over the course of half a day. Kanjiro himself, slightly slower to evade, was swept by the golden light upon his arm, resulting in a piercing scream as he retreated in haste. This creature is exceedingly powerful. We must withdraw. Despite the three retreating in haste, Sengoku, compelled to expend his very life force to unleash his ultimate technique, was driven by an indomitable fury. His enormous form surged towards them with an astonishing velocity. A fierce glint shone in Kanjiro's eyes as he fiercely struck his chest and spat a mouthful of blood onto his brush. The demon artist then fervently sketched a colossal masterpiece upon the ground. Arise and obliterate this fiend, the great demon, Shuten Doji. In the next moment, a towering figure, crimson as blood and adorned with twin horns, emerged from the painting, slowly rising from the earth, brandishing a kanabo as it aimed a vicious strike at the Golden Buddha. Chapter 117, Despicable Scoundrels. The Golden Buddha and the Blood-Red Demon engaged in a cataclysmic battle of giants in Punk Hazard. It must be acknowledged that the Red Scabbards, both in individual combat prowess and in their devil fruit abilities, were indeed exceptional, particularly Kinemon's brush fruit, which allowed him to manifest whatever he illustrated into reality. Moreover, the greater the artistry of the drawing, the more potent the resulting entity would be, a coveted ultimate ability for any artist or cartoonist. However, even the might of the great demon Shuten Doji, capable of reducing fortresses to rubble beneath its kanabo, paled in comparison to the former Admiral Sengoku, who descended like a deity. With a decisive palm strike, he unleashed a golden shockwave that obliterated Shuten Doji's upper half entirely. At this juncture, Sengoku, consumed by a bloodlust, paid no heed to whether the individuals before him were victims of abduction. After effortlessly annihilating the great demon, he unleashed another palm strike directly towards the Red Scabbards, causing golden light to erupt once more, akin to a falling star. Just as it appeared the three were destined to evaporate from existence, the previously unassuming Mist Ninja, Reizo, suddenly leaped high into the air, charging towards Sengoku's golden light. As onlookers anticipated his self-sacrifice, he shouted, "Receive this. Ninja art, scroll technique." A scroll, as large as a basketball court, materialized above them, intercepting Sengoku's golden shockwave. To everyone's astonishment, the shockwave struck the scroll directly, vanishing without a trace, as though a cow had plunged into the sea. As Sengoku's technique waned, Reizo called out once more, "Ninja art, scroll technique, causality reversal." The scroll, which absorbed the golden shockwave, darted toward the Buddha of War like a sinuous serpent, entwining itself around the golden figure. As Rei Zhang formed the necessary hand seals, the scroll erupted with a ferocity that returned the absorbed shockwave back to the Buddha of War, unaltered. No matter how formidable his defenses were, the Buddha could not withstand the harm inflicted by his own essence. Struck by the shockwave at close range, the colossal golden figure stumbled, swaying precariously. On the brink of collapse, the red scabbard trio erupted in cheers, believing their assault to be effective, yet they gravely underestimated their opponent, the Buddha of War. It was vital to remember that at his peak, even the fearsome Kaido, who plunged the entire land of Wano into chaos, had been imprisoned by him multiple times. The towering Buddha before them, despite showing signs of age and fatigue, was not to be disdained by mere rabble. Suddenly, the golden giant's eyes emitted radiant beams of light, and a magnificent halo appeared behind him. With a thunderous stomp of his foot, the golden Buddha summoned a localized earthquake, shattering the ice beneath the red scabbard trio and launching them into the air. The Buddha of War bellowed, "100 arms, Tathagata." His arms danced, conjuring hundreds of illusory limbs that resembled a 1,000-handed Buddha. Countless golden fists, some clenched, others snapping, some striking, and others slicing, descended upon the trio like meteors. Rei Zhang's ability could only absorb incorporeal entities such as flames, water, golden light, and smoke, leaving him powerless against the tangible fist of the Buddha. Though black carbon Kinemin no longer concealed his strength, he had expended all his stamina and spirit in creating the red giant demon, SHTN, and could only await his fate. Only Kinemin, the leader of the Red Scabbard Nine, found renewed vigor. With a resounding shout, he unleashed the imperial swordsmanship he had clandestinely learned from his lord, Kazuki Odin, executing the Odin's two-sword style, 10 punches of the Peach Garden in a desperate resistance. Wielding dual swords imbued with armament haki, he unleashed a rapid cross slash, the cross slicing through the air like a shooting star toward the golden giant. The golden hands and the cross-shaped sword energy collided in midair, generating a shockwave that momentarily held them in a stalemate. However, the difference in power was undeniable. The dignity of an imperial-level warrior was not to be trifled with, and ultimately, the radiant sword energy was overwhelmed by the golden shadows. With their protection stripped away, the red scabbard trio was completely engulfed by the golden fists. As the dust settled, they lay unconscious in a bottomless pit created by the impact. The Buddha of War, having regained his human form, stood nearby, panting heavily. His once pristine white hair was now completely disheveled, and his appearance seemed to have aged several years in an instant, resembling a flickering candle nearing its end. Where had these three warriors from Wano emerged? Their strength was hardly inferior to that of the weaker warlords of the sea. Curse it, this battle has left me utterly bewildered. But where has that instigator vanished to? At this moment, Sengoku realizes that the golden-haired female spy, the sole individual privy to the identities of the three warriors from Wano, and crucially aware of the mysterious woman concealed within Virgo, is nowhere to be found. Even amidst the fray, Sengoku had maintained a degree of vigilance, constantly monitoring for any signs of escape amid the chaos. Should the golden-haired woman have stealthily entered the research facility on the mountain or fled to the pirate ship upon the lake, it would not have evaded his keen senses. The boy with horns still lies on the ground, alongside the lifelike visage resembling Virgo. It stands to reason that the woman has not strayed far. As Sengoku scans his surroundings, he is suddenly seized by a wave of suffocation, as though the very air around him has become a vice. Though his body is weary to the brink of exhaustion, such a sensation should not befall him. Gasping for breath, he inhales deeply. Yet the influx of air only intensifies the choking feeling, his chest ablaze as if scorched by coals. No. Is this poisoning? Someone lurks in the shadows, plotting against me. The astute Sengoku realizes, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light as he activates his observation haki to locate the assailant. Cowardly scoundrel. Reveal yourself. Sengoku's formidable three-color haki swiftly locks onto the hidden foe. He swings his palm towards a nearby spot, and as the gust of energy travels, the fabric of space begins to warp and distort, revealing a figure who transitions from transparency to clarity. It is none other than the previously missing golden-haired woman. In Sengoku's eyes, her form appears as though composed of colored gas, shrouded in swirling mist, constantly morphing in the island's cold winds, both illusory and real. Undoubtedly, this woman is the source of his suffocation. Indeed, she is Li Zhao. He has discerned that, despite the prowess of the Red Scabbards, they ultimately cannot subdue Sengoku. His only opportunity for a turnaround lies in the heart of Caesar Clown, a heart imbued with the powers of the nature-type gas fruit. Chapter 118. The Fruits of Battle. Li Zhao, having analyzed previous human experiment data, discovered that transplanting a second heart from a different category of ability user into an empowered individual has a relatively high success rate. Although this procedure imposes significant strain on the body, it undeniably allows one to simultaneously possess two distinct fruit-based superpowers. Much like the infamous Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, who transformed from an ordinary pirate sailor into one of the four emperors of the New World after acquiring the powers of two devil fruits. This method presents the quickest avenue to enhance one's strength. Three types of devil fruits cannot coexist within a single entity. As an individual of the paramecia type, Li Zhao, aside from the Zoan-type devil fruits, has access to the Heart of Smoker, the White Hunter of the natural type, and the still fruit form Mara Maranomi. Although Caesar's gas fruit is not the sole option, it stands out as the optimal choice. Crucially, it is only through leveraging certain characteristics of the gas fruit that Li Zhao can turn the tide and defeat Sengoku. At this moment, having transplanted the heart of the natural type gas fruit, Li Zhao initially utilized the transparent nature of air to elementalize his body and stealthily approach Sengoku. He then activated his modified version of the true void world. The essence of this lethal technique is rather simple. It replaces all the oxygen within the range of his ability with colorless and odorless poison gas. Suffocation combined with poisoning would have led a regular person to death several times over. It is indeed astonishing that Sengoku is still capable of movement and speech at this juncture. However, this is where it ends. As long as one is alive, they cannot escape the necessity of oxygen. The aged Sengoku is already exhausted and severely depleted, his body now laden with toxins and deprived of oxygen. The end is an inevitable conclusion. Yet, as a formidable figure, the Buddha Sengoku retains the strength for one final strike. Despicable person, even in death, I shall bring you to justice. Remarkably, Sengoku, in such a dire state, still managed to launch a punch at Li Zhao. His martial prowess has long transcended the six styles, and with this last effort, even in human form, he could easily obliterate a powerhouse of the warlord level. However, one cannot help but note that his error lay in granting Li Zhao ample preparation time. Facing Sengoku's ultimate attack, Li Zhao stood firm, unyielding. With a mere snap of his fingers, countless ribbons emerged from the floating snow, ensnaring Sengoku like a serpentine embrace, rendering him utterly immobile. The mummified Sengoku attempted to struggle, but these gossamer-thin ribbons were, in fact, crafted from the same full-scale steel plating used for battleship armor, layered thickly enough that only by transforming into the Golden Buddha could he possibly break free. Yet, at this moment, he lacked the strength to do so. Moments later, as he watched the golden-haired woman slowly insert her hand into his chest, the former fleet admiral of the Navy, Buddha Sengoku, despairingly closed his eyes. Grasping the slowly pulsating heart of Buddha, Li Zhao collapsed to the ground, feeling as though all strength had drained from him. Though his body felt feeble, his emotions were profoundly complex. In this battle, he achieved what could only be described as a true miracle, triumphing over a formidable royal adversary that seemed insurmountable. However, if time were to rewind and Li Zhao could make a different choice, he would undoubtedly refrain from engaging in such a reckless endeavor. This conflict was rife with fortuitous elements: the Virgo's human skin coat, empowered by the Momo fruit, the unexpected intervention of the Red Scabbard trio, and the successful transplantation of the gas fruit heart. All these factors were indispensable. Even so, had it not been for Sengoku's decline from his zenith as the Buddha of the Warring States, the outcome could have easily tipped toward defeat. Regardless, the greater the sacrifice, the more substantial the reward. In this battle, Li Zhao not only acquired the heart of a natural smoke fruit user, essential for his human experimentation, but also unexpectedly obtained the heart of Sengoku in his formidable Zoan-type, mythical beast form, a boon he had scarcely dared to dream of. Just as he reveled in the euphoria of victory, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his chest. Within him, two hearts throbbed violently, akin to fierce combatants striving to vanquish one another and claim supremacy. Each heartbeat inflicted unbearable agony upon Li Zhao. There could be no further delay. The experiment needed to commence immediately. On board the dreadnought Solaro, the battle neared its conclusion. The architect of this operation, Don Quixote da Flamingo, had undoubtedly emerged as the ultimate victor. The vast majority of adversaries had fallen to him, his family members, and the forces he had assimilated from the dreadnought Solaro, subsequently transformed into forgotten playthings by the special officer Sugar. Even the notorious Capone Beach, with his ties to the Yonko Big Mom and the enigmatic hunter Katarina Devon, affiliated with the Yonko Blackbeard, Along with the former allies of the Yonko Kaido, the Flying Six members were swiftly dealt with due to their knowledge of Doflamingo's numerous secrets. Once transformed into toys, their respective Yonko would soon forget their existence and would not seek retribution from the Knight Yasha. However, in this moment, Doflamingo found little reason to smile. Despite a resounding victory, he had failed to capture the most elusive fox, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Zhao. A citywide search had persisted for 3 entire days, yielding no results. That man seemed to have vanished from the island fortress known as the City of Eternal Night. And even the renowned Zhao, familiar with the dreadnought Solaro, had come up empty-handed in his search. Finally, with a soft sigh, Doflamingo lifted the birdcage's confinement. Doflamingo, is this truly the right course of action? Our operation must remain confidential, voiced his most trusted subordinate, Treble. It matters not, Doflamingo replied. The Revolutionary Army's relations with the other emperors of the sea are fraught with tension, and even if Zhao were to escape and disclose the events that transpired here, who would believe the words of a revolutionary? Even he, after losing the memories of his companions, might find it difficult to comprehend the events that have transpired here. What weighs heavily on my mind is a foreboding sense that something far worse has occurred than our inability to locate that rascal Zhao. Could it be that the artificial devil fruit factory in Dressrosa has encountered a calamity? Torbol exclaimed, recalling that during their last theft, they lost a long-time comrade of several decades. Hearing Doflamingo's ominous premonition, he instinctively feared that their stronghold had once again been compromised. However, the place is currently under the vigilant watch of Pika, who is nearly invincible in the resource-rich Dressrosa. How could they possibly face defeat? No, the factory is unharmed. I have previously confirmed this through the transponder snail. Doflamingo immediately refuted his companion's speculation, yet his countenance grew increasingly grim. However, after I recently dismantled the birdcage, I attempted to reach Monet, yet she has yet to answer the call. Chapter 119, The World in Shock. The Triple Fruit Ability User. Monet is an exceedingly rare type in the pirate world, dependable and practical, devoid of any eccentricities. Her complex emotions towards Doflamingo, interwoven with respect, trust, admiration, and even a faint hint of affection, elevate his status in her heart to an exalted position. It is not an exaggeration to say that even if Doflamingo jested for her to perish in 3 seconds, she would not hesitate for a moment, never allowing her life to extend beyond 4 seconds. For such a woman to disregard Doflamingo's urgent communication suggests only 2 possibilities. Either Monet has met her demise, or she has been completely stripped of her freedom. While Monet herself may not weigh heavily on the formidable Doflamingo's mind, the disappearance of the wicked scientist Caesar Clown, whom Monet was tasked with monitoring and assisting, directly impacts the production of the crucial material for artificial devil fruits. Sad. This is a direct assault on the very lifeblood of the Don Quixote family. The transaction with the Yonko Kaido is a critical step in the Don Quixote family's expansion plan, fraught with peril, its significance rivaling that of usurping the throne of Dressrosa. Any leak regarding the usurpation plan could prompt a naval onslaught, while any issues with the production of artificial devil fruits would invoke Kaido's wrath, leading to an all-out war between the 2 formidable factions, potentially obliterating Doflamingo's years of hard work. This is an unbearable agony that the Knight Yasha cannot withstand. Inform the helmsman of the Thousand Sunny to adjust the course towards Punk Hazard. I intend to uncover who has been persistently causing me trouble. The individual who has been a source of immense frustration for the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo now finds himself in a precarious situation. Indeed, I speak of Zhao. The sudden assault during the War of the Gods has not only inflicted severe losses upon Punk Hazard, but has also compelled Zhao to hastily undergo a transplantation of a Logia-type devil fruit heart, resulting in the imminent threat of cardiac rejection. The sole remedy to this predicament lies in the transplantation of a Zoan-type devil fruit heart, thereby achieving an ultimate balance among the 3 types. However, this is far from a straightforward endeavor. Merely implanting a heart into one's chest is not a trivial task. Zhao is not Blackbeard Teach, and unaware of the secrets hidden within his body. He can only rely on the power of the surgical fruit, gradually exploring it himself. This endeavor necessitates a vast amount of data from human experiments, which explains why he is willing to take immense risks by provoking the Navy headquarters, ultimately attracting the White Hunter Smoker. Indeed, while the world of pirates is rife with devil fruit users, those with natural abilities are exceedingly rare. Zhao has knowledge of only 11 types, half of which belong to either the Navy admirals or the 4 emperors and 7 warlords, individuals he currently cannot confront, let alone eliminate. Fortunately, he has now gathered the research materials at his disposal, awaiting the implementation of the surgery to unravel the mysteries contained therein. The question then arises as to whom he should perform the transplant on. From Monet, who has become a vegetable, it is evident that neither Trafalgar Law's soul-switching abilities nor Li Zhao's jacket fruit powers can affect users of dual or triple types. In other words, if he randomly chooses a subject for the surgery, and if it succeeds in creating a triple-type devil fruit user, Li Zhao may inadvertently forge a formidable adversary or a mere shell, with Monet standing as a prime example. Thus, even in the pursuit of human experimentation, it would be prudent to select a subject from among his own. Li Zhao first thought of Khalifa, undoubtedly the best choice, as she had been his longest-serving secretary since his arrival in this world. However, despite having been rescued with great effort, her injuries were grievous and harrowing. Even after undergoing both internal and external treatments from the surgery and bubble fruits, she would still require a significant period of recuperation, much like Monkey D. Luffy after the war at Marineford. Additionally, she was a soul transmuter, having occupied the body of the merman youth, Deringe, which might pose unforeseen risks. As Li Zhao grappled with his dilemma, a bleating sound from nearby startled him. A white figure leisurely strolled past him. It was the divine beast he had whimsically named Cannon Llama. Previously, it had been struck into the ground by Sengoku. Yet thanks to the protective abilities of the barrier fruit, it emerged relatively unscathed. Its true form was that of a formidable steel cannon. And after consuming the Zoan-type alpaca fruit, it had transformed into a living entity. When it came to robust constitution and tenacious vitality, few creatures could rival this one. Resolute in his decision, Li Zhao summoned the unfortunate divine beast and secured it to the operating table. Then, under the perplexed gaze of the Cannon Llama, he commenced a transformative surgical procedure that would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire pirate world. Li Zhao first produced 2 pulsating hearts, ensconced in translucent jelly. One belonged to the smoke fruit user, Smoker, while the other was the heart of the Momo fruit, belonging to the crimson-hearted Virgo. Previously, Khalifa, clad in Virgo's guise, had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Sengoku, enduring the brunt of the formidable Buddha Sengoku's attacks. Ultimately, she fell victim to an ultimate move, the Methreya, the Annihilation, which had never been depicted in the original anime. Despite Li Zhao's utmost efforts to save Khalifa's life, he could only manage to preserve her existence. As for Virgo, who had transformed into a human skin coat, he too had suffered injuries identical to Khalifa's and was on the brink of death. Li Zhao, drained of strength to rescue him, was left with no choice but to extract the heart imbued with the power of the Momo fruit in a last-ditch effort to salvage it as a resource. The 2 hearts were simultaneously transplanted into the cannon alpaca. At first, it stood still, then immediately contorted its features in agony, evidently. Even with the concurrent transplantation of 3 different hearts, a vehement rejection response ensued. This reaction was entirely justifiable, as this was not the conventional method of utilizing a devil fruit. Li Zhao, with a calm demeanor, activated the surgical domain room and employed his X-ray vision to scrutinize the internal condition of the alpaca. As anticipated, the blood vessels and nerves associated with its heart were in complete disarray, resulting in a relentless conflict among its 3 hearts. Li Zhao endeavored to untangle the intricate network of blood vessels within the brain using his medical knowledge. However, this was no simple task. After all, the vascular pathways of an individual with a single heart differ markedly from those of one with 3 hearts. Without a reference point, a comparative subject, Li Zhao suddenly recalled that he had an ideal reference object at hand. He commanded the Centaur Brigade to immediately transfer Monet, whose surgical procedure had only been partially completed. Although this woman had deliberately sought death, exhibiting no will to survive and resulting in her vegetative state, her triple heart transplant surgery had been fundamentally successful. By contrasting her with the divine beast, a connection to the correct bloodline could undoubtedly be discerned. Thus, Li Zhao simultaneously conducted 2 surgeries. One moment relocating a blood vessel from Monet's body, and the next severing a nerve from the alpaca's heart to connect elsewhere. The operation persisted for nearly 6 hours, during which Li Zhao encountered numerous detours. However, it was fortunate that he possessed both the surgical fruit and the bubble fruit, a golden combination that could forcibly resurrect even those who had just expired. Therefore, even in the face of errors, timely corrections could be made. Eventually, the procedure concluded without catastrophic incidents. Upon leaving the operating table, Drenched in sweat, Li Zhao heard the resounding roar of the cannon alpaca. With a thunderous explosion, its body transformed into a thick plume of smoke, vanishing from the surgical table, only to reassemble midair. The divine beast, the grass mud horse, seemed somewhat unaccustomed to its newfound abilities, rolling through the air and careening wildly. However, due to the passive elemental transformation characteristic of the natural type, each time its body collided with a solid object, it would automatically dissipate into a cloud of white smoke, mitigating the impact. Artillery alpaca. Test the power of your Momo fruit. Li Zhao, suppressing his excitement, called out loudly. Upon hearing this, the artillery alpaca, from the other side of the window, aimed at a distant peak and let out a bizarre cry, releasing a jet-black, perfectly round cannonball. The speed of this projectile was astonishing, evidently several times faster than that of the cannonballs previously launched by the divine beast. Admiral Kazuru often remarked, speed is synonymous with destructive power. Yet, the marvel of this new cannonball did not end there. During its flight, the size of the projectile continually increased, from the original volleyball size to an immense diameter akin to that of a round table. With just a single shot, indeed, merely one shot, it obliterated the summit of the mountain. This spectacle not only astonished Li Zhao, but also profoundly shocked the cannon alpaca itself. The capabilities of the natural type smoke fruit granted it unparalleled agility, defensive strength, flight capability, and disruptive potential. Meanwhile, the superhuman Momo fruit's amplification abilities, applied to the cannonballs it launched, created a matchless synergy, an exquisite pairing. Envision a future where cannonballs, enveloped in hockey and further augmented in speed, weight, volume, and even hardness, unleash their formidable might. The World Destroyer body walled once obliterated an entire island with a single shot, erasing it from the maps entirely. The destructive power, akin to that of a nuclear bomb, is perhaps paralleled only by the abilities of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. In Li Zhao's understanding, the greatest potential of a user possessing abilities from 3 distinct devil fruits does not lie in the mere accumulation of formidable powers, but rather in the pursuit of the optimal combination. By judiciously merging the powers of the 3 types, one can craft a truly exceptional wielder, one that approaches perfection, if not achieves it. In this regard, the Cannon Llama undoubtedly stands as Li Zhao's most exquisite creation, having ascended to the status of a genuine divine beast. The substantial enhancement in strength has rendered the divine beast llama inexpressibly elated. However, the recent discharge of its cannon seems to have exhausted a considerable amount of its energy. After a brief spell of playful antics, the Cannon Llama eventually returned to Li Zhao's side, nuzzling him with its fluffy head, seemingly wishing to express its gratitude towards its master in this endearing manner. Li Zhao took the opportunity to meticulously examine his body, repeatedly confirming that no lingering hazards remained, which ultimately put his mind at ease and signified the resounding success of the trifruit grafting procedure. However, as soon as he relaxed, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his chest, his 2 hearts beating like drums in a cacophony. There was no time to delay. The longer he waited, the greater the risk of detrimental repercussions for his health. With this thought in mind, Li Zhao summoned the zipper of his jacket fruit ability, pulling it open to reveal the death surgeon Trafalgar Law, who slowly emerged from within him. Li Zhao and he exchanged a knowing glance, devoid of words. For Li Zhao understood precisely what he wished to convey. During their fusion, Li Zhao imposed no restrictions on Luo's consciousness, granting him the freedom to share his senses at any moment, to observe and comprehend his actions and insights. Through this method of experiential learning, Luo not only mastered numerous physical techniques and combat skills from Li Zhao, but he also successfully grasped various innovative applications of surgical fruits. Among these, the most invaluable was the trisystem fruit transplantation surgery that Li Zhao had just performed. The value it possesses is truly beyond description. Even when compared to the legendary immortality-enhancing surgical procedure, it seems to hold its own. However, the true reason Li Zhao chooses to separate from the fusion at this moment is that the transplantation surgery for the trisystem fruit cannot be performed on oneself. In other words, if Li Zhao wishes to implant the heart of the remaining 3rd animal system fruit user into himself, he must have a surgical fruit user assist him in the procedure. The only viable candidate for this task is undoubtedly Luo, who resides within his body. After careful consideration, Li Zhao ultimately decides to select the heart of the Great Buddha from the Warring States period. Although the strongest among animal systems is undoubtedly the mythical beast type, and within that, the most formidable is the son of the plain, Luffy from the Straw Hat Pirates, who awakened into the true form of the animal-type mythical beast. The gum-gum fruit in the form of the sun god Nika. However, this fruit conceals many unknowns. It remains uncertain whether there are any costs or dangers associated with its use. Most crucially, there is the concern of whether the consciousness of the previous Nika would dominate him. Li Zhao does not wish to become a mere puppet for someone else's resurrection. Furthermore, the primary reason for his urgency is that the Straw Hat crew is still unaware of their current whereabouts, and the whereabouts of that foolish Luffy remain unknown. While Li Zhao's body cannot afford to wait that long. In fact, Li Zhao has another seemingly good option, which is the artificial devil fruit he salvaged from the depths of the Punk Hazard Research Facility, buried beneath a pile of waste. This fruit is not one of the defective products created by Caesar Clown. Its creator is the super genius of the pirate world, Dr. Vegapunk, who surpassed contemporary knowledge by 500 years. Years ago, he utilized the blood of the Yonko Kaido to create this artificial devil fruit. Although Vegapunk claimed to the world government that the experiment was a complete failure, the original storyline suggests that the animal-type mythical beast, fish fruit in the Azure Dragon form, appears indistinguishable from the genuine article. In the original story, Kinemon, who consumed this fruit, not only did not exhibit the bizarre side effects characteristic of Caesar's creations, but was also able to seamlessly switch forms. After forcibly accelerating his growth using the ripe fruit S ability, he perfectly replicated most of Kaido's powers, such as transforming into a giant dragon and manipulating flame clouds. Chapter 121, The Perfect Body. The animal-type devil fruit, mythical beast-type, Azure Dragon form, is one of the rarest among known animal-type devil fruits. Second only to the sun god Nika form, and undeniably powerful, thus capturing Li Zhao's interest. However, much like the gum-gum fruit, which has been a plot point for decades in the original anime, and was recently resolved, this fruit also harbors numerous concerns. Firstly, regardless of Vegapunk's extraordinary capabilities, the reality remains that this artificial fruit may conceal some unspeakable side effects or defects. Li Zhao has a vague feeling that he wishes to reserve this fruit for someone of great importance to him, someone who is also highly suited for it. Yet, he has unfortunately forgotten who that person is, undoubtedly due to that cursed childish fruit user. Contemplating this matter only fuels his frustration. Fortunately, Li Zhao has glimpsed a glimmer of hope for retribution, embodied in the heart of the great Buddha he possesses, neither underestimating himself nor deliberately putting on airs. As a transmigrator, Li Zhao harbors no confidence in his combat talents. He was born under the red flag and grew up in an era of peace, having hardly engaged in any fights before his transmigration, a quintessential homebody. Had it not been for the jacket fruit granting him an advantage after his arrival, he would likely struggle against even the most ordinary of NPCs, let alone challenge the 4 emperors or the 7 warlords of the sea. Although merging allows him to acquire the combat techniques and experiences of others, imitation has its limits, much like how Morong Fu, despite mastering various techniques, could never match the prowess of the formidable Xiao Feng, who ruled with sheer physical strength. Facing the true emperor-level powerhouse, Sengoku the Buddha has deepened Li Zhao's understanding of this limitation. When Sengoku wreaked havoc, despite possessing a multitude of profound body techniques, he found himself without the qualifications to confront him directly, relying instead on Khalifa to engage head-on while he hid behind, providing support and resorting to cunning tactics. To be candid, it was far from manly. Reflecting on the battle, Li Zhao felt a flush of embarrassment. A desire to alter this situation arose, yet whether through merging with others or transplanting the hearts of 3 demonic entities, such methods merely scratched the surface of a deeper issue. At best, they might elevate him to a position of power, but to truly traverse the world with unrestrained freedom would be nothing short of a delusion. After all, the original anime from which Li Zhao had traversed was yet to reach its conclusion. Beyond the officially introduced figures like the 4 emperors, 7 warlords, and 3 admirals, there loomed the enigmatic figures of the celestial dragons, including the mysterious Imsama, the 5 elders, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, and the brilliant scientist Vegapunk. Additionally, the ancient weapons of catastrophic power, Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus, along with a myriad of unresolved mysteries and shadowy manipulators, remained shrouded in secrecy. In this future world, should Li Zhao wish to live a tranquil life, he would either need to hide away in seclusion or undergo a profound transformation, embarking on the path of supremacy to truly ascend to the pinnacle of the world. The crux of this metamorphosis lay within the pulsating heart he possessed, the Zoan-type human fruit, mythical beast form, which allowed its wielder to become a colossal golden Buddha. capable of unleashing formidable shockwaves. Yet, its true effect was to bestow upon the consumer the strength, wisdom, and spirit akin to that of the Buddha. Merging a gargantuan physique with an astute mind and unparalleled skills, thus transforming oneself into the ultimate being of heart, body, and technique. Indeed, therein lay the key, to grant the consumer powers comparable to the Buddha's, enabling a harmonious amalgamation of spirit, body, and skill. If Li Zhao's recollections were accurate, then this Buddha form could very well facilitate his rebirth, achieving a sublime elevation of mind, technique, and body. Lying on the operating table, Li Zhao closed his eyes, surrendering all to the capable hands of the surgeon, Trafalgar Law. The adage "distrust those who are untrustworthy, trust those who are trustworthy" held true. Since the heart transplant required another fruit user to perform the surgery, he had no choice but to place his complete faith in Law. Of course, Li Zhao was not one to trust just anyone. Through the original plot, he had garnered a profound understanding of Law's character. This individual, though ambitious to reach the pinnacle of the world, possessed a strong sense of loyalty and principles, refusing to betray allies for trivial gains. This was sufficient for trust. Observing Law, who lay quietly on the surgical table, seemingly unperturbed by his own criminal undertakings, one could discern the complexity of emotions on Law's face: hesitation, confusion, and struggle. Had Li Zhao opened his eyes to witness this scene, he would likely have found it difficult to remain at ease. After an arduous surgery lasting a full 6 hours, despite having 2 successful precedents, Law emerged utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground in a state of near exhaustion as soon as the operation concluded. Li Zhao sat up, his palms clenching and relaxing as he quietly contemplated the changes in his body. After a period of introspection, he finally confirmed that the surgery was remarkably successful, perhaps even surpassing the 2 previous operations he had completed. The 3 hearts had seamlessly integrated with his body, as if it were a natural state of being. After all, compared to himself, a self-taught practitioner, Luo was a true world-class surgeon. Go take a look in the mirror. Upon hearing Luo's peculiar tone, Li Zhao hurried to the dressing mirror, and in the next moment, he was utterly taken aback. Reflected in the glass was a face that was strikingly unfamiliar, not that of the unfortunate Kelly Vancour, whose life he had overtaken, nor the fabricated visage of an Eastern mystical warrior he had previously conjured using his life force. The person before him appeared to be a fusion of the youthful warring states, Caesar Caron and Kelly Vancour. The figure in the mirror stood nearly 3 meters tall, boasting a physique reminiscent of the naval admirals Akiji and Kizuru, with long, flowing black hair. From this young visage, one could discern the composed solemnity of the warring states, the cunning intelligence and arrogance of the mad scientist Caesar Caron, and the ruthless, sly nature of the professional assassin Kelly Vancour. While not conventionally handsome, the overall appearance was striking, and the more Li Zhao gazed, the more appealing it became, especially as he faintly recognized traces of his former self before his journey through time. While I performed the surgery, it seems your body was also undergoing self-adjustments. I did my utmost to steer these changes in a favorable direction, hoping that the master of Qianhuan would be pleased with your current appearance. Chapter 122. Luo's Decision. I shall not be a man any longer. Luo pondered for a moment and continued, in truth, even if the master of Qianhuan finds you unsatisfactory, there is little I can do. It appears that the coexistence of the 3 abilities has indeed resulted in a remarkably stable physical state. As the integration of the 2 hearts with the master of Qianhuan's body deepens, it becomes increasingly difficult for my abilities to influence you. At this point, not only is it challenging to perform the mind-switching surgery, but even the thought of altering your appearance has become quite strenuous. However, that may not pose much of an issue, for with the extraordinary abilities of the master of Qianhuan, changing one's face or form should be a mere trifling endeavor. What Luo described was precisely a significant characteristic of the amalgamation of the 3 devil fruits. Much like the properties of a triangle, the form of the ability user would become exceptionally stable, making it difficult for certain special effects of fruit abilities to take effect, such as Luo's soul exchange or Li Zhao's body jacket transformation. This situation had become apparent to Li Zhao ever since Monet completed the surgery. He had originally intended to transform the comatose Monet into a human skin coat, allowing himself or his comrades to don Monet's skin and instantly acquire the powers of the 3 devil fruits. However, Li Zhao quickly realized that his abilities were utterly ineffective when applied to the comatose Monet, no matter how he endeavored. He was incapable of transforming this woman into a human leather jacket. Following the successful tri-system heart transplantation surgery of the cannon alpaca, Li Zhao attempted various experiments, only to discover that not only was he unable to convert the divine beast, the grass mud horse, into a jacket, but that the cannon alpaca, upon acquiring tri-system abilities, had also lost the capacity to don other human leather jackets. In essence, it could no longer metamorphose into a human form by wearing the leather jacket provided by Li Zhao. Fortunately, Li Zhao remained unaffected, still able to wear human leather jackets and to accommodate other ability users within his own body, thereby continuing the previous trinity. After all, Li Zhao himself was inherently an extraordinary user of the jacket fruit ability. Otherwise, his endeavors might have resulted in a considerable loss. This situation presents both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in the fact that the triangle indeed proves to be the most stable form in the universe, based on the stability of the tri-system integration. It is likely that Li Zhao has become immune to various deceptive touch attacks, such as the innocent touch akin to sugar, the luck-stealing touch from the goddess of fortune, Bacala, the retrogressive touch from the retrogression fruit, and the delayed light waves of the silver fox, Fokker. Such cheat-like special effect attacks may henceforth prove ineffective against Li Zhao, a tri-system integrated ability user, or their effects may be significantly diminished. Nonetheless, the specifics require practical testing, and Li Zhao had neither the opportunity nor the courage to subject himself to such experimentation. As for the disadvantages, they are more straightforward, outside of Li Zhao himself. His subordinates and allies, if transformed into tri-system integrations, would be unable to benefit from his human leather jacket. Take, for instance, the cannon alpaca. However, this worry may be somewhat unfounded, as the number of natural ability users throughout the pirate world is quite limited, with the majority being either formidable or elusive. Thus, even if the tri-system integration surgery could be executed at will, the ultimate beneficiaries are unlikely to exceed a handful. At this moment, Li Zhao finally discerned that his esteemed ally, Luo, appeared to be preoccupied with some thoughts, wearing an expression of hesitation as if he were on the verge of speaking yet refraining from doing so. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhao surmised that this individual undoubtedly aspired to become a triad unifier, much like himself. Li Zhao, having no ulterior motives towards Luo, promptly reassured him. All right. Since both the mobile artillery and I have already undergone the symbiotic procedure, it is only natural that you are next. Let us first devise a plan to find a suitable heart from a capable individual for you. As Li Zhao spoke, a sudden realization struck him, causing him to fall silent, cold sweat beading on his brow as he berated himself internally for overlooking such a crucial matter. In order to successfully carry out the tri-system transplant surgery, it was imperative to have a surgeon with the fruit ability assisting. Moreover, the operation could not be performed on oneself. In other words, anyone in the world had the potential to become a tri-system ability wielder. Except for the most significant contributor, the surgeon with the fruit ability, who was utterly excluded from this possibility. No wonder. Trafalgar Law had personally or indirectly shaped 3 tri-system ability wielders, yet he himself had never had the opportunity to enjoy such a privilege. This was even more frustrating than the infamous bride's attire technique. Upon grasping this critical point, Li Zhao found himself at a loss, succumbing to a bitter smile. Ultimately, he could only offer a feeble consolation. We can consider other alternatives. At least you can still utilize my human skin jacket. Master of Illusions. I have an unusual request. Before Li Zhao could finish, Law interjected. Could you allow me to have Monet's body? What do you mean? Li Zhao was genuinely perplexed. Why would Law want that plant woman? Was it simply to use as a life-size doll? Contemplating the unsettling implications, Li Zhao's gaze towards the seemingly earnest young man turned quizzical. Please, do not misunderstand. Law quickly clarified, while performing your surgery earlier, I inadvertently discovered that perhaps due to the absence of a soul in this body, its stability appears to be somewhat compromised. I believe I could perform a soul transplantation surgery on it, effectively transferring my own soul into this body. After much contemplation, I hope that the Master of Illusions could part with it and grant me this body. Li Zhao closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, and when he opened them again, his expression was profoundly serious. Have you truly considered this thoroughly? If you transfer your soul into this body, it is highly likely that such an action would be irreversible. Our abilities are largely ineffective against those possessing the Triad's unified powers, thus while your soul may easily enter, I fear it may never return. Li Zhao was not miserly in making excuses. Rather, he genuinely empathized with Luo. After all, this situation was markedly different from that of Khalifa. Luo had essentially abandoned his former self, relinquishing his original body, the powers of the Op know me, his identity, connections, and even his original gender. Luo's expression grew increasingly complex as he lowered his head and slowly spoke. Thank you for your concern, Master Qin Huan. In truth, I have hesitated for a long time, fully aware that this is a point of no return. But can you truly comprehend the intrinsic value of this triad symbiotic transplant surgery? No matter how much we strive to keep it under wraps, this world will inevitably be transformed by this procedure, just as the wheel of fate, once set in motion, cannot be halted. I can assert with unwavering certainty that the future of this world belongs to those endowed with triad symbiotic abilities. Yet, I find myself unjustly excluded from this destiny. I am destined to become the Pirate King. The mere thought of relinquishing the singular opportunity to become a triad symbiotic ability user is unbearable to me. Chapter 123. The arrival of the flying great pirate. Faced with Trafalgar Luo's steadfastness, Li Zhao fell silent. Luo was correct. The comatose Monet before them might be his only chance to join the ranks of triad symbiotic ability users. After all, such a foolish woman, willing to forfeit her consciousness, was a rarity in this world. The probability of such a naive woman becoming a triad symbiotic entity was almost negligible. Gazing into Luo's eyes, filled with hope and unwavering determination, Li Zhao finally nodded slowly. Use it, as long as you have truly made up your mind. Even after careful consideration, when Luo was truly on the verge of discarding the body he had inhabited for over 20 years to inhabit that of a woman, he hesitated for a long time. However, as one of the creators of the triad symbiotic ability, he was acutely aware that the pinnacle of this pirate world would not be accessible to ordinary ability users. Moreover, while the Op no Mi was indeed extraordinary, its deficiencies in offensive capabilities were insurmountable. Even if he succeeded in developing powerful offensive skills, the effort would yield only minimal results, lacking the decisive force. Ascending to the pinnacle of the world as a doctor and supporter in pursuit of becoming the Pirate King was an arduous path, offering little hope. Thus, soul transplant. Luo skillfully unleashed a hemispherical domain, then touched the area of his heart and Monet's heart, which lay on the operating table. From both their chests, two enormous hearts connected by a crimson thread emerged. However, while the heart from Luo's chest was vibrant and full of life, the one emerging from Monet's chest was dim and almost ethereal. The two hearts converged in midair before entering each other's chests. Then, the connection with the body was utterly severed. In the next moment, Luo, who had been standing, weakly collapsed onto the seat behind her, her gaze vacant and devoid of spirit. Meanwhile, the long-slumbering Monet suddenly opened her eyes and sat up with a start. How do you feel? Li Zhao immediately inquired. Stepping forward, Monet, or rather the newly awakened Trafalgar Monet Luo, moved her neck and surveyed her surroundings as if she were encountering the world for the very first time. She then extended a slender, snow-white hand, and her fingertips suddenly became sharp and pointed, resembling a bird's claw. From the tip of her finger, a small flurry of snowflakes took flight, swirling above her fingertip. Subsequently, the first joint of her finger inexplicably ignored the limitations of its joints, abruptly beginning to spin like a drill. This rotation set the small flurry of snow into motion, culminating in the formation of a minuscule tornado of blizzard above her fingertip. You have succeeded, Li Zhao exclaimed, his voice tinged with joy and a hint of envy. Among the 3 tri-elemental entities that had been successfully completed, aside from himself, the other 2 had been thoughtfully selected for their complementary abilities, such as the cannon-bearing alpaca's Momo fruit, the smoke fruit, and Monet Luo's spin fruit and snow fruit, all of which could be combined harmoniously to yield an astonishing effect far greater than the sum of their parts. At this moment, Luo appeared quite satisfied with her new body. She caught a glimpse of her former self nearby and wished for Li Zhao to transform it into a leather jacket. If she could wear it, it would essentially render her indistinguishable from her former self, merely augmenting her with the powers of 3 devil fruits. Though the hope of success seemed exceedingly slim, it was still worth a try. Li Zhao certainly understood her intentions. Just as he was about to reach out to touch the plant on the seat, a sudden flash of crimson light illuminated his eyes, signaling an urgent warning from his observation hockey. Following closely behind, Luo also sensed the disturbance, and the 2 simultaneously directed their gazes towards the ceiling. There, perched upon a skylight, sat an enigmatic figure. As a lightning bolt streaked across the sky, they finally discerned the identity of this individual, an elderly man adorned with golden hair and a beard, a fragment of a ship's wheel affixed to his head, and clad in a magnificent golden cloak. His visage was dark, and instead of flesh, his legs bore 2 razor-sharp blades. The striking features of this figure caused Li Zhao to inhale sharply. It was none other than the Golden Lion, Shiki, known as the Flying Pirate. Shiki was the captain of the Flying Pirates and the Grand Admiral of the Golden Lion Pirate Fleet, possessing the powers of the Float fruit. He had once stood alongside Gold, Roger, and Edward Newgate, vying for supremacy on the seas during the same era. After Roger's demise, Shiki, in a fit of despair, challenged the naval headquarters and was ultimately defeated and captured by the combined might of Admiral Garp and Sengoku the Buddha, imprisoned in the depths of Impel Down. He later managed to escape, becoming the first pirate in its history to successfully break free, in the world where Li Zhao resided. This legendary pirate had not encountered the overwhelming protagonist aura bestowed upon Monkey D. Luffy, the invincible hero of the cinematic realm, and thus continued to thrive. However, Li Zhao never anticipated that such a formidable figure would manifest before him, especially at this rather precarious moment. Ha ha ha. The moment I sensed the old man's presence, I felt compelled to come and take a look. If the opportunity arises, I shall claim that old fool's head to avenge my imprisonment. Little did I know. Though I did not find Sengoku, I would stumble upon an even more delightful surprise. Shiki cackled with glee, his laughter echoing as he began to dance excitedly in the air. Exchanging a glance with Luo, Li Zhao's heart sank. They both silently acknowledged the dire situation. Undoubtedly, their greatest secret, the tri-elemental surgery, had been uncovered by this unexpected visitor. What remained uncertain was how long he had been eavesdropping and the extent of his knowledge. The only course of action now was to subdue this old menace, lest they face insurmountable consequences. Yet, could the two of them truly accomplish such a feat? The Cannon Llama had been dispatched by Li Zhao to patrol the area and simultaneously search for the artificial creature, the giant dragon, crafted by Vegapunk himself. At this moment, the return had yet to occur, and Luo had only recently completed his soul transplantation, rendering him entirely unfamiliar with his new body and the abilities it bestowed. Additionally, Monet's body had been in a prolonged slumber, resulting in a severely diminished state. Thus, Luo's strength could scarcely be realized to even a fraction of its potential. As for Li Zhao, he too had not found the opportunity to thoroughly acclimate to his newfound powers post-surgery, compounding his predicament. He lacked both the jacket core within and the human skin jacket without, relying solely on the gas fruit and the unfamiliar mythical Zoan Buddha fruit. Their adversary, however, was none other than the legendary aerial pirate, the Golden Lion, who had once vied with the Pirate King Roger and the world's mightiest man, Edward Newgate, for supremacy over the seas. Was there truly a chance for victory in this confrontation? Chapter 124, The 6 Forms of Gas Battle Against the Golden Lion. Ha ha. Today is indeed my lucky day. Once I return, I shall host a grand celebration. The Golden Lion cackled as he plummeted towards the two. A user of the Paramecia-type float fruit, one of the few capable of soaring freely through the skies. Yet, this alone did not suffice to elevate the Golden Lion to the status of a legendary pirate on par with the world's strongest man. As the Golden Lion charged forth, Li Zhao and Luo, steeling themselves, prepared to confront him head-on. Every joint in Luo's body began to rotate, transforming him into a drill-like figure. Enveloped in a tempest of wind and snow, ready to engage in a fierce clash with the Golden Lion, Li Zhao took a deep breath, then opened his mouth wide, unleashing a scorching beam of blue and white light, as thick as a water barrel, aimed directly at the chest of the Golden Lion Shiki. This technique was none other than Caesar Clown's most formidable attack, the gas gun. These two little imps are quite interesting, aren't they? The expression of the Golden Lion shifted slightly, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance. He deftly dodged Li Zhao's high-temperature ray and, with a swift kick, unleashed a blade of air that instantly shattered the dual-element attack that Luo had painstakingly assembled. Unfortunately, before me, these two little imps are still insignificant. Ha. The duo was swiftly defeated in a single move by the Golden Lion. While this outcome was not unexpected, it nonetheless dealt a blow to the confidence of the two, who had just transformed into unprecedented tri-elemental fruit users. Luo, having sustained injuries from the blade of air, ceased his reckless charge and fully activated the abilities of the snow fruit, conjuring a localized blizzard. The temperature in the research lab plummeted below freezing, and although the snowfall, propelled by swirling winds, could not inflict substantial damage on the Golden Lion, it aimed to obscure his vision and slow his movements, creating an opportunity for Li Zhao. Though their cooperation had been minimal, the two fighters had developed remarkable synergy. The blizzard conjured by Luo seemed to possess a will of its own, deftly avoiding friendly fire. At that moment, Li Zhao activated the sixth form of the Navy's techniques, dashing forward once more. The sixth form? Do those naval tricks intend to embarrass me in front of everyone? However, just as the Golden Lion felt assured and planned to teach this little imp a lesson, the man before him suddenly unleashed a powerful gust from various joints, propelling Li Zhao's movements to accelerate several times over. Gas sixth form, jet maneuver. The Golden Lion, caught off guard by his own overconfidence, found Li Zhao instantly before him, where he deftly jabbed a finger at his shoulder. The muscles in the Golden Lion's shoulder instantly hardened, enveloped in an astonishingly potent layer of armament hockey. Not even a mere finger could harm him, let alone a cannon. Gas sixth form, overpressure air gun. With a thunderous bang, Li Zhao's fingertips suddenly exploded, and the tip, now infused with armament hockey, surged forward with a second burst of acceleration, causing a spray of blood to erupt from the Golden Lion's shoulder. Seizing the moment, Li Zhao swiftly retreated, and the finger he had lost was already regenerating. This was the manifestation of Li Zhao's mastery over the gaseous powers of the gas fruit. Ingeniously integrating the creativity of a time traveler with the wisdom of the Buddha, resulting in the development of an entirely new technique within the Navy's sixth form. The high-pressure air gun and jet maneuver were but two of its remarkable applications. Li Zhao's initial display of prowess yielded immediate results. Yet this audacious act truly incited the wrath of the formidable sky pirate before him. Very well, young rascal, the Golden Lion declared. It has been decades since I have felt such joy. In the spirit of reciprocity, prepare to receive my lion's might. Earthquake. The Golden Lion had already made contact with the very ground and walls of this research facility. Now, under the influence of his float fruit powers, the entire floor was upheaved, along with the walls and ceiling. The entire laboratory seemed to come alive, transforming into a multitude of colossal rock beasts shaped like lion heads, surging towards Li Zhao and Luo from all directions. Caught off guard, Luo was instantly overwhelmed by the throng of stone lions, while Li Zhao, preoccupied with his own survival, could only transform his body into an airy form, weaving through the gaps in the lion horde. However, such cunning tricks of the natural type would scarcely prove effective against a true powerhouse. A chilling laugh escaped from the Golden Lion Shiki, into Li Zhao's dismay. All the stone lion heads were enveloped in a layer of armament hockey. Left with little choice, Li Zhao resorted to unleashing the destructive cannon technique he had surreptitiously learned, obliterating the advancing stone lions one after another. As he shattered the final lion head, a flicker caught his eye. The grinning Golden Lion Shiki had closed in with alarming speed. With a swift kick, he unleashed a blade of air, the force of which rivaled that of the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, during the Battle of Marineford. This formidable attack hurtled towards Li Zhao, its might so overwhelming that it threatened to cleave not only his flesh but the entire fortress-like research facility, along with the towering mountains behind it, asunder. Just as Li Zhao was about to initiate his jet propulsion to evade the impending sword strike, he suddenly noticed, right behind him, Karifa, bound in bandages and rendered immobile. Quietly awaiting her fate, her eyes closed in resignation. Though he could potentially escape the sword's lethal energy, this woman was undoubtedly doomed. Damn it, I shall fight with all my might. Li Zhao, with a fierce determination, gritted his teeth and unleashed the armed color hockey without reservation, enveloping his entire body. However, this was merely the beginning. He further reinforced his muscles through the application of the iron block technique from the six forms. The final step involved inhaling the surrounding air, compressing it within his semi-elementalized muscles and bones for storage. Following this intricate maneuver, Li Zhao's physique swelled dramatically, his muscular frame bulging like a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion. Indeed, this was Li Zhao's gas six forms, the iron balloon, a technique heavily inspired by the formidable Gear 4th transformation of Monkey D. Luffy. Li Zhao's physical attributes have transformed into air. Although in terms of elasticity, he pales in comparison to Luffy's 4th gear bouncing form, which possesses rubber-like qualities. His body, having undergone the enhancement of hockey and iron block hardening, is filled with compressed air at a staggering 100-fold atmospheric pressure. Thus, the steel balloon surpasses Luffy's 4th gear bouncing form in both fundamental hardness and explosive power. Li Zhao crossed his arms in defense, resolutely enduring a cataclysmic strike of sword energy. The moment the blade's force cleaved through his skin, a torrent of violent air erupted from within him, further diminishing the sword's potency. This was a technique he had gleaned from the principles of explosive reactive armor used in main battle tanks in the real world, which ultimately prevented him from being cleaved in two by the sword's assault. Chapter 125, the Golden Lion returns empty-handed, although he successfully countered the Golden Lion strike using the Gas 6 technique. Iron Balloon, Li Zhao, along with Karifa behind him, was driven deep into the earth by the force of the sword energy, as he transformed Karifa into a human skin and concealed her upon his person. Propelling himself back to the surface like a jet rocket, he discovered that the Golden Lion, Shurji, had vanished from sight. At that moment, a triumphant cackle echoed from the ominous clouds. Ha ha ha. Today has been quite enjoyable, and I've gathered ample rewards. Off to host a banquet. That old coot, he actually escaped? This is bad. Li Zhao swiftly activated his observation haki, searching amidst the ruins for any trace of Monet Ro. The outcome was all too clear. Not only was Ro, who had transformed into a triad entity, missing, but even the original body of Ro, which had become a vegetative state following the soul transplantation surgery, was nowhere to be found. The Golden Lion Shiki had, astonishingly, taken both Ro and his two bodies away. Li Zhao gazed at the ominous sky, engulfed in a wave of confusion. Should he pursue, or let it go? The Golden Lion was renowned as the aerial pirate of the seas, possessing unparalleled flying capabilities within the realm of piracy. Coupled with the fierce blizzard currently raging, the weather conditions were abysmal, leaving Li Zhao utterly oblivious as to where they might flee, or where the Golden Lion's flying vessel was concealed amidst the dark clouds. Furthermore, even if he were to catch up with them, could he truly contend with such a legendary pirate? However, upon regaining his composure, Li Zhao realized that the situation was not as dire as it might seem. It was evident that the Golden Lion had been observing for quite some time, aware of Luo's pivotal role in the tri-system surgery. Yet, he was merely a voyeur, lacking the full understanding of the secrets involved. Although he had seized Luo's body, which possessed the power of the surgery fruit, and had abducted Monet, the bearer of Luo's soul, Monet had now stabilized into a tri-system ability user. Thus, even the Golden Lion was unable to revert to his original form. As for the soulless plant like Luo, he was merely a vegetable. And without Li Zhao transforming him into a human jacket, he remained in that state, incapable of performing heart transplant surgeries for others. In other words, the Golden Lion Shiki's efforts were ultimately in vain, destined for disappointment. If he wished to become a member of the tri-system ability users, he would have no choice but to return to seek out Li Zhao. All Li Zhao needed to do was prepare himself, ready to offer a warm welcome to this old scoundrel when the time came. Not long ago, Li Zhao triumphed over the former Grand Marshal of the Navy, FOG, seizing his heart. At this moment, he has transformed into a triadic entity wielder, and with astute planning, he stands a chance to fight valiantly. While Li Zhao pondered the intricacies of his situation, a formidable horde of half-human, half-beast pirates suddenly emerged from the distant mountains, comprised of members of the Centaur army who had pledged allegiance to him. Leading this ferocious group was the imposing figure of Chahazi Chidoros Higligus, the Centaur army's chief, whose lower half was that of a crocodile. As he galloped forward, he shouted, "Master, Master, trouble is upon us. An island, a brilliantly illuminated island. It is drifting towards us." Upon reaching closer, Chahozi was astounded to witness their stronghold, the remnants of a fortress research institute left by the world government, now reduced to utter devastation. A terrifying sword scar nearly cleaved the entire bastion in two, instilling a chilling dread at the mere sight of it. Li Zhao disregarded the speechless Tihuzi, the group of half-human, half-beast pirates he had previously dispatched to the mountain summit for reconnaissance. The resplendent island they spoke of, gradually approaching Punk Hazard, could only be the illustrious golden city of the sea, the Doflamingo. Its presence here could only signify one thing. The battle that transpired aboard the island ship had concluded with a resounding victory for Don Quixote Doflamingo. It was likely that even the Golden Emperor, Tesoraro, had now succumbed to the might of the Night Demon, allowing Doflamingo to steer his luxurious palace directly towards Punk Hazard. With the issue of the Golden Lion still unresolved, the arrival of this menacing warlord of the sea left Li Zhao utterly exasperated. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, prompting everyone to look up. The centaurs gasped in alarm, retreating in unison as a throng of bodies huddled together, as if such proximity could stave off their fear. The source of their terror revealed itself to be a colossal western dragon, its wings unfurling as it emitted a low, rumbling roar, slowly advancing in their direction. Li Zhao immediately noticed a proud and lofty creature, the divine beast known as the alpaca, standing atop the head of the dragon. It appeared that it had successfully completed the task he had assigned to it, subduing the guardian dragon. The creature's smug demeanor irritated Li Zhao. Had it returned a few minutes earlier, they might not have been so utterly defenseless against the Golden Lion. However, the return of this divine beast served as a reminder that Doflamingo would soon arrive, and within this Fortress Research Institute, established by the illustrious scientist Vegapunk, lay numerous valuable items that needed to be swiftly collected and relocated. Furthermore, it seemed imperative that I engage in a serious discussion with my friends from Wano country. The skies over Punk Hazard were perpetually shrouded in ominous clouds, half of the heavens illuminated with a fiery red glow, while the other half remained blanketed in heavy snow. Suddenly, a thin thread shot up from the sea, directly adhering itself to a dark cloud above, from which a shadowy figure grasped the thread and swung across the ocean, none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, the user of the string fruit, possessing such extraordinary abilities. Even without the power of flight, the skies above the sea were a smooth expanse for the heavenly Yiksha. The Thousand Sunny was now merely a dozen nautical miles from Punk Hazard and could advance no further, as the vast expedition fleet had already set sail, with their leader, the heavenly Yiksha, eagerly rushing toward Punk Hazard. Upon Doflamingo's descent in front of the Central Fortress Research Institute of the island, veins bulged prominently on his forehead. The entire fortress had been cleaved in two by a terrifying sword scar, with debris scattered all around. It was evident that this place had endured a brutal battle. Littered with the remnants of shattered bodies, Doflamingo attempted to enter the fortress and, at long last, he discovered a survivor amid the rubble. He extended his hand, shooting out a thread to pull the barely breathing individual towards him. Dressed in the attire of the Don Quixote family, the sailor gasped for breath. Chapter 126, Secret Infiltration. What on earth transpired here? Young Master the sailor, recognizing Doflamingo despite being on the brink of death, struggled to respond to his master's inquiries. It was the Golden Lion. Shiki coughed. Not long ago the Golden Lion descended from the heavens and attacked us. And Caesar? Where is he now? This was the question of utmost concern for Doflamingo. Caesar, Lord Caesar, he was captured, damn it. Upon hearing this news, the fury of the heavenly Yiksha reached its zenith. What about Monet? Where's that useless fool? Monet has also been taken away, along with the equipment used for producing sad materials. Furthermore, the Golden Lion has transported them as well. What purpose does the Golden Lion have for such equipment? Upon hearing this, Doflamingo was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. The situation might be far worse than it appeared. He listened intently to the words of the Golden Lion. It seemed he was intending to conduct business with Kaido, seeking to usurp the young master's position. At this revelation, Doflamingo could no longer contain his fury. He forcefully hurled the family sailor against the wall, disregarding his fate. Observing the massive sword scar and the ground and walls of the research facility, which had been forcibly shaped into the visage of a lion's head, Doflamingo understood that the sailor had spoken the truth. These battle scars were not something an ordinary person could fabricate. The Golden Lion had undoubtedly been here and had engaged in fierce combat. When Doflamingo finally arrived at the partially destroyed sad production workshop, only to find it desolate, he was consumed with rage. That old wretch, the Golden Lion, had truly brought trouble upon himself and dared to aspire to replace him in dealings with the Yonko Kaido. This crossed a line for Doflamingo. Regardless of the fact that this old man was a living legend who had once contended with Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Edward, Doflamingo was resolute in demonstrating the dire consequences of provoking him. In a fit of maximum fury, Doflamingo roared to the heavens, blasting away the debris above him, propelling himself skyward, following the threads of fate to seek out that flying pirate ship concealed within the clouds. As Doflamingo's figure vanished into the cloud cover, unnoticed by any onlookers, the grotesquely shaped corpses on the ground, including the unfortunate sailor who had revealed the truth, began to dissolve. Within mere seconds, they transformed into pools of inky blackness. Upon closer inspection, each pool resembled a human form. Simultaneously, within the fuel storage room of the Fortress Research Facility, a piece of paper depicting a roaring flame floated serenely upon the liquid gas. Just as the corpses melted into ink, the flames depicted on the paper suddenly surged to life, manifesting as real fire. In the next instant, the entire Fortress Research Facility erupted violently. A colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky, threatening to bring the entire Punk Hazard Island to ruin. Doflamingo, now amidst the clouds, heard the explosion. However, he merely glanced back before dismissing it entirely. Without the sad production equipment and Caesar Clown, the facility held no value for him. On the surface of the ocean, unnoticed by anyone, two wisps of smoke, one purple and one white, crept along the water, slowly approaching the side of the ship, the Desirol. These tendrils of smoke seeming almost alive, climbed the ship's sheer walls, slipping into any crevice they encountered. The gap led to an empty room where the purple and white smoke merged, ultimately transforming into a man and a beast. The man was a tall, formidable samurai from Wano, wielding a long blade, while the beast was a snow-white divine creature resembling an alpaca. Indeed, it was the trinity of abilities personified, clad in the skin of the foxfire warrior, Zhao, alongside the cannon-wielding alpaca. Upon reverting from a gaseous elemental form to his human shape, Zhao promptly retrieved a stone from his pocket and placed it atop his head. Subsequently, a resounding thud echoed, followed by a plume of white smoke that ascended. As the mist dissipated, Zhao's warrior robe transformed into the standard attire of the soldiers from the family of Don Quixote. The mythical creature, the alpaca, let out a tremendous yawn, and with another resounding thud, it reverted to its true form, a handheld steel cannon. Zhao grasped the alpaca cannon firmly in his hands, casting his gaze toward the distant Punk Hazard Island. Though nothing was visible to the eye, he was acutely aware that the trap he had set in motion was now activated. Deep within Zhao's being resided the core wearer, none other than the traitor among the red scabbards, Kinemon, the user of the Pika Pika no Mi. This individual had suffered misfortunes in his youth, losing his inner self and resorting to impersonating others merely to survive in this world. He was passionately devoted to the art of performance, willing to risk his life to embody the role of a loyal retainer to the Kazuki clan, even plunging into a boiling pot to share the fate of his fellow retainers. One could say he had mastered the art of subterfuge to an extraordinary degree, becoming a paragon among infiltrators. However, it was precisely this trait that Zhao sought to exploit. Initially, he deceived Kinemon into believing that he too was a pawn placed by Kaido, conveying the latest orders from the Overlord, instructing him to assume yet another role. The secret of Kinemon being a traitor was known only to Kaido himself, yet Zhao boldly exposed it, leaving Kinemon with no reason to doubt his identity. Furthermore, the act of impersonating others was Kinemon's very essence of existence, and the prospect of challenging a new role felt akin to a rebirth to him. For the passionate actor Kinemon, who believed that madness was essential for survival, such temptation was utterly irresistible. Thus, when Zhao presented his own skin, transformed into a human leather jacket, before Kinemon, there was no need for further words. He eagerly donned Zhao's skin. The conditions for activating the core ability of the jacket fruit were thus fulfilled. The Pika Pika no Mi was indeed one of the most astonishing devil fruit powers within the pirate world. Once Zhao fully exerted control over Kinemon, he immediately fabricated a multitude of painted corpses, even creating a lifelike puppet imbued with complete intelligence capable of providing Don Quixote Doflamingo with semi-true, semi-false information. As for the automatic ignition mechanisms set within the fuel storage room, they posed no challenge for Zhao. He merely pondered whether he could successfully obliterate Doflamingo, although hope seemed rather dim. Chapter 127. The Limitless Potential of the Devil Fruit. As for why Zhao chose the incredibly weak Foxfire Kinemon as his exterior, one reason was Kinemon's ability to change appearances, which could prove useful during infiltration missions. However, this was not the most crucial factor. To be frank, the ability of the Fuku Fuku no Mi was indeed rather lackluster in the original anime. Its power resembled the transformation arts of Japanese foxes and tanukis, essentially allowing one to change costumes at will. For instance, one could conjure a winter coat, samurai armor, oversized puppet costumes, or various other garments. In addition to altering clothing, even accessories could be transformed, such as sunglasses, gloves, wigs, or fake mustaches. This capability could be utilized for stealth or to disguise oneself as an enemy, thereby confounding opponents. Jean Wayman once transformed his attire to resemble that of Don Quixote Doflamingo, successfully deceiving Gladius in the process. However, Zhao harbored doubts regarding the true utility of the Fruit of Transformation, believing it to possess potential beyond mere masquerade and cosplay. If his conjecture held any merit, the development potential of the Fruit of Transformation should rival that of his jacket fruit. To put it plainly, the golden armors of the Saints, Iron Man's Mark Series suits, the combat attire from Killing Bites, and the power suits of Gundam, aren't they all merely garments? Furthermore, even within the pirate world, there exist high-tech battle suits like those of Germa 66. If only he could successfully replicate such creations. Unfortunately, Zhao found himself bereft of time to delve into the hidden mysteries of the Fruit of Transformation. His arduous infiltration of the Thousand Sunny was not aimed at playing hide-and-seek with Doflamingo, though he had lost related memories. Zhao was certain that he once had comrades and allies. Alas, Most of them had likely been turned into puppets by Sugar, a special officer of the Don Quixote family. Thus, if he could locate and eliminate Sugar, he would no longer be alone. The master of turning adversity into opportunity, Usopp, had indeed altered the unfavorable circumstances of the original anime storyline by defeating Sugar, ascending to a position of divinity. With his alpaca cannon and samurai sword secured, Li Zhao pushed open the door and traversed the corridor upward, soon arriving at the bustling marketplace on the deck of the Thousand Sunny. At a glance, it resembled a second Dressrosa, its vibrancy undiminished, yet the streets were now filled with various animated puppets. The soldiers of the Don Quixote family swaggered through the streets, exuding an air of ownership. If Li Zhao remained oblivious to the situation at hand, it would be akin to sheer folly. It appeared that his boss, Tesoro, had lost everything, down to his very undergarments. With a sardonic smile, Li Zhao couldn't help but mock the fool, had he dutifully cooperated instead of resorting to treachery against his capable subordinates. He could still maintain his status as the Golden Emperor. Even if a confrontation with Li Zhao were inevitable, it would certainly be preferable to losing his stronghold entirely. Yet, the Golden City had not collapsed. The streets remained as pristine as ever, evidently restored by the powers of the gold fruit. It seemed that the Golden Emperor had not only lost his fortune but had also become a pawn of the Don Quixote family, reduced from a position of grandeur to that of a mere golden dog. For Li Zhao, this was hardly auspicious. Within the realm of the Thousand Sunny, Tesoro, fortified by his advantageous position, was not significantly easier to confront than the formidable Doflamingo. Progressing along the main street, Li Zhao soon found himself standing before the entrance of the Golden Tower Hotel. The resplendent Tower Hotel, entirely forged from gold, stands as the most opulent and comfortable locale aboard the grand vessel, the Didi Swallow. Unlike other architectural components that merely incorporate gold, this Golden Tower Hotel is wholly constructed of the precious metal, serving as the residence of the illustrious Tesoros. Should Sugar still be aboard this ship, it is highly probable that she has taken refuge within these gilded walls. The entrance is equipped with surveillance devices and crimsonite scanning owls, while two formidable rows of guards stand sentinel, ensuring that no one may pass. Witnessing such rigorous defenses, Li Zhao is increasingly convinced that Sugar is concealed within. Although neutralizing these sentinels would not pose a significant challenge, it would undoubtedly alert her to the impending danger. Li Zhao feigned casualness as he swiftly maneuvered behind the Golden Tower. After scanning the vicinity to ensure that no one was observing him, his body began to fade into transparency, transforming into an incorporeal, colorless vapor. Ascending gently, the gaseous Li Zhao approached a window situated several meters above the ground. Upon confirming the absence of any occupants within, he slipped through the narrow gap, maintaining his invisible state as he traversed the interior of the tower in search of his objective. Layer by layer, room by room, Li Zhao ascended toward the pinnacle of the Golden Tower, yet his efforts yielded nothing. The passage of time grew increasingly disadvantageous for Li Zhao. Sustaining his transparent form required continuous exertion, depleting his stamina, while Doflamingo and the fleet of Punk Hazard could return at any moment. Just then, Li Zhao caught sight of a familiar figure, a diminutive creature with a disproportionately large head, Mr. Tanaka, who possessed the ability of the poke fruit. He was seen pushing a food cart along the corridor. How peculiar. Li Zhao furrowed his brow. Mr. Tianzhong was the most trusted confidant of the Golden Emperor Tesoro, originally holding a position of great authority aboard the Didi Tesoro, second only to the captain. How could he be reduced to performing such menial tasks as delivering meals here? Had he fallen completely out of favor with his new employer? Or was it? Li Zhao gazed intently at the cluster of grapes on the dining cart, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Was he, perhaps, engaged in the most significant task at hand? I recall a certain legitimate lowly whose favorite delicacy seemed to be grapes. Quietly trailing behind Mr. Tianzhong, Li Zhao wandered through the labyrinthine corridors of the Golden Tower Hotel for quite some time. At last, Mr. Tianzhong halted before a wall. He rhythmically tapped a few times on the surface, and in response, he pushed the dining cart directly through the wall. Oh, this fellow is able to enter any room without the need for doors or keys. Moments later, Mr. Tianzhong emerged from the wall, the cart he had been pushing now utterly empty. Once he vanished from sight, Li Zhao approached the wall, searching diligently but finding not a single seam. Even if he were as insubstantial as air, he would be powerless against such an ironclad chamber. Chapter 128, Shadow Rider's clone. Just as Li Zhao was on the brink of despair, contemplating the feasibility of breaking through the wall with sheer brute force, a gentle breeze stirred a strand of his hair. Of course, it was air. No living being can exist without it. Even if this chamber lacked any doors or windows, there must be a ventilation shaft. With this thought, Li Zhao abruptly lifted his head in search and quickly spotted the source of the breeze, the ventilation system installed in the ceiling. Unlike the expansive ventilation ducts often depicted in espionage action dramas, which could accommodate even a train, this duct was no wider than a thigh. Not even a child could hope to conceal themselves within. However, for Li Zhao, whose form had transformed into gas, this posed no challenge whatsoever. Morphing into mist, he effortlessly slipped into the ventilation duct, and after advancing a short distance, he soon encountered a vent that opened downward. Li Zhao approached the fence and peered down quietly, immediately spotting the little girl in the red cloak seated on the armchair, incessantly using her fingers to pop grapes into her mouth. It was none other than Sugar. The assassination target was within arm's reach, yet Li Zhao refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to continue his observation. As expected, where Sugar was, her dedicated bodyguard was not far behind, one of the highest-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, the disheveled and repugnant Tory Pole, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a newspaper. Aside from him, the room contained only a large bed draped with a mosquito net. The chamber was modest, devoid of doors or windows, with walls, ceilings, and floors, as well as all the furnishings, crafted from gold. The individuals and the furniture were entirely visible. Theoretically, there were no ambushes or traps. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that caution ensures longevity, Li Zhao activated his observation hotkey, scanning the room repeatedly. Indeed, only Sugar and Tory Pole occupied the secret chamber, an opportune moment for him to strike. Considering Sugar's troublesome abilities, Li Zhao deemed it prudent to proceed with utmost caution. Even though he speculated that her childlike touch might not affect his trifruit body, the risk of misjudgment loomed large. Should he be transformed into a mere toy? All hope would be lost. With this thought in mind, Li Zhao opened his mouth, releasing an invisible, odorless gas into the room, hypnotic gas. In the original storyline of the anime, the Straw Hat crew had fallen victim to this very gas countless times, but later, Caesar had ceased using such a straightforward and effective method of combat, perhaps influenced by the diminishing intelligence aura. The hypnotic gas quickly filled the room, causing both Sugar and Tory Pole to yawn, and before long, they succumbed to a deep slumber. Li Zhao paused for a moment before crossing the barrier, entering the room through the ventilation shaft and reverting to his human form. As he gazed upon the slumbering Sugar, he found himself once again grappling with the dilemma of whether to capture or eliminate her. Ultimately, he drew forth his katana. Though the abilities of the childlike fruit were both formidable and intriguing, they were perilously uncontrollable. Given that Li Zhao's methods of capture necessitated close physical contact, which carried inherent risks, he deemed it far safer to extinguish her life. In the next instant, the blade of his katana pierced the chest of the legal lowly. As the sharp edge penetrated her body, Sugar abruptly opened her eyes, fixing an unwavering gaze upon Li Zhao. Yet, her expression bore no trace of pain or despair. Alarmed, Li Zhao sensed that he had not struck flesh at all, coupled with the fact that not a single drop of blood had been shed. He quickly realized that he had fallen into a trap of his own making. In an instant, Sugar's form exploded, transforming into countless threads that ensnared Li Zhao tightly, resembling a colossal cocoon from a distance. Hehehe, I told you, the shadow puppet line of Doflamingo has finally come into play. I knew it. I knew it. That cunning band of revolutionaries would surely seize the opportunity to assassinate our little princess while Doflamingo was away. Thankfully, the Don Quixote family has once again proven their superiority. Hehehe. The commotion awakened Tory Pole, who seemed utterly unfazed by the scene before him. Upon waking, he emitted a series of mockingly exaggerated sounds, indirectly enlightening Li Zhao as to the unfolding events. It appeared he had unwittingly stepped into someone else's trap. Don Quixote Doflamingo, as the wielder of the string fruit, possessed the ability to create various functional threads and imbue them with fundamental attributes such as stickiness, toughness, elasticity, color, and texture. This bore similarities to Calipha's bubble fruit. Utilizing these properties, he could generate strings capable of adhering to clouds, allowing him to swing freely. Multicolored threads capable of slicing through any hard material, and puppet strings that could manipulate the movements of others. However, in comparison to the shadow puppet line, all these other threads were inconsequential. The shadow puppet line represents the ultimate thread, a complete replication of Doflamingo's essence. This line can intertwine to form a doppelganger of Doflamingo, which is capable of speech and sustenance. and can wield all of Doflamingo's abilities, except for those awakened by his fruit. Furthermore, this doppelganger possesses the extraordinary trait of immortality. After all, it is merely a bundle of silk threads. Furthermore, the shadow thread is the most resilient and robust silk that Don Quixote Doflamingo can produce. Even swordsmen of admiral caliber are unable to sever these threads. Doflamingo's ultimate technique, the birdcage, is crafted by disassembling the puppets created from the shadow threads. The only flaw of such a flawless technique is that the shadow threads cannot be manufactured in nearly limitless quantities like other types of silk. Doflamingo can maintain only one shadow thread clone at a time, and in order to activate the birdcage, he must disassemble the clone. Otherwise, had he been able to create several hundred shadow thread clones at once, he would have already swept across the world and dominated the seas. Although Li Zhao was aware that Don Quixote Doflamingo possessed the ability to create shadow strings, he was oblivious to the fact that these strings could also simulate other beings, indulging in food and sleep just as if they were real. Ultimately, falling victim to this tactic, Li Zhao felt no injustice in his predicament. However, he lamented that this shadow string clone must operate in a completely autonomous mode, detached from the original body. Suddenly, he inquired, "What do you mean?" Toripol, appearing perplexed, replied, "What I mean is you should cease your futile struggles. Doflamingo's shadow strings, bound in such a manner, are impossible to break free from, even for an emperor. Moreover, neither fire nor poison holds any effect on these shadow strings." Chapter 129. Unexpected gains and the shadow of death. Indeed, relying on brute strength proves utterly futile. Regrettably, these threads are detached from Don Quixote Doflamingo's body, thus rendering them incapable of ensnaring an armored color. Ironically, my very form is one that eludes their grasp indeed. I am the wind. In the next moment, a resounding explosion erupted as Li Zhao's body instantaneously transformed into a cloud of purple mist. The shadow strings, now devoid of their binding target, shrank into a ball the size of a volleyball. A hand materialized from thin air, deftly catching the ball of shadow strings. It was none other than Li Zhao, having momentarily elementalized before reverting to his corporeal form. The shadow string ball pulsated with a lifelike essence, radiating waves of vitality that intensified, suggesting an imminent transformation. It would not be surprising if it morphed into Don Quixote Doflamingo himself. Li Zhao felt a stirring in his heart as he conjured a zipper upon his chest, opening the storage space of his jacket. He then unceremoniously tossed the distorted Shadow Rider line ball into it. With the closure of the zipper, the Shadow Rider line ball was completely isolated in another realm, severing its connection with its original form, Doflamingo. This would undoubtedly cause anguish to the Night Demon, leaving one to wonder if he could ever produce another Shadow Rider line. A natural type? You are not Sabo. Could this be the power of the gas fruit? Torpol was instantly thrown into confusion. This trap was originally devised for the exceedingly cunning chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Although he possessed formidable strength, he was not a devil fruit user. Once ensnared in this meticulously crafted trap, escape would be utterly impossible. However, the individual before him was indeed a natural type user, in the resemblance to their so-called scientific dog. Caesar Clown, with the powers of the gas fruit, was uncanny. What on earth was happening? Had that damn fellow betrayed them? Li Zhao had no interest in answering the queries of this individual. With a swift motion of his long sword, he aimed to strike at Toripol. After all, Li Zhao's objective was to diminish the overall strength of the Don Quixote family. Although it was a regret that he could not eliminate Sugar, dispatching this high-ranking officer would not leave him empty-handed. I must say, do not presume that your natural abilities render you invincible. Ha, ha, ha. To be frank, my own body is equally capable of elemental transformation. In the face of the descending blade, Toripol was not alarmed, but rather pleased. His body was enveloped in a thick layer of viscous substance, allowing him to evade physical attacks and absorb impact. Thus, whether it be bullets, cannonballs, or the sharp edge of a sword, they posed no threat to him. Even the entanglement of armament hockey was rendered ineffective. With a cold sneer, Li Zhao deftly rotated the blade of his long knife, and suddenly, a searing flame erupted from its edge. The foxfire fire willow flashed forth. As the foremost among the Red Sheath 9 heroes, the proud disciple of the foxfire Kinnaman, Li Zhao's signature technique, the foxfire flow swordsmanship, excels at extinguishing all flames with his sword or incinerating anything in its path. In essence, it is a weapon of both arson and extinguishment. Fire? This is perilous. Before Toripol could even let out a cry of despair, Li Zhao's fiery sword had already struck him. With a deafening roar, Torbel's body ignited, resulting in a violent explosion. It turned out that Torbel's viscous substance was highly flammable and explosive, and upon being ignited by Li Zhao's fire sword, it detonated with ferocity. The explosion within the confined chamber was terrifyingly powerful, instantly overturning and shredding the golden furnishings into disarray. As the perpetrator in the epicenter of the explosion, Torbel was left grotesquely charred and emaciated, revealing his true, hideous form. Meanwhile, Li Zhao had already transformed his body into an inert, gaseous state, skillfully manipulating the air currents around him to neutralize the shockwave of the explosion. To Li Zhao at that moment, this unadulterated explosion was merely a dazzling display of fireworks. Yet, this was still insufficient after all. Torbel was one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family and was not so feeble as to be vanquished by his own explosive viscous substance. Amidst the smoke, Li Zhao discerned the faint, emaciated figure of Torbel and assumed the classic posture for his signature thrust. Suddenly, the entirety of his back, spine, nape, shoulders, and the backs of his legs erupted in an explosion. Unlike the chemical explosion caused by Torbel's viscous substance, the rear of Li Zhao's body instantaneously transformed into high-pressure gas before detonating. The resulting reaction propelled Li Zhao's upper body forward at an astonishing speed. Executing his uniquely developed physical technique, the gas-6 style, explosive thrust of jet propulsion, Li Zhao wielded a cleaver meant for slaughtering cattle to kill a mere chicken. How could he possibly miss such a target, especially one that had just been disoriented and rendered dazed by an explosion? Torbel had no time to react. In an instant, his body was pierced through the chest by the long sword, firmly impaling him against the golden wall. If he could not eliminate Shadang, then slaying you would suffice just the same. Li Zhao coldly bid farewell to Torbel, displaying no interest whatsoever in the repugnant sticky fruit. Consequently, he acted without mercy. Thus, it appeared that 3 of the 4 highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family had met their demise either directly or indirectly at his hands, prompting Li Zhao to emit a proud and whimsical sigh. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him, causing goosebumps to rise across his skin as a shadow of death seemed to engulf him. Had he been discovered by Tesoro? Alarmed, Li Zhao turned, only to be confronted by a scene that sent shivers down his spine. On the remnants of the golden bed behind him stood a diminutive, emaciated old man, quietly poised atop the bed. The old man's gaze was hollow, resembling 2 dark voids, and his body was decayed, akin to that of a zombie or the desiccated remains of a long-dead monkey, devoid of any semblance of life. Yet this was precisely the most terrifying aspect. Li Zhao had previously scanned the entire secret chamber with his observation hotkey, and even at this moment, he continued to exert it. However, whether moments ago or now, his perception revealed nothing but emptiness. No threats, no presence whatsoever. Could this old man be a ghost? Moreover, there was something unsettlingly familiar about him. Cough, cough, cough. I see, so you were the one, cough, cough, cough. The damn bastard who killed my friend, who murdered Diamante, cough, cough, cough. Chapter 130. Eternal obsession. Despite being mortally wounded and clinging to the last vestiges of life, the loathsome old man, Torbel, still possessed the strength to speak. Who was he? Li Zhao dared not glance back, his gaze fixated on the withered old corpse before him. Cough, cough, cough. He is Lao Ji. What? You only defeated him once and no longer recognize him? Lao Ji, as a pirate enthusiast who had traversed into this world, Li Zhao would certainly not forget that master of the Elder Punch. At that moment, upon hearing the name, he felt an unsettling confusion in his memory, accompanied by a throbbing pain in his head. Li Zhao discerned that this must be linked to memories of his companion who had been transformed into a puppet, resulting in a clash of recollections that induced his headache. Thus, he resolved to cease his thoughts on the matter. However, as Li Zhao struggled to recall, Tuale Boer continued his discourse. Last time, cough. You have no idea what peculiar substance you fed Rao Ji. Initially, he had activated the ultimate technique of the Earth's Sovereign Fist, the Battle Preservation Fist, and was on the brink of demise. Yet, whether due to the side effects of your bizarre concoction or Rao Ji's refusal to succumb, clinging to a lingering obsession, he simply could not pass away. Thus, he remained in a state of neither life nor death, cough, cough, cough. Until the moment you appeared, I finally understood, cough, cough, cough. You are the one Rao Ji vowed to drag into hell with him, cough, cough, cough. Tuale Boer's voice dwindled, seemingly having finally perished. Yet Li Zhao's heart raced with increasing urgency. The elderly figure before him stood rigidly, resembling a mummified statue devoid of any trace of life. The more lifeless he appeared, the more profound Li Zhao's unease became. Suddenly, the corpse stirred, its hollow gaze fixated upon Li Zhao, and its parched lips twitched slightly, as if forming a smile. Alarmed, Li Zhao instinctively prepared to activate his defensive skill, but before he could react, the old man had inexplicably appeared right before him. The elder's trembling hand slowly rose, inching toward Li Zhao's chest, forming the gesture of the letter G. Rao Ji's movements were agonizingly slow, yet Li Zhao understood this was merely an illusion. As the debris stirred by the gusts still hovered in midair, refusing to descend, time seemingly suspended. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment during the Buddha's warring states when the ultimate killing move was unleashed. In other words, at that very instant. This mummified elder, the master of the Earth's sovereign fist, Rao Ji, whose power intensified with age and proximity to death, had reached a pinnacle of skill in his final strike, stepping into the realm of imperial strength. Regrettably, it was Li Zhao who would bear the brunt of this last moment of brilliance. Ultimate secret technique of the Earth's sovereign fist, the final seal. The chamber was once again filled with terrifying fluctuations. The golden walls, which had previously withstood the explosive force of Dragorepel's entire being without a hint of damage or deformation, now swelled as if they were a balloon suddenly inflated. The interior space expanded several-fold, causing a significant bulge in the middle section of the Golden Tower Hotel, leading to a severe tilt of the entire edifice. This commotion finally roused everyone within the tower. In a dimly lit room, the former Golden Emperor, now the highest-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, Zhao, appeared despondent as he hurled his bottle of fine spirits to the ground, a smirk of schadenfreude creeping across his lips. Inside the hotel, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed as Jorah, a direct subordinate of Dragorepel, alongside Mr. Tanaka, who had been thriving under the new owner, led a throng toward the Golden Chamber. They were well aware that it was a trap set specifically for Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Yet they did not expect such an uproar. As they entered the chamber through Tanaka's fruitability, the sight that greeted them was utterly chilling. The once rectangular, enclosed room had transformed into a vast, hollow, spherical cavern. At its center stood a gaunt old man, whom Jorah instantly recognized as his old comrade, Rao Ji, who had clung to life with a stubbornness that defied the inevitable. However, as the gust of air caused by their arrival swept through, Rao Ji's form disintegrated into ashes, leaving no trace of his existence behind. Before Jorah could process his sorrow, he noticed in the far corner a shapeless mass that had nearly lost all semblance of humanity. From the few remaining features, he realized with horror that it was none other than his superior, the highest-ranking Dragorepel. At this moment, even a fool would comprehend the gravity of the situation. The already frail Rao Ji was dead, but how could even the family's highest official, Dragorepel, have met such a fate? To make matters worse, the trap had been devised specifically for the remnants of the Revolutionary Army, yet the chamber lay empty, devoid of any other presence aside from the two vital corpses. Quickly search for that damned intruder. We want him alive or dead. Jorah screamed in a fit of hysteria, oblivious to the fact that Li Zhao could no longer hear him. Having endured the lethal strike of a royal-level powerhouse at point-blank range, the sensation was unbearable. Two of Li Zhao's 3 hearts had ruptured, and the injuries to his internal organs and bones were beyond description, fitting only to be deemed horrific. Li Zhao instantly lost consciousness, like a leaf adrift in the wind. When he awoke once more, he was met with the sight of a grotesque and terrifying visage, reminiscent of a witch. "You are awake." A woman's voice resonated in his ear. "Sister Buliai," Li Zhao exclaimed with delight. The hideous woman, akin to a witch, was none other than Buliai, the third daughter of the Charlotte family and a user of the mirror fruit, with whom he shared a relatively amicable relationship. The space in which Li Zhao found himself was a peculiar realm known as the Mirror World, surrounded by an array of mirrors. "Do you recognize me?" Buliai inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone at Li Zhao's warm address. In truth, her character was gentle and amiable, yet few were aware of this aspect of her. Li Zhao suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. Indeed, he maintained a cordial relationship with Miss Buliai, yet at that moment, he bore the visage of the fervent admirer Bartolomeo, leaving him at a loss for how to elucidate the situation. "Miss Buliai, I surmise he sought to assassinate Sugar due to the shared fate of his comrades, who were transformed into puppets by the Don Quixote family. It is hardly surprising that you do not recall him. After all, many of us have had our allies ensnared, resulting in a considerable distortion of memories." Upon hearing someone come to his aid, Li Zhao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Following the sound, he beheld a young man adorned with a tall hat and bearing scars upon his face, who stood nearby, smiling warmly. In truth, I owe you my gratitude. The trap laid by Doflamingo was evidently aimed at me. Although I harbored suspicions about the trap and hesitated to act, the bait he set was simply too alluring. Just as I was poised to make my move, you appeared. Chapter 131. The Dominance of Life and Color After a Brief Exchange. Li Zhao quickly grasped the sequence of events. In the fierce conflict between Doflamingo and the various pirate factions of the Don Quixote family, it was ultimately the warlord, the Night Demon, who emerged victorious. The pivotal figure in this struggle was none other than the special officer, Sugar, and her devil fruit ability. Anyone ensnared by the Don Quixote family would be transformed into a toy, their memories systematically erased from the minds of their comrades, resulting in a chaotic muddle of recollections among the members of the anti-Don Quixote alliance. This disarray substantially diminished their combat effectiveness, leaving the alliance, already tenuous and rife with mutual suspicion, fragmented and disorganized, with each member fighting for themselves, unwilling to yield to one another. Even the widely acknowledged tactical genius, Zhao, chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, found himself unable to rally this band of inept allies, leading to the sequential defeat of the otherwise formidable coalition at the hands of the Don Quixote family. The last remnants of strength still lingered within the spatial realm of Charlotte Brule's mirror fruit ability, allowing for a tenuous survival to this day. With Zhao's profound intellect, he ultimately unraveled the truth behind the childlike fruit's powers. Resolving the matter concerning this girl would turn the tides of battle, granting the anti-Don Quixote alliance a chance to reverse their fortunes. Through the myriad mirrors aboard the ship, Brule adeptly gathered intelligence and discovered the whereabouts of the elusive Officer Sugar, hidden away in a secret chamber. However, in the presence of the girl within the hidden room, the astute Zhao sensed something amiss and hesitated to strike, leading to the unexpected emergence of Li Zhao. Initially, as he covertly observed the unfolding events from within the mirror, Zhao suspected Li Zhao to be yet another participant in this treacherous trap. It was only upon witnessing Li Zhao's decisive strike against Toribol that he confirmed his ally's identity. For Don Quixote Doflamingo, though cunning and ambitious, was not the sort to sacrifice his most capable subordinates to ensnare a defeated foe. Subsequently, Li Zhao was ambushed by the half-human, half-ghost master of the Daiwang Fist, sustaining severe injuries that left him on the brink of death. In that critical moment, it was Zhao and Brule's timely collaboration that drew Li Zhao into the mirrored realm. This was the sequence of events. Although he felt a pang of dissatisfaction at having become a mere stepping stone, the debt of gratitude owed to Zhao and Brule was undeniably profound. Li Zhao had no intention of shirking his responsibility, poised to express his thanks when suddenly he felt a sweetness in his throat, followed by a violent expulsion of blood. The lethal strike from the master of the Daiwang Fist was indeed formidable, its destructive power surpassing even that of the aged and frail Buddha of war, especially at close range, leaving Li Zhao no time to execute a defensive maneuver. His internal organs suffered grave damage, and had he not possessed 3 hearts at that moment, such wounds would have been sufficient to claim his life twice over. Though he had narrowly escaped peril, Li Zhao's injuries erupted, causing torrents of dark, viscous blood to spew forth, mingled with fragments of internal tissue, instilling terror in those surrounding him. It was Zhao who remained the most composed, urgently calling out, "His injuries are extremely severe. Quickly, summon Ivankov." The hormone fruit user, the flamboyant Ambrosia Ivankov, a prominent figure within the Revolutionary Army and a skilled physician, had once revived individuals deemed beyond salvation by doctors, earning a legendary status as the most powerful queen of the hybrid beings. He had also resurrected the Straw Hat's destined son, Monkey D. Luffy, from the clutches of death in the original storyline. Upon hearing Zhao's call, a striking woman adorned in bold attire, tall and statuesque with a voluminous purple afro and dramatic makeup, rushed over. She knelt beside Li Zhao, exclaiming, "What has happened to this warrior boy? How could he sustain such grievous injuries?" Zhao interjected, "He is fighting against Doflamingo, just like us." Little Ivankov, refrain from asking too many questions. He is on the verge of collapse. In truth, he has long since ceased to function, in my eyes. He ought to have passed away by now. The fact that he is still expelling blood is nothing short of miraculous. Ivankov, the esteemed healer, discerned the gravity of Li Zhao's injuries with a single glance, yet he remained unaware that in this world, there exists a creature burdened with the hearts of 3 devil fruits. Do your utmost to attempt his salvation. Zhao too, witnessed the terrifying blow delivered by Lao Ji through the mirror. He mused that had he been in the same position, his demise would have been inevitable. It seems that only a scant few in the revolutionary army, such as the leader dragon and the tyrant Kuma, possess the strength to withstand such an assault. Very well. I shall resort to the self-healing hormones to activate the innate restorative powers within his body. However, the success rate of this method is lamentably low. Alas. It remains to be seen how fervently this warrior boy clings to the will to survive and whether he can conjure a miracle. At this moment, Li Zhao found himself entirely immersed in another realm. Naturally, he had no desire for death, however. The core essence within him had regrettably transitioned from Califa of the bubble fruit to Kinemin of the paper fruit. Furthermore, the body endowed with the surgical fruit abilities, previously possessed by Law, had been abducted by the airborne pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion. In other words, Li Zhao had lost all means of self-healing. He was utterly immobilized, and the prospect of replacing Califa's skin was utterly impossible. The only recourse left to him was to employ his existing fruit abilities and the various skills he had surreptitiously acquired from others to orchestrate his own salvation. Time was of the essence. His current physical condition could not sustain him for long. Li Zhao began to meticulously organize his cards for self-rescue. First, there was the ability of Kinemin of the Red Scabbard, which was tied to the Fufu fruit. Although Li Zhao surmised that this ability harbored infinite potential, he simply lacked the time to develop it. At best, he could conjure a mere array of bandages and plaster, which would be of no help to his internal injuries. As for the paper fruit, it was even more irrelevant. He could not move a single finger, let alone create any artwork. Additionally, the gas fruit, while fascinating in its ability to transform the body into gaseous elements, were no utility against the injuries he had sustained. The Zoan-type devil fruits, although capable of significantly enhancing one's life potential and possessing the strongest self-healing capabilities among the three categories, could even bring one back from the brink of death. Yet, it was evident that Li Zhao had yet to develop the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Buddha form to such an extent, let alone awaken its life-restoring powers. Li Zhao pondered deeply, realizing that the only technique he could utilize was the life restoration Qigong, which allowed for precise control over each bodily cell. However, as the name suggests, life restoration inherently implies a fundamental aspect of this practice. It reflects a common flaw within all power systems of this world. Whether it be the three-colored haki or various Qigong combat techniques, they all maximize the exploitation of the body's potential, often at the expense of life force, thereby unleashing the body's utmost combat prowess. Consequently, the formidable individuals in this realm typically enjoy limited lifespans. Even the likes of Pirate King Roger, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, and Sengoku the Buddha, are beset by injuries. As they age, their combat effectiveness drastically diminishes, and their once boundless abilities, far from extending their lives, tend to deplete their vitality prematurely. In the world of One Piece, even the most powerful figures, such as Roger and Whitebeard, succumb to the ravages of age, their bodies frail and combat strength sharply declining over time, leading to an early depletion of their life force and rarely experiencing a peaceful end. In stark contrast, the ancient martial masters from Li Zhao's original world exemplify the adage that one becomes more adept with age. As they grow older, their skills deepen, easily living to the age of 100 or even 180, should they transcend the limits of their cultivation. It is not beyond the realm of possibility to attain a celestial state, sharing longevity with heaven and earth. If only I could master internal energy techniques, such as the Divine Illumination Scripture, the Healing Chapter of the 90 Manual, or the One Young Finger. Just knowing one would suffice to prevent me from languishing here, awaiting death. Wait a moment, although I lack knowledge of ancient Chinese martial arts, could I not create my own system? Possessing the terrifying power akin to the three-color dominance and the miraculous life restoration energy, I now also embody a wisdom and spirit comparable to that of the Buddha. With this foundation, and blending it with the perspective and insights of a time traveler, coupled with my imaginative reservoir, I aspire to create a unique internal cultivation technique capable of healing. The potential is indeed promising. With determination, Li Zhao endeavored to recall the memories related to internal cultivation from his past. Among these, the most vivid recollections stemmed from Jean de Xia's The Legend of the Condor Heroes, specifically the teachings of Mayu, the leader of the Chuanjian sect, who meticulously instructed the young Guijing in the ways of internal energy. This included detailed descriptions of meditative postures for both sitting and sleeping. But the most invaluable aspect for Li Zhao at this moment was the guidance on how to first cultivate a sense of energy. Even a dull and inexperienced child like Guijing was able to awaken this energy sensation, subsequently attaining internal power. In contrast, Li Zhao had already mastered the formidable prowess of the domineering spirit and the life-restoring energy, truly internalizing them through the memories of his body. Most importantly, he possessed the wisdom, strength, and spirit granted by the Buddha fruit, which represented the true essence of the Zoan-type devil fruit, the mythical beast form of the great Buddha. With just the right impetus and a proper beginning, Li Zhao quickly attained the legendary sensation of energy. He felt as though a warm little mouse was scurrying about within his body, bringing a profound sense of ease and fluidity wherever it traversed. At that moment, a surge of external life essence was injected into his being. Isolated from external perceptions, Li Zhao remained unaware that this life essence was the self-healing hormone injected by the enigmatic Ivankov. However, he recognized that this power was exceedingly domineering, striving to forcibly activate his body's self-healing factors. While this method could repair bodily injuries, the potential hazards it posed to his health were undoubtedly significant. In the end, even if it managed to save his life, a considerable reduction in his lifespan seemed inevitable. Li Zhao would certainly not permit such a situation to transpire. Under his mental guidance, the warm little mouse promptly rushed towards the essence of life, subsequently enveloping it. With Li Zhao's direction, it evenly and appropriately distributed the vital energy to the areas of his body that truly required it. Li Zhao could distinctly perceive a profound transformation occurring within his body. The cells first decomposed the necrotic tissues, subsequently reabsorbing them. The cells proliferated at an astonishing rate. More resilient, vibrant new cells supplanted the old ones. Guided by Li Zhao, mending damaged organs, reconstructing his physique, and completing a miraculous metamorphosis akin to a rebirth. The inner energy circulated within his body. Growing stronger with each cycle, this vitality, though fundamentally different from the domineering might of Haki, shared the same origin. The overpowering nature of Haki, while formidable and devastating, imposed a considerable burden on the body. In contrast, this new life energy was gentle and rich, nurturing every blood vessel and meridian. The ancient Chinese martial arts emphasized the concept that solitary yin cannot give birth, nor can solitary yang thrive. The union of yin and yang gives rise to all things, embodying the essence of the natural order. In the world of pirates, the application of Haki tends to be excessively aggressive, representing solitary yang, the stronger the dominance, the more frequent the battles, leading to an accumulation of physical vulnerabilities. However, the newfound power that Li Zhao had comprehended, which he named the life Haki, was precisely capable of healing these injuries, harmonizing yin and yang, blending water and fire, mutually enhancing each other, and ensuring the continuity of life. Li Zhao's internal injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace, and what delighted him even more was that his innate domineering presence, along with his armed and observation Haki, seemed to gradually strengthen in tandem with the operation of his life energy, or internal power, circulating through his meridians. It is crucial to understand that in the world of pirates, the potency of Haki is intricately linked to one's innate talent and physical constitution. Generally speaking, an individual's ultimate achievements are predetermined from the moment of their birth. Once awakened, the total amount of Haki remains relatively unchanged. Subsequent training merely enhances the exploration of one's Haki potential and increases proficiency in its application. Take, for instance, Big Mom, who could annihilate giants at the tender age of 6, considered to possess the potential of an admiral. Kaido, another Yonko, was capable of overwhelming the Navy even in his youth, treating their prisons as mere dining halls, voluntarily allowing himself to be captured when hungry and departing once sated. Such prodigious talents do not require mentors or secret manuals. As long as they can flourish, they are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of their lives. Even Monkey D. Luffy, an inspirational figure who climbed from the very depths to the summit, has a lineage that cannot be overlooked. His father is Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and his grandfather is the legendary marine hero, Garp. Even the seemingly accidental consumption of the gum-gum fruit, which is in truth the strongest mythical Zoan type, offers him an extraordinary starting point in a world where he is already at a significant advantage. In such a realm, the existence of a transmigrator like Li Zhao is, in fact, rather unfriendly. In his previous life, he was a reclusive otaku, often failing physical education exams. And the body he inhabits after his crossing is merely a nameless cannon fodder character from the original anime narrative, with talents and potential limits that are all too evident. Li Zhao's journey to his current stature has been a gradual ascent, marked by diligent steps and the earnest appropriation of knowledge from others. Today, he has finally cultivated this acquired wisdom to such an extent that he can draw strength from the very heavens. The ability to refine and elevate his formidable spirit signifies that even those of modest talent can gradually ascend and challenge the pinnacle of the world. It implies that one's origins and lineage no longer dictate their destiny. The profound impact and significance of this vibrant spirit on the world may well surpass even the groundbreaking tri-system heart transplantation. The transformation of Li Zhao was nothing short of astonishing to those around him. Once a lifeless body, continually spewing blood, he soon stabilized after the injection of self-healing hormones by the king of the heteromorphic. His vital signs gradually returned to normal. The crowd cast admiring glances at the king of the heteromorphic, leaving Ivankov blushing deeply, who could only laugh heartily to mask his bewilderment. Chapter 133. The Avenger Who Does Not Kill. Just as the crowd was fervently praising the king of the heteromorphic for his unparalleled and miraculous healing art, Li Zhao, the very patient, unexpectedly sat up on his own. Li Zhao's eyes were tightly shut, his legs crossed, with his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens. His hands alternated between forming a prayer gesture and various unusual mudras. Eventually, he pointed one hand towards the sky and the other towards the earth, enveloped in a verdant radiance that lifted his entire being several inches off the ground. Li Zhao hovered in midair, his body visibly regenerating, and his skin appeared smooth and plump, adorned with a radiant, prismatic aura that danced across his visage. The once unremarkable face of a warrior from the land of Heziguo now reflected a majestic, divine countenance that inspired reverence. It was a scene reminiscent of the Buddha's descent to the mortal realm, leaving the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Zhao, utterly astonished. He murmured, "Little Ivan, if I were to be injured again, could you possibly employ this self-healing hormone on me?" The king of transgenders was on the verge of tears. At that moment, Zhao's eyes glimmered with urgency, and an overwhelming sense of crisis washed over him. Suddenly, a cacophony of shattering glass echoed throughout the mirrored space, as mirrors lining the walls and ceiling began to fracture in alarming numbers. Charlotte BR exclaimed in terror, "This is bad. If all the mirrors shatter, we won't be able to escape." The range of BR's mirror fruit ability limited her to sensing only the mirrors aboard the Great Desoro. Otherwise, she could have easily returned to the world of nations to summon reinforcements or even her mother to obliterate the entire Great Desoro, thus avoiding their current predicament of hiding. The continuous shattering of mirrors within the mirrored space signified the destruction of numerous mirrors in the real world aboard the Great Desoro. Could it be that Don Quixote da Flamingo had finally discerned the truth of BR's powers and was initiating a preemptive strike? There was no time for contemplation. Should all the mirrors be destroyed, it would mean their entrapment in this realm, left to starve without sustenance. There's a dressing mirror. Everyone, hurry through. Move faster. There are already cracks appearing. The king of transgenders seized the meditating Li Zhao, hoisting him onto his shoulder, intent on crossing through the mirror. However, Zhao intervened, grasping him firmly. "Let me go first. There could be a trap on the other side. Everyone, be extremely cautious." Though Zhao was not a devil fruit user, he was the strongest among them and possessed the highest vigilance. It was only fitting for him to lead the way. Upon traversing the mirror, Zhao found himself in a lavishly decorated hotel room, devoid of any traps or even a single person. The other allied forces followed through the mirror, exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Just then, a thunderous voice erupted. "Kizaru, you little monkey, come out here. I'm going to slaughter you, you wretched dog." The voice resonated like rolling thunder, and before the sound faded, the windows, teacups, and the towering dressing mirror that they had just crossed shattered simultaneously. At last, the group understood the nature of the imminent threat. But who was this person? Such a terrifying presence, capable of shattering every pane of glass aboard the Great Desoro. Could it be that a member of the infamous 4 Emperors has graced us with their presence? The onlookers pressed against the windows, witnessing a towering figure with violet hair suspended in midair, surveying the entirety of the Desoro. This man appeared to be in his 30s. With a sun-kissed complexion and a robust physique, his right arm encased in a formidable mechanical prosthetic, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. "Yellow ape, you insolent whelp. Come forth and meet your demise." He bellowed once more, causing even the nearby walls to tremble and crack. What a fearsome strength. Who is this man daring to challenge the Marine Admiral, Yellow Ape? Has he lost his sanity? Moreover, he dares to address Yellow Ape as a mere monkey. Despite appearing significantly younger than the venerable Admiral, Zhao gaped at the violet-haired giant in the sky. For any pirate or revolutionary, Admiral Yellow Ape is akin to a natural disaster. When encountered, one must flee with utmost haste. Fortunately, Yellow Ape adheres to a doctrine of lazy justice, rarely pursuing his targets with fervor. Otherwise, with his unparalleled speed, few pirates in this world could hope to escape his grasp. This time, Yellow Ape lingered aboard the Deisaro under the pretense of investigating the murder of a celestial dragon, maintaining an aloof demeanor while observing the conflict between the Don Quixote family and the anti-Don Quixote alliance, as if he were merely a spectator to the drama unfolding around him. Yet, he was now faced with an adversary of formidable caliber who had come seeking trouble. Indeed, he had every right to call Yellow Ape a whelp, for this man is none other than the chief instructor of the Marine headquarters, the mentor to the three admirals. The crowd turned at the sound, witnessing Li Zhao gradually descending from the shoulder of the king of transvestites. Your injuries, have they all healed? Bulia inquired with concern, but before she could finish, the impatient Sabo interjected, do you know that violet-haired man? You say he is the chief instructor of the Marine headquarters? Why would he seek trouble with Yellow Ape? Li Zhao gazed at the man with purple hair, his expression a tapestry of emotions, a blend of nostalgia and perplexity. It was no wonder that they did not recognize him, for his days of prominence upon the seas were over 3 decades past. He was once a formidable ally of Garp and Sengoku, standing resolutely against the Pirate King, Roger, as well as the legendary pirate crew, Rox. Zephyr? Is he not the infamous black-armed Zephyr who refrains from killing? Buell exclaimed, her voice laced with astonishment. Being the eldest among them, she recalled the name that had once instilled fear across the seas. I have heard my mother speak of Zephyr, a rival she held in high esteem, albeit considering him a fool. Throughout his lifetime, he had vanquished countless pirates, yet never took a single life, earning him the moniker of the Admiral of the Marine headquarters who does not kill. A significant portion of the notorious criminals languishing in the depths of Impel Down were captured by him, yet his mercy towards pirates bred only animosity. They loathed him to the core. Shortly after marrying and starting a family, Zephyr lost his wife and children to pirate hands. It was said that he became disheartened and subsequently resigned from his position as an admiral. Upon hearing Buell's account, the gathering expressed their deep sympathy for Zephyr. Most present were members of the Revolutionary Army, their rebellion fueled by the dual torment inflicted by both pirates and celestial dragons, while the Marines, the supposed bastions of justice, had taken little action, even forming the 7 warlords to grant licenses for pillaging to the most heinous of pirates. In truth, individuals like Zephyr, who held steadfast principles and genuinely fought for the people, were exceedingly rare. However, due to the stringent information control within the Marines, only Li Zhao, the time traveler among them, possessed a clearer understanding of Zephyr's subsequent fate. Wait, you say he and Garp, Sengoku are contemporaries, yet he appears hardly older than I. Sabo remarked, gazing quizzically at the celestial figure in the sky. This, too, was Li Zhao's most profound conundrum. Zephyr's return to youth was not particularly surprising. One of his 2 devoted disciples, Ayn, possessed the power of the retrogression fruit, enabling her to revert anything she touched back by 12 years, as well as the age of individuals she encountered. A few touches could even reduce a person to a mere tadpole, erasing them from existence. Zephyr's actual age was likely in his 70s, and with Ayn merely needing to touch him 4 or 5 times, she could restore her mentor to the pinnacle of his physical prowess. Yet, this very fact bewildered Li Zhao. In the original anime narrative, Zephyr's condition had deteriorated to a state akin to that of Whitebeard. He required copious amounts of medication to sustain himself before and during battles. Despite Ayn's unwavering loyalty to her teacher, even willing to sacrifice her life for him, why did she not employ her remarkably convenient ability to rejuvenate the elderly and ailing Zephyr? Thus, it is evident that this ability possesses inherent limitations. Otherwise, the venerable figures such as the 3 great admirals, the 4 seas emperors, the 5 elders, and the celestial dragons would surely engage in a fierce struggle for On, leading to a life-and-death contest. Therefore, Li Zhao speculates that On's time reversal capability is merely a fade. For instance, he might render individuals youthful again. But this transformation would only be superficial, leaving their physical bodies unchanged. In fact, the inability to adapt to the vigor of youth could potentially shorten the already fleeting lives of the elderly, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. This reasoning could elucidate why, in the original anime narrative, On never restored Zephyr to his youthful state. Now, what is the situation with the Zephyr before us? If we adhere to Li Zhao's previous deductions, where rejuvenation is but an illusion, then this man, exuding an aura of divine might, and brazenly challenging the marine admirals. Appears anything but a mere charlatan. What has transpired with Zephyr? As Li Zhao pondered deeply, a beam of yellow light suddenly ascended into the sky, confronting Zephyr. It was none other than Admiral Kizaru. Oh dear, how terrifying. Teacher Zephyr, what on earth has your student done to invoke such ire? You little monkey. You have driven my beloved disciple on to her demise, and I shall exact vengeance. Zephyr roared, wielding his mechanical right arm, the crusher, and hurled it towards Kizaru. Is that girl named On? My student has not laid a hand on her, Mr. Zephyr. You must not unjustly accuse me, Kizaru retorted, while simultaneously molding light into a sword, ready to meet Zephyr's challenge. Such a fallacy. Were it not for your treacherous ambush while I had just finished battling Blackbeard, would not have had to sacrifice herself to restore my strength. You, along with Blackbeard, and indeed all pirates and marines in this world, shall pay dearly for the loss of my two beloved disciples. Teacher Zephyr, you truly show favoritism. Do not forget, I am also your student. Upon hearing this exchange, and with his extensive research on devil fruits and understanding of character arcs, Li Zhao finally began to piece together the larger picture. It is evident that this world diverges significantly from the storyline of the original anime. Since the tragic demise of his wife and child at the hands of pirates, Zephyr has devoted himself entirely to training young marine officers. Not long ago, he set sail with a ship full of new recruits for training, only to encounter the pirate Edward Newgate II. Tragically, among his crew, only Ein and Bin survived, while he himself suffered the loss of his right arm. However, rather than avenging him, the Navy headquarters chose to recruit that very pirate, elevating him to the position of the new warlord of the sea. This utterly unscrupulous, indeed inhumane behavior left Zephyr disillusioned with the Navy, prompting him to gather a group of like-minded individuals to establish the Enio Navy, with a mission to eradicate all pirates from the world. As the narrative unfolds into the theatrical storyline, Zephyr steals a super bomb known as the Power Rock, intending to execute a grand scheme that involves obliterating the island of origin, thereby extinguishing all pirates' aspirations. However, fate intervenes, and he inadvertently clashes with the Straw Hat crew, who are equipped with extraordinary abilities, leading to his demise on the battlefield, filled with bitterness in the Northwest. In this world, the Straw Hat crew has yet to set sail again, yet Zephyr's fortunes remain grim. Although he did not encounter the prodigious Son of Destiny, he found himself engaged in conflict with the Yonko, Blackbeard. Blackbeard relentlessly hunts down devil fruit users to seize their powers, making Ein, who possesses the reverse fruit, a likely target. In his youth, Zephyr could have faced Blackbeard, a dual devil fruit user, with confidence. However, at his current age and frailty, it is only natural that he is unable to prevail. The Enio Navy, unaware of the sacrifices made, barely managed to repel Blackbeard when calamity struck again, as Kizaru suddenly arrived to apprehend Zephyr. Just as Zephyr's crew seemed cornered, his beloved disciple Ein finally utilized her reverse fruit ability to restore her mentor to his prime. Yet, this time, Ein's reversal appeared markedly different. It is highly likely that she sacrificed her own life, exchanging her youth and lifespan for Zephyr's rejuvenation. The abilities of the surgery fruit user allow for life-altering transformations at the cost of their own life, while the reverse fruit user can grant others a return to their youthful state at the expense of their own fleeting years, thereby elucidating the entire situation. Li Zhao's conjecture has come remarkably close to the truth. However, such matters have now lost their significance. Zephyr, having experienced numerous highs and lows throughout his life, has once ascended to the pinnacle of existence, only to plummet into the depths of despair. Though he has regained his youth, he now finds himself once again in solitude, having lost all those he held dear. The current Zephyr is no longer the respected Marine Admiral, the revered chief instructor with countless prot-gs, nor the supreme commander of the Enio Navy. Today he stands as a vengeful deity, reborn to annihilate all, a bloodthirsty maniac. The Zephyr who once championed mercy has irrevocably vanished. Chapter 135, Seeking Death, the Eight-Span Mirror. Kizaru transformed into light, relentlessly striking at Zephyr, his sword speed reaching the zenith of the pirate world. Had his target been anyone else, they would have been reduced to mere pulp in an instant. Yet, Zephyr, known as the Black Arm, is formidable. Even alongside heroes like Garp and Sengoku, he is celebrated as a peerless warrior renowned for his indomitable haki. Though not a devil fruit user, Zephyr wields a mechanical right arm dubbed the Crusher, crafted by the genius Vegapunk. Equipped with an array of weaponry and forged from the extraordinary Sea Prism Stone, not only is it indestructible, but it also effectively counters all devil fruit abilities. With his haki surging through him, the crusher gleamed ominously black, resembling a black hole. Zephyr positioned the crusher defensively, executing minimal movements to deflect Kizaru's myriad of light swords, allowing none to breach his guard. While Zephyr may not match Kizaru in speed or fruit abilities, he surpasses his adversary in technique, weaponry, and even, despite his age. In physical condition, having regained his youth, he stands stronger than many contemporaries nearing their 60s. At last, a thunderous roar echoed as a beam of yellow light and a shadow were thrust outward, the yellow light toppling numerous structures before rocketing skyward, dissipating into a fleeting glow, vanishing into the horizon. Oh dear, how terrifying! The enraged and frenzied teacher Zephyr is too formidable to confront. It is best to retreat. The Marine Admiral Kizaru, the oldest among the current 3 admirals, has, in this moment, chosen to flee. In this world, no one can escape the pursuit of Kizaru. Nor can anyone catch up with the user of the glint fruit who voluntarily retreats from the battlefield. Although Zephyr managed to drive Kizaru away, he too could not remain unscathed. Rising slowly from the ruins, Zephyr bore a grievous scar across his chest. Yet, he seemed utterly unconcerned. Brushing off the dust from his attire, he gazed at the fading light on the horizon, his teeth clenched in fury, his whole body trembling. No matter how strong or youthful he might be, it was impossible for him to chase down a vanishing light with his moonwalk. At that moment, a group approached Zephyr, led by 2 of the remaining combatants from the Don Quixote family, Yura, the user of the art fruit, and Gladiolus, the user of the blast fruit. Yura, a robust and fashionable woman, stepped forward confidently, standing before Zephyr with an air of arrogance. Mr. Zephyr, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Dreadnought Sorrow. Though I must express my profound regret for the destruction wrought upon the city by your actions. Yura's intentions were crystal clear. She aimed to swiftly expel Zephyr, the great harbinger of calamity. It was uncertain whether Don Quixote da Flamingo was presently aboard the Dreadnought Sorrow, as he had yet to make an appearance. If Zephyr were allowed to continue his rampage, this island ship would soon meet its demise. The reason Yura dared to address Zephyr in such a manner was her age. She had heard tales of the merciful Zephyr and understood his nature well enough to speak without fear. In contrast, Gladiolus, standing beside her, appeared rather intimidated. Refraining from uttering a word, his legs trembling slightly. As anticipated, even when faced with Yura's humiliating dismissal, Zephyr remained silent, not displaying any signs of anger. However, Yura pressed on. If you have concluded your business, Mr. Zephyr, I urge you to depart from this island ship nation. You may be unaware, but this Dreadnought Sorrow, this mobile nation, has officially come under the aegis of the Don Quixote family, under the esteemed name of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Alas, hearing Qiao Lei's words, Li Zhao was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding. Zephyr's right arm had been severed by one of the 7 warlords, the infamous Whitebeard too, who had also ruthlessly slaughtered his entire crew of students. To invoke his most loathed memories in the presence of a man driven nearly mad by vengeance was tantamount to courting death. As anticipated, upon hearing the term 7 warlords, Zephyr erupted in fury, bellowing as he unleashed his machine, crushing Gladiolus in his grasp. The 7 warlords were far more despicable than pirates. As your subordinates, you shall all perish. Before anyone could react, the ill-fated Gladiolus was mercilessly crushed, his body exploding like a rotten tomato, oozing from between the machine's fingers and collapsing to the ground. The last gaze of the man was directed towards the now dumbstruck Qiao, his eyes filled with confusion and grievance, as if to convey a silent plea. It was you, the pretentious loudmouth, who provoked this madman. Yet why am I the one who pays the ultimate price? Once the slaughtering machine was set in motion, it would not cease until its rampage was complete. Zephyr first decimated the small squad affiliated with the Don Quixote family, then began to wreak havoc and destruction upon the streets, leaving no combatants from the Don Quixote family unscathed. Fortunately, most of the island ship's residents and tourists had been transformed into toys by Sugar, preventing them from becoming direct targets of Zephyr's wrath, thus keeping the casualty figures from escalating too alarmingly. Nevertheless, a madman of admiral caliber was now wreaking havoc without restraint, and despite the massive size of the Don Quixote ship, the prospect of its sinking was imminent. At that moment, the island ship was sailing upon the vast sea, unable to fly, and those unable to secure lifeboats faced certain doom. For Li Zhao, Sabo, and their companions, this outcome was far from desirable. While they secretly wished for the downfall of the Don Quixote family and the ship, they were acutely aware, despite their memories being sealed, that their comrades, transformed into dolls by sugar, still existed aboard this colossal vessel. Should the Don Quixote ship capsize, even if they managed to escape, they would irrevocably lose those companions. Neither Li Zhao nor Sabo were the type to easily abandon their comrades, and the absence of memories only intensified their uncertainty about how crucial those companions were to them. The thought of losing them was a notion fraught with lifelong regret. "We must stop Zephyr," Li Zhao exclaimed, preparing to leap from the window, only to be firmly restrained by Sabo. Breathing heavily, clearly agitated, Sabo forced himself to steady his breath and replied, "Wait. We must remain calm. Rushing out now would merely make us targets for Zephyr's assault. This madman shows no signs of restraint, and we might not even withstand a single blow. Moreover, let us not forget that there are those aboard this ship who are far more anxious than we are." At this moment, Li Zhao regained his composure. After observing silently for a while, he suddenly spoke. "Perhaps I possess a means to prevent Zephyr from attacking us. At least not to strike us down at first sight." Chapter 136. Countering villainy with villainy. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed upon him, Li Zhao continued. "You all witnessed the previous scene, did you not? It was Jorah who provoked Zephyr with her words. Yet the one who ultimately suffered and was crushed was none other than Gladius, who stood beside her. What do you think accounts for this?" In the distance, amidst the ruins, the fashionable Lady Jorah, rendered senseless by fear, continued to crawl through the debris, while the family troops that had accompanied her were utterly fragmented, with none escaping unscathed. Why did Zephyr choose to spare her life? The answer is not difficult to deduce, though it carries a tinge of sorrow. That unfortunate admiral, driven to madness, still adhered to his principles, showing mercy to the old, weak, women, and children. Yet here, it seems we have none of those, do we? Bree scanned the crowd, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was the one who most closely fit the description of the frail and vulnerable. The others averted their gazes from Bree, but it was Li Zhao who, wishing to spare his elder sister any embarrassment, shifted the conversation. It need not exclusively be the old or frail. Any woman should suffice. Zephyr likely would not strike at the mere sight of one. "Oh, so that is how it is," Sabo exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he turned his gaze toward the cross-dresser Ivankov, who promptly understood as well. "Behold, ambrosia, female hormone injection." Ivankov cried out, extending 10 injection needles from his fingertips, swiftly administering them to all the surrounding men, including Li Zhao and Sabo, who were all injected with female hormones. The potency of the hormones derived from the devil fruit was overwhelming. Everyone felt an odd sensation as their waist shrank. Their pants loosened, their chests tightened, and facial hair and body hair fell away in abundance, with their skin becoming delicate and smooth. Within mere seconds, there was not a single fully masculine man left in the room. The members of the Revolutionary Army appeared to have been subjected to Ivankov's transformations numerous times before, remaining largely indifferent to the changes in their bodies. Li Zhao, due to his personal abilities, was already quite familiar with the female form and thus did not react with alarm. However, the others were far less composed, each touching their bodies and exclaiming in surprise until Ivankov clarified that this transformation was merely temporary and that they would revert to their original forms in due time. Gradually, they calmed down. Yet, a few among them displayed clear signs of disappointment, all of which did not escape Ivankov's notice. It seemed that his endeavor to cultivate new citizens for the kingdom of crossdressers had already borne some fruit. "Look over there. It appears there is a child." Sabo's keen eyes suddenly pointed to the distance, and as Li Zhao followed his gaze, he emitted a cold snort. "It seems that even Zephyr cannot bring himself to slaughter the elderly, the weak, and the children. We are not alone in this regard. Mom, where are you? I'm so scared." On the rubble-strewn street, a little girl in a red dress cried, her tears streaming down her cheeks. Perhaps in shock, she covered her eyes and, amidst her sobs, slowly approached the architect of the destruction. "Zephyr, that child is, curse be it, that is Sugar." It turns out that the weeping little girl is none other than Sugar, the wielder of the hobby fruit. She was attempting to draw near to the perilous destroyer, utilizing her innocent appearance that would not arouse suspicion. If she could merely make contact with Zephyr, even the lightest brush against his skin, this crisis could be averted. Witnessing this scene, a wave of complexity washed over the onlookers. While they did not wish to see the Doflamingo ship meet its end at Zephyr's hands, a resolution that came too easily would be far too lenient on the Doflamingo family, especially concerning Sugar, who had been meticulously shielded by her family. Even the formidable Revolutionary Army, led by the brilliant mind of the Anti-Tang Coalition, had failed to assassinate her previously. Li Zhao had once ventured forth, only to fall into a trap, Though he ultimately found fortune in misfortune, the task's failure nearly cost him his life. Now, with the Doflamingo family cornered by Zifa, they had no choice but to dispatch Sugar for a surprise attack. If they missed this fleeting opportunity, they might never grasp Sugar's tail again. Li Zhao and Sabo exchanged a glance and simultaneously made a decision, and the next moment, they charged towards the battlefield below. The sudden appearance of the weeping girl took Zephyr by surprise, although he was engulfed in a frenzy of rage. A deeply buried sense of innocence within him restrained him from crossing the line, just as Zephyr found himself at a loss. And the young girl Sugar was merely a few steps away. His eyes suddenly glowed red, indicating an activation of his observation haki. Zephyr struck fiercely. Yet his target was not the nearby Sugar, but Sabo, who was rushing in from a distance to reach her. The devastating sweep of his attack sent Sabo flying, despite his attempt to defend himself with the dragon claw fist. In midair, Sabo spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, clearly wounded severely. Kill. Those who slay children, regardless of gender, shall face no mercy. Zephyr roared incoherently. He had sharply sensed the murderous intent that Sabo had inadvertently revealed, startling Sugar. However, she quickly reacted, reaching out to touch Zephyr's exposed, sturdy chest while he held her protectively. It was too late. The onlookers could only watch helplessly, knowing that any rash movement could provoke Zephyr's wrath. Even worse, Zephyr had clearly misunderstood the warning from his observation haki, believing it did not pertain to those who committed child murder. Just as Sugar's fingers were about to make contact with Zephyr's skin, a voice suddenly shouted, "Sugar! Catch this person!" Immediately, a body was hurled towards her. Sugar knew that Zephyr would protect her and initially intended to ignore it, focusing solely on fulfilling the task entrusted to her by her master. Yet, curiosity got the better of her, and the young girl turned to glance back. In the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. She disregarded Zephyr and rushed towards the person, extending her arms to catch him. The individual was none other than her younger sister, the Snow fruit user, Monet, who had recently gone missing on a mission while serving the Don Quixote family. However, upon catching Monet, something bizarre occurred. Before Sugar could inquire about her sister's condition, Monet's body began to melt away, leaving only a desiccated skeleton cradled in Sugar's arms. Chapter 137. The night demon appears. Did you see that, Zephyr? Anyone touched by that girl will instantly be melted. The crowd turned to see a tall, muscular woman clad in a samurai robe, pointing at Sugar and exclaiming loudly. Indeed, she was Li Zhao, wearing the skin of the red-sheathed samurai Kinemon, having been injected with female hormones by the king of the transgenders. Monet, the girl who had just been caught, was a drawing demon created by Li Zhao using the power of the paint fruit. The transformation from beauty to bone was, of course, a trick meticulously planned by Li Zhao from the very beginning. Li Zhao sought to publicly unveil the truth behind Sugar's powers. Yet he understood that casually sending someone forth would likely result in either her indifference or, should contact occur, a high probability that her abilities would remain dormant. Rather than resorting to such an approach, it would be far more prudent to orchestrate a frame-up. After all, whether one were to be bodily melted or transformed into a mere plaything, the horror of it all would remain palpable. As long as Zifa remained vigilant against any potential contact with Sugar, Li Zhao's intentions would be fulfilled. Zifa, having fought countless battles throughout his life and encountered numerous wielders of devil fruit abilities, had witnessed an array of bizarre phenomena, even in his current semi-mad state. And despite his skepticism towards Li Zhao's assertions, he would not allow Sugar to approach him unchallenged. "Damn it, you are courting death!" A furious shout echoed, as the surroundings underwent a peculiar transformation. The houses, the roads, and the remnants of shattered walls morphed into a strange, milky substance tinged with a hint of pink. The night demon has arrived. Everyone, be cautious. As a traveler from another realm, Li Zhao was acutely aware of Don Quixote Doflamingo's secret weapon. Even though he had never revealed his awakened ultimate move before others, Li Zhao knew it all too well. This was the power awakened from his string fruit, capable of converting surrounding objects into strings under his command. As Li Zhao had forewarned, countless white threads aligned horizontally, surging forth like waves. Those caught upon this sea of strings, be it Li Zhao, Sabo, or even Zifa, were engulfed entirely. Bodies became ensnared by innumerable threads, rendering any movement of limbs exceedingly arduous. Even attempts to sever these threads with blades or abilities would result in even more threads ensnaring them anew. Li Zhao has long harbored a perplexity. Doflamingo is the first character in the original anime whose fruit ability has clearly awakened. However, the techniques he displays in the original work, stemming from his awakened powers, are merely foolish maneuvers that involve utilizing a multitude of threads to bludgeon his opponents. What purpose do these threads serve? They are meant for stitching, for dividing, for connecting. Yet, in the original narrative, Doflamingo employs them as if they were mere stones or bricks to wield as weapons. This not only reflects a gross misuse of potential, but also indicates a clear deviation from his true capabilities. If Doflamingo were unaffected by the dulling aura of his surroundings and returned to a more righteous path, how formidable his awakened string fruit would truly be. Li Zhao found himself torn between admiring his own profound insights and lamenting his unfortunate knack for speaking ill-fated truths. The world of Doflamingo was evidently far more cunning than portrayed in the original anime narrative. Surrounding objects morphed into slender threads, coalescing into a tumultuous wave akin to a surging sea, rising from beneath the crowd and gradually converging upon the adversary situated at the heart of the sea of threads. Ultimately, this culminated in a colossal spiral of white waves, intent on ensnaring the opponent and utterly crushing them within its grasp. Yet, at this very moment, Doflamingo himself had yet to manifest before their eyes. Indeed, this was the proper manifestation of the string fruit. Li Zhao quietly admired this. Such was the demeanor befitting an ambitious visionary intent on conquering the world. However, Tenyasha, are you perhaps underestimating us a tad too much? With a sudden, thunderous shout, Li Zhao's body erupted into a burst of energy, transforming into air as he deftly extricated himself from the sea of threads, before coalescing once more in midair. Receive this. Foxfire Flow, Fire Willow Flash, Fire Tree Paradise. This was a sophisticated technique that Li Zhao had devised by merging the Foxfire Flow swordsmanship of the Scarlet Blade Samurai with the capabilities of the gas fruit. An immense volume of gas was dispersed into the atmosphere, subsequently ignited by the Foxfire Flow, and in an instant, the entire world seemed to transform into a blazing inferno, with violet flames soaring dozens of meters high. From a distance, the grand ship, the Deisaro, appeared to be engulfed in flames. Ultimately, threads remained threads, especially those forcibly transformed by the awakened abilities of the fruit, lacking any extraordinary attributes. Once Li Zhao set them ablaze, they were instantly reduced to ashes. I'm unscathed? Standing amidst the ashes of the threads, Sabo gazed at his hands in astonishment, marveling at his own safety. This was, of course, to be expected. Li Zhao had not yet descended into madness to the point of indiscriminately harming friend and foe alike. He had subtly manipulated the gas, replacing the air around Sabo with an inert gas that was neither flammable nor supportive of combustion, thus creating a protective barrier. Although Sabo found himself surrounded by a sea of flames, he suffered only minor burns from the intense heat and a fleeting sense of suffocation, his body remaining largely unharmed. However, the others within the inferno were not so fortunate. Li Zhao promptly examined his accomplishments, only to discover that he was enveloped in the protective embrace of armament hockey. Resembling a dark colossus descended from the heavens, despite having been submerged in the ocean of threads and subsequently bathed in a sea of purple flames. This outwardly youthful elder emerged unscathed. Even without Li Zhao's intervention, escaping the sea of threads would have been a trivial endeavor for him. Surprisingly, he had even taken action to shield Sugar. The rescued girl, adorned with a feigned smile of gratitude, approached Zephyr for an affectionate embrace, only to be met with a fierce glare that rendered her instantly rigid, deterring any further movement. In the distance, the sound of heavy footsteps resonated through the street. As a tall, slender figure draped in a pink feathered cloak approached slowly. Veins bulged on his forehead, and even through the sunglasses he wore, one could sense the seething rage emanating from him. This figure could only be Don Quixote Doflamingo. Trailing closely behind was the grim-faced Golden Emperor, Tesoro. The two formidable figures of the seven warlords had finally made their grand entrance. Faced with this situation, Li Zhao silently lamented his misfortune. He found himself positioned precisely between Zephyr and the Golden Emperor, becoming the focal point of attention amidst the charged atmosphere. His desire to remain an observer and reap the benefits of their conflict had been utterly thwarted. Most infuriating of all was that slippery fellow, Sabo, who, sensing the precariousness of the situation, had slipped away, leaving Li Zhao to grapple with the chaos alone. Chapter 138, The Intuition of the Golden Emperor. You wretched woman, daring to disrupt my plans. Just wait until I strip your flesh and sell you into slavery. Li Zhao was momentarily taken aback, glancing around before he comprehended that the derogatory remark from Tian Yeka was indeed directed at him. However, with his thick skin, he dismissed it, for he understood that everything was merely superficial. When the time came for him to shed this fade, who would truly recognize one another? I simply cannot abide by your despicable band of pirates who thrive on the oppression of the innocent. All pirates deserve their demise. Master Zhao, I stand by your side. Let us unite to avenge the unfortunate civilians and the tragically fallen recruits. Li Zhao's remarks are riddled with flaws, utterly incapable of withstanding scrutiny. Yet, at this moment, Zhao finds himself in a state of near madness, his thoughts a chaotic swirl, relying solely on instinct. Although Li Zhao had indeed rendered him assistance earlier, and that devastating fire, while seemingly malicious, had not harmed Lord Zhao in the slightest. It was naturally dismissed by this young elder. Humph, sharp-tongued and quick-witted, I am eager to see if your skills are as formidable as your foul mouth suggests. With a cold snort, the celestial knight demon lunged forward, charging directly at Li Zhao. 5 colored threads. Li Zhao's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly retreated, drawing closer to Zephyr while shouting, Commander Zephyr, he is the warlord Don Quixote. Just like that scoundrel who severed your right arm, both are nothing more than lapdogs of the world government, utterly despicable beings. This ignited the fury within Zephyr. With a thunderous roar, he surged past Li Zhao, his fist enveloped in haki, aimed directly at the head of the night dancer. I will hold this madman at bay. You must swiftly eliminate that wretched woman and then come to my aid. The night dancer, with his left hand's fingertips resembling the barrel of a gun, shot forth small strands to restrain, while his right hand arched high, unleashing a whip over 100 meters long towards Zephyr with fierce intent. Receiving directives from Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Golden Emperor Tesoro approached Li Zhao with a grim expression, yet remained silent. The first master he recognized after his arrival in this world now sought to eliminate him, stirring a faint sense of emotion within Li Zhao. Nevertheless, this would not deter him from dispatching Tesoro shortly, as a means of repaying the favor of his prior acknowledgement. Li Zhao held his sword aloft, flames dancing upon the blade, their hue shifting from crimson to gold, then to azure, and finally to a purplish tint, culminating in a faintly luminous white, a testament to the escalating temperature, surpassing 1,000 degrees Celsius. Tesoro extended a finger, and a massive mass of gold morphed into a colossal serpent, lunging towards Li Zhao with the intent to engulf him. Yet, as Li Zhao brandished the fiery sword, the golden serpent disintegrated before it could even approach the blade, melting away like warm chocolate. Although it is commonly said that true gold fears not the flames, the melting point of gold is precisely 1,064 degrees Celsius. This spectacle left Tesoro aghast. His golden fruit had always proven invincible, even against Doflamingo. The Golden Emperor aboard the dreadnought had never known fear, and his current submission was merely a result of betrayal and the fleeting nature of time. A moment of reluctant compromise. In other words, Tesoro still harbored confidence in his prowess, yet now, an unnamed female warrior was able to dissolve his once indomitable gold merely with the fire of her sword, leaving him in a state of disbelief. No, this is impossible. Tesoro shrieked, and in an instant, the ground transformed into gold, revealing the awakened power of his devil fruit. Akin to Doflamingo, he could transmute surrounding objects into gold. Unlike Doflamingo, who could conjure gold from nothing, this type of awakening was far more practical for Tesoro than the awakening of the string fruit was for Doflamingo. A golden ocean surged forth, waves towering several meters high, crashing toward Li Zhao. You need not use your fire to melt it. My gold is already liquid. Wahahaha. Li Zhao's visage was stern, as a powerful and fierce current of air suddenly erupted from various parts of his body, his scapula, cervical vertebrae, spine, hips, knees, and ankles. In that moment, his form resembled that of a multitude of miniature rocket propulsion systems, propelling him forward like a cannonball. This was the culmination of Li Zhao's self-invented gas-powered propulsion technique, inspired by the mobile warrior Gundam. With his flame-wreathed sword poised for a thrust, he instantaneously carved a vast breach in the golden waves, and in the blink of an eye, the blade was hovering perilously close to Tesoro's eyelids. Must not kill him. Just as victory seemed within his grasp, Li Zhao's thought shifted, causing the blade to veer slightly, merely grazing the cheek of Tesoro, leaving a profound scar upon the handsome and masculine features of the Golden Emperor. It was then that Tesoro realized he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Yet, rather than succumbing to panic, he regained his composure, standing tall and restoring his regal demeanor. Who are you truly? I am but a humble warrior from the land of harmony, Li Zhao fabricated with nonchalance. Lies. Though I have not encountered you before, I possess an instinctive feeling that you are someone I know very well. Do not deny it. My intuition has never led me astray. Li Zhao let out a quiet sigh, secretly admiring the man before him. It was hard to fathom that he had once been a slave to the celestial dragons, In just over 2 decades, he had transformed into the world's wealthiest individual and a sovereign ruler. One could assert that this man possessed an abundance of fortitude, perseverance, intelligence, and intuition. The only element he seemed to lack was a touch of luck, as fate had led him to encounter someone like Li Zhao. Li Zhao did not harbor any resentment towards Zhao for betraying him, for he indeed harbored ill intentions and never intended to serve this golden emperor for a lifetime. Moreover, he had long coveted the grand ship, the Desirol, yet before he could act upon his desires, he found himself outmaneuvered by his adversary, leaving him at a loss for words. "Boss, I have transformed into this state, and it truly astounds me that you still recognize me." Upon hearing the familiar tone, Zhao was initially taken aback, and then a look of disbelief crossed his face. He pointed at Li Zhao, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, You are Bobby Van Ku. No, this is impossible. Your appearance, your gender? What on earth is happening?" Li Zhao no longer provided answers for Zhao, as he suddenly found himself engulfed in confusion. Upon hearing the name Bobby Van Ku, his immediate reaction was, "Bobby Van Ku? Who is this individual?" Zhao, brimming with confidence, ultimately erred in his own identity. In this realm, he is known as Kelly Van Ku. No, that is incorrect. He did not misidentify. Perhaps it is I who am mistaken? Chapter 139. The ingenious strategy of the night demon. Upon realizing the potential discrepancies in his memories, Li Zhao's mind felt as though it had been struck by a colossal hammer, causing his thoughts to boil over. He clutched his head and staggered backward, emitting anguished groans. This torment was not unfamiliar to Li Zhao. That damned sugar. Any memory associated with the companions she had transformed into playthings would mercilessly torment his mind upon recollection. This unexpected turn of events, however, presented an exquisite opportunity for Zhao to mount a counterattack. He extended his hand, and the molten gold flowing across the ground immediately split into several streams, darting toward Li Zhao as if possessed by a soul of their own. Li Zhao experienced an excruciating headache as he faced the counterattack of Zhao. With the last remnants of his consciousness, he explosively dispersed his body, utilizing the power of the gas fruit to elementalize and escape to a safe distance. Suddenly bereft of his adversary, the Golden Emperor Zhao stood momentarily in a daze, only to be roused by the urgent call from Doflamingo. In the face of the rejuvenated former Marine Admiral Zifa, the nightmarish figure of Yasha was beginning to falter, urgently requiring Zhao's assistance. A fleeting flicker of an imperceptible emotion crossed Zhao's face, and in the next instant, he summoned thousands of tons of liquid gold, propelling himself toward the battlefield. Zhao and Doflamingo, two awakened fruit power wielders and formidable overlords of the Seven Warlords, united to confront the former Marine Admiral Zifa. The battle commenced at a fever pitch. In stark contrast to the two, Zifa was a quintessentially ordinary man, having never consumed any devil fruit nor possessed any peculiar lineage. He was merely a commoner who, through sheer determination and relentless effort, ascended to the rank of Marine Admiral, an exemplary archetype of triumph without external aids, akin to leveling a game account to its zenith without cheats. Now, in this world of pirates, the pinnacle of physical prowess represented by Zifa clashed against the apex of awakened devil fruit users. The environment around them transformed, at times morphing into a kingdom of silk nets, a wide expanse, and at others into an ocean of gold. Zifa, akin to a shark navigating the waves, shattered everything before him with overwhelming force. In a moment of sheer brilliance, the battle-hardened Zifa seized upon a vulnerability in Zhao, his right arm morphing into a colossal crushing mechanism that ensnared the Golden Emperor's waist. In the next heartbeat, a hidden cannon within the crushing apparatus fired at point-blank range, nearly splitting Zhao in two, as he was unable to utilize his devil fruit powers due to contact with sea stone. "You are utterly useless," Doflamingo exclaimed in a fit of rage, yet he swiftly released his threads to rescue Zhao, yanking him back from midair and employing his silk to stitch up the wounds. Finally, he summoned a burning wooden beam, using the flames to cauterize Zhao's injuries and forcefully staunch the bleeding. In truth, this last step was largely unnecessary. Yasha's wound suturing had reached a cellular level, capable of perfectly mending even internal injuries with minimal bleeding. The application of fire bore an undertone of punishment for Zhao's earlier failures. Overwhelmed by multiple agonies, Zhao cried out, struggling to express his gratitude to Yasha for the assistance. However, as Doflamingo turned his head, the Golden Emperor's gaze transformed into one of venomous hatred. Not only was Zhao astute, but he was also exceptionally intelligent. He could easily discern Doflamingo's unmasked ploys. "Get up and continue fighting as soon as you can," This madman may be formidable, but I have identified his weakness. If we coordinate well, we will swiftly eliminate him. Yes, as you command, master. Zhao covered the wound on his chest with a delicate layer of gold, not only to alleviate pain and staunch the bleeding but, more importantly, to conceal the unsightly burn that marred his physique. As the world's most celebrated artist and singer, he placed immense importance on his image. Suddenly, the Golden Emperor bellowed, summoning all the liquid gold around him to surge forth, enveloping him in layers until he transformed into a towering golden titan, over 100 meters high, resembling Zhao in every detail. This was Zhao's ultimate technique, the embodiment of the golden deity. Everything in this city is under my control. Do not underestimate me. Prepare to face my wrath, Golden Inferno. The golden giant unleashed a powerful punch, its fist enveloped in energy bursting with explosive properties. Zephyr, undeterred, wielded his dark and gleaming crusher, engaging the golden titan in a fierce confrontation without retreat. A tremendous shockwave from the explosion swept across the city, causing the golden giant to stagger back several steps, nearly toppling over, with numerous cracks appearing on its right fist. However, such injuries were trivial for a golden colossus, as it could be mended with but a thought. Essentially, this golden giant was akin to the T-1000 from Terminator, nearly immune to physical attacks. Zephyr was also driven deep into the ground, yet he remained unscathed. He swiftly regained his footing, employing the moonwalk technique to propel himself back into the air. With his eyes aglow with a red light, he activated his observation haki to its fullest, perceiving the golden giant as if it were completely transparent, revealing the real Zhao at its core. This was one of the practical applications of observation haki, X-ray vision. Even in a semi-mad state, Zephyr's battle experience remained intact. He combined moonwalk with shaving, propelling himself like a rocket to the chest of the golden titan, smashing with the crusher and creating a gaping hole from which Zhao was partially visible. Just then, a commanding voice rang out from Doflamingo. Zephyr, do you see who this is? The knight Yasha held a firearm, cradling a young child, the barrel ominously pressed against the child's head. The child was Sugar, her face buried in her hands, weeping profusely as she murmured, "Mommy, save me. Navy Big Brother, save me." Her appearance was heart-wrenchingly pitiable. Do you see now, Zephyr? This child is merely an ordinary civilian's daughter. Touching her will not cause your body to dissolve. You were deceived by that cunning and despicable woman. But now, you must pay the price for wrongfully accusing this innocent girl. I will count to 10, and if you do not surrender immediately, I will shoot this child. Chapter 140. The Demise of Sugar. Indeed, the confrontation between Doflamingo and Sugar was a compelling performance, a focal point of the strategic maneuver orchestrated by the knight Yasha. The classic villainous tactic of taking hostages proves effective against heroes. Doflamingo, a true tyrant of his era, swiftly devised a plan to utilize the very method that Zhao had employed to frame him, thereby inversely proving Sugar's innocence. If you claim that mere contact with this girl leads to immediate decay, then why am I unharmed? Thus, Sugar is merely an ordinary child, tragically bereaved of her mother and family in calamity, making her the ideal hostage. Zeph is a man devoted to justice and protection throughout his life. In the film, although he would go so far as to obliterate the New World to eradicate all pirates, this stems from his advanced age and dwindling lifespan. Confronted by an incessant tide of pirates and a world government that colludes with them, he has succumbed to profound despair and helplessness, prompting his reckless, all-or-nothing actions. Moreover, the film's production team deliberately assigns him a fatal flaw, allowing the overpowered Monkey D. Luffy to engage in his heroic exploits without hesitation. At this moment, Zeph, half mad and half frantic, finds clarity in his thoughts, his actions shaped by decades of naval service. With his rejuvenated youth, he possesses the strength to confront any pirate directly, no longer necessitating tragic tactics that risk mutual destruction. Since the girl is an innocent civilian, it is his duty as a Navy officer to ensure her safety. After a solemn silence, the former admiral and current commander of the Enio Navy, Zeph, struck a few blows on the mechanism on his shoulder, detaching the colossal and cumbersome sea stone prosthetic weapon. Doflamingo's lips curled into a smile of triumph as he gestured, unleashing a strand of thread that ensnared Zeph with unyielding precision. These threads were starkly different from those previously toyed with by others. Upon contact, Zeph's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his concern. Do not attempt to struggle. These threads are my most formidable lifeline. Not even you, nor the likes of Kaido or Charlotte Linlin, can hope to escape once ensnared. The knight Yasha's declaration is not mere bravado. This so-called lifeline is essential for Doflamingo's ultimate technique, the birdcage, and the flawless shadow puppet. The total quantity of the lifeline is limited. Using it for the shadow puppet precludes the use of the birdcage. Not long ago, Doflamingo crafted a shadow puppet of sugar with this lifeline to lure the Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff, Zhao. However, inexplicably, the connection of that lifeline to his body severed abruptly, and despite his relentless search thereafter, he could not reclaim it, as if those lifelines were imprisoned in another realm. Such a loss is far more agonizing for Doflamingo than the demise of 2 or 3 high-ranking family members. Currently, the total amount of his lifeline has dwindled to a mere 20% of its former self, and what troubles him further is that, like his very existence, the total quantity of this lifeline is fixed. It is nearly impossible for Doflamingo to replenish the lifeline he has lost. Nevertheless, with the remaining lifeline, he can still completely strip Zhao of his freedom. The only concern left is how to handle the aftermath. Sugar, go and transform Mr. Zhao into a puppet. As the cold and mocking orders of the night Yasha were issued, the young girl, Sugar, who had been sobbing in his arms, cheerfully left her master's embrace and skipped towards Zhao. Upon witnessing the smile on Sugar's face, an amalgamation of innocence and cunning, even the half-mad Zhao realized he had fallen into a trap. He wished to curse vehemently, but the unyielding threads bound his mouth shut. Just as Sugar was about to reach Zhao, a shadow suddenly emerged from a mirror on the ground before her. It was Zhao, who had previously made his escape, brandishing a steel pipe infused with the power of hockey, aiming to strike Sugar down. However, in the face of this lethal blow, Sugar displayed no signs of fear. Instead, a devious smile spread across her youthful face. At last, I've caught you. With a swift motion, she raised her hands and released a large net, ensnaring Zhao, who had unwittingly flown into her trap. Undoubtedly, this net was woven from Doflamingo's lifeline. Sugar chirped gleefully. Master's calculations are impeccable. He knew that you, this cunning rogue, would never pass up this final opportunity and would certainly strike. So, preparations were made long ago, just waiting for your appearance. Zhao, trapped within the net, wore a bitter smile. He was well aware that this was likely a trap, but as Sugar had pointed out, this was indeed his last chance to act. If Sugar succeeded in turning Zhao into a puppet, the game would be over. Sugar would inevitably be hidden away by Doflamingo in a location no one could find, and they had lost nearly all the mirrors on the island. With Charlotte Brle's abilities rendered useless, they had lost their sanctuary and source of information, leaving them with no option but to await their demise or starve in the mirror world. Thus, Zhao knowingly ventured into the tiger's den, yet a miracle failed to manifest. Even Li Zhao, whom Zhao regarded as his last hope, was currently lurking in the shadows, suffering from a splitting headache. This time, it was truly over. How frustrating. Just as Sugar's small hands were mere centimeters away from Zhao's body, and he had resigned himself to the futility of struggling, an unexpected event occurred. A pebble beneath Zhao's feet suddenly trembled, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a small piece of gold. Doflamingo, sensing the change with his Kenbunchika haki, shouted urgently to Sugar, "Be careful, get away from there." However, it was already too late. The small piece of gold instantaneously liquefied, transforming into a spiraled spike that pierced through Sugar's tender chest, creating a gaping void the size of a bowl and directly shattering her heart. Doflamingo rushed forward, only to realize that attempting to reassemble the mangled remnants of flesh into a complete heart was nothing short of a fantastical delusion. Sugar was dead. Chapter 141. A Reunion. The Resurrection of the Thousand Illusions Pirate Crew. Ha ha ha. Ho 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 ho. Waka waka waka. From a distance, the colossal golden titan stood still, emanating a cacophony of uncontrollable laughter from the fissure in its chest. The voice belonged to the Golden Emperor, Tesoro, who had finally seized this singular opportunity to eliminate the greatest reliance of his avaricious ally. Doflamingo, do you truly consider me merely a dog at your command? To curse as you wish and to manipulate as you please? Wahahaha. This is the price of your humiliation and deceit. Wahahaha. Remember this. I am a god, the supreme deity of this world. Another one has gone mad. Zhao murmured, and in the next moment, countless memories that had been sealed surged into his mind like a tidal wave. With the complete departure of Sugar's soul, all the puppets aboard the island ship, the Doflamingo, as well as the toy slaves far away in Dressrosa, were liberated at that very moment. As they regained their human forms, the memories associated with them returned to the minds of the world. If there were any event capable of delivering a fatal blow to the Don Quixote family, Sugar's demise would be of even greater severity than any calamity befalling Don Quixote Doflamingo himself. Since consuming the hobby fruit at the tender age of 6, Sugar had amassed tens of thousands of puppet slaves for the family over the years. These puppet slaves were not only the cornerstone of the Don Quixote family's rapid rise, but also the very powder keg that could obliterate the entire clan. Once ignited, it would be akin to an army of enemies accumulated over a decade converging upon them, with consequences that were simply unimaginable. Tesoro. The terrifying and despair-laden roar of Tenyasha echoed as he shot towards the golden giant like lightning. Tesoro continued his maniacal laughter, and the fissure on the golden giant's chest swiftly mended, while its colossal golden fist hurtled towards Doflamingo. In the instant of Sugar's passing, Li Zhao, who had been lurking in the shadows enduring a piercing headache, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of relief as countless memories flooded into his mind. Indeed, he had a younger brother, Bobby Vanku, in this world, along with a crew of sailors and a woman who would vie for his affection, his Violet. How could he have forgotten such significant matters? Since I have regained my memories, it signifies that Sugar has been eliminated. But who was responsible? Sabo? Zephyr? Or was it? Li Zhao's mind suddenly conjured the visage of his former employer. Never mind. What purpose does conjecture serve? It is better to go and witness it with my own eyes. Li Zhao's form became ethereal, transforming into air as he slipped through the myriad crevices of debris, only to coalesce once more upon the deck. At first glance, he beheld Doflamingo, fervently assaulting the golden titan statue, and it was evident without doubt who had laid their hands upon Sugar. The clash between the Golden Emperor and the Knight Yasha was a delightful spectacle of mutual destruction, and Li Zhao had no intention of hastily intervening. Soon, his gaze fell upon the tightly bound Zephyr and Sabo, regardless of their previous encounter. Where Sabo had abandoned him to escape, Li Zhao was not inclined to settle the score with this crafty lad just yet. With a forceful jet propulsion, Li Zhao materialized beside Sabo. "You little rascal, I told you to run, yet here you are," Li Zhao remarked with a mischievous grin. "All right, my dear brother. It was my fault to leave you behind. Please refrain from mocking me further and assist me in getting free," Sabo replied with a wry smile. Feeling the shame of a man typically undefeated as the chief strategist of the Revolutionary Army, since the cunning lad had taken the initiative to apologize, Li Zhao decided to let go of his grievances. He attempted to sever the fishing net that ensnared Sabo with his sharp blade. However, the lesson imparted by the Knight Yasha's lifeline proved to be quite instructive. No matter how he slashed with his sword, scorched with flames, tore with brute force, or even bit with his teeth, the delicate threads remained unyielding. It was no wonder that even Admiral Fujitora and the future world's foremost swordsmen found themselves helpless against Doflamingo's birdcage. Those wretched threads were indeed remarkably resilient. Li Zhao currently possesses abilities, whether it be from the Shifuku fruit or the Bibibi fruit, that lack direct destructive power. Furthermore, the mythical beast form of the Great Buddha does not prove useful in this scenario. If he were ensnared by the net himself, he could effortlessly escape using the gaseous elemental capabilities of the gas fruit. However, when it comes to rescuing others, he finds himself at a complete loss. After much contemplation, it seems that the only viable option would be to transform Sabo into a human skin coat and forcibly pull him through the gaps in the fishing net. Yet, such an action would undoubtedly reveal his secrets to this cunning and shrewd strategist, and for various reasons, Li Zhao is reluctant to grow too close to the Revolutionary Army. Just as Li Zhao hesitated, a loud shout suddenly erupted from behind him. "Brother!" A tremor coursed through Li Zhao's body as he slowly turned his head, only to behold a throng of individuals rushing towards him. At the forefront was a brawny figure, none other than his younger brother, Bobby Vanku. "Bobby!" Before Li Zhao could utter a response, a lithe and spirited silhouette dashed into his embrace ahead of Bobby. Looking down, he was met with a visage of exquisite beauty, half pouting and half smiling, belonging to the fiery dancer princess of Dressrosa, Violetta. Bobby soon followed, grinning foolishly as he enveloped both of them in his arms, spinning them around in joyous revelry. Close behind were the esteemed butler Sebastian, the shipwright Garum, the ship's doctor Naden, and the apprentice sailor Rebecca, clad in her bikini armor, tears streaming down her cheeks as she rushed forward. The group embraced fervently, basking in the ecstasy of their reunion. "You scoundrel of a captain. You finally remembered to rescue us," Violetta scolded, entirely disregarding the fact that she had previously implored Li Zhao to avoid peril. Hot tears flowed freely down her cheeks as she extended her delicate fists, ready to thump Li Zhao's chest in frustration. only to suddenly realize that he now possessed a pair of remarkable pectorals that even she could not rival, having long understood the nature of her captain. Violetta took it in stride, bemusedly touching the impressive physique before her and playfully chiding, "No wonder it took you so long to come to our aid. It seems our esteemed captain has no desire to embody manhood any longer." It had been previously noted that due to the unique capabilities bestowed by Li Zhao's jacket fruit, the members of the illusionary pirate crew possessed a distinct method for recognizing their own. Upon regaining his memories, Li Zhao promptly utilized the fruit of fabrication to don a new outfit, emblazoned with information denoting his identity. Violet, a paramecia-type user of the Denjiki fruit, possesses the remarkable ability of foresight, with an exploration radius extending 4,000 kilometers. Locating Li Zhao and confirming his identity as the layered captain, akin to a matryoshka doll, was an effortless task. It was only at this moment that she noticed the peculiarity of his appearance. In Chapter 142, Rampage, amidst a rare and fortuitous reunion, Li Zhao felt a tinge of embarrassment due to his awkward guise, despite his transformation granting him a notably appealing appearance. He felt self-conscious with the Revolutionary Army Sabo observing him, unable to shed the feminine guise of Jinbi's skin to reveal his true self. He deftly shifted the conversation. "This is merely a precaution to ensure that when teacher Zifa confronts us, he won't resort to immediate violence. Thus, we administered a slight dose of female hormones. But I digress. How did you manage to escape? Where were you imprisoned before?" As it turns out, to eliminate any chance of error, Don Quixote da Flamingo had refrained from allowing the most perilous of his puppet slaves to roam freely, particularly the subordinates of the Yonko and Li Zhao's formidable crew members, who were akin in strength to his top commanders. Consequently, they were confined within a completely sealed prison, known as the Golden Hell. In this desolate place, devoid of mirrors, doors, or windows, the sole means of entry and exit were facilitated by Mr. Tanaka's fruit of passage and Tesoro's gold manipulation abilities, ensuring absolute security. Following Sugar's demise, all the puppets reverted to their human forms, and the members of the Thousand Illusions Pirates congregated. Violet initiated the process with her foresight to locate their captain, Li Zhao, and subsequently, the fish giant Sebastian employed his water fruit abilities to lead everyone out of the Golden Hell. Notably, as they departed, they also liberated other dangerous pirates confined within, as they had shared trials together and were all intent on settling scores with Doflamingo. At that moment, Li Zhao noticed several familiar figures trailing behind the crowd, including Run T and Peggy Wan from the Flying Six, as well as the infamous Capone Beej, Baron Egg, and some cadres from the Revolutionary Army. However, they did not recognize Li Zhao, who was clad in the female version of Jin Wyman's skin, and thus did not approach him. This band of pirates harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Don Quixote da Flamingo, and upon witnessing him engaged in battle, they rushed forward to join the fray against the formidable Knight Yasha. A few individuals lingered behind, seemingly observing the current situation. "Lightning, you have been rescued. How wonderful!" From the crowd of saved individuals emerged a striking woman with hair half silver and half orange, adorned with sunglasses and dressed in a long trench coat. She exuded an air of elegance and was none other than Imu Azuna, the vice commander of the Grand Line Army and a direct subordinate of the cross-dressing king, Ivankov. Like her superior, she was also a free-spirited transgender individual. Imu Azuna, known for her calm demeanor and preference for silence, stepped forward. Suddenly, her hands transformed into two enormous scissors, resembling the pincers of a crab, and with a few deft snips, she severed the lifeline of Knight Yasha, which had previously left Li Zhao at a loss. Li Zhao initially felt as though he had suffered some form of injury, primarily concerning his self-esteem and confidence. However, he quickly recalled that in the original plot of the anime, the character Lightning had once severed the Sea Prism Stone shackles. It seemed that his scissor fruit belonged to the category of rule-based abilities, allowing him to disregard the hardness and material of objects, cutting them at will. Reflecting upon this, Li Zhao couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary and bizarre powers possessed by these devil fruit users. If given the opportunity to develop them, he would undoubtedly create many fascinating techniques. Unfortunately, given his relatively amicable relationship with the Revolutionary Army, it appeared that he would not have the chance to exploit these peculiar individuals in the near future. As Li Zhao reminisced with his crew, the battle nearby was reaching its climax. Despite his formidable strength, the formidable Night Demon was struggling against the Golden Emperor, who was of comparable power. Now facing a throng of pirates, including the likes of Flying Six and the notorious Capone, along with the loss of his most potent weapon, the lifeline. Don Quixote Doflamingo found himself in dire straits, suffering repeated blows until he was finally struck into the ground by the transformed Runty in her dragon form. We must eliminate this fiend. Do not allow Don Quixote to escape. A horde of pirates prepared to capitalize on their advantage, aiming to deliver a few more strikes to the seemingly defenseless Doflamingo on the ground. Yet, they soon noticed a sinister and deranged smile creeping across the corner of Night Demon's mouth. Suddenly, Doflamingo reached out, and in an instant, the lifeline that had previously bound former Marine Admiral Zephyr transformed into a stream of threads, returning to Doflamingo's grasp. Now liberated, Zephyr let out a furious roar, charging directly at the nearest pirate and delivering a punch that crushed the unfortunate soul's head with devastating force. Pirates. All pirates must perish. Zephyr's loathing for pirates was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. They had taken away his beloved, his children, his students, his right arm, and ultimately, his very life. In that moment, Zephyr had lost everything, leaving him with only an insatiable hatred for pirates. Upon his release by Doflamingo, Zephyr's gaze was consumed with visions of countless pirates deserving of death. He would not cease until they were all vanquished. What is the matter with this purple-haired big brother? I don't even know him. Why is he attacking me? The name of the half-human, half-dragon form of Runty, known as Zifa, was entirely unfamiliar to her. Even more astonishing was the man before her, who appeared to be of a similar age yet exuded an overwhelming presence reminiscent of a deity, rivaling the infamous Kaido of the beasts. With a mere punch, Zifa sent her hurtling through the air. Fortunately, thanks to Runty's robust physique as an ancient Zoan type, combined with the advantages of her femininity, she narrowly escaped with her life. The other pirates, however, were far less fortunate. Capone Beach, transformed into a colossal castle-like giant and unleashing his ultimate skill, full-scale, Big Boss, was met with an unrelenting barrage from Zifa, who had re-equipped his right arm with a massive stone-crushing machine, reducing him to mere rubble. The combined might of the Charlotte family's 10 siblings also suffered grievous injuries, with one sibling's leg shattered, leaving them unable to rise again. Ultimately, it was only through the extraordinary efforts of the Golden Emperor, alongside the remaining few formidable pirates, that Zifa's rampage was momentarily halted. Yet, as the multitude unleashed their ultimate techniques, the upper deck of the Thousand Sunny was reduced to ruins, and the very structural integrity of the ship began to deteriorate. Chapter 143. The dragon soars. If this relentless assault continued, the Thousand Sunny would not survive until the dawn. It would surely sink. Gyram, the master shipwright, had arrived at the most pessimistic conclusion. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to voice it. The thousands of passengers aboard, restored from their puppet forms, lavish merchants, renowned or obscure pirates, vacationing Navy soldiers, and even those originally affiliated with the Don Quixote family and the Golden Emperor, Tontada, were all rushing towards the docks, desperate to seize any vessel that could lead them to safety. The size of the Thousand Sunny was immense, and once it sank, it would inevitably create a colossal whirlpool that would voraciously consume everything on the surface of the sea, rendering any escape vessels futile. What are your plans? Sabo, having regrouped with the Revolutionary Army alongside the likes of the Okama King and Lightning, inquired of Li Zhao. Li Zhao shook his head and countered. What are your plans for the Revolutionary Army? Sabo responded with a bright smile, which soon faded into a hint of regret. I came here to retrieve my brother's relics, specifically the burn fruit. But alas, it seems that hope is lost. This battle does not belong to us. The Revolutionary Army, lingering here, serves no purpose, and we have resolved to depart. Noticing that Li Zhao and his companions had no intention of leaving together, Sabo, despite his intrigue towards this obscure yet seemingly profound mysterious pirate crew, chose not to gamble the fate of the Revolutionary Army. Thus, he bid farewell to Li Zhao and swiftly made his way toward the dock, confident that, with their strength, seizing a vessel for their escape would pose no challenge. Li Zhao fixed his gaze upon the figures of the few transgenders within the Revolutionary Army, his eyes brimming with a sense of longing that elicited sharp pinches from Violet, compelling him to withdraw his reluctant stare. Those who understood the situation were aware that Li Zhao's reluctance stemmed from his attachment to certain devil fruits. Others might mistakenly believe that his perception of gender had shifted, leading him to eschew his identity as a man. Yet, even Li Zhao, a traveler from another world, remained oblivious to the fact that the deity governing the pirate realm had not yet concluded its jests. Soon, he would find himself entangled with the most formidable and perilous transgenders in history, though that was a tale for another time. After the Revolutionary Army departed, Li Zhao also noticed Charlotte Bre, who had been concealed within a mirror, now springing into action to escort the gravely injured and unconscious Capone Beach, along with the chaotic 10 sons, away. Li Zhao missed several of the enchanting figures, yet he would never allow the tantalizing fruit of the firmament to slip away. Under his covert directive, the colossal fishman Sebastian silently descended into the depths, and in the next moment, his hands emerged from the ground, seizing Capone Bejida as if he were a mere reflection upon the water's surface. Buri, taken aback, swiftly shielded the equally injured octuplet brothers behind her. Li Zhao hesitated, wrestling with his thoughts, but ultimately let out a deep sigh, signaling his subordinates to allow Buri and her companions to depart. Li Zhao and Buri have maintained a cordial relationship, yet Capone Becky, despite being Buli's brother-in-law, harbors malicious intentions towards the Charlotte family. Li Zhao feels no remorse for secretly abducting him. However, targeting the family members most cherished by this elder sister, her brothers and sisters, crosses a line for him. Nevertheless, Li Zhao reaps considerable rewards. He transforms the unconscious Runti, the sister of the formidable animal-type ancient species, Spinosaurus, alongside her brother Paijuan, into human leather jackets, which he promptly discards to Nachin and the shipwright Gayer-lam. These two venerable gentlemen have long been in search of suitable human skin coats. Gayer-lam has been utilizing the skin of a color fruit user, a rather mediocre wrapper under the employ of a treasure hunter, while Nachin has been adorned in the skin of an obscure young female pirate devoid of any fruit abilities. Now, with the two elders donning the skin of the Flying Six, the overall strength of the Thousand Illusions pirate crew ascends dramatically. Yet, Li Zhao remains unsatisfied. In moments of peril, individuals often exhibit remarkable speed. In a fleeting instant, the passengers aboard the Deisaro have scattered in disarray. Li Zhao realizes that no one is paying heed to him. He swiftly manifests a zipper at his chest, shedding the skin of Kineman and tossing it to Violet. After being injected with female hormones, the previously rugged Kineman has transformed into a mature and alluring figure, with strikingly beautiful features and an incredibly voluptuous physique, evoking a hint of jealousy from Her Highness the Princess. Thus, Li Zhao encourages her to experience this enviable allure for herself. Moreover, as the leader of the Red Scabbards, Kineman possesses formidable strength, significantly enhancing Violet's self-defense capabilities. As for Li Zhao himself, Bobby, it is time for us brothers to unite our strengths and achieve great things. Oh, Bobby exclaims with excitement, signaling his readiness for fusion. However, Li Zhao does not immediately employ his jacket fruit abilities. Instead, he calls out to his brother, Bobby, open your mouth. Obediently, Bobby complies, and without hesitation, Li Zhao tosses a devil fruit into his gaping maw. Oh, what is this? It tastes foul and utterly repugnant. Li Zhao did not wait for Bobby to express his tasting impressions. Instead, he directly pressed his hand against his brother's chest, activating his ability to transform him into a leather jacket, which he then donned. After a long separation, the two brothers reunited in their combined form. A mysterious tranquility blended with an overwhelming aura brewing within the newly formed giant. What on earth did the captain feed Bobby? Nachin inquired of his two old companions beside him. Sebastian shrugged his shoulders and shook his head, while Garam retorted with exasperation, how could we possibly know? However, considering the captain never even allowed Bobby to consume the burn fruit, this fruit must either be utterly worthless, not even deserving a place on the street, or it is infinitely precious, a super. Gyram's words trailed off as he needed no further explanation. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the surroundings, and from where Bobby stood, a thick smoke erupted, followed by the roaring ascent of a colossal being into the skies. Dragon, dragon, dragon. It was a dragon. In the heavens, amidst the clouds, a golden dragon several hundred meters long soared through the sky, using burning clouds as its platform, weaving freely among the billows. The roars emanating from its mouth transformed into fierce winds, raging flames, flashes of lightning, and even hail. Chapter 144, The Battle of Dragons and Giants. This is utterly outrageous. Violet gazed up at the sky, her fruit ability allowing her to observe the colossal dragon with the utmost scrutiny, leaving her profoundly stunned. They had merely been transformed into puppets for a brief period, and their captain had already undergone such a cataclysmic transformation. How terrifying this was, how proud, how utterly reliable. Animal type, mythical zoan, fish fruit, divine dragon form. This is the demonic fruit power currently possessed by Bobby Van Koo. Originally, as an artificial devil fruit derived from the extraction of Kaido's bloodline factor by Vegapunk. This mythical dragon fruit contained numerous uncertainties, with its powers being exceedingly difficult to control and unleash. In the original anime, Kazuki Momonosuke only managed to transform into a giant dragon after sacrificing several decades of his lifespan. Bobby Van Ku's attempt to successfully wield the fruit's powers would not be an easy task. However, at this moment, he was in a combined state with Li Zhao, who possessed the power of the Buddha, embodying perfect body, intellect, and spirit. The fusion of the two instantaneously rectified all of Bobby Van Ku's inherent flaws, unleashing his full potential and suppressing the uncertainties of the artificial devil fruit. The golden dragon before them was the ultimate manifestation of this perfect union. A dragon. Is that the damned bastard Kaido? The entrance of Li Zhao was nothing short of breathtaking, causing even the fiercely battling crowd to pause in astonishment. Former Navy Admiral Zephyr gazed skyward at the soaring dragon, initially engulfed in wrath and battling spirit, yet he soon found himself enveloped in confusion. He murmured to himself, "This cannot be Kaido, it is too far removed. The hue is different, the size is also disparate, and most crucially, why does this dragon emanate the aura of that old coot Sengoku?" Both Kaido of the Beasts and Sengoku the Buddha were old acquaintances and frequent adversaries of Zephyr. Particularly Sengoku, whose divine essence was unparalleled in the entire pirate world. Zephyr would never mistake it. It was precisely this familiarity that plunged him into disarray. Conversely, his opponent was struck by an even greater shock. No, in this world, there exists but one true God. Only I am the divine. The Golden Emperor Tizaro bellowed hysterically. Be it dragon or any other creature, I shall not permit any living being to soar above me, nor shall I allow any to gaze down upon my existence. Perish. Golden divine fire. This was Tezoro's ultimate technique, one that could only be unleashed while in the form of the golden giant. Utilizing his internal haki as the primal energy source, it was transformed and amplified through copious amounts of gold, heated via the energy transmission system within the giant's body, producing a golden laser beam of luminosity rivaling that of the sun, which shot forth from the right eye of the golden giant, aimed directly at the magnificent golden dragon soaring through the sky. Li Zhao, initially lost in the supreme ecstasy of transforming into a dragon, suddenly sensed an impending crisis. As he looked down upon the world, he saw the golden figure observing him, its size fluctuating, radiating brilliant golden light, and he immediately grasped what was about to transpire. Truth be told, evading such a nonsensical long-range attack from this distance was not insurmountable. However, at that moment, Li Zhao was brimming with boundless confidence and fierce fighting spirit. Having merged the powers of two top-tier mythical Zoan fruits and possessing 3 devil fruit hearts, Li Zhao had never feared anyone when it came to the richness of his ranged attacks, whether it be the shockwaves of the golden Buddha, the cataclysmic breath of the dragon, or the natural gas flamethrowers. In the sky, the sacred dragon opened its maw wide, as if brewing a storm of death within its abyssal depths, the surrounding air transforming into a flammable and explosive gas unbeknownst to him, while the golden radiance emanating from its body intensified, exuding a solemn and divine aura. Go, golden inferno. Strike back. Gas breath shockwave. A golden beam of light converges with a cerulean flash in midair, colliding with one another, as if a blazing sun of noon ascends in the sky. The blinding golden radiance transforms the night into day, rendering it impossible for anyone to gaze directly upon it. This golden luminescence penetrates the night sky and the ocean, reaching the depths of the sea, inadvertently awakening a terrifying entity from the boundless abyss. Yet, neither the golden saint dragon Li Zhao nor the golden titan form of Tizaro is aware of the monumental trouble their actions may incite. As the light dissipates, the golden titan giant stands motionless, anchored in its place. In the heavens above, the dense clouds, previously stirred by the explosive winds, have been swept away. The once mighty divine dragon that coiled across the horizon has vanished without a trace. Within the golden titan, the controller, the golden emperor Tizaro, is engulfed in a frenzied ecstasy. Ha ha ha. I have triumphed. That hideous, elongated worm has been reduced to ashes by my divine golden fire. Only I am invincible, the one and only deity. However, before Tizoro's manic laughter could subside, the air around the golden giant began to warp and solidify, ultimately coiling around the giant's form. It was the very golden saint dragon that had just disappeared. This is impossible, Tizaro exclaimed. Yet in Li Zhao's mind, a cold smirk emerged. For me, nothing is impossible. Seizing the moment of distraction, he fragmented once more, transforming his body into elemental form, camouflaging as air before stealthily approaching the Golden Titan, ready to bind it in one swift motion. A swift resolution is at hand. Li Zhao, without any hint of hesitation, opened his jaws and clamped down on the head of the Golden Titan, intent on tearing it away. However, he underestimated the hardness of the gold, which had been enhanced by the powers of the Tazaro Devil Fruit. Even with the biting force of the Golden Saint Dragon, he merely managed to distort the giant's head, elongating its neck significantly, yet failing to sever it entirely. "My golden form is indestructible," Tazaro bellowed provocatively, as the golden giant struggled desperately to break free from the dragon's grasp. Biting through hard stone was ultimately not the tactic of a wise individual. Having failed in one strategy, Li Zhao swiftly adapted. He possessed more than just the powers of a mythical Zoan. Let us not forget he was also a user of the natural gas fruit. Once more, he transformed the surrounding air into flammable gas, and in the next instant, the immense body of the Saint Dragon erupted into flames, engulfing the entire form of the Golden Titan in a blazing inferno. "You have not heard that true gold fears no fire?" Tazaro proclaimed with a laugh. "This trivial flame cannot destroy my golden form." Indeed, Tazaro had the audacity to boast. The devil fruit could elevate ordinary materials to extraordinary levels, transforming items like candles or cookies, which in reality could be easily crushed, into substances possessing the hardness of steel. Gold, with its exceptional metallic properties, under the further enhancement of Tazaro's abilities, exhibited resilience far surpassing that of high-quality steel. Without the strength of the four emperors or the admirals of the navy, or lacking the protagonist's fortuitous aura, it was nearly impossible to destroy the Golden Titan in direct confrontation. Amidst the roaring flames, the material form of the Golden Titan remained intact, its surface shimmering ever more brilliantly, evoking a sense of gold being refined by fire. Each piece radiated an ancient and alluring light. Even Violet, who was spectating nearby, pondered whether her boss should cease the fiery assault, as it seemed to bear little effect. However, Li Zhao remained obstinate, not only refusing to change his tactics, but instead intensifying his fiery onslaught. As a result, the Golden Titan appeared increasingly resplendent, while the dragon's form grew increasingly indistinct, almost on the verge of dissipating into the ether. Just as everyone believed the battle between the giant and the dragon was nearing its conclusion, suddenly, a large hole opened in the chest of the Golden Titan, and a figure emerged. Wailing as he clawed his way out, it was none other than the Golden Emperor Tazaro himself. Yet at this moment, he was a pitiful sight. Clad in little more than a pair of trousers, with none of the extravagant golden adornments that had once adorned him, heat radiated from his entire body. His skin flushed and translucent, reminiscent of a crab served at a banquet. Upon witnessing his condition, even without verbal explanation, everyone instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. While genuine gold is impervious to the flames of refinement, a living being is not as fortunate. Tazaro, concealed within the formidable body of the Golden Titan, akin to donning an impenetrable suit of armor, faced dire circumstances when subjected to such extreme heat. He resembled tender meat being simmered in a pot, and it was nothing short of astonishing that he managed to escape after enduring such torment. With the loss of Tazaro, the Golden Titan could no longer maintain its form, and it melted away into a pool of molten gold, akin to hot chocolate. Freed from its constraints, the dragon's body began to contract, ultimately transforming into a humanoid shape. This creature bore a striking resemblance to Bobby Vancour, but with horns adorning its head, a tail trailing behind, scales covering its skin, and its lower limbs exhibiting reverse joints. This was the hybrid form of the animal-type fish fruit, a mythical beast resembling a divine dragon. It was worth noting that the master of this formidable body was none other than Li Zhao. Fixing his gaze upon the panicked Tazaro, who fled like a hound bereft of its master, Li Zhao let out a cold snort. Jets of ultra-high-speed gas erupted from him, propelling him toward Tazaro. At this moment, Tazaro's body was nearly devoid of moisture, the prolonged maintenance of the Golden Titan form having drained his stamina significantly. Faced with the menacing half-dragon, he found himself utterly incapable of mounting any defense. However, upon recognizing the true visage of the Dragon Man, an indescribable rage surged within him. That figure was none other than Bobby Vancour, the very assassin who had betrayed him. Despite possessing such formidable power, he chose to masquerade as a mere pig to eat the tiger, submitting himself to Tazaro's command, which warranted his demise. Tazaro conveniently overlooked the fact that he was the one who had initiated the treacherous blade against Li Zhao, and his mind was consumed by an unending loathing for the man who had betrayed his trust. Having successfully assassinated the Special Officer Sugar and dealt a fatal blow to Doflamingo, he was on the brink of reclaiming everything that was rightfully his when the treachery of Bobby emerged and thwarted his efforts. The psychological turmoil of plummeting from the heights of success to the depths of despair, coupled with his boundless hatred for the traitor, propelled Golden Emperor Tesoro to an extraordinary level of performance, even enabling him to shatter the chains that had once bound him. Due to the prior refining flames, every metallic component of Tesoro's being had become blisteringly hot, rendering it impossible to bear. Thus, he cast aside all his gold. The ability of the gold fruit allows its user to sense and manipulate all gold in proximity. Yet it does not grant the capacity to conjure gold from thin air or transform the user's body into gold as a Logia-type user might. In a sudden turn, Tesoro's right arm morphed entirely into gold, twisting and reshaping until the forearm transformed into a sharp spear. This scene not only stunned Li Zhao but also frightened Tesoro himself. However, both quickly regained their composure. Could this possibly be the second awakening of the gold fruit? The second in command of the Big MOM Pirates and the pinnacle of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Katakuri, is currently the only extraordinary Paramecia-type devil fruit user to appear in the original anime. Katakuri possesses the ability to transform his body into a machi-like substance, akin to the powers of a Logia-type user, enabling him to alter his physical form at will, create tangible objects, machi, store items, and even ignite or detonate the machi. Previously, Li Zhao had speculated that this so-called special paramecia might indeed be the second awakening form of a devil fruit. If Tesoro, who has already awakened his fruit once, suddenly acquired an entirely new set of abilities, how formidable could his power become? Li Zhao had always been somewhat timid. When faced with an opponent he believed he had completely under control, the sudden emergence of an unexpected variable left him feeling rather uneasy. His greatest advantage lay in his knowledge of the pirate world as a time traveler. Yet any unforeseen element that transcended his understanding would significantly disrupt his plans. Fearing further complications, he felt that if Tesoro were to turn the tables on him, it would be far better to meet an untimely demise than to endure such a fate. Li Zhao, filled with resolve, ignited the high-speed airflow emanating from the joints of his body, which transformed into ultra-compact rocket engines. This marked a revolutionary advancement from jet aircraft to propulsion rockets, embodying the ultimate essence of Li Zhao's gas propulsion technique, resulting in an immediate enhancement of speed and maneuverability. However, substituting the initially expelled compressed air with combustible gas and igniting it significantly increased the burden on Li Zhao, posing substantial safety risks. Had he not been pushed to the brink, he would have hesitated to unleash this yet to be fully perfected technique. Chapter 144, The War of Dragons and Giants. This is utterly outrageous. Violetta gazed skyward, utilizing her fruit abilities to scrutinize the colossal dragon that had suddenly appeared in the sky, experiencing the most profound shock. They had merely been transformed into puppets for a brief period, and their captain had already undergone such a staggering metamorphosis. It was terrifying. It was a source of immense pride. It was profoundly reliable. Zoan-type, mythical beast, fish fruit, divine dragon form. This is the demonic fruit power possessed by Bobby Vanku at this moment. Originally, this mythical beast dragon fruit was a synthetic demonic fruit created from the extraction of Kaido's bloodline factors by Vegapunk, fraught with uncertainties. The fruit's power was notoriously difficult to control and unleash. In the original anime, Momonosuke only managed to transform into a dragon after sacrificing decades of his life. For Bobby Vanku to successfully harness the fruit's power would not be an easy feat. However, in his current state of fusion with Li Zhao, he benefited from the perfect physique, unparalleled intellect, and sublime spirit of the Buddha's power. The combination instantly rectified all of Bobby Vanku's deficiencies, unlocking his full potential while suppressing the uncertainties of the artificial demonic fruit. The golden dragon before them was the epitome of this perfect result. A dragon? Is that the damn bastard Kaido? Li Zhao's appearance was so shocking that even the combatants momentarily paused. Former Admiral Zephyr gazed at the soaring dragon, initially filled with rage and battle spirit, but soon fell into confusion, muttering to himself, "No, this is definitely not Kaido. The differences are too vast, the colors and sizes vary. Most critically, why does this dragon exude the aura of that old man Sengoku?" Both Kaido of the Beasts and Sengoku the Buddha were longtime acquaintances and rivals of Zephyr, having crossed paths countless times. Especially Sengoku's divine aura, unique in the pirate world, was unmistakable to Zephyr. It was precisely this familiarity that left him in a state of turmoil. Yet his adversary was even more profoundly affected. No, there is only one God in this world. Only I am the true deity. The Golden Emperor Tesoro let out a frenzied howl towards the heavens. Regardless of whether you are a dragon or some other monstrous entity, I, the divine being, shall not permit any living creature to soar above me, nor shall I allow anyone to dare gaze down upon my existence. Die. Golden Divine Fire. This was the ultimate technique that Tesoro could only wield in his golden giant form, utilizing his innate willpower as a primal energy source, which was then transformed and amplified through vast quantities of gold, heated via the energy transmission system within the giant's body, producing a golden laser beam of brilliance comparable to the sun, which then shot forth from the right eye of the golden giant, targeting the golden dragon soaring in the skies. Li Zhao, who was initially immersed in the supreme ecstasy of transforming into a dragon, suddenly sensed an impending crisis. As he looked down upon the mortal realm, he saw the golden figure gazing at him with one eye larger than the other, radiating resplendent golden light, and immediately understood the calamity that was about to unfold. To be candid, it was not particularly difficult to evade such a mindless long-range attack from this distance. Yet at that moment, Li Zhao was brimming with boundless confidence and fierce combat spirit. With the combined powers of 2 top-tier mythical fruits and possessing 3 hearts of devil fruits, Li Zhao was not intimidated by any opponent when it came to long-range offensive capabilities, be it the shockwaves of the Golden Buddha, the cataclysmic breath of the dragon, or the natural gas projectiles. Behold, the sacred dragon opened its cavernous maw, as if brewing a storm of death within its abyss-like depths. The surrounding air had transformed into a flammable and explosive gas, while the golden light emanating from the dragon's body intensified, exuding an air of divine solemnity. Go, Golden Inferno. Strike back. Gas breath shockwave. The golden beam of light collided with the azure breath in midair, generating a dazzling spectacle akin to the noontime sun, with the blinding golden radiance turning night into day, rendering it impossible for anyone to gaze directly at. The golden light pierced through the night sky, traversed the waters, and reached the depths of the ocean, inadvertently awakening a terrifying presence from the endless abyss. Yet, neither the golden holy dragon Li Zhao nor the golden titan form of Tesoro realized the monumental trouble their actions would evoke. As the radiance dissipated, the golden titan stood motionless in place. In the sky, the thick clouds were swept away by the explosive storm. The sacred dragon that had once coiled in the heavens was now utterly vanished. The controller within the golden titan, the golden emperor Tesoro, was now engulfed in frenzied joy. Ha ha ha. I have triumphed. That ugly, long worm has been reduced to ashes by my golden divine fire. Only I am invincible. The one and only deity. However, before Tesoro's manic laughter could subside, the air surrounding the golden giant began to twist and solidify, ultimately manifesting into a tangible form that tightly coiled around the golden giant. It was none other than the previously vanished golden holy dragon. This is impossible. To me, nothing is impossible. Li Zhao chuckled coldly to himself, seizing the opportunity presented by Bo. He once again fragmented his form, transforming his body into an ethereal essence, and stealthily approached the golden titan, binding it in a single decisive strike. Swift and resolute, Li Zhao, unrestrained and direct, opened his mouth wide, sinking his teeth into the head of the golden titan, intent on tearing it off. However, he underestimated the formidable hardness of gold, enhanced by the powers of the Tesoro devil fruit. Even with the biting force of the golden saint dragon, he merely distorted the giant's head and elongated its neck significantly, failing to sever it completely. My golden form is indestructible, Tesoro taunted with a provocative howl, as the golden giant desperately struggled to free itself from the dragon's grasp. Biting into hard stone was ultimately not a wise approach. Having failed one tactic, Li Zhao swiftly changed his strategy. He was not limited to just the power of a mythical beast. Let us not forget, he was also a natural type user of the gas fruit. Once more, he transformed the surrounding air into a flammable gas, and in the next moment, the massive body of the Saint Dragon ignited, engulfing the entire golden titan in fierce flames. Chapter 146, The Ultimate Technique, 6 Divine Spirit Cannons. Li Zhao's physique resembled that of a miniature Gundam, executing an array of physically impossible maneuvers in the air. In one moment, he surged forward with unrelenting speed, and in the next, he executed a sudden, sharp turn, weaving left and right, ascending and descending, all without a hint of deceleration or pause. Such agile movements rendered the nearly exhausted Tesoro incapable of tracking Li Zhao's whereabouts. His arms transformed into golden spear-like appendages, wildly thrusting at thin air. Despite the marvel of his newly awakened abilities, they appeared to hold little merit. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhao closed the distance between them. Golden sea urchin. In a moment of desperation, Zhao summoned his wits, emitting a peculiar cry as his body coalesced into a compact, spherical form, transforming into a resplendent golden ball. Instantly, the surface of this sphere erupted with countless sharp spines, reminiscent of a sea urchin. The suddenness of this attack left Li Zhao with no time to evade. Unfortunately, Zhao had expended all his haki in a previous assault with the golden divine fire. Although these golden spikes were indeed sharp and formidable, upon striking Li Zhao, they merely pierced through him, dissipating into nothingness. This incident further validated the truth that without haki or sea stone, no assault could affect a Logia-type devil fruit user, whose body could transform into an elemental state. Nevertheless, this unexpected strike startled Li Zhao, for had Zhao still possessed the capacity to wield haki, this blow would undoubtedly have posed significant trouble for him. Anger surged within him, prompting Li Zhao to unleash his full might. His dragon tail lashed out, ensnaring the sea urchin, while his fists gently pressed against the creature's golden exterior. The ultimate technique of the Six Powers, Six Gods, air cannon. This was an upgraded version of the Six Kings gun. Li Zhao's fists extended slightly, delicately touching the golden sea urchin with a tenderness akin to a gentle tap on the chest. Then, at the moment of contact, the entire world seemed to freeze in time. A deep, resonant sound echoed from the heavens, and in an instant, the latter half of Li Zhao's body, his back, his skull, and even his arms exploded into a cloud of white smoke, unable to reassemble into human form. Conversely, the golden sea urchin appeared utterly unfazed. Even as Li Zhao's dragon tail shattered and relinquished its grasp, the creature remained unchanged, not having shifted even a fraction from its original position. Li Zhao remained unable to regain his human form, while the golden sea urchin across from him suddenly twisted and morphed with great speed, instantly transforming back into the visage of Zhao. At this moment, the Golden Emperor stood impassively, exuding an air of regal pride, reminiscent of an ancient deity carved in stone. Just when the onlookers believed that Li Zhao's new technique was a comical ploy that would inflict minor harm upon his adversary while causing significant self-damage, an abrupt change occurred. The seemingly invincible Golden Emperor Zhao, in the next instant, bent over and began to vomit violently, expelling not only blood but also shredded internal organs. Li Zhao unleashed an immense power, one that even his own body struggled to contain, yet it flowed seamlessly into the body of the Golden Emperor, erupting within and causing cellular-level devastation. Its lethality was beyond imagination. It is no surprise that even a superhuman renowned for their physical resilience, or a top-tier Zoan-type ability user who possesses an alleged immortality, would face a perilous fate if struck by such an attack. The current reaction of Zhao was entirely understandable. As the onlookers marveled at the terrifying might of this technique, Li Zhao, in a state of panic, rushed toward the Golden Emperor, appearing as if he had committed an irreparable blunder. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I feel dizzy. I was too forceful. The abilities of the Golden Emperor Zhao, or rather, his body and skin, were among Li Zhao's coveted treasures. Not to mention, he had just awakened a second time, rendering his powers even more dazzling and magnificent than depicted in the original anime. Should he inadvertently kill Zhao, it would be an utter waste, a lifelong regret. At that moment, Li Zhao lacked the power to heal others, and replacing the skin with the bubble fruit was too hasty. With this thought, he scooped up the barely conscious, or perhaps already lifeless, Zhao and dashed towards his ship's doctor, Nakalin. Hurry, we must save him. Just as Nakalin was preparing to attend to the injured, a figure surged forward, blocking Li Zhao's path. It was the former Admiral Zephyr, his visage contorted and sanity completely lost. Pirates, all of them must die? He who aids a pirate is equally guilty. Unforgivable. Kill, kill, kill. Curse be it. Not now. Don't add to my troubles. Li Zhao bellowed. Phantom pirate crew, stop him. With the captain's command, the eager giant fishman Sebastian charged ahead, followed closely by the shipwright and chief engineer Galem, while several other crew members were also eager to join the fray. Not entirely reassured, Li Zhao unzipped his pocket to retrieve his trump card, a steel cannon, which he hurled into the air, shouting, "Cannon on the ground. Your performance will determine your suitability for the position of my ship's gunner." The cannon erupted in the sky, and as the smoke dissipated, a magnificent creature, resembling a mystical alpaca, stood proudly amidst the clouds. Upon hearing Li Zhao's words, This beast let out a tremendous roar and unleashed a cannonball towards Zephyr. Initially, this projectile appeared unremarkable. However, midway through its flight, its velocity astonishingly increased manifold, expanding in size as if inflated like a balloon. By the time it struck, it was nearly indistinguishable from the colossal shells mounted on the great Desoro. The members of the Phantom Pirate crew shrieked in alarm and scattered in all directions, bewildered by their captain's acquisition of such a perilous weapon. Moreover, it seemed that this creature was to become the future gunner of the Phantom Pirate crew. They were left in a quandary, unsure whether to rejoice or lament. Particularly flummoxed were the three elders from the Ward Pirates, who immediately recognized the ability demonstrated by the alpaca. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the powers of their former captain, the World Destroyer Bondywald. However, they realized that this was not the moment for unraveling the truth. They must first adhere to their captain's orders and eliminate Zephyr. With such reliable subordinates at his side, Li Zhao, cradling Tesoro, finally reached the ship's doctor, Naki. Transforming swiftly into a master of the medicinal martial arts, he took charge of the ailing patient, prying open his mouth and hastily administering a chaotic mixture of herbal concoctions. Yet, despite Naki's exceptional medical skills, he lacked the extraordinary abilities of a death surgeon like Ron, leaving him with little hope of saving this nearly lifeless patient. Otherwise, the World Destroyer would not have met his demise. Chapter 147. Siege of Zephyr. Li Zhao unfastened his skin coat and emerged from the body of his brother Bobby, swiftly donning the skin of Kirifa, the user of the bubble fruit, before joining the urgent medical efforts for the Golden Emperor, Tesoro. Regrettably, the healing properties of the golden bubbles excelled in treating external wounds, rendering them nearly ineffective against the internal damage that had rendered Tesoro's organs a mere pulp. It could only be described as a meager consolation. At that moment, Li Zhao's animosity towards the Golden Lion Shiki reached its zenith. Had he not stolen Law's surgical fruit skin, he could have extracted Tesoro's devil fruit heart before it was too late, avoiding the current chaotic predicament. Bobby reverted to his original form and surveyed the distant battlefield, where Zephyr valiantly faced off against the myriad officers of the Phantom Pirates, creating a tumultuous scene. Bobby Van Koo had now become a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user akin to the Four Emperors, Kaido, and with his innate monstrous physique, he had essentially transformed into a diminutive version of Kaido himself. Yet, despite this newfound power, Bobby's inherent fear of combat held him back. He hesitated to engage in battle, preferring to remain by his brother's side, ready to serve as a human shield in critical moments. Among the Phantom Pirates, aside from Captain Li Zhao and the unpredictably powerful Vice Captain Bobby Van Koo, the strongest member was the butler and helmsman, the fish giant, Sebastian. Possessing the bloodlines of both the giant and fishman races, he was endowed with immense strength and longevity, particularly excelling in naval combat. After acquiring the skin of a user of the water fruit, Sebastian was able to unleash the full potential of fishman karate on land, at times surpassing Captain Li Zhao, solidifying his status as the undisputed powerhouse of the Phantom Pirates. However, at this moment, the fish giant found himself at a disadvantage against the newly appointed cannoneer, the Cannon Llama, who commanded the ground with formidable artillery. The llama was equipped with 3 types of devil fruit powers, particularly the amplifying capabilities of the Momo fruit, which theoretically posed no upper limit to the power of its projectiles. Thus, the divine beast llama was the only adversary on the field that instilled genuine apprehension in Zephyr, forcing him to evade its bombardments. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the shipwright, Guy Ram, donned the skin of the newly acquired Flying Six and took on the brunt of the damage. In the realm of ancient species, the dragon fruit, with its spiny dragon form, indeed possesses remarkable hardness, enduring several heavy blows from Zifa without faltering. This resilience is, of course, compounded by Zifa's trepidation towards the formidable capabilities of the game ram cube fruit, as he fears that his own body and weaponry could be shattered if struck, thereby refraining from approaching too closely. Meanwhile, the elusive fish giant navigates the subterranean depths, adeptly maintaining a mid-range containment strategy, launching a variety of unarmed attacks from the fishmen towards Zifa, causing considerable trouble for the former admiral. Violet, the lookout wielding a katana, having acquired the female hormone-infused skin of Kinemon, has now attained the right to enter the battlefield. Kinemon's true prowess can inflict damage upon the Emperor Kaido, and coupled with the battlefield observation abilities granted by Princess's Stare fruit, Violet's flaming sword strikes are deftly aimed at Zifa's vital points, seamlessly coordinating with her 2 companions. Nevertheless, the group finds themselves gradually subdued in the face of the rejuvenated Admiral Zifa. Unlike Big Mom and Kaido of the Beasts, who possess near-immortal defensive strength, Zifa is a technical warrior. His combat experience and skills may be among the finest in the world, liberated from the burdens of aging and injury. Even in his semi-mad state, Zifa's strategies remain impeccably precise. With a mere glance, he can discern his opponent's intentions and weaknesses, allowing him to execute targeted attacks. On one front, Li Zhao and Nachin are fervently engaged in a tug-of-war over Tesoro's life and death, while on another, the cadres of the Thousand Illusions pirate crew have begun to retreat in disarray, especially after the spine of the spiny dragon was brutally struck by Zifa's crushing force. The collapse of their front lines has become an inevitable fate. Li Zhao furrowed his brows, steeling himself as he released Khalifa, who was still recuperating from her injuries. Since seizing the body of the half-merman Derringer, she had transformed into an undeniably fierce and combative force. Despite the wounds inflicted by the warring states of Buddha that had yet to heal, her fighting spirit surged relentlessly. As soon as Li Zhao restored her to human form, she eagerly charged toward Zephyr, whose strength surpassed even that of the elderly warring states. Li Zhao barely had time to call out to her. At that moment, Khalifa was merely a martial arts expert. Confronting Zephyr, the master of the six forms, was akin to offering herself as a sacrifice. Li Zhao had initially intended for her to don the persona of her timid brother, Bobby, yet Khalifa showed no inclination to grant him that opportunity. Li Zhao wore a bitter smile, his peripheral vision catching sight of a young girl beside him, Rebecca, an apprentice sailor of the Phantom Pirates. This girl had been trained from a young age by her father, the legendary gladiator Cyrus, in the art of the water sword technique, and had grasped the fundamentals of observation hockey. Although she lacked the ability to strike with ferocity, her defensive skills were commendable. However, her inherent strength was insufficient for her to partake in battles of such magnitude. With this in mind, Li Zhao decided to allow Rebecca to merge with Bobby's formidable physique, and thus he boldly engaged Zephyr in combat. To his astonishment, this strategy proved to be exceptionally effective. Rebecca's remarkable observation hockey, coupled with her impenetrable water sword technique and Bobby Van Cole's invulnerable body, formed a defensive unit that, with the assistance of other Phantom Pirates, could withstand Zephyr's onslaught without yielding an inch. As Zephyr fought, his frustration mounted. The half-dragon before him, for reasons unknown, had refrained from employing the incredible body transformation technique used to vanquish Tesoro. Yet, with merely an impeccable defensive swordsmanship, he found himself at an impasse. Even when he attempted to break the stalemate with sheer force, deploying his full might with the Crusher, he struggled to overpower his opponent. For the augmentation provided by the top-tier mythical Zoan fruit was truly formidable. Moreover, the other adversaries exhibited unexpectedly extensive combat experience, despite their youthful appearances. Some barely in their teens, they maneuvered with the cunning and caution of seasoned veterans who had battled on the seas for decades, making it exceedingly difficult to identify any weaknesses. What should he do? Should he consider a temporary retreat? Given the circumstances, continuing the engagement seemed unnecessary. However, a few youthful faces suddenly materialized before Zephyr, Ein, Binz, and Sizz, the last batch of apprentices he had trained. Memories flooded his mind of Binz sacrificing himself to shield them from Blackbeard's assault, his form gradually consumed by the encroaching darkness. Moments later, facing the incoming Kizaru, the beautiful Ein smiled, her entire being enveloped in a pink flame, ultimately transforming into a spark that merged with her essence. Chapter 148. Farewell. The lonely hero Mr. Zephyr. Please avenge us. Teacher Zephyr. You must avenge us. The haunting voices of his tragically fallen students echoed like a sinister incantation in Zephyr's mind, causing him to clutch his head in profound agony. Observing this, Sebastian sought to seize the opportunity, hoping to eliminate this terrifying opponent in one fell swoop. Rebecca, noticing his intent, attempted to intervene, but ultimately was a moment too late. Pirates, all of them deserve to perish. Zephyr, driven to madness, unleashed his fury with increasing speed. The Crusher moved with an almost imperceptible velocity, swiftly grasping the waist of the giant fishman who had attempted a sneak attack from behind. The Sea Prism Stone instantly draining him of all his strength. Crusher, tear these pirates to shreds. With a chilling cry, Zephyr swept his right arm, forcefully repelling Rebecca, Guy Ram, Violet, and the others who rushed to his aid. He then raised his arm high, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to the ground, knowing that even if Sebastian survived, he would be irrevocably defeated. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful girl suddenly appeared before Zephyr, her gaze steady upon the violet-haired admiral. It was Ayn, the sword-wielding maiden who had once sacrificed her own devil fruit ability for the sake of restoring Zephyr's youth. Zephyr rubbed his eyes vigorously and shook his head. Yet Ayn remained, not fading away like the illusions of the past. Could this truly not be a figment of his imagination? But how could that be? Ayn was someone he had witnessed with his own eyes. Stepping closer, Ayn gently embraced Zephyr, her soft and tender touch shattering the remnants of strength and chaos that had enveloped the former admiral. Tears streamed down Zephyr's face, and as he slowly loosened his grip on Sebastian's destructive arm, the freed fish giant burrowed into the ground without Zephyr noticing. He merely extended his left arm, drawing Ayn into his embrace. Even if this were but an illusion, a mere trap, what of it? For this reunion, even if it lasted but a fleeting moment, even if it were merely a dream, everyone attack, Li Zhao commanded coldly. Though the crew found his order peculiar, they obeyed without hesitation, launching their assault on Zephyr. Bold pirates, seek your own demise. Zephyr roared, ready to retaliate and teach these reckless fools a lesson. Yet, Ayn, clinging tightly to him, refused to let go. Her delicate form seemed so fragile that he feared any forceful movement might break her. In that instant of hesitation, everything that would follow was sealed. Fishman Karate Ultimate Technique. Wool-eye Strike. Ba 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 ba. 50 times the speed, 50 times the weight, 50 times the hardness. The Ultimate Black Gold Cannonball. Desperate Sword Divine Dragon's Might. Disarmament Blade. Cubic Spiked Back Dragon. Great Tail Swipe. 6 Styles Ultimate Technique. 6 King's Gun. Death High Heel. Zifa held Ayn firmly against his chest, enduring the severing of his right arm by Rebecca's blade. The full force of the fish giant's ultimate technique striking him squarely in the back, the lethal cannonball impacting his head, and the colossal dinosaur's tail crashing against his spine. All while the beautiful youth in high heels landed a kick upon his unprotected ribs. After this onslaught, the cadre members of the Phantom Pirates retreated several meters, their deadly assaults having all found their mark. It was not merely Zifa, who was not known for his defensive prowess, even the mightiest of ancient beasts, standing there to withstand their frenzied offensive, would have met with certain death. Yet, for reasons unknown, there was no trace of triumphant joy upon their faces, nor any semblance of the extraordinary sense of achievement that accompanies the defeat of a royal-level powerhouse. Rebecca, tears streaming down her face, turned to gaze at the captain. Li Zhao, whose expression was fraught with complexity, her eyes brimming with a plea for understanding. Li Zhao gazed at Zfa, observing the violet-haired man gently cradling the girl in his embrace with one arm, his eyes brimming with affection and contentment, seemingly oblivious to the mortal wounds that plagued his body. The young girl, Ayn, merely smiled as she tenderly wrapped her arms around Zfa's neck, choosing silence over words. This scene evoked an overwhelming sense of defeat in those who witnessed it, along with an ineffable guilt that lingered in the air. Among them was Li Zhao, who, with a mere thought, could have caused the resurrected Ayn to dissolve into a puddle of ink in Zfa's arms, plunging the invincible warrior into the depths of despair, stripping him of his will to fight. Indeed, that Ayn was born from his own imagination. Yet, as he beheld the unfolding moment, Li Zhao quietly retracted his outstretched finger, deciding instead to allow the great general to pass away cradled in the arms of his most cherished disciple. Perhaps it was an illusion. But Li Zhao perceived a flicker of gratitude reflected in Zfa's gaze. Li Zhao suddenly comprehended that the one who had been deceived was not Zephyr, but himself. Zephyr had departed, and Li Zhao had refrained from transforming him into a human skin coat, which was entirely contrary to his initial intentions. A marine admiral's skin, particularly one untainted by the consumption of a devil fruit, under proper cultivation, could potentially grant him the qualification to challenge the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals, even propelling him to become the strongest in the world, a possibility not entirely devoid of merit. Yet, in the end, Li Zhao could not overcome his own inner turmoil. The transformation into a human skin jacket left the state of consciousness entirely within Li Zhao's contemplation. If aware, he would endure an interminable solitude, akin to a conscious vegetable, helplessly witnessing his own subjugation, an existence perhaps more agonizing than death itself. Even if he were to fall into slumber, the control of his body by another, involuntarily, would constitute an affront more grievous than death. Zephyr, the sole true guardian of the commoners in this pirate world, a genuine soldier, should not be subjected to such indignities. Li Zhao even contemplated extending a hand of reconciliation to Zephyr, expressing his willingness to support the formation of the Enyo Navy to eradicate those despicable pirates. However, in the final exchange of glances, Li Zhao discerned the profound truth buried beneath the depths of hatred The true desire of Zephyr was merely for a peaceful death, devoid of solitude. It appeared that the veteran general was genuinely weary. Despite his body regaining the vigor of youth, his soul remained that of a lonely elder, accompanied solely by memories of a family long lost and the presence of his students. Li Zhaoqing fulfilled Zephyr's aspirations, and at the moment of his final decision, he discerned a flicker of relief and agreement in the eyes of several crew members. It was evident that, although they were direct beneficiaries of Li Zhaoqing's jacket fruit abilities, they did not wish for their captain to be a scoundrel solely driven by the pursuit of profit, devoid of any moral compass. A pirate crew that pursues only power and adheres to the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, would inevitably meet a tragic end, regardless of whether they achieved the legendary prowess of the Rocks Pirates, where even ordinary crew members attained imperial strength. Chapter 149. The relics of eternal life and the heart of gold. Upon Zephyr's death, his body suddenly ignited in a fierce blaze of pink flames, vanishing within the inferno, leaving behind 10 translucent orbs faintly aglow with the same rosy fire. Goodness, could it be that he has produced relics? This sudden manifestation jolted everyone from the oppressive atmosphere. Although this world is home to mythical beast fruits like the Buddha form of the Warring States, and some islanders carve Buddhist statues and artifacts, there has been no systematic establishment of Buddhism, and consequently, no culture surrounding relics. Upon hearing Li Zhaoqing utter the name of the mysterious objects, the crowd turned their puzzled gazes toward the omniscient captain. At this juncture, the treatment for the Golden Emperor Tesoro was drawing to a close, ultimately relying on the ship's doctor, Nakalin, and her dubious life-sustaining pills to keep Tesoro's last breath intact. However, the reliability of this remedy was questionable. The last person to use it to stave off death, the world destroyer Bondiwald, ultimately succumbed, with his Momo fruit reincarnating in the hands of the divine beast, the alpaca. Yet, at the very least, this potion could afford Li Zhaoqing some additional time to devise a more effective treatment. To take it a step further, if he could abandon Zephyr, losing another gold fruit would seem inconsequential. After all, his gains from this battle had already been substantial, not to mention, he had successfully acquired the entertainment ship he had long desired, the magnificent Desaro. Li Zhao rose and approached the few sacred relics, employing his keen perception to ascertain their safety before he gingerly picked them up, cradling them in his palm for a closer examination. This sensation resembles the essence of life? Li Zhao mused, pondering the fiery hues, reminiscent of the flames unleashed during Ein's reverse fruit activation. Bring it closer for me to see, he requested. The ship's doctor, Nakalin, took the relic from Li Zhao's hands, scrutinizing it intently. Suddenly she exclaimed, This substance appears to be medicinal. If I were to combine it with my rejuvenation elixir, I have a strong intuition that we might concoct a truly timeless potion of youth. As Nakalin's words hung in the air, excitement enveloped the gathering. They were all aware of her remarkable ability to create the miraculous rejuvenation elixir, albeit one that only sustained its effects for about half an hour and could not be used continuously, lest its potency diminish and ultimately fade away. Should Nakalin's assertion hold true, and these relics indeed enabled a genuine return to youth alongside her elixir, their worth would be beyond measure. Having witnessed the successful rejuvenation of Zifa, the onlookers harbored a glimmer of hope in Nakalin's claim, particularly the aging Garum, whose eyes now sparkled with anticipation. The battle had finally drawn to a close. Li Zhao surveyed his surroundings. Although the upper deck of the great Desoro had been ravaged by relentless combat, the ship now unequivocally belonged to him. This was his greatest triumph from the fray. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Li Zhao felt a nagging sense of having overlooked something significant. Ah, yes, where has Doflamingo vanished to? It dawned on everyone that since the night demon had released Zifa from his constraints, Doflamingo seemed to have disappeared without a trace. However, the group remained unperturbed, for Princess Violette was among them, possessing the gift of foresight. Merely 10 minutes later, true to her reputation, Violette had located Doflamingo's whereabouts. He was presently hiding aboard a pirate ship en route to Dressrosa, accompanied by Baccarat and Baby 5. Li Zhao was suddenly enlightened. No wonder he had not encountered any remnants of the Don Quixote family or the elusive ability user Baby 5, whom he had meticulously calculated for so long. It turned out that amidst the chaos of war, she had escaped with the goddess of fortune, Bacala, rescuing the critically injured Doflamingo and attempting to flee to their stronghold. Dressrosa. Alas, now that they had been discovered, escape was no longer an option. At this moment, the Phantom pirate crew had more than one or two capable of flight. and pursuing them to eradicate the threat would be an effortless task. The only one to be wary of was Bacala herself. Wait, what is that? Just as Li Zhao transformed into the air, preparing to pursue that celestial night demon alongside the divine beast, the alpaca, and his brother Bobby Vancouver, who had morphed into a dragon, Violet, who had been observing the surrounding waters with her clairvoyance, suddenly gasped in astonishment. What did you see? Li Zhao noticed that the princess appeared thoroughly frightened, and he hurriedly inquired about the source of her terror. That is, my heavens. What on earth is that? Sensing that something was amiss, Li Zhao swiftly ascended into the sky and unleashed his observation haki to enhance his vision. Gazing towards the direction Violet pointed, in the next moment, he too was drenched in cold sweat. Beneath the vast ocean, it seemed as though a golden sun was rising from the depths. Beside this golden sun were two eyes reminiscent of the ancient gods described in the Cthulhu mythos. In the boundless sea, these eyes, akin to the gates of an abyss, were nearly as large as the nearby ship, the Del Zorro. One could only imagine the colossal being to whom these eyes belonged. The sea surface began to swell, as if a mountain were abruptly rising from the depths, towering to an astonishing height of over 1,000 meters. Li Zhao's teeth chattered slightly. Although he was well aware that the world of pirates was home to colossal creatures, witnessing such a sight in animation and experiencing it firsthand were two entirely different matters. As the tide receded from the immense entity in the ocean, its true form was finally revealed. It was nothing less than an extraordinarily gigantic lanternfish, specifically a type of anglerfish. The golden radiance illuminating the entire night emanated from the lure on its head, resembling a sun forged from gold. The sheer size of this fish was beyond Li Zhao's ability to fathom, but judging by the width of its mouth, it would undoubtedly have no difficulty in swallowing an entire ship like the Great Tesoro. Li Zhao's estimation stemmed from the evident fact that this colossal fish had its sights set squarely on the Great Tesoro. It was imperative to eliminate it before it devoured its cherished treasure, the island fleet. At the very least, he needed to ensure the escape of all aboard. As Li Zhao fervently engaged his mind, devising a means of salvation, a sudden epiphany struck him. He recognized the origin of this formidable creature. Was it not the very same fish that had surfaced in the special theatrical edition of Golden Heart? The one that had consumed the enchanting island of Alukami over 200 years ago, known as Lord Bonpali? Indeed, the golden luminescence emanating from its head must be the legendary treasure, pure gold, said to bestow eternal youth upon its possessor. Chapter 150, The Conspiracy of the Gods, end of the book. The special edition of One Piece, Golden Heart recounts the tale of a remarkable alchemist who, in a desperate bid to save his ailing daughter, Olga, from impending death, successfully synthesized a substance known as pure gold. Prolonged exposure to pure gold significantly extends one's lifespan and suppresses any ailment. Both Olga and her father lived for nearly 200 years, their appearances remaining unchanged. Thus, pure gold stands as the sole item in the world of One Piece proven to greatly prolong the lifespan of ordinary humans, with virtually no side effects. The reason it is described as virtually is due to the golden radiance emitted by pure gold, which draws the attention of a prehistoric deep-sea leviathan, the gargantuan anglerfish, Lord Bonpali. It appears to possess an insatiable interest in collecting pure gold, regardless of distance or quantity. The mere hint of its glow will prompt it to journey vast expanses to seek it out. Over 2 centuries ago, it was this very creature that devoured the entire iron island of Alukami, where Olga and her father resided, causing this miraculous metal to vanish from the world, leaving behind only a fleeting legend of immortality. Thus, it can be surmised that all the pure gold in the world currently resides within the body of Lord Bonpali, with the lantern-like organ atop its head housing the largest chunk of pure gold known to exist. Yet, the question remains, why has this mighty fish appeared here? Li Zhao suddenly recalled that this magnificent fish possessed a penchant for pursuing radiant light. The ultimate move of Tesoro, the Golden Inferno, emanated the most exquisite golden light. Moreover, at that moment, Li Zhao was amalgamating the gas blowtorch, the golden shockwave of the Buddha, and the mixed light waves released by the holy dragon's breath. The harmonious fusion of these elements held a significant potential to inadvertently conjure a brilliance akin to pure gold, which had ultimately drawn this esteemed Lord Bonelli to this very place. Li Zhao forced a bitter smile, but in the next moment, an incredibly audacious thought surged within him. After contemplating for merely a few seconds, he resolutely made up his mind. With a manic, twitching smile gracing his face, he soared towards the crew aboard the Great Tesoro. Moments later, a chorus of astonished gasps resonated across the vast ocean. What did you say? You want us to willingly be devoured by this colossal fish? Captain, Are you out of your mind? I knew it. The captain has indeed gone mad. This can't be genuine, can it? Quickly, who on earth are you? Explaining was utterly impossible. Firstly, time was not on his side. Elucidating the intricate origins and causality of the Golden Heart would require more than mere words. Secondly, having suffered such degradation, Li Zhao, as the proud captain of the Thousand Illusions pirate crew, could not afford to appear like a pitiful wretch begging his crew for belief. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Li Zhao indeed possessed a commendable group of subordinates, worthy of admiration, reinforcing his reputation as the god of debate on the former Pirate King Forum. The crew he meticulously selected were, without exception, impeccable in their capabilities. When the crew discerned that their captain was not jesting, they fell into a brief silence, only to relax their expressions almost immediately. If they were to be eaten, so be it. The old man had lived long enough, having consumed countless fish throughout his life. Being devoured once by a fish didn't seem too bad. The three elderly gentlemen, Sebastian the fish giant, the shipwright Gara Lamb, and the ship's Dr. Nakin, exchanged knowing smiles, their faces reflecting tranquility. Without Li Zhao, they would have long succumbed to the Navy's relentless pursuit in the Northwest. But now, they not only possessed youthful, robust bodies, but also harbored the hope of regaining their lost youth. There was no reason to doubt their newly chosen captain. I trust Captain Brother. Little Rebecca held a blind admiration for Li Zhao, akin to an infatuated fan, while her aunt, Violet, whose relationship with Li Zhao was ambiguous, found no reason to question her choice in a man. As for the half-fish boy turned spy, Khalifa, having merged with him for so long, she was perhaps the one who understood Li Zhao best. Moreover, as a weapon molded by the world government, Khalifa was accustomed to executing orders without questioning their rationale. The opinions of the cannon-laden alpaca and her brother Bobby Vank were even less worthy of consideration. Moments later, the entire Great Desoro vanished into the enormous maw of the prehistoric behemoth. Pirate World Forum. I am God. Are you there? 30-year-old Saintess. Yes. Just got off work. I am God. Good to hear. Did you finish reading the serialized novel I sent you last time? 30-year-old Saintess. Oh. You mean the one about the era of pirate fusion? Did you write that? I am a deity. I suppose so, but that is inconsequential. Pray, share your thoughts. The 30-year-old Saintess. Thoughts, you say? To be frank, there are now an overwhelming number of pirate fanfictions. This particular work is merely passable. I managed to finish it solely because you provided it to me. I am a deity. I am not inquiring about your sentiments, rather. I wish to know if you could confront the protagonist should you traverse into that narrative. The 30-year-old Saintess. What do you mean? Confront that protagonist? Why would you desire to oppose your own character? I am a deity. That fellow wagered against me, claiming that no matter how mediocre a role he assumed, he would thrive effortlessly, and he has thoroughly mocked me. Thus, I cannot allow him to revel in his triumph. The 30-year-old Saintess. Little deity. It is not my intention to chastise you, but among our ilk, we ought to support one another, indulge in our passions, and ensure our joy. Yet one must not become overly obsessed. I have encountered numerous fervent fans who have lost themselves in cosplay or squandered their fortunes on figurines. But you, who can become vexed with the protagonist of your own narrative, are indeed a rarity. I am a deity. I assure you, I am not jesting. That individual was thrust into the world of pirates by me, and I now wish to send someone in to deal with him. After careful consideration, I have chosen you. For you possess a profound understanding of the pirate realm that rivals his. Speak swiftly. If you were to enter that world, how would you manage him? The 30-year-old Saintess. Very well. Allow me to prepare some instant noodles first. Hey, are you still there? I am a deity. Yes, hurry and tell me. The 30-year-old Saintess. All right, all right. The protagonist in your book seems to simultaneously wield the powers of 3 devil fruits, one being a mythical zoan, another the gas fruit, and in addition, he can freely combine 2 others as needed, essentially possessing 5 abilities at once. It's as if several individuals have merged into one. Wow. If this is the extent of his cheating, I would suggest granting me the bloodline of a super scion, and I would dispatch him in a heartbeat. I am a deity. That is not permissible. Interference from powers outside the system would disrupt the foundational rules of that world, and he would notice. If possible, I would prefer you to utilize only the powers within the system to vanquish him, as he too refrains from employing any external abilities. The 30-year-old Saintess. All right, all right. You have imposed quite a few restrictions upon yourself. Allow me a moment to contemplate. I am a deity. Have you made your decision? 3 hours have already passed. The 30-year-old Saintess. Ah, you are still here. I thought you had gone to sleep. Have you finished your homework? I am a deity. The 30-year-old saintess. All right, I shall cease my jesting. To speak candidly, there is no hope. That fellow has developed in a rather unsavory manner. Unless you allow me to directly traverse into the forms of a Kainu, Big Mom, or Kaido, unleashing all their forces for an outright assault to obliterate him. I cannot possibly compete with his development. He has even established his own pirate crew. I am a deity. That will not do. Winning in such a manner would surely leave him resentful, and I can only imagine the harsh words he would utter. The 30-year-old saintess. Very well, I concede to you. It seems I must resort to my ultimate move. I am a deity. Splendid. Speak forth, and as long as you do not violate the rules, I shall fulfill any request you make. The 30-year-old saintess. All right. You see, the protagonist in your book is so exceedingly formidable that to surpass him, one must be even more extraordinary, correct? Why not allow me to traverse into that character, the cross-dressing Fongcly? I would undoubtedly be able to handle him. I am a deity. Is that truly your wish? How marvelous. So be it. In the name of divinity, I grant you the profound awakening of a devil fruit. And I shall bestow upon you a unique talent, which I shall name the path of the cross-dresser. The 30-year-old saintess. All right. As long as you are pleased. Now, having chatted with you so late, I must retire for the night. I have work in the morning. Farewell. I am a deity. Huh? Why are you still working? Hey, are you still there? Respond, for I have not yet finished speaking. Synopsis. Li Zhao opened his wardrobe, revealing rows of full-body leather jackets designed to envelop him entirely, leaving no skin exposed. These jackets, resembling doll attire, come in a myriad of styles. Today, which persona shall I embody as I step outside?